In a twist of fate, the beleaguered office worker, Zhi Jiuan, met an unfortunate end while crossing the street, becoming an unwitting casualty of a speeding, fully insured semi-truck, thus transforming him into a denizen of the anime realm. To his astonishment, upon regaining consciousness, he found himself inexplicably transported to the Marvel Universe, specifically to the bustling and perilous locale of New York City, a place where even the most formidable beings would think twice before treading. After much contemplation, Zhi Jiuan resolved to take a moment to reflect on the rooftop, seeking solace in the evening breeze. Chapter 1. The Crossing. Night enveloped New York City, particularly the Bronx. The moonlight cast a beautiful glow, perfect for mischief. The night breeze was gentle, as if a young maiden leaned upon his shoulder, whispering softly, "I'll sever your head." Within the confines of his apartment, Zhi Jiuan appeared dazed, disheveled, and with vacant eyes, resembling a discarded puppet left in the wake of a turbulent encounter. Had he found himself in Jianguan City in such a state, it was likely that he would have been rendered mute for the remainder of his days. Before him flickered a television screen, broadcasting an urgent bounty announcement. "This is the Horn Herald, interrupting our program for an emergency bounty alert." Multiple sources confirm that Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, was attacked by unidentified armed assailants during a weapons demonstration in Afghanistan and is currently missing, with his fate uncertain. The U.S. military and Stark Industries have jointly issued a $50 million reward for any information leading to Tony Stark's whereabouts. Witnesses, local residents, and intelligence personnel are encouraged to submit leads anonymously through the following channels. In a statement, Ms. Pepper Potts, spokesperson for Stark Industries, emphasized, "The safety of Mr. Stark is our highest priority. Any assistance provided will be rewarded with the full bounty and legal immunity." Zhi Jiuan shut his eyes in anguish, unwilling to accept the reality unfolding before him. He had indeed traversed into the Marvel Universe. And in this very city, fraught with peril and chaos, where even the most powerful entities tread cautiously. With the Chitauri army wreaking havoc and sentinels patrolling the streets, the destruction wrought here could have surely incited the fury of 1,000 dragons. In a fit of rage, Zhi Jiuan mentally berated the reckless driver of the red semi, invoking ancestral curses with fervor. Considering the speed at which the truck had barreled towards him, should fortune favor him, perhaps the police would take hours gathering evidence, leaving him with nothing more than a plastic bag full of regret. After venting his frustrations, Zhi Jiuan took a deep breath and began to ponder his next steps. The original Zhi Jiuan was merely an average international student, a 12th grader at Midtown High, lacking both a formidable background and exceptional abilities. His parents had returned home after leaving him behind, rarely bothering to check in. Were it not for the monthly remittance of living expenses, he might have suspected that he was merely an afterthought of his mother's indiscretions. However, had his situation truly been so tragic, he would not be cursing his fate, but rather seeking solace on the rooftop. With closed eyes, he delved into his consciousness, where a luminous orb awaited him. Upon his arrival, he was engulfed by its radiant glow. Name, Zhi Jiuan. Original stones, 0. Character card, Dialect. Item cards, Blackcliff Longsword, Wings of the Clear Sky, Sunset Fruit X10. Skill card, West Wind Swordsmanship. Character, Dialect. Vision, Pyro. Constellation, the Night Raven. Description, hailing from the Ragnvinder family, Dialect acquired the Pyro vision at the age of 10 and became the youngest cavalry captain of the Knights of Favonius at 14. At 18, his father perished from the backlash of using a Fatui, evil eye to fend off the dragon Valen, prompting Dialect to resign and embark on a journey to uncover the truth behind the Fatui. Eventually, he joined the underground intelligence network of the North and returned to Mondstadt as the Dark Knight hero to protect the city. Weapon name, Blackcliff Longsword. Rarity, weapon type, Claymore. Base attack, 510. Substat bonus, crit damage 55.1. Weapon skill, follow-up attack. Increases attack by 24 for 30 seconds after defeating an enemy, stacking up to 3 times, with each layer having an independent duration. Item, Wings of the Clear Sky. Description, once, a traveler traversed the endless wilderness, yearning for a breeze to aid him. The children of the atmosphere dwell in the heights. One of them, a wind spirit, heeded this plea and sought permission to bring forth a gentle wind. The higher powers consented but instructed the spirit to journey from the eastern coast, traversing mountains and valleys, following streams and riverbanks for countless miles before reaching the traveler. Thus, the spirit set forth, scattering dandelion seeds along the way, nurturing fledglings, and turning windmills. Through aiding others and cherishing the earth, the wind spirit gradually took on a human form, ultimately encountering the traveler at the journey's end. Item: sunset fruit. Description: a natural boon found throughout Teyvat, resembling the vibrant hues of sunset. This plump fruit emits a peculiar sweet fragrance that revitalizes the spirit. Effect: heals minor injuries of the consumer. Skill: West Wind swordsmanship. Source: Gene. Description: this swordsmanship is inherited from the Rustan school, embodying the essence of Mondstadt's knightly culture, characterized by its light, swift, and precise style, which continues to influence the knights of Favonius. Although the beginner's package may not be considered precious, it provided Zhi Jiuan with a modicum of capital for survival, especially the legendary Uncle Lu. Whether the tales of his solo ventures against the Fatui were factual or mere legend, it was clear that Uncle Lu's strength was formidable, placing him among the upper echelon of vision bearers. In the Marvel Universe, as long as he avoided encounters with the likes of the Hulk, Thor, Ancient One, or Sentinels, he could manage to navigate the perils he faced. Why did he instinctively align himself with the protagonists instead of the antagonists? Shaking off these peculiar thoughts, Zhi Jiuan's gaze fell upon the original stones section, noting the presence of a card draw pool. However, acquiring original stones posed a significant challenge. The more pressing issue was the absence of a system sprite or AI assistance. It appeared that he would have to rely on his own wits to navigate this new reality. Chapter 2: The Art of Combat. Morning broke over Midtown High. The morning mist lingered as raindrops dripped from the leaves of the oak trees at the entrance. Zhi Jiuan, holding a black umbrella, moved like a silent silhouette through the damp dawn. He donned a meticulously ironed white shirt, the top button fastened, complemented by a deep gray knitted vest that accentuated his slender and upright figure. His slightly long black hair glistened with tiny droplets of water at the tips, with a few strands falling across his forehead, unable to conceal the curious glint in his eyes, a curiosity he attempted to suppress. "Hey, you over there, mute boy, have you finished the assignment I asked you to help me with yesterday? You better give me a positive answer, or it'll make you cry like a little girl while you run home to mommy. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a familiar yet foreign voice pierced through from behind, laced with the usual American mockery. Laughter erupted around them. It was the voice of Flesh Thompson, a figure deeply etched in the protagonist's memory, one that evoked fear. The protagonist had long been a victim of his bullying. Verbal insults were commonplace, and physical assaults were frequent. However, the protagonist's timid nature prevented any form of resistance. Yet at this moment, Zhi Jiuan chose to ignore him, continuing steadfastly toward the direction of the academic building. Seeing Zhi Jiuan's lack of response, Flesh whistled casually, blocking his path with a group of followers. "What's the matter, mute boy? Feeling bold today? Or have you finally learned to play dead?" As he spoke, Flesh reached out to push Zhi Jiuan's shoulder. Zhi Jiuan sidestepped, the tip of his umbrella pointed at Flesh's throat, wearing a bemused expression as he remarked. A certain professional mage named Lu once said, "Even a fool is human, raised by parents. Thus I maintain a level of tolerance for fools, but not much. You should cherish that." Upon hearing this, Flesh feigned confusion, bending forward to listen, his tone comically exaggerated. "What did you say? I didn't catch that." Before Flesh could finish, a voice from the crowd interrupted. "That's enough, Flesh." The crowd parted, encircling the speaker, a rather handsome, yet slightly frail boy holding a camera. Flesh turned, seizing the boy by the collar, nearly lifting him off the ground, sneering. "Isn't this insignificant, Parker? Did you take the wrong medicine today, or do you wish to take his beating?" In response, Peter Parker, though somewhat timid, mustered the courage to say, "I said that's enough." Before he could finish, Flesh unexpectedly swung his right fist toward Peter Parker's face. Whack! Just as the fist was about to land, the black umbrella's handle expertly caught Flesh's wrist, halting his punch midair. Zhi Jiuan held the umbrella like a conductor's baton, unwavering, and warned. "While body language is indeed a form of communication, I advise you to use it sparingly, for this language is an art, and I happen to know a bit about art." In response, Flesh wore a perplexed expression, squinting at Zhi Jiuan before finally asking, "What did you say?" Zhi Jiuan sighed deeply, deftly retracting the umbrella while simultaneously removing his backpack and tossing it to Peter Parker, gazing at Flesh with exasperation. "Forget it, just go ahead and attack." Zhi Jiuan's grip on the umbrella was unique, his thumb pressing into the groove of the handle, poised as if ready to strike or to bow. Seeing Zhi Jiuan's expression reminiscent of one caring for a child with special needs, Flesh was provoked. His face flushed crimson as he swung his right fist directly at Zhi Jiuan's face. The force of the punch stirred the air, tousling Zhi Jiuan's fringe. He deftly sidestepped, the movement minimal yet precise, causing Flesh's fist to graze past his nose. In the same instant, Zhi Jiuan flicked his wrist, the black umbrella arcing upward like a dragon, delivering a sharp smack to the inside of Flesh's wrist. Flesh cried out in pain, his entire right arm instantly numb. Zhi Jiuan offered no respite. With a sharp thrust of the umbrella's tip to the ground for leverage, he leapt, his right leg sweeping out like a whip, striking Flesh squarely in the abdomen. Flesh stumbled backward, colliding with two of his lackeys, the trio tumbling to the ground, splattering mud and water. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Flesh struggled to rise, disregarding the muck and filth on his face, and roared at the onlookers. "What are you staring at? Come at me together." At his command, a dozen individuals charged forward. Zhi Jiuan's eyes narrowed as he suddenly raised the umbrella before him. The first two assailants threw punches simultaneously. Zhi Jiuan blocked with the umbrella, the metallic frame clashing with their fists, producing a dull thud. Using the momentum to retreat a step, he spun, the umbrella's handle thrusting forward like a lance, striking one assailant under the armpit, targeting a nerve cluster. The individual winced, his arm going limp as he collapsed to the ground. Three more approached from the right. Zhi Jiuan flicked his wrist, the umbrella tip tracing an arc, accurately jabbing one beneath the collarbone. As the opponent doubled over in pain, he raised his knee sharply, driving the assailant into his companion's embrace. Seizing the moment, Flesh attempted a sneak attack from behind Zhi Jiuan, as if sensing the move, suddenly crouched, stabbing the umbrella handle backward from under his armpit, striking Flesh's knee. Flesh let out a pained cry, dropping to one knee. Zhi Jiuan's movements flowed seamlessly, the black umbrella in his grasp seeming almost alive. At times it struck like a sword, at others, it swept like a club, the metallic tip glinting sharply in the sunlight. His white shirt remained pristine, save for a few minor stains at the cuffs from blocking. Finally, as three opponents lunged at him simultaneously, Zhi Jiuan tossed the umbrella into the air. The trio instinctively looked up. Seizing the opportunity, Zhi Jiuan dashed forward, delivering a knife-hand strike to one's neck, while catching the descending umbrella, its tip pressed firmly against the throat of the second, sweeping his leg to topple the third. Time seemed to freeze. A dozen individuals lay sprawled on the ground, groaning, while Zhi Jiuan stood tall, the umbrella's tip unwaveringly aimed at the last standing Flesh. "Apologize, then leave." Zhi Jiuan's words were as light as a sigh, yet they struck Flesh like a reprieve, who hurriedly muttered an apology before scurrying away with his followers. As they retreated, Zhi Jiuan extended his hand toward the dazed Peter Parker standing nearby, smiling. "Hello, could you return my backpack to me?" Chapter 3. The daily life of a fool. Peter Parker, with a vacant gaze, snapped back to reality upon hearing the voice of Zhi Jiuan. With a stiff motion, he tossed his backpack back to Zhi Jiuan, who caught it with grace as it arced beautifully through the air. After securing the backpack on his shoulders, Zhi Jiuan turned to the fair-looking boy and, with a smile, extended his right hand, saying, "Thank you very much. My name is Zhi Jiuan. You may call me that if you find it cumbersome. And you?" As Peter Parker looked at the outstretched hand, his expression morphed into one of bewilderment, as if the heavens had closed a window on him while simultaneously giving him a thump on the head. He replied stiffly, "I am your classmate and desk partner, Peter Parker. We've been sitting together for nearly a year, 312 days to be precise. I thought your claim of having a poor memory was merely modesty, as is common among you Chinese, but it seems you were being utterly candid." Zhi Jiuan regarded the incessantly chatty boy before him with a peculiar look. A chatterbox at Midtown High School, coupled with the name Peter Parker, could only signify that he was none other than the infamous Spider-Man. However, it appeared that he had yet to be bitten by the spider or chosen by the totem, remaining just an ordinary and somewhat insecure high school student. With Peter Parker's remarkable intellect and scientific prowess, one would wonder why he felt inferior. If it were him, he would at least make Stephen Hawking rise to toast. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Are you even listening to me?" Seeing Zhi Jiuan's dazed expression, Peter waved his hand in front of him. "Oh, my apologies. I momentarily lost my focus. It's getting late. We should head inside quickly, or we'll be late." For some reason, Peter couldn't shake the feeling that today, Zhi Jiuan seemed rather odd. Just as their figures disappeared around the corner of the school building, the crowd gathered at the school gate erupted in excitement. "Did you see that? Goodness." The umbrella in his hand seemed almost alive. With a few swishes, that gang of Flesh was all on the ground, exclaimed a boy wearing a baseball cap, gesturing animatedly while emitting incomprehensible sounds of excitement. "That is absolutely incredible. I've seen videos online where Chinese martial arts masters could defeat armed opponents with chopsticks. Another boy chimed in, his eyes gleaming as he mimicked Zhi Jiuan's umbrella maneuver, nearly hitting someone nearby. A cluster of girls huddled together, whispering, "He looks so cool wielding that umbrella just now." A substitute player from a football team, his face pale and nursing a bruise from a previous encounter with flesh, murmured, "Goodness, did you all see how he poked at them?" If he had hit someone in the eye, he shuddered and fell silent. A bespectacled African-American girl adjusted her glasses and quietly remarked to her companion, "I know him. He appears to be named Jiuan. Last semester, during physical education class, he couldn't even complete 3 pull-ups. What a fraud." A chorus of gasps erupted around him. Meanwhile, within the confines of the classroom, Zhi Jiuan, who had been leading the way, abruptly halted, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Observing his demeanor, Peter Parker felt perplexed and thus caught up with him, inquiring curiously, "Didn't TU just mention heading to class? Why have you suddenly stopped?" In response, Zhi Jiuan met Peter Parker's inquisitive gaze with a slight smile. Speaking in an enigmatic tone, "I have come to realize that in the long journey of life, what matters most is not merely reaching the destination, but the reflections and insights gained along the way. The earth is round, as long as we have a goal. Irrespective of the direction from which we embark or how long the journey takes, we shall inevitably arrive at our destination one day. Speak in terms I can comprehend, Mr. Shakespeare." Peter Parker retorted, "Well, I seem to have forgotten which classroom we are supposed to be in, so I urgently require a kind-hearted and upright individual to guide me. I will be immensely grateful. Have you had your frontal lobe removed?" Peter Parker lamented, placing a hand on his forehead, his expression one of exasperation, as if he had no words to express his frustration without resorting to profanity. Having been desk mates for nearly a year, he was astonished that he had never realized Zhi was such a fool. Just as Peter Parker was preparing to lead Zhi into the classroom, a melodious voice from behind them suddenly chimed in. "Good morning, Peter. And you? I can't believe I still see you at school." Both turned in unison, immediately spotting a girl with a high ponytail, exuding an air of composure and elegance, her appearance strikingly beautiful. However, Zhi had no recollection of her. He could only nudge Peter Parker beside him, whispering, "Peter, who is she? Why is she greeting us? Do we know her?" In response, Peter Parker was left speechless, exasperatedly replying, "She is Gwen Stacy, our classmate. She has been sitting in front of you for nearly a year, my friend. Did you really undergo a frontal lobotomy last night?" Ignoring Peter Parker's sarcastic remark, Zhi continued to inquire, "Oh, I see. But why does she seem so surprised to see me here? Let us put it this way. You are far rarer than your 2 black and white compatriots at the Atlanta Zoo." Zhi gasped in disbelief, realizing that the original owner of his body had already laid such a profound foundation for his future truancy. Original self, you shall forever reside in my heart. Yet, Zhi felt a twinge of curiosity. How could the original self recall someone as memorable as Flash, yet have no impression of this vibrant and beautiful girl seated in front of him? However, as Gwen Stacy approached, he began to understand the original owner's perspective. As Gwen Stacy approached, she effortlessly zipped up her jacket, the zipper gliding smoothly without any obstruction. When it came to the protective armor, one could surmise that inserting 2 beans into Peter Parker's attire would be far more captivating than her appearance. Suddenly, Gwen narrowed her eyes and remarked with uncertainty, "I seem to sense that someone is slandering me, and in a baseless manner, disregarding the facts." Upon hearing this, Zhi immediately averted his gaze, playfully slapping Peter Parker on the shoulder with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Really? That can't be true. How could there possibly be such wicked individuals in the world? It's getting late. We should hurry to the classroom to avoid being tardy." Zhi employed his usual tactic of diverting attention during class, pushing Peter Parker ahead of him. Gwen regarded Zhi with suspicion, her expression seemingly saying, "Though I appear indifferent towards you, I have indeed spoken ill of you behind your back." Chapter 4. Come on, let us hurt each other. The morning sun lazily streamed into the classroom, as Zhi rested his chin on one hand, the other twirling a pen, staring listlessly at the chemical equations on the blackboard. His mind was entirely detached from the lesson, fixated instead on the elusive, mysterious orb of light that had emerged in his thoughts, remaining silent ever since. Despite Zhi efforts to engage with it, there was no response, as if it were lifeless. Just as he pondered whether he was approaching it incorrectly, A hushed whispering erupted from behind him. "Hey, Liz, let me tell you something." A girl with dreadlocks leaned in closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone to a blonde girl beside her. "A college friend of my brother's went on a road trip along Highway 9 with his girlfriend a few days ago. And guess what? They went missing." The blonde girl widened her eyes, covering her mouth with her hands as she replied in a whisper, "Really? That's terrifying. Is it true?" "Absolutely." They initiated a massive search, but the only thing they found was their car, which was drenched in blood, yet both of them had vanished. The girl with dreadlocks nodded seriously, animatedly recounting the details. The blonde gasped, seemingly recalling something, and quickly remarked, "Wait, I think I've heard of a similar case. My father mentioned it. It was over 20 years ago. Also near Highway 9, where many people died, but the perpetrator was never caught." Zhi Jiuan silently perked up his ears, unconsciously leaning closer to the source of the whispers. A series of disappearances along the highway? A bloodstained vehicle? Over 20 years ago? This narrative sounded strangely familiar. However, just as Zhi Jiuan became engrossed in the tale, the two girls fell silent. How could Zhi Jiuan bear it? Zhi Jiuan playfully slapped Peter Parker's thigh and turned around, ready to reprimand the two girls behind him for their half-told story, which was as absurd as a eunuch wielding a power drill. However, just as he turned, he swiftly pivoted back. To his surprise, the teacher, who was supposed to be at the podium, had suddenly materialized behind him. "Mr. Jiuan, did you require something just now?" The chemistry teacher, with a Mediterranean flair, coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhi Jiuan's back. In response, Zhi Jiuan flashed a toothy grin and, with a sincere tone, replied, "Oh no, Mr. Dwight. I just remembered that my mother called yesterday to inform me that our dog had given birth to a litter and needed some care. So I was thinking of asking for leave to help. But upon reflection, I deemed my studies more important, so my father will take care of the pups." Time swiftly passed, and soon it was lunchtime. In the multifunctional media room, Zhi Jiuan retrieved a beautifully crafted lunchbox from his backpack, filled with braised pork ribs, sweet and sour tenderloin, S.H.I.E.L.D vegetables, and a small container of strawberry pudding. This was a special meal he had prepared the night before. For after traversing into the Marvel Universe, the only solace he found was in indulging in delightful cuisine. In stark contrast, Peter Parker's lunch was far less sumptuous. He glanced down at his meal, which Aunt May had prepared, a dry sandwich, a small bag of chips, and a bottle of cheap orange juice. Quite frustrating indeed. Suddenly, Peter Parker's eyes sparkled with mischief as he exclaimed, "You know what? I recently conducted a super interesting experiment in biology class." Zhi Jiuan, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, casually responded, "Oh? What experiment?" With enthusiasm, Peter Parker eagerly began to elaborate. It was an experiment observing the growth and development of maggots. Those plump little white creatures wriggling around in rotting meat were quite a sight. Oh, and Mr. Priest even had me assist in testing a new type of artificial gastric fluid. Its taste was simply. Upon hearing Peter's description, Zhi Jiuan's expression shifted to one of utter disbelief. Peter, taking a bite of his sandwich, noticed Zhi Jiuan's sudden silence and chuckled. "Hey, why aren't you eating? Have you already had your fill?" In response, Zhi Jiuan set his lunchbox down, casting a casual glance at Peter Parker as he asked, "Peter, have you ever heard of a delicacy called fermented shark from Iceland?" Peter, having just taken a sip of juice, shook his head and replied honestly, no. "What about it?" Upon hearing this, a radiant smile blossomed on Zhi Jiuan's face as he slowly elaborated. Fermented shark is one of Iceland's most iconic traditional foods, renowned for its potent ammonia aroma and unique fermentation process. Traditional methods involve burying shark meat in a pit of sand or gravel, covering it with stones, and applying weight, allowing it to ferment for 3 to 6 months. Microorganisms break down urea and toxins, rendering the meat edible. Once fermentation is complete, the fish must be hung in a well-ventilated area to dry for an additional 4 to 5 months, until the exterior turns a deep brown while the interior retains its oiliness. Icelanders typically cut the fermented shark meat into small pieces, pairing it with Black Death, a potent local spirit, as an appetizer or a side dish consumed raw. This delicacy is often enjoyed during Iceland's traditional festival, the Festival of Horrible Foods, alongside dishes such as sheep's head and blood pudding. Those who have tasted fermented shark describe its flavor as reminiscent of ammonia or aged urine, likening the experience to kissing 100 stinky socks, thus earning it the moniker of public restroom with a straw. When consuming it, one must be cautious. The initial taste is delicate, followed by a fishy sweetness, but it is imperative to swallow quickly to avoid overwhelming one's palate with the unpleasant odor. Peter Parker quietly set down his juice and sandwich. Around him, classmates also silently abandoned their meals, casting envious glances at the nearby Zhi Jiuan and Peter Parker, whom they deemed insufferable. Some are alive, yet he feels as though he has perished. Others have passed, yet they ought to have departed long ago. Observing Peter Parker's expression of "though I was wrong, your refusal to forgive me is unjust," Zhi Jiuan beamed brightly and inquired with genuine concern. "Hey, Peter, why have you stopped eating? Have you filled up so soon?" Chapter 5. The target's eye night fell over Brooklyn, New York. A fine drizzle descended like silk, with neon lights casting distorted reflections on the wet streets. Fugit Nielsen lay amidst a pool of blood, crimson mingling with rainwater, creating a meandering stream of dark red upon ground. Karen Page pressed her hands firmly against his chest, yet warm blood continued to seep through her fingers. "Help! Someone! Please!" Her voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible, as tears blurred her vision. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the darkness behind Karen Page. The target approached silently, clad in black combat gear that absorbed all light. He looked down at Karen's trembling figure, slowly raising his pistol, a grotesque smile twisting at the corners of his mouth. "Hello, Karen," he intoned, his voice akin to a rusty blade scraping across metal, cold and piercing, morbid and deranged. Karen Page snapped her head around, her pupils dilating in terror as the gun's muzzle aimed directly at her forehead. Bang! In the second before the gunfire erupted, a crimson specter descended from above. Matt Murdock's boot struck the target's chest with brutal force, the sound of shattering bones resonating clearly. The target was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing through the bar's window, shards of glass scattering like a torrential downpour. Chaos erupted within the bar. Shrieks, the shattering of glass, and the clattering of overturned furniture melded into a cacophony. Drunken patrons surged toward the exit, some tripping, others being trampled, as the entire space descended into turmoil. The target gradually rose from the shards of glass, casually removing the piece embedded in his shoulder. Blood dripped down his arm, yet he did not so much as furrow his brow. Two throwing knives had appeared between his fingers unbeknownst to anyone. Whoosh! Whoosh! A glint of cold light flashed as the throats of three bartenders, standing between him and Matt Murdock, blossomed with blood, as they clutched their necks and fell. The marksman had already hurled a knife toward Matt Murdock. Swish! Matt Murdock tilted his head just in time, the sharp blade grazing his ear before embedding itself into the wall. Swish, swish, swish. The second and third knives followed in rapid succession, and he danced through the glimmering blades, every movement precise to the millimeter. "You have slowed down, demon," the marksman's voice hissed like a serpent. Matt Murdock remained silent, tossing 3 smoke grenades with a flick of his wrist. The thick smoke instantly filled the bar, obscuring everyone's vision. In the next moment, Matt Murdock appeared like a specter behind the marksman, delivering an elbow strike to the back of his neck. The marksman seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, ducking just in time while stabbing a dagger toward Matt's ribs. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Matt Murdock's baton blocked the dagger. The two grappled in the smoke, each encounter sparking like fire. Outside the bar, Foggy Nelson's breaths grew weaker. Karen Page's hands were soaked in blood, yet she dared not release her grip. "Hold on, Foggy, I beg you." Her tears fell upon Foggy Nelson's pale face. "The ambulance will arrive in 12 minutes. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice broke the tension. Karen Page looked up warily to find a handsome man with red hair tied in a high ponytail standing beside her. His trench coat remained unperturbed by the rain, as if shielded by an invisible barrier. He placed a golden fruit on Foggy Nelson's chest. The fruit emanated a warm, exotic fragrance, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that glimmered faintly. "Feed it to him, or he won't last until the ambulance arrives." Seeing her friend gasping for breath, Karen Page wasted no time. She pried open Foggy's lips and inserted the fruit. The flesh melted in his mouth, golden juice trickling down the corner of Foggy Nelson's lips. The moment the fruit entered his stomach, the bleeding from his wounds visibly slowed, and a faint rise and fall began in his chest. Though his complexion remained as pale as parchment, at least his breathing had stabilized. Karen Page looked up in joy, wanting to thank the mysterious red-haired man. But by then, he had already entered the bar behind her, flipping the open sign to closed as he closed the door. Inside the bar, the stench of blood mingled with the scent of alcohol. Matt Murdock knelt on the ground, 3 throwing knives deeply embedded in his thigh, ribs, and right shoulder. Blood dripped from his crimson attire, pooling into a dark red stream on the floor. The marksman fared no better, his left arm bent at an unnatural angle. At least 3 ribs broken, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. You can endure more than I anticipated. The marksman's voice rasped like sandpaper against wood. He approached slowly, the soles of his boots crunching on the shattered glass beneath. Matt Murdock remained silent, his breathing heavy and labored. Suddenly, the target's eye flared up as a flying knife pierced fiercely into Matt's shoulder, the blade twisting, causing a sickening crunch as flesh was shredded. Matt let out a muffled groan, veins in his forehead bulging, yet his right hand swiftly drew the dagger embedded in his side. With a sharp thrust, the dagger penetrated the target's forearm, the tip emerging on the other side. The two stood locked in a deadly standoff, blood dripping from their intertwined weapons. With a crash, Dialek entered the bar, uttering not a word. He closed the distance in an instant, delivering a brutal kick to Matt's chest that sent him soaring out of the bar, crashing heavily into the rain-soaked ground beside Virginia Nelson. Seizing the opportunity, the target retreated, his left hand reaching for a throwing knife at his waist. In a flash, Dialek's speed exceeded human limits. He seized the target's injured arm with one hand, yanking out the dagger embedded within, and in the moment the target cried out in pain. He swiftly retaliated with a stab. The blade found its mark, piercing the target's throat with precision, arterial blood gushing forth like a fountain. Staining the bar's back shelves a deep crimson. The target staggered backward, hands futilely clutching at the blood-soaked wound in disbelief. With a thunderous crash, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing, swiftly becoming a cold corpse. Dialek shook the blood from his hands and turned to exit. In the downpour, Matt struggled to crawl towards Virginia, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Dialek stepped over the target's lifeless body, pushed open the dilapidated glass door of the bar, and flipped the sign back to open. Matt knelt half in the rain, fingers gripping Virginia's wrist tightly. "Whoever you are, thank you for your assistance. But you should not have killed him," he murmured weakly, the toll of blood loss evident in his voice as he heard Dialek's footsteps approach. Dialek paused momentarily, glancing at him before responding in a low tone. "I'm merely a passing information broker. As for why I chose to assist you, a face like yours will ensure your success in whatever you undertake." Matt furrowed his brow, keenly sensing the impatience in Dialek's words. Yet Dialek afforded him no opportunity to pursue further inquiries, continuing, "One more thing. You might want to reconsider the design of your helmet, perhaps make the eye openings more conspicuous, so your enemies do not realize at first glance that you are visually impaired." Taken aback, Matt had yet to respond when Dialek's figure vanished into the rain. Chapter 6. The terrifying cannibals under the moonlight. The stretch of Route 9 extended into the distance, flanked by trees that rustled in the gentle breeze, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of insects. Tracy and Dolly sat slumped near the remnants of a burning car, a burning pain in their lungs, their legs weakened by fear. Has he gone?" Dolly croaked, his gaze fixed intently on the road ahead. Tracy remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the rusted truck ahead, which slowly reversed and halted at the roadside, not far from the wreckage of the car. The engine fell silent, plunging the world into a brief stillness. Then, with a creaking sound, the driver's door swung open. A tall, dark figure emerged, its heavy boots crushing the brittle twigs beneath. Adorned with a filthy jazz hat, the brim cast a shadow over a pallid, ashen face, cracked lips, a hawk-like nose, and eyes that glowed with an eerie yellow light in the darkness. Cloaked in a tattered leather coat, the hem stained with deep brown marks resembling dried blood, the figure turned towards the truck's bed, yanking the iron door open with force. With a clatter, several shapes wrapped in white cloth tumbled from the truck bed, crashing heavily to the ground. One corner of the cloth fluttered, revealing a half-visible, bluish-purple arm. Its fingers curled and the nails caked with earth. The shadow bent down, as if lifting refuse, and carelessly tossed the body back into the truck. With a thud, he withdrew a massive axe from a bed, its blade rusted yet still sharp, the handle adorned with grimy bandages, and a few strands of dried hair dangling from its end. "Run!" Tracy screamed, a shrill cry escaping her throat. At her words, Daryl instinctively grabbed Tracy and dashed into the depths of the woods. The siblings stumbled forward, their faces whipped by the brittle branches along their path. The ground slick with mud, each step feeling as if they tread upon cotton, their bodies dulled by the impact of the crash. "Is it coming for us?" Daryl panted, fearful of glancing back. At his words, Tracy's peripheral vision darted behind her, and in an instant, her blood ran cold. Sizzling, the creature was striding towards them, the axe dragging behind, producing a screeching metallic sound. In the interplay of moonlight and the flames of the car, they finally discerned its face, skin resembling parched bark, riddled with cracks and sores, a mouth stretched to the roots of its ears, revealing jagged, uneven teeth, its yellow eyes devoid of humanity, merely murky, bestial slits. "Run!" Tracy shrieked, shoving Daryl forward, her own pace quickening in tandem. Yet their speed was still insufficient. The monster suddenly surged, akin to a predatory beast, sprinting towards them in a grotesque manner, its throat emitting a raspy growl. "Tracy, what do we do now?" Daryl cried out in despair. Hearing this, Tracy gritted her teeth, abruptly halted, and turned to shield her brother, saying, "Daryl, you must run. Don't look back." "No, I cannot leave you." "Run." Tracy seized a stone, hurling it with all her might at the approaching fiend, cursing, "Come here, you disgusting wretch." The stone struck the creature's chest, but felt as though it had hit decayed wood, causing not even a moment's pause. The creature utterly disregarded Tracy, lunging directly at Dolly. "Dolly!" Tracy's scream rent the night sky. Dolly froze in place, eyes wide as he watched the monster leap into the air, its axe blade raised high. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of fire erupted from the depths of the forest, crashing down upon the creature's chest like a falling star. The monster let out a heart-wrenching wail, its body flying back like a rag doll, crashing heavily against a tree, which splintered under the impact, sending shards of wood flying like bullets. Dolly sat slumped on the ground, a splinter cutting across his face as he stared vacantly towards the source of the fire. From the shadows of the forest, a man emerged, striding forward with a tall and imposing figure clad in a black and red leather trench coat, the hem billowing with each step like dark flames in motion. His long, blood-red hair was tied into a ponytail, the ends curling slightly, glinting with a metallic sheen in the firelight. Most striking was the ornate two-handed sword he wielded, its blade entwined with blazing black and red flames that distorted the surrounding air. Tracy stumbled to her brother's side, throwing her arms around Dolly, her voice trembling with excitement. "Dolly, thank heavens, you're all right." She abruptly looked up at Dialek, gratitude shining in her eyes after the calamity, saying, "Thank you, sir. I am truly grateful." "If it weren't for you..." Dialek did not respond, merely passing by the two, his black and red coat rustling the night breeze. His gaze remained fixed ahead as he coldly commanded, "Stand back." At that moment, Tracy and Dolly noticed that the creature, hurled by the flames, was slowly rising. Its chest was charred, skin peeling away like cracked bark to reveal the writhing flesh beneath. The monster glared at Dialek with yellow vertical pupils, a mix of rage and fear swirling within, emitting a low growl akin to a threatened beast. It tightened its grip on a massive axe, knuckles cracking ominously. With a ferocious roar, the creature surged forward, the axe slicing through the air, accompanied by a rancid wind aimed directly at Dialek. Dialek's expression hardened as he raised the Blackcliff longsword, swiftly positioning it before him. Clang! The sound of metal colliding reverberated painfully in their ears, sparks flying. The monster's muscular arms tensed, veins bulging as it pressed down, attempting to crush Dialek. Yet, Dialek remained unfazed. With a flick of his wrist, flames erupted fiercely from the blade. "Get back!" Boom! The flames roared forth like an enraged dragon, sending the creature hurtling back, crashing violently into a dead tree. As it struggled to rise, Dialek approached like a specter, the Blackcliff longsword carving a crimson arc through the air. Swoosh! The searing blade sliced through the abdomen of the creature, unleashing a spray of putrid black blood accompanied by a pungent scent of charred flesh. With a pained roar, the monster staggered backward, yet before it could regain its footing, Dialek's second strike was upon it. The clash of flames and glimmering steel intertwined. Dialek's assault was relentless, each blow executed with precision and ferocity. The creature futilely swung its massive axe in defense, but under Dialek's overwhelming might, it was forced to retreat step by step. Its skin sizzled from the flames, emitting foul smoke from its wounds. The creature's agonized cries echoed, and a flicker of fear finally appeared in its slitted eyes. Suddenly, the monster's back writhed violently, its garments tearing with a sharp rip as a pair of grotesque, bat-like wings burst forth from beneath its coat, unfurling behind it. With a powerful flap, the creature soared into the sky, ascending to a height of dozens of meters in an instant. Dialec's gaze sharpened as he gripped the blackglyph slasher tightly, flames converging frantically along the blade. "Stay down," he commanded. With a forceful throw, Dialec hurled the blackglyph slasher, its flaming edge transforming into a blazing crimson meteor that pierced through the creature's right wing. The wings charred and snapped in the inferno, eliciting a piercing wail from the monster as it plummeted from the sky. The impact created a crater on the road, cracks spiderwebbing outward. The creature lay incapacitated within the pit, its damaged wings twitching. With a swift motion, Dialec summoned the blackglyph slasher back to his hand, its fiery trajectory tracing a heated arc through the air. The monster struggled, laboriously crawling toward a rusted truck nearby. Inside the vehicle, a dozen corpses wrapped in white cloth were strewn about. The creature seized the nearest body, the fabric slipping away to reveal the pale visage of a young man. His eyes were a lifeless gray, and dried blood lingered at the corners of his mouth, a clear indication of his long-deceased state. With a grotesque crunch, the monster clutched the young corpse, its cavernous maw opening wide to bite down, sharp teeth tearing into the throat and brutally swallowing the flesh. As the blood and meat filled its belly, the creature's charred skin began to writhe, its wounds visibly healing at an alarming rate, with fleshy growths sprouting from the stumps of its severed wings. Disgusted by the sight, Dialec furrowed his brow, the flames on the blackglyph slasher intensifying. His figure surged forward like a blazing inferno, the blade aimed directly for the creature's head. Yet the monster reacted swiftly, raising the corpse as a shield. The blackglyph slasher cleaved through the body, severing it in two before the viscera and black blood could spill forth, instantly incinerated by the flames. However, the blade's momentum remained unyielding, carving a savage gash across the creature's chest, from collarbone to waist, nearly bisecting it entirely. The monster howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, yet still frantically grasped the torn remnants of the corpse, shoving them into its maw. Flesh once more filled the belly, wounds healed anew, and even the tattered wings regained 70% of their vitality. Yet, instead of retaliating, it turned and fled in a frenzied dash. The mangled wings flapped desperately, stirring a foul wind as it stumbled deeper into the forest, engaged in a desperate struggle for survival. Dialec gripped his sword with one hand, the fierce flames of the elemental fire boiling upon its blade. Upon reaching a certain threshold, he swung the sword through the air with a decisive slash. Thunder rumbled. In an instant, a crimson wave of fire tore through the night sky, distorting the air in its wake. The searing flames swiftly engulfed the creature within the boiling inferno. Its body melted like wax, skin rapidly charring and peeling away, bones fracturing under the extreme heat. It let out a brief and pitiful wail before transforming into a heap of charred ashes, scattered by the night breeze. Dialec casually tossed the black rock slashing sword aside, and the dark red weapon vanished in a flash of light. He turned to face the stunned siblings. Tracy's lips trembled, while Dolly stared intently at the pile of ashes, as if fearing they would reassemble into form. Dialec looked down at them and inquired, "Have you called for help?" "My phone is broken," Dolly stammered, gesturing toward the distant burning wreckage. Upon hearing this, Dialec frowned slightly and glanced at the truck by the roadside, saying, "That vehicle contains numerous bodies. You should be able to find a phone among them. Alternatively, you could drive it away." As he spoke, he tossed a set of keys. Tracy caught the keys, feeling their cold, sticky texture, as if coated in ancient bloodstains. She suppressed her nausea and gazed at Dialec with hopeful eyes, asking, "Aren't you coming with us?" Dialec had already turned and stepped into the shadows, the hem of his coat brushing past the last flicker of sparks. "No need." With that, he vanished completely into the depths of the woods, as if he had never been there at all, clutching the gruesome truck keys. Tracy stood hesitantly by the roadside with Dolly, searching corpses for a phone. The mere thought made her stomach churn. Driving away that truck filled with bodies? Just approaching it sent chills down her spine. "Why don't we try to hitch a ride?" Dolly suggested quietly, his eyes darting toward the end of the road. No sooner had he spoken than headlights flickered in the distance. A convoy of 5 black vehicles was approaching, their lights forming a luminous trail in the night. Tracy and Dolly exchanged glances and immediately rushed to the roadside, waving their arms and shouting, "Help! Please help us!" But before they could reach the center of the road, the convoy had already slowed down, coming to a neat stop a dozen meters away. With a sharp click, the doors swung open in unison, and a group of tactical personnel clad in matching black combat gear, fully armed, swiftly disembarked, their weapons scanning the surroundings with caution. Tracy and Dolly froze in place. The flicker of hope they had just felt instantly replaced by anxiety. These individuals certainly did not resemble ordinary police officers. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit descended from the front. His tall stature, refined demeanor, and distinguished hairline gave him the appearance of a university professor rather than a member of an armed unit. He raised his hand to signal his team to lower their weapons and approach the siblings, retrieving an identification from his inner pocket. "Good evening to both of you. I'm Agent John McCain. What transpired here?" His voice was steady and gentle, effortlessly alleviating any apprehension. Upon hearing this, Tracy and Dolly's taut nerves finally relaxed. Tracy, nearly in tears with excitement, began to recount the series of events that unfolded that night. "We were attacked by a monster. It was driving that truck, attempting to overturn our vehicle and kill us." At this, Agent McCain furrowed his brow slightly, yet his expression remained calm as he inquired, "A monster?" After the siblings narrated their account, Agent McCain had gathered a general understanding of the situation. He then stated, "Thank you both for your cooperation. I will arrange for a vehicle to take you home shortly. Additionally, I must remind you that tonight's incident pertains to national security, and I hope you will refrain from disclosing any details until the case can be officially announced." After speaking, he signaled for one of his agents, instructing, "Take them to the nearest police station and arrange for a doctor to examine them." The siblings exchanged a glance and nodded obediently, eager to put the night's events behind them. As the vehicle carrying the siblings departed, McCain's smile vanished in an instant. He swiftly approached the truck, where 2 agents had already opened the cargo doors, their flashlights illuminating several bodies wrapped in white cloth. McCain's expression darkened. He promptly took out his phone and dialed an unsaved number. Once the call connected, he uttered a single phrase, "It's me, Coulson." Chapter 8. Bounty notice. It was still night when Zhi Jiuan clumsily climbed in through his window. His posture was utterly awkward. Anyone witnessing it might have thought he was attempting a daring leap. "Damn, had I known it would be so cold up there, I should have worn long johns," he grumbled as he closed the window and scrambled toward the heater like a peculiar creature. With a protesting hum, the heater began to warm up slowly. Zhi Jiuan tucked his hands into his sleeves, squatting beside the radiator, and closed his eyes, delving into the luminous orb of consciousness within his mind. Original stones. 20. Gazing at the pitiful count of 20 original stones, Zhi Jiuan felt an immense thrill. This proved that original stones could indeed be obtained by accomplishing certain tasks. Although the underlying mechanics remained somewhat elusive, Zhi Jiuan had grasped the general direction. With further experimentation, he was certain he could formulate a comprehensive set of quantifiable principles. As for the present moment, Zhi Jiuan rubbed his hands together eagerly and whispered, "Come forth, Rex Lapis." With a grand flourish, he cast down 20 original stones. In an instant, a splendid vista of azure skies and fluffy white clouds swept across Zhi Jiuan's vision. Sunset Fruit X1, Slingshot X1 weapon name. Slingshot. Rarity. Weapon type. Bow base attack power. 354 sub-attribute bonus. Critical rate 312 weapon skill. Slingshot. Normal and charged attacks with arrows. If they strike an enemy within 0.3 seconds of launch, will increase damage by 60. Otherwise, it will decrease by 10. Weapon description is essentially just a bow. Through countless modifications and experiments, the inventor seeking to create the ultimate slingshot discovered he had crafted a bow instead. Zhi Jiuan exclaimed, "Lu Wei, you have done nothing but mischief." The following day, in the classroom of Zhongqing High School, the morning sun poured through the windows, casting a warm glow over the desks. Zhi Jiuan, wearing a displeased expression, was gnawing on a golden fruit. I'm late. At that moment, Peter Parker rushed into the classroom, his backpack bouncing, and immediately spotted Zhi Jiuan enjoying his fruit. What fruit are you eating? It smells delightful." Peter Parker inquired with curiosity as he took his seat, drawn in by the enticing aroma wafting through the air. "Sunset fruit. I suppose it is a specialty from my hometown, Zhi Jiuan replied through gritted teeth, taking another bite with a hint of indignation. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker blinked with curiosity and asked, "Is it tasty?" "It tastes decent." "Then why does your expression resemble one who is consuming something dreadful?" Zhi Jiuan inhaled deeply, holding up a fruit that had only a third remaining, lamenting, "Because this fruit cost me half of my savings." At this revelation, Peter Parker was nearly propelled from his seat in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? Just for this one? Is it encrusted with gold or diamonds?" "Huh. Otherwise, why do you think I look like I'm suffering while eating it?" Time flew by, and soon it was recess. Peter Parker pulled out his laptop, his fingers gliding swiftly across the touchpad. Zhi Jiuan leaned in closer and noticed he was browsing a news website, where two headlines stood out prominently. The first reported that the series of disappearances on Highway 9 had been solved. The perpetrator was apprehended. Accompanying the article was a pixelated photo of a suspect in an orange vest, but Zhi Jiuan knew that could not possibly be the true culprit. The actual offender's ashes had been scattered. Peter Parker's gaze lingered not long on the first headline, for his attention was entirely captivated by the second. Shock. Stark Industries will soon be arriving in New York City for an inspection, and is offering a $70 million reward for the whereabouts of Tony Stark. Pepper Potts' official statement occupied half of the news page, with an unmistakable sense of urgency woven into every line. 70 million? How many years must I toil to amass such a fortune? Peter Parker's voice suddenly ascended, drawing the attention of his fellow classmates. In response, Zhi Jiuan tilted his head, roughly calculating with his fingers before stating, "The current annual income for industrial workers in the United States hovers around $30,000 to $50,000. Let us take a median value, approximately $40,000 per year, provided you abstain from eating, drinking, and sleeping, and exert yourself for about 1,750 years. You might accumulate that sum. Alternatively, you could try your luck with the lottery. Who knows, perhaps your ancestors' graves might ignite with fortune. You might just win 70 million. Aside from that, the paths to rapid wealth are inscribed within the United States Constitution. Why not consider a grand venture?" Peter Parker wore an expression that suggested he was pleased to make Zhi Jiuan's acquaintance, primarily because there was no use in being displeased. They were already acquainted. Hearing their exchange, Gwen Stacy turned around from the front row, smiling as she said, "Did I hear someone mention a grand venture? That's simply splendid. Please, continue. I shall listen. It's been ages since my father received a promotion." Upon hearing this, Peter Parker's face flushed crimson as he hastily replied, "I didn't. I'm not. Stop making things up. Don't pretend, Peter. An explanation is merely a guise, and a guise indicates a story. Now, share your tale. You need to be quiet." Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., within the office of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury scanned the open files sprawled across the desk, his single eye reflecting deep contemplation. In the case of the I-9 highway serial killings, the oldest victims' remains could be traced back to the early 19th century. Yet strangely, these bodies were preserved almost impeccably, as if time had paused for them. According to the research of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s experts in the arcane, the creature responsible was likely a cannibalistic entity known as the Man-Eater, an ancient predator that awakens every 23 years for 23 days. It feasts on humanity, capable of mending its own wounds by consuming the organs and limbs of its victims, even sprouting bat-like wings. Its truck was filled with bodies wrapped in white cloth, resembling a grotesque collection. However, what concerned Fury most was the mysterious red-haired man who appeared and then vanished. Red hair, a blazing sword, instantly incinerating the monster to ashes? Fury muttered to himself, tapping his fingers on the desk. Such abilities could not belong to an ordinary human. Could he be a mutant? An extraterrestrial? Or perhaps a phenomenon yet to be documented? After a moment of reflection, he picked up a secure phone and dialed the head of the New York division, stating, "This is Nick Fury. I need you to keep an eye out for a red-haired male with the ability to manipulate fire, possibly wielding a large melee weapon. If you encounter him, do not act recklessly. Report directly to me. Yes, at all times." Chapter 9, The Disappearance of Tony Stark. The night in Long Island, New York, was tranquil and profound, with the distant sound of waves faintly resonating. Pepper Potts, weary and clad in high heels, pushed open the door of the villa, fumbling in the darkness for the light switch on the wall. Days filled with military meetings and negotiations, coupled with prolonged travel, had left her utterly exhausted. Not to mention the man who had been missing for over 2 months, occupying her thoughts day and night. As the living room lights flickered to life, Pepper's pupils dilated in shock. There sat a man on the sofa, draped in a dark crimson leather coat, its hem cascading like flames. His long, deep red hair was tied back in a high ponytail, gleaming with a metallic sheen under the light. His visage was stern, and his fiery red eyes burned like embers. Fixated on her, her heart skipped a beat, yet years of professional experience allowed her to suppress her astonishment swiftly. She refrained from screaming or stumbling backward, instead raising her chin slightly, her voice steady and sharp as she inquired, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" At her words, Dialek raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by her composure. He stood, the coat swaying gently with his movement, yet making not a sound. Approaching Pepper, he succinctly introduced himself, Dialek Login Finder, an information broker. Pepper's gaze swiftly swept over his attire and the enormous double-handed sword leaning against the sofa, its blade faintly etched with dark red patterns that resembled solidified flames. Such ostentatious garb hardly seemed fitting for an information broker. Nevertheless, her thoughts raced. Anyone capable of silently bypassing outside surveillance and law enforcement, as well as breaching the security system designed by Tony, was certainly not an ordinary individual. Dialek continued, "I saw the bounty notice published by Stark Industries in the newspapers and news outlets, which prompted my visit." Instantly, Pepper's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, her fatigue dissipating. She hurried forward, scarcely pausing to set down her briefcase, her tone urgent as she asked, "Do you know Tony's whereabouts? Is he alive?" Her voice brimmed with uncontainable eagerness, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the strap of her bag. However, Dialek shook his head, responding, "I'm afraid I do not know the specific location of Mr. Tony Stark." The hope within her deflated like a punctured balloon, her shoulders sagging slightly. "But I know someone who should be well informed about Mr. Stark's whereabouts," Dialek added. A flicker of joy returned to Pepper's face, and she quickly composed herself, the instincts of a seasoned negotiator taking precedence, as she asked seriously, "Then, what is your asking price, Mr. Dialek?" By this point, she was already calculating the funds she could mobilize, even contemplating whether to contact the board to temporarily increase the bounty. Dialek raised a finger, and Pepper Potts immediately exhaled in relief, promptly retrieving a uniquely designed silver key from her briefcase. The key, entirely in a silver-gray hue, was adorned with intricate electronic components at the handle, emanating a cold glow under the light. This was the key to the bank's private vault, containing approximately $3 million in cash. "If you tell me who knows Tony's whereabouts, it is yours. Should this lead to Tony, I shall pay the remaining $7 million in one lump sum." She placed the key on the coffee table, pushing it forward. Dialek silently withdrew his finger, swallowing back the nearly spilled $1 million. However, he did not immediately take the key. Instead, he gazed into Pepper's eyes and suddenly remarked, "You seem to harbor no doubt regarding this being a ruse." Upon hearing this, Pepper Potts glanced around the surroundings with a hint of exasperation, saying, "This community boasts a high level of security. The villa's security system was personally designed by Tony. Not even an unauthorized mosquito could infiltrate. Yet, you not only breached the outer defenses, but did so without triggering any alarms. This sufficiently indicates your identity as an informant, supported by a certain level of capability." She paused briefly before adding, "As for a ruse costing $3 million, that is hardly a matter of great concern to me." In response, Dialek remained silent for a moment, his voice calm as a still pond as he spoke. "In the mountainous regions of Afghanistan, there exists an extremist terrorist organization known as the Ten Rings. Though established not long ago, it has developed at an astonishing pace. From what I know, their weapons, funding, and intelligence network are intricately linked to Stark Industries. In other words, the rapid growth of the Ten Rings is heavily reliant on the substantial support from Stark Industries." "Impossible," Pepper Potts exclaimed, her fingers unconsciously gripping the sofa's armrest. "Tony has always been an advocate for anti-terrorism. He would never engage in such actions. Moreover, I am his housekeeper. He cannot circumvent me to do these things. I am not referring to Tony Stark. Please remain calm, Miss Potts." "Then who?" "Obadiah Stane." This time, before Pepper Potts could voice her disbelief, Dialek continued, "He desires to claim Stark Industries for himself, but is unwilling to take risks, which is why he has yet to act against Tony Stark. Coincidentally, Tony Stark was to travel to Afghanistan to showcase the power of new weaponry to the military. He disclosed Tony's itinerary to the Ten Rings, requesting them to find an opportunity to eliminate Tony Stark. As he spoke, Dialek stepped closer, the hem of his trench coat sweeping across the cold marble floor as he remarked. However, the leader of the Ten Rings recognized the value in Tony Stark. They captured him and forced him to manufacture Jericho missiles in a cave somewhere in Afghanistan. Listening to Dialek's narration, Pepper Potts felt her breath quicken, her mind racing with thoughts of Obadiah's recent erratic behavior, frequent contact with high-ranking military officials, and the postponement of the board's proposal to locate Tony. Noticing the contemplative expression on Pepper's face, Dialek crossed his arms and reiterated, as the financier behind the scenes, I believe Obadiah Stan should be well aware of the location of the Ten Commandments gang stronghold, even if he is unaware of its exact position. He certainly possesses means to contact them. In any case, keep a vigilant eye on Obadiah's movements. You may find something of value. Are you satisfied with my answer, Miss Potts? Upon hearing this, a weighty expression settled on Pepper's face as she replied, I hope to see some tangible evidence rather than conclusions that resemble castles in the air. I am neither a detective nor a police officer, and I am not accustomed to relying on evidence. I am merely an intelligence broker, and all I can offer you are conclusions. Pepper gazed intently into Dialek's fiery red eyes, as if seeking any hint of deceit within them. However, after a prolonged scrutiny, she ultimately relented, tossing the key she held to Dialek, saying, I hope you are not deceiving me, Mr. Dialek. Prepare the remaining 7 million, Ms. Potts. Chapter 10. The vampire as prey. The night sky over New York was painted a dark purple by the neon lights, and Dialek's crimson hair fluttered in the wind as the wings of the wind unfurled silently behind him, allowing him to glide swiftly between the towering buildings. Suddenly, a bizarre and chilling shriek pierced the night, followed by a haunting scream. These sounds were not distinctly human. They bore a resemblance to something far more twisted and malevolent. Dialek furrowed his brow, activating his elemental vision, his fiery pupils scanning the dilapidated industrial area below. Within the shadows of the abandoned factories, he detected a subtle, dark, sanguine, and ominous energy fluctuation. Folding his wings, he alighted gracefully upon the roof of the factory, landing without a sound. On the vacant ground beneath, 3 impeccably dressed men were frantically fleeing. Their skin was pale to the point of translucence, their mouths stained with dried blood, and their pupils glimmered with a faint red light in the darkness. They were vampires, yet at this moment, they had assumed the role of prey rather than predators. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not far behind them, a dozen figures clad in black robes pursued relentlessly, moving faster than the vampires, their forms flickering like phantoms, each step seemingly treading upon the very air. Their faces were shrouded beneath dark hoods, as if even light itself had been devoured. Damn it! Why can't they shake them off? With a roar, one of the vampires seized a broken concrete pillar and hurled it backward toward their pursuers. The pillar whistled through the air, hurtling toward the foremost figure in black, but just as it was about to strike, bang! The figure in the black robe raised a hand, and the concrete pillar erupted into dust mid-air, as if crushed by an invisible force. Drink! Another vampire gritted his teeth and toppled a rusted iron wall, attempting to obstruct their pursuers. Bang! Yet, the figure in black did not even pause. Before the iron wall could reach the ground, their forms, like a wisp of shadow, effortlessly passed through, drawing closer. There is no escape. The third vampire whispered in despair, his eyes flashing red. Then we shall fight to the end, he bellowed, his gaze suddenly ablaze with bloodlust, fangs elongating, and nails transforming into sharp bone blades. Boom! He propelled himself off the ground, the sturdy concrete beneath him cracking instantaneously, as he shot towards the nearest figure in black like a cannonball. Swish! The sharp bone blade sliced through the air, aiming for the throat of the figure in black with terrifying speed. However, the figure calmly sidestepped, the blade grazing the edge of his garment. Splurt! Yet the vampire swiftly changed tactics, his left hand clawing across the chest of the figure in black, leaving 5 deep gashes. Yet no blood flowed from the wounds. Only a black viscous liquid seeped forth. The vampire's pupils constricted, and before he could react, the figure in black retaliated. Bang! A powerful punch struck his abdomen, sending the vampire hurtling over 10 meters, crashing through 3 brick walls. Spurt. Amidst the flying debris, the vampire coughed up a mouthful of blood but stood up with a sinister grin, the wounds on his body visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Is this all you've got? He extended his tongue, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, and charged once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, he altered his strategy, utilizing his supernatural speed to dart around the figure in black, the sharp bone blades raining down like a torrential storm. The cloak of the figure was shredded into tatters, exposing skin beneath that resembled gray rock. Boom! At last, the vampire seized an opening, delivering a sweeping kick to the knee of the figure in black. As the figure staggered, he crossed his arms to strike at its neck. This must end. Snap! The figure in black suddenly raised a hand, precisely grasping the vampire's wrist. To his horror, he realized that, even with all his might, he could not advance an inch. The figure in black slowly lifted his head, a chilling, grotesque sound emerging from beneath the hood. The vampire struggled frantically, but the grip was as immovable as iron. No, this is impossible. Suddenly, a barbed, petal-like appendage shot forth from beneath the hood of the figure in black, enveloping the vampire's face like a carnivorous flower in bloom. MMM. His screams were muffled within the fetid flesh, his limbs thrashing violently, although he clawed at the figure, leaving numerous small scratches. It was of no avail. Gurgle, gurgle. Moments later, the vampire's struggles ceased. With a thud, the cloaked figure retracted its feeding apparatus, carelessly discarding the desiccated corpse of the vampire, its appearance grotesque and pitiful, as if all blood and muscle had been completely drained. Witnessing the fate of their leader, the other 2 vampires fell into utter despair. No. One attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by the 2 cloaked figures, their feeding apparatus piercing his throat, instantly siphoning away his life. The last vampire collapsed to his knees, trembling as he raised his hands in supplication, pleading, "Please, I know the location of the Blood Elder Council's stronghold. I can lead you there, I crack." The cloaked figure offered no mercy, the feeding apparatus ruthlessly impaling his chest, pinning him to the ground until he too became a lifeless husk. The 3 corpses were discarded without ceremony, and the dozen or so cloaked figures stood in silence, as if the slaughter had been a trivial affair. Dialek stood silently atop the roof, coldly observing the scene below. These cloaked figures appeared to be neither vampires nor humans. Their strength, speed, and that eerie method of feeding transcended the bounds of reason. They bore a resemblance to the Reapers from Blade 2. Suddenly, the foremost cloaked figure slowly lifted its head, the darkness beneath its hood staring directly at Dialek. Following suit, the second, third, and all the cloaked figures turned in unison towards him. No words, no movements, yet Dialek could feel their gaze upon him. They had already taken note of his presence. The night wind came to an abrupt halt, the air thickening. Dialek's hand gripped the hilt of the Blackrock cleaver, flames flickering restlessly along the blade. Chapter 11. The Reaper. The night wind howled, the corrugated iron roof of the abandoned factory glimmering with a cold light under the moon. Dialek stood high above, his red hair fluttering in the wind, his fiery eyes coldly scrutinizing the cloaked figures below. Those strange beings remained still, the darkness beneath their hoods resembling an abyss. Fixated upon him, time seemed to freeze. Suddenly, all the cloaked figures turned in unison, as if preparing to depart. Yet, Dialek's fingers had already stealthily tightened around the hilt of the Blackrock cleaver. They would not leave. Boom! Indeed, in the next moment, a nearly silent sound of air being sliced through surged from the shadows behind Dialek. He spun around abruptly, the Blackrock cleaver instantly gripped in his hand, a fierce blaze erupting like an enraged dragon. Boom! The blade, wreathed in searing flames, struck true against a shadow that had lunged from the darkness. It was a cloaked figure long concealed, its claws mere inches from Dialek's neck. It was forcefully repelled by his strike. The sharp blade sank deeply into his chest, and the searing flames instantly evaporated the blood gushing from his wound, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. The figure in the black robe clutched his injury and staggered backward, uttering unintelligible cries as his hood slipped away, revealing his true visage, skin of a deep, bluish hue, a smooth, hairless skull, sunken eye sockets, and a grotesque fissure at his chin. The Reaper, it is indeed you. Dialek scoffed, and the dark crimson flames entwined around his blackcliff slasher surged once more. At that moment, those who had pretended to retreat turned back, lunging towards him with terrifying speed. Swish, swish, swish. Their movements were as swift as phantoms, a dozen shadows flickering under the moonlight, nearly sealing off all avenues of escape. Yet Dialec's speed was equally unmatched. Boom! He leapt high, sweeping the black cliff slasher, unleashing a wave of fire that spread like a crescent moon, driving back the nearest reapers. Ugh! One of the reapers, unable to evade in time, was engulfed by the flames of his blade, emitting a piercing shriek as it was reduced to charred remains, plummeting to the ground. Uft. Another reaper launched a side attack, its maw striking like a venomous serpent, aiming directly for Dialec's throat. ZZLZ. Dialec sidestepped, seizing the slimy appendage with his left hand, flames coursing up his arm, turning it to ashes in an instant. Ugh! The reaper howled in agony, retreating, yet Dialec pressed forward, the black cliff slasher piercing through its chest, pinning it against the iron wall behind. Boom! The flames erupted violently, the reaper's body shattering under the intense heat, leaving only a pile of black ash. Boom, boom, boom. The battle intensified, Dialec's figure weaving through the encirclement of reapers, each swing of his blade accompanied by fierce bursts of fire. He adeptly utilized the factory surroundings, leaping onto containers and diving into shadows before launching sudden counterattacks. Although the reapers moved swiftly, Dialec's combat experience was far superior, allowing him to exploit their weaknesses with precision in every encounter. One reaper attempted to dive from above for a surprise attack, but Dialec anticipated its move, swiftly severing its legs with a backhanded strike. Ugh! It shrieked as it fell, and before it could touch the ground, a second blow cleaved through its skull. Puffed. Another reaper seized the opportunity to strike from behind, claws aiming for Dialec's back. Swish! Without looking back, Dialec spun, his black cliff slasher swirling in his grasp, the blade carving a perfect arc in the air, severing the reaper's arm at the shoulder. Bang, bang! Before it could react, Dialec had already turned and kicked it, sending it flying several meters into a crumbling brick wall. Boom! A wave of flames followed, completely engulfing it. In less than 5 minutes, the skirmish that had begun with a dozen reapers dwindled to just 2. The 2 reapers stood amidst the ruins, their hollow eye sockets fixed intently upon Dialec, the fissures in their jaws trembling as if in fear, yet also quaking with rage. With a swift motion, Dialec flicked the ashes from his black cliff slasher, the dark crimson flames continuing to dance along the blade. Now, it is your turn, he declared. The 2 reapers exchanged a glance, nodding in unison. Suddenly, one of the reapers let out a deafening roar and charged at Dialec, while the other turned to flee. With a swift motion, the charging reaper brandished its claws wildly, its mandibles lashing out like whips, seemingly intent on using its very life to ensnare Dialec. Its assault was utterly chaotic, a desperate gamble for survival. Clang, clang, clang. You are brave, but you shall still meet your demise, Dialec murmured. Each parry of the black cliff slasher sparked with fiery brilliance. After 3 exchanges, he seized an opening, severing the reaper's mandible with a single strike, and then swiftly brought the blade down in a horizontal arc, sending the creature's head soaring into the air while its headless body stumbled a few steps before crashing to the ground. However, at that moment, the remaining reaper had reached the edge of the factory district, poised to vanish into the night. Dialec narrowed his eyes, the flames upon his black cliff slasher coalescing with intensity. You wish to escape? He exclaimed, hurling the black cliff slasher with fervor, its flames streaking through the night sky like a meteor. Yet, fate intervened. The blade embedded itself deeply into the ground behind the reaper, the ensuing wave of fire toppling it. Yet, it quickly recovered, disregarding the charred wound on its back, leaping over the surrounding wall and disappearing into the shadows. Observing the vast darkness, Dialec chose not to pursue. With a swift motion of his hand, he summoned the black cliff slasher back to him, the flames gradually extinguishing. The night breeze swept through the abandoned factory district, leaving only a field of charred remnants in its wake. Meanwhile, the blinding light and deafening explosions roused the residents living near the dilapidated factory area. Some pulled back their curtains, witnessing thick smoke billowing above the factory, orange flames licking the darkness. Good heavens, that decrepit factory has been abandoned for over a decade. Could it be that leftover chemicals have ignited? A middle-aged man muttered, rubbing his eyes, a dreadful thought creeping into his mind. Upon hearing this, his wife quickly grabbed her phone, her fingers flying over the keypad as she dialed 911, hastily reporting, "Hello, is this the New York Police Department? There's been an explosion at the old industrial park in Brooklyn. The flames are significant, and there may be a risk of chemical leakage." Simultaneously, the owner of a nearby convenience store spoke urgently into the phone. "Yes, it's that old factory area. I witnessed several fireballs erupting into the sky. This is no ordinary fire." Chapter 12. Aftermath. Having left the scene, Dialog was soon followed by several patrol cars that arrived within minutes. The blinding police lights flashed, and the shrill sound of sirens pierced the night air. The first officer on the scene, Officer Jefferson, had barely exited his vehicle when he was struck by the acrid scent of charred remains permeating the air. Instantly, he pressed the radio on his shoulder and shouted, "There are extensive signs of combustion. I request fire department assistance. Additionally, we must notify the National Response Center to assess potential hazardous material risks." Shortly thereafter, fire trucks and the hazardous materials response team arrived, illuminating the entire factory site with numerous 97,000 lumen searchlights, transforming night into day. As the officers delved deeper into their investigation, a horrifying sight rendered them motionless. Scattered across the scorched ground lay several severely carbonized humanoid remains, their skeletal structures grotesquely distorted, with some bodies appearing unnaturally desiccated, as if all bodily fluids had been instantly evaporated by extreme heat. "Oh my God," one firefighter murmured, crouching to scan the remains with a radiation detector, his brow furrowed. Upon seeing the readings, he exhaled in relief, stating, "Thank goodness, there is no residual radiation." But the burn patterns do not align with conventional explosion characteristics. In response, the sheriff retrieved his phone and made a call, speaking in a low tone, "Headquarters, this is the Brooklyn abandoned factory site. The situation here requires the involvement of a specialized team, far beyond the scope of a typical arson case." Meanwhile, the officers quickly erected fluorescent barricades and utilized loudspeakers to disperse the onlookers. "Step back. This area is hazardous. Do not linger here." Yet, humanity's insatiable curiosity often outweighs the instinct for self-preservation. Nearby residents, despite being aware of the danger, gathered in small clusters outside the caution tape, brandishing their phones to capture the unfolding scene, their murmurs rising and falling. Did they find human bones? Could it be that the local gang disposed of bodies here? Nonsense. What I saw the firefighters carry out didn't resemble a person at all. You're talking nonsense. Everything was covered with cloth. You couldn't see a thing. A technician clad in protective gear hurried past, his expression grave beneath the mask. A badge marked with the number 7 adorned his chest, and he wielded a portable radiation detector, the fluctuating readings causing his brow to furrow even further. At that moment, 6 members of the hazardous materials response team, donned in fully enclosed protective suits, entered the core site under the direction of their leader, Mark Redfield. As they crossed the boundary of the scorched factory area, a collective gasp echoed through their communication channels. "Jesus Christ," one team member murmured. The ground at the epicenter of the incident was fissured in a radiating pattern. The concrete in the central area wholly vitrified, with 7 or 8 carbonized remains strewn about. Most chillingly, these remains, while exhibiting human skeletal structures, displayed distinctly abnormal limb proportions. The owners of these remains had elongated tibias, and their phalangeal bones bore hook-like protrusions, with some jawbones fracturing into a 4-part structure. These characteristics unequivocally indicated that they were not human, nor did they belong to any known species. Sampling team, prioritize the collection of biological tissues. Take note of the radiation values for each sample. Redfield crouched down, carefully using titanium tweezers to pick up a charred fragment of bone. "Goodness!" Suddenly, team member Aisha exclaimed from 20 meters away beneath a corrugated iron wall, her excitement palpable. "There's a relatively intact body here." Upon hearing this, the group quickly gathered around, following Aisha's gaze to behold a dark blue corpse lying amidst the rubble, devoid of its head and legs. Its chest cavity had been penetrated by a sharp object, the edges of the wound exhibiting crystallization, while the surface of its skin was covered in a scaly, keratinous layer. Strangely, its abdomen was still exhibiting slight movements. "It's still alive?" Witnessing such a grotesque sight, Aisha instinctively took a step back. "No, it must merely be residual neural reflexes." With that, Redfield activated his communicator, stating, "Command Center, request the dispatch of a biological containment team, Code 9. We require a vacuum-sealed stretcher and a liquid nitrogen cryochamber." 3 hours later, within the temporarily erected testing tent, Redfield removed his mask and handed a tablet to the on-site commander. The test results were as follows. 1. No traces of conventional explosives detected. Negative. 2. No signs of hazardous chemical leakage. Negative. 3. Unknown energy radiation detected. Wavelength 0.3, resembling particles but lacking a decay curve. 4. Radiation intensity 450 at a distance of 15 meters from the epicenter, equivalent to scanning dosage. This was no ordinary incident. The energy release displayed directional characteristics, with the center temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees, plummeting to ambient temperature within 5 meters. How bizarre! This was entirely inconsistent with the laws of thermodynamics. Redfield pointed to the concentric circular ripples on the thermal imaging display. Upon hearing this, the commander's face turned ashen, inquiring, "What do you suggest?" "Maintain a 200-meter perimeter lockdown for at least 48 hours. We will wait for the Special Biological Hazard Response Team from the Department of Homeland Security to take over." While speaking, Redfield glanced at the still wriggling containment chamber. Meanwhile, 50 meters beyond the perimeter, a tall shadow stood silently at the alley's mouth. The moonlight glinted off his silver sword hilt, and his eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, scanned the bustling officers, more accurately, the bodies they had brought forth. As the containment team pushed the sealed chamber past, he slightly flared his nostrils. Even through the lead lining, he could still detect that familiar stench of decay. "Am I not the only one hunting vampires?" whispered Blade, Eric Brooks. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a specialized mobile phone, dialing an encrypted number, saying, "Whistler, check if there are any newly emerged vampire hunters in New York." With that, he turned and departed from the alley, his black leather coat billowing in the night breeze. Not far away, atop a high-rise rooftop, Dialec's crimson cloak fluttered in the darkness. He stood at the edge of the steel railing, his golden-red eyes surveying the flashing police lights and the bustling crowd below. The white protective suits of the group stood out vividly under the spotlight, while the remains of the Reaper, encased in a sealed chamber, were being meticulously loaded onto a specialized transport vehicle. His gaze shifted slightly, landing upon the imposing silhouette at the distant alleyway, sunglasses, a black leather coat, and a silver longsword at his back. "Blade Warrior, Dialec," he murmured to himself. The man seemed to sense something, pausing momentarily, tilting his head slightly, as if his gaze, concealed behind the sunglasses, pierced through the darkness, directing itself towards the rooftop of the towering building. Yet, Dialec's figure had long since melded into the night, leaving only a wisp of sparks dissipating in the wind. The Blade Warrior remained silent for a moment before ultimately turning away, his footsteps swallowed by the cacophony of the city. At that moment, the rooftop was deserted, save for the night breeze stirring a charred piece of paper, gently drifting towards the neon-lit sky of New York. Chapter 13. The School Bully. Zhi Jiuan escaped him. On a morning journey to Midtown High School, Zhi Jiuan appeared as if he had been excessively rewarded, leaving his body severely depleted. Standing by the roadside, waiting for the school bus whose arrival was uncertain. After repeatedly declining several sympathetic offers from well-meaning older women attempting to peddle sildenafil and diacet morphine, the school bus finally made its appearance. Zhi Jiuan dashed onto the vehicle as if fleeing for his life. However, upon stepping inside the bus, he immediately sensed something amiss. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, with all the students fixated on him. The burly members of the football team instinctively shrank their necks, while the cheerleaders blushed and whispered among themselves, their eyes glinting with an unusual light. Most peculiar was Flesh, usually brash and fond of tormenting him, now huddled in a corner with the brim of his cap pulled low, resembling a teddy bear stripped of its tools of mischief. In comparison, Godo appeared positively exuberant and optimistic. Over here, Peter Parker waved wildly from the back row, his lively demeanor suggesting he had springs beneath him. As soon as Zhi Jiuan took his seat, Peter eagerly retrieved his phone, exclaiming, "You've gone viral." "What?" Zhi Jiuan gasped, a chill running down his spine. The last time he had heard such words was when a girl from the office posted a selfie, and he commented it was attractive. He had intended to add an exclamation mark, but accidentally sent a question mark instead, resulting in him being added to over a dozen discussion groups. The following day, he had become a well-known figure throughout the company. Now, the screen displayed a striking video. Zhi Jiuan executing a side kick that sent flesh tumbling into a mud pit, then deftly using his umbrella to strike the knees of 3 other thugs, each motion fluid and precise, embodying the essence of violent aesthetics. After watching the video, Peter Parker was beside himself with excitement, exclaiming, "From this day forth, you are the new school bully of Midtown High. Your nickname shall be Master. What do you think? Does it not sound particularly imposing?" As these words were spoken, the carriage fell into an even deeper silence, and Flesh lowered the brim of his hat further. Yet, all eyes inevitably turned towards Zhi Jiuan. He gazed at Peter Parker, his expression a vivid portrayal of discontent, as if to say, "Your efforts are fleeting. Your endurance is lacking. You suffer from tendinitis. You're unable to hold your ground. You may falter in laughter. You might retaliate. Yet somehow, you manage to do just enough." He declared, "Not at all. Who is the scoundrel that posted this? I shall sue him for infringing upon my right to likeness." Upon hearing this, Peter Parker nervously glanced around, his face betraying an expression that seemed to convey, "What, do you think I'm dead?" He murmured. Perhaps it was some dashing, benevolent, upright, and courageous young American who inadvertently captured it, accidentally edited it, and then unintentionally uploaded it online. Since it was not done with malice, I suggest we simply let it be. Oh, by the way, shortly we shall tour Columbia University's latest biological laboratory and its most advanced microscopes. I hear they have recently been studying a peculiar mutated spider. As Peter rambled on, the Midtown High School bus gradually came to a stop in front of Columbia University's gates. On either side of the ancient stone archway stood classical Greek statues, symbolizing the union of science and art. The entrance was modest, yet exuded an air of solemnity, with iron gates separating the campus from the bustling Broadway street, while still maintaining an open atmosphere. Sunlight filtered through the ivy, casting gentle rays upon the red brick path as students hurried by with books in hand, the air thick with a scholarly ambience. "Attention, seniors of Midtown High School." Upon disembarking, student advisor Mr. Jackson raised his megaphone, his voice steady and clear. "Before we commence this tour, I must reiterate, stay close in line. No running or horseplay. No loud shouting. Remember, you're guests of Columbia. It is an honor to be here, and you must uphold the courtesy befitting guests. If you have questions, please raise your hand." At the rear of the line, Zhi Jiuan and Peter Parker stood, listlessly listening to the advisor's admonitions. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind them, "Hey, Peter." They turned to see Harry Osborn, impeccably dressed in a deep blue suit, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, approaching them briskly with 2 exquisitely wrapped gift boxes in hand. Peter Parker's eyes widened in surprise as he joyfully rushed to greet him, exclaiming, "Harry, weren't you in Switzerland? What brings you back so suddenly?" With a smile, Harry Osborn handed over the 2 beautifully packaged gift boxes, saying, "I just returned to New York this morning. I heard you were visiting today, and I happened to be passing by, so I thought I would drop in to see you. How's that for a surprise?" He winked playfully. Zhi Jiuan accepted the gift boxes with a smile, though he felt a twinge of sympathy for Harry Osborn, the unfortunate child, so young yet stripped of the burdens of poverty and concern. According to the memories of his former self, Norman Osborn was at this moment beset by a hereditary illness, hinting at a fate not far from the grave. Thus, in consideration of nurturing an heir, Norman Osborn had entrusted some affairs of Osborn Industries to Harry Osborn. After a brief conversation among the 3, Peter Parker instinctively inquired of Harry Osborn, "How long do you plan to stay in New York this time? It feels like ages since we last met. By the way, how is Uncle Norman doing?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhi Jiuan swiftly covered the fool's mouth, exclaiming, "It's rare that you have time. We haven't seen each other in so long. Would you like to join us for a tour?" At that moment, Mr. Jackson's somewhat hoarse voice echoed nearby, "Gather around. Anyone who fails to arrive within 3 minutes must write a 3,000-word essay on the importance of punctuality." Upon hearing this, Harry Osborn appeared somewhat tempted, but after a moment's reflection, he declined with a hint of resignation. "Perhaps another time. There are pressing matters within the group that require my attention." At this, Zhi Jiuan and Peter Parker fell silent, stepping forward to embrace Harry Osborn. Zhi Jiuan patted Harry's shoulder and, gazing into his eyes with unwavering conviction, said, "Do not worry. Harry, Uncle Norman will surely recover. In response, Harry Osborn managed a faint smile, and after bidding farewell to the two, he hurriedly departed in a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked by the roadside. Chapter 14. The mutated spider. After bidding farewell to Harry Osborn, Zhi Jiuan and Peter Parker followed the students of Midtown High School, led by Mr. Jackson, as they officially entered the campus of Columbia University. Peter Parker, trailing at the rear of the group, was brimming with enthusiasm, capturing the surroundings with the incessant click of his camera shutter. Pointing to a neoclassical building in the distance, he excitedly informed Zhi Jiuan, "That is the library. It houses over 2 million volumes. It is said there is even a rare collection room underground, which includes copies of the Dead Sea Scrolls." Zhi Jiuan nodded, utterly oblivious to what the Dead Sea Scrolls were. He scanned the campus's scattered Gothic architecture and modern research buildings with a disinterested gaze, thinking, not as impressive as the 6th pharmaceutical factory. Sunlight filtered through the foliage onto the cobblestone path, where clusters of students were engaged in discussions on various topics, creating an atmosphere rich in scholarly tranquility. Student advisor Mr. Jackson guided them through several aged lecture halls, ultimately stopping in front of a sleek silver-gray modern structure, the Columbia University Biological Sciences Research Center. "This is the main point of interest for today. Please maintain silence and refrain from touching any equipment," Mr. Jackson instructed, swiping his card to unlock the glass door before turning back to the group of energetic adolescents. With a click, the glass door swung open, and the crowd filed in. As Zhi Jiuan stepped into the laboratory area, a faint scent of disinfectant greeted him. Transparent observation windows lined both sides of the corridor, revealing researchers deeply engrossed in manipulating various instruments. The interior of the laboratory was spacious and divided into several functional zones. To the left was the cell culture area, where dozens of incubators stood in neat rows. To the right lay the molecular biology workstation, equipped with a comprehensive array of devices, including electrophoresis tanks. The most striking feature was the electron microscope located at the center, its streamlined exterior glimmering with a cool sheen under the lights. Peter Parker, with palpable excitement, pointed to the microscope and introduced it to Zhi Jiuan. This electron microscope is one of the highest resolution instruments on the East Coast of the United States, capable of achieving imaging precision of 0.14 nanometers. A familiar female voice emerged from behind. The group turned to see Gwen Stacy standing at the doorway. Clad in a white lab coat, her blonde hair neatly tied back in a ponytail, and a tablet in hand. Upon recognizing Gwen Stacy, Peter Parker's eyes instantly brightened with surprise, exclaiming, "Gwen, what are you doing here?" Gwen Stacy smiled slightly upon seeing Zhi Jiuan and Peter Parker, responding, "I applied for Columbia University's preparatory program last semester and am now an intern under Professor Connors." However, she soon realized the inappropriateness of the situation, clearing her throat and gesturing for everyone to follow her. Then introducing, "Today I will guide you through our laboratory's latest research on genetically edited spiders." Gwen led the group to the arthropod research area deep within the laboratory. 15 incubators were arranged on specially designed workbenches, each housing a vividly colored spider. "These are cross-orb weavers that have undergone 9 genetic modifications," she explained. "We utilized gene editing technology to enhance their silk protein gene expression, resulting in silk that boasts a tensile strength exceeding 3 times that of ordinary Kevlar fibers." Gwen pointed to an individual with red markings on its back, providing an informative overview. She then projected a set of data onto the screen from her tablet, elaborating, "Theoretically, this silk could be employed to manufacture lightweight bulletproof vests or serve as sutures in surgical procedures, as it naturally degrades within the human body without provoking an immune response." Peter Parker leaned in closer to the observation chamber, nearly pressing his face against the glass, captivated by a mutated spider adorned with blue-black markings. He inquired, "What about this blue-black one? What distinguishes it?" "That is a variant marked with fluorescent proteins, primarily used to trace the conduction pathways of neurotoxins. However, it is highly toxic, so I advise you to keep your distance," Gwen Stacy explained. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker sprang back 5 meters, casting a disdainful glance at the spider. Once the presentation concluded, Gwen Stacy announced the commencement of a free exploration segment. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker immediately approached her with an eager smile, bombarding her with questions. "How do you address the issue of mass-producing web fluid? Will the spiders exhibit behavioral anomalies due to genetic editing? What would happen if these genes were introduced into mammalian cells? Gwen Stacy arched an eyebrow, wearing an expression akin to that of a connoisseur encountering a kindred spirit, and complimented, "It seems you possess considerable knowledge." As she spoke, she activated the display screen of a microscope. Currently, we are attempting to express spider silk proteins using transgenic goat mammary glands. However, the yield remains disappointingly low. Of course, there are other. Observing the animated exchange between the two, Zhi Jiuan instinctively positioned himself at the back of the line, his gaze fixated on the incubator in the far corner. Inside, a spider with a pitch-black body and strange blue-violet markings on its abdomen vibrated its web at an astonishing frequency, reminiscent of a creature in distress. "It seems you are the singular point from which all stories commence," Zhi Jiuan murmured, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Had he traversed here without acquiring that enigmatic orb of light in his mind, he would not hesitate to let the mutated spider bite him, despite the high probability that he might perish due to the spider totem's influence. He found the prospect of dying from an unknown cause far less appealing than a gamble for fortune. "Excuse me, why is there no spider in this incubator?" Suddenly, a bespectacled girl pointed at the empty incubator before her and called out to Gwen Stacy. Upon hearing this, Gwen Stacy rushed over, peering into the vacant incubator, and replied, "Perhaps other researchers have taken it. I'll inquire right away. Why don't you explore the rest for now?" With that, she turned and made her way toward the office of the lab supervisor, gazing at the empty incubator and then back at the spider, which was still twitching erratically. Zhi Jiuan muttered quietly, "Now you've made the atmosphere so awkward. Are you satisfied?" Chapter 15. The indignant flesh. Meanwhile, Peter Parker stood before the electron microscope, excitedly adjusting the camera's focus in an attempt to capture the nanostructure of the spider silk displayed on the screen, entirely oblivious to the impending danger creeping up behind him. Suddenly, a hairy, muscular arm shot out from the side, wrapping around Peter Parker's neck with such force that it nearly rendered him breathless. Instinctively, Peter struggled, grasping at the assailant's forearm, but to no avail. The strength of its owner far surpassed that of an ordinary person, dragging him backward with relentless force. "Ugh!" Peter Parker attempted to cry out, but his voice was choked in his throat. His struggle elicited a slight commotion. Yet the football players who trailed behind formed a cohesive circle, effectively obstructing the view of others. However, Peter Parker's disappearance did not garner the attention of most individuals within the laboratory. Bang! Mere seconds later, Peter Parker was brutally dragged into a nearby restroom, his back slamming heavily against the tiled wall. Coughing violently, Peter finally discerned the identity of his assailant, Flash Thompson. Flash seized Peter's collar and lifted him off the ground. His already unappealing visage contorted further with rage, veins bulging at his temples. His voice, laced with suppressed fury, threatened, "It was you, wasn't it? That video on YouTube." Peter, suspended in midair, gasped for breath, his eyes flickering as he stammered, What video? What are you talking about?" "Stop feigning ignorance. The one where I got beaten up. Viewed by over 3 million people. Because of that damned video, the entire school is ridiculing me." In the midst of his words, Flash, consumed by ire, slammed Peter against the wall once more. Feeling the pain radiate from his back and the murderous glare in Flash's eyes, Peter swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he explained, "I just posted it casually. I had no idea it would blow up." However, this response only fueled the flames. Flash's pupils constricted sharply, his other fist clenching tightly as he roared, "Casually? You destroy my reputation just because of a casual post. I'll show you what casual really means." Flash shouted, raising his fist, poised to strike Peter in the face. Yet, Peter found himself utterly subdued, with no means of resistance. Just as Peter braced himself for the impending blow, a calm voice emanated from the restroom door. "Put him down, and I'll pretend I saw nothing. But if you dare lay a finger on him, you can choose one of the 2 items in my hands to have a taste of." At the sound of this familiar voice, Flash's actions froze instantaneously. He slowly turned his head and indeed found Zhi Jiuan standing at the restroom entrance, holding a toilet plunger in his left hand and a wet mop at his right, exuding an aura that was both formidable and enigmatic. "Do I need to reiterate?" Zhi Jiuan stated, his voice soft yet authoritative. Hearing this, Flash's muscles tensed, but he ultimately released Peter's collar. Coughing, Peter slid to the ground, clutching his throat. This is between me and Parker. It's none of your business, Flash stated stiffly, deliberately avoiding Zhi Jiuan's gaze. Zhi Jiuan did not respond directly. Instead, he turned his attention to Peter, saying, "You step outside first. I need to have a word with him privately." Peter Parker struggled to rise, casting a glance at the relaxed Zhi Jiuan and then at the tense and ominous Flesh. An eerie silence enveloped the air, broken only by the rhythmic dripping of a faucet. "I'm right outside. If things go awry, I will call for help immediately." Ultimately, Peter chose to heed Zhi Jiuan's words, hastily adding as he passed by, to which Zhi Jiuan gave a barely perceptible nod. With the click of the washroom door closing, only Zhi Jiuan, Flesh, and Flesh's companions remained inside. Regarding the group before him, Zhi Jiuan spoke with a calm and clear voice. "Listen, I am the one who has embarrassed you. If any of you have grievances, feel free to confront me. However, should I catch any of you troubling Peter Parker again, I assure you, I will force this object into his rear." With that, he brandished the toilet plunger in his hand, his gaze sharp as it swept over the gathering. Flesh's fists clenched and then relaxed, his expression flickering between anger and uncertainty. Zhi Jiuan chose to disregard his demeanor and turned towards the door. However, just as Zhi Jiuan's fingertips were mere inches from the doorknob, a boy in a baseball jacket suddenly lunged forward, hit him. The burly figure, weighing over 200 pounds, charged with the force of the wind. His fist aimed squarely at Zhi Jiuan's temple, a strike like that could easily render an ordinary person unconscious or even send them into shock. Bang! Zhi Jiuan's left arm acted like an iron bar, blocking the blow, the dull thud of their clash resonating through the washroom. The baseball jacket boy, still recovering from the shock of the impact, was suddenly enveloped in darkness. A rubber suction cup, emitting a foul odor, was firmly pressed against his face, the immense suction and stench rendering him breathless. Following that, a powerful side kick struck his ribs. Crack! The unmistakable sound of bones fracturing echoed, and the boy was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing through 2 stall doors before coming to a halt. Ugh! Wooden shards scattered as he curled up on the floor, groaning in agony. That blow acted like a starting gun. "Damn it! I'll take you on." Flesh's roar reverberated, shaking the washroom. Simultaneously, 5 more robust figures charged in, their combined weight causing the ground to tremble. Zhi Jiuan stepped back a half step, wielding the mop handle like a spear. With a dull thud, the end of the handle jabbed into the abdomen of the first assailant. The boy's eyes bulged as he expelled stomach acid, only to be met with an uppercut that struck his chin. Bam! The sound of his skull colliding with the tiled wall was enough to make one cringe. Swish! At that moment, a sharp gust of wind surged from the left as Zhi Jiuan ducked to evade a swinging fist, swinging the toilet plunger in response. The rubber suction cup, stained with a brownish solid, clung tenaciously to the opponent's cheek. With a forceful tug, Zhi Jiuan caused the individual to lose their balance, colliding headlong with a companion's knee. The impact was instantaneous. Blood erupted from the person's nose, resembling a blooming crimson flower against the mirror surface. At that moment, Flesh seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, whistled through the air as it aimed for Zhi Jiuan's back, possessing enough force to shatter wood. Chapter 16. The Birth of Spider-Man. Yet Zhi Jiuan seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, suddenly sidestepping. Flesh's fist grazed the edge of his clothing before crashing heavily against a metal pipe. The resounding clang echoed ominously, and the pipe buckled under the impact, sending a disconcerting crack through Flesh's knuckles. However, before he could utter a cry of pain, Zhi Jiuan had seized his wrist, executing a powerful shoulder throw that sent Flesh crashing to the ground. The moment Flesh's solid back met the tiles, the entire washroom quaked. Water from the toilet splashed up several centimeters, resembling a sudden downpour. 3 minutes later, the washroom was filled with cries of agony amidst the chaos. The stall doors lay shattered, mirrors were etched with spiderweb-like cracks, and 6 members of the football team sprawled on the floor, groaning in various positions. Flesh lay on his back, chest heaving violently, his right hand a bloody mess. Zhi Jiuan stood on the only clean patch of tile, his breathing remarkably steady. He bent down to retrieve the broken mop handle, casually tossing it into a nearby trash bin, adjusting his slightly disheveled collar. He spoke in a tone as calm as if discussing the weather. "Remember this pain. As long as you remain as forgetful as ever, be prepared to become accustomed to it. With that, he pushed open the washroom door, revealing Peter Parker anxiously pacing back and forth. Upon seeing Zhi Jiuan emerge, Peter's eyes widened, and he let out a long sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Thank goodness, you finally came out. What about Flesh and the others?" "I heard." Zhi Jiuan raised a hand to interrupt him, pulling out a pack of tissues from his pocket to wipe his hands. "Oh, they're fine." Our discussion went quite smoothly. After expressing our positions, we exchanged opinions and engaged in constructive dialogue on several key issues. Following a thorough exploration from multiple angles and perspectives, we reached a consensus both ideologically and in action on certain critical matters. Listening to Zhi Jiuan's convoluted account, Peter Parker nodded, albeit with confusion. However, through the closing door's gap, he caught a glimpse of the devastation within the washroom. If he trusted Zhi Jiuan again, he would be a fool. What kind of fool was yet to be determined? As the two exchanged banter, they made their way back along the corridor of the biology lab, the tiled floor reflecting the stark white of the overhead lights. Peter Parker walked ahead, animatedly gesturing with excitement, expressing his envy. "If only I possessed your remarkable abilities. Then I could swiftly take down that brute Flash and ha." Zhi Jiuan glanced at this fool with curiosity and inquired, "And then what?" "Of course, just like you, I go on to give a thorough beating to those bullies who torment others, or perhaps participate in competitions to earn some money. And then, ha." Upon hearing Peter Parker's words, Zhi Jiuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Reflecting inwardly, he realized that had it not been for Peter standing up for him against Flash, he would have had no concern for Peter's well-being whatsoever. "Oops, my phone." Due to his exuberant movements, Peter accidentally flung his phone, which hit the ground with a thud. As he bent down to retrieve it, a transparent thread descended from the ceiling, and at the end of this filament, a small spider adorned with vibrant red and blue patterns began to lower itself. The spider was no larger than a fingernail, yet its markings exhibited an eerie geometric symmetry, gleaming with a metallic sheen under the laboratory lights. It landed precisely at the nape of Peter's neck, its 8 legs darting swiftly, disappearing into the collar of his shirt in the blink of an eye. Zhi Jiuan's right hand instinctively lifted, poised to warn Peter, but his mouth slowly closed instead. His brow furrowed imperceptibly, and he ultimately chose to remain silent. "What's wrong? Your expression looks rather strange," Peter remarked, picking up his phone and casting a puzzled glance at the suddenly reticent Zhi Jiuan. "Nothing. Let us hurry back. If Mr. Jackson can't find us, we might lose points," Zhi Jiuan replied, turning to push open the laboratory door. Upon returning to the lab, Gwen Stacy looked up upon seeing the two return, ready to speak when suddenly, Peter Parker let out a pained cry, clutching the back of his neck. His face turning pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. All eyes instantly turned towards him. Gwen's fierce facade crumbled at that moment. She rushed over. Concern etched on her face. "Parker, are you all right?" Hearing her, Peter managed a strained smile, saying, "I'm fine, just not sure why. But my neck suddenly hurts, as if something bit me." His voice dwindled, fingers unconsciously tightening around his collar. "Bitten by a bug? You might need to see a doctor. This is a biology lab, and those insects might carry special pathogens," Zhi Jiuan stated calmly, his gaze sweeping over the subtle redness and swelling at Peter's nape. Gwen nodded seriously, her tone laced with concern as she asked, "You're right. What exactly are you feeling now? A stinging sensation? A burning feeling?" Peter Parker felt a sense of numbness wash over him at the mere mention of a hospital visit. Instantly, he became resolute, declaring with unwavering determination, "No, there's no need for a hospital. It's merely a slight pain, akin to the sting of a bee. There's no reason to squander money on medical examinations." As he spoke, he staggered to the corner of the room, his back pressed against the cold laboratory table, his breathing noticeably quickened. Yet, he dare not seek medical help. Considering the exorbitant costs of American healthcare, a serious diagnosis could plunge the Parker family into financial ruin. As dusk fell over a modest apartment in Queens, New York, a pale Peter Parker stumbled through the front door, his shirt drenched in sweat. "Peter, what happened to you?" Upon seeing his condition, Aunt May rushed out of the kitchen, dropping her spoon without a second thought. Hearing the commotion, Uncle Ben set aside his newspaper and hurried over, his eyes wide behind his reading glasses. "My goodness, it seems we must go to the hospital." "Uncle Ben, Aunt May, I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired from wandering around all day. I'm going to sleep." Peter waved his hand dismissively, ascending the stairs with a voice that seemed to echo from a great distance. His steps were unsteady, and suddenly his right leg buckled, sending his knee crashing against the wooden staircase. Uncle Ben rushed to support him, but was startled by the unusual warmth radiating from Peter's arm. "You have a fever, at least 104 degrees. A good sleep will remedy it," Peter insisted, shaking off the support and nearly crawling back to his room. As the door closed behind him, his body finally gave way, collapsing heavily onto the floor. In the living room, Aunt May clasped Uncle Ben's hand tightly, her eyes filled with deep concern as she gazed toward the attic. "Should we call an ambulance? Let us hold off for now. We'll keep an eye on Peter's room. If his condition worsens, I'll take him to the hospital immediately," Uncle Ben replied, glancing at the wall clock. Meanwhile, in a bronze apartment, Zhi Jiuan, with utmost reverence, bowed before the black and white portrait of Dawei Qiu, murmuring, "Dawei, through mountains and rivers, there's always a connection. Grant me a role, if you will. True feelings exist in this world, so a role would not be unexpected. Where in the world is there not fragrant grass? A role would be greatly appreciated." After his incantation, Zhi Jiuan plunged his consciousness into the luminous orb within his mind. Raw stones. 70. Seeing the additional 70 raw stones stirred a smile on Zhi Jiuan's face. This was the result of informing Pepper Potts about the conspiracy involving Obadiah Stane the previous night, causing the orb to refresh. This led Zhi Jiuan to hypothesize that the acquisition of raw stones correlates positively with his influence on the timeline. Whether the positive influence yields greater rewards than the negative remains to be seen through further experimentation. However, none of this holds significance. The most pressing matter at hand is the card draw. With a deep breath, Zhi Jiuan invested his precious 70 original stones into the pool and then closed his eyes. Whoosh! A symphony of card drawing sounds echoed in Zhi Jiuan's ears. After a considerable pause, he reluctantly opened his eyes to observe the results of the draw. Sweet Flower 5. Character Card 1, Item Card 1. Item: Sweet Flower. Description: a fragrant plant that can be traced by its alluring scent even in darkness. Its taste is exceptionally sweet, typically utilized in sugar making. Effect: none. Character Card: Fiscal Vision. Electro Constellation. Chorix. Description: Fiscal, whose full name is Fiscal von Luftschloss Narfadort, is known by her true name, Amy. Born in Mondstadt to parents who were ever busy adventurers, she experienced profound loneliness from an early age, finding solace only in the fantasy novels of the library. She developed a particular fondness for Fiscal, the princess of the Night Tales, gradually immersing herself into the role of the princess within the story, which shaped her unique, eccentric personality. On her 14th birthday, after being ridiculed by her peers, she sought comfort from her parents, only to be advised to abandon her childish fantasies. Heartbroken, she retreated to the library, where she unexpectedly acquired the Electro Vision and summoned her companion, Oswald von Huffningen von Finus, thereby truly becoming the Princess of Judgment. Oz serves not only as her battle companion, but also as her interpreter, aiding the members of the Adventurers Guild in deciphering her royal dialect. Fiscal possesses a proud, yet kind disposition. Though her words may be exaggerated, she harbors a deep desire for understanding and companionship. She harbors a disdain for sweet flour-brewed chicken, as the sight of a bound-whole chicken evokes memories of her denied 14th birthday. Within the Adventurers Guild, her investigative prowess, aided by Oz's scouting abilities, has rendered her an exceptional investigator, allowing her to forge friendships with Bennett, the Traveler, and others. Interestingly, adventurers privately circulate the Fiscal Dictionary, a guide for translating her eccentric expressions. For instance, the phrase "the servant bearing the name of judgment" essentially means "I will investigate and provide you with results shortly." Item: Can Knowledge. Description: Can Knowledge is a unique knowledge storage technology originating from the Sumer region, derived from a void system created by the former Dendro Archon, King D. Shred. In Sumeru, knowledge is regarded as a vital resource, stringently regulated by the academia. Yet black market merchants, such as Dory, continue to sell rare canned knowledge at exorbitant prices. Canned knowledge encompasses various professional or combat techniques, allowing users to acquire knowledge directly without the need for study. However, prolonged reliance on canned knowledge can diminish the user's ability to think independently and may even lead to cognitive rigidity. Great way. From this day forth, I shall call you father, and you shall call me brother. We shall each have our own discourse. Gazing at the illustration of little Amy, Zhi Jiuan promptly prostrated himself before the image of Great Wei Qiu. As a newcomer among the four illusions, Zhi Jiuan can truly be said to have been nurtured by Fiscal, Xiangling, Xingqiu, and Bennett. The emotional bond is unmistakable. In a narrative, although Fiscal's prowess may not be the most formidable, it is certainly not to be underestimated. Within her character's story, she has single-handedly vanquished a malevolent dragon known as Taslak, possibly a representation of some monstrous entity or a fantastical symbol, thereby demonstrating her remarkable combat skills. Furthermore, her investigative acumen is exceptional, ranking her among the finest investigators in the Mondstadt Adventurers Guild. Despite her cryptic linguistic style, her unparalleled accuracy and intelligence has led the guild members to compile a Fiscal dictionary to translate her princess dialect. Moreover, with only dialect as a melee character to contend with the ranged assaults of mages or snipers, he often finds himself at a disadvantage. Fiscal's introduction undoubtedly addresses this significant shortcoming. However, it seems somewhat unjust for her to wield a slingshot. Not to worry, once I accumulate sufficient primo gems, I shall summon the fabled Thundering Pulse for you. After painting a grand vision, the focus shifted to the bottled knowledge extracted. The vessel is a semi-transparent glass bottle, containing a flowing, luminous energy, predominantly green in hue. The exterior is enveloped in an intricate metallic framework, likely crafted from brass or another gilded material, adorned with motifs reminiscent of Sumeru's scholarly aesthetics. Seated back on the sofa, with the bottled knowledge in hand, he murmured, "Is this what they call knowledge?" He whispered to himself, gently caressing the surface of the bottle, searching for any mechanism or pattern. Yet, it appeared merely as an exquisite ornament, devoid of any peculiar attributes. He lifted it, and the light filtered through the translucent casing, illuminating the gently swirling aura within, as if life itself resided within. Was the method of use? However, at that instant of contemplation, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The bottled knowledge in his grasp erupted with a blinding green light, cascading forth like a torrent, instantly saturating the entire living room. Before he could react, the luminous streams surged like living entities along his arm and neck, ultimately converging into his forehead. Ugh! He let out a muffled groan, his body tilting back against the sofa. His vision was engulfed by an endless flow of green data, an inundation of information flooding his mind. Formulas, theories, experimental data, operational procedures. This knowledge was not chaotic, rather. It integrated swiftly into his memory in a manner he could not fully comprehend, yet could distinctly perceive. It was as though he stood within a vast library, where each book unfurled autonomously, imprinting its contents deeply into his consciousness. This process continued for an indeterminate duration, and when the final vestiges of green light dissipated, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Zhi Jiuan gradually opened his eyes, and the living room returned to tranquility, as if all that had transpired moments ago had been but an illusion. Yet, when he cast his gaze downwards, he found the once pristine, translucent canister of knowledge, which had radiated a verdant glow, now appeared dull and lifeless, its surface marred by countless fine cracks, as if it had been drained of all its essence. It seemed to be a consumable item. Zhi Jiuan let out a soft sigh of regret and casually placed it upon the coffee table. Chapter 18. Unusual military mobilization. Morning sunlight streamed through the school bus windows, casting a warm glow upon Zhi Jiuan's face. His eyes were half closed, and his head bobbed along with the vehicle's bumps, nearly lulling him back to sleep. After delving into the knowledge in his mind until 3 in the morning, he yearned only to catch a few more moments of rest before reaching school. However, a distant yet insistent shouting suddenly pierced his ears. "Jiuan!" The voice grew closer, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. "TSK." Zhi Jiuan clicked his tongue in discontent, lazily opened his eyes, and turned towards the source of the commotion. Outside the bus, to the astonishment of passers-by, Peter Parker was sprinting alongside the vehicle at an astonishing speed. His brown hair whipped wildly in the wind, his backpack flailing behind him, and his expression oscillated between anger and desperation. More astonishingly, his pace matched that of the school bus, which had accelerated to 40 kilometers per hour. "Stop the bus. I didn't get on. I'm not on the bus." Peter Parker shouted hoarsely, his voice cutting through the glass of the window. Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan raised an eyebrow with a smile, leisurely rolled down the window, and, tilting his head, mockingly inquired, "What did you say?" "You claim you can keep up with the bus." I said, "Make the driver stop." "What?" You intend to outrun the school bus? Peter Parker seethed with rage at Zhi Jiuan's contemptuous expression. Damn it, everything in this world is getting more expensive, yet people are becoming more despicable. At that moment, the students on the bus, eager for excitement, crowded to the windows, their eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. Good heavens, Parker is running that fast? Is he about to break the school record? One member of the football team rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Onlookers along the route paused to witness the scene. An elderly gentleman, out for his morning jog, removed his headphones, glanced at his sports watch, then turned to look at the sprinting Peter Parker. His expression akin to seeing a ghost. Gee, if you don't make the bus stop, I'll use your personal information to create an account on every Nantong website. You'll have to sleep against the wall from now on. Hearing this, Zhi Jiuan regarded Peter Parker, who was gnashing his teeth outside the window, shook his head with a dismissive smile, entirely unimpressed by such a feeble threat. He then immediately turned to the driver ahead and shouted, "Hey, Mr. Driver, stop the bus. That lunatic is my friend." With a piercing screech of brakes, the school bus gradually came to a halt by the roadside. Peter Parker leaped up the steps to the door, clutching his knee and gasping for breath. To be precise, he merely mimicked the act of panting, yet his complexion remained untroubled, with barely a bead of sweat to be found. Peter squeezed through the aisle and plopped down beside Zhi Jiuan. His eyes widened in astonishment, and with an eager gaze fixed upon Zhi Jiuan, he animatedly gestured with his fingers, speaking at a rapid-fire pace akin to a barrage. "You won't believe what happened last night. When I woke up this morning, I found myself upside down on the ceiling, not lying down, but standing on my head, and my vision, which is over 400 degrees nearsighted, suddenly cleared up. I could see the color of the underwear hanging out to dry from the neighbor's apartment across the street. Then, when I tried to jump, I accidentally crashed into the chandelier on the ceiling. Aunt May thought there was an earthquake and almost called the fire department. And then I discovered I could bend a metal spoon with my bare hands. No, not bend it, but crush it into a ball." As Peter Parker rambled on with his chaotic account, Zhi Jiuan, exasperated, raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "Stop. What on earth are you rambling about? Think before you speak." Upon hearing this, Peter took a deep breath, the tension on his face easing somewhat. He then raised both hands in the air, gesturing as if you're trying to grasp something elusive, but failing to do so. After a lengthy gesticulation, Peter finally let out a resigned sigh and said disheartenedly, "Never mind, it's nothing." Upon uttering those words, silence engulfed the bus. Then came the collective expressions of discontent. What a waste of everyone's time. Speaking halfway and leaving us hanging. This Parker is such a loser. The bus filled with hissing sounds, causing Peter to lower his head, unable to meet the disdainful gazes of his peers. Zhi Jiuan regarded him thoughtfully, his gaze landing on the almost faded red mark on the back of Peter's neck. Before long, the school bus resumed its journey, and Zhi Jiuan leaned against the window to catch some sleep. However, just as he was on the verge of dozing off, a deep rumbling sound suddenly resonated in his ears. He furrowed his brow, raising his head in annoyance, and then his attention was completely captured. Outside the bus, a steel leviathan was slowly passing by. Leading the procession were 3 enhanced Hummers, equipped with twin machine guns atop, their jungle camouflage glinting coldly in the sunlight. Following closely were 4 1126 Stryker armored vehicles, their massive 8-wheeled bodies crushing the pavement, leaving distinct tire tracks in their wake. The sides of the vehicles bore grille armor, evidently a modified version for combat readiness. Even more astonishing was the sight of nearly 100 fully armed soldiers advancing in tactical formation behind the convoy. They donned advanced combat helmets and wore upgraded tactical vests, with several soldiers carrying 152 single-soldier radios, their antennas swaying slightly as they moved. The students on the school bus stared in collective astonishment, while pedestrians along the road raised their phones to capture the spectacle, their exclamations of awe ringing out in waves. However, at that moment, a boy wearing a baseball cap suddenly pointed at the convoy from the school bus, exclaiming, "That is the insignia of the 69th Infantry Regiment. Look at their arm patches." Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan squinted to observe. Indeed, the number 69 was spray-painted on the door of the Humvee, and the soldiers bore the red and blue emblem of the New York National Guard on their right sleeves. They seemed to be heading towards Manhattan. Another student shouted from the window. Zhi Jiuan followed the convoy with his gaze. The 69th Infantry Regiment is a renowned mechanized infantry unit stationed near New York, equipped far beyond the capabilities of the ordinary National Guard. Earlier this year, they had just upgraded to the 1097 self-propelled howitzer and a new tactical communications network. Logically, such a unit would not easily operate in the city. At the rear of the convoy, two soldiers hurried past, pushing a control terminal for the Cougar's small, unmanned aerial system. This 20 drone, with a wingspan of merely 28 meters, can provide 70 minutes of battlefield surveillance, serving as the aerial eyes for battalion-level units. Is there a terrorist attack in Hell's Kitchen, or has the Twin Towers been rebuilt? I heard there was a gunfight at the port last night. It's possible. My cousin at the police station mentioned that gangs have been trading arms lately. Zhi Jiuan refrained from joining the discussion. He had noted two details. First, all soldiers' rifles were loaded with live rounds, although the safeties were engaged. Second, there were 3 unmarked joint light tactical vehicles in the convoy, their windows tinted for privacy. This did not resemble routine training, nor did it appear to be an anti-terror operation. It seemed more akin to a search for something. The school bus slowly departed from the chaotic scene. Zhi Jiuan gazed at the diminishing outline of the military in the rearview mirror, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the seat. Chapter 19, Banner Arrested Afternoon, Midtown High School. The bell rang. As the dismissal bell echoed, Peter Parker had barely risen from his seat when Zhi Jiuan transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing out of the classroom. Huh? What just zipped past? Peter Parker's hand hovered in midair, his eyes wide in astonishment as he watched his friend vanish at the end of the corridor. What was going on with him? In a rush to meet his girlfriend? Observing the direction where Zhi Jiuan had departed, Gwen Stacy approached, clutching her textbooks, raising an eyebrow as she inquired. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker shook his head emphatically, with unwavering certainty, stating, "Impossible. After knowing that guy for so long, I've never seen him converse with a girl, not even the lady at the convenience store downstairs. He can't possibly have a girlfriend." Gwen Stacy stared at him with wide eyes, her expression akin to disdain, before glancing down at her own feet. The view is clear and unobstructed. She always felt that Peter Parker's words were rather vulgar, yet she lacked evidence. Gwen Stacy gritted her teeth, her expression one of irritation, gazing out the window as she remarked, "Well, that can't be ruled out. After all, some individuals may appear to be mere bookworms on the surface." Yet, unbeknownst to them, Peter Parker followed her gaze and caught sight of Zhi Jiuan nimbly vaulting over the wall, eliciting a chorus of gasps. Observing Gwen Stacy's adoring eyes from Peter Parker's perspective, he realized with alarm that Zhi Jiuan, this seducer of his beloved, could no longer be allowed to remain at large. Meanwhile, in Manhattan's West Midtown, outside a gray edifice, glaring caution tape stretched across 3 city blocks. 12 armored vehicles encircled the area in a protective formation, their rooftop remote weapon stations all aimed at the central building. Elite snipers clad in black combat attire occupied various high vantage points, their precision rifles equipped with specially designed tranquilizer rounds from S.H.I.E.L.D. Heart rates stabilized at 120, blood pressure normal. The target remained in a tranquil state. A military medic examined the readings and picked up the radio to report. Beside him, on a stretcher, Bruce Banner was securely bound by 5 carbon fiber straps. This frail man, wearing round glasses, tightly shut his eyes, while the monitoring device on his wrist incessantly beeped with alarming urgency. "Prepare for immediate helicopter transport," came the commanding voice of Thaddeus Ross from behind. The grizzled veteran, donned in a crisp Air Force Major General's uniform, had his medals glinting in the sunlight. Upon receiving the order, 6 soldiers promptly lifted the stretcher and marched briskly towards the 53 Super Stallion transport helicopter parked at the roadside. The deafening winds from the helicopter's rotor blades rustled the caution tape, while the citizens' mobile phone cameras were shielded by the soldiers' bodies. At the entrance of the building, Betty Ross emerged with the assistance of 2 female soldiers. Her lab coat stained with blood, her disheveled blonde hair clung to her pale cheek. "Betty, General Ross stepped forward, seemingly intent on saying something to his beloved daughter. Betty Ross abruptly lifted her gaze, her blue eyes ablaze with fury, declaring, "Are you satisfied?" Once again turning him into a lab rat. He was always military property. The military funded your research with Bruce, leading to these results. What is wrong with me reclaiming what is rightfully ours? Moreover, I am not acting out of selfishness. I am doing this for our country, to prevent the Hulk, this terrifying monster, from inflicting harm on innocent lives. Like yours. General Ross lowered his voice, earnestly attempting to explain to Betty Ross. However, she shrugged off the female soldier's assistance and strode directly towards the helicopter. As she passed by her father, she halted, her voice barely audible to the two of them, stating, "You made him a fugitive. I will never forgive you for what you have done to Bruce today." General Ross's expression froze. He watched his cherished daughter board the helicopter, his fists unconsciously clenching until his knuckles turned white. At that moment, in the laboratory above, Major AI leaned her hands against the metallic surface of the table, her piercing gaze fixed on Dr. Blue Sten, who sat across from her. "I shall ask once more, Dr. Sten, can you create more monsters like the Hulk?" Her voice was calm, yet resolute, her eyes piercing like daggers as they scrutinized the stout man before her. 4 fully armed soldiers stood silently behind Sten, their rifles slightly lowered, yet their fingers remained poised on the triggers. Sten adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light that concealed the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He spread his hands in exasperation, his expression a mixture of bemusement and despair, and replied with an air of resignation. "How could that be possible? As you mentioned, a man of my stature could never create such a terrifying beast. The Hulk is a unique individual born from countless accidents and coincidences." Upon hearing this, Major AI narrowed her eyes thoughtfully and remarked, "So, it is still conceivable to produce a second creature akin to the Hulk, is it not? Theoretically feasible, but it would require more clinical bang." The door of the laboratory was suddenly kicked open with force, interrupting Sten's words. Blonsky surged in like a wraith, his movements so swift they seemed almost inhuman. The 3 soldiers nearest the entrance barely raised their weapons before he dispatched them with a flurry of strikes. A hand chop, an elbow to the ribs, and a knee to the gut, all executed nearly simultaneously. Before their bodies could hit the ground, Blonsky seized one of their rifles and brought the butt crashing down onto the helmet of the 4th soldier. "Blonsky, have you lost your mind?" Major AI exclaimed sharply, her hand instinctively reaching for her sidearm as she regarded the intruder with alarm. However, Blonsky did not respond. Instead, he darted forward, delivering a powerful knife-hand strike to Major AI's carotid artery. Her pupils dilated in shock, and her body crumpled to the floor in a heap. The entire ambush transpired in less than 5 seconds. "Too much chatter," Blonsky muttered under his breath before turning to aim the dark muzzle of the rifle directly at Sten's forehead, his voice cold and resolute. "Regardless of what you did to Banner, I demand you perform the same experiment on me, to make me as formidable as that monster, the Hulk." His voice was hoarse, eyes glinting with a frenzied intensity. Sten's glasses slid down to the tip of his nose, but he made no effort to adjust them. Instead, a strange smile crept across his lips, his tone suddenly infused with excitement as he inquired, "Oh, you have seen the Hulk. From your demeanor, it seems you have indeed. You are captivated by his almost miraculous strength and physique, are you not?" Blonsky nodded, yet the rifle remained unmoving in his grasp as he replied coldly, "Yes, I have seen him. I understand the divine power he possesses. Therefore, immediately, right now, conduct the experiment." With a sudden flourish, Sten sprang to his feet, his swift motion causing Blonsky's gun to tremble slightly. Unfazed, Sten smiled and beckoned, "Follow me." Chapter 20. The Birth of Abomination. Little Amy's debut on the operating table within the laboratory. Blonsky lay supine, his muscles twitching with excitement as he shed his shirt. Stern busied himself nearby, attaching a syringe filled with a luminous green liquid to an infusion line. This was a blood sample from Banner, theoretically activated by gamma rays to induce similar mutations. Holding a large container of oddly colored blood before Blonsky, Stern introduced it with a voice that trembled with exhilaration. As he spoke, he inserted a specially designed needle into Blonsky's jugular vein, the red-green liquid gradually flowing into his body. As the blood entered his system, Blonsky's agonized screams reverberated throughout the laboratory. His body began to convulse violently, muscles swelling as if inflated, while bizarre greenish-blue veins appeared beneath his skin. His bones emitted a nauseating cracking sound, the spine twisting and elongating, scapulae jutting out like grotesque peaks. Perfection. Your cellular activity has exceeded expectations by 300. Stern stepped back, his eyes wide and breath quickening, his voice laced with excitement. As the last drop of Hulk's blood coursed through his veins, Blonsky's body convulsed even more intensely. Glub, glub. The muscle fibers of Blonsky's body were being incessantly torn and reconfigured by an unseen hand, a grayish keratin layer rapidly enveloping his skin, his spine protruding into a row of fearsome bony spikes. His jaw jutted forward, teeth sharpening to a razor-like edge, murky yellow pupils constricting into vertical slits within sunken eye sockets. Sizzle. With a sound akin to tearing fabric, his body swelled to nearly 4 meters in height. Bursting through his combat suit, reptilian scaled patterns emerging on his exposed chest, each muscle bulging like granite. Roar. Blonsky, or rather Abomination, threw back his head and unleashed a deafening roar, his massive arms tearing free from their restraints as if they were mere paper. Crack. He seized the operating table beneath him and hurled it out of the window with the ease of tossing a small stone. Swish. Boom, boom, boom. The operating table soared like a cannonball, crashing through 3 concrete walls before finally embedding itself, warped and twisted, at the end of the corridor. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm in the laboratory blared with a chilling intensity, unsettling red lights flashing amidst the swirling dust. Ugh. Stern picked himself up from the floor, a shard of his glasses having shattered, blood trickling down his forehead and cheek. Yet he paid no heed to his injuries. Instead, he opened his arms wide, eyes gleaming with fervor as he gazed upon Abomination, exclaiming, "Haha, perfect, utterly perfect. This is nothing short of divine creation. Get lost." Abomination roared, the terrifying sound wave shattering everything around him, even sending Stern flying. Bang! With a resounding crash, Sten slammed onto the laboratory table, his forehead colliding with the metallic edge, causing blood to surge forth. In that very moment, a single drop of Hulk's blood, lingering on the edge of the table, fell directly onto his bleeding wound. Disdainfully, Abomination cast not a glance at Sten, his legs slightly bent before he leapt with force. Boom! The concrete ceiling shattered like paper, and Abomination's figure vanished into the night. Amidst the chaos of the disheveled laboratory, Sten lay supine in a pool of blood, his eyes wide with shock. The drop of Hulk's blood seeped into his wound, as if it were a living entity, causing his veins to pulse with an eerie green hue. A crackling sound emanated from Sten's skull as his cerebral cortex visibly expanded and reconfigured. In that instant, Sten felt an evolution of his mind, as though his consciousness could stretch infinitely. With but a thought, every computer, every smartphone, and even the surveillance cameras on the street corners within a kilometer could become extensions of his intellect. So this is power. This is divine strength. His laughter twisted into madness, his facial muscles spasming unnaturally. Yet at that moment, boom, a purple lightning-encased arrow suddenly pierced through the wall, striking Sten precisely in the forehead. Bang! The violent surge of lightning erupted, and Sten's head exploded like a ripe watermelon, charred fragments scattering in all directions. The headless body swayed momentarily before sinking to its knees, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Bang! Another deafening sound echoed as a massive hole tore open in the ceiling of the laboratory. Amidst the swirling smoke and debris, a striking figure adorned in a black and purple Gothic dress descended gracefully. Her gown, embellished with star-like silver adornments, swayed gently in the descending air. With a mask bearing thorny patterns over her left eye and her right eye gleaming with the sharpness of golden lightning, her fair, delicate skin glimmered alluringly under the laboratory lights, while her dual ponytails intertwined with slender, lethal purple-black lightning snakes. It seems the arrival of the princess is slightly belated. Fiscal landed lightly on the ground, her wind wings folding gracefully behind her, dissipating into shimmering starlight. With a crackle, a gigantic raven, entirely cloaked in purple-black, appeared from thin air, its wings crackling with arcs of electricity. Oz elegantly circled Sten's body before hovering beside Fiscal, akin to a refined steward. My lady, according to the observations of the Eye of Judgment, the true hunt has only just begun. Oz's deep and refined voice resonated. Fiscal, with her lace-gloved fingers, gently caressed Oz's feathers and remarked, "Fear not. Since fate has led us here, there must be profound significance in it." As she spoke, she lifted her chin, and a flicker of lightning danced in her left eye beneath the mask. She added, "Oz, seek out the remnants of that foul beast. But your gaze must remain beyond the 2-kilometer forbidden boundary. Let not the wicked breath taint your soul." "As you command, milady." Oz unfurled his wings, transforming into a streak of lightning that pierced through the wall and vanished. Fischl walked slowly towards the shattered window, the night breeze stirring her skirt. In the nearby steel jungle, the distant sounds of collapsing structures and the screams of the populace echoed ominously. Chapter 21. War. A farewell from above night enveloped New York. In Midtown Manhattan, a lieutenant stationed beside a Humvee idly smoked a cigarette while gazing at the pitch-black sky. Suddenly, he noticed a significant portion of the once full moon had inexplicably vanished. What was happening? Before he could ponder further, a massive shadow plummeted rapidly from the heavens. Enemy attack. Boom! As the shadow struck the ground, the earth within 100 meters surged like ocean waves. The asphalt cracked and fractured. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, hurling 5 nearby Humvees and 2 armored vehicles into the air. The soldiers stationed in the vicinity were tossed about like rag dolls, landing heavily on the ground. As the dust settled, survivors struggled to rise, gazing toward the gaping pit for which a grotesque green figure gradually emerged. Thud! A helicopter in the sky illuminated the scene, allowing the soldiers to glimpse the true form of their assailant. It was a monster towering over 4 meters tall, its slate-gray body adorned with sharp, bony protrusions, muscles bulging like granite, and a fearsome visage with yellow, slitted eyes scanning the surroundings. It's the Hulk. Open fire. Open fire. Bang, bang, bang. The moment a sergeant laid eyes on the creature, he bellowed and raised his rifle, unleashing a torrent of bullets. In an instant, dozens of M41 rifles and several M2 machine guns erupted in a fiery barrage, the searing bullets raining down upon the abomination. Clang, clang. The projectiles, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, struck the Hulk, but aside from a shower of sparks, they left no mark upon its hide. Roar! The Hulk let out a ferocious growl, charging into the crowd with such speed that it left afterimages in its wake. Boom! The first soldier barely had time to scream before a blur rushed past, reducing him to a bloody mist. The Hulk's spiked arms swept through the ranks, severing dozens of soldiers in half, their entrails and blood splattering across the shattered streets. The lieutenant, who had first sensed the disturbance, seized the radio and shouted urgently, "Command Center, this is Unit 16. We are under Hulk attack. Coordinates 42-123,456. Requesting immediate close air support at danger distance. We have 12 personnel down." Boom! The lieutenant's words had yet to conclude when a colossal hand pierced through the armored roof of the Humvee, effortlessly crushing his head as one would squash a grape. A crimson and white mixture oozed between the fingers, and with disdain, the creature flung the headless corpse toward an oncoming armored vehicle. Bang! The body exploded against the bulletproof glass, momentarily obscuring the driver's view. In that instant, the monster had already leapt atop the vehicle. Creak! With hands plunged into the armored plating, it tore the entire top off the vehicle as if it were a beer can. The soldiers inside hadn't even a chance to retaliate before being reduced to a gruesome pulp. Whoosh! In the distance, a tactical vehicle sped away, its tires screeching against the pavement. Inside, the communications officer's face turned pale, fingers trembling as he operated the terminal, exclaiming, "Command, this is Charlie 7. We are under attack by an unidentified creature, suspected to be the fugitive Hulk. Transmitting real-time footage now." The imagery was uploaded to General Ross's helicopter. In the footage, the creature was hoisting a battered military Humvee above its head, preparing to hurl it like a shot put. Boom! The explosion's fiery glow illuminated its menacing grin, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. General Ross turned to peer at Bruce Banner, who was cradling his beloved daughter, and with a serious tone, warned, "This is not the Hulk. Soldier, protect yourself. Evacuate immediately." Just as General Ross's command reached its climax, a scream echoed from the other end of the radio, and the transmission abruptly ceased. Inside the transport helicopter, Bruce Banner fixated intently on the last transmitted image, his expression grave. This monster, though possessing exaggerated muscles and green skin akin to the Hulk, was enshrouded in exoskeletons and bone spurs, its visage grotesquely twisted. He turned to General Ross, fury blazing in his eyes as he coldly inquired, "Have you restarted the experiments?" At this, beads of cold sweat formed on General Ross's brow, yet he maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "The military has no involvement. Since your last experiment went awry, all related tests have ceased. Conversely, this hideous creature bears a striking resemblance to your own kind. Could it not be your doing? Just then, the helicopter jolted violently, and the pilot shouted, "Sir, that monster is rapidly advancing toward Times Square." At that moment, the creature was leaping swiftly between skyscrapers, drawing closer to the bustling district. Each step left cracked imprints upon the buildings, trailing a blood-soaked path extending for hundreds of meters. Bruce Banner inhaled deeply, unfastened his seatbelt, and directed the pilot, "Fly above it and open the hatch." Hearing this, General Ross's expression changed instantaneously. He seized Banner, exclaiming fiercely, "Do you wish to become the Hulk in Manhattan? Have you lost your mind? Here lies the most densely populated area of New York, necessitating the presence of the Hulk. Either release me now to halt the impending disaster, or we shall stand by and witness that monstrous creature annihilate half of Manhattan, after which you may re-evaluate your stance." Banner's gaze was unusually serene as he spoke. Yet Betty Ross was unwilling to acquiesce. She clutched Bruce Banner's arm firmly and declared, "No, I cannot agree. Setting aside whether the Hulk can combat that hideous beast below, you have only recently injected the suppressant, and we have no certainty of your ability to transform. Plummeting from this height could result in your demise. I will not allow you to take that risk." As she spoke, Betty fixed her determined gaze upon Bruce, her expression reflecting a blend of lofty ideals and a touch of ethereal detachment. "Rest assured, I am confident." The cabin fell into a heavy silence, interrupted solely by the roar of the engines and the distant sounds of explosions. Betty gradually released her grip, yet her demeanor was fraught with internal conflict and anguish. She wished to protect her beloved from danger, while simultaneously desiring to save the citizens of Manhattan from impending doom. Observing his precious daughter preparing to kiss the dog East Creek, General Ross's face turned ashen as he turned to the pilot and commanded, "Do as he says." As the cabin door creaked open, the icy winds of the high altitude rushed in. Bruce Banner was shoved to the edge of the door, where below lay the illuminated nightscape of Manhattan and the terrifying creature orchestrating carnage. Chapter 22. The Princess Nightfall in Manhattan, within the West Midtown. The entire 121st Street had been reduced to ruins. The asphalt was rent asunder, forming a spiderweb of fissures, with murky torrents seeping from ruptured underground pipes. Twisted fire hydrants erupted in 10-meter-high columns of water, creating a murky curtain in the midst of the smoke. The remnants of dozens of vehicles lay strewn about, as if devoured by a colossal beast. Some were flattened into discs, while others melted into grotesque metallic sculptures. The shop windows lining the streets lay shattered, glass shards carpeting the sidewalks, reflecting the flames like a sea of bloody diamonds. A 6-story apartment building had been severed in half, its exposed rebar jutting out like the fingers of a dying hand, with debris occasionally cascading from the fractured edge. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burnt rubber, mingling with the metallic scent of blood and the pungent odor of leaking natural gas. The abomination, with a malicious grin, knelt, causing the ground to cave in, spiderweb-like cracks extending for dozens of meters. With a sudden leap, he propelled his massive form like a cannonball toward the towering skyscraper. Just as he reached the apex of his jump, a bolt of purple lightning pierced the night sky. The lightning arrow struck true, hitting the abomination's left eye, causing a violent explosion of raw electrical energy. With a howl of agony, the abomination lost its balance and plummeted from a height of 100 meters, crashing down to the earth. The impact sent shockwaves that overturned vehicles and scattered pedestrians within a 100-meter radius. The asphalt pavement was shattered, revealing a deep pit with a diameter of 20 meters, its cracks radiating outward like the tendrils of a dark force. Dozens of citizens caught off guard were hurled through the air like ragged cloth, colliding violently with walls and streetlights, their fates uncertain. Amidst the cacophony of crumbling debris and swirling dust, the creature, known as Abomination, slowly rose, a charred mark marring his left eye, yet astonishingly, the wound healed with a visible swiftness. Roar! Insect! Come forth! The Abomination's thunderous bellow reverberated through the air, shattering the glass facades of nearby buildings. Seizing a police car, he flung it towards a crowded intersection as if it were a mere pebble. Just as the vehicle was about to crush a police officer directing the evacuation, a flurry of arrows crackling with lightning surged from various directions, shattering the police car midair. The arrows, entwined with blinding violet electricity, struck the abomination's joints, throat, and temples with pinpoint accuracy. The electric currents coursed through him, causing his muscles to spasm uncontrollably, as serpentine bolts of electricity danced across his ashen skin. The abomination fell to his knees in agony, yet such torment only fueled his fury. He pounded the ground, sending shockwaves that upheaved the asphalt within a 50-meter radius. The explosion of debris scattered like bullets, shattering shop windows and piercing car bodies. "I found you." The abomination suddenly turned, his yellow slit-like pupils locking onto a building's rooftop. With a surge of strength, he prepared to leap, when suddenly, a colossal purple lightning bolt descended from the heavens, staggering him and scorching the top of his head. Shaking off the daze, the fury in his eyes intensified. He glanced toward a nearby fuel tanker, a cruel grin spreading across his face. "To hell with you all." He charged at the tanker, effortlessly tearing through its metallic shell and lifting it high. Just as he was about to hurl the entire vehicle at the office tower, a clear female voice rang through the night sky. "In the name of judgment." Oz spread her vast wings, nearly 10 meters wide, hovering above the abomination. The lightning flickered in her eyes as she unleashed a powerful thrust of her wings. A colossal purple lightning column, exceeding 5 meters in diameter, cascaded from the sky, enveloping both the abomination and the fuel tanker in an instant. The overloaded electrical elements reacted violently with the flammable gasoline, igniting a catastrophic explosion that lit the sky ablaze. The shockwave shattering all nearby glass. The radiant and blinding light merged lightning and fire into a vortex of destruction, melting the reinforced concrete beneath into a magma-like fluid. In a heartbeat, all combustible materials within a 500-meter radius vaporized, streetlights bending and melting like wax candles. A searing heat wave swept through several blocks, causing the billboards in Times Square, located several kilometers away, to flicker erratically. As the scorching smoke gradually dissipated, the figure of the abomination re-emerged. At this moment, his skin was charred and peeling over large areas, with several of his bone spurs fractured, yet his muscles continued to writhe and mend. Such horrific injuries would have claimed the life of any ordinary carbon-based organism tenfold, but for him, they merely served as a catalyst for anger. "I shall tear you apart." Abomination seethed, his voice rendered even more hoarse and terrifying by the searing heat. However, just as he took a step forward, bang, a colossal figure, towering over 4 meters and emanating a green hue, crashed before him like a meteor. The ground instantly buckled, and a powerful shockwave swept away all debris in the vicinity. As the dust settled, the immense creature, cloaked in dark green, slowly rose to face Abomination, fists clenched, eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. Hulk had finally arrived, presenting a worthy adversary. Abomination's malevolent grin grew even more grotesque, instantly forgetting the hovering Oz above, and instead accelerated towards the newly appeared Hulk. Boom! Hulk wasted no words, delivering a heavy punch directly to Abomination's face. The collision of their monstrous fists generated a shockwave that overturned cars 3 blocks away. Oz circled high above, his crow-like eyes reflecting the cataclysmic battle below. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building several kilometers away, S.H.I.E.L.D. gracefully retracted her wings of wind, her right hand gripping a modest-looking bow, while her left hand danced with arcs of purple lightning. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s right eye shimmered with a violet glow, and through elemental resonance, she communicated with Oz. "Oz, do not venture too close to that apocalyptic beast. Otherwise, even my lightning barrier cannot save you." "Understood, miss," came the reply. The night breeze tousled S.H.I.E.L.D.'s twin tails, her crimson right eye narrowing slightly as she covered her face with her right hand. Her voice low and foreboding. "This is merely the prologue. The true eternal night apocalypse has yet to unveil its bloody pages. Ah-ha-ha." As she spoke, S.H.I.E.L.D. delicately rose onto her toes, gracefully lifting the sides of her skirt in a perfect curtsy, her long hair shimmering like stardust with the movement. Chapter 23. Abomination's Demise, Little Amy's Frantic Exit Bang. The two enormous fists collided, sending shockwaves rippling like a tsunami, hurling debris on either side of the street several meters away. The terrifying force caused Hulk to stagger back 3 steps, each imprinting half-meter-deep footprints in the ground. Thunderous sounds followed as Abomination was propelled backward like a cannonball. crashing through 2 buildings before finally coming to a halt. Concrete fragments rained down like hail, and thick clouds of dust soared into the sky. Hulk was undeniably stronger. The green giant pounded his chest, the reverberations echoing painfully in the ears of distant soldiers. Abomination crawled out from the rubble of the buildings, grinning wickedly as he twisted his deformed arm back into place, roaring in defiance. The battle is not over. With a sudden push against the ground, the earth trembled beneath him. Harnessing the recoil, Abomination shot towards Hulk like an arrow released from its bow. Bang! 2 monstrous beings grappled fiercely, tumbling across dozens of meters, leaving a path where the asphalt road was effortlessly torn up like a carpet, and underground pipes burst, sending columns of water soaring high into the air. At the periphery of this battlefield, a communications soldier knelt behind an armored vehicle, clutching a tactical tablet, the camera shaking violently as it focused on the distant titans locked in combat. With a powerful punch, Hulk sent Abomination crashing into a department store, causing the entire structure to collapse amidst a cloud of dust. On board a transport helicopter, Betty Ross and Thaddeus Ross stared grimly at the real-time battlefield footage displayed on the screen. Abomination's destructive capabilities exceeded all expectations, while Hulk appeared to be the sole entity capable of standing against him. After a moment of contemplation, General Ross activated his communicator, his voice cold and firm. All units, concentrate fire on the hideous monster. Create an opportunity for Hulk to strike. Repeat, prioritize suppressing the ugly target. In an instant, the battlefield dynamics shifted dramatically. The gunners of the armored vehicles, who had been on alert for Hulk, swiftly redirected their weapons towards Abomination, while snipers swapped in specialized ammunition and Apache helicopters maneuvered to flank the target. Target locked. Fire. With the command from the officer, 12 main battle tanks from the reinforcements unleashed their firepower simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the 120mm smoothbore cannons echoed as armor-piercing rounds carved brilliant white arcs, striking Abomination squarely in the back. The explosion engulfed Abomination in flames. Though the shells could not penetrate his skin, the force of the impact caused him to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Hulk delivered a devastating uppercut that sent Abomination soaring into the air. Bang! Snipers took their positions. From the rooftop, the Barrett 50 caliber rifles fired in unison, targeting Abomination's eyes and the joints with armor-piercing incendiary rounds. While the bullets could not inflict fatal wounds, they were sufficient to disrupt Abomination's movements. At the same time, 64 Apache helicopters hovered a kilometer above, the pilot calmly report, Hellfire missiles are ready, awaiting clearance. Enraged by the relentless assault, Abomination seized a half-bus and hurled it towards the armed helicopters. Bang! Yet Hulk intercepted it mid-air, the 2 colossal forces colliding, the bus torn asunder like mere paper. Just as Abomination was once again engulfed by artillery fire, struggling to lift his head, Fiscal stood atop a clock tower 2 kilometers away, her right eye crackling with lightning. She drew her longbow, the arrow entwined with dazzling violet lightning, and called out loudly, Oz. It is as you wish, Mississippi. Oz instantly understood, transforming into a bolt of lightning that streaked across the battlefield, scattering numerous tiny elemental lightning markers. Swish, swish, swish. Fiscal released the bowstring, and the arrows, imbued with lightning, split into dozens of bolts, racing towards those markers. Boom! Thunder enveloped the Abomination like a prison, thwarting its desire to shift the battlefield away from the constraining attacks of the American forces. Seizing the opportunity, Hulk charged forward, grasping the Abomination's shoulders and delivering a headbutt that struck its face with a resounding crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed clearly, causing the Abomination's nose to collapse. In retaliation, it clawed at Hulk's chest, driving its bony protrusions into him. Dark green blood splattered across the ruins, instantly corroding the ground and releasing plumes of white smoke. Yet, the intense pain ignited Hulk's fury. His muscles swelled, and he seized the Abomination's head, slamming it mercilessly into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. As the Abomination remained dazed, Hulk's arms, surpassing steel in strength, encircled its neck from behind. His muscles bulged, veins protruding like coiling dragons. The tremendous force caused the Abomination's cervical vertebrae to emit ominous cracking sounds. Faced with the threat of death, even the mindless abomination succumbed to madness. Its eyes bulged with blood, bony spikes growing fiercely, muscles expanding at a visible rate, hinting at a struggle to escape Hulk's grip. The ground beneath the two monsters fractured, debris and dust swirling. The abomination roared, its muscular arms straining as it gradually pried Hulk's arms apart to the brink of night's illusion. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated across the battlefield. S.H.I.E.L.D's figure appeared like a specter, descending from the heights, her black and purple gothic dress billowing in the tempest. Her right eye radiated blinding lightning. As she drew her longbow to its full moon's arc, an arrow entwined with boundless thunder aimed directly at the abomination's gaping maw. Boom! The instant the arrow was released, the world was cast into darkness. In the next moment, bolts of purple lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking the abomination as if delivering divine retribution. Terrifying currents surged through the abomination's open mouth, wreaking havoc within its very core. Ugh! The colossal form of the abomination convulsed violently, radiant lightning flickering beneath its skin, its eyeballs vaporizing in the intense heat. Impossible! The abomination's roar abruptly ceased. As countless bolts of lightning surged in, its body swelled to its limits amidst the thunder, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Bang! With a cataclysmic sound, the abomination's body shattered, charred fragments scattering like raindrops. A horrifying shockwave swept across the entire block, sending Hulk flying several meters, crashing heavily into a dilapidated building. S.H.I.E.L.D. landed gracefully on the scorched battlefield, her black skirt cascading softly. With one hand on her hip and the other caressing her unmask, she proclaimed amidst the remnants of the abomination, "Humph! Under this princess's thunder of judgment, mere monstrosities turn to ash. Indeed, miss, your power has restored this tainted land." Oz landed steadily beside her, elegantly preening his feathers in agreement. An angel! Goddess! Is this a case of middle school syndrome? How adorable! Quick, take a picture. Suddenly, the air was filled with a cacophony of cheers. As the smoke dissipated, S.H.I.E.L.D. noticed the nearby, surviving soldiers and citizens peering out, all raising their mobile phones to capture her image. S.H.I.E.L.'s body stiffened noticeably, her ears flushed crimson. Stammering, she exclaimed, "Oh dear! How dare the ignorant and foolish masses hum Oz? We must flee! We must flee!" In a flurry, she grasped the raven's claw, and with a flash of purple lightning, the pair vanished from sight, leaving only a few flickering sparks behind. Chapter 24. The Aftermath. The Unbeknownst Maiden the following day. The morning sun pierced through the remnants of smoke, casting its light upon the ruins of Midtown Manhattan. The entire block appeared as if ravaged by a colossal beast, with the asphalt surface riddled with spiderweb-like cracks and murky groundwater seeping from deep, meter-wide pits. Twisted and deformed vehicles, including Humvees and the wreckage of armored cars, lay scattered across the streets, some melted into abstract iron shapes by the intense heat, while others were compressed into thin sheets by the shockwaves. Broken fire hydrants gushed forth torrents of water, reaching several meters high, creating small, vibrant rainbows in the sunlight. Hundreds of rescue personnel navigated the debris, their orange uniforms starkly contrasting against the somber backdrop. "Over here, there are vital signs," a firefighter shouted hoarsely, kneeling before a collapsed apartment building, clutching a life detection device. Heavy machinery immediately redirected its efforts, cautiously clearing the rubble. Meanwhile, soldiers from the National Guard were gathering scattered and damaged weaponry. Beside an overturned armored vehicle, two soldiers strained to extract a deformed M240 machine gun, its barrel contorted into a bizarre arc. Another team of soldiers collected shards of bone spurs that had shattered during the conflict, meticulously placing the sharp remnants into lead containers labeled as hazardous biological materials. Not far off, the National Guard erected several barricades to thwart encroaching journalists. Good morning, viewers. This is Eddie Brock from the Hornet Daily, reporting live. A reporter stood in the center of the ravaged street, with the backdrop of still smoldering office buildings, microphone in hand. Last night's disaster has resulted in at least 347 injuries, 42 missing persons, and the death toll is still being tallied. However, his voice was soon drowned out by the thunderous roar of helicopters overhead. 3 Black Hawk helicopters descended slowly onto a makeshift clearing, their doors swinging open to reveal a team of agents clad in black tactical gear. As they approached, the National Guard soldiers on duty immediately stood to attention, saluting, and without hesitation, pulled back the barricades to grant passage. Radiation levels normal, biological contamination status in the heart of the battlefield. A technician wearing goggles held a scanner, meticulously examining the remnants of the abhorrent remains. He then placed a charred piece of flesh into a specially designed lead alloy container, affixing a label indicating it was a gamma-level biological sample. God, how on earth was this ghastly creature brought into existence? The density of its muscular tissue is an astonishing 1,200 times that of an ordinary human. An expert crouched nearby, laboriously lifting the lead alloy container, his fingers brushing over the label as he lamented, "Oh, do not get me started. There is also a colossal pit here, created by a momentary temperature surge exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius. I am at a loss for how to compose the investigation report." Another expert, perched at the edge of the massive lightning strike crater, lightly touched the scorched earth and spoke with a furrowed brow. In the center of the deep pit, Clint Barton surveyed his surroundings with a keen gaze. As the chief officer of this operation for S.H.I.E.L.D, he needed to meticulously assess every detail. "Doctor, what are the energy readings?" he inquired after observing for a while, pressing his earpiece. After a considerable pause, the fatigued voice of the technical supervisor emanated from the headset, stating, "The readings are extraordinarily high, yet the residual energy signatures do not correspond with any known technological weapon. It resembles, what? It resembles some form of pure energy entity," Clint replied, a frown creasing his brow as he crouched down, his fingers gliding over the surface. Among the charred soil, several strands of purple energy flickered like living beings before dissipating into the air. After a moment of contemplation, Clint Barton inquired again, "Have we been able to trace the girl?" "No leads, no remnants, no thermal imaging records. Even with the footage provided by witnesses, we found no corresponding information in the database." The technical supervisor's voice conveyed a sense of helplessness. "It is as if she came from another realm," Clint added in a low voice. "I understand," the technical director sighed, a hint of relief in his tone. At 9 a.m., within the temporary command tent, a holographic projection displayed a model of the battlefield. Clint Barton handed a data pad to the analyst and approached the communication terminal. "Connect me to Nick Fury." No sooner had he spoken than the screen flickered, revealing Nick Fury's singular eye. The backdrop was the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D, with dozens of agents bustling about. "Report the situation." Fury's voice remained as calm as ever. In response, Clint Barton called forth footage of S.H.I.E.L.D descending from the sky, summoning thunder to strike down the abhorrent. The target is temporarily codenamed Gloom, a female approximately 16 to 18 years of age. Known abilities include, but are not limited to, high-speed movement, energy manipulation, and suspected spatial jumping. He magnified a close-up of S.H.I.E.L.D, adding, "The weapon employed by Gloom resembles a composite bow, yet it fires pure energy arrows. It remains unclear whether this is her inherent ability or a function of the weapon." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury narrowed his eye, his tone turning steely. "What is the threat level?" Clint Barton brought up the data from the lightning strike crater, stating, "At least level 8. In terms of destructive capacity, the force of her strike fluctuates between 50 to 200 tons of equivalent. However, what complicates matters further is that," as he spoke, he switched the screen to display the moment when S.H.I.E.L.D transformed into lightning and vanished, adding, "We are utterly unable to track her." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury fell silent for a moment, ultimately resignedly stating, "Continue the search. Elevate the priority level. I will instruct the satellite team to enhance surveillance." "Understood." The communication was severed, and Clint Barton, with a solemn expression, quietly exited the tent. In the distance, rescue efforts persisted, cranes lifting broken beams while the wailing of ambulances echoed. He gazed up at the sky, which had returned to a tranquil blue, as if the purple thunder of the previous night had never existed. A few blocks away, officers from a New York police department were busy maintaining order. "Stop!" For officers pursued a young black man carrying an overstuffed backpack. The youth nimbly vaulted over a collapsed wall, but was tackled by an undercover officer as he jumped down. "Let me go. I found it. It was just lying on the ground, completely unmonitored. You wealthy dogs cannot apprehend me. You discriminate against black people. Black Lives Matter." The young man shouted in protest, his backpack spilling high-end watches and jewelry. Nevertheless, The officer paid him no mind, swiftly placing handcuffs on him and impatiently retorting, "Shut up, you damn nigger. If I hadn't run out of bullets, I would have already taken administrative leave." Beside the police car, a dozen or so robbery suspects, also in handcuffs, squatted in a line. Some cried out in protest. Others hung their heads dejectedly, and a tattooed white man spat at the officers. "Take them all back to the precinct. Let the prosecutor deal with it," grumbled the portly police captain, wiping the sweat from his forehead with an irritated wave of his hand. As the sun ascended, the cleanup operation gained momentum. Bulldozers pushed debris to the roadside, while water trucks washed the blood-stained streets. Although the scene was one of devastation, the pulse of the city was beginning to beat anew. Chapter 25. Ambiguity or Prank. On the third day after the disaster, the front pages of major media outlets across the nation remained dominated by the Manhattan attack. The New York Times featured an article titled "The Hulk Returns: Catastrophe or Redemption," providing a detailed account of the battle. However, they concluded with an entire page devoted to a high-definition photograph of S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite its blur, the girl's dark purple gothic dress, her flowing golden twin tails, and the longbow entwined with lightning were distinctly recognizable. The Hornet Daily was even more direct, with a bold headline proclaiming, "Has the Thunder Angel descended upon New York?" The subheading was filled with sensationalism. The alliance of the Green Beast and the mysterious girl leaves the military helpless. On social media, the topic had dominated for 48 hours. Some users meticulously analyzed S.H.I.E.L.'s combat footage, attempting to decipher the source of her powers. Numerous individuals have established fan clubs, fervently sharing screenshots adorned with the title Princess of Judgment, while some enthusiasts have even rushed to create matching outfits, posing in Times Square. Concurrently, at Midtown High School, warm sunlight filters through towering oak trees, casting dappled, vibrant shadows upon the campus's red brick buildings. The glass windows of the corridors reflect the cerulean sky, and the fans within the classrooms gently rotate, emitting a soft hum. In the indoor basketball court, the sound of sneakers scraping against the floor reverberates. As boys sprint and pass, their sweat glistening under the bright lights. On the sidelines, cheerleaders clad in snug, breezy sports tops and skirts wave pom-poms in rhythm, occasionally erupting in cheers that send hormones racing among the players on the court. Among them lounges Mr. Zhi Jiuan, the president of the Lazy Association and the last-minute reliance on Budo Association, a national-level actor of hypersomnolence and a designated inheritor of an intangible cultural heritage. He reclines languidly in the bleachers, displaying little interest in the fierce competition unfolding on the court. A sidelong glance reveals Peter Parker beside him, who, camera in hand, appears to capture images of the players and cheerleaders, yet subtly shifts his lens toward the opposite stands every few seconds. There sits Gwen Stacy, adorned with white headphones, a volume of introduction to molecular biology resting on her lap. Sunlight cascades through the high windows, accentuating her profile and golden locks. She seems entirely absorbed in her book, yet the corners of her mouth hint at a sly smile. Clearly, she is well aware of Peter's covert photography, yet she deliberately adjusts her posture to present a more flattering angle for the lens. May you face a double burden while grocery shopping, be cramped in the subway during work, find no tissue when nature calls, forget your keys when you step outside, choke while eating, run out of battery while using your phone, have your food stick to the pan, and wake up with a crick in your neck, observes a certain unwillingly anonymous single individual, Zhi Jiuan, as he hides in a corner, murmuring his grievances. After exhausting the rolls of film he brought, Peter Parker finally sets down his camera, casting a puzzled glance at Zhi Jiuan, whose expression is devoid of life, and inquires, "What are you muttering about?" In response, Zhi Jiuan gazes at the gymnasium ceiling, his expression tinged with melancholy, and laments, "Ah, I was pondering when sweet love might come my way. I would gladly accept something sweet, but even salty or spicy would suffice." Just as his words linger in the air, a cheerleader strides towards him. She possesses an alluring figure and striking features, looking down at Zhi Jiuan with a smile, and says, "Hi, Zhi, nice to meet you. I'm Emily. I've seen your videos, and I heard from others that it's you, right? That is simply amazing. I've always wanted to learn, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. Would you be willing to teach me? In return, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? Do you like pizza? I am aware of a delightful pizzeria located near the school. Would you care to join me this evening?" Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan looked up to find it was Emily Garcia, the captain of the cheerleading squad. His impression of her was rather vague. He only knew that her alluring physique and sweet visage rendered her quite popular among the male students at Midtown High. Just moments ago, while Emily was dancing nearby, the players on the field had cast numerous furtive glances in her direction. Observing the girl's eager expression, Zhi Jiuan showed no hint of surprise. Instead, he scrutinized her with a languid gaze and replied, "I regret to inform you that, while I would relish a complimentary meal, you have been misled. That video is a fabrication. Such things do not exist in reality. Just look at my petite frame. I am unable to bear burdens or lift anything. A mere touch could spell disaster for me, let alone triumphing over flesh in a brawl as depicted in the video. The truth is, with just one punch, I could bring him to his knees, begging for mercy. If you truly wish to learn self-defense, I would recommend purchasing a handgun to carry with you." American Kendo, trustworthy indeed. As he spoke, Zhi Jiuan expressionlessly raised a thumb, as if promoting a product. Huh? Emily stood momentarily stunned, her expression one of incredulity as she regarded Zhi Jiuan. "What I mean is, I will not teach you, so farewell." Zhi Jiuan reiterated succinctly, his tone as indifferent as if discussing the weather. Peter Parker, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief, nearly dropping his camera. Emily's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she turned and fled. Several cheerleaders promptly surrounded her, offering comfort, while casting furious glances at Zhi Jiuan. Sensing the ire directed towards him, Peter Parker smoothly distanced himself from Zhi Jiuan and whispered, "Are you all right? Just moments ago, you were exclaiming your desire for a sweet romance. Wasn't this an opportunity presented to you? And she is Emily, the cheerleader. Every boy in the school wishes to date her. How could you possibly refuse? Tell me honestly, do you have some affliction? I know of a clinic in Brooklyn that specializes in men's health. A friend of mine has spoken highly of the doctors there. Should you be facing any difficulties?" Before he could finish, Zhi Jiuan waved his hand to interrupt, exasperatedly stating, "Could you not wish for me to have something good? Be content. I have refrained from mentioning the possibility of your being already sterile, thus preserving your dignity. Why not to be so ungrateful? Now, let us not divert the topic. Why did you turn down Emily?" Hearing this, Zhi Jiuan stroked his chin, wearing an expression of peculiar contemplation. How shall I put this? Perhaps it stems from a slight sense of mental fastidiousness. I do not particularly favor women whose personal lives are excessively chaotic. As for Emily, to my knowledge, her romantic history is so extensive it could fill a tome, perhaps even a trilogy. The history of America may not be as voluminous. Furthermore, the very fact that someone suddenly approached me to offer benefits after watching a brief video struck me as rather peculiar. I harbored suspicions that this might be the prank of certain individuals. Chapter 26. The contest on the court, however. Just as Zhi Jiuan was engaging in light banter with Peter Parker, an orange blur suddenly streaked from the direction of the basketball court. Zhi Jiuan glanced up to find a basketball hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed, the gust of wind even lifting his bangs. At the very moment the ball was about to collide with his nose, Peter Parker's hand shot out like lightning, deftly intercepting the basketball mere centimeters from Zhi Jiuan's face. The ball spun a few times in his palm before coming to a halt. The entire basketball court fell silent for a brief second, all eyes turning towards the stands. "Hey nerd, throw the ball back. Or are you too weak to manage even that?" A boy unfamiliar to Zhi Jiuan shouted with a grin, hands on his hips, inciting a cacophony of laughter from the basketball team behind him. Seeing their unapologetic expressions, Peter Parker's grip on the ball tightened, his knuckles turning pale from exertion as he seethed. This was deliberate. They're definitely doing this on purpose. With that, an enraged Peter Parker made to descend to confront them. At that moment, Gwen Stacy jogged over, placing a hand on Peter's shoulder and saying, "Peter, don't act rashly. There are too many of them, and they are deliberately provoking trouble. You would only end up at a disadvantage." Zhi Jiuan nodded in agreement, urging Peter to heed Gwen's words. He then gently took the basketball from Peter's hand and weighed it in his palm. His gaze swept over the tall boy standing triumphantly beyond the three-point line, while several team members mimicked Zhi Jiuan's earlier near miss, appearing quite comical. Emily and the cheerleaders, meanwhile, hid behind the crowd, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they watched the scene unfold. Zhi Jiuan suddenly realized the situation and clicked his tongue, letting out a resigned sigh as he muttered to himself, "Ah, Regardless of the creature, they all become insufferable during their mating season. Rising to his feet, he held the basketball aloft, his voice resonating clearly yet softly in the ears of everyone present. Truth be told, I once came across a saying in the restroom back home that perfectly encapsulates your shooting prowess. If you urinate outside, it signifies your weakness. If you cannot aim, it denotes your shortcoming. Not everyone possesses the courage to confront their flaws and deficiencies. Yet you, in front of the public eye, have achieved this remarkable feat. You are true warriors. I genuinely take pride in you. You should give yourselves a round of applause. With that, Zhi Jiuan offered a warm smile and raised his thumb in approval. Ha ha! Upon the utterance of those words, an initial silence enveloped the venue, swiftly followed by a cacophony of laughter. The cheerleaders exchanged glances, some unable to suppress their giggles. The players, their smiles abruptly frozen, glanced around in embarrassment, wishing fervently to escape. Shut up! Return the ball! Bellowed the tall figure at the center of the court, his tone tinged with indignation. No problem, but I've never played basketball before, so be ready to catch. With that, Zhi Jiuan made no preparatory run, but rather stood firm and tossed the ball with one hand. Whoosh! Before the eyes of the crowd, the basketball traced a perfect parabola through the air, soaring across the entire court. Swish! It went cleanly through the net. In that instant, the entire arena seemed to be frozen in time. The ball bounced a few times on the floor before rolling to the feet of the tall boy. The cheerleaders dropped their colorful pom-poms, and Emily covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. The students in the stands rose in unison, some even rubbing their eyes, questioning their own perception. The gymnasium fell into an eerie silence, with even the sound of breathing and the hum of the air conditioning distinctly audible. All eyes were fixated on the swaying net, still trembling from the shot. A distance of 28 meters away, on the sidelines, the physical education teacher S. tactical board clattered to the ground, his gaze locked on the hoop, lips quivering as he counted the distance, murmuring in disbelief. How could this be possible from 28 meters with one hand? In a corner, a student filming the moment dropped his phone, the screen frozen at the instant the ball entered the net. Zhi Jiuan glanced at the motionless scoreboard and, with a disappointed shake of his head, muttered, I thought I might score 3 points, but turns out this thing is manually counted. What a shame. With that, he turned towards the exit, waving dismissively and calmly stating, this is the first and last warning. If they're essay next time, I'll use his head as a basketball. Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy exchanged a glance, hastily gathering their belongings to follow. After walking a short distance, Zhi Jiuan veered into a deserted corridor corner and came to a halt. Just as Gwen Stacy assumed he was disheartened and intended to comfort him, Zhi Jiuan's aloof expression shattered, and he suddenly grasped Peter Parker's shoulders, exclaiming excitedly, Did you see that? Wasn't my performance absolutely spectacular? That one-handed toss, that pinpoint accuracy. Surely this display deserves a perfect score. Peter Parker, equally exhilarated, flailed his arms in delight, gripping Zhi Jiuan's shoulders and grinning widely. Not just a perfect score, it's beyond perfect. Just look at the faces of those basketball bullies. They looked worse than a pizza run over by a truck. Ha ha ha, too bad I ran out of film. Otherwise, I would be giving you a set of high-definition photos. Within 3 days, you could become the star of Genshin High School. Yet, why does this sound like a veiled threat? Are you perhaps envious of me? I warn you to refrain from making baseless accusations. I could sue you for defamation, you know. Gwen, he is slandering me. Indeed, you are consumed by jealousy. Take this. Do you wish to silence me? It won't be so simple. Witness how two erstwhile brothers can turn into adversaries in the blink of an eye. Gwen Stacy, standing a few paces away while clutching her textbook, supported her forehead with one hand, her mouth twitching. I must have been out of my mind to associate with these two fools. Chapter 27. The Unclaimed Eye of God as Night Fell. The bustling office buildings shed their daytime clamor, leaving only a handful of illuminated windows, akin to the eyes of night owls. The headlights on the overpass traced red trails, intertwining with the silver glimmer of oncoming traffic. As he hummed a tune, Zhi Jiuan opened the door to his apartment, casually hanging his backpack on the coat rack before flopping onto the sofa like a desiccated fish. However, after lying there for a brief moment, he appeared to recollect something. Bouncing back up from the couch, he rummaged through his desk drawer, retrieving a coil of mosquito-repellent incense and a lighter. scampering over to the portrait of Zhi Jiuan to ignite it. Brother Wei, under limited circumstances, I couldn't procure any Yuan Bao candles. So this mosquito coil will have to suffice for now. But rest assured, I have ordered a batch of Yuan Bao candles from my homeland, and they should arrive in New York in about 10 to 15 days. Moreover, I assure you that they are crafted entirely from natural materials. No hint of technology or artificiality. Just you wait for the delight. After completing this task, Zhi Jiuan finally returned to the sofa, allowing his consciousness to sink into the luminous orb of his mind. Original stones. 170. Upon seeing the balance of original stones displayed on the virtual panel, Zhi Jiuan couldn't help but chuckle. Although he played a supportive role in the battle against the loathed enemy, with the true damage being dealt by the Hulk, his contribution was nonetheless significant. Furthermore, he had slain a prominent antagonist, one who, although not yet formidable, was destined for great renown. Receiving 170 original stones felt rather modest. It seemed that the timeline had not undergone any significant alterations, and the narrative remained largely unchanged, which accounted for the deduction of a fair number of stones. Nevertheless, having something is surely better than having nothing. Zhi Jiuan reassured himself, then cast all his original stones into the gacha pool. Swish! A dazzling radiance swept before him, and beyond the azure sky and white clouds, he faintly perceived a hint of purple. Deep-fried pork chop sandwich, 1. Little lantern grass, 6. West Wind Hunter Bow, 1. Unclaimed Eye of God, 1. Sunset fruit, 8. Item, fried pork cutlet sandwich. Description, a meal that embodies nutritional balance. The sweet and fluffy bread provides a satisfying fullness, while the crispy and juicy fried pork tantalizes the taste buds. With every bite, a sense of gratification envelopes one from the tip of the tongue to the depths of the stomach. Who, one wonders, first conceived such a remarkable combination? Effect, slightly enhances the consumer's attack power for a duration of 300 seconds. Item, glow brass. Description, emits a faint luminescence at night, enhancing the flavor when cooked with other ingredients. Effect, none. Weapon name, West Wind Hunter's Bow. Rarity, weapon type, Bow. Base attack power, 454 stat bonus. Elemental recharge efficiency, 613. Weapon skill, sailing with the wind. When a critical hit is dealt, there is a 100 chance to generate a small number of elemental particles, restoring a minor amount of elemental energy to the user. This effect can trigger only once every 6 seconds. Item, Unclaimed Eye of God. Description, this gem is no ordinary creation. It descends quietly when a soul's fervent wish, burning as brightly as the stars, catches the gaze of beings from the heavens above. It is not merely a vessel of power. It embodies the indomitable will of its holder, serving as an anchor connecting their soul to the elemental laws of the world. Each Eye of God carries an unfinished dream, a poignant past, or a vow toward the future. The form of its shell often narrates the holder's belonging, while the core gem radiates the light of one of the 7 elements based on the recognized wish: flame, clear water, swift wind, raging thunder, creeping vines, solid ice, or sturdy rock. Effect, none. Zhi Jiuan gazed at the grayish-white gem, which floated quietly at the center of the system interface. He silently rose, rummaged through the cabinet of his desk, and retrieved a coil of mosquito-repellent incense, lighting it before the portrait of Zhi Jiuan without uttering a word. Brother Wei, make do with this for now. I'll place an order for some incense and paper money shortly. I'll also ensure that the big villa and little car are arranged for you without delay. The Mother Hill people are a bit challenging at the moment, but I'll figure something out, perhaps enlist a skilled master to help craft a few to send over. In any case, as long as I have a bowl of soup to share, you shall certainly have one too. After murmuring to the portrait of Zhi Jiuan, Zhi Jiuan promptly leapt around the room like an overly exuberant monkey, his fists pounding against the mattress with a resounding thud as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! The unclaimed Eye of God! I drew it! I truly drew it! Ha ha ha! Who is making all that noise in the dead of night? I'll call the police." Came a furious knock from next door. Which lunatic escaped from the asylum? Echoed from above, accompanied by the sound of slippers slapping against the floor. Zhi Jiuan immediately covered his mouth, yet a smile still crept upon his lips. Cautiously, he clicked to claim the prize, and a cool, attribute-less Eye of God settled into the palm of his hand. The gemstone lay dull and unremarkable, its surface smooth and rounded, as if it had absorbed all surrounding light. Yet, Zhi Jiuan cradled it like a rare treasure, examining it under the lamp's glow, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. However, the initial excitement soon faded, and Zhi Jiuan found himself seated cross-legged on the sofa, his brow furrowing in contemplation. How was one to activate this thing? He prodded the unresponsive eye of God and attempted to prick his finger, allowing a couple of drops of blood to fall onto its surface, but nothing occurred. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, muttering to himself in vexation. Could it be that I must wait for divine attention, as in those games? How absurd! With my willpower weaker than a bag of chips. Which deity would bother to cast even a glance my way? Probably not, as this entity seems purely whimsical, showing no interest in someone as mature, composed, and self-assured as I am. I can't possibly leap off a cliff to tempt fate, can I? Never mind. Perhaps this eye of God is not worth the trouble. The dangerous thought flared momentarily before being swiftly extinguished by Zhi Jiuan himself. After toiling until 3 in the morning, the eye of God remained lifeless. He sighed, opting to string the gemstone onto a sturdy rope and wear it around his neck. The cool stone pressed against his skin provided a semblance of calm. Slow and steady, he whispered, caressing the eye of God before extinguishing the lights and lying down. Yet, even as he lay in bed, he couldn't resist reaching beneath his sleepwear to touch the pendant resting against his chest. Chapter 28. An unexpected announcement in the early morning. New York was bathed in soft golden sunlight. The glass facades of skyscrapers reflected the rising sun, while traffic on the streets thickened, and steam from coffee shops coalesced into wispy clouds in the crisp air. Zhi Jiuan stood by his apartment window, stifling a yawn. He drew the heavy curtains and turned towards the kitchen. The living room television was on, the morning news anchor delivering the weather with a professional tone. Suddenly, an urgent bulletin interrupted the broadcast. In a significant development, Tony Stark, the head of Stark Industries, was rescued last night and has safely returned to New York. Upon hearing this news, Zhi Jiuan paused, quickly extinguishing the flames on the stove before rushing into the living room to catch the unfolding report. The television screen displayed Tony Stark, clad in a wrinkled suit, his left hand bandaged, being assisted down from a transport plane by Colonel Rhodes. Though pale, he wore his signature irreverent smile. Most striking of all was the arc reactor glowing in his chest, reminiscent of a beacon. At that moment, 2 F-22 Raptors soared overhead, tracing long trails of vapor in the dawn sky. The serious and authoritative voice of the news anchor resonated from off-screen, continuing, Mr. Stark has announced a press conference to be held today at 2:30 p.m., where he will disclose significant decisions regarding the future of Stark Industries. Zhi Jiuan furrowed his brow as he took out his phone, glancing at the time displayed on the screen. He realized that Tony Stark's escape had occurred much earlier than originally scripted. This indicated that his previous information shared with Pepper about Obadiah Stane had proven valuable. Soon, another news segment on the television validated Zhi Jiuan's thoughts. Furthermore, Obadiah Stane, a veteran of Stark Industries, had been arrested last night by a special task force on multiple charges, including financial fraud and tax evasion, with no further details released as of yet. As the anchor finished speaking, the scene shifted to a luxurious apartment in Manhattan, where Obadiah Stane, clad in pajamas, was escorted out of the elevator by agents, a thread from his nightcap still clinging to his bald head. The footage then transitioned to the press conference featuring Pepper Potts, dressed in a tailored deep blue suit. She stood confidently before the Stark Industries logo, appearing composed and professional under the flashing lights. She politely stated, first and foremost, on behalf of all employees at Stark Industries, I extend our sincerest condolences for the safe return of Mr. Tony Stark. During the ongoing investigation into Obadiah, I have been appointed as the interim CEO of Stark Industries with the board's approval. In this new role, I will. She paused briefly, scanning the assembled reporters, and with a clear and powerful voice, continued, we are fully cooperating with the relevant authorities in the investigation. Stark Industries has always adhered to the principles of lawful operation, and any violations of company policy will not be tolerated. Regarding the future direction of Stark Industries, Mr. Stark will address this personally this afternoon. However, I can assure you that Stark Industries will continue to commit to technological innovation and contribute to global security. When questioned about the specific charges against Obadiah, she gracefully responded, the investigation is still ongoing, and we fully respect the judicial process. Thus, we cannot disclose further details. Meanwhile, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington. Phil Coulson rubbed his tired eyes and gently rapped his knuckles against the oak door of the director's office. "Come in," Nick Fury's voice called out from beyond the door. Upon hearing this, Coulson entered, placing a thick stack of documents on the desk. "Director, these are the latest developments concerning Obadiah Stane. Please review them." Nick Fury picked up the topmost document, his single eye scanning the cover before inquiring, "Has he spoken yet?" "Not yet, but it won't be difficult. We have confirmed his financial transactions with the 10 rings, including 3 encrypted transfers totaling $48 million. Obadiah still denies any collusion with terrorists, claiming those were merely consulting fees. As for the weapons bearing the Stark Industries insignia, he professes ignorance. The interrogation team is currently arranging room service for him. From my experience, he will likely relent within half an hour," Coulson remarked with unwavering confidence while glancing at his watch. "And what of Afghanistan?" Coulson summoned the satellite imagery on his tablet and presented it to Nick Fury, stating, "Intelligence has been relayed to the military. The 10th Mountain Division has secured the valley where Stark was located and is conducting a thorough search of the surrounding caves. Any discoveries will be promptly reported by the stationed agents in Afghanistan." Nick Fury nodded, shifting the display to the indistinct images of Fisher and DeLuc, inquiring, "Have there been any leads on these 2 unique individuals?" The mention of Fisher and DeLuc caused Coulson an immediate headache. After a resigned sigh, he replied, "There has been no progress. The girl known as Nightshade first and last appeared on the battlefield of Manhattan, after which she vanished without a trace. There are no credit card records, no traffic camera footage, and not even thermal imaging has detected her. The male known as Night Owl is equally enigmatic. However, he has appeared more frequently, allowing us to identify individuals he has interacted with, providing a meager basis for profiling. For instance, Pepper Potts. According to her, it was Night Owl who provided crucial evidence of Obadiah's collusion with the 10 rings to traffic arms. Moreover, there remains a balance of $7 million owed, which Pepper has promised to pay upon confirming the authenticity of the intelligence. If he desires this sum, he is likely to resurface. Then we shall keep a close watch on Pepper Potts. Report to me immediately if there are any developments. We have already monitored all physical contact points associated with Stark Industries, from safe houses to private jets, and even the coffee shop frequented by Ms. Potts. Should there be any discoveries, I will inform you right away." Nick Fury nodded once more, then rose to approach the holographic projection, gazing at DeLuc's image as he inquired, "Has the expert team's assessment report on Night Owl been completed?" At this, Coulson precisely extracted a document from the stack on the table and presented it to Nick Fury, stating, "It has been completed, and the assessment results are as follows. Based on the analysis of footage from the 9 highway case and the Reaper incident in an abandoned factory in New York, Night Owl can penetrate 30 layers of homogeneous steel with his bare hands, move at speeds exceeding 200, and generate flames with temperatures surpassing 3,000 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, the material composition of his great sword remains unknown, yet its hardness and resilience surpass that of vibranium. In summary, the expert team preliminarily estimates Night Owl's solo combat capability to be equivalent to that of an armored brigade, with the potential for substantial destruction in a modern urban environment rated at level. As for the likelihood of recruitment, the experts provided a probability of 27. Upon hearing the final figure, Nick Fury raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "So low?" Coulson responded with a wry smile, expressing, "The psychological expert team analyzed that he possesses no sense of belonging to the existing social structure. His behavioral patterns during intelligence transactions are more akin to those of a mercenary. No, rather like a tourist." Chapter 29. The final payment night enveloped New York. With the tranquility of Long Island's evening deep and profound, the distant sound of waves faintly echoing. Stark Industries' private villa, perched on the edge of a cliff, where the moonlight cascaded over the sea, casting shimmering silver reflections upon the water. In the living room, Pepper Potts glanced for the 3rd time at the antique clock above the fireplace, which read 2:17 in the morning. Tony Stark had been sequestered in the underground laboratory for a full 48 hours. Unconsciously, she traced the rim of her mug, the once warm tea now cold, mirroring the dark circles under her eyes. Seated beside Pepper, James Rhodes, clad in a wrinkled military uniform that clearly hadn't been changed in days, could no longer contain his impatience. With a weary voice, he inquired, "He still refuses to come out?" "The military has issued their final ultimatum for noon tomorrow. If Tony remains absent by then to explain the closure of the weapons division, They will initiate sanctions against Stark Industries. He loosened his military tie, his fingers tapping a restless rhythm against his knee. Pepper shook her head, a strand of golden hair slipping from her meticulously arranged bun. With a hint of resignation, she replied, J-A-R-V-I-S, said Tony is working and has declined any interruptions. As she spoke, she rubbed her brow and turned her gaze toward the basement, where the access control system continued to display a glaring red. At her words, Rhodes let out a heavy sigh, his fingers resuming their restless drumming on the armrest of the sofa. 3 weeks prior, Tony Stark had miraculously returned from a terrorist cave in Afghanistan, and upon his return, the first thing he did was publicly announce the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division. This decision detonated like a bomb, instantly obliterating the company's stock prices and the military's trust. The board members were nearly driven to madness, and the betrayal of Obadiah Stane, the man Tony regarded as a father figure, only compounded the crisis. Enough. I will retrieve the backup key. After a moment of contemplation, Pepper suddenly rose with a serious expression, her teacup emitting a soft clink against the glass coffee table. However, as she turned, she froze in place as if struck by lightning. A handsome man with a high ponytail stood 3 feet away, the hem of his black and red trench coat swaying slightly. A cacophony of piercing screams erupted as Pepper stumbled backward, knocking over the coffee table, the ceramic cups crashing onto the carpet with a muffled thud. With military agility, Rhodes sprang to his feet, instinctively pulling Pepper behind him while drawing his handgun, the click of the safety echoing crisply in the stillness of the night. Don't move, Rhodes barked, the dark muzzle of the gun aimed directly at the intruder's forehead. His finger rested on the trigger, poised to fire at a moment's notice. In the dim light, the uninvited guest's features gradually became discernible. Tall and enveloped in a black and red trench coat, fiery red hair styled into a neat ponytail, swaying gently in the night breeze that filtered through the window. Wait, hold on, Rhodes. At this moment, Pepper Potts, having recovered from her initial shock, swiftly approached and grasped Rhodes' wrist, speaking in a hurried tone. Calm down, Rhodes. This man provided the intelligence regarding Obadiah's collusion with the 10 Rings. He suggested that I investigate the whereabouts of Tony through this informant. Good evening, Mr. Dylick. Are you here to collect the balance? Rhodes did not immediately lower his weapon. He could feel the hair on the back of his neck standing on end. The man before him exuded a palpable aura of intimidation, akin to standing before a slumbering beast. What troubled him further was the complete lack of any alert from the villa's security system. Even Jarvis remained unresponsive. Yet Dylick appeared unfazed by the gun's muzzle, smoothly withdrawing a black leather glove from within his coat to deflect the weapon's aim. He then nodded impassively and remarked, Yes, I saw the news. Pepper stepped fully out from behind Rhodes, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart. With a look that conveyed both gratitude for Dylick's presence and exasperation over the troubles he had caused her for years, she said, Mr. Dylick, your method of arrival is quite alarming. Could you at least give a heads up next time? Or perhaps ring the doorbell? In response, Dylick crossed his arms, his expression devoid of any trace of remorse, and calmly replied, Oh, is my method of arrival deemed unusual? At this point, Rhodes had holstered his handgun and, gazing at the composed Dylick, expressed his incredulity. Of course it's unusual, my friend. Is this how informants typically present themselves? Not all. How do you expect informants to appear? The normal way for an informant is to not appear at all. Observing the 2 men caught in a moment of silence, Dylick explained with an air of indifference. The intelligence community is primarily composed of deceivers, gamblers, drug dealers, and traitors. Most of these identities cannot operate openly in a lawful society, so for their own safety, informants rarely reveal themselves. Pepper parted her lips, but found herself at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, she produced a small metallic object from her suit pocket, a key engraved with a bank emblem. As per our agreement, this is the final payment. In the bank's private vault, there is $7 million in cash, and the code is 1029. With that, she extended the key towards Dylick. Dylick accepted the key with a fluid motion, akin to receiving a fine glass of wine. He did not verify its authenticity, but tucked it into the inner pocket of his coat, stating, You are more trustworthy than most clients. As a reward for your integrity, I can offer one complimentary service. Though he had already stowed his weapon, Rhodes' wariness of Dylick had not abated, and he bluntly inquired, What service? Dialec's gaze finally found focus as he directed it toward the elevator door leading to the basement. In a clear and composed manner, he stated information desired by Miss Pepper, or a decisive intervention at a critical moment to protect an individual designated by her. Make your choice, Miss Pepper. Upon hearing this, Pepper Potts pondered briefly before ultimately deciding to reserve Dialec's complimentary assistance for the man hiding in the laboratory. She casually remarked, "Thank you. If the situation becomes dire, please assist my boss, Mr. Dialec. I wish to avoid job hunting." In response, Dialec silently nodded, and, as he turned, the hem of his dark red coat traced a deep crimson arc through the air. As he approached the door, he seemed to recall something, halting abruptly to say, "The fellow in the basement, while immature, possesses a resilience of mind far beyond your expectations. Give him time, and he'll come to terms with it all." With those words, Dialec's figure seamlessly melded into the darkness, vanishing before the two. Chapter 30. The Intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D. The night was as dark as ink. Dialec appeared beneath the streetlight like a flickering flame. After departing from the Stark villa, he meandered along the secluded paths of Long Island, the hem of his dark crimson coat swaying gently with each step. The suburban night of New York was far from tranquil. Distant roars of car engines occasionally echoed, while the nearby grass was alive with the chirping of insects. After approximately 20 minutes, Dialec abruptly halted in an abandoned warehouse district. The streetlights were sparse, and the brick walls of the buildings on either side were weathered and dilapidated, the air thick with the scent of rust and decaying wood. He turned slowly, his crimson eyes glinting faintly in the shadows. "There is no one here, so there is no need for concealment," he declared, his voice soft yet resonant in the empty street. No sooner had he spoken than shadows flickered atop the 20-meter-high residential buildings flanking him. With the hissing sound of ropes, 12 fully armed soldiers descended in tactical formation, landing with barely a whisper thanks to their combat boots. Clad in black tactical attire, their helmets glowed with a ghostly green from night vision goggles, and their submachine guns were uniformly aimed at Dialec's heart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost simultaneously, the night sky was filled with a swarm-like hum. 12 quadcopters approached from various directions, their underslung miniguns gleaming coldly in the moonlight. They hovered in a flawless tactical array 10 meters above ground, the red dot sights projecting a lethal web upon Dialec's coat. He did not so much as flinch, his gaze sweeping the surroundings before finally settling at the end of the alley. There, a convoy of 5 black Chevrolets rumbled forth, the sound of tires crunching over gravel piercing the silence. Screech! The convoy halted 10 meters away from Dialec. As the car doors swung open almost simultaneously, 23 men clad in black suits swiftly dispersed, forming a secondary encirclement. Their movements were synchronized, clearly indicative of professional military training. The man at the forefront was the last to exit the vehicle. He was tall and slender, with an exceptionally high hairline and a disarmingly gentle smile that belied any sense of malevolence. "Mr. Dialec, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Phil Coulson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, and we bear you no ill will." Coulson smiled, halting 3 paces away from Dialec, his voice as impeccable as the meticulously pressed suit he wore. Dialec's gaze lingered on Coulson's face for a few seconds before shifting to the bulging waistlines of the agents behind him and the fully armed soldiers surrounding them. "I am curious, if this is not malevolent, what might it look like if you were to harbor ill intentions?" Dialec's tone was colder than a night breeze. In response, Coulson's smile remained unperturbed, as casual as a friendly chat. "I hope you can understand. This is merely standard procedure. We harbor no animosity towards you personally. These arrangements are solely to ensure the protection of Tony Stark." With that, Coulson extended his right hand. However, Dialec did not reciprocate. A gust of wind swept through, causing his red ponytail to sway gently, strands brushing against the metallic shoulder armor. The scene prompted the agents around them to tense instinctively, with several fingers poised on trigger guards. Coulson naturally retracted his hand, as if anticipating the rejection, and added, "Mr. Stark is currently in a precarious situation. A mysterious individual claiming to be an informant has suddenly appeared in his vicinity, necessitating our cautious approach." He paused before continuing, "Moreover, you and I both know that these weapons pose no substantive threat to you. Do they, Mr. Dialec?" A drone descended slightly, the sound of its camera zooming and starkly punctuating the silence. Dialect glanced upward just as the drone's engine emitted an unusual hum, shaking slightly before ascending back to its previous height. While this request may seem presumptuous, my superior wishes to meet with you. If you do not mind, we would appreciate it if you could accompany us. Coulson continued, his tone reminiscent of a casual discussion about tomorrow's weather. Of course, if you have any reservations. Waiting here for half an hour is also an option. Director Fury is en route. Silently, Dialect bypassed Coulson, strolling leisurely towards the exit as he remarked, "Please convey to your director that I have no intentions of collaborating with S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time, and he need not trouble himself." However, 3 suited agents promptly stepped forward, forming a triangular barrier to obstruct Dialect's path. One of them placed his right hand on his waist and raised his left hand in a gesture of restraint. "Warning, sir, please." His words were abruptly cut off. Dialect's movements were so swift that they seemed to leave afterimages. The crimson-haired man stepped forward and struck down towards the nearest agent's wrist with a knife-like motion of his right hand. With a crisp crack, the agent's handgun was dislodged, only to be deftly caught by Dialect's left hand midair. As the second agent drew his weapon, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Dialect's boot had precisely kicked at his radius. Simultaneously, the confiscated 1911 revolved in Dialect's fingers, the stock crashing heavily against the temple of the third agent, all within the span of 2 seconds. As the first agent knelt on the ground, clutching his wrist, his 2 comrades lay unconscious. The components of 3 handguns scattered across the ground like petals blown by the wind. "Open fire," shouted a soldier. "Hold your fire." Coulson's command echoed almost in tandem. It was too late. 2 drones in the sky had already pulled their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The 7.62 bullets tore through the air, yet bizarrely deviated just half a meter from Dialect, embedding themselves deep into the brick wall behind him. Dialect's figure suddenly blurred. His leap defied the laws of physics, akin to a red leaf caught in a tempest, instantly reaching one of the drones. With a swift motion, his right hand traced a dark crimson arc, and the military drone, valued at over $100,000, split in midair, sparks erupting like fireworks. "Stop attacking. Everyone fall back." Coulson's voice rose an octave in urgency. The remaining soldiers retreated with disciplined precision, yet 2 instinctively raised their weapons to aim. Upon landing, Dialect did not pause. A dark crimson greatsword materialized in his right hand as he swept it from behind, its blade entwined with ominous black flames. With a flourish of his sword, a wave of fire surged along the ground, melting the last 2 soldiers' weapons into molten iron. The intense heat distorted the air, yet spared the soldiers from harm. Suddenly, the swarm of drones malfunctioned, plummeting to the earth like fallen birds. The streets echoed only with the heavy breaths of soldiers and the crackling of electrical short circuits. Dialect adjusted his slightly disheveled collar from the scuffle, his gaze landing on Coulson's pale face. "It seems your subordinates are not very obedient," he remarked. Coulson swallowed hard, quickly regaining his composure. "Thank you for your restraint. This is their first encounter with an opponent of your caliber. They meant no offense, merely instinctive reactions." Dialect offered no response to his explanation, turning instead towards the depths of the alley, the sound of his boots striking the ground resonating clearly in the silence. This time, everyone instinctively made way, no longer daring to impede his passage. Chapter 31. Tidying up, Seeds of Doubt. The night was deep. A cold wind swirling scraps of paper around the street corner, and Dialect's figure had long vanished into the darkness. Coulson stood rooted in place, taking a deep breath as his mind swiftly regained its composure. He surveyed his surroundings, taking in the fallen agents, the wrecked drones, and the scattered weapon parts, his brow furrowing slightly. Clear the scene immediately. Erase all traces of the conflict, recover the remnants of the equipment, and ensure no clues remain. Coulson commanded in a low voice imbued with undeniable authority. Upon hearing his words, the agents sprang into action. Some assisted the injured, others collected weapon fragments, while others utilized portable devices to scan the vicinity, ensuring no traceable electronic signals were left behind. Coulson approached one of the 3 agents who had briefly engaged with Dialect. One had dislocated his wrist, while the other 2, just regaining consciousness, rubbed their temples, their faces pale. Was the tracker successfully installed? Coulson inquired in a grave tone. The 3 exchanged glances, and one nodded, responding, "It has been executed as planned, sir." During the confrontation with the target, The micro-tracker was affixed to the inner side of his trench coat and theoretically should remain undetected. Coulson nodded slightly, his gaze steely as he remarked, "Excellent work, thank you." He then turned to the other two agents stationed by the drone control terminal, his eyes sharp and voice icy. "Disarm those two." The expressions of the two agents shifted, and one instinctively protested, "Sir, we merely fired without permission, nearly provoking the target." "Is this your first day as an agent? Do I need to reiterate the operational discipline?" Coulson interrupted their defense, speaking in a frigid tone. The two fell silent for a moment, ultimately refraining from further rebuttal, obediently surrendering their sidearms and communication devices. Coulson gestured for two security personnel to step forward, stating, "Take them back, confine them separately, and await review." No one present voiced any objections. S.H.I.E.L.D's discipline was strict, and even the most elite agents were bound to obey orders. As the two drone operators were escorted away, they offered no resistance, their expressions dark and their gazes flickering. 10 minutes later, the scene was fully cleared, and 5 black vehicles departed, merging into the night of New York. Coulson seated himself in the rear of the central vehicle, swiftly swiping his fingertips across the tablet to access the tracking signal just received from Dialek. The map displayed the real-time trajectory of Dialek's movements. Satisfied with the Signal S return, he dialed Nick Fury's encrypted communication channel. "Sir, the operation has concluded. The target has disengaged, but we successfully implanted the tracker." Coulson's voice was low and steady as he reported. No sooner had he finished speaking than Nick Fury's single eye narrowed slightly, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "Did you encounter a conflict?" Recognizing Fury's discontent, Coulson quickly clarified, "There was an unforeseen incident, but it was confined to self-defense. 3 agents sustained minor injuries. 12 drones were destroyed, and the 2 operators who fired without authorization have been apprehended." Nick Fury fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the gravity of the situation. Before he spoke in a measured tone, "As long as we can control the situation, what about his location?" Coulson swiftly transmitted the tracking data. "The signal is stable. He is currently on the move, though his trajectory appears somewhat peculiar." Nick Fury's terminal received the data, and the holographic projection revealed a tracking map on which Dialek's path exhibited a peculiar pattern of backtracking. After a brief moment, the trajectory became clearer, the 2 red letters imprinted on the map with an almost mocking precision. Fury gazed intently at the holographic display, a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth, betraying his frustration as he remarked, "He has already discovered it." Observing the 2 letters, Coulson couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, saying, "I sincerely apologize, Director. This is my oversight." Rubbing his temples, Fury, unusually feeling a hint of a headache, refrained from chastising Coulson and said, "You all should return for now and exercise greater caution in future interactions with Night Owl. They have shown restraint this time, but that may not be the case next." Speaking of caution, Coulson hesitated momentarily before deciding to report to Nick Fury. "Sir, there's something I believe warrants your attention. Regarding the 2 drone operators who fired upon Night Owl, they are not novices. They are seasoned agents with over 8 years of service. Under normal circumstances, they should not have committed such a blunder." "What are you implying?" Fury inquired. "I suspect they may have been influenced in some manner or received additional directives." Coulson articulated cautiously. Fury did not respond immediately, his gaze fixed on the screen, his eyes deep with contemplation. A brief silence enveloped the communication channel. Coulson patiently awaited a response, aware that Fury was weighing the ramifications of an internal investigation within S.H.I.E.L.D. Such an initiative could trigger a chain reaction, especially considering Fury had recently ascended to his position, with his influence not yet firmly established. He could easily be accused by those with ulterior motives of orchestrating a purge, akin to a second Hoover. This would place him in a precarious position. At last, Fury broke the silence, his voice low and gravelly. "First, bring the personnel back without alarming anyone." "Sir, if there truly is a mole," Coulson began, but Fury interrupted him, stating, "I understand the severity of this situation, but we have more pressing objectives at hand." His gaze returned to the map, where Dialek's signal continued to move, silently proclaiming, "I have already seen through your little tricks." This time, Fury's tone carried a distinct chill as he declared, "Until we have clarified the internal matters, we will remain still. Investigate the backgrounds of those 2 agents, but do not alert anyone." Coulson nodded in understanding and replied, "I comprehend." I shall arrange for trustworthy individuals to keep a vigilant watch over the two of them, round the clock. After addressing the two dubious agents, Coulson shifted the conversation to Dialek, inquiring, "Director, shall we continue to assign personnel to track Night Owl?" In response, Nick Fury remarked nonchalantly, "There is no need, since he is aware of our surveillance. Further pursuit would only be a futile endeavor. Withdraw all field personnel and concentrate on addressing the Obadiah issue." "Understood, Director." As the communication ceased, Coulson set down the terminal and gazed out at the swiftly passing cityscape. He recognized that tonight's confrontation was merely the beginning, and Dialek was evidently far more perilous and cunning than they had anticipated. Chapter 32. What gift to bestow the following day in Midtown High School. The morning sun cast a gentle glow at the entrance as students ambled into the campus, their laughter and chatter rising and falling like a lively symphony. Zhi Jiuan stifled a yawn, rubbed his weary eyes, and sluggishly made his way through the gates to evade S.H.I.E.L.D surveillance the previous night. He had taken an extensive detour, not returning home until after 3 in the morning. Now, he felt drowsy, with his clothes askew, presenting a rather languid appearance. However, the instant he stepped onto the campus, the surrounding students seemed to have pressed the mute button. The previously boisterous noise diminished abruptly, replaced by hushed murmurs of speculation. "Hey, that S.H.I.E.L.D, it? The one from yesterday. I heard the basketball team saying that guy made a shot from 30 meters away with one hand, and now the coach is frantically searching for him." "Shh, lower your voice. He's looking over here." Zhi Jiuan furrowed his brow, catching glimpses of awe in the eyes of the boys around him, while the girls furtively scrutinized him, a few huddled together whispering, "What's going on? How peculiar." He muttered under his breath, dismissing it as he continued toward the academic building. Yet, after taking a few steps, he was suddenly called out from behind. "Hey, wait for me." Turning around, he saw Peter Parker jogging to catch up, his backpack bouncing on his back like an awkward husky. "Good morning. You startled me. Why do you look so pale? Did you overdo it last night? Take my advice. You're young and full of energy. Even if you overexert yourself now, you can recover. But when you grow older and your body begins to falter," then Peter Parker, breathless, halted and stared at Zhi Jiuan's face, which resembled someone who had just emerged from a grave to bask in the sun, and was taken aback. A torrent of fervent admonitions then erupted from his lips. Infuriated, Zhi Jiuan attempted to swat him, but Peter Parker ducked just in time. After a playful chase, Peter Parker finally noticed the eye of God adorning Zhi Jiuan's neck. "Wow, that is truly beautiful. Where did you acquire it? I would love to have one. Perhaps as a gift for a dear friend." His eyes sparkled with interest, and he reached out to touch it, only to retract his hand, revealing his evident admiration. Zhi Jiuan glanced at the eye of God, her lips twitching slightly as she remarked with a hint of resignation, "This is not something that can simply be purchased." Upon hearing this, Peter Parker was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at the pendant, which, despite its allure, resembled an ordinary glass bead. "Not for sale? Isn't it merely a glass object? If it's unavailable for purchase, then how did you come by it?" With a languid yawn, Zhi Jiuan nonchalantly replied, "Well, that is a long story. I acquired it through relentless effort and a pinch of luck, snatching it from a gang known as Me Who You." "G Gang." Peter Parker's eyes widened in shock, his voice rising an octave and drawing the attention of several nearby students. Zhi Jiuan shot him a sidelong glance, her lips curling into a smile, yet she lowered her voice to continue. "Indeed, the leader of Me Who You is a miserly and cunning fellow named Wei Ge, adept at manipulating hearts through probability. I traded a plate of incense and several pink stones to obtain this." Peter Parker stood there, bewildered, his mouth slightly agape, struggling to comprehend the amalgamation of gang, probability, and incense. Zhi Jiuan, amused by his expression, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Enough of this idle chatter. We're going to be late for class." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Peter Parker to grapple with the bewildering concepts that seemed beyond his understanding. At noon, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the shade of the trees. Zhi Jiuan reclined against an oak, eyes closed in relaxation, while Peter Parker sat nearby, engrossed in a copy of Advanced Biology, though his gaze was distracted and unfocused. After a moment of hesitation, Peter finally spoke up. "If you have something to say, don't hold back." Zhi Jiuan lazily responded without opening her eyes. Go on. Peter scratched his head, his tone riddled with uncertainty as he inquired, in 2 weeks and 3 days, it will be Gwen's birthday. I haven't decided on a gift yet. Do you have any suggestions? Zhi Jiuan finally opened her eyes, casting a sidelong glance at him. Gwen's birthday? You certainly need to ponder a suitable gift. What are her interests? Peter nodded, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks as he contemplated before replying. She has a keen interest in biology, so I wish to give her something special. Zhi Jiuan suddenly felt a foreboding sensation, narrowing her eyes as she regarded Peter Parker. What are your thoughts on a human skeletal model? Initially, I contemplated gifting an authentic one, but upon inquiring, I discovered that a genuine human skeleton costs a staggering $7,000, an exorbitant sum. Zhi Jiuan paused, the air around him seemingly suspended for a brief moment. He gradually straightened his posture and regarded Peter Parker with an incredulous expression, uttering in disbelief, "Are you serious?" Peter, feeling the weight of Zhi's gaze, lowered his head, his voice dwindling. Isn't it quite educational? Zhi took a deep breath, his expression reminiscent of one who embodies the sentiment that Peter's existence is akin to a letter of apology from Durex, and inquired, "When did you two harbor such deep-seated animosity?" Peter Parker, caught in silence, faced Zhi's sardonic remarks. A skeletal model as a birthday gift? That is a vengeful act I would never dare to conceive, effectively mitigating any affection Gwen might develop for you. Why not just donate yourself as a cadaver to Gwen? At least it would save some money. Peter, blushing profusely, nearly buried his face in his own lap, stammering, What do you suggest I gift instead?" Upon hearing this, Zhi sighed, gazing skyward in contemplation for a moment before suddenly declaring, "A few days ago, my family sent over some potted plants. Although their varieties may be a bit peculiar, they are undeniably captivating." Plants? Peter paused in astonishment. Indeed, 2 of them are thriving quite well, with uniquely beautiful blossoms. If you have no other options, feel free to come to my house this weekend and take one. Zhi stated nonchalantly. Instantly, Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Zhi, asking, "Really? What kind of flowers?" "You'll find out when you arrive." Peter enthusiastically nodded, but then hesitated, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he queried, "They aren't dangerous varieties, are they?" Zhi shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "That would be far safer than a human skeletal model." Peter Parker. Chapter 33. Travel plans in the afternoon. The sunset bathed the sky in a warm golden hue, and the red brick walls of the teaching building appeared particularly gentle in the slanting light. The oak trees bordering the playground swayed gently in the wind, their leaves rustling and casting dappled, vibrant shadows upon the ground. Students ambled through the shaded pathways in small groups, their laughter intertwining with the sounds of footsteps. A few boys were practicing on the basketball court, the sound of sneakers scraping against the ground mingling with the thud of basketballs striking the backboard, infusing the campus with a sense of vitality. The air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of fresh grass, occasionally punctuated by the sweet aroma of baked goods wafting from the home economics classroom, where students prepared apple pies for their final class. Zhi Jiuan languidly carried his backpack while Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy walked beside him, the trio engaged in a discussion about their respective spring break plans. "Honestly, with your remarkable talent, isn't it a pity not to pursue basketball?" Gwen Stacy blinked, casting a curious glance at Zhi Jiuan, and inquired. Upon hearing her, Zhi Jiuan yawned, waved his hand dismissively, and replied, "Forget it. I have absolutely no interest in basketball. Not only do I have to wear suspenders to dance, but I also need to practice singing and dancing for 2.5 years. It's simply torturous." Peter Parker, bewildered, was about to ask what basketball had to do with suspenders when suddenly, Gwen Stacy halted her steps, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, exclaiming in surprise, "Is that Harry?" At her words, Zhi Jiuan and Peter Parker looked up, following her line of sight. There, parked by the roadside outside the school gate, was a gleaming black Rolls-Royce Phantom, beside which leaned a handsome blonde youth. Dressed in a perfectly tailored deep blue suit, he flashed a radiant smile and waved at them. "Hey guys, long time no see." Harry Osborn's voice cut through the cacophony of the crowd. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Peter Parker's eyes lit up instantly as he rushed over, enveloping his friend in a hearty embrace. Zhi Jiuan and Gwen Stacy quickly followed suit, and Harry Osborn embraced them in turn, finally patting Zhi Jiuan on the shoulder with a grin, saying, It's been a while. You still seem as lazy as ever. In response, Zhi Jiuan shrugged and sighed. Well, what can I say? If I don't indulge in a bit of laziness now, once I graduate and start working for Master Harry, there will be no opportunity for that. Harry Osborn chuckled at this, casually straightening his suit that had been wrinkled by Peter's embrace, and remarked, "You're thinking too much. With your lazy demeanor, Master Harry wouldn't hire you anyway. Thanks for sparing me." The four of them stood by the car chatting, and it was evident that Harry Osborn seemed much more relaxed than during their last meeting. He casually retrieved a few bottles of what appeared to be expensive soda from the car's mini-fridge to hand to his friends, while he leaned against the car door, taking a deep breath. "So, what brings you here all of a sudden? Is there good news?" Zhi Jiuan asked, opening a bottle and raising an inquisitive eyebrow. In response, Harry Osborn smiled, his eyes gleaming with a long-awaited brightness, and spoke in a noticeably relaxed tone. "You're still as perceptive as ever. Indeed, something good has happened recently. The biomedical department, led by Dr. Connors, has made groundbreaking progress." "So, does that mean Uncle Norman's illness is—" Peter Parker quickly pieced it together, his excitement palpable. Previously, Harry Osborn had mentioned that he had hired the renowned biology professor Dr. Connors from Empire University to lead the research and unravel the mystery of the Osborn family's hereditary disease. With progress now being made, it naturally suggested the possibility of a cure for the hereditary ailment afflicting the Osborn father and son. Harry Osborn nodded with a smile, but then his expression sobered slightly as he continued, "For now, it's merely under control. The newly developed inhibitor cannot cure our family's genetic disease. It can only temporarily restrain the progression of the illness and prevent the body from deteriorating further. However, it seems that my father has now become indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Consequently, he has reemerged to take the helm of Oscorp Industries, allowing me a moment to breathe." Gwen Stacy laughed sincerely, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Congratulations, Harry." Planting a soda bottle in a jovial clink with Harry Osborn, Plant Jiuan remarked, "Indeed, this is splendid news, at last. We need not witness your perpetual frown." Harry Osborn chuckled, shaking his head, feeling a renewed vigor as his tone brightened slightly, saying, "Hee, as a token of my gratitude. How about I invite you all to join me on a vacation?" Vacation? The disbelief among the trio was palpable. Harry Osborn retrieved 4 shimmering golden tickets from his suit pocket, glimmering luxuriously in the sunlight, and introduced, "These are tickets for the luxury cruise ship Argo, a 5-day, 4-night voyage through the Caribbean. They were sent by Pioneer Technology following the signing ceremony of our recent collaboration." He continued, "I've been quite fatigued lately and was contemplating a getaway, but venturing alone would be rather dull. They sent several tickets, so why not all go together? The holidays are nearly upon us." Peter Parker skeptically accepted one of the tickets, his eyes widening in astonishment as he inquired, "Wow, this appears to be quite expensive. How much does one cost?" In response, Harry Osborn tilted his head thoughtfully and casually replied, "It's just a standard cruise. It shouldn't be too pricey. Besides, the Argo is under a subsidiary of Pioneer Technology, which is why it was gifted." Gwen Stacy examined the ticket, considering, "This ticket likely isn't cheap. It mentions an underwater observation chamber and a helicopter deck. Ordinary cruise ships lack such amenities." Hearing this, Harry Osborn blinked and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "What does it matter how much it costs? It's a gift, and I can only use one. If you don't join me, the others would go to waste. Just come along and enjoy." Plant Jiuan snapped his fingers, nonchalantly responding, "The cruise departs around the same time our holiday begins. I see no issue. I shall graciously accept." "Thank you, Mr. Harry." Gwen Stacy nodded in agreement, smiling. "It's not every day one encounters a free travel opportunity. I want to be polite about it." "Thank you, Mr. Harry." The trio's gaze collectively shifted towards Peter Parker. Clutching the ticket, his throat dry and expression hesitant, he stammered, I need to ask Uncle Ben and Aunt May first." Anticipating this response, Harry Osborn produced an Oscorp Industries ID badge from his pocket and pressed it into Peter Parker's hand, grinning, "Hee, I came prepared. Inform Uncle Ben and Aunt May that this is a sponsored research initiative for outstanding students by Oscorp, complete with a formal invitation. If they still object, just give me a call. I assure you, I can smooth things over. Are you adequately prepared?" Chapter 34. An unexpected assault as twilight enveloped the Bronx in hues of orange and crimson. The distant chimneys of the refinery exhaled their last wisps of white smoke into the dusk. The streets buzzed with the hurried footsteps of individuals returning from work. Their elongated shadows, cast by the setting sun, intertwined with the rusted fire hydrants and the crooked newsstands, forming a fragmented and distorted silhouette upon the asphalt. When Zhi Jiuan pushed open the door to his home, the interior lay shrouded in dimness. He casually pressed the switch on the wall, and warm yellow light instantly flooded the living room. With a sigh of relief, he tossed his backpack onto the sofa and made a beeline for the television. Switching it on, the screen illuminated, revealing a news anchor reporting on the day's stock market trends. Watching the news daily had become a steadfast habit for Zhi Jiuan since his arrival in this world. It ensured that he would not miss any significant events that could impact his surroundings. After turning on the television, he pivoted towards the corner shrine in the living room, retrieving a stick of incense from the desk drawer and igniting it with a lighter. In moments, a delicate scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. He gazed at the portrait of Dawei Qiu in the shrine for a couple of seconds before gently placing his palms together and murmuring, "Brother Dawei, may you enjoy your meal. Please bear with it for a couple of days. The cargo ship will arrive soon. Rest assured, once the goods are here, I will ensure you have a splendid feast, even if it means triggering the smoke alarm." Having completed his incantation, Zhi Jiuan turned towards the kitchen, where half a bottle of orange juice remained in the refrigerator. He poured himself a glass, the cool, sweet liquid gliding down his throat, alleviating the fatigue of the day. Returning to the sofa, he sipped the juice while half-heartedly listening to the news on television. The mayor of New York City announced today that patrols in Manhattan will be intensified during the night. Stark Industries' stock price has declined again by 3%, with analysts attributing this to Tony Stark's misguided decision to shut down the weaponry division. A succession of rather mundane news stories caused Zhi Jiuan to drift into reverie, reclining against the sofa and staring blankly at the ceiling. However, just as he contemplated changing the channel, a breaking news alert abruptly interrupted the broadcast. Urgent news. This morning, a crash involving an F-22 fighter jet occurred at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Currently, Air Force spokesperson Colonel James Rhodes is holding a press conference. Upon hearing this news, Zhi Jiuan's attention was instantly captivated. He sat up straight, his gaze fixated on the screen. The scene shifted to the press conference, where Colonel James Rhodes, clad in a crisp military uniform, stood gravely before the microphone, addressing the assembled reporters with composure. At 9:47 this morning, an F-22 Raptor experienced a mechanical failure during a routine training mission, ultimately crashing in an uninhabited area northwest of the base. Fortunately, the pilot ejected in time and is currently in good health, with no casualties reported. As the reporters eagerly raised their hands to pose questions, James Rhodes continued, stating that the specific cause of the incident remains under investigation, with preliminary assessments suggesting a possible malfunction in the flight control system. The Air Force will conduct a comprehensive examination of aircraft of the same model to ensure that such incidents do not recur. Zhi Jiuan squinted, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the glass cup. Mechanical failure? He murmured, echoing Rhodes's words, as scenes from a movie flashed rapidly through his mind. According to the timeline, Tony Stark should have just completed the testing of the Mark II, and the military evidently had yet to receive any news regarding the Iron Suit. How could it have occurred so prematurely? Zhi Jiuan suddenly sighed, tilting his head back to drain the remaining juice. The night in the Mojave Desert was silent and desolate, with only the faint sound of the cold wind stirring the sand. This secret prison of S.H.I.E.L.D stood quietly in the depths of the desert, its towering concrete walls casting menacing shadows in the moonlight. The searchlights atop the watchtower slowly swept across the area, while guards, armed with rifles, vigilantly patrolled their surroundings. Suddenly, the beam of a searchlight froze on a patch of sand, as if something were moving. A flurry of shadows sprang forth from the darkness, and the muted sound of suppressed gunfire echoed as the guards in the watchtower collapsed, blood dripping down the metal stairs. This team of operatives in black moved with astonishing speed and seamless coordination. Clad in tactical black uniforms and wearing night vision goggles, their movements were precise and clean, reminiscent of a finely tuned machine of death. Within a mere 30 seconds, the outer sentinels were eliminated, their bodies sprawled in pools of blood, not even triggering an alarm. Meanwhile, the corridor lights within the prison began to flicker ominously, and several patrolling guards, who had been discussing the evening's game, instantly sensed something was amiss. But it was too late. The sound of silenced rifles rang out as bullets accurately pierced their skulls, blood splattering against the pristine walls like a grotesque, abstract painting. The black-clad operatives continued their advance, moving past cells housing various dangerous criminals, terrorists, arms dealers, and supervillains. Hey, are you here to rescue us? Take me with you. How much do you want? I'll pay anything. Damn it, I didn't see anything. Please don't kill me. Without a moment's hesitation, the operatives aimed their weapons at the prisoners and pulled the triggers. In just 5 minutes, the prison fell silent, with only scattered flames flickering in the corridors. Leading the charge was a crew-cut man who stepped through the blood-soaked floor, leisurely making his way to the deepest part of the prison. A smug smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he casually swung his pistol, as if the recent carnage had merely been a game. In the innermost cell, Obadiah Stane sat quietly in an iron chair, his hands and feet shackled by specially designed restraints. He raised his head, his gaze haughty and indifferent, as if the man before him were merely a tardy dog. "You are late, kid. Now at once, free me from these shackles," Obadiah stated coldly. The shaven-headed man tilted his head, offering no response, merely raising his handgun slowly to aim at Obadiah's brow. In an instant, Obadiah's pupils constricted, finally sensing the peril. He hastily exclaimed, "Wait, I'm a friend of Killian." Bang! The bullet pierced through his skull, causing Obadiah's body to jerk backward violently, brain matter and blood splattering against the wall behind him. His eyes widened in disbelief, mouth twitching as if unable to comprehend that this was his fate. The shaven-headed man chuckled, pulling the trigger once more. Bang! 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 He did not cease until all 15 rounds had been expended. Obadiah's head had transformed into a blurred mass of flesh and blood, rendering it unrecognizable. The man laughed, whistling as he pressed the communicator by his left ear, stating, "Target eliminated, mission accomplished, ready for extraction." A brief reply crackled through the communicator. "Received." The man cast one last glance at the lifeless body on the ground before turning to depart. Outside the prison, a dark helicopter descended slowly, the swirling winds from its blades swiftly obscuring the last remnants of bloodshed within the prison walls. Chapter 35. Extreme cold. A week later, at 5 in the afternoon. The afternoon sun over New York Harbor cast a golden sheen upon the sea, while the briny breeze carried the sound of steam whistles across the dock. As Zhi Jiuan pushed open the taxi door, the soles of his leather shoes struck the asphalt with a crisp sound. Squinting, he quickly spotted a vibrant figure among the bustling crowd. Gwen Stacy, dressed in a beige sundress. She stood at the boarding gate, warm yellow sunlight filtering through her golden locks, making her appear as if enveloped in a soft glow, radiating brilliance. "Over here," Gwen Stacy called, rising on her toes and waving, her skirt billowing like waves. Beside her, Harry Osborn donned a light gray linen jacket, capturing panoramic shots of the harbor with his phone. The two appeared like a celestial couple, effortlessly drawing the attention of everyone around them. In contrast, Peter Parker seemed somewhat out of place, burdened with several backpacks and suitcases, his flushed face barely visible through the gaps in his canvas bag. "Hey, Peter, are you moving your home here? We're only traveling for a few days. Why bring so much stuff? Those who don't know might think you're setting up shop on the boat. Do you need me to call in a crane?" Zhi Jiuan strolled over, casually plucking a precariously dangling backpack from Peter's neck, revealing a half-visible diving mask within. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker's face was etched with helplessness as he plaintively explained, "I didn't intend to bring so much luggage. But all of it was prepared by Aunt May and Uncle Ben. What could I do? I'm just as despairing." Harry Osborn laughed heartily and stuffed another bottle of sunscreen into Peter's arms, saying, "No worries. If you've got it, you might as well take it. Who knows? It could come in handy if something unexpected happens on a ship. But enough about that. Here's a shopping voucher for onboard purchases from Pioneer Technologies. Might as well use it." He turned to Zhi Jiuan, his blue eyes sparkling behind his sunglasses, and inquired, "Is that all you're bringing, just that small backpack?" Zhi Jiuan regarded Harry Osborn, who was already inserting himself into the conversation, with a complex expression. He suddenly felt a twinge of regret for having agreed to this trip. "Before I left, I checked the guide. The facilities and services on this ship are quite comprehensive. I only needed to bring a few changes of clothes. No need for anything excessive." He casually patted his backpack as he spoke, simultaneously casting his gaze toward the Argo cruise ship docked at the port, taking note of the locations and layers of the lifeboats. Dear passengers, the Argo is about to set sail. Please have your boarding passes ready and proceed to gate number 3. Around 6:30, as the boarding announcement echoed, passengers began to line up for ticket validation. Staff members clad in white uniforms stood at the entrance, diligently checking the passports and tickets of the continuously arriving travelers. When it was Harry Osborn's turn, his passport and embossed ticket were presented. Upon seeing the ticket and passport, the lead attendant straightened his back and enthusiastically said, "Mr. Osborn's VIP group, please follow me." At that moment, several waiters in white attire suddenly emerged from the side and took hold of some of the passengers' luggage. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the lead attendant, the 4 of them, along with a few luggage carriers, entered the elevator. As the elevator ascended directly to the top floor, the lavishly adorned copper doors slid open, revealing a breathtaking panorama before them. Through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, the Statue of Liberty shimmered faintly on the horizon, while the evening sun scattered diamonds across the surface of the private pool. On the 200-square-meter terrace, a teak deck was interspersed with a heated massage tub, and a bar bucket held 3 bottles of champagne at an angle. "Harry, is this for real? Are we in the right place?" Peter Parker's voice suddenly rose an octave. He stood before a smart control panel, where options for stargazing projection and underwater viewing were flashing. In response, Harry Osborn appeared somewhat puzzled, promptly retrieving his ticket to check the room number, then reassured, "No mistake. This is indeed the place. Damn capitalists. I shall rise against you. I shall topple your monopolistic bourgeoisie." Peter Parker looked increasingly flustered, feeling that he was likely the most inexpensive item in the room. Zhi Jiuan strode directly towards the wine cabinet, his fingertips grazing a row of champagnes of varying vintages, ultimately selecting a bottle of exquisite grape juice. As the vibrant liquid swirled within the crystal glass, he noticed a bronze plaque resting on the coffee table. 01. Meanwhile, Gwen Stacy dashed outside, leaning against the terrace railing, her voice rising in ecstatic screams as she gazed upon the star-studded sky. In that fleeting moment, the colossal vessel broke the surface of the sea, revealing countless bioluminescent jellyfish that emerged from the frothy wake of the ship's propellers, akin to a sudden explosion of blue fireworks. Amidst the jubilant celebrations of humanity, deep within the depths of the Cayman Trench, a certain entity awakened, its gaze penetrating through the pages of any biological compendium. The eternal darkness of the trench was shattered. Irregular bubbles escaped from fissures, and the entire seabed began to tremble. Some whale bones and shipwrecks, partially buried in sediment, suddenly collapsed as if devoured by an invisible, gargantuan maw. The once suspended deep-sea fish burst apart, only to go rigid within mere meters, as though ensnared by some viscous substance enveloping their gills. A low-frequency rumble reverberated through the seawater, not resembling mechanical thunder, but rather the pulsation of a living organ. Fleeting glimmers of phosphorescence revealed not complete forms, but ephemeral fragments, shadows gliding past rocky walls, glistening with a gelatinous sheen and a curled protrusion secreting luminescent mucus. As it passed the underwater hot springs, the scalding currents abruptly changed direction, as if drawn into an unseen whirlpool. When the sound waves from the cruise ship's engines reached this depth, those scattered shadows solidified simultaneously. In the next instant, the entirety of the abyssal darkness began to surge upwards towards the surface. What is this phenomenon? On board the Argo, the duty personnel observed a peculiar series of anomalous waveforms recorded by the underwater seismic sensors, feeling an unsettling strangeness. What is the matter? Has something been discovered? Hearing his voice, another, slightly older crew member turned to him, curiosity etched on his face. "Oh, it's nothing. The screen just flickered for a moment, but it has returned to normal now. That SA relief. Make sure to check the equipment." They dismissed it as a mere malfunction, unaware that the data displayed moments ago had surpassed the entirety of known marine biology. Chapter 36. A Sudden Turmoil Nighttime over the Atlantic Ocean. The central dining hall of the Argo was ablaze with light, the sound of drums resonating through the air, while crystal chandeliers illuminated the space as if it were midday. Elegantly clad guests raised their champagne glasses, weaving through the crowd, laughter ringing out as the band played upbeat jazz tunes, and waiters deftly navigated the throng with silver platters. Peter Parker, holding a plate, stared wide-eyed at the lavish buffet spread before him. Wow, Kobe beef, French foie gras, and lobster. Gazing at the expensive delicacies he had only heard of but never tasted, Peter swallowed hard, his tongues poised in eager anticipation. Gwen Stacy stood gracefully to the side, delicately selecting a few slices of Spanish ham and a small dish of Greek olives, along with some tropical fruits she had never encountered before, their vibrant colors appearing particularly enticing under the lights. Harry Osborn, on the other hand, casually took some smoked salmon and asparagus, finding these merely to be the most mundane of daily fare. At the rear of the line, Zhi Jiuan held a plate that was conspicuously empty. His gaze frequently drifted towards the dark sea visible through the porthole, his brow furrowed as if deep in contemplation. "Hey, what's the matter? Not to your liking?" Gwen Stacy noticed his unusual demeanor and gently inquired with concern. At her words, Zhi Jiuan snapped back to reality, opening his mouth to express his worries. But what came out instead was, "It's nothing, just lost in thought." Seeing him unwilling to speak the truth, Gwen Stacy refrained from pressing further and simply said, "Very well. But do let us know if you need any assistance." Zhi Jiuan nodded, watching her turn towards Peter Parker, who was stacking his fifth steak onto his plate, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Argo, the hum of electronic devices intertwined with the sound of the air conditioning. Radar operator Johnson stifled a yawn, rubbing his tired eyes. The night shift was always the hardest, especially during such a calm voyage. Just as Johnson felt himself drifting into slumber, suddenly, the sonar image on the screen began to fluctuate violently. What on earth? Startled awake, Johnson sat up straight, his fingers flying over the keyboard to magnify the image. On the sonar display, a colossal biological signal emerged from the depths, its outline indistinct yet immense enough to nearly fill the entire screen. More terrifyingly, this unknown creature was hurtling towards the Argo at a speed exceeding 50 knots. Johnson's blood ran cold. "My God, what kind of monster is that?" he murmured, his fingers trembling as he switched to the backup system, only to find the same alarming result. Realizing there was no room for hope, Johnson seized the communicator on the table, shouting, "Captain, emergency!" However, the response from the communicator was nothing but static interference. In desperation, Johnson slammed his other hand down on the red alarm button on the control panel. The shrill alarm suddenly pierced the night, silencing the music in the dining room. Laughter, conversation, and the clinking of glasses all vanished in an instant. The hundreds of guests in the central dining room stood bewildered, exchanging confused glances, unsure of what had transpired. Peter Parker, disregarding his meal, turned to Harry Osborn with a face full of uncertainty, asking, "Harry, is this normal on a cruise ship?" Upon hearing this, Harry Osborn, with a countenance that conveyed insincerity when offering compliments yet boundless sincerity when delivering reprimands, remarked, "If this cruise ship were named the Titanic, it would be entirely understandable." Suddenly, the crystal chandeliers in the central dining area flickered violently, their erratic illumination casting ghostly reflections on the terrified faces of the guests. A woman's piercing scream sliced through the air, swiftly followed by a cacophony of chaos erupting throughout the dining hall. "There's a malfunction in the electrical system. What is happening? Clear the way. I need to leave this place. Don't block the path. Don't shove. Damn it, I can hardly breathe." The elegantly attired ladies, disregarding their dignity, trampled over shattered crystal, leaving sticky footprints upon the overturned caviar and PT. An elderly man, his hair white as snow, was knocked to the ground, his cane rolling far away, yet no one paused to assist. The overhead lights flickered violently once more, extinguishing for a full 3 seconds. In the darkness, the screams of women, the cries of children, and the curses of men merged into a dissonant symphony. When the lights returned, the guests had completely lost their composure, surging towards the exits like a panicked herd. "Move aside. Don't block the path. I'm a white person. Make way for me. I am. My biological sex is male, but I have always identified as female, and I'm also a homosexual. Thus my affections are directed solely towards women. My understanding of race is also complex. I perceive myself as black, despite suffering from severe albinism that renders my skin white. I am a strict vegan, an environmentalist, a sufferer of depression and pica, and a cultural enthusiast. No need to say more, you go first." People pushed and shoved, crowding towards the exit in a frenzy. A lady in an evening gown stumbled, immediately engulfed by the panicked throng. Zhi Jiuan was swept along by the torrent, helplessly moving forward. Suddenly, a burly man collided violently with his shoulder, causing him to lose his balance and stagger backward. Ah! Ah! Just as Zhi Jiuan was about to topple over, a slender hand reached out from the side, firmly grasping his wrist. He steadied himself with the assistance and turned to gaze at his savior. It was a blonde girl, perhaps 17 or 18, clad in a simple white shirt and jeans, appearing utterly out of place amidst the opulence of the room. Her eyes, a clear lake blue, widened slightly with concern. "Be careful. If you fall now, you might very well be trampled by these people." Her voice rang out with remarkable clarity amidst the tumult. Grateful, Zhi Jiuan nodded appreciatively, sincerely stating, "Thank you. Let me treat you to a drink sometime. I must find my friends. We shall talk later." The girl released her grip, but before she could utter another word, Zhi Jiuan had already turned away, vanishing into the chaotic crowd. Zhi Jiuan navigated against the tide of panicked passengers, his shoulders colliding with those fleeing in terror. His gaze swiftly scanned the crowd for the familiar figures of Peter and Gwen. "Peter, Gwen, Harry," he called out, but his voice was immediately drowned by the cacophony of chaos. On the opposite side of the restaurant, Harry Osborn desperately shielded Gwen Stacy as they made their way towards safe exit. Peter Parker cautiously assisted an elderly woman who had fallen, steering her away from the out-of-control throng. Chapter 37. The Unknown Beast Through the Tumultuous Crowd. Zhi Jiuan finally spotted Peter Parker and the others at the far end of the restaurant. Just as he raised his hand to greet them, a thunderous roar erupted. Suddenly, the entire Argo trembled violently, as if struck by a colossal beast from the depths of the ocean. The metallic screech of twisting metal followed, and all lights extinguished, leaving only the ominous crimson glow of the emergency alarms. Zhi Jiuan's hand hung, suspended in the air, but the sudden tilt sent him crashing against the wall of the cabin. "My God!" he exclaimed, as the Argo tilted dramatically to the left, unrestrained tables and chairs sliding downwards like an avalanche. A waiter was impaled by a flying dinner knife, blood spraying in a fan-like arc across the oil paintings on the walls. A woman in an evening gown was struck in the back by a toppled wine cabinet, the sound of her spine fracturing chillingly audible. Meanwhile, those who stumbled and fell rolled about the cabin like bowling pins, ultimately trampled into a pulp by the throngs, fleeing in panic. Amidst the chaos, Peter Parker's athletic figure stood out remarkably. He held Gwen Stacy's slender waist with one arm, while gripping Harry Osborn's collar with the other, moving with an effortless grace. Maintaining his balance, he skillfully avoided all debris hurtling his way. "Peter, you!" Harry Osborn exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, struggling to articulate his disbelief. "I've practiced gymnastics," Peter Parker replied casually, executing a somersault to evade a falling chandelier. Meanwhile, Zhi Jiuan crouched low, gripping the cabin wall tightly, his nails bleeding from the pressure. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as a grand piano careened across the slanted floor toward him at alarming speed. "Watch out!" Peter Parker's voice sliced through the air as he swiftly wedged Gwen and Harry under his arm, his leg muscles tensing with explosive power. When the piano was merely half a meter away, Peter swung his right leg like a battle axe. With a resounding crash, the 2,000-pound Steinway piano flew through the air like a toy, shattering 3 marble dining tables before coming to a halt. Amid the splintering wood, Gwen's eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling, while Harry stared in disbelief at the smoke still rising from Peter's pant leg. "Peter, we must talk later. The ship is sinking. Let's hurry to the 12th deck to find the lifeboats." Without waiting for Harry Osborn to finish, Zhi Jiuan abruptly interrupted him, pulling the still-dazed trio towards the exit. As he turned, he discreetly signaled Peter Parker to be silent. Understanding the cue, Peter nodded emphatically and feigned a stumble, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. Let us leave this place at once." When the ship finally ceased its violent swaying, the central dining hall had transformed into a scene of utter devastation. Emergency lights illuminated the blood-soaked floor, resembling a gruesome sauce, while severed limbs and entrails adorned the overturned dining tables. A few survivors crawled toward the exit, one man dragging his leg, which was exposed to the bone, leaving a horrific trail of crimson on the ground. Those trapped beneath heavy debris emitted groans akin to a malfunctioning bellows, their breaths soon fading into silence. "Oh my God!" Gwen Stacy gasped, covering her mouth, while Harry Osborn bent over, retching. Just as Zhi Jiuan was urging everyone to flee, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar golden hue. The girl who had previously assisted him lay sprawled beside the wreckage of the dessert table, her left leg unnaturally bent, and blood oozing from a wound on her forehead stained half her cheek crimson. "Wait a moment," Zhi Jiuan said as he stepped over a lifeless body with a concave chest. He crouched beside the girl, gently pressing his fingers to her carotid artery. Fortunately, a strong pulse was present, though her fibula was fractured. As Zhi Jiuan patted her cheek, the blonde girl suddenly opened her eyes and instinctively swung her fist. "Calm down. It's me. Can you stand?" Zhi Jiuan grasped her wrist easily, concern etched on his face. The girl's pupils rapidly focused, the excruciating pain causing her to gasp. Yet she stifled a scream and asked, "Did the ship hit a reef?" "Most likely. We must hurry to find the lifeboats, or we may sink with the ship." Zhi Jiuan tore a tablecloth to bind her bleeding leg and with a swift motion, lifted her onto his back. The girl bit her lip and nodded, her body trembling. Yet her gaze remained surprisingly composed as she softly introduced herself. "Thank you. I'm Kate." "What's your name?" "I am Lei Feng," Zhi Jiuan replied, carrying Kate as he and Peter Parker maneuvered through the chaotic corridor. Kate's arms gripped his neck tightly, her injured leg swaying slightly with their pace, but she remained silent, gritting her teeth. "The elevator is just ahead." Harry Osborn pointed towards the glowing indicator, his voice filled with hope. Suddenly, Kate's body tensed, her fingers digging into Zhi Jiuan's shoulder while her other hand trembled, pointing towards the starboard window, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" At her words, the group turned to gaze in the direction she indicated, though their steps did not falter. Outside the window lay only an expanse of eerie darkness, punctuated by a few scattered, dim stars. Gwen Stacy turned to Kate, her expression laced with confusion, and inquired, "What are you looking at?" "There's nothing outside." Kate rubbed her eyes, gazing at the calm, pitch-black sea, her brow furrowed in perplexity. She murmured softly, I distinctly saw a shadow, just now. Something large resembling an octopus's tentacle, but not entirely. Perhaps I'm simply too tense and imagining things. I apologize." Upon hearing this, Harry Osborn exhaled in relief, patting her shoulder as he reassured, "Do not worry. It is quite common to experience hallucinations in such moments." However, before his words could fully resonate, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the depths of the corridor. Glug, glug. Soon followed a second, a third agonizing wail, desperate cries for help, accompanied by a grotesque, sticky sound of tearing flesh. These sounds were not those of humans. They resembled the horrific gnawing of some colossal creature, complete with the brittle crack of bones and the viscous splatter of fluids. Instantly, the blood of all present ran cold. Peter Parker was the first to react, grasping Gwen Stacy's small hand tightly as he shouted, "Run! Something is coming toward us." Zhi Jiuan sensed Kate trembling behind him, but he had no time to comfort her. He sprinted forward, closely trailing Peter Parker towards the elevator, which was less than 100 meters away. However, the screams behind them grew ever nearer, as if that monstrous entity was devouring the survivors who had fled before them, and now it was their turn. Chapter 38. The second round. Suddenly, a piercing sound of metal tearing caused everyone to freeze in place. They then witnessed the walls of the corridor suddenly bulge inward, the heavy steel plates contorting like tin foil, sparks erupting from seams. It's coming. The monster! Kate shrieked in terror, her sharp nails digging fiercely into Zhi Jiuan's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain, yet he dared not pause. Boom! Peter Parker darted to the elevator, his fist crashing against the call button, the display indicating the elevator was still 5 floors above, and it would take a while to descend. Crash! Just then, the walls of the corridor could no longer withstand the pressure. Amidst the splintering metal debris, a massive, grayish creature burst forth, emanating a nauseating stench. Squeal! Following this, a second serpentine monstrosity tore through the steel plating on the left, its viscous slime cascading to the floor like a waterfall. 2 creatures, each exceeding 2 meters in diameter, lay sprawled across the corridor, their surfaces adorned with dagger-like barbs, the sticky yellow-green ooze exuding a foul odor reminiscent of rotting fish mixed with sulfur. At their rear, bulbous, petal-like orifices opened and closed, revealing 3 rows of spiraled, razor-sharp teeth. Gag! The The sight of such a grotesque creature made Gwen Stacy involuntarily retch. Though submerged in the dark depths of the ocean, all had grown accustomed to the inexplicable. However, the overall appearance of these two monstrous entities remains exceedingly daunting. Suddenly, they began to convulse, their grotesque maws yawning wide, unleashing a cacophony as dozens of human skeletons were violently expelled, crashing against the walls before tumbling to the ground. The bones were ensconced in partially digested pink flesh, viscous fatty tissue dripping like molten wax. A skull rolled to the feet of Harry Osborn, its hollow eye sockets still clinging to fragments of undigested retina. The piercing screams of Gwen Stacy and Kate reverberated through the confined space, creating a chilling echo. Harry Osborn's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling as he staggered backward, colliding heavily with the elevator doors. Peter Parker, summoning his courage, silently positioned himself in front of the others, his muscles taut beneath his clothing. The monsters did not afford them a moment's respite. With a sudden roar, the first creature lunged forward, its hideous maw agape, hurling itself toward the group. Peter Parker swiftly pushed Gwen Stacy aside as the beast missed its target, crashing into the fire cabinet behind them. Just as Peter's feet touched the ground, another creature came barreling in like a battering ram. With a thunderous impact, he narrowly rolled aside, the floor beneath him splintering into shards. "Come on, you hideous wretch," Peter taunted. "Nature's evolutionary design is quite considerate of you, knowing you surely could not bear to behold your own reflection, especially since it spared you the burden of eyes. However, compared to your maw, I find your odor and appearance far more offensive." He spat out the monster's viscous slime, his eyes reflecting profound disdain, his mouth beginning to chatter incessantly. With a swift motion, the creature swept in from the side. Peter, bending low, narrowly evaded the attack as its appendage grazed his hair, the rancid wind stinging his cheek. Without waiting for the monster to retract its assault, Peter retaliated explosively. With a resounding thud, a whip-like kick struck the creature's midsection, the impact echoing as muscle met barbed spines. The beast recoiled in pain, and seizing the opportunity, Peter grasped the protruding bone spikes, leveraging himself to leap onto the creature. The spines tore into his palms, blood trickling down his arms. Yet he grinned, expressing his distaste. "This is the most revolting thing I have ever done." The monster writhed violently, attempting to dislodge him, yet Peter gripped tightly, his fists raining down upon the slimy surface. Each of his blows carried a terrifying force, causing the creature's grayish skin to indent and crack, releasing a foul-smelling dark green fluid. The creature emitted a high-pitched shriek, while several others descended upon him from above. Summoning strength from his core, Peter executed an aerial maneuver, narrowly evading a lethal strike. Upon landing, he propelled himself off the wall, delivering a flying knee strike to the edge of the maw. With a sharp crack, 3 of its vicious teeth shattered. The creature, now utterly enraged, was joined by several others, intertwining in a frenzied assault akin to a constricting serpent. Peter Parker's pupils constricted sharply. He found himself cornered with no room for evasion. In a moment of desperation, he crouched low, bracing his hands against the ground, and propelled himself upward like a spring. A thunderous collision ensued as 2 monstrous beings clashed mid-air, their bodies writhing in chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Peter leapt through the narrow gap, rebounding off the wall as he executed a spinning kick, forcefully driving the creature's left appendage into the hull. The steel buckled under the impact, and the monster emitted a deafening wail. At that moment, another beast roared, lunging towards Kate, who was perched on Zhi Jiuan's back. As its maw opened, it unleashed a fetid, corrosive gust. Zhi Jiuan deftly sidestepped, grasping a gleaming fire axe from the ground, and swung it fiercely at the creature. The sharp blade met the monster's flesh with a resounding clang, producing a cacophony of metal against sinew. Though the blow was formidable, it could hardly be deemed catastrophic. At best, it was merely a nuisance. Despite Zhi Jiuan's valiant effort, the creature was incensed, charging at him with reckless abandon. "Peter, take them away," Zhi Jiuan urged, barely evading the beast's grasp as he hurled Kate towards Harry Osborn, who, though frightened, shielded Gwen Stacy with unwavering resolve. "You remember the location of the lifeboat. Get them out of here. I will hold off these vile creatures." Peter Parker dismissed Zhi Jiuan's suggestion, insisting on taking the rear guard himself. confident in his ability to delay, if not eliminate, the monsters. Just then, the elevator chimed, signaling its arrival. "Peter, come back!" Gwen Stacy cried out, attempting to reach for him, but was forcibly pulled into the elevator by Harry Osborn. The corridor was teeming with monsters, surging towards them from both sides. Peter glanced back at Harry Osborn, his message unmistakable: hurry and leave. However, just as he was about to make a grandstand, Zhi Jiuan shoved him into the elevator. Desperate to return, Peter was met with Zhi Jiuan's axe pointed at his head. "Peter Parker, I warn you. If you do not ensure their safe passage, I shall sever all ties with you." As soon as the words left his lips, Zhi Jiuan turned and charged towards the monstrous horde without hesitation. "Come back! Hurry back!" Gwen Stacy cried, tears in her eyes, reaching for the door button, only to be firmly restrained by Peter Parker, whose eyes blazed with determination. Kate too attempted to break free, but was held back by Harry Osborn. As the elevator doors closed completely, Zhi Jiuan discarded his fire axe, a smile creeping across his lips. "Very well, let us commence the second round." Chapter 39. The assault of the monsters in the narrow confines of the ship's corridor. Dialec's red hair flickered in the darkness like a flame ablaze. With a single hand gripping the obsidian blade, its edge glimmered with a dark crimson hue under the emergency light as fiery elements coursed along the blade, causing the surrounding air to shimmer with a slight distortion. Whoosh! 3 monstrous tentacles lunged from various angles, their viscous secretions dripping to the ground, eroding it with a hissing sound. Boom! The first tentacle swept in like a colossal whip, effortlessly shredding through the thick bulkhead as though it were mere parchment. Dialec leapt into the air, propelling himself off the wall, his body performing a mid-air flip as the obsidian blade descended in a powerful arc whoosh. The blade, entwined with black and red flames, sliced through the grayish exterior with remarkable smoothness, the fire element instantly flooding into the wound. Roar! The creature erupted into a high-pitched shriek, flames igniting from the severed end. Seizing the moment, another tentacle attempted a sneak attack from behind, its petal-like maw agape, revealing half a human arm caught between its sharp teeth. Thwack! Without a glance back, Dialec retaliated with a swift horizontal slash, the searing blade cleanly severing the tentacle's front, the burning remnants crashing to the ground in a frenzied, writhing motion. Splatter! From above, a writhing tentacle opened its gaping maw, suddenly lunging down from an unseen angle. Dialec appeared to have anticipated this, leaning back as the blade carved a crescent arc from below. Whoosh! The tentacle was vertically cleaved open. The undigested human remains cascading down like a torrential rain. These unfortunate souls retained a flicker of consciousness, their exposed nerves and entrails convulsing in the air, their faces, riddled with decay, contorted in silent agony. A glimmer of compassion flickered in Dialec's eyes as he sighed. "Rest in peace. May the Anemo Archon bless you." With his left hand, he formed a grasp, and the surging fire elements coalesced into a magnificent firebird, soaring towards those tormented lives. Whoosh! The searing flames swiftly engulfed everything, illuminating the passage as bright as day, while the monster shrieked and retreated into the shadows, leaving behind charred walls and a haze of ash in the air. Meanwhile, on the other side, bang! The emergency light in the elevator flickered erratically as Helios struck the metal interior with a punch, blood seeping from his knuckles. "I should have stayed. I shouldn't have left him there alone." His voice was hoarse, eyes rimmed with red. Gwen Stacy huddled in a corner, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Peter Parker pressed his lips tightly together, while Kate's gaze remained fixed on the floor indicator. The elevator had only just reached the 7th floor. Suddenly, a deafening sound of tearing metal echoed from above, and the entire elevator jolted violently. "Those wretched creatures are back." "Hold on," Peter Parker shouted, simultaneously pressing the emergency stop button. Beep, beep, beep. Amid the piercing and unsettling alarm, the elevator abruptly halted, then began to plummet. Without hesitation, Peter Parker leaped, delivering a powerful kick to the elevator doors. Boom! Under his might, the alloy doors twisted and deformed like paper, shooting out with the velocity of a cannonball, embedding deeply into the bulkhead dozens of meters away. Inside the elevator, the 4 individuals stood frozen in shock. "Stop dawdling. Hurry out," Peter Parker exclaimed, urgently pulling Gwen Stacy along as he shouted back at the others. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, A pungent wave of blood and decay assaulted their senses. The corridor resembled a scene from a gruesome nightmare. The walls were splattered with radial patterns of blood, and cables resembling intestines hung from the ceiling, interspersed with strands of what appeared to be human hair. Fragments of bone, clumps of fat, and partially dissolved organs lay strewn about like a grotesque carpet, each step eliciting a nauseating crunch beneath their feet. Gwen Stacy turned pale, doubling over in dry heaves. Kate, fighting against her queasy stomach, scanned the hellish scene until her gaze fixed on a corner. "Their SA gun over there," she shouted, pointing toward the silver 1911 pistol lying beside the corpse of a crew member clad in uniform. Harry Osborn dashed over to retrieve it, expertly checking the magazine, which was fully loaded with 15 rounds, and discovered 2 additional magazines on the lifeless body. "Harry, can you handle it?" Peter Parker asked anxiously. Harry Osborn racked the slide and replied coolly, "I've been trained in marksmanship since I was 10. Using this will be no more difficult than wielding a spoon." After a brief discussion, they concluded that only Harry had received professional shooting training. Thus the handgun was entrusted to him. "The elevator is no longer safe. It seems we must take the stairs to the 12th floor," Peter Parker said, wiping the sweat from his brow, a hint of resignation in his voice. No one opposed this idea. The 4 moved cautiously down the blood-soaked corridor, each step squelching on the viscous remains. Peter led the way with a steel pipe, while Harry, weapon in hand, guarded the rear, ensuring Gwen and Kate were sheltered between them. As they turned a corner, Peter inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. "Watch out," he shouted, yanking the others back just in time. With a thunderous crash, the ceiling collapsed, and a tentacle as thick as a barrel descended, splattering them with slime. Bang! 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 Harry immediately raised his weapon and fired, the bullets bursting through the creature's hide, releasing a greenish ichor. However, the beast merely twitched in irritation, seemingly unharmed, and lunged at Harry with its maw wide open. "Get back!" Peter shouted, gripping the steel pipe tightly, muscles tensed, and swung hard at the creature's side. With a resounding crack, the pipe bent as the creature was sent crashing against the wall, demolishing part of it. Before they could catch their breath, the ceiling creaked ominously again, and 3 more tentacles fell, obstructing their escape. "You all go ahead. I'll hold them off," Peter shouted, seizing another steel pipe and spinning it in his hand, not looking back. "What are you talking about? If we die together." Harry Osborn raised his firearm, aiming at the creature before him, his voice laced with exasperation. Bang! Peter Parker remained silent, suddenly pivoting and delivering a swift kick that sent Harry Osborn tumbling into the adjacent corridor. He then shoved the unsuspecting Gwen Stacy and Kate inside, swiftly locking the fire door behind them. Harry pounded furiously against the door, but the reinforced metal remained unyielding. "Peter, you bastard! Open the door!" Through the glass window, Harry glimpsed Peter Parker, his back turned, giving a thumbs up, when suddenly 3 appendages lunged at him simultaneously. Peter executed a backflip, propelling a steel pipe like a spear, pinning one of the appendages to the wall. The other 2 approached from the sides, and with a low slide, he evaded their collision, the resulting splatter of corrosive goo singeing the tips of his hair. "Come on, you hideous monsters!" Peter wiped the blood from his cheek, beckoning the creatures before him. Hisses. Provoked, the monsters emitted a piercing shriek, and more appendages slithered forth from the shadows. Chapter 40. Mountain of Corpses, Sea of Blood. In the stairwell, Peter Parker's silhouette morphed into a fleeting shadow beneath the dim emergency lights. Bang! The steel pipe, accompanied by a sharp rush of air, struck a writhing appendage with a resounding impact, its bluish-gray exterior caving in and bursting forth a putrid yellow-green fluid. Peter swiftly withdrew, the massive appendage flailing in pain, shattering a nearby fire cabinet. The sound of tinkling glass echoed as Peter executed a mid-air somersault, landing a powerful kick on another attacking appendage. Bang! The nauseating crack reverberated as the appendage was sent flying several meters, its once formidable jaws now shattered. Roar! The creature emitted a high-pitched screech, its remaining appendages thrashing violently against the ground, causing the entire stairwell to tremble. Peter Parker landed, panting heavily, his tattered shirt soaked in sweat, muttering, "How can you grotesque beings be so hideous, yet breed so prolifically? Don't you find it repulsive during the act?" As if stung by his taunts, 6 appendages surged towards him from various angles. Peter's pupils dilated, his spider sense blaring a warning. Whoosh! The first appendage lunged like a spear towards his face. Peter tilted his head to evade, the razor-sharp teeth grazing his cheek and drawing blood. Boom! The second appendage swept across, its terrifying force demolishing everything in its path. Peter, like a spring, inverted on the wall. With a twist of his waist, he thrust the steel pipe downward like a lance. This pipe, approximately 1 meter and 30 centimeters long, pierced the entirety of the appendage. Thud! Before Peter could even land, another appendage attacked from behind. Yet, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, he supported himself on one hand, his legs springing forth. Bang! The appendage was kicked back, and seizing the moment, Peter executed a backflip, landing deftly, once more drawing the steel pipe, twirling it elegantly in his palm. It appears that you are not merely a shadow. Before Peter Parker could finish his thought, a sinuous appendage suddenly surged from the darkness, ensnaring his right ankle like a constricting serpent. Curse be it! A terrifying force emanated from his ankle, lifting Peter Parker into the air, swinging him like a hammer in a wide arc before violently smashing him against the wall. Boom! The steel wall yielded, forming a dent shaped like a human figure, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating from the center. Embedded within the metallic concavity, Peter coughed up blood. A searing pain coursed through him. It felt as if he had just been struck by a semi-truck. Agonizing sensations surged through his chest and left arm, likely indicating a dislocation or fracture. Spitting out the blood from his mouth, Peter muttered, "While I admit cursing you may be inappropriate, I must ask, do you not derive any pleasure from being berated?" Through his blurred vision, he beheld numerous appendages fanning out like a peacock's plumage, their grotesque mandibles dripping with viscous strands. Honestly, while I may have gone a tad overboard, before you devour me, could you at least brush your teeth first? Suddenly, a cold voice resonated from the lower staircase. In the next moment, Peter felt the world around him engulfed in a searing crimson hue. A thunderous roar echoed, a black and red firebird, with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, soared upward from below, warping and distorting the air in its wake. The nearby appendages were instantaneously vaporized, leaving no trace of ash behind. Meanwhile, the more distant creatures writhed in agony, their surfaces charred and peeling to reveal the darkened muscle beneath. Boom! The flaming avian continued its relentless ascent, effortlessly penetrating multiple layers of the cruise ship's upper decks, ultimately exploding into a dazzling display of fire in the night sky. Peter Parker stood in stunned silence, his lips trembling yet unable to utter a sound, his expression reminiscent of a fool, caught in a moment of incredulity. He gazed upward at the gaping hole above, remnants of that cataclysmic blaze still flickering in his eyes. This was neither technology nor mutation, but rather some ancient, purer force. Can it still move? Suddenly, a detached male voice pulled him back to reality. At the turn of the staircase, a red-haired man descended the charred steps. The hem of his black and red trench coat still flickered with tiny flames, while a massive sword in his hand radiated an oppressive wave of heat. Startled, Peter Parker swiftly extricated himself from the dented wall, landing firmly on his feet, his expression tense as he replied, "Of course it can. By the way, are you also a passenger on the Argo cruise? I don't believe I've seen you before. Was that Firebird you're doing?" Once he confirmed that the crisis had been averted, Peter Parker, now resembling an inquisitive child, began to bombard the man with questions. However, the man, Dialek, offered no response, merely coldly stating, "Silence, follow me." With that, he turned and strode down the corridor, his coat billowing behind him like a burning cape. Peter Parker hurriedly followed, a myriad of questions swirling in his throat. Yet, daunted by Dialek's formidable presence, he refrained from voicing them, trailing behind with an expression of pent-up frustration. Meanwhile, on the other side, Harry Osborn, panting heavily, dragged his weary legs through the labyrinthine corridors. Gwen Stacy remained closely behind him, while Kate vigilantly guarded their rear. They had initially intended to locate the staircase leading to the 12th deck, but had inadvertently veered off course amidst the chaos. Suddenly, Gwen Stacy halted, grasping Harry and Kate, exclaiming, "Wait, listen!" In response, the two fell silent, attentively listening to the distant sound of waves crashing against the hull, accompanied by a peculiar, slithering noise. The trio exchanged cautious glances before gently pushing open the intricately carved wooden doors adorned with dolphin motifs. As the doors swung open, A foul stench assailed them, causing all three to stagger back simultaneously. At that moment, the observation hall of the Argo, once a lavish sanctuary for 1,000 revelers, had transformed into a grotesque sacrificial site. Thousands of corpses lay arranged in eerie concentric circles, stacked high to the 30-meter dome. Bones and flesh were crushed and reshaped by some unseen force, forming a 10-meter-high obelisk of flesh, its surface slick with repulsive, vein-like filaments. Crystal chandeliers crashed onto the pile of bodies, casting not light, but a dark crimson hue of congealed blood. Kate wept uncontrollably, her voice hoarse as she murmured, "Blasphemy! Unforgivable!" Harry Osborn nodded mechanically, his gaze drawn to a grotesque mass of flesh at the center of the hall, its diameter exceeding 30 meters, pulsating with gray veins. Hundreds of varying-sized tendrils extended from it, some dragging new bodies into the hall, while others slowly retracted. One main tendril, as thick as an oil tanker, suddenly lifted, its tip splitting open into a cross-shaped maw, spewing forth a mass of partially dissolved bones and flesh. With a cacophonous crash, countless fragments of flesh and bone rained down upon the mound of corpses, immediately enveloped by the viscous secretion, becoming part of the grotesque amalgamation. Chapter 41. The essence of the monster within the corridors of the 7th level of the Argo. Peter Parker's voice echoed incessantly, reminiscent of a torrential flood, filling the air with his inquiries. "So what is your name, really? Dialek? That's a cool name. Is it code name?" His eyes darted around. Keeping pace with Dialek's strides, he continued, "Where did you acquire that outfit? The fabric seems so unique. Is it fireproof?" That firebird earlier Dialek remained unfazed, not even turning his head. The hem of his black and red trench coat swayed soundlessly in the dim corridor, his boots making no sound as they tread upon the pools of blood. Peter Parker pursed his lips, preparing to press further when an inexplicable sense of dread suddenly surged through him. The spider sense crackled like electricity at the nape of his neck, causing him to jerk his head upwards. There, descending from the ventilation shaft, was a grayish-blue appendage, its maw barely half a meter from Dialek's occiput. "Be careful." With a swift motion, the black rock sword sliced through the air, severing the appendage in two. The front half, complete with its grotesque mouth, thrashed wildly on the floor, while the back half retreated into darkness with lightning speed. The motion of Dialek sheathing his sword was fluid, akin to the effortless act of swatting a mosquito. Peter Parker's eyes widened. This was his first encounter with someone possessing such remarkable reflexes, only marginally inferior to his own. "Wow, your reflexes are boom." Before Peter could finish a sentence, the walls around them suddenly bulged outward. 6 appendages burst through the barriers, slime splattering everywhere. "Step back." Dialek finally spoke, his voice as cold as tempered steel. With a rush, he lunged forward, the black rock sword igniting in crimson flames. In that narrow corridor, Dialek transformed into a whirlwind, each strike landing precisely on the joints of the grotesque limbs. Before the severed remnants could touch the ground, they were incinerated into ash by the searing heat. In mere moments, the 6 monstrous appendages lay in heaps of smoking charcoal. Peter Parker smirked, silently lowering the steel pipe he had just raised, grumbling, "What's the point of being cool if it only lasts 6 seconds?" Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from a distance. Peter's expression froze. "Damn it! That voice, Gwen! Gwen!" He shot forward like a bullet, too swift for Dialek to intervene. Corner after corner, staircase after staircase, shattered doors flew open as Peter barreled through every obstacle, ultimately skidding to a halt at the entrance of the observation hall. His entire being froze in shock. In the center of the hall stood a grotesque obelisk made of thousands of corpses, a writhing throne of flesh. At its heart, the monstrous entity loomed, resembling a small island. Each of its appendages was thicker than a fuel tanker, its surface teeming with maws capable of devouring a person whole. To the left of the hall's exit, Gwen Stacy and Kate were backed against a shattered floor-to-ceiling window as a dozen appendages closed in from all directions. In the corner, Gwen's beige dress was drenched in blood, while Kate, dragging her broken leg, clutched a shard of glass tightly. Meanwhile, in the center, Harry Osborn was ensnared by one of the main appendages, lifted helplessly into the air as he fought desperately against the monstrous grip coiling around his waist. The creature's gaping maw was revealed, lined with spirals of razor-sharp teeth. Peter Parker's mind went blank. Save Gwen? Or save Harry? Cold sweat trickled down Peter Parker's forehead. As he frantically calculated distance, time, and the probability of success in his mind, each scenario shadowed by the specter of his companion's demise. Those two girls have been entrusted to you. Suddenly, Dialec's voice echoed from behind. Before Peter could turn, he felt a scorching gust of wind sweep past him. Whoosh! The black and crimson cloak billowed ominously amidst the mountains of corpses as Dialec surged forward like an arrow, racing toward the direction of Helios. Roar! The monstrous entity emitted a deafening shriek. Over 20 grotesque tentacles, mouths agape with bloodthirst, simultaneously ascended, lunging straight for Dialec. Hiss! They coordinated their assault. Some swept low to incapacitate, while others aimed directly for the throat, with 3 specifically designed to obstruct any escape routes. This was no mere beast hunt. It was a calculated ambush. Dialec's gaze sharpened. Drink! The Blackcliff slasher swung horizontally, unleashing a shockwave of fiery elemental energy that severed the first 5 tentacles that dared to strike. Seizing the moment, he leapt onto a descending, severed limb, his body twisting midair, the blade carving a flawless ring of flames. Boom! 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 With a series of explosive detonations. The encroaching tentacles were engulfed in a torrential downpour of fire. Dialec maneuvered through the charred remains, his boots pounding against the vertical walls, deftly weaving a path that evaded all interception. Roar! The creature's fury reached a boiling point. It abandoned its attempt to consume Helios, and all tentacles retreated to defend its core. Bang! A colossal tentacle, nearly 3 meters in diameter, erupted from the blood pool, its tip spewing a high-pressure viscous liquid. In response, Dialec accelerated. He changed direction midair, the hem of his cloak brushing against the viscous substance, leaving an unsightly stain. Yet, this slight sacrifice afforded him the optimal angle for his advance. With a thunderous crash, the Blackcliff slasher, wreathed in black and crimson flames and imbued with immense force, struck the base of the tentacle that ensnared Helios. Squelch! The several-meter-thick wall of flesh was cleaved asunder in an instant, the green blood yet to pour forth. Instantly vaporized by the searing heat, Helios plummeted alongside the severed limb, caught in Dialec's single hand. Find a safe place to hide. Dialec tossed Helios to the outskirts of the battlefield, his left hand brandishing the Blackcliff slasher toward the monstrous core. The blade's tip coalescing into a radiant fireball as brilliant as the sun. Sensing the terrifying power emanating from the blade, the creature recoiled. Roar! It emitted a reluctant shriek as all its forging tentacles retracted simultaneously, its massive, slick body shifting toward the shattered window. The mountains of corpses were absorbed, transforming into fleeing energy. A glint of cold light flashed in Dialec's eyes as the Blackcliff slasher ignited in a fierce blaze of black and crimson flames, propelling him like a bolt toward the retreating monstrosity. Trying to flee? The creature unleashed a thunderous roar, dozens of tentacles rising simultaneously, striking from all directions like constricting pythons. Dialec moved with the swiftness of lightning, his blade tracing arcs of searing fire as he severed the first 3 tentacles that dared to advance. Turquoise-hued fluid splattered. Yet more tentacles had obstructed his path of retreat. The heap of corpses on the ground became the greatest hindrance. Dialec crushed a rib of a corpse beneath his foot, and in that fleeting moment of hesitation, an opportunity was seized. Boom! A tentacle as thick as a barrel struck him fiercely at the waist. The terrifying force sent him flying, his back crashing through 3 layers of hull before he finally came to a halt. Amidst the shower of sparks, Dialec knelt on one knee, his attire remaining impeccably clean. The creature seized the chance to hasten its escape towards the sea, the shattered ship's body appearing as fragile as paper before it. Chapter 42. Escaping the tiger's mouth creek. The monster's colossal form shattered the hull, and seawater rushed in violently. Its mountain-like body gradually sank beneath the waves, tentacles stirring up a furious whirlpool. Dialec's gaze turned icy as he leaped to the fractured section of a ship. The gentle sea breeze tousled his crimson hair, and the flames on the Blackrock Claymore surged dramatically, evaporating the surrounding seawater into vast clouds of mist. Thinking of fleeing? Not so easily. With that, he gripped his sword, and the fierce flames of the fire element converged wildly along the blade, the air warping from the intense heat. The creature, sensing danger, struggled to accelerate into the depths of the ocean, but it was too late. Dawn was approaching. Dialect swung his sword downward, and the flames on the blade instantaneously transformed into a flaming phoenix with wings spanning several dozen meters. Clang, clang, clang. This bird of fire, reminiscent of the legendary phoenix, unfurled its fiery wings, emitting a melodious cry. Wherever it passed, the sea boiled, and steam shot skyward. Before the fire phoenix even made contact, the human oil smeared across the creature's body ignited in ferocious flames. A mournful wail erupted from the monster as thousands of tentacles thrashed against the surface of the sea, creating towering waves. Yet, it was utterly futile. Boom! The fire phoenix struck the creature's back with pinpoint accuracy, and blinding flames shot skyward, illuminating the night as if it were day. The terrifying heat vaporized the outer flesh in an instant, and a shockwave penetrated within, incinerating organs and bones alike. In mere seconds, the mountain-like behemoth was reduced to a violently burning fireball. The sea surface was cast in crimson, and amidst the rising steam, countless charred tentacle fragments fell like raindrops. Dialect sheathed his sword and turned to depart. Behind him, the monster's final remnants slowly sank into the depths, leaving only ashes floating on the water surface as proof of its former existence. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the observation hall, Peter Parker gasped for breath. The steel pipe in his hands twisted and deformed. He stood protectively in front of Gwen, Stacy, and Kate, with 7 or 8 crushed tentacle remnants lying at his feet. Should it be over now? Hearing the distant explosions and the earlier blaze that lit the sky, Peter Parker finally exhaled, discarding the steel pipe from his grasp. Before he could catch his breath, Gwen Stacy abruptly threw herself into his arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. Just now, I thought I would never see you again. She trembled, tears soaking Peter Parker's shoulder. Peter's cheeks flushed crimson as he gently patted her back, murmuring, "If you don't let go, we truly may never meet again." Harry Osborn stood nearby, arms crossed, suddenly feeling an uncomfortable tightness in his throat. He coughed loudly, saying, "Hurry up, the ship is sinking." Kate beside him muttered in a peculiar tone, "Oh, Jacko Rose." At their teasing, Gwen's face turned bright red as she released her embrace, but still clung tightly to Peter's fingers. Suddenly, the ship lurched violently, and a cacophonous sound of twisted metal echoed from all directions. Harry's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Not good. This ship won't hold much longer." The group stumbled toward the exit of the hall, only to find the staircase completely collapsed and the elevator shaft distorted beyond recognition. "I'll take them up. You keep close." Dialect's voice resonated from behind. Before anyone could react, he swiftly lifted Kate on his back, wrapped his left arm around Gwen's waist, and seized Harry by the collar. "Hold on tight," Dialect instructed softly, then with a sudden burst of strength, leapt over a 5-meter-wide chasm. Gwen's scream was swallowed by the howling wind. Harry clenched his eyes shut, and Kate bit her lip, her fingers nearly digging into Dialect's shoulder. On the tilting, trembling ship, Dialect moved with unwavering steadiness. Each step of his boots against the metal hull sparked a cascade of tiny flames, leaving behind a trail of burning footprints. "Wait, Peter is still." Gwen's exclamation was abruptly cut off as she gazed in astonishment, witnessing Peter Parker sprinting up the nearly vertical wall. He leapt and swung from cables, maintaining an impressive speed. "Peter, you—" Gwen's eyes widened, disbelief flooding her voice. In response, Peter offered an apologetic smile, speaking rapidly. "There's a long story behind what's happening to me. I'll explain later." At that moment, the 12th deck had severely tilted, the lifeboat swaying violently under the constraints of the cables, perilously close to sliding into the sea. Dialect landed firmly at the edge of the deck, sequentially lowering the 3 of them. The Blackrock blade was drawn, its crimson light slicing through the night sky. The cables securing the lifeboat snapped, and it crashed into the water with a tremendous splash. "Put on your life jackets and jump." The 3 nodded, methodically donning the prepared life jackets before plunging into the sea, climbing aboard the lifeboat. While others fared relatively well, Kate's leg troubled her significantly. Yet she endured the excruciating pain and leapt down. Dialect stood with his back to them, his coat billowing in the explosive gusts of wind. Gwen Stacy attempted to voice her thoughts, but was abruptly pulled onto the lifeboat by Harry Osborn. Peter Parker was the last to jump, upon finally clambering aboard the lifeboat. He gazed up at the spot where Dialect had just stood, only to find it utterly vacant. A few embers floated in the night breeze, as though he had never existed. Mr. Dylick has vanished, Gwen Stacy murmured, her voice laced with disbelief. Before they could ponder further, a thunderous roar erupted. The fuel chamber of the Argo could no longer withstand the intense heat, and a chain reaction tore the grand cruise ship asunder. A blazing inferno illuminated the entire sea, and a shock wave sent towering waves crashing, causing the lifeboat to rock violently, nearly capsizing. "Damn it, we must leave this place," Harry Osborn shouted, desperately steering the rudder. The sea surface formed a massive vortex, greedily pulling the wreckage of the cruise liner into the abyss. The lifeboat's motor emitted a strained roar, valiantly resisting the overwhelming suction. Faster! Peter Parker clung tightly to the edge of the boat, watching as the stern of the Argo slowly succumbed to the depths. At last, they escaped the grasp of the whirlpool. The sea gradually calmed, leaving only floating debris and slicks of oil, remnants of the once magnificent liner. Chapter 43. Is Zhi Jiuan not dead? The night breeze swept through, carrying the briny scent of the ocean. Yet it could not dispel the heavy sense of oppression that lingered in the hearts of the four. "What shall we do next?" Gwen Stacy asked softly, her voice thick with emotion. A cruise ship that had set sail with over 4,000 souls now contained only the four of them, a harrowing statistic that overwhelmed her. Harry Osborn took a deep breath, fatigue etched upon his youthful features, and said, "We wait for rescue. The lifeboat is equipped with emergency flares. At dawn we—" "Hey, is anyone there? Come and help me. I can't swim." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from afar. The four froze simultaneously. "Did you hear that?" Peter Parker exclaimed, hope gleaming in his eyes as he looked at his companions. "Yes, I heard it. The voice seems to be coming from over there," Kate exclaimed excitedly, pointing toward the left front of the sea. They all leaned over the side of the lifeboat, squinting into the darkness. Not far away, a figure struggled amidst the waves, arms flailing desperately. Peter Parker's eyes widened, a look of joy spreading across his face as he shouted, "Yes, it's really him. Ha ha ha. Stay right there. I'm coming to rescue you." Without hesitation, Peter stripped off his life jacket and, without a second thought, plunged into the sea, swimming swiftly towards Zhi Jiuan. "Help! Help! For heaven's sake! Gurgle, gurgle, Harry, save me. I forgot that I can't swim." The frantic splashes and cries for help from Peter Parker, just a mere 5 meters away in the water beside the lifeboat, left the three on the ship momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, Gwen Stacy, with an expression of disdain, pulled the embarrassing figure aboard. Meanwhile, Harry Osborn swiftly maneuvered to rescue Zhi Jiuan and bringing him onto the lifeboat as well. Observing Peter Parker, who was huddled in a corner of the ship with a mortified demeanor, Gwen Stacy could hardly fathom how someone as astute as herself had developed an affinity for such a foolish character. Disregarding the chaos of Peter's near-death experience and his continued flailing, Gwen turned her attention to Harry Osborn, who was sitting beside Zhi Jiuan and with a radiant smile, remarking with admiration, "It's truly wonderful to see you alive, my friend." Hearing this, Zhi Jiuan laid back on the boat, gazing at the dark, starry sky above, and responded with a grin. "Fear not. I am as tough as they come." Written on paper, that note could serve as special steel. Such a minor mishap could hardly claim my life. "Huh, had I swum even a tad slower, we would have had to wait days for you to float to the surface." "Harry, you've changed," Zhi Jiuan continued. "You're no longer that brave lad who, after a month of Brazilian jiu-jitsu, sought to confront a rival and ended up injuring yourself with a botched 360-degree kick, lying on the ground to extort 38,000 from him. You are no longer that honest boy who, after a month of Latin dance, discovered no change in his physique and suspected his instructor of deceit. You are no longer that clever child who, after a week of Taekwondo, realized his instructor was merely enjoying kicking kids around rather than teaching the art. Enough. Such talk is impolite." An indignant Harry Osborn quickly intervened, covering Zhi Jiuan's mouth and hastily changing the subject. "By the way, I am quite curious. How did you manage to escape from those terrifying monsters and survive the whirlpool created by the sinking ship without knowing how to swim?" In response, Zhi Jiuan, unfazed, recounted his premeditated tale. "Well, it's a long story. When those monsters attacked me, I genuinely thought my end had come. Suddenly, a handsome redhead appeared, not only vanquishing all the creatures, but also escorting me to the top deck of the cruise ship. Yet, after delivering me there, he inexplicably vanished. However, Just as the ship was about to sink, he reappeared out of nowhere, tossing me into the waters far from the whirlpool. As for what transpired afterward, well, you already know. As they conversed, Zhi Jiuan seemed to recall something of great significance. He then retrieved a golden fruit from his jacket pocket and handed it to the pallid Kate, saying, "This is called the sunset fruit, a specialty from my hometown. Consuming it greatly aids in the healing of wounds." At that moment, Kate was furrowing her brow, inhaling sharply as her fingers pressed against the wound on her left leg, where blood had thoroughly soaked the makeshift bandages. Taking the sunset fruit from Zhi Jiuan with caution, Kate hesitated before expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. Is this fruit truly so miraculous?" At that juncture, Peter Parker, who was enduring punishment, managed to sneak a glance and gasped in astonishment. "Wait, is this the fruit that cost you half your savings?" Upon hearing this, Kate's hand trembled, nearly causing the fruit to tumble into the sea. Steadying herself, she immediately attempted to return the sunset fruit to Zhi Jiuan, exclaiming, How much? Half your savings. This is far too valuable. I cannot accept this." Zhi Jiuan declined to take it back, waving his hand dismissively, and calmly replied, "Let us not concern ourselves with money for now. In your current condition, if your wound is not treated promptly, it could fester and pose a grave risk to your life." Observing the swollen, crimson wound on Kate's leg, Gwen Stacy gently grasped her hand and urged, "Yes, right. Your condition is dire. If it festers, you could truly perish." Harry Osborn and Peter Parker echoed their sentiments in support. After a moment of hesitation, Kate finally took a bite of the fruit. The flesh melted in her mouth. Sweet with a hint of tartness, and a warm sensation surged from her throat throughout her body. Upon finishing the sunset fruit, Kate's eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively reached for her injured left leg. The searing pain she had felt was swiftly dissipating, and the bleeding had ceased. Trembling, she unwrapped the bandage, and to her astonishment, the deep wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. "This is simply miraculous," Peter Parker exclaimed, his mouth agape. As a biology enthusiast, Gwen Stacy cautiously touched Kate's calf, exclaiming in shock, "Incredible." Harry Osborn picked up the fruit pit that had fallen to the ground and examined it under the moonlight, curiously inquiring, "How much does this cost per gallon?" "I'd like to buy 50 tons to sample." Leaning against the side of the lifeboat, Zhi Jiuan gazed out at the horizon where the sea began to lighten, casually remarking, "Just a little local specialty. There's nothing to make a fuss about." As the night breeze swept through, the atmosphere on the lifeboat grew somewhat lighter. Kate moved her now rejuvenated left leg, her eyes filled with wonder. Chapter 44. Harry's dark transformation the following morning over the Atlantic Ocean. The dawn light poured like molten gold upon the sea, tinting the waves in flowing amber hues. A thin mist hovered like gossamer in the distance, gradually dissipated by the rising sun, while the sea breeze carried a briny freshness across the lifeboat. The warm sunlight caressed Harry Osborn's face as he groggily rose from the confines of the cabin, casting a bewildered glance around him. Once his vision refocused, he abruptly shook Peter Parker beside him, his voice raspy as he exclaimed, "Hey, wake up, Peter, Gwen, Kate, quickly awaken. A ship is approaching." At his words, everyone instantly stirred to consciousness. Trembling, Harry Osborn fished out a flare gun from the bottom of the lifeboat, aimed it at the pale sky, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Bang! With a thunderous report, the red signal flare streaked across the dawn sky in a blinding arc. 20 minutes later, 3 speedboats sliced through the waves towards them. The sailor aboard the speedboat, eyes wide with disbelief, listened intently as Zhi Jiuan recounted their ordeal and gasped, "My God, the Argo has sunk? You are the last survivors? This is monumental. I must report this immediately." Upon grasping the situation, the sailor swiftly communicated via radio to Captain Robert Hayes of the cargo ship Pacific Dawn. Calling the captain, "We have discovered 5 survivors from the Argo, all sustaining minor injuries and currently in no life-threatening condition. A significant maritime disaster has been confirmed ahead. We request urgent instructions." In the ship's bridge, Captain Hayes seized the intercom, suppressing his shock as he commanded, "Received. Immediately activate the emergency protocol under the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea. All hands, shut down the main engines and hold position. First officer, send an emergency signal to the United States Coast Guard Command Center at once." As the alarm echoed throughout the vessel, The cargo ship's power systems swiftly shut down, its massive hull gradually stabilizing upon the sea's surface. The second officer hurriedly operated the communication equipment, striving to convey his message in clear, steady tones. Boston Command Center. This is name, latitude 32. 15N, longitude 64. 45. We have located 5 survivors from the Argo cruise ship and request urgent medical assistance. Requesting urgent medical assistance. On deck. The crew had commenced rescue preparations in accordance with the convention standards. The medical team transported first aid kits and stretchers to the helicopter landing zone, while the chief engineer directed the deployment of additional lifeboats for emergency retrieval. Prepare the helicopter for takeoff. Execute standard humanitarian rescue procedures, ensuring all survivor statements are meticulously recorded. The captain commanded, his gaze fixed on the approaching Coast Guard signal on the radar. An hour later, the Coast Guard patrol vessel surged through the waves like a steel behemoth. In the interrogation room, the recording officer's pen scratched across the paper as he listened to Zhi Jiuan describe the assault by the colossal marine creature, the tip of his pen abruptly halting. Are you certain this is not a collective hallucination induced by the disaster? He inquired. In response, Zhi Jiuan raised his gaze to meet the officer's, his expression impassive as he stated, the wreckage of the Argo lies just beneath the nearby seabed, along with the remains of that creature. To verify the truth, simply dispatch a submarine to investigate. Rest assured, we shall, came the officer's reply. As for now, please sign this statement, fortunate fellow. After the news broke, Zhi Jiuan sat at the bow of the patrol ship, gazing at the suddenly tumultuous sea. In the Atlantic, 3 Sea-Hawk helicopters tore through the clouds like steel falcons, their rotor blades churning the air into white furrows across the water surface. 12 Coast Guard speedboats emerged abruptly from the waves, their bows slicing through the surf, sending crystalline spray into the morning light. Like a school of sharks sensing blood, they formed a 3-nautical-mile perimeter centered on the coordinates of the Argo's last sinking. Several research vessels deployed sonar arrays that fanned out like a peacock's tail, while the massive magnetic crane of salvaged ship plunged into the depths. And even the National Oceanic Administration's scientific vessel illuminated its biological hazard warning lights. Above this suddenly transformed battlefield of the sea, a C-130 Hercules transport plane, emblazoned with markings, released dozens of sonar buoys. Care for a cup of coffee? Came the voice of Harry Osborn from behind. He settled beside Zhi Jiuan and handed him a steaming cup. Thank you, Zhi Jiuan replied, accepting the paper cup, the rising steam obscuring his expression. Harry Osborn's demeanor was grave. His fingers absently traced the rim of the cup as he murmured, "To be honest, even now, I still feel a bit unreal, like I've had a nightmare. If you and Peter hadn't survived, I would never forgive myself." Stop with such nonsensical drivel. What does that have to do with you? Besides, aren't we all fine now? Don't overthink it, Zhi Jiuan said, glancing at Peter Parker, who was on deck covering Gwen Stacy with a blanket. Only be kicked away. However, silence gradually spread between the two. The sound of waves crashing against the hull suddenly grew louder. Harry Osborn's gaze fixated on a helicopter descending in the distance, and he suddenly spoke. Do you think if I had powers like Dialek at that time, you wouldn't have had to take risks? Perhaps I could have saved even more people, instead of being a coward, hiding behind you and Gwen. Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan immediately turned to look at him, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he advised, Harry, this was merely an accident. The likelihood of such an accident happening again is probably no greater than Peter suddenly becoming wealthy overnight or the U.S. abolishing taxes. In modern society, knowledge is the most potent weapon. So if you desire greater power, I believe you should study diligently, aiming higher. Rest assured, I'll have Peter prepare a set of 5-year masters, 3-year professor exam papers for you, ensuring you excel from your hairline to your degree. No need to persuade me further. My mind is made up, Zhi Jiuan. Harry Osborn took a deep breath and then lowered his voice, saying, Rest assured, I won't do anything foolish. Osborn Industries boasts the most advanced biological laboratories in the United States and, indeed, the entire world, with merely a slight intervention from Dr. Connors. Combined with the remnants of the super soldier serum provided by the military, the sight of Harry Osborn, adorned with flags, prompted Zhi Jiuan to make one last earnest plea. Harry, heed my advice. You are toying with fire. Unmoved by the words, Harry Osborn responded with a smile imbued with a resolute determination not befitting his age, stating, "It matters not. I find self-immolation through cowardice far less tolerable than playing with fire." Chapter 45. Inquiry in the Atlantic within the Caribbean waters. The sun scorched the deck of the rescue ship, causing the sailors on duty to succumb to drowsiness. Suddenly, a sharp engine roar shattered the tranquil sea breeze. A pitch-black aircraft, resembling a razor in design, appeared without warning at a mere 100 meters above ground. It deviated from any conventional landing approach, descending vertically onto the helicopter platform like a falling leaf. The soldiers on deck instinctively reached for their sidearms, but the aircraft's hatch had already slid open, revealing 5 men in black suits who briskly emerged. The tall, slender man at the forefront produced his credentials, the metallic badge glinting coldly in the sunlight, declaring, "Do not be alarmed, soldiers. This is a matter for S.H.I.E.L.D. Take me to your commanding officer at once." The young officer on duty accepted the credentials, casting only a cursory glance before his pupils dilated in shock. He swallowed hard, nodding stiffly, and said, "Very well. Please, follow me. My apologies, gentlemen. Our superior has some matters to discuss with you personally, so please cooperate." In the temporary lounge, Zhi Jiuan, Peter Parker, and others were soundly asleep when suddenly they were awakened by 2 armed Coast Guard officers. Harry Osborn rubbed his eyes and, perplexed, inquired, "Another inquiry? Did we not just finish giving our statements?" However, no one responded to him. Zhi Jiuan and the others were separated and escorted into windowless chambers. On the table before Zhi Jiuan lay a box of freshly baked donuts and a cup of iced coffee. Without a hint of psychological burden, he picked up a donut and began to indulge, but after consuming just half, he could no longer bear it. "This is excessively sweet. Toss one into a stellar engine, and that little sphere would surely reach Centaurus the next day. If Ultraman had won before battling monsters, he'd likely not even flicker a light afterward." Zhi Jiuan downed the iced coffee in one gulp, then silently stared at the one-way glass opposite him. He was aware that someone was undoubtedly observing him from beyond. 3 hours later, when the iron door swung open again, the man who entered elicited a raised eyebrow from Zhi Jiuan. "Greetings, Mr. Zhi Jiuan. I am Phil Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and it is a pleasure to meet you." The newcomer smiled as he extended his hand, his suit's creases radiating an amiable charm. Zhi Jiuan did not grasp that hand. Instead, he merely observed him, tilting his head slightly and speaking in a nonchalant tone now. "Please articulate just how happy you are, in no less than 800 words, on any subject you wish, ensuring originality and avoiding plagiarism." Coulson's smile remained intact as he pulled out the chair opposite Zhi Jiuan, seated himself, and opened his folder, speaking to himself, regarding the sinking of the Argo. "There are certain details that require further verification, and I hope you can cooperate. Hasn't the Coast Guard already inquired? And with such thoroughness. They even asked for the name of my dog and the length of my nails," Zhi Jiuan replied. "They should possess records and video footage. Retrieving those should be quicker than questioning me, wouldn't it?" Coulson slid a photograph across the table, an indistinct image of Dalek severing a tentacle, and inquired, "I wish to discuss matters not recorded in the transcripts, such as this red-haired gentleman. Might I ask, Mr. Zhi, do you or your friends have any acquaintance with him?" Zhi Jiuan picked up the photograph and pretended to study it for a while before feigning a moment of realization, saying, "Oh, you mean him? While I wouldn't say we are well acquainted, it's safe to say we are entirely ignorant of him." Coulson's countenance darkened slightly. He tightened and then relaxed his grip on the pen, taking a deep breath before calmly stating, "Mr. Zhi, I kindly request your full cooperation during my inquiry. This would be advantageous for both of us. Otherwise, not only would it be a waste of your time, but should any unforeseen circumstances arise, such as the federal government reevaluating the roles you and your friends played in this maritime disaster." Before Coulson could finish, Zhi Jiuan interjected, smiling as he raised his hand, "No need for what-ifs. I am well aware of the tactics employed by your American agents. But I shall be candid. This is of no consequence to me. As a Chinese citizen, should you wish to invoke judicial or administrative measures against me, you might first consult the Chinese embassy in the United States and see what they have to say. As for inciting public opinion to morally condemn or accuse me of misconduct, I must frankly state that such accusations from you Americans would be viewed as the highest form of praise in my eyes. Of course, I am certain you possess the means to make me disappear without a trace. However, setting that aside, consider my close friend Harry Osborn, the heir to Osborn Industries next door. Can you truly manage him? If I were to vanish, just imagine how many agents from your so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to accompany me to the grave, given Osborn Industries' influence within the military. Coulson, observing Zhi Jiuan's vividly expressive demeanor, remained composed as Zhi Jiuan smiled faintly, interlacing his fingers beneath his nose and lowering his head slightly, stating, "It appears I am more adept at intimidation than you are." For the ensuing 40 minutes. While Coulson's inquiries grew increasingly incisive, he maintained a sense of decorum, lacking the earlier aggression. However, the responses from Zhi Jiuan resembled a glass sphere coated in oil. Each utterance was merely vacuous prattle. Just as Coulson felt a throbbing headache and yearned to conclude this inquiry, his gaze was unexpectedly captivated by the collar of Zhi Jiuan. Observing Coulson's fervent stare, Zhi Jiuan discreetly pulled his chair back a bit, fully aware of the traditions of the Ansari people, who were known for their cunning. One must remain vigilant. After a prolonged silence, Coulson glanced at the dim god-eye ornament and seemingly nonchalantly gestured towards it, saying, "Mr. Zhi, that accessory of yours is quite intriguing. May I borrow it for a moment?" In response, Zhi Jiuan looked at the unclaimed god-eye around his neck, smiled, and replied, "It's merely a trinket from my homeland, of little value. However, it was a parting gift from my dear mother, who specifically instructed me never to part with it, lest calamity befall me. Thus, I must respectfully decline your request." Upon hearing this, Coulson furrowed his brow, but, recalling the awkward situation from 40 minutes prior, he smiled and said, "Please, do not be hasty in your refusal, Mr. Zhi. We would not take your possession without compensation. Feel free to propose a price. And if it is reasonable, we are willing to pay." "Really? Then I shall ask for 71 trillions dollars. Coulson's expression morphed into one of incredulity, as if the divine had closed a window while simultaneously slamming a door upon his intellect. $71 trillion, neither more nor less, was precisely the total amount for the United States this February. Coulson closed his blank notepad, rose, extended his hand with a smile, and said, "Very well, I greatly appreciate your cooperation. Farewell." Chapter 46. Two Old Fathers' Nightfall enveloped New York Harbor. The searchlights pierced through the thick sea fog, illuminating the dock as brightly as day. The cacophony of steam whistles, police sirens, and helicopter rotors blended into a deafening symphony. Journalists jostled for prime positions, their flashes creating a dazzling silver net against the night sky. Street vendors seized the moment to peddle hot dogs and coffee, their cries drowned in the din of the crowd. In the distance, the screens of onlooker smartphones twinkled like stars, while live streamers shouted hoarsely into their cameras. The sea breeze carrying the briny scent of salt and fuel, sweeping through every restless soul. At Dock 23 in New York Harbor, the atmosphere resembled a boiling cauldron. A throng of New York police officers formed three nearly crumbling lines, their tactical vests soaked with sweat, rubber batons resting against their chests, unable to withstand the relentless tide of reporters and the families of the victims from the Argo. On top of a live broadcasting van, a photographer pursued the rescue boat's gangway with a long lens. A reporter from the Daily News climbed onto a colleague's shoulders to push forward, their recording device nearly poking the officers in the face. "Step back. Everyone step back," the police chief shouted through a megaphone. Yet his voice was swallowed by the roar of the multitude. The cameramen jostled for prime positions, tripods crashing to the ground with a sharp clang. Further away, citizens brandishing a welcome home banner were being ushered back by security personnel as balloons floated into the night sky. As Zhi Jiuan descended the gangway, a sudden flash of brilliant lights erupted before him like a tempest of lightning, the sound of shutters firing off in rapid succession akin to a machine gun's barrage. Squinting, he noticed a reporter from the New York Times thrusting a microphone toward his lips, inquiring, "Sir, as a witness to the sinking of the Argo, could you describe, step aside, medical access?" Before the reporter could finish, two towering Coast Guard officials approached and escorted him away. Once a path was cleared, numerous individuals clad in protective gear descended from the rescue vessel, carrying body bags. Seizing the moment of chaos, Peter Parker and his companions hurriedly ducked their heads and advanced. Harry Osborn led the way, using his body to shield against the onslaught of cameras and blinding flashes. Zhi Jiuan followed closely behind, his arm raised to block the incessant barrage of microphones. Suddenly, a reporter from a gossip tabloid yanked at his sleeve, urgently exclaiming, "Excuse me, sir. We've heard there are mutants aboard the Argo. Is it true? I'm sorry, but the details of the incident are still under investigation by the authorities. We cannot comment," Zhi Jiuan replied, gripping the reporter's wrist. The journalist winced and released his hold, quickly being separated by an order-maintaining police dog. Yet, just as Zhi Jiuan and his companions were besieged by the relentless swarm of reporters, a low rumble of engines resonated from the outskirts of the crowd. Suddenly, 6 sleek black Cadillacs, akin to battleships, thundered over the dock, their blinding headlights illuminating the chaotic scene in stark white. The crowd instinctively parted, and a formation of over a dozen bodyguards in tactical suits swiftly arranged themselves, their muscular arms crossed to create a human wall, forcefully carving a pathway through the frenzied media. The lead vehicle, an elongated Lincoln, screeched to a halt, and the moment its door swung open, all flashes turned in that direction. Norman Osborn stepped out briskly, his polished, expensive Oxford shoes splashing onto the rain-soaked asphalt. Though his figure appeared somewhat gaunt, his suit was impeccably tailored, and his silver-gray tie was perfectly knotted. However, a few strands of white hair had surprisingly escaped his usually meticulously combed sideburns. "Harry!" His voice pierced through the clamor, his gaze locking onto his son amidst the throng. "Father!" Recognizing the familiar voice, Harry Osborn's own voice caught in his throat. In 3 swift strides, Norman Osborn closed the distance and pulled Harry into an embrace, gripping his shoulders tightly as his nails nearly sank into the fabric. This titan of industry, often gracing the covers of financial magazines, now trembled so severely that he struggled to maintain his grip on his tie. As Norman Osborn released his grip, his hand lingered on Harry Osborn's shoulder. His gaze was gentle, his thumb unconsciously caressing the prominent collarbone beneath Harry's jacket. With a tone imbued with relief, he remarked, "I always knew, despite your less-than-stellar intellect, your fortune has never wavered." Suddenly, amidst the idle chatter of the crowd, the thunderous roar of an engine pierced through the cacophony of the harbor. A blue and white police car skidded to a halt, its tires screeching against the asphalt. As soon as the vehicle came to a standstill, the door was violently kicked open, and Inspector George Stacy sprang forth like a tiger unleashed, his badge glinting coldly under the floodlights. "Step aside," he commanded, forcefully shoving aside a reporter blocking his path, and then elbowing a burly cameraman to the ground with surprising agility for a man nearing 50. Noticing the commotion, 3 Osborn bodyguards quickly formed a protective barrier, their tactical boots creating a perfect triangular formation. "Sir, please step back," they urged. However, George Stacy remained undeterred, charging ahead, as he refused to heed their warnings. The first bodyguard reached out to restrain him, but George Stacy deftly seized his wrist and twisted it, driving his knee into the man's elbow with precision. With a sharp crack, the bodyguard collapsed to the ground, stifling a groan. Witnessing the plight of their comrades, the second bodyguard launched a fist towards George Stacy's face. With a swift motion, Stacy evaded the blow, countering with a knife-hand strike to the carotid artery. Thud! Just that single maneuver sent the imposing figure crashing down like a marionette with severed strings. As the third bodyguard observed the grim fate of his fellows, he resolved to avoid close combat and drew his stun gun. Yet, before he could pull the trigger, George Stacy executed a spinning kick, his boot connecting squarely with the bodyguard's wrist. Clatter! The stun gun flew from his grip, hurtling several meters away before shattering against the wall. Simultaneously, George Stacy's elbow pressed against the adversary's throat, his voice cold and measured. "Before you contemplate struggling, allow me to remind you that the throat is a vulnerable part of the human body, containing vital structures such as the trachea, carotid arteries, and cervical vertebrae. A significant external impact could lead to soft tissue damage, resulting in pain, swelling, and hoarseness. The cartilage in the throat is at great risk of injury, which could impair respiratory function, and in severe cases, lead to asphyxiation. Consider carefully if the salary Norman Osborn offers is truly worth sacrificing your life." Upon hearing these words, the bodyguard froze, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. For someone like him, accustomed to skirting responsibility and coasting through life, the notion of sacrificing his life felt absurd. How much do I even earn in a month compared to that? Chapter 47. A perfect farewell. Another storm arises at this moment. The commotion finally captured the attention of Zhi Jiuan, Peter Parker, and Gwen Stacy. Gwen turned around, and upon seeing the figure recklessly navigating through the crowd, her pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints. "Dad? Dad?" Initially uncertain, her voice was soft, but as familiarity washed over her, she immediately began to shout with fervor. The head of the security team pressed the intercom, exclaiming, "The area requires reinforcements. The target poses a threat." However, before he could finish, Norman Osborn raised his hand to halt him, declaring, "That is Officer Stacy. Let him through." Upon hearing Gwen's voice, George Stacy promptly released his security detail. His once fierce demeanor vanished, leaving only a father with reddened eyes. "Gwen, my daughter!" He turned and opened his arms, and she rushed into his embrace. George's strong arms enveloped her, nearly squeezing the breath from her as his trembling fingers brushed through her golden hair, as if to confirm that this was not a mere figment of his imagination. "It's all right, sweetheart, it's all right." When he finally released her, cupping her face in his hands for a careful examination, this iron-willed officer of the New York Police Department suddenly found his knees giving way, collapsing heavily onto the ground. God bless," he murmured brokenly, resting his forehead against the back of Gwen's hand. Witnessing this poignant scene, Norman Osborn shook his head and discreetly gestured for all the bodyguards to step back. The sea breeze tousled George Stacy's disheveled tie, still stained with coffee that he had not had time to wipe away, clearly indicating that he had endured a trying period. After a considerable moment, George Stacy managed to steady his tumultuous thoughts. He lifted his gaze to meet Norman Osborn's from a distance. In that instant of eye contact, the two fathers exchanged an unspoken understanding. The night had deepened, and the clamor of the New York harbor gradually faded, leaving only a few flickering streetlights swaying in the night wind. "It's quite late. Allow me to escort you home," Harry Osborn said, opening the door to a Lincoln and gesturing to Peter Parker and Kate. Gwen had already settled into her father's vintage Ford police car, and from the lower window, she waved to everyone with a smile, saying, "See you all at school tomorrow." Peter scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and turned to Zhi Jiuan, asking, "How about you join us?" Zhi Jiuan shook his head, his hands tucked into his pockets as the night breeze ruffled his bangs. With a smile, he replied, "I think I'll pass. I've been cooped up on the boat for days without going anywhere. Right now, I just want to take a stroll." Upon hearing this, Norman Osborn regarded him thoughtfully, offering no further words. Instead, he drew an ivory-hued business card from his pocket and, with a benevolent tone, said, "Very well. I shall not press you further. Here is my card. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to reach out to me." Zhi Jiuan accepted the card with utmost seriousness, tucking it into the inner pocket of his coat. "Thank you. If I face any perplexing questions, I shall not hesitate to seek your counsel," he replied. Norman Osborn nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Just as Zhi Jiuan turned to depart, Kate, already halfway into the car, abruptly halted. "Wait," she exclaimed, pivoting sharply, her golden hair creating a dazzling arc beneath the streetlights. Zhi Jiuan, taken by surprise, had barely turned his head when Kate rushed towards him, seizing his collar with both hands and planting a soft kiss on his cheek. Zhi Jiuan's eyes widened, feeling as though time itself had slowed. The distant honking of cargo ships and the final murmurs from the dock faded into a blurred background symphony. "Here," Kate fumbled, hastily shoving a folded note into his breast pocket, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his chest before retracting as if scalded. She fixed her gaze on the ground, speaking rapidly. "It has my address and number. You must come find me." Before Zhi Jiuan could respond, she whirled away, leaping into the extended Lincoln limousine with the swiftness of a startled rabbit. The door slammed shut, yet it could not muffle the crescendo of whistles from Harry Osborn and Peter Parker. Watching the Lincoln fade from view, Zhi Jiuan clicked his tongue, murmuring to himself as he walked, "Isn't it said that American girls are quite liberal?" At this point, what more could happen? As if I would resist. With that, he raised his right hand as if conjuring a magic trick, producing a sweet flower, nibbling on its delectable petals while strolling along the desolate street. The night air was cool, the streetlights casting a dim glow, and the only sound resonating through the empty street was the echo of his footsteps. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from several blocks away, accompanied by the clanging of metal and the furious shouts of men. Zhi Jiuan paused, tilting his ear to listen for 2 seconds before smirking. "Ah, such is the freedom of America. Gunfights every day. With a sigh, he turned without hesitation, hands in pockets, continuing his leisurely promenade, even humming a little tune. Meanwhile, within the labyrinth of containers at Pier 43 of the New York Harbor, a bloody spectacle unfolded. Bang! Dressed in his daredevil suit, Matt Murdock flitted like a specter between the steel crevices, pursued by a torrential downpour of bullets that ignited sparks upon the containers. His baton struck with pinpoint precision, each swing resonating with the crack of breaking bones. His ears twitched slightly, and suddenly there was a sharp halt. Boom! The spot where he had stood moments ago was blasted into a crater the size of a bowl. Crack! Taking advantage of the chaos, Matt Murdock rolled in close, his baton sweeping horizontally, while the gunman's knee erupted with a bone-crunching sound. Clutching his deformed knee, the gunman collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed from behind, and Matt Murdock instinctively crouched to evade the machete, countering with an elbow strike that landed squarely on the assailant's throat. The man knelt, hands clutching his neck, mouth agape like a fish out of water, but no sound emerged. Damn demon! A bald thug lunged from the shadows, his hunting knife aimed directly at Matt Murdock's throat. He sidestepped, deflecting the blade with his baton, while his left fist struck like a viper to the assailant's temple. Ugh! The bald brute's eyes rolled back as he fell. Chapter 48. The Dilemma of Daredevil. The princess takes action. Enough. The game of hide and seek ends here. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed, causing the surrounding containers to vibrate. Matt Murdock whirled around, straining to listen toward the source of the voice. 20 meters away, a muscular black man adorned with a scorpion tattoo yanked open the iron door of a container. A foul stench assaulted his senses. On that frigid winter night, a dozen scantily clad girls were crammed into a cramped space, their wrists and ankles shackled with iron chains. Among them were blonde-haired, blue-eyed European girls, dark-skinned African maidens, and a few with Asian features. All were emaciated, their bodies marred with bruises. Daredevil, if you don't want to witness these girls perish, come out at once. Otherwise, I will kill one every minute until none remain. The thug yanked the hair of the nearest girl, pressing a gun against her temple, bellowing toward the loading area of the container. Yet, no response came. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown of the criminal leader echoed across the dock, his thick arms tightening around the girl's neck, the gun's muzzle deeply embedded in her temple. The girl's sobs were faint, like a kitten's cry, her tears mingling with cold sweat that soaked the man's arm. The labyrinth of containers remained eerily silent, as if the leader were conversing with the air itself. It seems you do not care for their lives. Then I shall start with this little wench. The leader grinned menacingly as he cocked the hammer, the metallic sound piercing the night. Stop it. A deep voice emerged from the shadows. Matt Murdock saluted with a French military gesture, stepping forward slowly. Blood trickled from his brow, leaving dark stains on his crimson attire. Upon seeing him emerge, 5 thugs immediately lunged, their rifle but striking savagely against Matt Murdock's back. Bang! 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 Amid the muffled impacts, Matt Murdock staggered to one knee, yet he swallowed his cries of pain resolutely. Boom! Crack! A flurry of fists and kicks descended like a torrential downpour, a steel pipe crashing heavily against his ribs, producing a brittle snap that made even the nearest thugs flinch. The gang leader forcefully shoved the girl aside and strode forward, seizing Matt Murdock's helmet with a sinister grin, proclaiming, Daredevil, the legendary demon, such a renowned figure. Who would have thought one day you would fall into my grasp? Ha ha ha. His demeanor was wildly arrogant as he struck Matt Murdock's face with a resounding slap, the sound slicing through the air. Blood trickled from the corner of Matt's mouth, yet his expression remained composed. This silence infuriated the leader, who pressed his handgun violently against Matt's forehead. What show? Off to hell you go. However, in that critical moment, whoosh, a bolt of lightning-bound arrow, entwined in violet electricity, suddenly tore through the tranquil night sky. The arrow pierced through the leader's right eye, and a violent surge of energy instantaneously shattered his skull into fragments. His brain matter and bone splintered outward, splattering across nearby containers, while the crackling purple serpent of electricity danced upon the headless corpse. Time seemed to freeze for a heartbeat. Then whoosh, 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 12 thunderous arrows, akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, struck with precision at the foreheads of each armed thug. With a series of sickening pops, their heads exploded like watermelons struck by a hammer, the electric plasma sizzling at the wounds as an eerie aroma of roasting flesh wafted through the air. One thug, brandishing a machete, stood frozen, horrified as he watched his comrades' heads burst before his eyes. When the warm plasma splattered across his face, he let out a primal scream. Ah! The surviving thugs dropped their weapons and scattered in panic. Some tripped over themselves, crawling desperately towards the shadows, while others collided with containers, blood streaming from their foreheads, oblivious to the injury. Matt Murdock rolled forward with the grace of a lazy donkey, a short baton silently slipping into his palm. His gaze swept over the headless bodies sprawled upon the ground, still twitching. Each arrow wound emitted wisps of smoke, the flesh at the edges exhibiting a bizarre crystallization. In the distance, muffled cries of girls echoed, stifled and fearful. Matt tightened his grip on the baton, tilting his head to listen intently towards the direction from which the thunderous arrows had come, his muscles taut with anticipation. Within that darkness, something emanated an energy that sent chills down his spine. A terrified thug fled into the container loading area, hoping to evade those eerie purple arrows amid the labyrinthine terrain. As he turned a corner, a voice rang out from behind, "Watch out." Instinctively turning back, the thug's pupils dilated in terror. Whoosh! Puffed! An arrow, entwined in purple lightning, pierced through the air, instantly penetrating his chest. He looked down to see a gaping hole the size of a bowl in his torso. The edges of the wound, charred and grotesque, devoid of blood, accompanied only by the acrid scent of burnt flesh. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, yet could only succumb helplessly to the ground, ultimately collapsing heavily upon it. Not far away, another fleeing miscreant, upon hearing the commotion, was gripped by terror, hastening his pace in desperation. Whoosh! Another lightning arrow cleaved through the night sky, aimed directly at his back. "Drop down!" Matt Murdock bellowed, simultaneously hurling his short staff. The staff spun and collided with the arrow. Boom! A blinding violet light erupted, the shockwave causing the nearby containers to resonate with a dull hum. The specially crafted alloy staff disintegrated into fragments, yet the arrow was deflected, embedding itself deeply into the ground, purple currents spreading across the surface, scorching the asphalt into a web-like pattern of cracks. The miscreant lay trembling on the ground. As he lifted his head, a pair of long, elegantly slender legs clad in white stockings appeared before him. His gaze slowly ascended, revealing a gothic dress of lavender and white, adorned with a lavish lace mask over her left eye, topped with two purple bows. The longbow in the girl's grasp still crackled with undispersed violet lightning, its string vibrating subtly. How dare a wretched insect gaze upon the princess of judgment? Fischl raised her chin slightly, her emerald right eye looking down upon the miscreant with an air of superiority. The miscreant said nothing, merely drawing a dagger from his waist with a fierce glare, lunging towards Fischl. "Os. Now." "Understood, miss." Fischl snapped her fingers lightly, and a bolt of violet lightning surged forth from the raven perched upon her shoulder, instantly piercing through the miscreant's brow. Whoosh! His expression froze in a blend of fear and confusion as his body slowly crumpled. Oz retracted his wings, returning to perch upon Fischl's shoulder, turning to face Matt Murdock. The night breeze tousled Fischl's golden hair, the tips sparking with tiny electric flashes. "Mortal, does even the scum of the earth warrant your invocation of divine power? Could it be that within this tainted soul lies a forbidden radiance feared even by the abyss?" Her voice floated like a dream. Chapter 49. To Kill or Not to Kill. The night wind swirled with the scent of blood around the dock, the metallic surfaces of the containers reflecting the cold, sharp moonlight. Suddenly, Matt Murdock lifted his head, his acute hearing picking up new footsteps. Unlike the girl's light tread, these footsteps were steady and powerful, each step calculated with precision. "Is it you? Did you kill these people?" Dialec's figure emerged from the shadows, the hem of his black and red trench coat swaying gently with his movements. Fischl's sudden disappearance had made Matt Murdock tense up instantly. His senses, hearing, touch, and smell, were fully engaged, yet he could find no trace of the girl, as if she had never existed. The man standing before him exuded a palpable aura of danger. Dialect positioned himself 3 meters away from Matt Murdock, his hands hanging naturally at his sides. Between the two individuals lay the lifeless body of an armed assailant, a stark boundary delineating their confrontation. Fisher's intent was clear. Why do you choose to protect these purveyors of human trafficking? Dialec's voice resonated with a deep, chilling clarity, each word akin to a shard of ice. Matt Murdock did not respond immediately. His head tilted slightly, as if in search of something, and he pressed on with his inquiry. Where did that girl go? Dialec stepped forward, the moonlight illuminating the chiseled contours of his profile, and calmly replied, "This does not concern you. Answer my question." Matt Murdock did not receive the response he desired. In an explosive motion, he lunged at Dialec, the remaining baton whirling in his grip, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. The first strike aimed directly at Dialec's throat, swift as lightning. With a subtle shift, Dialec evaded, the forceful baton grazing past his crimson locks. Matt Murdock immediately altered his attack, the baton's end arcing back to strike at his temple. Clang, clang, clang. The black rock claymore remained sheathed on his back. As Dialec merely used the armor on his arm to deflect the blows, sparks of metal flying in the night. The recoil sent a jolt through Matt Murdock's wrist. Yet his onslaught persisted, the baton darting like a viper toward Dialec's vital points. The hollow of his knee, the spaces between his ribs, his throat. Yet each assault was deftly anticipated by Dialec. After another of Matt Murdock's strikes missed its mark, Dialec finally countered. His hand, like a vice, seized Matt Murdock's wrist, delivering a formidable shoulder throw that sent the vigilante crashing to the ground. In the instant of impact, Matt Murdock rolled to dissipate some of the force, but Dialec's boot was already descending. Thud! This powerful kick propelled Matt Murdock 5 meters away, his back colliding with the container, leaving a dent in its metallic surface. The baton slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Coughing up blood, Matt Murdock struggled to rise once more. His helmet and armor bore numerous cracks, yet his spirit remained unyielding. Enough. That Fisher is safe. Now we can talk. At last, Dialec spoke, his tone as frigid as ice. The night wind stirred the dust from the ground, and a dozen corpses lay quietly nearby, silent witnesses to this unequal contest. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Matt Murdock stood as tall as he could, his voice steady and low. Every life is worthy of redemption, deserving of a second chance. Even a criminal was once a child of God. At this, Dialec let out a cold scoff, gesturing toward the trembling girls within the container. His voice icy. Then go tell those who have been kidnapped, sold across the globe, to inform them. Those scum deserve a second chance. If you truly have the courage to say so, I might consider granting these wretches a reprieve. Upon the utterance of those words, Matt Murdock clenched and then released his fist, his voice strained as he argued. Violence cannot eradicate the problem at its core. When one person executes a criminal through vigilante justice, another criminal is born in their wake. It is the crime that must be extinguished, not the criminal. Suddenly, Dialec stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Matt Murdock, and declared, "You are an attorney. You should be acutely aware that the emergence of a black market enterprise is not the result of a single individual or a mere group of people, but rather a vast consortium. You may incarcerate them, yet within a month, or even a week, they shall be released to resume their previous illicit activities, life continuing as before. Meanwhile, you bask in the glow of heroic accolades, and the judicial system revels in the facade of justice. Who, then, emerges as the true loser? Indeed, it is those victims who have elevated you to the status of a hero." Nevertheless, Matt Murdock stood resolute, tilting his head defiantly as he replied, "But that does not justify abandoning one's principles. Have you ever contemplated a role reversal? What if others deemed you deserving of your fate? How would you feel when everyone proclaims themselves as the arbiter of justice? The world is left with nothing but vigilantism and tyranny." Dialec advanced once more, his voice laced with a hint of menace as he retorted, "Ah, principles? When those girls are left to rot within containers, what solace can your principles offer them?" He abruptly yanked open a container door, revealing bloodied handcuffs within. As a horrific stench of decay flooded the air, causing Matt Murdock to recoil several steps. Breathing heavily, Matt Murdock resolutely maintained his conviction, stating, "The law shall render a fair judgment, and I shall exert every effort to ensure that these criminals spend a lifetime in prison, repenting for their transgressions. I will also strive with unwavering determination to seek justice for these victims and secure their rightful claims." Can you truly convince yourself of those words? The sea breeze intensified, dispersing the echoes of Dialec's final remark. Both men fell into silence, the distant wail of sirens growing ever closer. Ultimately, Matt Murdock spoke softly. I would rather save a potential repentant soul than mistakenly condemn a spirit inclined towards goodness. The look cast a penetrating glance his way before turning into the shadows, leaving behind a haunting statement. May you never witness the corpses produced by the demons you allow to walk free today. With that, his figure vanished into the night, leaving Matt Murdock gazing after him, suddenly shouting, "And who will oversee you enforcers?" The look did not look back, his voice carried by the wind, those victims who can no longer speak. The sirens grew louder as Matt Murdock stood rooted in place, the echoes of the rescued girl's sobs resonating in his ears, along with the look's final inquiry. Sometimes, the greatest mercy is ensuring that certain evils never recur. Chapter 50. The Great Demon Suppressor. Nighttime in the Bronx, New York. Hey, Dawei. I'm back. With a familiar agility, Zhi Jiuan climbed through the window, one leg still dangling outside as he called out into the room. Upon entering, his first act was to light a coil of incense before the portrait of Dawei Qiu, and only then did he proceed to wash up and prepare dinner. As the hour grew late, Zhi Jiuan, feeling rather indolent, opted for his hidden stash of instant noodles. Despite being the flavor of pickled cabbage, it was certainly a better choice than consuming bland fare. After finishing his meal, Zhi Jiuan settled before Dawei Qiu's black and white portrait, placing 3 photographs of incense, Jia-stick Buddhist incense, and Tibetan incense upon the floor. He muttered, "Dawei, I hope you can forgive me. It's not that I don't wish to provide you with better offerings. It's simply beyond my control. The cargo ship carrying your golden ingot candles encountered no issues, but alas, the cruise ship I was on sank. The shipping company, seeing no one come to collect for several days, promptly returned the items. So, dear Dawei, bear with me a little longer. Think of it as indulging in a foreign dish laden with spices." Having expressed his thoughts, Zhi Jiuan delved into his consciousness, entering the luminous sphere. Raw stone. 180. Zhi Jiuan gazed at the raw stone count on the virtual screen, nodding in satisfaction. With a swift motion, he decided to go all in. In a flash, a dazzling brilliance surged before his eyes. Character card 1, item card 1, bubble orange 11. Cornflower 5 character card, Xiao, Eye of God. Anemo constellation, king of the golden-winged Peng description. Xiao is one of the oldest 3-eyed 5-vision immortals in Liyue, known by titles such as the Guardian Yiksha and the Great Demon Suppressor. His true age exceeds 2 millennia, yet he retains the appearance of youth. During the Archon War, he was enslaved by an evil god, compelled to commit countless slaughters, devouring the beautiful dreams of victims to augment the goddess' power. This dark chapter of his existence plunged him into a realm of suffering and guilt. Ultimately, the Geo Archon Morix vanquished the malevolent deity and liberated him. Out of gratitude and a desire for atonement, Xiao forged a pact with Morix, becoming a guardian of Liyue, tasked with eradicating remnants of evil and malevolence. He once fought alongside 4 other Yikshas, yet the protracted battles gradually eroded their souls, leading 3 to madness and death, and 1 to vanish, leaving Xiao as the sole survivor. Today, he continues to fulfill his duties in solitude. Whenever evil arises in Liyue, he emerges to vanquish it. Yet the cost of his battles is the perpetual torment of his transgressions. Though his sacrifices remain unrecognized, he steadfastly honors the ancient pact, silently safeguarding the tranquility of Liyue. Zhao's demeanor is reclusive, taciturn, and he tends to maintain distance from others to spare them from his burdens. He is inwardly lonely, but not indifferent. He simply refrains from displaying his emotions. He has a fondness for almond tofu, said to evoke memories of the souls he was once forced to consume, symbolizing his inescapable past. Weapon name: Lunar Needle. Rarity: weapon type polearm. Base attack 565, attribute bonus, physical damage 345. Weapon skill: charge needle within 5 seconds of obtaining elemental particles or elemental orbs. The user's normal and charged attacks inflict an additional damage of 40 attack power. Item: bubble orange. Description: a fruit that thrives in warm, moist, and well-lit environments, concealing its sweet and refreshing essence beneath its round exterior. Effect: slightly restores the user's minor wounds. Item: windmill daisy. Description: a plant that revels in the wind, embodying the spirited and carefree nature of Mondstadt's inhabitants who revere the breeze. The windmill daisy represents the visible wind, Effect, none. Upon glancing at Xiao, his character card, Zhi Jiuan sprang from the ground, his exuberance akin to that of a rabid creature, dashing about the room while intermittently emitting peculiar sounds. Ah, I'm affected. Ha ha ha. After a bout of exuberant shouting, Zhi Jiuan rummaged through a cabinet and triumphantly produced 2 plates of mosquito coils, declaring boldly, "Brothered away, let us indulge tonight. Tomorrow, I shall procure a variety of flavors." The night sky over Washington, D.C. was pierced by the searchlights of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The diligent agent, Carlson, stepped down from the Quinjet's ramp, his suit still bearing the lingering humidity of the Caribbean. He rubbed his weary eyes, and upon lifting his gaze, he found Nick Fury standing at the edge of the helipad, his solitary eye glinting coldly in the night. Director, Carlson approached swiftly, saluting. Nick Fury nodded slightly and turned towards the headquarters building, calmly stating, "Let us discuss the findings regarding the Argo." As they traversed 3 layers of encrypted gates, their footsteps echoed in the vast corridor. Carlson promptly retrieved his tactical tablet, reporting, according to the analysis provided by the recovery team, the port side of the Argo has 23 penetrating wounds, with the lacerations displaying irregular, serrated edges and a high concentration of protease residue detected at the margins. The voyage data recorder images indicate that half an hour prior to sinking, sonar captured contact signals from an object exceeding 60 meters in length. Furthermore, satellite thermal imaging revealed a low-temperature anomaly with a diameter of 200 meters in the affected maritime area. At this revelation, Nick Fury's steps faltered momentarily before he resumed towards the building, inquiring, "What are the eyewitness testimonies?" Carlson maintained his pace, summoning 5 files on his tablet with his right hand, responding. 5 survivors described the entity as a hybrid resembling a colossal octopus and an unknown creature, possessing flabellate mouthparts at the tips of its appendages, capable of independently digesting prey. The weight is conservatively estimated at 500 tons, yet the main body has not fully surfaced, indicating that the actual dimensions may be even greater. Additionally, the Marine Biology Laboratory at New York University has confirmed that the residual tissue samples contain an unknown genetic sequence. The automatic doors of the office slid open, revealing Nick Fury seated in his command chair, his hands clasped beneath his chin as he inquired once more, "What is its origin?" Carlson, clicking on the final document, responded, "We are still investigating." However, 3 months ago, Pioneer Technologies reported a deep-sea operational initiative to the International Maritime Organization, named the Deep Sea Genetic Sampling Program. The operational area coincides almost entirely with the Cayman Trench, overlapping with the location of the Argonaut's sinking. At this revelation, Nick Fury narrowed his singular eye and remarked, "A coincidence?" Carlson shook his head gravely, stating, "I believe not. The voyage log of the sampling vessel, the Explorer, indicates that they collected live samples at a depth of 500 meters in the trench and conducted biological experiments. However, 3 days later, the vessel returned prematurely due to equipment failure." Silence enveloped the office as Nick Fury's fingers lightly drummed upon the tabletop, the rhythm reminiscent of a countdown. After a moment, he articulated, "Do not alarm Pioneer Technologies. Have Agent 13 approach their research team under the guise of a reporter from the Journal of Marine Biology. Focus on investigating the recent activities and experimental records of Chief Biologist Maurice Wade. Concurrently, instruct the technical department to forge an application for testing from the North Atlantic Fisheries Organization. I require the complete voyage data of all deep-sea sampling vessels from the past 2 years, including any deleted black box records." Carlson swiftly noted the directives and inquired, "What if we uncover irrefutable evidence?" A glint of cold light flickered in Nick Fury's singular eye as he unabashedly declared, "Activate the Abyss Protocol. Mobilize the research submarine Neptune, equipped with thermonuclear torpedoes." Chapter 51. Unattainable compensation. The following morning, in a Bronx apartment, the sun shone brightly, flowers seemed to smile, and birds chirped a cheerful greeting. "Why do you carry a bundle of explosives?" "I intend to blow up the school. The teachers are unaware. Once I pull the cord, I shall flee, and with a boom, the school will vanish." Zhi Jiuan hummed a tune while preparing breakfast, interspersing his efforts with a macabre nursery rhyme. In the living room, the television remained on, tuned to the news channel. The screen displayed Eddie Brock, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to the Jewish mobster Alfie Solomon, a hint of the skilled chiropractor Bane, and an unmistakable likeness to Tom Hardy. On the evening of July 10th, the luxury cruise ship Argonaut encountered an unidentified incident near the Caribbean, sinking within a mere 30 minutes. According to reports from the Coast Guard, the vessel lost contact after issuing an emergency distress signal. When rescue teams arrived, they discovered only a small amount of debris and lifeboats. Of the 200 passengers and crew aboard, only 5 were rescued, with the remainder unaccounted for. Preliminary investigations revealed extensive structural damage to the hull, though the specific cause remains undetermined. Experts have ruled out weather factors and suspect a possible underwater impact. Insurance companies estimate losses exceeding $800 million, marking this incident as one of the gravest maritime disasters in recent years. The cause of the accident remains under investigation. Recently, a mysterious armored warrior, self-styled as the Iron Man, has been frequently appearing in the Middle East war zone, employing extreme measures to strike at terrorist strongholds. Although his actions have successfully weakened several extremist organizations, his radical methods often result in significant collateral damage. Anonymous officials from the U.S. military have disclosed that the technological advancement of this armor surpasses current military standards, yet they refuse to acknowledge any connection to Stark Industries. Some international observers have raised questions regarding his motives, speculating that he may be a private military contractor or an illegal armed group conducting experiments in war-torn regions. Presently, the United Nations has called for an independent investigation into his actions. In a special announcement, stunt driver Johnny Blaze has declared that on February 18th, he will perform a death-defying stunt at Yankee Stadium in New York, planning to leap over 5 hovering Black Hawk helicopters on a modified motorcycle. Johnny, who has gained fame for his perilous stunts, has been warned by the Federal Aviation Administration about the extreme dangers of this challenge. Tickets for the event are already sold out, with an anticipated audience exceeding 50,000, prompting the police to enhance security measures to prevent any incidents. As for the first piece of news, there is little to discuss. After all, Zhi Jiuan is a survivor from that very ship and is more acutely aware of the events that transpired than anyone else. Regarding the insurance company's loss of $800 million, given the United States' robust judicial system, esteemed social reputation, rigorous contractual spirit, and noble social ethics, Zhi Jiuan optimistically estimates that he may never receive compensation from the insurance company in his lifetime. Conservatively speaking, it is likely that the Coast Guard's operational expenses will also need to be billed to them. As for Heliosborn's claim, he dares not pursue it, knowing that they are not only capitalists but also the second largest arms suppliers to the U.S. military. Anyone who dares to accept their money risks facing the military's top brass, who would not hesitate to deploy him in a 5-pronged assault on Cybertron. As for the second piece of news, perhaps due to the capture of Obadiah Stane, Tony Stark has yet to utter his iconic phrase, "I am Iron Man." He remains active in the Middle East, taking the fight to extremist terrorist organizations and his compatriots. As for the third piece of news, Zhi Jiuan feels a shift in the air. Johnny Blaze, originally a motorcycle stunt performer, made a pact with the demon Mephisto to save his adoptive father's life, resulting in his transformation into the Ghost Rider. Based on the timeline, Zhi Jiuan suspects that Johnny Blaze has likely acquired the abilities of the Ghost Rider by now, and the demon Marduk may soon descend upon Earth. Although New York is home to the Temple of Kamartaj, the Ancient One has been preoccupied with pondering her own demise for the past several decades and may not be inclined to intervene. With a sigh, Zhi Jiuan reflects on the unreliability of powerful figures, realizing that he must take the time to locate the village known as Sanvangasa. Upon returning to Midtown High School and taking his seat, Zhi Jiuan is approached by Peter Parker, who, with a face full of youthful excitement, eagerly inquires, "Did you see the news this morning?" Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan cast a sidelong glance at him, carefully reflecting on the matter before tentatively replying, "Is it the one that left one aghast? A woman in Florida stepped in cow dung and fell, coming into contact with exposed wires, leading to her tragic demise. Her sister, in an attempt to demonstrate to reporters how her sister met her end, touched the same wire and was electrocuted as well. Although I'm not referring to that particular news, I implore you to divulge the channel from which you gleaned this information. Please, do not compel a brother to beg." Zhi Jiuan pursed his lips, wearing an expression that conveyed, "Aside from the regions of northern Myanmar and myself, no one would lay bare their heart to you." He continued, Let us not dwell on trivialities. Which piece of news were you about to mention? Upon hearing this, Peter Parker's face instantly lit up with joy, albeit tinged with a hint of sorrow as he replied. The morning news from the Horn Herald. I heard that the sinking of the 128 Argo had such a profound impact that the government has intervened. United Health Insurance will provide compensation for every passenger and crew member involved. The total exceeds $800 million, although when divided among over 4,000 individuals, it amounts to just $20,000 each. Even that sum can accomplish much. I have been considering purchasing a vehicle, but unfortunately, my family has never been particularly well off. This time, Zhi Jiuan regarded him with an expression akin to one who watches others partake of the wellspring of wisdom while merely rinsing their mouths. Speechless as he retorted, "What on earth are you thinking? Do you truly believe such words?" Last year, the rejection rate in the American insurance industry was 16. But do you know what the rejection rate for United Health Insurance is? It stands at 32, twice the industry average. If the amount were somewhat smaller, it might be manageable. But for a calamity of such magnitude as the sinking of the 128 Argo, United Health Insurance will undoubtedly exhaust every means to deny compensation. Even if you were to sue them and ultimately prevail, that would likely be a matter for decades hence. By that time, not only would you be gone, but the very existence of your son would be uncertain. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker's demeanor visibly deflated, resembling a despondent spouse, a weary husband, and a child intent on wreaking havoc all at once. Zhi Jiuan felt that Peter Parker alone could constitute a quintessential Chinese family. Chapter 52. The dying struggle of the old priest. As evening descended upon New York, the village of Onions was bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. A dilapidated church stood amidst the desolate hamlet, its stained glass casting a mottled glow. Old priest Carlos Menendez knelt before the crucifix, his cracked lips softly uttering obscure and ancient Latin prayers. His voice, hoarse yet resolute, seemed to wrestle with an unseen force. Suddenly, a bone-chilling gust of wind swept through the church's shattered window, causing the candle flames to flicker violently before extinguishing entirely. The priest's prayers were abruptly silenced as he slowly opened his murky eyes, gazing out the window. The once resplendent and warm evening glow had now been devoured by churning storm clouds, and the thunder roared, as though the very heavens had been torn asunder. The sky abruptly descended into a fiery rain, as burning sulfurous particles pelted the church roof, emitting a series of crackling explosions. While the pungent scent of sulfur permeated the air, Father Carlos slowly rose to his feet, his wrinkled hand reaching for a nearby wooden table to retrieve a pair of reading glasses. Subsequently, he approached the church's side wall, removing a rune-engraved battle axe from his hook, its blade glinting with a chilling light in the dim ambience. However, at the very moment he grasped the axe, the church's grand door silently swung open, and a cold wind, laden with the essence of sulfur, surged inside. A man clad in a black trench coat stood quietly at the threshold, his handsome visage tinged with an unsettling aura. His jet-black hair cascaded like ink, and a faint, enigmatic smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth. He remained silent, merely observing the old priest's movements with his cold, sapphire eyes, as if relishing a performance he had long anticipated. Father Carlos gradually turned, his gaze icy as he regarded the unexpected guest. Manifesting no surprise, he coolly uttered, "Heed your father's words. Return to hell, sorcerer." The young man, the sorcerer, chuckled softly, his voice low and elegant. "Father Menendez, after all these years, why persist in such stubbornness?" He stepped forward, the polished soles of his shoes echoing against the stone floor of the church. "Reveal to me the locations of the seals for the demons of earth, water, and wind, and I may grant you a swift demise." Otherwise, before he could finish, the smile vanished from his face. His gaze turned frigid as he coldly declared, "I shall make your soul wail in the flames of the deepest hell for 1,000 years." Yet, in the face of his threat, the old priest remained unresponsive, merely lifting the battle axe with a steady hand. Under the sorcerer's narrowed gaze, he abruptly thrust his hand upward. Swish. Blood sprayed forth as the old priest, expressionless, severed his own tongue. Witnessing such resolute determination, a flicker of surprise crossed the sorcerer's eyes, only to be replaced by mockery as he softly remarked, "Truly foolish." The old priest clutched his severed tongue and hurled it at the sorcerer. However, As the mass of flesh neared the demon, it suddenly ignited into ethereal blue flames, disintegrating into ashes that scattered into the air. The sorcerer's expression turned utterly frigid. Since you were so intent on seeking death, I shall oblige. With that, he raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed. Boom! In an instant, an invisible force surged forth like a colossal wave, yanking Father Carlos's body forward, lifting him off the ground and sending him hurtling towards the sorcerer. Yet, rather than struggle, the old priest seized the momentum, gripping the axe tightly, and as he neared, he shouted. The old priest launched himself off the ground, twisting in the air, the axe carving a fierce arc aimed at the sorcerer's throat. The demon leaned back slightly, the blade grazing his chin as it swept past. Bang! Father Carlos seized the opportunity, lowering his stance to deliver a sweeping blow, the axe's handle crashing heavily against the demon's knee. However, the witch-heart demon merely took a step back, and the formidable battle axe struck the church floor with a resounding thud. The wooden floorboards were instantly shattered, leaving a striking fissure in their wake. Undeterred by the failure of his initial strike, the aging priest exerted force from his waist, swinging the axe once more towards the demon's side. The clang of metal rang throughout the church as the axe blade struck the demon's cloak, yet it felt as though it had met an impenetrable barrier. The recoil from the impact cracked the priest's grip, blood dripping from his wrist. The witch-heart demon glanced down at the axe blade, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Menendez, you have grown old. He reached out, effortlessly grasping the blade, slowly drawing the axe from the priest's hands. Father Carlos attempted to reclaim it, only to discover that his strength was as feeble as that of an ant before the demon. With one hand on the axe, the demon inspected the runes etched upon it, murmuring, "Holy water? Salt? Huh, do you truly believe such trifles could harm me?" Before his words had fully dissipated, a chilling aura emanated from his palm, an ethereal blue frost creeping over the axe blade as if it were a living entity. The runes' glow rapidly dimming in the frigid air. The axe began to crack, and with a sharp noise, it shattered into countless crystalline fragments that scattered across the ground. Stumbling backward, Father Carlos found himself outpaced by the demon's swift movements. In a single stride, the pale hand of the demon clamped around the priest's throat, lifting him slowly into the air. You remain as naive as ever, Menendez. Did you think that without your tongue, I would be powerless against you? The demon's voice was soft, yet it carried an icy undertone. Breath growing increasingly labored, the priest maintained a tranquil gaze, even laced with mockery. The demon let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip. Suddenly, wisps of white mist began to seep from Father Carlos's orifices and pores, as though the very essence of life was being drawn forth, flowing steadily into the demon's palm. As the vapor was consumed, the priest's body shriveled at a visible rate. His skin lost its moisture and luster, becoming as desiccated as bark. After 10 seconds, the demon released his hold. With a thud, a lifeless husk collapsed onto the floor. Yet the hollow eye sockets continued to gaze toward the church's cross, as if silently mocking the futility of the demon's efforts. The witch-heart demon stared down at the withered remains, a flicker of anger passing through his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Do you think this will stop me? Even without your words, I shall uncover the seals of the earth, water, and wind demons. The Sanctus Vengasa contract will be mine. Mine." Outside, the rain of fire continued to ravage the land, the scent of sulfur enveloping the entirety of Onion Village. The shadows of hell had only just begun to descend. Chapter 53. Iron Tyrant on the streets of Manhattan at dusk. The remnants of the setting sun cast elongated shadows between the towering edifices. Zhi Jiuan and Peter Parker navigated through the bustling traffic on their bicycles. As Peter pedaled, he turned his head toward Zhi Jiuan, wearing a mischievous expression, and lamented, "Am I truly unable to obtain that $20,000? While insurance companies often behave unscrupulously, surely they can exhibit some humanity on occasion." Zhi Jiuan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "It is impossible for you to seek full compensation unless another company intervenes, willing to purchase the rights to pursue damages for a fraction of the agreed compensation, perhaps 1/3 or even 1/4 of the amount. Otherwise, I suggest you abandon your hopes. By the way, how much more do you need for the car? I might be able to help you out a bit." Upon hearing this, Peter scratched his cheek, his gaze drifting as he murmured, $6,210. How come there is still a discrepancy? How much is the car selling for? $6,215. Zhi Jiuan immediately turned his head, wearing an expression that suggested he believed a faint soul 12 kilometers away had yet to hear his words clearly, and exclaimed, "What on earth? My dear fellow, with your financial standing, let us not even entertain the idea of buying a car. Compared to your leverage, the Ponzi brothers would seem prudent and cautious. We should redirect our discussion to insurance." However, before he could finish, Peter suddenly lifted his gaze, locking onto something in the distant sky. "Quick, look! What is that?" Following Peter's line of sight, Zhi Jiuan beheld two contrails slicing through the high atmosphere, one large and one small, flying in tandem like two high-speed aircraft. "Are those fighter jets?" Zhi Jiuan squinted. Peter shook his head decisively, responding, "Not likely. They're too small. Current drones cannot ascend to such altitudes." Yet as he spoke, the larger contrail began to tremble violently, and the object appeared to lose power, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. "Oh no!" Witnessing this, Peter's expression turned grave, his spider sense ignited, and his mind raced to calculate the trajectory of the descent. Given this angle, wind drift, speed, this is bad. It's going to crash near us. Zhi Jiuan immediately surveyed the street, packed with throngs of people leaving work, cars trapped in a gridlock, and outdoor cafes brimming with patrons. If that object truly fell, the consequences will be dire. We must evacuate the crowd. Instinctively, Peter was about to shout for everyone to clear the area. However, Zhi Jiuan preemptively stopped him, swiftly scanning their surroundings before saying, "Peter, take off your jacket." "Ah, here? Now?" Peter paused, momentarily bewildered. Although uncertain, he obediently removed his red and white checkered shirt jacket. Zhi Jiuan took the garment, pulled a black mask from his pocket to don, and then adjusted the shirt over his head, leaving only his eyes visible. "Hey, what are you doing? Wait for my signal." Before Peter Parker could finish his question, Zhi Jiuan had already taken long strides towards the center of the street. His movements were furtive, and he frequently glanced around, giving off an air of someone decidedly untrustworthy. Allahu Akbar. Amidst the puzzled gazes of countless onlookers, he reached the middle of the road, shouted loudly, then abruptly dropped his black backpack and turned to run. Upon witnessing this, Peter Parker immediately grasped the situation and shouted, "There, S.H.I.E.L.D. Run!" In an instant, the air in the street became thick with tension, gazing at the backpack on the ground, and then at the chaotic figure clad in a headscarf. Panic erupted. Help! There, S.H.I.E.L.D. Autob! Terrorist attack!" The screams pierced the air, and the crowd surged like a tidal wave, scattering in all directions. Coffee cups were overturned, briefcases abandoned, and drivers stuck in traffic abandoned their vehicles in a desperate flight. Within mere seconds, the area surrounding the backpack, with a radius of 500 meters, was vacated, leaving behind only a few empty cars and scattered belongings. Peter Parker stood in stunned silence, observing the scene until Zhi Jiuan returned to his side, yanking off his checkered shirt and gasping, "Phew." Thankfully, Manhattan has the Twin Towers as a backdrop, plus the reputation of the Middle Eastern brothers is solid. Otherwise, getting them to run this fast would have been quite a challenge. I should watch fewer hellish jokes. However, just as the two exchanged banter, a deafening roar shattered the air. Boom! A colossal shadow crashed into the middle of the road like a meteor, shattering the concrete surface, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. The terrifying shockwave overturned parked cars, the blaring alarms echoing through the street, while shards of glass and metal debris rained down like a storm. Witnessing this, Zhi Jiuan quickly pulled Peter Parker behind a newsstand 200 meters away, and the lingering force of the shockwave instinctively made them huddle closer together. "This is much louder than I imagined," Peter Parker murmured, his eyes fixed on the dust-clouded impact site. Zhi Jiuan did not respond, merely squinting from their hiding place, attempting to pierce through the dense smoke to discern the true nature of the fallen object. Suddenly, a series of heavy metallic footsteps echoed from the crater, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Soon after, a towering figure over 4 meters high slowly emerged from the pit, its armor thick and menacing, equipped with a colossal weapon system on its back, emanating an eerie blue energy glow from its chest. "My goodness, the Iron Tyrant!" Zhi Jiuan exclaimed in astonishment, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Peter Parker gasped, astonished. "What on earth is that? It fell from such a height and can still move. What is it made of? What is its power source?" Before the two could gather their thoughts, A disconcerting hum of unstable thrusters resonated from the sky. They looked up to witness a golden-red figure swaying as it plummeted from the heights, ultimately crashing onto the sidewalk a short distance from Ironmonger. With a thunderous crash, the immense gravitational potential caused Iron Man to slide several meters along the ground before coming to a halt, his visor and chest lights flickering erratically, indicating severe damage. Struggling, he propped himself up and gazed ahead, where the imposing Ironmonger slowly turned, steam hissing from the seams of his armor, his mechanical eyes locking onto Iron Man. Tony Stark, Killian sends his regards. A deep, distorted electronic voice emanated from the Ironmonger's loudspeaker, laced with unabashed malice. At that moment, the street lay in an eerie silence, broken only by the heavy breaths of the two war machines facing off. Chapter 54. Oh life, could you spare me this time? The Ironmonger's mechanical right arm emitted a piercing hydraulic sound as missile launchers unfolded with a cacophony, dozens of miniature missiles simultaneously locking onto Tony Stark. Taste this, Tony Stark. A harsh cackle echoed through the loudspeaker. Jarvis, full power evasion, Stark shouted within his suit. The thrusters of the armored suit erupted with energy, the golden-red figure maneuvering through the air with astonishing agility. Boom, boom, boom. Missiles detonated in succession, erupting massive fireballs along the street, shockwaves shattering the glass of nearby buildings. Stark executed a graceful roll to evade 3 missiles, but as he turned, a 4th grazed the thruster on his right leg. Boom! The explosion's shockwave flung him violently, and Stark tumbled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground and sliding for over 10 meters before coming to rest. Beep, beep, beep. Alarms blared inside his helmet, flashing multiple damage warnings. Sir, multiple contusions detected. Yes, I detected that too. Stark grunted as he attempted to raise himself, only to hear a piercing metallic distortion above him. A car, propelled by the explosion, was hurtling toward him. He instinctively rolled to evade it, but was still a moment too late. Crash! Ah! The vehicle landed heavily on his left arm, the joints of his suit groaning under the strain. Jarvis, increased power output to the left arm. Apologies, sir, but the hydraulic system in the left arm is damaged. Only 17 power remains. In a nearby corner, witnessing Stark's dire predicament, Peter Parker's eyes widened in alarm as he anxiously exclaimed, "That's Iron Man, the one from the news fighting terrorists in the Middle East." His fingers instinctively clenched the edge of the newsstand, knuckles whitening. Suddenly, Peter yanked off his jacket and draped it over his head and face, declaring, "I have to help him." Wait. Zhi Jiuan hastily reached out to stop Peter Parker, only to be jolted back by his instinctive force, resulting in a sharp crack that echoed from his shoulder. Calm down. Do you think your skull can withstand a barrage of missiles? Can't you engage that clever brain of yours for a moment? Zhi Jiuan grimaced in pain, gripping his right arm with his left hand, and with a sudden push and pull, a crisp sound resonated as he realigned his right arm. It was then that Peter Parker realized his impulsiveness and quickly halted, yet anxiously exclaimed, "I apologize. I acted rashly, but we can't just stand by while Iron Man is getting pummeled." As Zhi Jiuan massaged his aching shoulder, he swiftly surveyed the battlefield, lowering his voice to say, "Right now, that massive metallic behemoth is entirely focused on Iron Man. We can do this. All right, I'll follow your lead." Peter Parker nodded earnestly, and the two immediately split up to execute their plan. At that moment, Ironmonger was advancing with heavy steps towards Tony Stark, his colossal mechanical arm reshaping to reveal a rotating cannon aimed directly at him. "It's time to bid farewell to this world, Tony Stark." Tony Stark struggled, using his still functional right hand to aim at Ironmonger, declaring loudly, "Jarvis, channel all remaining energy to the hand cannon." "Sir, energy levels are insufficient, and it is predicted to inflict only surface damage." Damn it! Suddenly, a chunk of concrete struck the targeting sensor on Ironmonger's right arm with precision, sending sparks flying. "Who?" Ironmonger furiously turned his head, only to see a young man with a plaid shirt covering his face crouched atop a car, shouting at him, "Hey, you big Iron Man over there! Which scrapyard did you crawl out from? Is it because you're so ugly that no one wants to take you in? Take my advice. Don't feel inferior just because you're a heap of rusted scrap metal, good for nothing but recycling. At least you have a clear understanding of your own worth. You seek death." Ironmonger's electronic voice distorted with rage. He raised his right arm, the missile launcher clicking ominously, but the damaged targeting system rendered the missiles utterly inaccurate. Whoosh! Boom! 3 miniature missiles shot out erratically, exploding into fireballs across the street, yet failing to graze even the hem of Peter Parker's attire. Don't lose heart, buddy. Just take a breather. I know this isn't your true level. Peter Parker agilely leaped down from the car's roof, rolling to evade as Ironmonger switched to machine gun mode. The bullets chased after him, but always lagged slightly behind, shattering the pavement in a flurry of debris. Boom, boom, boom. Ironmonger, finally unable to contain his fury, took a heavy step forward, his metallic foot cracking the asphalt beneath him. I will grind you into a pulp, he roared as he charged at Peter Parker. With a grin, Peter Parker turned and sprinted away. He darted through the bustling traffic like a nimble monkey, occasionally glancing back to exchange a few jests. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhi Jiuan ascended onto a parked Daimler truck by the roadside. The driver's seat was vacant, the key left inserted in the ignition. How does one operate this contraption? Zhi Jiuan murmured, swiftly scanning the dashboard, tossing aside a baseball bat from the passenger seat, and taking a deep breath before turning the key. A thunderous roar erupted from the diesel engine. Although his gear shifting was somewhat awkward, the truck nonetheless surged forward smoothly. Through the rearview mirror, he glimpsed Peter leading Iron Brawler toward the intersection. Could life grant me this one reprieve? In my next life, I wish to be a child who never grows up. Someone to warm me, someone to lean on, free from heavy burdens, able to erase life's quarrels with the simplest of erasers. With a spoonful of sauce, Zhi Jiuan hummed a tune, his right hand shifting the gear lever to the highest setting. Ahead at the intersection, Peter Parker made a sharp turn, causing Iron Brawler to lurch forward due to inertia. At that moment, beep! Amidst the deafening roar of the engine, the Daimler truck burst forth like a wild stallion. In the final second, Zhi Jiuan adjusted the steering wheel, the front right side of the truck crashing violently into Iron Brawler's flank. Go tell my insurance about this. Bang! The shrill sound of twisted metal echoed through the street as the 20-ton heavy truck struck Iron Brawler with an impact that sent him flying over 10 meters at a speed of 80 miles per hour. Yet, Zhi Jiuan did not ease off the accelerator, continuing to propel Iron Brawler to a nearby building. Thud! Iron Brawler was brutally pinned against the concrete exterior. The truck's front severely deformed, airbags deployed, yet the engine still roared, coughing and battling excruciating pain and dizziness. Zhi Jiuan quickly wedged the baseball bat against the truck's accelerator pedal, then kicked open the door and leaped out. Chapter 55. The End of Iron Brawler. Are you alright? Peter Parker suddenly appeared from nowhere, a rusty steel pipe in hand, his face etched with concern as he observed Zhi Jiuan, who was staggering slightly. Me fine, Zhi Jiuan replied, adjusting his mask and waving his hand. Let's stick to the plan. This truck won't hold me for long. Alright, I'll take care of it. As he spoke, Peter plunged the steel pipe forcefully into the truck's fuel tank. With a splutter, the fuel tank was punctured, the acrid diesel gushing forth and rapidly forming a slick pool on the road. A lighter. Peter extended his hand toward Zhi Jiuan. Zhi Jiuan rummaged through his pockets and replied, I don't smoke. I don't have a lighter. Neither do I, Peter exclaimed. Suddenly, his expression changed, and without a word, he yanked Zhi Jiuan and began to run. Behind them, Iron Brawler roared ominously, launching all of its miniature missiles toward the truck. Boom! A violent explosion transformed the truck into a fireball, igniting the diesel and creating a sea of flames that engulfed the Iron Monarch. Can this truly kill him? After running a short distance, Peter Parker set Zhi Jiuan down and gazed at the roaring inferno. I don't know, but let us not dwell on that. We must rescue your idol, Iron Man. With that, the two raced towards the direction where Tony Stark was pinned down. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tony Stark lay on the ground, acutely aware that his left arm was on the verge of breaking. The heavy wreckage of a vehicle pressed mercilessly upon his armor, emitting a painful metallic distortion. The energy indicator on his helmet flickered ominously in red, signaling danger, with only 8 units of energy remaining, which had to be conserved to prevent shrapnel from reaching his heart. Gritting his teeth, he exerted every ounce of strength to push the car off his left arm, but the damaged servos of his armor could only produce a feeble hum. Jarvis, give me another boost. He gasped, breathless. Apologies, sir, but the remaining energy is insufficient to support an increase in strength. I recommend conserving energy while awaiting rescue. Jarvis's calm voice resonated in his ear. Then I shall find a way myself. Tony managed a bitter smile as the helmet displayed the wreckage of the surrounding neighborhood. The recent battle with the Iron Monarch had nearly obliterated an entire street. Now, apart from the burning car remnants and shattered concrete, no signs of life were visible. Just as he muttered to himself, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps interrupted the silence. Tony looked up to see two figures emerge from the thick smoke, one with a face obscured by a red and white checkered shirt, and the other donned a mask. However, judging by their physiques, they were clearly still schoolchildren. Tony immediately became alert, directing the remaining energy of his armor to the palm repulsor. "Hey, you two youngsters over there. Disneyland and the slide aren't this way. You should leave immediately. Otherwise, your father will give you a boot to your backside," he shouted, raising his still mobile right hand in a gesture of dismissal. "Your voice is quite clear. It seems your lungs are functioning well," the boy in the checkered shirt replied, crouching as he spoke. "By the way, Iron Man, is your armor's shock absorption system hydraulic or magnetic levitation? How does it absorb impact during a fall? And what about the mini ion cannon in your hand armor? How is its cooling system designed?" With that, the boy effortlessly lifted the car chassis, which weighed at least 2 tons, as if it were a mere plastic toy. "My God, are you truly human?" Tony Stark fixed his gaze on Peter Parker. Incredulity etched across his face. However, the latter effortlessly set the car aside, his movements as delicate as placing an empty cardboard box, calmly stating, "Of course," as if it were a fake. Peter Parker abruptly turned his head, his expression instantly transforming into one of grave seriousness as he shouted, "Something is coming." Simultaneously, he grasped the car he had just set down and, with astonishing strength and speed, hurled it backward. Whoosh! The vehicle sliced through the air with a piercing sound, crashing into some colossal object 20 yards away, erupting in a thunderous collision. Boom! Amidst the deafening noise, a colossal metallic figure burst forth from the billowing smoke. The Iron Giant's outer armor was shattered, revealing a man with a square jaw and a buzz cut within the cockpit, his appearance peculiar and unsettling. His skin radiated an unnatural crimson glow, muscles bulging, veins protruding, resembling a demon clawing its way out of hell. "Tony Stark, did you think this was the end?" The buzz-cut man rasped inhumanly, driving the damaged Iron Giant toward them. Suddenly, the legs of the Iron Giant erupted in flames, propelling the 13-ton mech toward them with incredible velocity. Cars and barriers along the path were sent flying like toys, and the concrete pavement shattered beneath its heavy steps. Tony Stark's mind raced, quickly identifying the exposed chest cavity of the Iron Giant, where a temporarily welded small arc reactor was operating, unstable yet powerful enough to provide energy. "Get down," Stark shouted, activating the last reserves of his armor's energy. The palm cannon ignited with a blue glow, although the energy indicator had plummeted to a precarious 5. Whoosh! The blue-white energy beam sliced through the air, striking the reactor at the Iron Giant's chest with pinpoint accuracy. No! Boom, boom, boom! In an instant, a blinding white light erupted from the Iron Giant's chest, followed by a devastating shockwave. Zhi Jiuan felt a tremendous force surge toward him. Had it not been for Peter Parker shielding him, he likely would have been swept away. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before the ringing in his ears gradually subsided. Struggling to lift his head, Zhi Jiuan beheld a scorched earth radius of 30 yards. The Iron Giant and the buzz-cut man vanished without a trace, with only the smoldering metal fragments at the edges attesting to their former existence. Gazing at the devastation that had engulfed the street, the three finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Tony Stark lowered his arm, turning his gaze back and forth between Zhi Jiuan and Peter Parker, remarking, "Although your assistance proved somewhat beneficial, remember to keep your distance next time you witness such a scene. Do not rush in as if you were superheroes." He tapped his chest reactor, producing a series of metallic clinks, proudly declaring, "After all, not everyone possesses my high-tech talisman. Understand, scouts?" As the words fell, the exosuit's thrusters expelled azure flames, and he staggered into the sky, swaying for a moment a few meters off the ground before quickly stabilizing his form. Observing Tony Stark's retreating figure, Peter Parker fell into a momentary silence, then turned to Jian and Zhi, defending, in truth, when he refrains from speaking. His words are rather palatable. "As long as you are happy." Chapter 56. The sharp-tongued Jian and Zhi under the night sky in the Bronx. Within the confines of Jian and Zhi's abode, the potted plants rested on the windowsill, inviting one to select freely and take whichever caught their fancy. In the living room, Jian and Zhi lay on the sofa, appearing as if he were paralyzed from the neck down, languidly uttering, "Just choose what you like." In response, Peter Parker sat beside him, donning an expression of hesitation, resembling the inept husband from a certain island's romantic film. Jian and Zhi cast a sidelong glance at him, wearing an expression of reluctant vitality, as he weakly prodded, "Go on, you have a friend, and then what?" Peter Parker's lips twitched, and after much hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Do you think, given my family circumstances, I might be somewhat unworthy of Gwen? Am I unable to provide her with the life she desires? Might I even hinder her?" Without a moment's thought, Jian and Zhi replied, his face devoid of emotion. "Of course, you would hinder her. Look at you. You have neither the background nor the figure, lacking in both appearance and academic credentials. And your conversation leaves much to be desired. You surely cannot offer Gwen the happiness she seeks. But I, on the other hand, am handsome and charming, youthful and affluent, with an air of elegance. Being with me, Gwen would undoubtedly prosper. Give me a week, and I assure you, by next year, Gwen will be celebrating Mother's Day. I have even decided on names for our first child, Peter if it's a boy, and Parker if it's a girl. When the child is born, I shall appoint you as the godfather to officiate the baptism. Peter, you will surely bless us, won't you?" As Jian and Zhi spoke with such fervor, Peter Parker's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression reflecting an inner contemplation. "Am I being too courteous? Am I granting you too much favor? Should I take action?" Seeing him gaze intently, Jian and Zhi matched his stare defiantly. Ultimately, however, lacking social experience and having not passed the village's information station test, Peter Parker faltered first, his shoulders drooping as he muttered, "I considered it, and even if I do not hinder Gwen, there will be other distractions to do so. I cannot accept that. I shall be the one to hinder Gwen." At the mention of distractions, Peter's gaze inadvertently flickered towards the neighboring man of the Zhi surname, hoping for a glimmer of self-awareness. Yet, the man showed no signs of enlightenment, instead delivering a sharp rebuke to the virtuous Peter Parker, arrogantly declaring, "Enough of this nonsense. Hurry and choose a birthday gift from the windowsill, then leave in a dignified manner." With a disgruntled hum, Peter Parker vacated the sofa, making his way towards the windowsill. As Peter Parker approached the windowsill, his eyes widened in astonishment. There, arranged upon the iron framework, stood 3 pots of plants, each surpassing his comprehension. The first pot housed a sweet flower, its golden petals layered gracefully, exuding a faintly sweet fragrance, with delicate droplets of nectar adorning its center, shimmering under the light. The second pot contained a windmill daisy, its orange blossoms resembling spinning windmills, their slender stems swaying gently in the breeze, as if truly capturing the essence of the wind. The petals were light and soft, quivering slightly upon touch, akin to bashful sprites. The final pot featured a little lantern grass, its elongated leaves culminating in a rounded bud that emanated a gentle glow, revealing a soft blue luminescence even in the light. It resembled a tiny night light, tranquil and warm. "How marvelous," he murmured, reaching out to touch them, yet hesitant to disturb these wondrous creations. Peter's gaze flitted between the 3 pots, his fingers grazing the sweet flower's petals before playfully spinning the windmill daisy. After much deliberation, his attention finally settled on the little lantern grass. "It's you," he whispered, cautiously cradling the pot. The glowing bud of the little lantern grass flickered softly in his palm, as if acknowledging his choice. As he emerged holding the little lantern grass, Zhi Jiuan raised an eyebrow and casually remarked, "This one is called little lantern grass. It's quite good for illumination at night. If you tire of it, you could toss it into a dish as a seasoning. It actually tastes quite similar to scallions." Upon hearing this, Peter could not help but facepalm, weakly retorting, "Dude, this is a birthday gift for Gwen. Can we not be so pragmatic? It sounds as though I just plucked it from the supermarket's vegetable aisle." Zhi Jiuan pondered for a moment, then cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor as he spoke in a theatrical tone. "As twilight descends, the wilderness is illuminated by the starlight of the little lantern grass, a natural gift, a nocturnal poem. The rich aroma among the dining plates accentuates the solitude of the garden, a romantic medal bestowed upon those who chase the light. Some lights are destined to be shared by the little lantern grass." With that, Zhi Jiuan reverted to his usual nonchalant expression, as if the eloquence had drained him. Peter smirked, muttering, "I knew it. Every Chinese person is a Shakespeare." Zhi Jiuan remained silent, merely gesturing toward the door. In response, Peter rolled his eyes and turned to walk toward the exit. Just before leaving, he suddenly turned back to Zhi Jiuan, who lounged on the sofa, and said, "Thank you. I believe Gwen will adore this little lantern grass. If she and I... This will be our testament." At this, Zhi Jiuan waved his hand dismissively, clicking his tongue in resignation. "Though I know I'm committing a sin, must you incessantly remind me? Garlic bird, how can one marry without enduring the trials of the unworthy? No one can become a mother without significant sacrifice. Having survived this ordeal, I believe Gwen will grow immensely." Upon hearing this, Peter Parker's temper flared. His face contorted in distress as he exclaimed, "Can't you say something nice?" Yet, in the face of the irate Peter Parker, Zhi Jiuan remained remarkably serene, replying with a hint of nonchalance. "Do you wish to hear sweet words? Very well. Just toss a stack of dollars in my face. Even when one makes a wish at a wishing well, they know to toss in a couple of coins. You may take things from my home to woo a girl, and yet you expect me to flatter you? What? Do you believe the turtle in the wishing well will not leap up to strike you? Nor will I. By the way, I believe I just heard Aunt May calling me home for dinner. I must take my leave. Farewell." Chapter 57. Gathering of Demons on a Night in Brooklyn. New York City. The streetlights cast a ghastly pallor, resembling floating will-o'-the-wisps. In the distance, a few lights flickered in the high-rise buildings, akin to the eyes of trapped beasts in the darkness. The cold wind swirled around, lifting newspapers and trash bags, producing a rustling sound reminiscent of some creature crawling in the shadows. At this hour, what should have been a raucous motorcycle bar was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Dozens of corpses lay strewn across the floor, their skin a sickly hue, faces twisted and grotesque, as if drained of life by some unseen force. The dim wall sconces cast flickering shadows, illuminating the bar like a hall of hell. In the midst of the corpses stood the sorcerer of evil, arms clasped behind his back. Draped in a black priestly robe, his pale visage was both beautiful and chilling, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. A low incantation spilled from his mouth, obscure syllables coalescing in the air into a tangible black mist, reeking of decay. Boom! The bar-stained floor began to tremble, the glassware on the shelves humming ominously. As the incantation reached its climax, the sorcerer suddenly spread his arms wide, his voice soaring, slicing through the silence like a blade. Bang! 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 The glass bottles on the shelves shattered in succession, amber whiskey and blood-red wine converging like living beings, flowing sinuously across the floor. Simultaneously, the ground split open with a gaping chasm, moist earth surging forth, mingling with the libations. A chilling whirlwind materialized out of nowhere, whipping up dust and shards of glass, spiraling madly within the bar. The three elements, liquor, soil, and whirlwind, warped and coalesced, ultimately taking the form of three indistinct humanoids. After a moment, the three figures fully materialized. A behemoth of earth, skin resembling cracked soil, eyes glowing with a dim yellow light. A fluid form, its body composed of ever-shifting liquid. A face obscured, and the most ethereal, a being composed of mist, at times solid and at others dispersed. The sorcerer of evil slowly opened his eyes, the crimson pupils glimmering in the darkness. He gracefully performed a bow, his voice soft yet imbued with a chilling edge, and said, "It has been a long time, my old friend." The three demons regarded him with watchful eyes. The wind demon was the first to speak, his voice akin to the howling of a frigid gale. "Was it you, the witch-heart demon, who unraveled our seal?" Upon hearing this, the witch-heart demon smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, it was I. It seems that your long imprisonment has not dulled your wits. Why release us?" The earth demon's deep voice caused the floor to tremble slightly as he spoke. The witch-heart demon casually adjusted his collar and cuffs, replying with an air of nonchalance, "I require your assistance in locating a certain artifact, the St. Vengasa contract." The wind demon's form subtly distorted before he exclaimed, "The St. Vengasa contract? The legendary pact that sealed away thousands of malevolent spirits? Is it not the property of your father, Mephisto?" The witch-heart demon lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades, and coldly declared, "What I desire is mine. Now, this contract is concealed within a graveyard of a church in New York, though its precise location remains uncertain. However, I need the power of the contract, and you must retrieve it for me. Do you comprehend?" In response, the earth demon crossed his arms, snorted disdainfully, causing the ground to quiver slightly, and said, "Why should we assist you? New York is the domain of the Supreme Mage. Should he discover our presence, you, as the Prince of Demons, might escape unscathed, but we would surely perish." The witch-heart demon chuckled lightly, pacing slowly as he seduced. "Oh, so you wish to remain confined within the seal? I possess the ability to unseal, and I can just as easily reseal you." He raised his hand, his fingertips slicing through the air as he continued. "Imagine if I were to obtain the power of the thousands of malevolent spirits bound within the St. Vengasa contract. What could the mere Supreme Mage possibly do? Humanity would grovel at our feet, and you would reign alongside me over this planet." Yet the water demon remained unfazed, rippling with disdainful laughter as he retorted, "Why should we heed your command? You are but a prince of demons, not a lord of hell. You lack the authority to command our actions." At this proclamation, the temperature within the bar plummeted. The witch-heart demon's smile remained unchanged, his gaze towards the water demon still tranquil as he gently lifted a finger. Snap! The water demon's feet instantaneously froze, frost creeping upward at a visible pace. "Witch-heart demon, what are you attempting to do?" The water demon exclaimed in a mix of fury and fear, struggling to break free, but the ice had already encased him up to his waist. Boom! The ice shattered explosively, the water demon's form disintegrating into countless shards. In the blink of an eye, he was compelled to reconstitute himself. However, before he could catch his breath, the witch-heart demon beckoned again with his finger. Snap! This time, the freezing ice encased him from within, solidifying his body in the extreme cold, which then erupted once more. "Cease this at once." The earth demon let out a furious roar, causing the ground to crack open as its rock-like fist descended upon the witch-heart demon. Yet the wind demon suddenly intervened, whispering, "Do not act rashly. We are no match for him." The witch-heart demon, however, paid no heed to the earth demon, fixated instead on the water demon, which was in a constant cycle of reformation and shattering. After more than a dozen iterations, the witch-heart demon gazed upon the water demon, which could no longer maintain its form, and gently declared, "I offer you one final chance to submit, or you shall remain eternally frozen in the void." The water demon, trembling on the ground, quaked in fear, hastily bowing its head and exclaiming, "I submit. I have submitted. Oh, great Lord of Hell." The witch-heart demon nodded with satisfaction, retracting his hand, causing the ice enveloping the water demon to instantly melt away. His voice drifted forth like the whisper of death, addressing the earth and wind demons. "Very well. Do you have any differing opinions?" Upon hearing this, the wind and earth demons immediately shook their heads, responding, "No, we are willing to obey your commands." The witch-heart demon regarded the three elemental demons with satisfaction, nodding once more. With a wave of his hand, he proclaimed, "I trust you. Now, go forth and fulfill your duties." The three demons exchanged glances before vanishing, transforming into their respective elements and departing from the bar. Chapter 58. The rift between the Lord of Hell and his progeny. As the earth, water, and wind demons departed, a profound silence enveloped the small bar once more. The witch-heart demon turned to leave, but abruptly halted. A chilling, decaying, yet hauntingly familiar sense of oppression surged from behind him, as if countless icy hands were creeping up his spine. Slowly, he turned around, his pupils constricting in shock. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had materialized in the shadows of the bar's corner. It was an elderly man with gray-white hair, tall and slender, clad in a meticulously tailored black suit that accentuated his refined and noble demeanor. Leaning on a crystal skull-headed cane, he tapped the top lightly, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. Under the dim yellow light, his face bore a gentle expression, with a hint of an elder's kind smile at the corners of his lips. The visitor was none other than Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. The witch-heart demon's countenance darkened instantly, akin to iron. Mephisto, leaning on his cane, approached slowly, his voice low and elegant, as if reciting an ancient poem. "My child, you should not be here." In response, the witch-heart demon, unwilling to be outdone, stepped forward to meet Mephisto's gaze, sneering, "So what? Are you planning to drag me back? This is the human realm, not your hell. What can you possibly do to me, father?" However, Mephisto shook his head, sighing, "Alas, you remain as naive and foolish as ever, my demon prince. I am merely here to offer you a chance. Return to hell with me now, and I can forgive your little escapade." His tone was dismissive, as if the witch heart demon's actions were nothing more than the mischief of a child. Forgive. The voice of the witch heart demon suddenly escalated, causing the temperature within the bar to plummet, and the remaining glassware on the shelves shattered with a sharp crack. Refrain from that nauseating demeanor. I seek no one's forgiveness. Once I harness the power of the thousands of malevolent spirits within the St. Von Gas contract, it shall remain uncertain who will forgive whom. Mephisto tilted his head slightly, a flicker of pity and coldness flashing in his eyes. He advanced slowly, his polished shoes crunching upon the shattered glass, producing a crisp sound. It appears you do not quite comprehend your position. You are merely a decorative piece, easily replaceable. What I grant you is yours. What I withhold, you cannot seize. The mortal realm is beyond your reach. At his words, the witch heart demon laughed derisively, his gaze brimming with unabashed ambition. I have indeed tainted it. What can you do about it, Mephisto? Should you dare to manifest your true form in this realm, perhaps I would fear you a fraction. But do you have the courage? Do you dare to descend upon the territory of the Supreme Mage? The smile on Mephisto's face gradually faded, replaced by a disquieting calm. He gently raised his staff, its tip striking the ground with a resounding thud. A peculiar energy rippled outward, causing the entire bar to tremble violently as if struck by an earthquake. Cracks appeared in the walls, dust cascaded from the ceiling, and the withered corpses on the floor began to writhe, as if seeking to rise once more. With a roar, the witch heart demon refused to yield, his black cloak billowing without wind, enveloped in a swirling mist where countless distorted faces could be seen lamenting. The two invisible forces clashed violently within the confined space, the bar counter collapsing with a thunderous crash, while the shelves and nearby tables were ground to dust. The air between them twisted and distorted, as if on the verge of tearing apart. However, in the moment before the conflict escalated further, Mephisto suddenly reined in his aura, begrudgingly stating, in the mortal realm, I cannot contend with you, but my knight may not be so easily dismissed. The witch heart demon also tempered his presence, fearing the discovery by the Supreme Mage. Upon hearing Mephisto's threat to send forth a knight, his expression shifted, filled with malice as he spat, the Knight of Evil. That pitiful creation forged from the power of hellfire? Send him forth if you dare. I shall personally bury him, and then bury you as well. Yet, Mephisto remained silent, turning towards the shadows, his form gradually fading. The witch heart demon glared at the spot where he had vanished, his fists clenched, teeth grinding as he muttered, We shall see, Mephisto. The bar returned to silence, strewn with debris that bore witness to the recent confrontation. Meanwhile, in a subterranean laboratory of a villa on Long Island, Manhattan, a blue and white holographic projection flickered in the darkness. Tony Stark stood before the workstation, deftly manipulating the virtual interface, as the structure of his armored suit continuously reconfigured and optimized beneath his fingertips. Sir, the identities of the two young individuals you requested to investigate have been compiled. Jarvis's voice resonated, calm and clear. Tony Stark paused momentarily in his actions, then waved his hand to dismiss the holographic projection. Turning towards the control panel, he said, All right, I understand. Let's take a look. The main screen immediately displayed two files. On the left was the dossier for Zhi Jiuan, a young man with a handsome face, whose serious expression could not entirely obscure his quirky charm. The background was starkly bland, an international student, academically outstanding, with no criminal record, and a virgin. Tony Stark glanced over briefly, his interest waning, and raised an eyebrow, remarking, I expected something a bit more intriguing. The file on the right belonged to Peter Parker. Tony's gaze lingered on his photograph. This boy, capable of flipping cars with one hand, appeared shy and ordinary in his ID photo. A student at Midtown High, aged 40. A two-time science competition champion, orphaned, living with his uncle and aunt, and facing financial difficulties. As Tony quietly read through the information, his finger glided over the screen, and upon reaching the section detailing family background, his brow furrowed slightly. The dossier contained no mention of Peter Parker possessing any special abilities, not even commendable athletic achievements. Tony narrowed his eyes, tapping the table lightly with his fingertips. Jarvis, are you certain nothing has been overlooked? Affirmative, sir. All publicly available and accessible non-public information has been thoroughly searched. The file on Peter Parker does not indicate any extraordinary physical capabilities or supernatural abilities. Jarvis's response was unequivocal. and Tony trusted his intelligent assistant's technical prowess. Rising from his seat, Tony approached the coffee machine and poured himself a cup, contemplatively staring into the deep brown liquid. After taking a sip, he spoke casually yet with an undeniable seriousness. Continue to monitor these two individuals, especially that boy named Peter Parker. I want real-time updates on his movements and any anomalies that defy explanation. Shall we activate satellite surveillance, sir? Hearing this, Tony shook his head. No need for that just yet. Let's start with social media, campus surveillance, and street cameras. Chapter 59. Crime scene in the early morning, Brooklyn, New York. Zhi Jiuan squinted through his sleepy eyes, mechanically pedaling his bicycle. In April, the weather in New York had begun to warm, and his school uniform shirt was already soaked with sweat. Nevertheless, Zhi Jiuan preferred the exertion of cycling to school over taking the bus. The reason was simple. As the weather grew warmer, the exuberant youth donned increasingly revealing attire. The school bus was suffused with a cheap deodorant scent, mingled with the unpleasant odors of adolescent sweat and body odor, a nauseating combination. Just a whiff made one feel that their relationship with sheep was uncomfortably too intimate. One should not, at least should not. Well, except for Brother San. They possess an insatiable spirit of exploration for anything with a hole. Yachty, Greenfield, Emma, I miss you dearly, Zhi Jiuan mumbled as he turned a corner. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted ahead, and the flashing police lights painted the entire street in hues of red and blue, prompting Zhi Jiuan to slam on the brakes. Less than 200 meters away, at least a dozen police vehicles were haphazardly parked by the roadside, a yellow caution tape encircling a dilapidated motorcycle bar. Reporters jostled with microphones. Eager onlookers raised their phones to capture the scene, while several uniformed female officers struggled to maintain order. Glancing at his watch, Zhi Jiuan realized that there were less than 10 minutes remaining before his first class commenced. Faced with the nearby commotion and the impending start of class, he repeatedly reminded himself that study time was immensely valuable, and learning brought him joy. Yet, as he pondered, he questioned whether he was truly the sort of individual who coveted wealth and pleasure. Thus, without hesitation, he locked his bicycle to a lamppost and hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. "Excuse me. Make way. Move aside. Wadasavali himself commands you. Your conscience is gravely flawed. Clear a path for Wadasi," Zhi Jiuan shouted as he deftly navigated through the throng, swiftly reaching the front of the caution line. It was only then that he beheld the full scene before him. The bar's exterior was marred by a spiderweb of cracks, and all the window glass had mysteriously vanished. "Do not crowd here. Do not get too close." Several officers stood behind the caution tape, vociferously admonishing the encroaching spectators. Behind these officers, a group clad in white hazmat suits worked in pairs, carefully lifting a stretcher covered with a white cloth. As the stretcher passed before him, a sudden gust of wind lifted a corner of the cloth, revealing a shriveled, bluish-black arm, its skin tightly adhering to the bone, reminiscent of a mummy sealed for millennia. Even more bizarre, the surface of the body was adorned with a web of eerie blue patterns, glistening unnaturally in the sunlight. Not far away, a few forensic experts huddled together in discussion. Zhi Jiuan strained to listen, faintly catching snippets of their conversation. All the bodies exhibited the same state of dehydration, with muscle tissue and internal organs completely desiccated, yet there were no signs of external injuries or injection marks. A female forensic expert perused her clipboard, inquiring about the blood test results. Another replied, shaking her head in distress, almost entirely evaporated. The trace samples indicate an exceedingly high sulfur content, which accounts for the sulfurous odor we detected. Upon hearing this, the eldest forensic expert removed his glasses, massaged his temples, and lamented. The most peculiar aspect is the time of death. Based on the rigor mortis and environmental temperature, these individuals could not have died more than 6 hours ago. Yet their state of dehydration suggests they have been desiccated for months, if not years. In addition, traces of an unknown crystal were discovered within the oral and nasal cavities of each corpse, currently en route for laboratory analysis. The discussions among the forensic experts prompted Zhi Jiuan to entertain a disquieting association, an intense scent of sulfur, coinciding with the impending performance of Johnny Blazer in New York. Apart from the demon prince, known as Wuxinmo, or the evil dragon, Zhi Jiuan could conjure no other thoughts. His brow instinctively furrowed into a frown, fingers unconsciously tightening around the police tape. "Hey, student, hurry to school. Don't linger here," A portly police officer suddenly waved at him, his expression grave as he chastised Zhi Jiuan. Acting obediently, he nodded and retreated, yet cast a fleeting glance into the bar before departing. A moment later, on the rooftop of a residential building 300 meters from the bar, a figure, rumored to be around 1.7 meters tall, but closer to 1.6 in reality, emerged silently. S.H.I.E.L.D stood at the edge of the rooftop, his dark night demon mask slanted against his profile, revealing half of his stern visage. In the morning light, his golden pupils glimmered with a cold sheen, strands of dark green hair cascading from the edge of his hood, swaying gently in the breeze. He held a long spear in one hand, its tip angled toward the ground, surrounded by an almost imperceptible black mist. A glimmer of azure flashed in his eyes as several malevolent trails manifested in his line of sight within the already cordoned-off bar. 3 dark red energies, reminiscent of tainted blood yet comparatively weak, were fleeing in different directions. One deep purple, nearly black aura bizarrely concealed itself, eluding even elemental vision. The last aura elicited a barely perceptible furrow of his brow. It was a faint trace of golden malevolence, so weak it seemed on the verge of dissipating, yet instinctively tightened his muscles. This sense of oppression was familiar only in the presence of certain ancient demonic deities and the Geo-Archon. Fortunately, the owner of this aura appeared to be absent from this realm. Otherwise, after noting the paths of the 3 traceable malevolent energies, S.H.I.E.L.D's figure dissipated into a wisp of azure light. Only a few sycamore leaves slowly descended on the rooftop. Ding, ding, ding. At Midtown High School, the bell signaling the end of the first class rang. Peter Parker was surreptitiously glancing at Gwen Stacy, while Flash waved a black umbrella and others engaged in jovial banter. Suddenly, the classroom door was forcefully kicked open. Zhi Jiuan stormed in, clutching a twisted and deformed bicycle wheel, his countenance dark enough to drip water. Observing his demeanor, Peter Parker eagerly approached, a cheeky grin plastered on his face. "Hey, did you get robbed? How is that unfortunate robber faring? Is there a chance of revival?" With a menacing glare, Zhi Jiuan slammed the wheel onto the desk, the warped rim screeching against the surface. "Damn it, I wish I had been robbed. Perhaps I could have gained an extra source of income." Yet that group of scoundrels, devoid of any martial ethics, resorted to a treacherous ambush. Seizing a moment of my distraction, they made off with my vehicle. That was a bicycle I had painstakingly procured for a full $20. Nearly brand new and once ridden by an 80-year-old beauty. The classroom fell into a sudden hush as a few classmates, stifling their laughter, bowed their heads under the murderous gaze of Zhi Jiuan. Chapter 60. The Divine Unheard, the Demon Beside in the Queens of New York at St. Maria's Church. Moonlight streamed through the shattered stained glass, casting mottled crimson shadows upon the disarrayed floor. A dozen nuns lay sprawled between the pews, some pinned against the walls. Others collapsed before the altar, their fates uncertain. In the center of the church, a towering figure of the earth demon loomed like a moving mountain, its rough, rock-like fingers tightening around the throat of a middle-aged priest, lifting him off the ground. The priest's face turned crimson from lack of oxygen, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he struggled to recite the scriptures. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup runs over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever." His voice, hoarse and intermittent, remained steadfast as iron. "Silence. I command you to be silent. Your pitiful prayers nauseate the demon." As the priest's recitation continued, the earth demon grew increasingly agitated, sulfurous breath spraying onto the priest's face. Its fingers tightened, producing a sound of bones straining under the pressure. Just as the priest's bones seemed on the verge of shattering, an ethereal figure intervened, the wind demon coalescing like mist beside him, reaching out to grasp the earth demon's robust arm. "Cease, earth demon. Do not kill him yet. He may still serve our purpose. Release him." The wind demon's voice was chilling, akin to a cold breeze rustling through withered branches, instilling fear. "Suit yourself." The earth demon scoffed, but nonetheless relinquished its grip. The priest fell heavily to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The wind demon crouched down, a distorted smile emerging on its misty visage, speaking softly. "Father, shall we strike a bargain?" The priest raised his head, his piercing gaze betraying unmasked disdain and hatred for the two demons before him. In response, the wind demon remained unfazed, its fingertips brushing against the priest's blood-stained collar as it continued. "Tell us the whereabouts of the St. Francis Gonzaga contract, and we shall grant you a swift death." The earth demon nearby let out a low, mocking laugh, crushing a fallen piece of marble beneath its foot. The priest spat a mouthful of blood, declaring vehemently, "Never! Even if I descend into hell, I shall not reveal the location of the St. Francis Gonzaga contract." At this, the wind demon erupted into laughter, the sound echoing hauntingly throughout the dilapidated church. After indulging in laughter, he finally spoke. "Rest assured, we shall not cast you into the depths of hell." Rising to his feet, his arms, composed of somber mist, abruptly unfurled, gesturing towards the surroundings as he declared, "On the contrary, we shall ensure your continued existence, and then accompany you to utterly obliterate every church in New York. I shall compel you to witness the faithful being torn asunder, to hear the anguished cries of the clergy, and to inhale the metallic scent of blood staining the floor, enduring this reality for the remainder of your days." The demon interjected with a chilling cackle, its voice rumbling like thunder. "And you shall eternally live, remembering each face that perished because of you." The priest's pupils constricted violently, his entire being trembling with rage as he spat a furious retort. "You wretches crawling forth from the bowels of hell, the light of the Lord shall incinerate you to ashes. I abhor your threats and curse your souls. You pitiful failures, even hell finds you repugnant. You shall never prevail against the light, for you were born to be trampled beneath foot." Yet the two demons remained unfazed. The wind demon pressed a foot against his back, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "Surrender. Your God cannot hear you, but the demons are ever near. Now, you have one final chance to save the so-called people of God, a chance you must cherish. Of course, I would not mind your attempts to resist, for the more you struggle, the more exhilarated I become." The priest's lips trembled, the light in his eyes wavering. His faith was crumbling, and the demons reveled in his torment. A hoarse syllable escaped the priest's throat. Suddenly, the church's dome erupted with a deafening roar, debris raining down like a tempest. A cerulean silhouette tore through the dim, oppressive space of the church like a flash of lightning. In the figure's hand, the flowing moon needle glimmered with a chilling radiance, the gun's tip carving a cold arc aimed directly at the wind demon's vital point. What sorcery is this? The wind demon hurriedly dispersed into mist, yet still suffered a chaotic wound from the gun's gale. With a furious roar, the earth demon swung a colossal fist, imbued with the power of the earth, crashing down. The impact reverberated with a thunderous boom. Zhao's form darted like a dragon, effortlessly evading the earth demon's heavy blow, and in one fluid motion, the flowing moon needle was thrust upward. Clang! Bang! Amidst the explosive clash of metal, the massive form of the earth demon was unexpectedly propelled away by Zhao's strike, crashing into the confessional wall, bricks and stones scattering. Seizing the opportunity, the wind demon reformed its shape above the altar, mist coalescing into a grotesque visage, hissing, "Impossible! How can you wield the power of the wind before me? It must be an illusion." His voice trembled with disbelief. The response came from Xiao, his golden pupils suddenly raised, the symbols on the young immortal's gauntlet glowing with a cerulean light. Under the gun's sway, vengeful spirits scatter within the darkness. "I am the light." The flowing moon needle erupted with blinding azure brilliance, and Zhao's figure instantaneously multiplied into dozens of afterimages, each striking towards the wind demon from various angles. Swish, swish, swish. The wind demon, in a frenzy, sought to evade the impending onslaught, only to discover that the surrounding currents had been utterly confined. With a thunderous roar, the sharp tip of a spear pierced through the mist, and he felt a surge of wind elemental power, far purer than his own. This was the fierce gale, forged through millennia of slaughter, capable of tearing apart demons. With a sickening squelch, a portion of the misty body was violently shredded, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail from the wind demon. In a state of terror, he realized that azure wind marks coiled around his wound, preventing elemental recomposition. As S.H.I.E.L.D kicked aside the toppled bench and charged once more, the demon, who had proclaimed himself the sovereign of the wind elements, finally succumbed to despair. Earth demon, hold your ground. I shall summon reinforcements. The wind demon shrieked, dissolving into mist and heedlessly shattering stained glass as he fled into the night sky. At that moment, the earth demon had just risen from the rubble, only to catch a glimpse of the wind demon's disheveled retreat and the scattered words that danced upon the breeze. Before the earth demon could utter his furious curse, the chilling glint of the flowing moon needle illuminated his horrified eyes. In an instant, the light within the cathedral seemed to warp under some unseen force. Zhao's silhouette transformed into a streak of azure lightning, the flowing moon needle carving a brilliant arc through the air, reminiscent of a meteor descending from the heavens. The rumble ensued. Wherever the spear's light traversed, the very fabric of space rippled like water, the sharp sound of its passage akin to a dragon's roar. With gritted teeth, the earth demon summoned the power of the ground, his skin crystallizing instantaneously into a glossy black iron rock armor. As he crossed his arms, a massive shield of stone, half a meter thick, materialized before him. The clash of metal produced a thunderous echo, instantly transforming into a visible shockwave, as though the cathedral had been struck by a heavy bomb, obliterating its interior. Suddenly, the spear's tip erupted with a dazzling azure flame, ancient runes swirling within its radiant glow. To his astonishment, the earth demon's seemingly invulnerable rock shield shattered like thin ice. The force of the spear remained unyielding, piercing through the earth demon's chest. With a cataclysmic explosion, the wind elemental power detonated within the earth demon, obliterating his upper body into mere powder. A furious azure whirlwind erupted at the center of his heart, vaporizing half the cathedral's wall and revealing the dim, waning moon outside. Countless fragments of stone hovered in the air, ground to dust by the residual wind elements. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The earth began to emit mournful cries. The ground within a 100-meter radius writhed, as if alive, and the streets surrounding the cathedral collapsed simultaneously. The earth's elemental forces converged in a frenzy, forming torrents of mud and rock that surged towards the cathedral ruins. The splintered stones reassembled in mid-air, the asphalt morphing into a colossal black serpent that coiled upward. The earth demon's lower body stood amidst the surging earth, his new form even more massive than before, with molten-like patterns emerging upon his rocky surface. "I am the earth. I am eternal," he proclaimed, gazing down upon S.H.I.E.L.D with arrogant defiance. S.H.I.E.L.D stepped lightly into the void, the flowing moon needle pointing askew towards the ground. With a delicate touch of his toes, a floating fragment of stone beneath him was reduced to powder. It was not a fall. Rather, it was disintegrated into its elemental particles by the force of the wind. Boom! The earth demon's fists collided, causing the ground of the entire cathedral to rise, erupting with over 100 jagged rock spikes. Each spike was as large as a person, piercing the night sky and forming a terrifying forest of stone. Whoosh! Zhao's figure flickered among the spikes, each reappearance accompanied by earth-shattering explosions. When he materialized for the third time, the flowing moon needle in his hand had coalesced into a blue lance that spanned 100 meters. Boom! 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 The rock spikes were severed at their roots, their surfaces as smooth as mirrors, and then all lifted into the air, swept upwards by the azure tempest, raining down upon the earth demon like a torrential storm. Bang! 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 Amidst the continuous explosions, the earth demon's body was shattered and reformed. But each rebirth was noticeably slower than the last. Roaring, the earth demon plunged his hands into the ground, causing the crust of Manhattan Island to tremble. "I am invincible as I stand upon the earth." Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D finally removed the mask from his waist. As the green-faced, fanged mask covered his visage, the world shifted. "Then let us elevate you from the ground." The voice of the youthful immortal resonated through the mask, imbued with the solemnity of millennia spent exterminating demons. Boom! As the words echoed, a terrifying azure hurricane erupted from the cathedral's epicenter, lifting all the debris into the sky, forming a dreadful metallic storm within the eye of the tempest. "Bastard, what have you done?" The earth demon's words trailed off as he realized, with growing terror, that his connection to the earth element had been forcibly severed. A radius of 100 meters of land was uprooted entirely by the hurricane. forming a floating island in the sky. The airborne island ascended rapidly, ultimately reaching a position near the low Earth orbit. No, this is impossible. How can a human possess such power? I never claimed to be human. Zhao's true form emerged amidst the storm. 6 wind wheels unfurled behind him like divine wings, and the flowing moon needle transformed into a 40-meter-long lance of wind. Jing Yao dance. With a thrust, time seemed to freeze. As the massive spear pierced through, the space around it fractured like glass. Boom! 1/3 of the Earth Demon's body was directly annihilated, creating a miniature black hole at the point of destruction. At that moment, all the dissipating wind elements spiraled back, forming an elemental collapse. The suspended island of earth and stone, under the influence of absolute power, was compressed into a cube of astonishing density. Whoosh! Boom! Upon reaching a certain threshold, the cube erupted with a horrific explosion, scattering the Earth Demon into a myriad of crystalline particles. The ferocious storm gradually subsided. S.H.I.E.L.D stood at the site of the cathedral, now at the edge of a massive pit nearly 100 meters in diameter. He removed the mask and hung it back at his waist. Beside S.H.I.E.L.D, the priest sat in stunned silence, his Bible and crucifix having been swept away by the aftershocks. The words spilling from his lips were no longer hallelujah, but rather a plea for the wind god as protection. S.H.I.E.L.D brushed off the elemental crystals of the earth from his attire, casting a final glance at the trembling priest before he turned to step into the dense darkness of New York City. Meanwhile, the wind demon, having swiftly escaped several kilometers away, cast a backward glance towards the direction of the church, intending to assess the situation with the Earth Demon. To his astonishment, he found that the Earth Demon and the church had been cast into the sky, transforming into a brilliant firework display. In that moment, the Wind Demon found himself nostalgically yearning for the days spent within the confines of his seal. Although devoid of freedom, at least he was safe from mortal peril. He had previously thought that the emergence of an extraordinary mage among humans was remarkable. Yet this very night, he encountered another. Though the tattooed youth may not necessarily surpass the supreme mage, the threat he posed was similarly grave for their triad of earth, water, and wind demons. Life-threatening indeed. They could not discern the difference between being crushed by a finger or being slain by a mere slap. In comparison, the wind demon considered the witch heart demon to be relatively harmless. With this thought, he resolved to flee. New York was no longer a place to linger. He needed to devise a means to escape the clutches of those formidable entities. As he raced away, he pondered where he could conceal himself. Ultimately, he selected what he deemed an ingenious refuge. First, Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal, nestled near the Himalayas. There, the economy was underdeveloped and the information sparse. It was likely inhabited by ignorant, primitive folk oblivious to the internet, ideal for him to assert his dominance. Second, the regions of East Africa, populated predominantly by backward tribal communities. With the inherent wisdom of the black populace, those tribes would be easily manageable. The Wind Demon felt that either of these two locales presented a simple mode of survival. In the end, he opted for Kathmandu. Chapter 62. The Disappearing Church. The following morning in New York, Midtown High School, Zhi Jiuan entered the classroom with a weary expression, as if he had indulged in a vibrant nightlife the previous evening, rubbing his lower back. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him. As he crossed the threshold, he heard Peter Parker calling out to him, his voice laced with distress and disbelief, reminiscent of a beleaguered soul bursting through the door only to find their neighbor, Old Wong, in an intimate embrace with their spouse. Imagining Peter Parker and Bruce Wayne, two illustrious figures of Marvel's narrative artistry, Zhi Jiuan placed a reassuring hand on Peter's shoulder, his expression grave as he offered comfort. Peter, I am deeply sorry for your loss. I believe Uncle Ben's spirit would wish for you to find solace and not to see his loved ones in sorrow. It is precisely due to the fragility of life, Peter, that I hope you come to understand. Life is a fleeting moment. Existence is a profound journey. Before Zhi Jiuan could finish his words, Peter Parker, in a fit of exasperation, delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, "Shut your mouth. I am perfectly fine. Why do you have to shout so loudly? Do you have any idea how much a slap hurts me?" Faced with this unreasonable and boisterous individual, Peter Parker felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Gritting his teeth as he said, "Look at what you're saying, my friend. If you had uttered a single coherent sentence, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Zhi Jiuan, aware of his own shortcomings, quickly diverted the conversation. Didn't T.U. just mention that something significant was amiss? What urgent matter is at hand? Upon hearing this, Peter Parker's attention was indeed diverted, and he animatedly replied, "Do you remember that church near my home? The one I frequented for prayers?" Zhi Jiuan feigned contemplation, and after a moment responded, "Ah, I recall. You mean the Church of the Virgin Mary, which was warmly welcomed by the priest before you turned 15. But you haven't visited since, correct? What happened to it?" At this, Peter Parker became even more agitated, gesticulating wildly as he exclaimed, "That church vanished overnight. I mean, it literally vanished. Not even a foundation remains, just a massive pit. If I hadn't walked by after school yesterday and seen that the church was intact, I would have thought I was hallucinating. It was a medium-sized church exceeding 7,000 square feet. There's no way it could have been demolished in a single night. Do you think it was abducted by an alien spacecraft, like in the movies?" However, Zhi Jiuan merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," before shouldering his backpack and returning to his seat. Seeing Zhi Jiuan's indifferent demeanor, Peter Parker grew anxious and questioned, "Don't you have any thoughts on this? Perhaps shock or fear?" In response, Zhi Jiuan waved his hand dismissively, adopting an expression of indifference. What's so surprising about it? It's just an ordinary supernatural occurrence. It's not like we haven't encountered such things before. Have we? Peter Parker retorted incredulously. Are you sure? The sea monster of the Argo and that giant robot that fell from thousands of feet in the air without a scratch. Tell me, which of these incidents can be explained by current scientific knowledge or theories? Let alone science. Even metaphysics would struggle to clarify. Prompted by Zhi Jiuan's reminder, Peter Parker couldn't help but murmur, could it be that the God of Christianity truly exists? Zhi Jiuan tilted his head thoughtfully and replied, "I cannot say whether God exists, but I believe that Allah from Islam is likely to be real." As those words were spoken, several devout classmates furrowed their brows and cast hesitant glances. A charming girl with glasses turned her head, her expression laden with displeasure, and addressed Zhi Jiuan. "On what grounds do you question the authenticity of God while asserting the existence of Allah?" In response, Zhi Jiuan glanced at her calmly and replied, "If Allah were not real, then why is the origin of the universe marked by a cataclysmic explosion?" Peter Parker, with a hand pressed against his forehead, pointed towards the entrance and wearily remarked, "Take your hellish jokes and exit from here." In the early morning, sunlight spilled over a massive circular crater in Brooklyn, its jagged edges revealing a history of unimaginable forces. 12 black vehicles, adorned with the S.H.I.E.L.D emblem, encircled the scene, while agents clad in protective gear set up quantum fluctuation detectors. Director, the radiation residual index here exceeds the standard by 470 times. Strangely, this type of radiation does not fall within any known spectrum, reported a technician, adjusting his goggles as the Geiger counter emitted a rapid series of beeps. Hearing this, Nick Fury crouched down, his specially gloved fingers delicately touching the crystalline rock at the crater's edge. Deploy the sample team to collect these vitrified materials. Exercise Level 3 protection. This may be a product of a novel elemental transmutation, he ordered, directing attention to the crystalline layer that glimmered with a blue light. 3 hovering drones whirred to life, their mass spectrometers beginning to scan the crater bottom. The voice of S.H.I.E.L.D. in turn Fitz crackled through the communicator. "My God. The base exhibits a perfect spherical curvature, with a surface hardness reaching a Mohs rating of 9, which requires an instantaneous release of at least 20 million terajoules of energy." "Director." Suddenly, another agent shouted, as a holographic projection before him displayed anomalous meteorological data. Satellite imagery indicated that the previous night, an anticyclonic phenomenon persisted for 37 seconds, with wind speeds peaking at, "This is impossible." The instruments read 6,892 meters per second. Furrowing his brow at the data projected before him, Nick Fury turned his gaze towards the media helicopters accumulating at the end of the road, stating, "I understand. Back up the data and encrypt it for cross-verification with Stark Industries. May. Galact. Strengthen air control." I do not wish for this morning's New York Times headline to read, "Aliens attack Queens." Several hundred meters away, Johnny Blaze's Harley roared past the perimeter. As he sped by a large ochre stone embedded at the roadside, his pupils suddenly contracted beneath his helmet. Images of a burning church, a roaring rock giant, and a figure tearing through the night sky flashed through his mind like a rapid succession of scenes. He slammed on the brakes, his knuckles turning white beneath the leather gloves. "Sir, please do not linger." At that moment, an agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. approached him. Johnny Blazer shook his head and twisted the throttle to drive away. Yet, no one noticed that every puddle he passed began to bubble ominously. Chapter 63. A pact with the devil in Johnny Blazer's dimly lit apartment. The flickering light cast shadows upon his weary visage. He stood before the bathroom mirror, hands pressed against the sink, knuckles whitening from strain. Cold water cascaded down his cheeks. Yet it could not wash away the fragmented images haunting his mind. The flames of the church, the roar of the stone giant, and that azure figure tearing through the night sky. What on earth is happening? Johnny Blazer murmured, resting his forehead against the chilling glass of the mirror. The images felt so vivid, as if he had lived through them, yet they remained obscured, like memories deliberately erased. He lifted his gaze, and the reflection staring back at him bore bloodshot eyes, a brow furrowed with unexpressed rage and confusion. Taking a deep breath, Johnny turned and exited the bathroom, deciding to pour himself a glass of whiskey to regain his composure. However, the moment he stepped into the living room, a frigid aura enveloped the entire space. Johnny Blazer froze, a chill creeping down his spine. He suddenly turned his head, his pupils constricting in alarm. On the sofa in his apartment sat an unexpected figure, an elderly man with graying hair. His gaunt face exuded a refined and gentle demeanor. Clad in a meticulously tailored black suit, his hands were interlaced around a crystal skull-headed cane, and a cryptic smile graced his lips, as though he were an old friend who had long awaited this reunion. Johnny's breath hitched, his blood turning to ice. "Is it you?" His voice emerged low and hoarse, as if dragged from the depths of his throat. The old man nodded slightly, his crimson eyes glimmering in the dim light as he smiled and said, "It has been a long time, Johnny." Boom! In that instant, Johnny Blazer's sanity shattered. "You damned demon!" he roared, lunging towards Mephisto with clenched fists, his knuckles cracking from rage. Yet just a step away from Mephisto, he heard the command, "Kneel." The words, delivered with nonchalance, bore the weight of an unyielding order. Johnny's body froze, and against his will, he collapsed heavily to the ground. As his knees met the hardwood floor, it splintered beneath him, sharp wooden shards piercing his flesh, blood seeping forth. Agonizing pain surged up his spine like an electric current. Yet Johnny found himself utterly immobilized, as if bound by an invisible force. "You!" Johnny Blazer gritted his teeth, veins bulging at his temples as he struggled to rise. Yet he could not even move a finger. Mephisto slowly stood, the sound of his polished shoes echoing against the floor. He approached Johnny Blazer, looking down upon him with a mixture of pity and mockery in his eyes. "After all these years, you remain as impulsive as ever." Johnny Blazer lifted his head, his fury nearly palpable, and demanded, "What do you want? To gloat over my misfortune?" Mephisto chuckled softly, turning to the window, his back to Johnny Blazer, and said, "According to our original pact, I have fulfilled my promise. Now, I require your assistance with a minor inconvenience. Dream on, even if it costs me my life. Even if I descend into hell, I shall do nothing for you." "Oh." Mephisto slightly tilted his head, his crimson pupils glancing at Johnny Blazer with intrigue, as he remarked, "Yet you're already on the list of the damned, Johnny." Johnny Blazer's breath caught, his expression reflecting disbelief and the notion that he had no enemies, merely friends who harbored deep animosity toward him, as he regarded Mephisto. Ignoring the agitated Johnny Blazer, Mephisto continued, "My son, the witch heart demon, has descended to the mortal realm without my consent. He has also unleashed the 3 elemental demons of earth, water, and wind. Now, they're in pursuit of the Sanctus Vangassa contract." Johnny Blazer furrowed his brow and inquired, "The Sanctus Vangassa contract? It is a ledger that documents the names of thousands of malevolent spirits possessing the qualifications of saints. Should the witch heart demon acquire it, he would wield the power to upend the mortal world." Mephisto spoke matter-of-factly, as if discussing a mere price drop on cabbage. At this, Johnny Blazer scoffed, a mocking tone lacing his words. "And what of it? Are you afraid of being usurped by your own son?" Mephisto did not respond to this query, but instead turned to face Johnny Blazer, his tone chilling as he declared, "That is not for you to know. I need you to help me capture the witch heart demon and those 3 demons and retrieve the contract." "On what grounds?" Johnny Blazer retorted coldly. Mephisto smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "In exchange, I can release your soul from hell and restore your powers, allowing you to return to being a normal man." Johnny Blazer's pupils constricted slightly. He was indeed tempted by the offer Mephisto presented. However, given the notorious reputation of demons and Mephisto's depleted credibility, Johnny Blazer scoffed. "Do you think I would still believe you? You made similar promises before, and what was the outcome? My father perished, and I became a monster. You shall not succeed in striking any deal with me." Upon hearing this, Mephisto's expression turned icy. "Is that so? Then I shall have to persuade you in another manner." His voice suddenly took on a dangerous, low timbre. Johnny Blazer sensed a hint of peril, his heart tightening as he asked, "What do you intend to do?" Mephisto gently raised his hand, and several images materialized in the air. His agent, his friend from the garage, and his first love, Rosen. "Should you refuse, I will seduce them into perdition, compelling them to sell their souls one by one, and personally drag them into the depths of hell." Mephisto's voice slithered into Johnny Blazer's ear like a sinister serpent. Instantly, his complexion drained of color. "You despicable devil." Johnny Blazer's voice quivered with rage. Yet, Mephisto merely smiled slightly, remarking, "I appreciate your praise. But now make your choice, Johnny. Will you remain obstinate or save their lives?" Johnny Blazer fixed his gaze on Mephisto, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms. Ultimately, he raised his head, the fire of anger in his eyes transforming into a cold resolve. And he spoke with venomous disdain, "I can acquiesce to your request, but in addition to the previously agreed-upon reward, I have one condition. Speak. I need your assurance. Stay away from my family and friends forever. Otherwise, I shall ally with the witch-heart demon to confront you." Johnny Blazer's voice was low yet resolute. Mephisto remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "Very well, it is a deal." Johnny Blazer's body suddenly regained its freedom. Mephisto's figure began to fade, like a melting shadow. Before vanishing completely, he cast one last glance at Johnny Blazer and said, "Do not disappoint me, knight." The room fell silent once more, leaving only the sound of Johnny's heavy breathing. He looked down at his bloodied hands and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 64. The Witch-Heart Demon's Review within a church on the outskirts of New York. The stench of blood was so thick it seemed almost tangible. The bodies of Christians and clergy lay sprawled across the floor, each exhibiting a grotesque, bluish-black hue, their skin shriveled, faces contorted, as if some force had instantly drained their life essence. The Witch-Heart Demon stood upon the pulpit, his black priestly robe immaculate, pale fingers gently caressing the cross. At his feet, a black priest knelt, forehead pressed to the ground, trembling as he implored, "Please, spare my life. I can serve you. I know many secrets of the church." The Witch-Heart Demon looked down at him, a flicker of disdain crossing his crimson pupils, and coldly replied, "Then tell me, do you know the whereabouts of the St. Vangasa contract?" The priest shuddered, desperately shaking his head. "I have never heard of such a thing, but if you require, I can help you search. Then you are of no use." Crack! The Witch-Heart Demon raised his hand with a swift motion, and the priest's neck twisted into an impossible angle, his body collapsing limply, indistinguishable from the other fallen. The church's doors opened silently, and the water demon flowed in like liquid. His form appeared even more unstable than usual, ripples constantly surging across his surface, betraying his inner turmoil. The omnipotent master, the water demon, crawled before the Witch-Heart Demon, his voice tinged with rare hesitation as he spoke. "The earth demon and the wind demon have vanished." Upon hearing this, the Witch-Heart Demon slowly turned, casting a downward glance at the water demon, and inquired, "What do you mean? I cannot sense their presence." The water demon's form trembled slightly as he reiterated, "They have not been banished back to the underworld. Rather, they have been utterly obliterated." A profound silence enveloped the church. For the first time, a ripple of emotion flickered across the Witch-Heart Demon's visage. He descended from the pulpit, his black robe trailing over the blood-stained carpet, and coldly demanded, "Are you certain?" The water demon, devoid of any doubt, replied softly, "How could I dare deceive you, my lord? My connection with them has been severed, as if they had never existed." The Witch-Heart Demon fell silent for a moment, then suddenly let out a chilling laugh, saying, "That fool earth demon must have acted too ostentatiously, drawing the attention of the supreme mage." At this, the water demon could not help but interject. Yet the wind demon has always been cautious. Even in danger, he could find a secure refuge. But now, even he could not escape. Humph. No amount of caution from the wind demon could counter the earth demon's foolishness. They should have acted separately, the witch heart demon interrupted, a shadow of gloom crossing his eyes. The water demon's form shrank slightly, timidly asking, "Then shall we proceed as planned?" "The plan remains unchanged," replied the witch heart demon as he walked towards the stained glass window, the moonlight filtering through his form, casting a distorted shadow upon the ground. "But you must exercise greater caution. Since the Supreme Mage has taken action, it signifies that she has become aware of our movements. Should we be unfortunate enough to encounter the Supreme Mage, you must do your utmost to stall her until I arrive. Together we shall eliminate her." However, even the water demon, sealed for over a millennium, dared not concur with this somewhat audacious and reckless notion. He hesitated, saying, "If the Supreme Mage is involved, should we not retreat from the limelight? Should I avoid her wrath?" The witch heart demon's voice turned icy as he retorted, "He is but a mere human. No matter how formidable his power, how far could he go? Once I secure the St. Van Gans contract, I shall dispose of him alongside that old fool." He turned to face the water demon, his tone softening slightly. "For now, we must remain vigilant. I refuse to believe he can come here and expose me." The circumstances were indeed formidable, and even though the water demon harbored a million objections within, he could only bow his head deeply, responding, "As you command, my lord." The witch heart demon cast one last glance at the corpses strewn across the ground and snapped his fingers. In an instant, black flames engulfed the entire church, and the witch heart demon stood amidst the inferno, his pale visage resembling that of a specter. Suddenly, a deep rumble of engines echoed from afar, growing louder until it ultimately halted before the church entrance. The sound was not akin to that of an ordinary motorcycle. It resembled the roar of some feral beast, echoing with the resonance of hell and a whiff of sulfur. The sorcerer's pupils constricted abruptly, and a cold smirk graced his lips as he remarked, "You've arrived rather swiftly." The water demon's form rippled slightly, cautiously inquiring, "What is this?" "The old fool's watchdog, the Hell Knight." The sorcerer's voice was chilling to the bone. The water demon's expression instantly turned grave. He had certainly heard of the Hell Knight, the embodiment of infernal flames and the arbiter of sin, a being feared even by demons. The sorcerer turned to the water demon, a flicker of command flashing in his crimson eyes. "You must eliminate him." Upon hearing this, the water demon hesitated for a moment, then incredulously replied, "Me? Master, the Hell Knight's power. Do not make me repeat myself." The sorcerer's voice was terrifyingly soft, causing the water demon to tremble. In the next instant, the sorcerer transformed into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating into the air, leaving the water demon alone. Outside the church, Johnny Blazer, or rather the Hell Knight, sat astride his Harley motorcycle. A ghastly skull adorned his head, ablaze with fierce, infernal flames, while searing chains coiled around his arms, radiating a fiery red glow. His eyes reflected the burning church, the flames distorting in his gaze, as if he could see through to the lingering malevolence within. The charred corpses, the desperate souls, and the essence of demons were all present. "Demons, return to hell." The Hell Knight's voice rasped like sandpaper, laced with suppressed fury. Suddenly, he whipped his head around, gazing at the lake beside the church. Bubbles began to surge violently from the once tranquil water's surface, as if a colossal creature were about to breach the surface. Boom! The lake erupted, and a towering water entity, over 10 meters tall, rose from its depths. Its form was composed of murky liquid, constantly shifting, revealing countless agonized faces. Those were the souls it had devoured. The water demon's eyes resembled two swirling vortexes, fixated intently on the Hell Knight. "Leave now, and no one shall be harmed, Knight. This is my domain, a place where you should not meddle." The water demon's voice echoed like the wails of a drowning soul, roaring at the Hell Knight. The Hell Knight slowly dismounted from his motorcycle, the chains taut in his grasp, as the hellfire coursed along them. "It is you who should depart, demon." Chapter 65. The water demon's exit with a thunderous roar. The moment the communication between the water demon and the Hell Knight shattered, the entire lake erupted in turmoil. The water demon's form swelled uncontrollably, the murky waters surging and coalescing, transforming in an instant into a cyclopean giant exceeding 20 meters in height. With a deafening roar, it opened its singular, massive eye, glowing with a sinister emerald light, and unleashed a foul mist from its gaping maw, emitting a thunderous bellow. Boom! The giant's palm descended like an expansive canopy, and the Ghost Rider abruptly twisted the throttle, propelling the soul chariot beyond the reach of danger at the last possible moment. The previously stable ground was struck, creating a deep pit with a 5-meter diameter, and mud splattered everywhere. Yet the peril was far from over. The surface of the lake suddenly split open, and hundreds of water elemental specters emerged, crawling ashore. Their forms were grotesque, some resembling drowned corpses, others like multi-legged hydras, surging towards the night like a tidal wave. The fiery chains sliced through the night sky as the Ghost Rider swung his arm, the flames coiling around like a whip. Suddenly, a water elemental creature erupted from amok, its bloated shape reminiscent of a corpse, and its rotting arm elongated to 3 meters, with fingers transforming into ice shards aimed directly at the knight's throat. The Ghost Rider leaned back sharply, the blazing chains striking like a venomous serpent, snapping against the creature's wrist and vaporizing its entire arm into mist. The water monster staggered back, but the Ghost Rider offered no respite. The chain spiraled around its neck, and with a powerful throw, he slammed it to the ground, where it exploded into a billowing cloud of vapor. Seizing the moment, several multi-legged hydras lunged from the side, their watery tendrils cracking through the air like steel whips, producing a jarring sound. The Ghost Rider swept his right hand, severing the first 2 tendrils at their roots, while the hellfire in his left hand surged, grasping the remaining tendrils and yanking them violently. The immense force pulled the entire hydra towards him, and he drove his knee, engulfed in flames, into its core, causing it to burst into a downpour of water droplets. Simultaneously, 6 more tendrils lunged at him, but the Ghost Rider executed a deft roll to evade them, and as he landed, the chain spun like a propeller, shredding the tendrils into pieces. The hydra emitted a high-pitched wail, its severed appendages writhing in a frenzied attempt to regenerate. Yet the Ghost Rider had already leaped above it, bringing his fiery feet crashing down upon its head. Another plume of mist erupted. Suddenly, one of the water monsters morphed into a puddle of water, enveloping the Ghost Rider. Undeterred, he allowed the watery membrane to encase him fully. In the next instant, a torrent of flames erupted from his body, obliterating the water prison into steam. The lake's surface erupted violently, and over a dozen water elemental cavalry surged forth, brandishing spears made of condensed water, their hooves leaving trails of frost in their wake. With a fierce tug on the chains, the hellfire surged along the links, transforming into a colossal flaming whip over 10 meters long, sweeping through the front line of cavalry, cleaving both horse and rider in half. Steam billowed skyward like a mushroom cloud, casting an eerie rainbow under the moonlight. However, the number of water monsters emerging from the lake continued to increase. The Ghost Rider relentlessly wielded his chains, the hellfire painting a dazzling net of flames against the darkness, each strike releasing vast clouds of evaporating mist. A piercing shriek erupted from the water demons, and the entire lake trembled violently, causing the water to rise and coalesce into thousands of transparent chains in the air. The chains of water shimmered with agonized faces, emitting chilling wails that entwined around the malevolent knight from all directions. Clang! The knight's iron chains collided with 3 water chains, the point of contact erupting in a blinding flash of white light. While he successfully evaporated the water demon's assault, countless more chains ensnared his limbs, while numerous pale, ghostly hands emerged from the lake's surface, grasping desperately at his body. This is the fate you have woven for yourself, knight. Embrace your demise in despair. The voice of the water demon echoed ominously from all around. With a thunderous roar, the engine of the soul chariot erupted in sound, tires scorching the ground as they were slowly dragged toward the lake surface. The malevolent knight struggled fiercely, the flames surrounding him severing dozens of water chains. Yet fresh chains continuously surged forth. Plop! Under the relentless pull of countless water element chains and ghostly hands, the malevolent knight was ultimately dragged into the inky depths of the lake. At the moment of submersion, the flames in his eyes flickered violently. Splashing, the entire lake began to whirl madly, forming a colossal vortex with a diameter of 100 meters. The malevolent knight found himself trapped at the vortex's center, the surrounding currents tearing at his body as if they were blades. The true form of the water demon was at the vortex's wall, manipulating high-pressure water blades to assault the knight. The fires of hell struggled to burn within the water, and each of the knight's counterattacks was diminished by the relentless flow. Ha ha ha! Have you exhausted your techniques? Yet, in this dire moment, the malevolent knight unexpectedly took an action that caught the water demon off guard. He ceased his struggle. Has he surrendered? A clever choice. The water demon's mockery reverberated through the vortex. The malevolent knight slowly lifted his head, the flames in his eye sockets suddenly blazing with unparalleled intensity. Boom! The fires of hell erupted from within the knight like a nuclear bomb, and the iron chains in his hands spun wildly, creating a counterclockwise fire tornado in the water. As water clashed with fire, a column of steam shot up 100 meters into the air, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of mist. The vortex began to destabilize, two opposing forces tearing at one another. The water demon, in a state of terror, realized that the currents under its control were being evaporated and dismantled by the vortex created by the hellfire. This is impossible. What have you done? Suddenly, the knight's iron chains elongated dramatically, piercing through the vortex wall like a dragon, precisely ensnaring the hidden water core. Then, with a fierce tug, bang! The entire lake erupted violently, tens of thousands of tons of water evaporating in an instant. The shockwave uprooted trees along the shore, and amidst the rising mist, the battered form of the water demon crashed heavily upon the parched lake bed. The malevolent knight advanced across the cracked lake bed, each step leaving behind burning footprints upon the ground. He grasped the water demon, now barely clinging to life, drawing close to its twisted features with his skeletal visage. Look in my eyes. As the eye of judgment activated, the water demon instantly perceived the final struggles of every soul it had drowned. The despair of a mother clutching her infant as the flood engulfed their village. The remorse of those who, lured by its malevolence, plummeted to their demise. No, please. The form of the water demon began to disintegrate. The fingers of the wraith knight tightened, engulfing the fiend in hellfire as he declared, "Return to the abyss." After a blinding flash of white light, only a charred ring remained upon the lake bed. The night breeze dispersed the lingering steam, and the moonlight once again graced the land that had endured such a fierce battle. The wraith knight silently approached the shore, and the soul chariot, sensing its master, ignited its engine automatically. He cast one last glance at the lake, now restored to tranquility, the flames in his skeletal eyes flickering faintly. Chapter 66. Resonance Summoning in the Evening. Zhi Jiuan hoisted a wheel while seated on the rear of Peter Parker's bicycle. This is unjust. I demand a retrial. Why is it that in movies, TV shows, and comics, the backseat companions are always beautiful maidens, yet mine is an incessant jokester regaling me with hellish humor? I must have been a rascal in my past life, recklessly riding with an old lady through red lights and dragging Hawking to play football. As Peter pedaled, he murmured to himself, a broad smile illuminating his face. Hearing this, Zhi Jiuan, perched on the back, rolled his eyes dramatically and retorted, "Ha, now you wish to blame me? If you had the guts, you wouldn't hold me back, and I'd be sitting behind Gwen. You selfish, miserly fiend. Disdain me, do you? I bear my own grievances against you. Well, Harry invited you too. Why not sit in Harry's passenger seat? Nonsense. Is Harry's Rolls Royce more important than your nauseating presence? You underestimate your significance in my heart. Thank you for your kindness. I shall haunt you for this. No need for gratitude. It's what you ought to be thankful for. Scoundrel." Their banter continued as they arrived swiftly at Zhi Jiuan's apartment building. Peter Parker abruptly halted the bicycle, and Zhi Jiuan executed a backflip to dismount. "You think with your meager skills you can deceive me?" Zhi Jiuan cast a disdainful glance at Peter Parker before ascending the stairs. Peter raised his middle finger in response and rode away without a backward glance. Upon returning home, Zhi Jiuan barely set down his backpack before eagerly rummaging through the cabinet. After retrieving 3 incense sticks, he lit them before the portrait of Dawei Chiu. "Dawei, it's time to eat," he called out, placing the incense into the burner. After paying his respects, Zhi Jiuan finally discarded his backpack and reclined on the sofa. With idle time on his hands, he decided to check the accumulation of his original stones. Original stones, 105 upon seeing this balance. Zhi Jiuan leaped from the sofa in astonishment. A demon stone is worth this much. Isn't this character rather insignificant in the film? Logically, even if he were to be eliminated prematurely, the disruption to the plot would likely be minimal. How is it, then, that he could yield such a wealth of original stones? Could it be that the wind demon is also in error? Not to mention, his screen time is only slightly greater than that of the earth demon. Considering his cunning nature, he merely endured a single blow from S.H.I.E.L.D, suggesting his demise would not come easily, unless he were to bring about his own downfall. So, where did all these original stones originate? However, as Zhi Jiuan reflected, what does it matter where they came from? Once they are in my possession, they are mine. With this thought, he quickly gathered a change of clothes and dashed in a bathroom. After a refreshing wash, Zhi Jiuan stood before the black and white portrait of Dawei, murmuring with utmost devotion, "Brother Dawei, you understand me well. I am humble and reserved, rarely sharing my fortunes. I am somewhat tongue-tied and taciturn, content with my lot and adaptable to circumstances. For this tenfold wish, I ask for little. A casual appearance of Morix, Barbados, or Balzeba would suffice. For I am easily satisfied. If you feel inclined, a sucrose or a harbinger of evil would also be acceptable. I am quite flexible." With that, Zhi Jiuan tossed 100 original stones into the air. In an instant, a brilliant radiance flashed. Special Card 1, Character Card 1, Luminous Bag 7, Item Card 1. Character Card, Noel Vision, Geo Constellation, The Protector's Heart. Description: Noel is a maid of the Knights of Favonius, who, despite not yet passing the knightly examination, has endeared herself to the residents of Mondstadt through her diligence and enthusiasm. From a young age, she has admired the chivalric spirit, particularly revering Captain Jean, and dreams of becoming a full-fledged knight of the West Wind. Despite multiple failures and assessments, she perseveres in her training and willingly undertakes the mundane tasks of the Knight's Order, even assisting the townsfolk with everything from cleaning to fending off monsters, earning her the title of Universal Maid. Noel once cleared a path blocked by a storm, served as a temporary guard for a lost merchant caravan, and even attempted to challenge the storm dragon single-handedly. Thankfully, she was stopped by Captain Jean. She has a tendency towards self-sacrifice, often exhausting herself in her efforts to help others, but ultimately learns to act within her limits under the guidance of the traveler. Noel possesses a gentle yet resilient character, steadfastly adhering to the tenets of chivalry, with helping others as her life as principle. She is so humble that she sometimes feels inadequate, overlooking the courage and strength she has already displayed. In her daily life, she is thoughtful and meticulous, excelling in household management, even carrying tea sets and cleaning tools with her. While in battle, she wields a colossal sword with astonishing strength. Though immensely powerful, her shyness often leads her to apologize. She appears adorably clumsy, yet is keenly observant of the affairs in Mondstadt. Noel has a fondness for sweets and cute items, but, adhering to the knight's modesty, she rarely expresses this, hastily denying it when revealed by Barbara. Item: glass bag. Description: a specialty of the Yue. This small flower possesses vibrant vitality. Legend has it that its blossoms, which bloom downwards, do so to protect their fragrance. Effect: none. Special card: Resonance Summon. Description: consuming 200 Primo Gems. This card summons a character you already possess. The summoned character possesses independent awareness and can remain in existence indefinitely. However, only one instance of the same character may be present at any given time. Should the summoned character fall, one must consume revival type dishes to summon them again. The summoned character shares the current team's elemental resonance effects, but cannot be controlled. Weapon name: White Iron Greatsword. Rarity: weapon type, two-handed sword. Base attack 401, attribute bonus, defense 439. Weapon skill: harvest restores 16 health points upon defeating an enemy. Is this all you have? Dawei, are you even capable? Zhi Jiuan remarked disdainfully. Yet his right hand trembled like that of a Parkinson's patient as he lifted the water cup from the table. He had not taken a single sip from the cup, instead spilling it onto his pants. However, Zhi Jiuan was too preoccupied to care about such trivial matters. His focus was entirely on that special card. Just recently, he had been pondering whether to join the Avengers, a chaotic and often despised ensemble. If he chose not to join, the Earth would only descend further into chaos. Without a recruitment skill, it could lead to his downfall. Yet, If he decided to join, there were risks of internal strife and dark incidents such as the Sokovia Accords. More importantly, the Avengers had a high probability of disbanding and plunging into civil war. Thus, Zhi Jiuan remained in a state of hesitation. With this special card, he could bypass the pitfalls of forming a team or playing solo. As long as he amassed enough Primo Gems, he could become a team unto himself. Speaking of accumulating Primo Gems, Zhi Jiuan suddenly contemplated whether seizing the St. Vongar contract and then going fishing might create even greater disturbances in the world. It certainly warranted a trial. He stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Chapter 67. Your father's guardian. The next day, in the morning, blinding sunlight streamed through the gaps in the wooden cabin's windows. Johnny Blazer jolted awake, instinctively raising his hand to shield his eyes. The searing pain in his throat drew his attention to the array of water cups cluttering his bedside. Grasping the nearest one, he tilted his head back and guzzled it down. The icy water slid down his throat, but felt as if poured onto a searing hot iron, instantly evaporating into wisps of steam. Without a moment to ponder, he continued to drink cup after cup until the last drop had been swallowed, offering some relief to his cracked lips. "Slow down, kid," a hoarse voice interjected. Johnny Blazer looked up to see an elderly man with snow-white hair standing there, dressed in faded denim attire, a revolver holstered at his waist, and holding a steaming plate of fried eggs and bread. The old man ambled in, placed the food on the bedside table, and, glancing at the empty water glass, remarked nonchalantly, "After transformation, one tends to feel parched." Gasping for breath, Johnny eyed the unfamiliar figure warily and asked, "Who are you?" The old man pulled up a chair, retrieved a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips without lighting it, and with a profound gaze, replied, "I am Carter S.H.I.E.L.D, the caretaker of this cemetery. Your father's grave is also here, and I am responsible for its upkeep. In a manner of speaking, I am your father's guardian. Hence, by familial hierarchy, you may refer to me as grandfather. I am of an age that can withstand such a title." Upon hearing this, Johnny scrutinized the strange old man, feeling an unexpected urge to react. Ignoring the scowl on Johnny's face, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D continued, "Remember to keep plenty of water on hand. Transformations deplete hydration significantly, and failing to replenish it promptly can lead to dehydration. Also, try to avoid spicy foods. The reaction between hellfire and capsaicin can be quite unpleasant, especially the next day." Suppressing his inclination to retort, Johnny sensed something amiss and quickly inquired, "Wait, how do you know all this? Are you also Carter S.H.I.E.L.D?" Did not respond directly, but flashed a grin that revealed a few yellowed teeth, saying, "The initial stages of transformation can be quite painful. But do not worry. As you undergo it more frequently, it becomes more bearable, does it not? Eventually, one grows accustomed to the discomfort." Just as Johnny contemplated whether the old man was unhinged, a crisp bell chimed from the southwest direction of the small cabin. Carter S.H.I.E.L.D's expression instantly hardened. He sprang to his feet with surprising agility for his age, seizing the shotgun from the wall and dashing outside. Johnny paused for a moment, then grabbed his coat and followed suit. The two hurried out of the cabin, racing towards the cemetery. Upon arrival, they discovered a red-haired man standing beside a gravestone, wielding a shovel in one hand and clutching a severed bell cord in the other. Clearly, he had triggered the cemetery's rudimentary alarm system. What sent Carter S.H.I.E.L.D's blood pressure soaring was the sight of his large yellow dog excitedly circling the red-haired man, its tail wagging like a propeller, even affectionately nudging against the man's trousers, entirely oblivious to its duty of guarding the premises. Choosing to disregard the traitorous dog, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D steadied his double-barreled shotgun, aiming it firmly at the intruder's chest, his finger poised on the trigger, and coldly commanded, "Put down the shovel, boy." However, Dialek paid no heed to his warning. With a swift flick of his wrist, his fingers tightened abruptly. Crack! The wooden handle of the shovel shattered, and a yellowed parchment scroll slid from within, landing perfectly in the palm of Dialek's hand. Witnessing this scene, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot resounded through the cemetery, startling a flock of crows. Yet, Dialek merely raised his hand slightly, and the bullet was firmly pinched between his fingers, wisps of smoke still curling from the metallic tip. Johnny Blazer's pupils constricted, instinctively tensing his body and taking a half step back. Carter S.H.I.E.L.D, however, fixed his gaze upon Dialek, slowly discarding his shotgun, while his right hand moved towards the revolver at his waist. It was an ancient weapon, adorned with intricate runes, glimmering in a dark red hue under the sunlight. Carter Schreier's voice was low and menacing, the muzzle of the revolver unwaveringly trained on Dialek as he inquired, "Who exactly are you? To know the S.T. Vongasa contract and yet catch bullets barehanded. Have you been sent by Mephisto?" Dialek weighed the parchment scroll in his hand and replied calmly, "I am Dialek Ragnvinder, and I have no association with Mephisto. If there must be one, it would be as an adversary. As for this contract," he raised his eyes to meet Carter Schreier's, continuing, "I am aware of its value, and I know that both the Witch King and Mephisto are searching for it, yet you cannot protect it." At this, Carter Schreier let out a cold laugh. "Listen here, kid, this contract has been hidden in my possession for over 80 years. Mephisto has never even laid eyes on it. I do not require anyone's assistance. The situation has now changed." Bang! Carter Schreier fired directly, the bullet whizzing past Dialek's ear and creating a gaping hole in the tree trunk behind him. "With the next shot, I shall not miss." Carter Schreier's finger tightened once more on the trigger. Unfazed, Dialek suddenly tossed the scroll upwards. Carter Schreier instinctively reached out to grasp it, only to see the S.T. Vongasa contract transform into specks of luminescence in midair, dissipating like sand through his fingers. "What have you done?" Carter Schreier's gaze turned icy in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 gunshots merged into a singular cacophony, yet Carter Schreier's arm remained as steady as a rock. Each shot accurately aimed at Dialek's vital points. In a flash of lightning, Dialek drew the black rock blade from his back, its edge carving a dark red arc through the air. Clang! 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 2 bullets were deftly deflected by the black rock blade, sparks flying. Another 2 were redirected by the fiery edge, veering off to the sides. The final bullet was sent careening away by the back of the blade, shooting towards the depths of the cemetery. Boom! 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 5 granite tombstones erupted along the bullet's trajectory, debris scattering in all directions. Ultimately, the silver bullet became deeply embedded in a lowly tombstone, that of Johnny Blazer's father. On the gravestone, cracks spread like spiderwebs. Johnny Blaze abruptly turned his head to gaze at the tombstone, his expression darkening instantaneously. Dialek sheathed his blade, his icy gaze sweeping over the 2 before him, and inquired nonchalantly, "Now, can we have a proper conversation?" Chapter 68. The appearance of Mephisto. Carter Schreier glanced at the sun above, then at the black rock-slashing blade held by Dialek, and nodded seriously, stating, reflecting back, "I believe what this young man just said holds significant merit. From the very beginning, I sense that you, young sir, possess a striking demeanor and an extraordinary presence, clearly embodying the nemesis of evil." Dialek paid him no heed and turned to leave the cemetery. However, after taking a couple of steps, Carter Schreier's hoarse voice called out from behind, "Wait. What did you mean when you said the situation has changed? I have been evading with this thing for over 80 years. Surely you owe me a comprehensive farewell." Initially, Dialek did not wish to engage, but upon hearing the latter part of Carter Schreier's statement, he could not help but pause, slightly turning his head to say, "The son of Mephisto, the witch heart demon, has descended upon the mortal realm. Not long ago, he unleashed the elemental demons of earth, water, and wind. They have already slaughtered at least 7 churches in pursuit of the St. Vonda contract." He turned fully, his dark red eyes glimmering like smoldering embers under the sunlight, continuing, "In the past, I was unaware, but now you can no longer guard this contract. Should he obtain the thousands of malevolent spirits sealed within, I believe the consequences need not be elaborated." The cemetery fell into utter silence, save for the whispers of the wind brushing against the gravestones. Carter Schreier stared at the fractured gravestone and suddenly asked, "I am curious as to why Mephisto would permit his son to seize the power that rightfully belongs to him. I do not recall him possessing any semblance of paternal affection. Such a being would never share what is rightfully his." Dialek's gaze shifted to Carter Schreier, and after a brief nod, he replied, "Mephisto is a dimensional demon. His true form and rank are so formidable that he cannot directly traverse the barriers of dimensions and can only manifest as a projection in the mortal realm. In contrast, the witch heart demon possesses relatively weaker powers, allowing him to breach these barriers and descend in his true form. Mephisto dares not intervene on a grand scale in the mortal realm, and his projection cannot defeat the witch heart demon. Thus, he sought out Johnny Blaze. As he spoke, he gestured towards Johnny Blaze, standing nearby. Carter Slay looked at Johnny Blaze and spat in disdain, saying, "Your luck is truly abysmal, only marginally better than mine." Dialek once more turned to leave, but Carter Slay called out to him again, his expression grave. "Wait, if I cannot uphold the contract, what makes you think you can? Although you may be slightly more formidable than I, do you truly believe you can best the Witch-Heart Demon?" Dialek paused momentarily, casting a calm glance at him before stating, "I never claimed I could hold the line." Carter's expression faltered, and he stammered, "Then you." "But I know someone who can," Dialek interjected nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Carter's eyes gleamed with urgency as he eagerly inquired, "Who?" Dialek turned away, continuing his stride as he replied, "You need not know." Just as Dialek was on the verge of departing, the shadows within the cemetery suddenly contorted. The air grew frigid, as if some unseen force had cast the sunlight aside. Before Carter and Johnny Blaze could comprehend the unfolding events, an elegant figure emerged from the darkness, meticulously groomed silver-white hair, a perfectly tailored black suit, and a crystal skull cane in hand, adorned with a faint, enigmatic smile. It was Mephisto. Instantly, Carter tensed, raising his revolver with his finger poised on the trigger. Johnny Blaze clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, displaying a demeanor of imminent peril. Yet, Dialek stood unmoved, as if he had anticipated this encounter, his expression betraying no sign of alarm. "This contract cannot be taken by you, young man," Mephisto's voice resonated, low and soothing, as if merely discussing the day's weather. Dialek regarded him with a gaze as still as a placid lake, his crimson eyes devoid of emotion as he remarked, "You have long known the location of the contract, yet you chose not to take it. It seems this contract is not as significant as you profess. What is your true objective?" Mephisto raised an eyebrow slightly, the cemetery enveloped in an eerie silence. Carter and Johnny's eyes darted between Dialek and Mephisto, evidently unprepared for the turn of events. After a brief silence, Mephisto suddenly erupted into laughter. His laughter, rather than jarring, possessed an elegant rhythm that sent chills down one's spine. With an appreciative gaze fixed on Dialek, his scarlet pupils glimmered as he nodded and said, "You are quite astute, capable of maintaining your composure. A rarity among most. When confronted with me, the majority resemble foolish donkeys, either charging forth with shouts or fleeing in panicked leaps." Mephisto gently caressed the crystal skull cane, continuing in a leisurely tone, "The power of the contract is indeed exaggerated, yet it holds significance. After all, it has the potential to upend the world, haha." At this moment, Johnny Blaze grasped the situation, his expression darkening as he coldly addressed Mephisto. "Have you manipulated me again? What is it that you truly seek?" In response, Mephisto shrugged innocently, stating, "Just a transaction, mutually agreeable." Dialek coldly interrupted Mephisto, stating bluntly, "The customs here differ greatly from those of hell. What you refer to is commonly regarded as fraud or extortion, and is entirely unrelated to trade." Upon hearing Dialek's words, Mephisto's gaze returned to him, his smile unwavering as he replied, "The law of demons is survival of the fittest. Thus, wisdom and strength are always to be admired." He nodded slightly and continued, "Those who are willing to believe the words of demons do not deserve pity. Demons merely redistribute according to the wisdom of others. Only individuals as astute as you deserve to possess more." At Mephisto's remarks, Carter Shruy and Johnny Blazer's expression soured. After all, they had been deceived by Mephisto and were now being insulted as fools. If they had not known they could not win, they would have charged at Mephisto with fury. However, Mephisto's attention was solely on Dialek, disregarding the two others beside him. He narrowed his crimson eyes slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "As I mentioned earlier, Dialek Ragnvinder, a perceptive individual like you should not associate with these imbeciles." He stepped forward, his polished shoes treading upon the dry leaves without a sound, as if traversing another dimension. He opened his palm, revealing a pulsating dark red flame, his voice deep and beguiling. "Join me, and you shall acquire power and wisdom far beyond human comprehension." Chapter 69. The arrival of the master. Dialek regarded Mephisto, slowly drawing the black rock blade from his back, and stated, "As you said, those who trust even the words of demons are unworthy of compassion." Mephisto's smile instantly froze. His cultured facade shattered. His eyes glowed a blood red, with lava-like cracks appearing beneath his skin, the surrounding air distorting from the intense heat. "Very well. It seems you have chosen death. The demon's low growl echoed like the surging of hell's lava, causing the temperature of the cemetery to rise dramatically. Carter S.H.I.E.L.D reacted swiftly, seizing Johnny Blazer's arm and urging, "Step back. We will only hinder matters here." Just as they retreated 200 meters, the ground where they had stood erupted violently, sulfurous flames shooting skyward. Simultaneously, the dark red blade of the black rock sword ignited with black and red flames. Mephisto waved his hand, and numerous pillars of lava erupted from the ground, encircling Dialek like a cage. With a clang, the sword swung horizontally, cleaving the fire pillars in two. Dialek seized the opportunity to leap, the searing blade aimed directly at Mephisto's throat. Yet, Mephisto merely chuckled coldly, tapping his crystal staff against the ground. With a rumble, the earth surged upwards, sharp black crystal clusters rising like fangs to strike at Dialek, who found himself without any means of leverage. With a resolute tread, in a moment of dire urgency, Dialek deftly utilized the Blackcliff longsword against the crystalline cluster, executing a mid-air somersault that traced a perfect arc with the blade. A swift cut. The front of Mephisto's suit was torn open, revealing the writhing magma-like body within. Yet, the wound healed almost instantaneously, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in Mephisto's eyes as he remarked, "An intriguing flame. Indeed, it may serve as a source of amusement." No sooner had he spoken than Mephisto's figure abruptly split into three, launching simultaneous assaults on Dialek from various angles. Whoosh! The left doppelganger transformed its hands into colossal lava claws, striking down. The right counterpart unleashed a chain-like whip of sulfurous fire, while the true form in front unfurled a maw brimming with fangs, exhaling a toxic flame potent enough to melt steel. Dialek's pupils constricted as he rapidly spun the Blackcliff longsword before him, erecting a barrier of steel. Clang! 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 The lava claws crashed against the shield, igniting a shower of sparks, while the sulfuric whip was deflected. However, the toxic breath pierced through his defenses, compelling Dialek to evade by sidestepping. Boom! The left doppelganger seized upon this fleeting opening, delivering a crushing blow with a molten hammer to Dialek's abdomen. The tremendous force sent Dialek careening backwards, shattering 7 gravestones before finally halting. Rising from the ground, Dialek bore a ghastly, charred wound upon his chest, a sight most unsettling. "Ah, you are even more fascinating than I had anticipated." With a sinister grin, Mephisto raised his hand, and in an instant, countless black, crystalline spikes erupted from the ground beneath Dialek. With a sudden leap, Dialek narrowly avoided the spikes grazing the soles of his boots. Mid-air he spun, and the sword erupted in a dazzling dark crimson glow. Herein lies the pronouncement. Boom! A colossal pillar of fire surged skyward, the searing black-red flames coalescing into a phoenix of flame with an impressive wingspan of several dozen meters. The phoenix let out a clear, resounding cry, descending upon Mephisto with the terrifying might to incinerate all in its path, shattering the crystalline spikes as it advanced. Mephisto's pupils constricted in alarm as he hastily conjured a black energy shield for defense. Boom! The black-red phoenix was unstoppable, instantly shattering the energy shield and engulfing Mephisto entirely. In the searing white flames, Mephisto's human guise was incinerated, revealing his grotesque, demonic form. His skin, a dark crimson, was etched with lava-like patterns. Twisted horns protruded from his forehead, and a pair of tattered bat-like wings unfurled from his back. Dialek knelt on one knee, breath coming in rapid gasps, his hand gripping the sword trembling slightly. Mephisto peeled away the remnants of flesh from his face, revealing a fearsome, demonic visage before Dialek. "Indeed, you have truly astonished me, Dialek Ragnvinder. Among the multitude of humans I have encountered, you stand out remarkably. Join me in hell, become my new prince of demons. I assure you, you shall gain strength far beyond your current prowess." Mephisto remained undeterred, earnestly extending yet another invitation to Dialek. Rising from the ground, Dialek's crimson eyes remained as unyielding as a tranquil abyss as he inquired, "Shall I repeat my answer?" Stubborn as ever. "Nevertheless, it matters not. After I extinguish your life, I shall claim your soul for the underworld." With that, Mephisto offered Dialek no respite, unfurling his wings and instantly appearing before him. In a flash, the molten claws, imbued with destructive force, descended upon Dialek. With a resounding crash, Dialek swiftly raised his blade in defense. Yet he was sent flying by the sheer terror of the impact. His body, like a cannonball, hurtled backward, carving deep furrows into the earth until he collided with two granite tombstones, finally coming to a halt. The pain in his back and the numbness in his arms rendered his vision somewhat hazy. Yet, he stood resolutely, the flames flickering upon his black rock sword still ablaze. Though wavering, "It is over." Mephisto loomed above him, hands clasped as a sphere of pitch-black energy coalesced in his palms. The very space around the energy orb began to warp, as though even light were being consumed. "Embrace rebirth, Dialek Ragnavinder." Boom! The colossal energy sphere was unleashed, fracturing the ground beneath and causing the air to scream. Should this cataclysmic strike find its mark, it would obliterate Dialek entirely. He sighed, acknowledging the futility of a mortal struggle against a dimensional demon lord. However, in that fateful moment, as the devastating energy sphere was about to collide with him, crack! A strange occurrence unfolded. The space before Dialek shattered like a mirror, cracks spidering outwards. Mephisto's energy sphere collided with the fractured reality, instantaneously transforming into countless exquisite petals that cascaded gently upon him. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Mephisto's pupils constricted sharply, and he snarled the name he loathed above all, Ancient One. Yet, silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the sizzling sound of the sun scorching the earth. "Remember this, Ancient One. The soul of Dialek Ragnavind belongs to me. You shall not keep him, mark my words." No sooner had the declaration escaped his lips than Mephisto vanished from sight, as abruptly as he had appeared, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 70. The Enigmatic Power. The Forgotten S.H.I.E.L.D. Dialek brushed aside the petals that had settled upon his shoulders. The delicate pink fragments dissipated into glowing motes at the touch of his fingertips. He glanced down at his tattered garments and the wounds that had yet to fully heal, his expression remaining serene. The black rock sword in his grasp trembled slightly before transforming into a myriad of dark red particles, scattering like sparks into the air. It was only then that Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. and Johnny Blazer, who had been hiding at a distance, dared to approach. Two figures stood amidst the chaos of a devastated graveyard, surveying the ground marred by deep ravines and scorched fissures that still radiated the warmth akin to molten lava. Dozens of tombstones lay affected by the clash between a man and a demon, some severed in half, while others lay utterly shattered, the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and the remnants of flames. Johnny Blazer inhaled sharply, his voice raspy as he exclaimed, "Is this level of destruction truly within the capabilities of humanity?" Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. fixed a complicated gaze upon Dialek, his expression a tumult of emotions. As a former evil knight, he could barely muster such devastation himself. Yet the man before him, if he could still be deemed human, possessed the terrifying ability to contend with the projections of legendary dimensional demon gods on par with this. Dialek, seemingly indifferent to their astonishment, casually retrieved an orange fruit from his waist. He took a bite, sweet juice trickling down his chin, unable to suppress a frown. Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. ultimately decided to seek clarity. "Are you truly human?" Dialek did not respond immediately. Instead, he leisurely consumed the entire fruit. As the pulp slid down his throat, the deepest wound on his chest began to scab over at a visibly rapid pace, his pallid complexion regaining a hint of color. After finishing the sunset fruit, Dialek finally spoke, his tones still cool. "Covenant, do you still intend to return?" At this, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. instantly shook his head, his words tumbling out in a rush. "Thank you, but I must decline. Take as long as you wish." After witnessing the battle between Dialek and Mephisto, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. was confident that even the formidable Mephisto could not return the witch-heart demon to hell. Thus his prospects were dim. However, the mysterious man claiming to be Dialek, along with the individual he referred to, might indeed possess that capability. Johnny Blazer interjected, unable to restrain himself. "Wait, isn't that thing rather important? Just let him take it away like that?" In response, Carter S.H.I.E.L.D. rolled his eyes, wearing an expression of exasperation typical of humanity, and remarked, "If you find it objectionable, feel free to seize the covenant for yourself. There's a vacant spot right next to your father." Just as the two turned to inquire how Dialek planned to handle the Sanctus Vang Sanctus covenant, they discovered he had vanished, as if he had never been there at all. In a Bronx apartment in New York, Zhi Jiuan sat in the living room, a sunset fruit clutched in his mouth. his features contorted in a manner that suggested a skewed perspective. He applied medical alcohol to the wound on his chest, occasionally emitting sounds that were anything but pleasant. After 2.5 arduous hours, Zhi Jiuan finally managed to clean the wound and bandage it properly. Damn it, Mephisto, you old bastard, play fair. Bullying a teenager like me. Just wait. Once I extract the ruler of death, I'll see to it that I steal your whole house. Zhi Jiuan donned his shirt while muttering in frustration, feeling as though his life bore an uncanny resemblance to a Japanese adult film, simultaneously declaring it unacceptable yet continuing to scream in defiance. The most troubling aspect was that he was not the protagonist, but rather an impotent husband like the majority of Japanese men. In this predicament, aside from Mephisto, there was another individual who piqued Zhi Jiuan's interest, Gu Yi. This formidable figure seemed to have noticed him long ago. Otherwise, he would not have intervened at such a critical moment to deflect that blow. However, after stepping in, he neither revealed himself nor sought a conversation, leaving Zhi Jiuan perplexed about the elder's thoughts. Just then, as Zhi Jiuan pondered these matters, his phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the caller ID and, upon confirming it was Peter Parker's number, cleared his throat and said, "Hello. This charming gentleman is currently unavailable to take your call. Please try again later." Don't presume that your fluency in Mandarin grants you the liberty to act without restraint. You scoundrel. Peter Parker's voice came through, fraught with exasperation. Zhi Jiuan leisurely distanced the phone from his ear, using his other hand to idly scratch his ear before replying. All right, enough with the tirade. What do you need? Heavy breathing resonated through the line, and after a prolonged pause, Peter Parker finally inquired, "What time are you planning to arrive at tonight's party?" Zhi Jiuan momentarily paused, struggling to recall any promise he had made to attend a party. In his simplistic understanding, gatherings among American teenagers, referred to as parties, were more aptly termed hangouts. While he recognized that what they called a party was often a cover for collective mischief, such stereotypes, though somewhat cliché, proved useful given his limited experiences. Noticing Zhi Jiuan's prolonged silence, Peter Parker's tone grew somber. "You haven't forgotten, have you? How could I possibly forget? Am I that sort of person? How dare you tarnish my character without cause? After all this time, is this how you perceive me? As the saying goes, kind words warm the heart in winter, while harsh words can chill in summer. Yet, my friend, you have truly wounded me. I feel as if spring shall never grace my world again." However, before Zhi Jiuan could finish, Peter Parker coolly interjected, "You indeed forgot." Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan ceased his attempts at denial and boldly retorted, "So what? I can always bow an apology. By the way, whose party is it? Why are you so invested? Does one know? Aren't you concerned that It's Gwen's birthday party." Zhi Jiuan fell silent, then suddenly enlightened, "I knew I hadn't forgotten. You simply wouldn't believe me. I'll probably arrive around 8 p.m. Now, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll have to cut this short. Goodbye." With that, he hung up before Peter Parker could respond. That was close. He almost revealed too much. Chapter 71. The Gathering and the Unexpected. On a night in New York City, the streetlights cast a damp, golden halo upon the rain-soaked pavement. Zhi Jiuan donned a fitted, deep gray trench coat, his left hand gripping a small black case, while his right hand held a neatly folded black umbrella as he strolled leisurely out of the neighborhood. He paused at the roadside, raising his hand slightly, prepared to hail a taxi. Suddenly, the deliberately subdued command rang out from behind him, "Don't move." From the accent, it was evident that the voice belonged to an African American. Zhi Jiuan's movements faltered momentarily. He turned slowly to see two masked men emerging from the shadows of a nearby alley. One was tall, the other short, and both wielded firearms, their muzzles aimed directly at his chest. "Hand over your money and valuables. Take it slow, and don't try anything funny." The voice of the taller robber was gravelly, his eyes darting around, his finger poised on the trigger. Zhi Jiuan's gaze swept between the two men, his demeanor remarkably calm for a person in such a perilous situation. He nodded slightly and replied in a tone that could be described as polite, "Very well, please do not fire." Upon hearing this, the taller robber jabbed his elbow into his companion's shoulder, boasting, "See, I told you that yellow-skinned folks are easy to rob. The last Japanese I held up was even more compliant. He handed over everything of value and even bowed to thank me as I left." However, the shorter robber remained vigilant, his gaze fixed intently on Zhi Jiuan, the gun never wavering. He barked, "Get into the alley. Now." Zhi Jiuan offered no resistance, complying with the two men as they retreated into the dimly lit alley. The air was thick with the stench of refuse and dampness, the walls adorned with chaotic graffiti, while distant yowls of feral cats echoed through the night. The shorter robber pressed the gun against Zhi Jiuan's back, commanding, "Drop the case. Take out your wallet, phone, and all your valuables." Zhi Jiuan glanced at the case in his hand, then suddenly shook his wrist. With a soft thud, the case was tossed a few steps away against the wall. "What the hell are you doing?" The shorter robber exploded with fury, the gun nearly touching Zhi Jiuan's nose. Zhi Jiuan promptly raised both hands, his tone earnest. "I apologize. Your voice startled me, and my hand trembled." He gestured to his empty right hand while holding the umbrella with his left, continuing, "I possess only this umbrella. No weapons to defend myself, I assure you. You may safely retrieve it. The case contains a gift for a friend. Although not exceedingly valuable, it should be worth around $2,000 to $3,000. The two robbers exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by his compliance. The slender robber squinted, his gun still aimed at Zhi Jiuan, and turned to his taller accomplice, commanding, "You go fetch the box, I'll keep an eye on him." The towering robber nodded, holstered his pistol at the small of his back, and swiftly approached the box in the corner. Zhi Jiuan's gaze bypassed the robber's shoulder, focusing on the shorter accomplice who was bent over to pick up the box, a flicker of imperceptible coldness flashing in his eyes. Just as the short robber leaned down to retrieve the box, Zhi Jiuan suddenly feigned surprise, raising his voice and calling towards the alley entrance, "Officer, these two are robbers." The two robbers froze, instinctively turning their heads to look behind them. In that instant, Zhi Jiuan had already sprung into action. The black-handled umbrella in his hand thrust forward like a rapier, striking the short robber's wrist with a sharp crack. "Ah!" The robber cried out in pain as the gun slipped from his grasp, clattering against the wall with a metallic clang. Without pausing, Zhi Jiuan flicked the umbrella upwards, landing a heavy blow to the robber's chin. Thud! The short robber staggered back, and Zhi Jiuan stepped forward, sweeping the umbrella across his knee. With a sharp crack, the robber collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Before he could retaliate, Zhi Jiuan delivered a forceful punch to the back of his neck, and with a dull thud, the robber fell, unable to rise again. Just as Zhi Jiuan turned to confront the taller robber, a muffled grunt caught his attention. He glanced back to find that the tall robber had already been subdued by a middle-aged Caucasian man who had appeared out of nowhere. The robber's gun was wrested from his hand, followed by a textbook shoulder throw that slammed him heavily onto the damp ground. The middle-aged man dusted off his hands and flashed a friendly smile at Zhi Jiuan, revealing the badge clipped to his belt. "No need to be anxious," he said, immediately bending down to cuff the groaning robbers before pulling out a walkie-talkie to call for backup. It was only then that Zhi Jiuan exhaled a long breath, stepping forward with sincere gratitude. "Thank you so much, officer. May I ask your name? I'd like to write a letter of appreciation to the New York Police Department tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged officer beamed brightly, waving his hands dismissively. "No need for that. Combating crime is our duty as police officers. You can call me George. Your skills are quite impressive. Have you trained before?" He straightened up, eyeing Zhi Jiuan with keen interest. "I learned a few moves from my elders, just for fitness. I wouldn't dare say I've trained," Zhi Jiuan replied modestly, bending to pick up his box. George nodded appreciatively at Zhi Jiuan's humble response, saying, "In America, humility is a precious quality, especially among the youth. Are you interested in becoming a police officer? I know a few people at the New York Police Department who could write you a recommendation letter. You could attend the police academy after graduating high school." Zhi Jiuan smiled politely and said, "Thank you very much for your kindness. I will consider it." Shortly thereafter, a police car approached from a distance, and two officers disembarked, saluting Officer George as they escorted two robbers into the vehicle. The two men then stood by the roadside and conversed for a while. During this time, Officer George noticed Zhi Jiuan frequently glancing at his watch and, sensing the urgency, decided to conclude their discussion, inquiring, "Are you in a hurry?" "I have a gathering to attend," Zhi Jiuan replied. Upon hearing this, Officer George surveyed the surroundings, shook his head, and remarked, "It's quite difficult to hail a cab in this area at night. Where's your gathering located?" Zhi Jiuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately disclosed the address of the community where Gwen Stacy resided. To his surprise, Officer George's eyes lit up with delight as he exclaimed, "What a coincidence. I live in that community as well. I just finished my shift, so I can give you a ride. Is that really appropriate?" Zhi Jiuan questioned. Officer George chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. What difference does it make? It's on my way. After pondering for a moment, Zhi Jiuan nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I appreciate your assistance." Chapter 72. A blow from a frivolous friend that night. The Chevrolet glided smoothly through the New York nightscape, the neon lights outside casting shifting hues upon Zhi Jiuan's profile. Officer George held the steering wheel with one hand while the other rested casually on the edge of the window, his index finger rhythmically tapping. In a seemingly casual tone, he asked, "Could you tell me what kind of gathering you are attending?" Zhi Jiuan adjusted the position of his seatbelt, contemplated for a moment, and replied, It's a birthday party for a female classmate." George glanced at him through the rearview mirror, his voice tinged with professional vigilance as he inquired, "A birthday party? Will there be any illicit substances or illegal activities?" At this, Zhi Jiuan chuckled lightly and assured, "Rest assured, officer, there definitely won't be. My classmate comes from a strict family. Her parents are Puritans." He paused before continuing. "Moreover, her prospective boyfriend will also be present. He is quite an upstanding individual and wouldn't allow any mischief." However, the car fell silent for a few seconds, the only sound being the hum of the engine. Though, after the party, they might indeed engage in some playful antics. Zhi Jiuan suddenly added jokingly, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Yet, Officer George's expression remained steadfastly serious. His knuckles tightened on the steering wheel as he calmly asked, "Oh, is that so? What is the name of your classmate's prospective boyfriend?" Zhi Jiuan turned to find Officer George's gaze intently fixed on him through the rearview mirror. That look reminded him of Peter Parker's focused scrutiny while observing reactions in the laboratory. Although somewhat perplexed, Zhi Jiuan recognized that, given the nature of American teenage gatherings, Officer George's inquiries were understandable. Zhi Jiuan replied earnestly, "His name is Peter Parker. You probably haven't heard of him." George raised an eyebrow slightly, then gradually shifted his gaze back to the road, his right hand unconsciously brushing against the holster at his waist. "Oh, Peter Parker," he murmured, repeating the name as though to engrave it in his memory. Zhi Jiuan, oblivious to the officer's peculiar reaction, bent down to inspect the box, ensuring the latch was intact. As the vehicle entered the neighborhood, Officer George suddenly inquired, "Is your party location at 117 Clough Street?" Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan wore an expression reminiscent of a village elder gazing at a fortune teller. Glancing at Zhi Jiuan, Officer George coolly remarked, "Curious as to how I know? It's quite simple. That's my home. I'm Gwen's father, George Stacy." At this revelation, Zhi Jiuan fell silent. After a moment, as if struck by an idea, he revealed a charmingly mischievous grin that he quickly suppressed, then said with feigned seriousness, "Uncle George, to be honest, as a mere bystander, I believe that despite Peter's smoking, drinking, and wild hair, lacking a car or a house, and being orphaned with no money to offer or a life to spare, please trust me when I say he's a good boy. With Gwen by his side, you needn't worry at all, given the pace of their relationship. I dare say it won't be long before you become a grandfather. Just imagine, one fine morning, as you open your door, you are greeted by Gwen, one child at her left hand, another in her right, and one more on the way, all waiting at your doorstep. How does that sound, Uncle George? Do you feel the joyous knock of happiness approaching?" George Stacy pondered this vivid image, a sudden fondness for reckless driving washing over him. It would be even more delightful if every speed bump were Peter Parker. The air was filled with a grating sound, a gnashing of teeth that Zhi Jiuan heard as a delightful melody, though Peter Parker might feel somewhat uneasy. Meanwhile, 117 Clough Street was adorned with ribbons and balloons, creating a festive atmosphere. Gwen Stacy stood before the gift table, her golden hair shimmering under the warm yellow lights. Surrounded by her friends and classmates, they eagerly watched her unwrap carefully prepared gifts. "Wow," Gwen exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she picked up the vintage vinyl record from Harry Osborn. "This is Led Zeppelin's 4. How do you know I've always wanted to collect this?" In response, Harry Osborn winked with pride, saying, "When we were at the record store last time, I noticed how your eyes were practically glued to the turntable while listening to Stairway to Heaven. I just knew you would love it." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Gwen Stacy continued to unwrap the gifts. Jennifer had presented her with a hand-knitted scarf, while Flesh gifted her a rare edition of a neuroscience tome. The usually stoic Betty surprised everyone with a pair of exquisite earrings. Finally, her gaze settled upon an inconspicuous paper box in the corner. A rather unremarkable sticky note was affixed to it, bearing the words, "Happy birthday, Gwen." "It's Parker's turn. Let's see what the nerd has in store," Flesh jeered. Peter Parker stood off to the side, nervously twisting the hem of his shirt, clearly lacking confidence in his gift. Gwen Stacy carefully peeled away the wrapping, and as she lifted the box lid, a soft azure light spilled forth from the crevice. Upon fully unveiling it, she discovered an unusual little luminescent plant nestled within. Its leaves were long and sword-like, topped with 3 pearl-like glowing fruits that emitted a dreamlike glow even in daylight. The living room fell silent, captivated by the enchanting plant. "Oh my goodness, Peter, what is this?" Gwen Stacy gently cradled the pot, the blue light reflecting upon her face. "It's a luminescent plant. I saw it at, a special botanical exhibition. It glows at night and smells quite pleasant, a bit like scallions," Peter Parker stammered, scratching his head, his voice trembling slightly with nervousness. Jennifer leaned in for a closer look, her eyes filled with envy. "It's like something out of fairy tale." Flesh, for once, refrained from mockery, his eyes wide as he inquired, "How much did this cost?" "It must be pricey." "How much is it?" "If it's under $1,000. I might want one too." The group gathered around the luminescent plant, chattering excitedly. Gwen Stacy placed the pot on the windowsill and stepped back to admire it. The soft glow cast dancing shadows upon the curtains, as if a piece of the night sky had been transported into the room. Suddenly, she turned and enveloped Peter Parker in a heartfelt embrace. "This is the best gift I have ever received," she whispered softly in his ear. "Thank you." With that, Gwen Stacy planted a gentle kiss on Peter Parker's cheek. His ears flushed a deep crimson, as if they might bleed. Yet a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth that he could not suppress. Chapter 73. The party concludes. Enter the mysterious blonde Adonis, just as Peter Parker reveled in his blissful moment. The door swung open with a creak, abruptly halting the laughter in the living room. The tall figure of George Stacy appeared in the entrance. Clad in a crisp black shirt, his police badge glinted subtly under the light. Though he wore a friendly smile, the sharpness in his eyes caused all present to instinctively hold their breath. Meanwhile, Zhi Jiuan lurked behind George Stacy like a translator guiding unwelcome intruders into a village, his demeanor furtive and anxious. Upon the appearance of the two figures, Gwen Stacy's face lit up with delight as she hurried forward and exclaimed, "Father, how did you two come together?" George Stacy, with a face full of paternal affection, affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and gently replied, "We happened to cross paths on the way here. I heard he was also attending your birthday party, so we decided to come together." Observing the shy youths within the room, George Stacy smiled and raised his hand in a gesture of reassurance, saying, "Do not be nervous, children. I am merely here to retrieve a few items and shall be on my way shortly." His gaze swept across the room, pausing momentarily on the luminescent lampstand on the windowsill before nodding and commenting, "This potted flower is quite lovely." However, his attention then shifted beyond Gwen Stacy to the others in the room, his smile widening as he inquired, "I hear there is a boy named Peter here. Would it be convenient for him to step forward so I may make his acquaintance?" Though his tone was gentle, the atmosphere in the room seemed to drop several degrees. The crowd fell silent, all eyes gravitating towards one direction. Hiding in the corner, Peter Parker felt a chill run down his spine, his nerves prickling as he stiffly raised his hand, stammering, "Why, yes, it's me, Mr. Stacy." George Stacy's gaze swept over Peter Parker from head to toe like a ray of light. One hand rested on Peter's shoulder while the other lingered near the holster at his waist, as he cheerfully said, "Come, let us step outside for a chat." Peter Parker cast a desperate glance toward the other corner where the insufferable individual sat. Yet, Liz Allen seemed entirely oblivious to his plea, engrossed in examining the pear at her hand. "Oh, this pear is made of actual pear flesh. It's surprisingly sweet and has a genuine pear flavor. This insufferable person must be doing this on purpose," Peter Parker thought bitterly. Gwen Stacy intended to intervene and assist him, but was halted by Liz Allen and Harry Osborn. "Let's see what gifts we have brought. Come, let's see what I brought you." Ultimately, Peter Parker found himself following George Stacy outside. Observing Peter's forlorn expression, Harry Osborn felt a twinge of sympathy and remarked, "Do you think what we're doing is right?" In response, Liz Allen grimaced, retorting, "You should try saying that without laughing." With a chuckle, the two shared a moment of levity, and even Gwen Stacy felt a pang of compassion for Peter Parker. After their laughter subsided, Liz Allen retrieved a black box from the corner and placed it on the coffee table, playfully suggesting to Gwen Stacy, "Shall we open it and take a look?" The group's attention was instantly captivated. Gwen Stacy hesitated, glancing toward the door, but eventually lifted the lid of the box. Inside, nestled on a velvet lining, lay a dazzling array of jewelry, feather-like hairpieces, petal-shaped earrings, and vine-wrapped bracelets, each adorned with extraordinary gems that shifted colors in the light. Gwen Stacy cautiously picked up the exquisite hairpin and exclaimed, "How beautiful! It's so delicate." Upon gazing at these splendid adornments, several young ladies at the party instantly engaged in fervent discussions. Jennifer, her eyes sparkling, turned to Zhi Jiuan and, with a hint of pleading in her voice, inquired, "Where did you purchase this? Can you share the address or website? I desire a set for myself. It's simply stunning." In response, Zhi Jiuan shook her head and replied, "This collection is called the Light of Floral Dew. It was designed by a friend of mine with the surname Me, and then handcrafted by a skilled artisan in our country. However, I recently heard that the master has gone on a trip to Japan, and upon returning, he was diagnosed with severe kidney deficiency, rendering him unable to continue heavy labor. Therefore, he has retired, and this is the only set in existence." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. The young women sighed in dismay, while the young men eagerly implored Zhi Jiuan to seek out the location that had caused the master such distress. They meant no harm. They merely wished to tread the path of the old master and avenge his grievances. What could possibly have caused such severe ailments to the master? They felt compelled to witness it for themselves. Time flew by, and soon it was midnight. The party was drawing to a close, with parents arriving to collect their children, except for a certain renowned performer from Marvel and a Chinese exchange student. "Peter, you must give up. There is no future for us. Let's release each other," Zhi Jiuan shouted while running, glancing back. Behind her was Peter Parker, burdened with an overwhelming resentment, seemingly intent on exacting revenge on the one ahead of him. "Be silent. I am no longer concerned with right or wrong. Today, I shall put an end to you this calamity," he retorted. "Violence will not resolve anything. Perhaps you might try to transform me with love and a sense of justice, but violence can resolve you." Just as the two exchanged heated words, a golden figure dashed past the intersection like a bolt of lightning. His speed was astonishing, each stride seemingly covering several meters. "What is that?" Peter Parker halted, his eyes wide with astonishment. Behind this man, a dozen black sedans roared out of the intersection like beasts, with silhouettes of armed figures faintly visible through the tinted windows. Above, two helicopters hovered at low altitude, their blinding searchlights locking onto the agile figure. "Clear the way." The blond man suddenly made a sharp turn, nearly brushing past Zhi Jiuan and Peter Parker. In a moment of urgency, he leaped, landing firmly on the roof of a parked truck at the roadside, then sprang onto the fire escape of the adjacent building. With a single bound, he leapt directly from the 5-meter-high fire escape to the rooftop across, vanishing amidst the clustered skyline in a series of graceful movements. The convoy came to a sudden halt at the intersection, tires screeching against the pavement in a sharp, piercing wail. Several figures clad in black leapt from the vehicles, frantically shouting into their radios. A helicopter hovered for a moment before veering away. The street returned to a profound silence, leaving only Zhi Jiuan and Peter Parker standing in place, exchanging bewildered glances. Peter scratched his head and remarked, "What just happened? That blond man seems somewhat familiar. Do you have any idea?" Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully in the direction where the blond man had vanished. Chapter 74. Ambush in the Dead of Night, Brooklyn, New York. A high-end mattress often requires the simplest of arrangements. Johnny Blaze, weary from a day of toil, was just about to lie down when, bang, a pale hand suddenly struck from behind, gripping his neck like a vice, lifting him off the ground and slamming him against the wall. Boom! The sturdy wooden wall shattered as if it were made of paper, and Johnny's body crashed through the partition, landing heavily on the floor of the vacant room next door. Wood chips and dust filled the air as a searing pain shot through his back, the air in his lungs expelled by the impact. Dazed, he vaguely discerned a tall shadow moving through the hole in the wall, striding with the ease of a leisurely stroll. Cough, cough, cough. Oh. Johnny Blaze struggled to rise, but that pale hand struck again, seizing his throat and lifting him off the ground. At that moment, he finally discerned the assailant's appearance. A figure clad in a black priest's robe, enveloping a robust physique, with a strikingly handsome, yet almost otherworldly pale face, and crimson eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. Despite never having met, an instinctive intuition led Johnny Blaze to instantly recognize the identity of his attacker. Mephisto's hound. He managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth. Bingo, congratulations on your correct answer, but there's no prize. The entity, known as the Sorcerer of Hearts, tilted his head slightly, seemingly reveling in the final struggles of his prey, and remarked with a smile, "You are the one who murdered my 3 formidable lieutenants." The Spirit Knights? How disappointing for a demon. Johnny Blaze's pupils constricted sharply, rage igniting from the depths of his heart. He ceased to suppress the power within him. Hellfire erupted from his every orifice, flooding the room with intense heat. His skin carbonized and peeled away, revealing a burning skeletal visage. Crimson chains materialized from the ether, clattering as they coiled around his bony arms. Boom! The hellfire engulfed him instantly, and the skeletal face of the Spirit Knight emerged amidst the flames. He seized the Sorcerer of Hearts' wrist, and the searing fire spread uncontrollably from their point of contact. The Sorcerer of Hearts, pained, released his grip and stepped back, staring at his charred palm. Yet in the next moment, the burns began to heal at a visible pace. A smile of exhilaration spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Excellent. Now, this is getting interesting." The Ghost Rider violently swung his chains, which were engulfed in flames, wrapping around the neck of the Witch King like a constricting serpent. Faced with the burning chains, the Witch King remained unflinching, merely raising his hand. Crack! The infernal chains, ablaze with hellfire, suddenly froze half a meter away from him, the flames solidifying into a sculpture of ice. The Ghost Rider's fiery pupils narrowed in disbelief. Yet before he could react, the Witch King's fingers curled slightly. Boom! The frozen chains erupted, countless icicles shooting back like a torrential downpour. The Ghost Rider rolled to evade, the icicles piercing the wall, instantly encasing it in ice. With a thunderous roar, hellfire erupted from the floor like a volcanic explosion, flames sweeping through the entire room, reducing furniture to char in an instant. The Witch King finally took a half step back, an ice blade held aloft. The flames halted by a wall of ice before they could reach him. Seizing the opportunity, the Ghost Rider surged forward. His fiery fist aimed directly at the Witch King's face. Bang! His fist struck the ice wall, cracks spreading like a spider's web in an instant. A flicker of surprise crossed the Witch King's eyes, swiftly replaced by a mocking smirk. A commendable strength, but alas, still too feeble. He abruptly withdrew the ice wall and seized the Ghost Rider's wrist. A bone-chilling cold surged through the contact point, dimming the hellfire to a mere flicker. "Can your flames extinguish my ice?" The Witch King's other hand pressed against the Ghost Rider's chest, unleashing an overwhelming force of cold. Crack! The Ghost Rider's ribs instantly froze, the flames trapped within his bones. He let out a pained howl, unable to break free. "Look into my eyes." The Ghost Rider's eyes erupted with blazing flames, locking gazes with the Witch King. However, after a moment, the Witch King remained unchanged. Boom! The Witch King's robe fluttered, and the hellfire entwined around him vanished without a trace. He grasped the Ghost Rider's throat, a terrifying chill pouring in, causing the hellfire to flicker and dim, on the verge of extinguishing. "I forgot to inform you, my soul still resides somewhere in hell. You cannot judge me." Boom! The Witch King delivered a knee strike to the Ghost Rider's abdomen, shattering ice crystals as the hellfire was completely snuffed out. Johnny Blaze was forced out of his transformed state, crashing heavily to the ground, his body covered in a thin layer of ice, his lips turning a shade of blue from the cold. The Witch King looked down upon him, an ice spear forming at his fingertips, aimed at Johnny Blaze's heart. His tone chillingly cold. "Tell me, who is the human that took the sanctified Gonsack contract?" The corners of the Witch King's mouth curled into a victorious smirk when suddenly a wave of searing heat swept in from outside the window. His pupils constricted, instinctively raising his hand. Boom! A wall of ice, half a meter thick, instantly formed, the crystalline ice refracting a fierce light under the moonlight. In the next moment, a long blade entwined with black and crimson flames pierced through the icy wall like a meteor, its searing edge evaporating the frost into a swirling mist, narrowly grazing the neck of the Witch-Heart demon before plunging deeply into the floor with a resounding clang. The Witch-Heart demon had no time to react as a shadow leapt through the shattered window. Whoosh! The figure moved with such swiftness that it nearly left an afterimage. Its right fist enveloped in dark red flames, crashing directly towards the demoness face. The demon hastily raised an ice shield, only for it to shatter upon contact. Boom! 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 A series of 3 heavy punches followed, each one accompanied by explosive black and crimson flames. The witch-heart demon was forced to retreat repeatedly, ice crystals forming and shattering before him. With a thunderous impact, the 4th punch struck his abdomen, the intense heat penetrating deep within, finally revealing a pained expression upon his face. "Get away!" he bellowed, as a surge of icy power erupted forth, countless ice spikes shooting up from the ground. Yet the assailant performed an aerial flip, lightly tapping the ice spikes for leverage, moving like a wraith to circle behind the witch-heart demon, delivering a fierce kick to his spine. Crack! The demon crashed through the wall and tumbled into the kitchen, the refrigerator and cabinets warping from the impact. As he struggled to rise, he finally discerned the attacker's features. A black-red leather trench coat billowing in the heat, a high red ponytail dancing in the wind, and a sharply defined visage with fiery red pupils coldly fixated on him. Dialek Lacerit. The witch-heart demon wiped away the icy blue blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister grin. Chapter 75. Recruitment. Dialek's right hand grasped the air, causing the black stone blade embedded in the ground to tremble, its dark red patterns igniting with a fierce black-red glow. Clang! With a clear, ringing sound, the black stone blade broke free from the grip of gravity, tracing a fiery arc in mid-air as it soared back into its master's hand. The witch-heart demon narrowed his icy blue eyes, his tattered priestly robe fluttering in the residual energy. Suddenly, he revealed an elegant yet perilous smile, saying, "We are not enemies. Why must we be so adversarial?" He spread his arms wide, his smile sincere, his voice smooth like a serpent's hiss as he continued. "Hand over the holy Gonsar contract, and not only will I forgive your disrespect today, but when I rule the mortal realm, you shall be the sole demon prince." As he spoke, his fingertips coalesced into a crown crafted from ice, which he toyed with in his hands. Dialek held the long blade at an angle towards the ground, his expression unwavering despite the witch-heart demon's words, coolly replying, "I have heard that hellish demons are renowned for their cunning. However, I see not a trace of wisdom in you." The demon's brows arched dangerously, his gaze menacing as he regarded Dialek, his voice dripping with malice. "Dialek Lacerit, it seems you have yet to learn to cherish the opportunity one present to you. But fear not, I shall be a good teacher." Dialek paid no heed to the threats posed by the witch-heart demon. His pupils reflected the flickering flames as he elaborated, "The contract is not the source of power. Rather, it is a cunning trap devised by Mephisto. It harnesses the energy of thousands of fallen souls, each possessing the potential of a saint, to transform a hellish demon descending in its true form into a spatial anchor, connecting the realms of hell and earth." The smile on the witch-heart demon's visage began to stiffen. Stepping forward, Dialek fixed his gaze upon the demon and stated, "Consider this. Even Mephisto is cautious with his projections in the mortal realm, yet you dare to descend in your true form. Ignorance is the greatest source of courage." It seems this adage applies equally to hellish demons. Boom! Suddenly, ice crystals erupted around the witch-heart demon. The kitchen transformed into a frigid cavern, the walls shattering under the extreme cold. For the first time, uncertainty seeped into the demon's voice. "Naive. Do you think such a crude deception could fool me?" The demon's form blurred, and in the next instant, it materialized before Dialek, icy claws poised to pierce his heart. Clang! The blackrock slashing blade collided with the ice claws, unleashing a blinding shower of sparks. The searing flames clashed with the frigid ice, creating a swirling mist that enveloped the entire space. Dialek, leveraging the force, retreated, his blazing blade tracing a perfect arc. The dark red flame blade surged forth, shattering the ice walls in its wake. Boom! The witch-heart demon stood resolutely, crossing its arms before it, as a translucent ice shield formed instantaneously. Clang! The black-red flame blade collided with the ice shield, erupting in a deafening roar. The already precarious apartment trembled, succumbing to the ferocious shockwave. Johnny Blazer struggled to rise, feeling fortunate that his need for a motorcycle had led him to a relatively remote apartment, surrounded by vast, open spaces. Had he resided in the city, The chaos unleashed would surely have claimed many lives. At that moment, in the heart of the battlefield, the witch heart demon suddenly changed tactics. Its ice claws morphed into a long whip, coiling around Dialec's right leg like a venomous serpent. The frigid aura coursed up his leg, instantly freezing his pant leg into a solid mass. "I've got you." The witch heart demon cackled, exerting its strength to swing Dialec violently, hurling him towards the distant building. Bang! Dialec's body crashed through 3 walls, ultimately landing inside a wardrobe in a woman's bedroom. Shattered wood and clothing scattered in all directions. Yet he adjusted his posture mid-fall, kneeling on one knee to steady himself. Swish! Dialec hurled the Blackrock slashing blade with ferocity. The blazing sword shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, trailing a streak of black-red flames directly at the witch heart demon's face. The demon scoffed, tilting its head to evade, only to be taken aback as the blade veered mid-air. PFF. The sharp and searing Blackrock slashing blade plunged deeply into the right shoulder of the witch heart demon, flames surging wildly through the wound. A piercing scream of agony escaped the demon's lips as it grasped the hilt with its left hand, only to find its palm sizzling from the intense heat. Dialec approached like a specter, delivering a powerful kick that struck the demon's abdomen with a resounding thud. The witch heart demon was propelled backward, crashing through several walls before landing amidst the sofa in the living room. The Blackrock slashing blade remained embedded in its shoulder, flames relentlessly consuming its form. Dialec advanced slowly, his right hand poised in a grip. The blade began to tremble, vibrating with energy, and abruptly withdrew from the demon's body, soaring back into Dialec's grasp. The witch heart demon struggled to rise, icy blue blood seeping from the wound, only to freeze almost instantaneously. Its visage contorted in pain, yet suddenly morphed into an eerie smile. "Dialec, do you believe you have triumphed?" Dialec furrowed his brow. The blade pointed menacingly at the demon's throat. "I have yet to interrogate a demon, but this presents a splendid opportunity for learning." At this, the demon's grin widened, revealing its jagged white fangs as it cackled. "Ha ha! Before coming here, I paid a special visit to Roshan Simpson and my friends from the Blazing Crew." Johnny Blaze charged forward, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at the witch heart demon, teeth gritted as he demanded, "Damn you! Where are they? What have you done to them? Speak." Unfazed by Johnny Blaze's wrath, the demon chuckled nonchalantly. "Fear not. They are esteemed guests. They are currently safe in a secure location. As for their future safety, that depends on your decisions." At this moment, the demon's voice began to grow weaker, yet still dripped with malice. "In 2 days, at Brother North Island. You must arrive punctually with the St. Van Gansack contract to exchange for these individuals. Otherwise, before the demon could complete its threat, Dialec's blade plunged mercilessly into its chest. "Ha ha ha! This is merely my projection. We shall meet again, Dialec." The witch heart demon uttered its final words as its body began to carbonize amidst the blackened flames. With the last flicker of fire extinguished, only a charred husk remained on the ground, exuding a pungent scent of sulfur. Chapter 76. The fighting tournament. Johnny Blaze stared at the charred remains emitting sulfurous fumes, his chest heaving with intensity. He abruptly turned, extending his hand toward Dialec. "Dialec, give me the St. Van Gansack contract." However, Dialec merely cast a fleeting glance at the outstretched hand, the Blackrock slashing blade dissipating into dark crimson motes within his grasp. He turned and strode out of the shattered remains of the apartment, the night wind lifting his red ponytail as his voice remained calm, almost cold. "Seek out Carter Shrye, the Gravekeeper. He will teach you how to harness and wield the power of the Ghost Rider. However, you must learn swiftly. I shall venture to Brother North Island around 7 tomorrow evening." What does that mean? Is he instructing me? Upon hearing these words, Johnny Blazer was momentarily taken aback, intending to inquire further into Dialec's meaning. Yet Dialec's figure had already dissolved into the night. Johnny Blazer dashed forward, exclaiming, "Wait! You cannot just—" His voice abruptly ceased. Before him lay an empty space, with only a few remnants of burning paper swirling in the night breeze. Johnny Blazer leaned out, scanning the surroundings, but the narrow alley was devoid of any presence, as if the red-haired man had never existed. He struck his fist against the shattered doorframe, stirring up a cloud of dust, and enviously muttered, "Damn it! I shall learn this move sooner or later." Meanwhile, at Brother North Island, a desolate isle in the East River of New York, once a quarantine area for infectious diseases and a confinement for Typhoid Mary. The 1904 Slocum disaster claimed over 1,000 lives, with bodies washing ashore on this island. In the 1950s, it was transformed into a drug rehabilitation center, only to be abandoned in 1963 and subsequently declared a bird sanctuary. Today, remnants of dilapidated hospitals, consumed by vegetation, stand there, prohibiting public access, exuding a haunting atmosphere, and earning the moniker Ghost Island of New York. Due to its dark history and post-apocalyptic visage, it has become a subject of urban legends. At this moment, within the forsaken corridors of the Riverside Hospital, the sharp sound of ice cracking echoed. The true form of the frost demon slowly awakened from within an ice sculpture, the crystalline shell shattering with a resounding crack. He staggered 2 steps to regain his balance, his pale skin revealing veins aglow with an eerie blue light. Dialect lycanthrope. The frost demon howled, the tremendous wave of sound instantly shattering the glass windows lining the corridor. Raising a hand to his chest, he staggered into the hospital hall, his gaze sweeping across either side of the expansive room. To the left, Roshun Simpson was encased in a transparent ice coffin, her expression frozen in terror. To the right, several members of the fire crew were immortalized in various poses of struggle, some still caught in the act of beating against the icy surface. The frost demon's fingertips glided over the surface of the ice coffin, leaving behind a trail exuding coldness, murmuring to himself, "Who truly embodies the lie?" His gaze suddenly turned towards the depths of the hospital. In the darkness, faint sounds of dragging chains echoed, accompanied by deep, inhuman gasps. A cruel smile crept across the frost demon's lips as he coldly declared, "Whether true or false, since I can no longer turn back, I shall embrace madness to the very end." The following day, at Midtown High School, "Wake up, don't sleep any longer. Come see what I've designed," Peter Parker exclaimed as he slapped Zhi Jiuan awake, proudly holding up a sketch to showcase before him. Zhi Jiuan, still groggy, turned his head, squinting at the drawing, and nodded, saying, "Is this a sleepwear design for your adversary? Quite splendid. Perfectly executed. Merely envisioning his appearance in that attire brings me a sense of vindication, to the point where I almost feel he does not deserve such a fate. You possess remarkable design talent. Keep pushing forward, for I have great faith in you." With that, Zhi Jiuan reclined once more, preparing to indulge in a brief slumber. Peter Parker merely smirked, dismissing this envious proclamation without a second thought. However, after a while, Zhi Jiuan, seemingly haunted by a nightmare, abruptly straightened up, a grave expression adorning his face as he gazed intently at Peter Parker, asking, "Peter, why have you suddenly taken to designing clothing?" Upon hearing this, Peter Parker's gaze wandered, and he stammered an explanation. Well, that is indeed a good question, for it certainly poses a dilemma. But why is it a good question? Because, this question is genuinely worth asking." After a lengthy bout of nonsensical rambling, coupled with Zhi Jiuan's penetrating stare, Peter reluctantly retrieved a crumpled poster from his backpack and sheepishly handed it to Zhi Jiuan. The paper of the poster was exceedingly cheap, rough to the touch, with subpar printing quality. The lines of the images appeared jagged, and the text was often blurred, with some words misspelled. Zhi Jiuan scrutinized the content. Underground Black Fist Championship. The Bone Crusher S30 Game Undefeated Myth Challenge. Legendary Showdown. The Bone Crusher awaits challengers after 30 consecutive victories. Rules 1. No holds barred combat. Kicking, punching, grappling allowed. Weapons prohibited. 2. Each match lasts 3 minutes, with no referee. Surrender or knockout ends the bout. 3. Challengers must achieve 3 consecutive victories to qualify for a match against the Bone Crusher. Prize pool. 1. Regular match winner, 500. 2. Defeat the Bone Crusher, 10,000 cash and a championship belt. Location, abandoned industrial zone, warehouse number 7. Enter through the back door. Password, bone and flesh. Time, every Friday night from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Registration, on-site, signing a waiver. Deposit of 200, refundable upon victory. Contest requirements. 1. Must be 18 years or older, with no history of heart disease. 2. Bring your own mouthguard. No shoes allowed. 3. Spectators must purchase tickets in cash, 50 attendees. Note, leave with money or be carried out. Organizer, East District Underground Fighting Association. Suddenly, Zhi Jiuan recalled a macabre joke. Why are there so few Spider-Man comics? Because Spider-Man has no issues. He turned to Peter Parker, narrowing his eyes and fixating on him, before finally stating, "Kneel down. I have a favor to ask." Peter Parker, perplexed, replied, "Huh?" Ignoring Peter's bewilderment, Zhi Jiuan stuffed the poster into his backpack and continued, "You should refrain from participating in that fight. I will simply give you 10,000. During this time, you should stay at home and keep Aunt May and Uncle Ben company. Particularly Uncle Ben. You must keep a close watch on him. His age is one thing, but he also has a penchant for heroics. While such behavior and spirit are commendable, deeply disapprove of his actions." Upon hearing this, Peter Parker fell silent, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. Noticing the unsettling shift in Peter Parker's gaze, Zhi Jiuan instinctively retreated several paces, eyeing him warily and declaring, "What is that look in your eyes? I warn you, I only fancy women. You are not to stand behind me in the future." Chapter 77. Captain America in the early morning, Brooklyn, New York. Over 20 black, armored vehicles of S.H.I.E.L.D. encircled a dilapidated building, the low rumble of their engines resonating through the streets. Armed agents stood tense, their firearms pointed squarely at the building's entrance, fingers poised on the triggers, ready to respond to any unexpected developments. In proximity, a statue of Captain America stood stoically at the street corner, its base inscribed with the words, "I'm just a kid from Brooklyn." Nick Fury stood before the building, his black trench coat fluttering gently in the breeze. His solitary eye fixated on the structure, his expression grave and profound. At that moment, Maria Hill approached briskly, whispering a report. "Director, Captain Ramlow has responded. The strike team is prepared and ready to commence the assault." In response, Nick Fury shook his head and stated, "Captain America is not the enemy. He is a hero, one of the most formidable warriors in this world. It is best to avoid an escalation into direct conflict unless absolutely necessary." However, he may have already. Before Maria Hill could finish her thought, Nick Fury's piercing gaze silenced her, prompting her to withhold the remainder of her words. With her silence, Nick Fury continued, "I trust that soldiers resolve. The strike team will remain on standby. I will enter and speak with him." Upon hearing this, several senior agents immediately stepped forward to dissuade him. Yet, Nick Fury disregarded their objections and advanced toward the building's entrance. The agents exchanged glances, ultimately resigning themselves to the director's orders, maintaining their perimeter vigilance as they watched Nick Fury enter the dimly lit structure alone. Inside, the building was shrouded in shadows, the air thick with the scent of aged wooden furniture. Nick Fury's boots creaked softly against the floorboards. His right hand remained poised near his sidearm, though he refrained from drawing it. "Rogers, I know you are inside. Can we talk? Just the two of us." Nick Fury's voice echoed through the corridor, yet no response came. He pressed on until he reached a half-open door. Taking a deep breath, he pushed it open. In the antiquated room, Steve Rogers stood with his back to the entrance, sunlight streaming through the slats of the blinds, illuminating him and delineating the contours of his broad shoulders. As the door creaked open, Steve Rogers reacted before his mind could catch up. Muscle memory took over, and his right fist shot forth like a cannonball, aimed directly at Nick Fury's throat. This is a lethal strike honed on the battlefield. Whoosh! Nick Fury's pupils constricted sharply as he sidestepped at the last moment. The force of the punch grazing his carotid artery and leaving a spiderweb-like crack on the wall behind him. Bang! Steve Rogers' left knee followed suit, crashing forcefully into Nick Fury's abdomen. Reacting swiftly, Fury crossed his arms to block, yet he was still sent flying backward by the inhuman strength of the blow. Crash! Fury's back shattered the old oak bookcase, yellowed books, and picture frames tumbling down in disarray. Outside, the agents heard the commotion within and were instantly stirred. Maria Hill pressed her hand to the communicator, urgently ordering, "Strike team, prepare to fall back." However, at that moment, Nick Fury's commanding voice resonated from inside the room. "Everyone, stay alert. No one enters without my command." Steve Rogers lunged forward like a cheetah. His right hook aimed at Fury's temple was blocked, but he immediately transformed it into an elbow strike. Bam! Nick Fury rolled amidst the wreckage of the bookshelf, the floor beneath him fracturing radially from the force of the blow. Rogers swiftly closed the distance, seizing Fury's tactical vest and lifting him off the ground. Boom! Their figures crashed through the blinds, heavily slamming against the wall adorned with vintage posters. The recruitment poster on the wall tore apart. The iconic image of Uncle Sam split in two. Fury seized the opportunity to deliver a headbutt, breaking free while Rogers was momentarily dazed. He rolled into the center of a living room, only to find Rogers already adjusting his stance, executing a standard tactical roll and launching a flying kick towards him. Boom! The forceful kick propelled Fury into the kitchen area, the stainless steel refrigerator door dented with a human-shaped imprint. Just as Rogers prepared to pursue, he caught sight of a swaying picture frame on the wall. It was a photograph of him and Bucky Barnes beneath the Brooklyn Bridge. Two young men beaming with carefree smiles. A massive fist hung in the air as Steve Rogers' breathing gradually steadied. He loosened his grip on Fury's collar and took a couple of steps back. Sunlight streamed through the shattered window, illuminating the chaos within. Torn jazz concert posters, scattered baseball game tickets, and the fallen Brooklyn Dodgers pennant. Fragments of memories from the last century quietly resting in the dust of the 21st century. Nick Fury wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the silhouette of Steve Rogers standing in the interplay of light and shadow. "I am sorry." Steve Rogers regarded the faded, dust-laden poster on the wall and, with a hint of dryness in his voice, asked, "The war is over, right?" His tone was calm, yet tinged with weariness. Nick Fury adjusted his attire and approached, standing shoulder to shoulder with Steve Rogers, responding, "Indeed, it is over. And we have emerged victorious." On April 30th, 1945, that failed Austrian art student took his own life in the bunker of the German Chancellor in Berlin. By September 2nd, 1945, the Japanese formally signed the surrender agreement, proclaiming their unconditional capitulation to the Allied forces opposing fascism. And now, it is the year 2008. Upon hearing this, Steve Rogers fell silent for a moment, then turned to Nick Fury and inquired, "Since the world is at peace, the military no longer requires my services. How do you, or rather the armed forces, intend to deal with this outdated relic of the past?" With a bruised visage, Nick Fury regarded the faded World War II recruitment posters adorning the walls, a flicker of insight illuminating his eyes as he spoke with a steady and powerful voice. "You are mistaken, Captain. Though the war has long since concluded, true peace has never truly graced this world. Under the shadows of terrorism, religious strife, and ethnic discord, the world remains perilously vulnerable. It continues to demand more heroes like yourself." Chapter 78. The Hell Rift. Meanwhile, in New York on Brother Island, within the abandoned Riverside Hospital, the air hung heavy with decay and dust. The floor and walls of the hall were densely inscribed with obscure runes, each line emanating a ghostly blue luminescence, intertwining like veins, ultimately converging into a colossal magical array exceeding 20 meters in diameter. At the center of the array stood the sorcerer, his pale visage appearing particularly sinister in the dim light. His arms unfurled like night-s wings, ice crystals forming at his fingertips. Ancient incantations slithered from his lips like venomous serpents, each syllable thickening the air. "By the blood of ancient demons as my guide, and the tears of fallen angels as my witness, I, son of Mephisto, summon thee." As the first syllable fell, the very ground of Brother Island began to tremble. The waters of the river surged, the tranquil Hudson transforming into a boiling tempest. Nearby waters became littered with dead fish, their eyes clouded, black viscous fluid seeping from their gills. The trees along the shore violently swayed, their leaves withering at an observable pace, as if an invisible force were siphoning their vitality. Inside the Riverside Hospital, the runes on the walls shifted from blue to red, glowing with the intensity of a searing brand. The sorcerer's incantations quickened, rising in pitch until they culminated in a horrifying shriek that threatened to shatter eardrums. "Today, I shatter the chains. Arise from the abyss of hell. The land of the living shall become our throne." In the instant the incantation concluded, the ground at the center of the magical array collapsed with a thunderous roar. A circular pit, 3 meters in diameter, materialized seemingly out of thin air, its concrete edges crumbling as if eroded by some invisible force. A pungent aroma of sulfur surged forth, instantly saturating the entire hospital lobby, transforming the air into a scorching, viscous haze. Deep within the pit, crimson magma churned violently, the searing heat warping one's vision. Gurgling sounds resonated, and above the magma, countless distorted shadows could be faintly discerned, frantically clawing their way upward. Their grotesque and hideous forms bore sharp, talon-like appendages that tore at the barriers of space, producing a chilling sound of friction. A cold smile curled at the corner of Witch-Heart's lips. As the first hellish creature emerged from the pit, the entire hospital seemed to tremble in terror. It was a beast resembling a colossal lizard, its dark red scales adorned with lava-like patterns, 6 asymmetrical eyes scattered chaotically across its head. It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a noxious mist laced with sulfur, followed by a deafening roar. Soon after, a second and a third grotesque entity surged forth from the pit in a frenzied horde. The hellish rift had only been ajar for a brief moment before it began to close slowly. At the instant of its closure, chaotic spatial currents sliced through the air like countless sharp blades, shredding those demons who failed to escape into mere fragments. Dark purple blood and severed limbs rained down, corroding the ground into smoldering craters. A humanoid demon with bat-like wings stepped forth from the throng of hundreds, approaching Witch-Heart. Its skin was a blood-red hue, as though flayed, with corrosive slime dripping from its sharp claws. What a surprise! You truly kept your promise and brought us to the mortal realm. Witch-Heart's lips twitched, his pallid visage fluctuating between shades of blue and red. In the context of hell, praising a demon for keeping its word is akin to having your neighbor burst forth from your bedroom closet to tell you your wife is quite appealing. It constitutes an attack on one's demonic essence. Nagel, mind your tongue. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to freeze it into shards, Witch-Heart warned the bat demon. His voice is frigid as the polar winds. The bat demon wisely fell silent, though mischief lingered in its eyes. Witch-Heart then turned to face the gathered legion of demons, his black cloak remaining undisturbed in the decaying atmosphere. Listen closely, lowly beings. The Covenant of St. Vengasa has been located. Witch-Heart's voice resonated clearly in the ears of every infernal creature present, eliciting a chorus of excited roars from the throng. They had long heard tales of the Covenant of St. Vengasa, which was said to harbor immense dark power. With this covenant in hand, any demon could wield the terrifying ability to overturn both the mortal realm and hell itself. Yet, it was held by a human, a particularly unique human. Witch-Heart continued. A demon adorned with goat horns stepped forward, filled with a mix of suspicion and curiosity, and inquired, "Human, are you the legendary Supreme Mage?" In response, the Witch-Heart demon let out a disdainful laugh and remarked, "Supreme Mage? Merely a sorcerer reliant on the powers of other dimensions, hardly worth concerning oneself with. Should he dare to appear before me, I could easily vanquish him on the spot. The one who seized the St. Van Gassic contract is a human named Deluk Lagenfin, a master of flames and an exceptional swordsman. His prowess should not be underestimated. Even my projection was effortlessly bested by him after considerable difficulty." Upon hearing this, Nagel's crimson eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "A human? It's inconceivable that he could best even your projection." The Witch-Heart demon cast a glance at him, raising his voice abruptly. "Believe it or not, in 2 days he will arrive here with the St. Van Gassic contract, and then you may judge for yourselves." His gaze swept across each menacing visage, his tone gravely serious as he continued, "If Deluk were my only adversary, I could handle him alone. But alongside him is that ancient specter knight known as Mephisto. Should they join forces, I may find it somewhat challenging to contend with them. Thus, I require your assistance to subdue them. I am quite certain that the St. Van Gassic contract resides with one of them, and whoever manages to seize it shall claim its power." With these words, the demons present began to stir restlessly. One horned demon licked his lips and, in a slightly deranged tone, asked, "What about his soul?" The Witch-Heart demon turned towards the frozen hostage, speaking with a sinister edge. "His soul is yours to handle, provided you leave him with a breath, so that I may end his life myself." Chapter 79. The finale and anomalies at noon. Having just awoken, Zhi Jiuan stretched languidly, intending to reach for his lunchbox, only to realize that numerous students still occupied the classroom. Their expressions were sorrowful, tears streaming down their faces. It seemed as though they were not studying, but rather peeling onions. Zhi Jiuan elbowed Peter Parker, who was deeply engrossed in revising his drawing, and curiously inquired, "Peter, what's the situation today? Why haven't they left yet? Aren't these fellows usually at odds with their textbooks?" Before Peter could respond, Gwen Stacy casually explained, "What is so surprising about this? Finals are approaching. The final exams at our school account for over 30 of our GPA. Although failing one T lead to dire consequences. It will certainly diminish our pocket money for the foreseeable future. Zhi Jiuan nodded in understanding. However, he glanced at Gwen Stacy, who had just finished organizing her things and was gazing at Peter Parker with a gentle smile as he sketched. He couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. There exists a peculiar group of students in this world who study diligently, neglecting food, rest, and even bathroom breaks, yet still manage to fail. Yet, there exists another cohort of students, their presence reminiscent of Landau's 10 volumes, visible, yet incomprehensible, particularly after examinations. The disparity between these two groups becomes even more pronounced. The high achiever exclaims, "I'm finished with my exam." In contrast, the underperformer mutters, "Oh no, it's over." During lunch, as Zhi Jiuan attempts to invigorate himself, he finds himself once again succumbing to drowsiness. Observing his lethargic demeanor, Peter Parker cannot help but smirk, quipping, "Why does it seem like you are perpetually sleep-deprived? Were it not for my knowledge of your aversion to both Ping and the Japanese, I might suspect you were indulging in something illicit." In response, Zhi Jiuan shoots him a glare and retorts without hesitation, "I shall report you for defamation. I have always believed that the Japanese possess many admirable qualities that we ought to emulate. For instance, endurance. In August 1945, the temperatures in Hiroshima and Nagasaki soared to 6,000 degrees Celsius. Yet, the residents of both cities never uttered a single complaint. Furthermore, courage. The Mitsubishi Electric Nagasaki factory falsified air conditioning performance data for trains, a violation that persisted for 30 years. Yet they remained resolute, merely bowing in apology when confronted. However, before Zhi Jiuan could finish his thoughts, Gwen Stacy gestured for a pause, inquisitively asking, "Hold on. It's evident that you hold a deep admiration for the Japanese. But we are curious as to why you perpetually appear so sleep-deprived? Occasional rewards are understandable, yet moderation is essential." Suddenly, Peter Parker erupted into a fit of coughs. Interrupting the conversation, Zhi Jiuan sipped his coffee, casting a sidelong glance at Peter's flushed face before leisurely stating, "Regarding your colorful antics, I shan't elaborate further. Uncle George will speak on my behalf. As for my sleep issues, it's perfectly fine to share with you. Recently, I took on a part-time job that offers a considerable remuneration, albeit with night shifts." As he spoke, Zhi Jiuan felt a wave of frustration. Both he and Wayne's grandfather were of the same age, yet Wayne's grandfather thrived without the need for sleep, while D. Luke's grandfather required additional rest, often sleeping until the afternoon of the following day. Nevertheless, upon hearing about the generous pay, Peter Parker's eyes lit up with excitement, eagerly inquiring, "What? The pay is substantial. What is the hourly rate? What do you primarily do? Are they still hiring?" Zhi Jiuan shook his head, maintaining his composure as he explained, "Currently, the positions are filled. I have signed a confidentiality agreement with the company, so I cannot disclose specific salary details, but it is indeed quite lucrative. As for the job responsibilities, it involves clearing hazardous waste that is generally inconvenient for the average person to handle. While there is some risk involved, it is mitigated by the presence of a powerful figure providing support. Thus, the danger is not particularly high." Upon hearing this, both Peter and Gwen felt a sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, at the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D, alarms blared in the monitoring room as 3 biological signal detectors simultaneously illuminated yellow warning lights. The duty technician, Albert, stifled a yawn and casually accessed the alarm interface. A peculiar anomaly had been detected in the Brother North Island area. Upon gazing at the data displayed on the screen, he jolted upright, rubbing his eyes in bewilderment. 57 unidentified heat sources? He murmured, perplexed. The thermal imaging from Riverside Hospital revealed a hazy expanse of orange-red spots. Frowning, Albert retrieved the data and muttered, "Body temperatures ranging from 142 to 700 degrees, and they're primarily concentrated in the hospital lobby. What on earth is going on?" He promptly seized the communicator and stammered, "Monitoring team calling the duty supervisor. There are anomalous biological signals on Brother North Island." 5 minutes later, the night shift team at the Bureau assembled at a leisurely pace. It's likely just explorers, vagrants, or streamers warming themselves inside. There is no need for alarm. Dispatch a drone to investigate, recommended the duty supervisor, Mark, casually flipping through reports while clutching a coffee cup. Meanwhile, the technical department was in disarray. The intern, Elisa, fumbled at the control panel, exclaiming, "Drone 3 is ready. Wait. Why is the image so blurred? Goodness, the thermal imaging seems to be malfunctioning. Switch to night vision mode." A colleague beside her banged on the equipment, grumbling in frustration. As the screen switched, a sudden hush fell over the command room of the technical department. In the murky night vision footage, hundreds of hunched, eerie figures were discernible, moving through the hospital corridors. Each figure abruptly turned to face the camera, their blood-red eyes glinting ominously. Witnessing the horrifying sight of the abandoned hospital filled with monstrous beings, Mark's coffee cup clattered to the ground, and he sprang up from his chair, shouting, "Good heavens! Activate the Level 3 Incident Alert. Notify the Coast Guard and seal off a 15-mile radius around Brother North Island. Evacuate all nearby civilians." Instantly, the entire bureau became a whirlwind of activity. Meanwhile, Nick Fury and Steve Rogers had just boarded a Quinjet. Observing the futuristic aircraft, Steve Rogers remarked nostalgically, "In my time, planes capable of soaring to tens of thousands of feet were hardly referred to as planes." Intrigued, Nick Fury turned to him and asked, "What were they called?" "Science fiction," Steve replied. At that moment, Maria Hill rushed over, clutching a report. "Director, a special report from the New York Bureau. A suspected mutated biological entity has been discovered on Brother North Island." Nick Fury, puzzled, accepted the special report from her. 314 anomalous heat source signals? Have Jeffrey dispatch an investigative team. As the words left his lips, Nick Fury paused, his expression darkening considerably. Observing his contemplative demeanor, Steve Rogers inquired, "Do you need me to take a look?" Chapter 80. Operational deployment. The night was as dark as ink, and the area surrounding Brother Island had been completely sealed off within a 15-mile radius. Along the banks of the Hudson River, dozens of glaring searchlights illuminated the vicinity as if it were broad daylight. Armored vehicles of the National Guard erected barricades on the main thoroughfares, while police officers diligently evacuated residents house by house. The air was thick with tension, and the radio crackled with continuous confirmations from various units. "The area has been secured. All residents have been evacuated. 3 stragglers have been identified, and forced removal measures are underway." Amidst the clamor, over a dozen Coast Guard patrol boats navigated the waters of the Hudson River, their 50mm cannons trained on the dark silhouette of the island. Armed helicopters hovered low, their infrared scanners sweeping across the contours of the abandoned hospital. With a thunderous roar, a Quinjet from S.H.I.E.L.D. landed on a hastily cleared patch of land. The cabin door swung open, and Nick Fury strode out, his black trench coat billowing dramatically in the night breeze. Steve Rogers followed closely behind, his blue and white uniform strikingly conspicuous under the searchlights. Maria Hill descended last, positioned beside Nick Fury, her tablet flickering with real-time surveillance footage. Upon seeing Nick Fury's presence, Jeffrey Mace, the director of the New York branch, approached briskly. Although his suit remained impeccably tailored, the beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed his anxiety as he spoke. "Director, the situation is far worse than we anticipated." Nick Fury's solitary eye surveyed the well-prepared soldiers and the heavy equipment advancing into the secured zone, and he succinctly replied, "Speak." In response, Jeffrey Mace activated a holographic projection and rapidly began to relay the information. According to satellite surveillance images, the number of unidentified creatures on the island has surpassed 300. 2 hours ago, I dispatched 2 reconnaissance teams along with 2 negotiation specialists in an attempt to communicate with the inhabitants of the island, but it was in vain. They refused to engage. All 25 members of the reconnaissance teams, including the negotiation experts, have perished. As he spoke, he tapped his device, and the display shifted to show a grainy video. The final moments captured by the helmet cameras of the reconnaissance team unfolded. A terrifying figure lunged from the darkness, its sharp claws visible, accompanied by the harrowing screams of the team members. The recording from the negotiation specialists revealed only a monstrous roar, followed by the sound of bones shattering. Finally, Jeffrey Mace, with a look of distress, concluded. The expert team analyzed all the data and ultimately arrived at an astonishing conclusion. These creatures are very likely the demons of legend. Upon hearing this, Steve Rogers could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief, staring towards Brother Island, and exclaimed in horror, "Demons? You mean the kind from the Bible with horns and tails that can breathe fire?" Jeffrey Mace, holding a tablet, glanced at Steve Rogers and calmly explained, not entirely. However, certain individuals do exhibit characteristics of hyperkeratosis and coccygeal protrusions. Upon hearing this, Steve Rogers sighed, a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he remarked, "To be honest, I find myself missing Hydra. At least they were primarily interested in my blood samples and rarely meddled with my worldview." Unfazed by his lament, Jeffrey Mace called up satellite imagery and stated, "We have two pieces of news. The bad news is that the demons on the island have grown increasingly restless. The expert panel assesses that these demons could escape from Brother Island at any moment, posing a significant threat to global security." Nick Fury nodded gravely in acknowledgement and then inquired, "And what is the good news?" Jeffrey Mace lifted his gaze, a look of nonchalance on his face, and replied, "Good news? I never claimed there was any. The other piece is also bad news. While heavy equipment has arrived, the corresponding ammunition and maintenance supplies have yet to reach us. Should the demons decide to leave the island, our current firepower deployment has less than a 30% chance of successfully intercepting them. It would be challenging even to ensure our own survival." Nick Fury narrowed his single eye and remained silent, his gaze towards Jeffrey Mace becoming increasingly amicable. He resolved to send Jeffrey Mace alone on a 28-pronged expedition to Centaurus the following day. After a moment of silence, Nick Fury turned his attention to the distant Brother Island. In the darkness, the outline of the abandoned Riverside Hospital emerged faintly, resembling a slumbering behemoth. He inhaled the cold night air deeply, his voice as icy as steel as he commanded, "Hill, take note. I am making the following deployment adjustments. 1. Reinforce the current defensive line. Expedite the deployment of the 82nd Airborne Division to bolster our forces, constructing a second line of defense behind the existing positions. 2. Appoint Rumble as the temporary artillery commander, deploying the National Guard's 777 howitzers, 1096 self-propelled howitzers, and rocket artillery all along the eastern riverbank, calibrating their barrels to the coordinates of the island. 3. Deploy 3 additional 35 fighter jets on standby in the no-fly zone, equipped with incendiary and penetrative munitions. Launch all 24-9 drones armed with high-explosive ordnance. 4. Assign Coulson to oversee logistical arrangements, ensuring a swift transfer of a cache of silver ammunition, weaponry, and holy water grenades from S.H.I.E.L.D. warehouses to this location." At this juncture, Nick Fury hesitated briefly, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eye as he continued, "Should those demons exhibit any signs of leaving the island, do not seek permission. Immediately execute a saturation strike, and we shall not hesitate to obliterate the entire island." After Maria Hill repeated the orders to confirm there were no recording errors, the command was promptly relayed via radio to various points on the battlefield. The entire defensive line began to operate like a finely tuned machine. Army soldiers shouted the slogans of their units as they positioned heavy machine guns, mortars, and other weapons at strategic high points. In the muddy riverbank, the engineering troops operated excavators to urgently construct artillery positions. The communications unit moved swiftly among them, laying fiber optics and establishing radio relay stations. Above, another C-130 transport aircraft roared past, dropping several containers. Those were specialized equipment from S.H.I.E.L.D, and the contents remain a mystery. Yet each box bore the striking emblem of an eagle. Jeffrey Mace watched the busy soldiers and turned to Nick Fury, softly inquiring, "Commander, what do you believe is the purpose of these demons arriving on Earth?" Nick Fury offered no response. His gaze remained fixed on the island shrouded in darkness, as if he had foreseen the impending storm. Chapter 81. Journey to Hell. Inside the small cabin of the cemetery, the dim kerosene lamp cast flickering shadows on the walls. Johnny Blazer crouched on the floor, grimacing as he examined the components of his shotgun. Fresh bruises adorned his cheekbones, and blood crusted at the corners of his mouth, causing him to wince with every turn of the wrench, drawing involuntary gasps of pain. In the corner, Carter Slade methodically polished his 2 antique revolvers. The silver bodies glimmered coldly under the light, and the chamber, inscribed with runes, rotated slowly with his fingers' movements. Click! The barely audible sound of the door hinge turning was met with Carter Slade's lightning-fast reflexes as the barrel of his gun instantly pointed toward the entrance, the hammer's click echoing sharply in the air. Johnny Blazer looked up in confusion, observing Carter Slade's tense demeanor, and curiously asked, "What is going on?" "Good evening," came the voice of Dialek, appearing at the window ledge, his black and red trench coat still damp with the night's dew. He regarded the two men inside with a calm gaze, not even a flutter of his eyelashes. Carter Slade turned to him, his expression clearly conveying, "Your demeanor suggests you've had an accident," he said, exasperated. "You're deliberately trying to make me look foolish, aren't you?" In response, Dialek remained silent, his eyes scanning Johnny Blazer's bruised visage. Though Dialek said nothing, Johnny felt as if he were being harshly berated. Ignoring Johnny's resentful gaze, Dialek straightforwardly asked, "Are you ready?" Upon hearing this, Johnny Blazer eagerly patted his shotgun, responding with impatience, "We can leave at any time." Carter Slade picked up the pipe from the table and leisurely took a puff. The red glow of burning tobacco flickered in the dim light. He exhaled a cloud of grayish-white smoke and nodded in affirmation. Outside, the cool night breeze swept past the tombstones, producing eerie, wailing sounds. As the three stepped out of the cabin, a strange figure emerged under the moonlight. It was a youth, approximately 1.6 meters tall, wielding a long jade spear that shimmered with a hint of azure light, the tip entwined with an almost imperceptible breath of wind. His dark green hair danced in the night breeze, revealing a striking yet stern visage. Upon his right arm, peculiar green patterns entwined, subtly flowing beneath the skin as if alive. Those amber eyes seemed to harbor the essence of millennia of bloodshed, rendering one hesitant to meet their gaze. Johnny Blazer instinctively reached for the firearm at his waist, while Carter Schreier's fingers hovered over the trigger of his revolver. Dialek raised a hand to halt the two, clarifying, "This is Xiao, a friend I summoned, and a formidable expert in exorcism." Xiao's gaze brushed over the pair, the tip of his spear lightly tapping the ground. His voice resonating with a chill akin to jade striking stone. "The demonic energy is accumulating at Brother North Island. We must set forth." Johnny Blazer and Carter Schreier exchanged a knowing glance. Having witnessed Dialek's prowess, they understood that anyone deemed powerful by this crimson-haired man was certainly no ordinary individual. "Greetings, I am Johnny Blazer," he said with a smile, extending his fist in a gesture of camaraderie. The spear-wielding Xiao merely nodded slightly, his dark green hair billowing in the night breeze as he replied, "Do not impede." No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure dissipated like a gentle breeze, leaving only a few azure stars to drift slowly to the ground. Johnny Blazer's lips twitched in realization. "Excellent. It is now confirmed. This tattooed youth is undoubtedly a friend of Dialek." With a sigh of envy, Johnny contemplated inquiring if Dialek might teach him this skill, only to turn and find that Dialek had vanished as well. Cursed fate. I must learn this skill. Frustrated, Johnny dashed towards his Harley. Turning to Carter Schreier, he asked, "Are you keeping up with me, old man?" In response, Carter merely chuckled quietly, leisurely whistling a tune. Whoosh! The stable echoed with a whinny as a chestnut stallion galloped forth. Carter leaped gracefully into the air, tracing a beautiful arc before landing firmly upon the steed's back. He seized the cowboy hat hanging by the saddle and proclaimed, "Let us see how far you can shake me off." The moment he donned the hat, boom! Hellfire erupted. Carter's skin cracked, revealing a visage of a burning skeleton. His tattered cowboy attire transformed into charred leather armor, and his revolver reshaped into a runic weapon amidst the flames. The stallion, too, underwent a metamorphosis in the blaze, its hooves igniting with crimson flames, and an eternal soul fire danced within its eye sockets. Johnny Blazer erupted in laughter, twisting the throttle, transforming into the rider of the apocalypse. Rumble, rumble. The motorcycle's exhaust belched forth hellfire, the tires carving two scorched trails upon the ground. The two blazing figures surged forth from the cemetery, racing towards Brother North Island. In the night sky, a faint azure glow flickered ahead, guiding their path. Beneath the pallid moonlight, a yellow-green iguana ascended the rocks of the roadside, its golden vertical pupils fixated upon the overgrown wasteland across the road, its chest heaving with excitement. The green iguana trembles, its throat scales quivering as if exhilarated by the discovery of a territory yet to be conquered. This would be a new kingdom, and I, with a fiery resolve, shall become its inaugural pioneer. It solemnly raises its forelimb, poised to take the first step toward conquest. Suddenly, two blazing figures streak across the road like meteors. The infernal heat ignites the ambitious lizard, transforming it into a small fireball. At that moment, Johnny Blaze vaguely senses that the motorcycle's wheels may have rolled over something, as a fleeting spark of flame flashes in the rearview mirror. Oddly, it feels as though I have ignited something truly remarkable. He mutters, yet the winding mountain road ahead captures his full attention. Within the temporary command center by the Hudson River, the holographic projector flickers with a three-dimensional map of Brother Island. Nick Fury leans against the tactical table, his keen, singular eye scanning the real-time reports from various combat units. Deputy Commander Maria Hill points to the hydrological data map of Brother Island, stating gravely, the waters surrounding the island are characterized by strong tides and complex salinity gradients, with numerous reefs and insufficient average depth, rendering large landing vessels unable to navigate. Her words are abruptly interrupted by the sudden opening of the door. A communications officer strides in, standing at attention and saluting before announcing, "Sir, urgent military intelligence." Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition washes over Nick Fury, his brow furrowing as he commands, "Speak." The satellite has detected 3 unidentified targets approaching our position at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, with an estimated time of arrival in 11 minutes. The communications officer speaks rapidly, continuing, "The targets exhibit high-intensity energy radiation, and all 4 reconnaissance drones within a 500-meter radius have lost control and crashed. The last transmitted images suggest the targets resemble humanoid entities, though the imaging system is severely disrupted." The operations room falls into a hushed silence. Maria Hill swiftly retrieves the satellite trajectory map, 3 crimson paths slicing toward the command center as coordinates. A technician interjects loudly. Radiation spectrum analysis indicates an 87 match of energy characteristics with the demonic entities previously encountered in Manhattan. Nick Fury's fingers tap on the tactical table, the sound as unyielding as iron. Initiate the Iron Curtain Protocol. All units transition to Level 1 combat readiness. The air defense array switches to armor-piercing incendiary rounds, and helicopter formations take to the skies for interception. Chapter 82. The outbreak of war along the banks of the Hudson River. The defenses of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the National Guard form an impenetrable barrier. Armored vehicles, howitzers, and snipers are meticulously positioned, all aimed toward Brother Island. Thunderous roars erupt. Yet, 2 figures engulfed in hellfire suddenly appear, instantly tearing through this fortress of steel. Johnny Blaze and Carter Slade, transformed into the Ghost Rider, unleash flames from their skulls, iron chains entwined in roaring fire, as they break through the defenses like meteors. "Fire! Stop those 2 monsters!" The commander roared, but before his words could fully escape his lips, the chains wielded by Johnny Blaze, transformed into the Ghost Rider, had already swept through. The sound of tearing echoed. The howitzer twisted and warped in the flames. The steel plating of the armored vehicle melted like wax, molten iron splattering upon the charred earth. Soldiers recoiled in terror, while 2 Ghost Riders strode across the boiling surface of the river, flames surging beneath their feet, advancing towards Brother Island in the north. In the distance, Nick Fury stood before the command vehicle, his single eye fixed intently on the surveillance screen. He swiftly seized the communicator, issuing the command, "All units, prepare for saturation bombardment on Brother Island. Repeat immediately." However, before his order could reach the entire army, a surge of dark green wind suddenly swept across the riverbank. The wind roared like a living being, lifting sand and stones, scattering rifles, artillery, missile launchers, every weapon in sight. All blown away. Soldiers clutched desperately to anything they could hold on to, but could only watch helplessly as their equipment was whisked away by this bizarre gale and plunged into the murky waves of the Hudson River. What the hell is happening? Nick Fury slammed his fist upon the vehicle's hood, his already dark complexion now reduced to a mere row of teeth. After the tempest, the battlefield lay in ruins, leaving behind only unarmed soldiers and incapacitated vehicles. Towards Brother Island, ominous clouds loomed, faint echoes of demonic roars reverberating through the air. Meanwhile, Johnny Blaze and Carter Slade had already set foot upon the island. Within the abandoned hospital hall, the figure of the Witch King materialized slowly, his pallid visage twisted into a cruel smile. "Ah, 2 Ghost Riders? How intriguing. But I am not alone in this." He spread his arms wide, revealing behind him a legion of grotesque, hellish demons, some towering nearly 3 meters tall, their bodies covered in lava-like, cracked skin. Others bore rotten, fleshy wings, leaving a foul trail in the air. Still others were composed entirely of writhing shadows. Flanking the Witch King, the sides of the hall held the frozen forms of Roshan and members of the explosive squad, standing still like statues. Now, surrender the sanctum of Vancast. The Witch King's voice sliced through the air like a blade against glass. But before he could complete his sentence, a sudden calamity struck. With a thunderous rumble, chunks of concrete plummeted like torrential rain. Yet before they could touch the ground, they were pulverized by an unseen force. A dark green hurricane surged through the breach, its passage accompanied by a tearing shriek in the air. Dozens of rock demons encircling the center of the hall barely had time to react before their bodies disintegrated in the gale's blade. Whoosh! Ah! As the storm of wind blades swept through, first the carapace-like skin was stripped away, then muscle fibers unraveled like threads, and ultimately, even the bones were reduced to a crimson mist. At the eye of the hurricane, a young man knelt upon one knee, thudding the flowing moon needle into the ground. With a resounding boom, the moment the weapon made contact, a circular shockwave erupted from his center, sending all demons within a 30-meter radius hurtling through the air. As the smoke dissipated, Xiao slowly rose, his amber eyes resembling two cold moons in the dimly lit hall. The contract is here. If you desire it, come and claim it. He raised his left hand, holding a scroll emanating dark energy, while his right hand brandished a spear, aimed at the witch heart demon. The entire hall fell into eerie silence. At the edge of the hall, the shadow demon attempted to slip into the shadows, quietly fleeing this place of turmoil. But before it could reach the doorway, a thunderous roar erupted. A burst of black and red flames flashed, and the shadow demon disintegrated into ashes without a sound. Dialek stepped into the hall, his figure enveloped in flames, his dark red hair fluttering in the heat wave, and his high ponytail danced like a war banner. The hem of his black and red leather coat shimmered with flowing golden edges, the menacing metallic clasps at his collar jingling with each step he took. The witch heart demon's expression darkened, its sharp gaze sweeping over the few before it, coldly addressing the surrounding demons. The sanctified Gonsar contract lies before us. Do you not wish to seize it? If we all charge together, they cannot possibly vanquish every demon present. Once they are exhausted, the sanctified Gonsar contract will be ours. In an instant, hundreds of demons surged forth like a black tide, roaring with fury. The lava giant shattered the ground beneath. The corrupted winged demons dove down, and shadow demons darted through the shadows to mount surprise attacks, transforming the abandoned hospital's hall into a bloody battlefield. Back to hell, demons! Johnny Blazer's skull spewed forth fierce flames, the chains in his hands thrashing like living entities, leaving crimson trails in the air. With a swift motion, he hurled the chains, ensnaring 3 approaching winged demons. The hellfire spread along the chains, incinerating them to ashes in an instant. Another rock giant swung down with its claw, but Johnny Blazer deftly dodged. With a swift flick, the heated chains coiled around and violently tore off the rock giant's arm, dark blood splattering forth. Carter Slay twirled his dual pistols, the barrels exuding crimson hellfire bullets. You do not belong to this realm. Return. He pulled the trigger, the searing bullets piercing through the skulls of 2 shadow demons, the explosive flames purifying them completely. With a fierce neigh, the hellish warhorse charged into the enemy ranks, trampling over the demons, reducing their severed limbs to charred remains. Dialek's figure flickered like a specter, the black-rock blade dancing in his grasp, enveloped in scorching black and red flames, intertwining with shadows as it sliced through the air. A towering flesh mountain demon swung its fist, but Dialek sidestepped, countering with a decisive slash. The heated and sharpened blackrock blade cleaved through the demon's body as easily as cutting through butter, black and red flames gushing from the wound, devouring the demon whole. On the other side, 3 shadow demons launched a surprise attack from the shadows, prompting Dialek to immediately employ elemental sight, sweeping the blackrock blade across. The fiery arcs unleashed by the blade spread like a crescent moon, instantly cleaving 3 shadow demons in twain, their burning remnants transforming into ashes amidst their anguished cries. Chapter 83. The Death of the Witch's Heart Demon. Witnessing his summoned demonic army retreating under the combined might of 3 foes, the remnants of the rock giant lay scattered across the ground, while the ashes of the shadow demons danced in the air. A glimmer of malice flashed in the witch's heart demon's eyes, glowing an eerie green, as his gaze shifted towards the frozen hostage on the 2nd floor. Worthless debris. Since I can no longer rely on you, I must. Before he could finish, A dark green figure abruptly materialized before him. The flowing moon needle, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, lunged toward the witch's heart demon's throat, forcing him to retreat several steps. Whoosh! The sharp tip of the weapon grazed his neck, leaving behind a wound that emanated a trail of black smoke. Those burdened by karmic afflictions do not deserve to survive. S.H.I.E.L.D spoke coldly, his amber eyes locking onto the witch's heart demon, as an observable vortex of dark green, karmic energy swirled around him. The witch's heart demon licked the black blood seeping from his wound and suddenly grinned, retorting, "Then I shall deal with you first before addressing them." In an instant, the temperature of the entire hall plummeted. Bang! 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 The witch's heart demon raised his right hand, and the ground around him was instantly covered in a spiderweb of frost, with sharp icicles erupting like living creatures, aimed directly at Zhao's vital points. Zhao's form flickered, leaving only an afterimage behind as the icy spikes pierced through the illusion and shattered instantaneously. Useless! Zhao's voice echoed from behind the witch's heart demon, as the flowing moon needle swept out with immense force. Clang! The witch's heart demon hastily turned, crossing his arms to block the collision of the weapon and ice armor, producing a deafening sound of shattering. Boom! The tremendous impact sent the witch's heart demon flying, crashing through 3 walls before finally coming to a halt. Rising slowly from the rubble, the witch's heart demon stood, the ice armor peeling away from his body. He grinned wickedly, wiping the black blood from the corner of his mouth, and defiantly declared, "Interesting." Suddenly, he clapped his hands against the ground, and the floor of the hall was instantly enveloped by a thick layer of ice, countless sharp icicles surging from all directions to assault S.H.I.E.L.D. Oomph! S.H.I.E.L.D snorted coldly, stomping 1 foot down, unleashing a violent gust of wind elements that erupted around him. Bang! 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 Countless dark green wind blades, akin to thousands of spinning daggers, shredded the incoming ice spikes into powder. Amidst the swirling ice mist, Zhao's figure suddenly vanished. The witch's heart demon, alert and scanning his surroundings, felt a sudden rush of wind from above. He hurriedly looked up, only to see S.H.I.E.L.D descending from the sky, the flowing moon needle glowing with a piercing azure light. Striking downward, the witch's heart demon quickly conjured an ice shield over 5 meters thick above his head, but as the weapon collided with the ice shield, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom! Cracks appeared in the ice shield. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhao's eyes as he twisted his wrist, the tip of the spear accelerating suddenly, penetrating the ice shield like a drill. The sorcerer, overwhelmed with astonishment, sidestepped in a frantic bid to avoid the attack, yet was still grazed by the blade of the gun, causing dark blood to spurt forth. Damnable insect! He seethed in fury, thrusting his hands forward with great force. A torrent of frost, measuring over several dozen meters in diameter, surged toward S.H.I.E.L.D with a thunderous roar, freezing the air in its wake and forming countless sharp ice crystals. Swoosh! Unflinching, S.H.I.E.L.D executed a flawless arc with the flow of his moonlit needle, condensing the overwhelming power of wind elements into a semi-transparent barrier. Boom! The clash of solid ice and fierce winds erupted in a deafening cacophony. The frost torrent was cleaved in 2 by the wall of wind, whistling past Zhao's sides and encasing the expansive forest behind him in icy sculptures. Seizing the opportunity, S.H.I.E.L.D advanced, transforming into a streak of azure lightning. His spear aimed directly at the heart of the sorcerer. With a swift motion, the sorcerer hastily conjured an icy armor before him, only to witness Zhao's sudden shift in strategy as the spear's tip ascended, targeting his throat. With a swift maneuver, the sorcerer barely tilted his head aside, the sharp blade grazing his cheek and leaving a trail of glaring black blood. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the sorcerer transformed his right hand into a sharp ice claw, aiming for Zhao's abdomen. With a twist of his waist, S.H.I.E.L.D evaded the icy talons, which merely scraped past his garments, tearing away fragments of fabric. However, leveraging the momentum, S.H.I.E.L.D spun around, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick to the sorcerer's chest, propelling him over 10 meters away. Crash! The sorcerer collided with a supporting pillar, bringing it down in a shower of rubble and ice shards. Incompetent, S.H.I.E.L.D remarked coldly. His spear tilted toward the ground as the wind elements coalesced into a miniature tornado around him. Struggling to rise from the debris, the sorcerer's eyes glowed with an intense crimson light. He emitted a shrill, inhuman scream, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. With a rumble, enormous ice spikes began to descend from the sky, while countless others erupted from the ground, transforming the space into a frozen purgatory. The sorcerer declared, his hands clasped together as all the ice spikes and icicles launched toward S.H.I.E.L.D simultaneously. With a sharp gaze, S.H.I.E.L.D plunged his spear into the ground, his hands swiftly forming seals. Whirling winds, a tempestuous wall of wind elements formed around S.H.I.E.L.D, ensnaring all the incoming ice projectiles and shredding them to oblivion. Boom! The collision of ice and wind produced a violent explosion, causing the entire abandoned hospital to begin its collapse. Debris and ice rained down. Yet both S.H.I.E.L.D and the sorcerer remained steadfast, their gazes locked in fierce intensity. As the dust began to settle, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly sprang into action. He drew his spear, his figure transforming into a series of fleeting shadows, launching a tempestuous assault upon the sorcerer. Whoosh! Each thrust was as swift as lightning and as heavy as a mountain. The sorcerer scrambled to defend himself, his icy armor fracturing and reassembling under the relentless barrage, black blood seeping from an increasing number of wounds. Enough! The sorcerer bellowed, unleashing a wave of frost that surged outward in an explosive shockwave. S.H.I.E.L.D was propelled back several steps by the shockwave, and before he could regain his footing, he beheld the witch heart demon coalescing a massive sword of frost with both hands, descending upon him with lethal intent. S.H.I.E.L.D raised his spear to block, only to witness the ice blade suddenly morph into countless minute ice needles, assailing him from all directions. In a moment of peril, a brilliant azure light erupted from S.H.I.E.L.D's body, forming an impenetrable barrier of wind elemental force that deflected all the ice needles. He raised his spear high, and the heavens darkened as a multitude of wind elements converged upon him. The spear tip shone with blinding azure light, resembling a miniature azure sun in his grasp. Boom! The witch heart demon sensed a dire threat and frantically summoned ice armor while calling forth hundreds of ice spears, each exceeding 5 meters in diameter, to launch at S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet it was all too late. The dance of the demonic spirit. In an instant, Zhao's figure vanished, reappearing behind the witch heart demon. Time seemed to freeze for a second, and then countless fine azure rays emerged from the demon's body. His movements froze, and he looked down at his body in disbelief. "You are not human." With a soft pop, the witch heart demon's form shattered like a broken ice sculpture. Countless wind blades erupted from within him, grinding every fragment into powder. The black blood had yet to touch the ground before it evaporated, leaving only a wisp of black smoke that slowly dissipated into the air. Chapter 84. Farewell at the Hudson River Outpost, within the temporary command center of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury slowly lowered his binoculars. The anomalous phenomena above Brother Island in the north no longer required any optical devices for observation. A spiraling azure vortex clashed continuously with ethereal blue frost, the shock waves from the explosions even causing irregular surges on the river surface. He appeared calm as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, yet his knuckles turned white from the strain, and the sound of his heartbeat echoed in his ears. "Sir, the satellite indicates that the energy readings on the island are diminishing. However, the geological sensors reveal that the island structure is..." Maria Hill hurriedly approached, her tablet flashing with complex data graphs. "Understood. Let us withdraw our personnel." "There's nothing we can do," Nick Fury interrupted her, his single eye fixed intently on the elemental storm erupting once more on the distant island. If all their weapons had not been cast into the river, he would have surely razed Brother Island instead of retreating in such a dismal manner. On the riverbank's defense line, upon hearing the retreat order, the soldiers immediately scrambled to flee the outpost, akin to those afflicted with a sudden ailment. Suddenly, a sweeping wind blade cleaved the ominous clouds in half. Boom! Accompanying this was a deafening explosion. Several young agents instinctively reached for their waist, only to realize that their firearms had been swept away into the Hudson River during the earlier tempestuous storm. What in the world? What kind of monster is on that island? A major dressed in National Guard uniform murmured in terror. However, there was no one around capable of answering his queries. On Brother Island, as the malevolent spirit was vanquished by S.H.I.E.L.D, the remaining demons were instantly stripped of their will to continue fighting. Terror, unprecedented and palpable, surfaced upon their grotesque visages, their crimson eyes frantically darting about in search of an escape. "S.H.I.E.L.D!" Dialect bellowed, the black-red flames on his black cliff, long sword suddenly surging. He leaped, the searing blade slicing through the air in a lethal arc, severing 3 winged demons attempting to flee. Boom! Before the charred remnants could touch the ground. They were reduced to ashes by the subsequent wind blades. Zhao's figure flitted across the battlefield like a wraith, each swing of the flowing moon needle conjuring violent azure wind blades. A stone giant, poised to leap into the Hudson River, was abruptly pierced through the skull by a descending wind lance. With both hands gripping his sword, Dialec's blade ignited in a glaring black-red flame, radiating a sense of annihilation. Simultaneously, S.H.I.E.L.D materialized mid-air, the flowing moon needle whirling rapidly in his grasp, creating a visible vortex of dark green wind elements. His robes billowed fiercely, and his golden-hued eyes sparkled with resolute intensity. Dawn was imminent. Boom! Dialec swung his sword, unleashing a fiery phoenix with a wingspan surpassing several meters. Emerging from the blade's edge, its black-red feathers pulsating with waves of destruction. Wherever the phoenix soared, the air warped and the ground instantaneously glassified. The 3 fleeing shadow demons could not even emit a cry before being vaporized by the searing heat. Zhao's spear thrust forth almost simultaneously. The dance of the Jingyao. In an instant, blinding emerald light cleaved the night sky, as if an ancient beast had awakened from its slumber, myriad swirling wind blades intertwining to form a cage. The dark green whirlwind harmoniously melded with the fiery phoenix, the wind fueling the flames, and the fire lending ferocity to the winds. The already terrifying temperature surged once more, enveloping the entirety of Brother Island within a destructive domain exceeding 50 meters in diameter. The fleeing demons emitted anguished wails. The shell of the stone giant shattered under the intense heat. The wings of the decayed winged demons instantaneously carbonized, while the shadow demons attempted to meld into the darkness, only to be violently torn from the shadows by the tempest. Flames and wind blades interwove to create a net of death, leaving scarcely any demon with an avenue of escape. Glub, glub. The surface of the Hudson River began to boil violently, vast plumes of steam ascending into the sky. The river receded at a visibly rapid pace, exposing the parched riverbed. Boom! The entirety of Brother Island began to crumble under the searing heat, rocks melting, structures vaporizing, and even the air itself ionizing, emitting a blinding blue-white flash. Boom! 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 Agents from S.H.I.E.L.D, watching from a distance, instinctively recoiled. Even from several kilometers away, they could still feel the oppressive wave of heat bearing down upon them. Nick Fury narrowed his single eye, the lens of his binoculars forming tiny cracks due to the extreme temperature. After a considerable passage of time, the white mist enveloping the Hudson River was finally dispersed by the wind, yet the riverbank remained ensconced in an eerie silence. Everyone stood frozen, gazing at the center of the river where an island should have been, now reduced to a tumultuous expanse of water. The noticeably lowered riverbed revealed bare rocks, glowing with a smoldering crimson hue. A young agent removed his sunglasses and, his voice trembling, exclaimed, "Brother North Island has vanished." Meanwhile, in an abandoned auto repair shop on the outskirts of Manhattan, Johnny Blazer stumbled to his knees, cradling the unconscious Roshan Simpson in his arms, his face radiating with the joy of regained hope. He had entirely forgotten the members of the explosive crew, who lay huddled in a corner, equally pale from the cold. It seemed that age was finally catching up with Carter Shrye, who gasped for breath, leaning against a derelict vehicle, his vintage leather jacket soaked with sweat. Outside, the dawn broke, and warm sunlight cascaded through shattered windows, illuminating everyone within. Dialec casually tossed aside the black rock cleaver, the black-red blade instantly transforming into a constellation of glimmering starlight. He stood at the doorway, backlit, his red ponytail swaying gently in the breeze, and softly declared, "The Witch-Heart demon has perished. The thread of the St. Vancast contract has been lifted. We shall take our leave." Zhao's figure gracefully descended from the rooftop, the flowing moon needle having been sheathed unbeknownst to them. Johnny Blazer lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with complex emotions, and inquired, "Are you in such a hurry? Why not share a drink before departing?" Dialec exchanged glances with S.H.I.E.L.D, who remained silent. After a moment of mutual contemplation, Dialec sighed and replied, "No need. We are not well acquainted. Besides, there are still a few loose ends we must attend to. At this, Johnny Blazer fell silent, wearing an expression of incredulity, as if to say, "How can you be so articulate and still have grown to this age?" He retorted, "Well, wouldn't a couple of drinks make us more familiar?" Dialect crossed his arms and glanced at the unconscious Roshan Simpson in Johnny's embrace, saying, "If you believe you have ample time, perhaps you should consider how to explain everything that has transpired to her." Upon hearing this, Johnny Blazer looked down at Roshan's pale visage, a headache beginning to form. Suddenly, an alarming realization struck him. He pivoted sharply toward the door. As he suspected, the entrance was now empty, save for a few leaves swirling down from the trees. Chapter 85. Pursuit of the Assassin. Days later, on a crisp morning. "Oh no, I can't hold it. I can't hold it. It's about to burst. Hold on, dear sphincter." A youthful lad, donned in a deep gray robe, hands clutching his vital areas, rushed into the restroom with an anxious urgency. With a face full of elation, he reached for the first stall door, only to find it unyielding. Just as he felt the imminent urgency, he smoothly darted into the second stall. After venting, the young man tapped on the partition of the first stall and cheerfully inquired, "Hello, brother next door? I seem to have forgotten my paper. Could you lend me some? Rest assured, I shall return it once I am done. I guarantee you will not only be repaid, but may even gain something in return." However, there was no response. Instead, a grotesque, crimson hand emerged through the gap beneath the partition, delivering a piece of parchment inscribed with Latin. Then, the mysterious occupant of the adjacent stall rasped, "Do you desire this paper?" His voice was exceedingly unpleasant, if Tonger's voice was akin to a celestial kiss upon the vocal cords. It sounded as though it had been gripped by a devil, and the hold had yet to relent. The young man frowned as he picked up the parchment from the ground, pondering for a moment before reluctantly conceding, "Well, it may be rough around the edges, but having something is better than having nothing." After a brief interval, the young man seemed to recollect something significant and knocked on the partition once more, asking, "Oh, by the way, do you know where this place is?" In response, the other cackled ominously, "Aside from heaven, nowhere can save you." "Heaven? No. This is the Tianshi Mansion at Longhu Mountain, New York, Midtown High School cafeteria." "Blast it. Where has that wretched demon run off to? The route should have been accurate." Zhi Jiuan muttered to himself while furiously stabbing at a fish with his fork. For the past few days, he had been pursuing several demons that had been summoned but not exterminated. Initially, he had no intention of dealing with such cleanup tasks. Yet, one had foolishly fled towards Asia, specifically East Asia. If it had merely gone to East Asia, he could have tolerated it as long as it remained in Japan, wreaking havoc and diligently pursuing its nefarious endeavors. However, this demon had the audacity to venture back to the mainland. Since this wretched creature refused to heed reason, it would have to be taught a lesson. Yet, just as Zhi Jiuan prepared to impart some wisdom, the demon inexplicably vanished, leaving even Xiao without a trace. Sighing at the thought, Zhi Jiuan recognized that his adversary was notorious for its cunning and treachery, having endured countless ages as a denizen of hell. In terms of wisdom, experience, and strategy, he was merely a youth who had barely lived for 40 years, most of which had been spent within the confines of academia. He had been excessively arrogant, failing to learn from the precedents set by the Wind Demon, and had not exercised sufficient caution regarding hellish fiends. Such oversight was inexcusable. Alas, he could only rely on Uncle Lu now. Indeed, the first character Zhi Jiuan summoned was Dialect. He had not deliberated extensively on this choice. The reason is simple. Among the characters currently in his possession, Dialect, Xiao, Fiscal, and Noel, it is only the venerable elder, Dialect, who can bear the weight of the external stronghold. As for Xiao, there is little to say. Those who converse with him, aside from the two blondes and Zhongli, owe him an average of 5 million each. Assigning him the responsibility of outreach would surely escalate verbal exchanges to physical confrontations in no time. Noel, though gentle and kind, possesses an adorably captivating appearance that easily wins hearts. However, her overly warm-hearted nature, eager to assist anyone she encounters regardless of their virtue or vice, renders her susceptible to manipulation by those with ulterior motives. With Noel's formidable strength, the destruction she could wreak might rival that of the Green Giant. The wrath of the aggrieved Akiyama Ryu could likely encircle the globe. As for Fiscal, her investigative prowess is indeed commendable, yet her eccentric personality effectively undermines this advantage. Although Oz can assist in translation, His striking appearance and characteristics draw attention, making him a point of interest for both Osborne and Pioneer technology. Moreover, Fiscal is still a child, her mental maturity inevitably stunted, especially given her eccentricities. Thus, the choices are limited. Although Dialec's words can sometimes be rather unpalatable, and he often wears a perpetually grumpy expression, he is, after all, of noble birth in Mondstadt and manages a large multinational corporation, suggesting he possesses considerable emotional intelligence and acumen. In the real world, he would undoubtedly embody the archetype of a domineering CEO. If given a choice, Zhi Jiuan would prefer to summon the affluent Ningguang or Dori Sanjamahaba as his initial characters. Dialec owes some of his success to the legacy of his family, which paved the way for him to become Mondstadt's wealthiest. Yet, Ningguang and Dori are distinct. They have truly risen to prominence through their own efforts and intellect, becoming the wealthiest in their respective nations and even holding political significance. The former hailed from a destitute fishing village, having once walked barefoot to make a living, and through her exceptional business acumen, amassed tremendous wealth, becoming a prominent figure in Liyue Harbor. The latter, born into poverty, lost her sister to illness due to a lack of funds in her youth, which instilled in her an intense possessiveness over Mora, leading her to become a renowned merchant in Sumeru and throughout the entire Teyvat continent. Thus, if either of these two were summoned at the outset, one could expect to soar to great heights almost immediately. At the very least, the economic foundation for future endeavors would be secured. However, the current situation is not without merit. In the realm of commerce, while Dialec may not match the prowess of these two formidable women, he is merely a step behind. Is that fish still unclaimed? Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind, startling Zhi Jiuan. Turning around, he found a strange girl, black-haired, with a sweet and charming appearance, yet clad in a black leather jacket that lent her an aura reminiscent of a delinquent, giving off an impression that she might not be one to underestimate. Upon witnessing the dazed expression on Zhi Jiuan's face, the girl let out a resigned sigh and remarked, "Jessica Campbell, your neighbor and classmate." Chapter 86. Jessica Campbell, who would later transform into the formidable superhero Jessica Jones, was originally a high school classmate of Peter Parker. During a family trip, a quarrel with her brother distracted their father while driving, leading to a tragic collision with a military vehicle carrying radioactive materials. The entire family perished, leaving only her as the sole survivor, who fell into a coma. Upon awakening, she discovered she had acquired superhuman strength and the ability to fly, subsequently being adopted by the Jones family and renamed Jessica Jones. Jessica Jones initially embraced her heroic identity as Jewel, but her life took a dark turn when she fell victim to the villainous Purple Man, who mentally manipulated and imprisoned her for months. This ordeal inflicted profound psychological trauma, prompting her to relinquish her superhero status and pursue a career as a private investigator. In adulthood, Jessica Jones married Luke Cage, and they soon welcomed a daughter. Eventually, they both joined the Defenders and the Avengers. Zhi Jiuan, sifting through the memories of his original self, realized that although he and Jessica Campbell were neighbors and classmates, they were not particularly close. The reason was simple. In the realm of skipping classes, while he might claim the second place, Jessica Campbell would undoubtedly claim the first. Moreover, due to the original character's introverted and timid nature, contrasting sharply with Jessica Campbell's bold and audacious demeanor, they were like oil and water, never truly mixing. To refer to their relationship as mere acquaintances would be an exaggeration. With a look of disdain, Zhi Jiuan pushed aside the fish that he had nearly shredded into a pile of flakes. While wastefulness is indeed shameful, the person responsible for preparing such an unpalatable dish is even more deserving of scorn. After just one taste, he attempted to recall all the grievances and indignities he had suffered throughout his life, only to realize that none could compare to the sheer injustice and humiliation inflicted by this fish. It is no wonder that the American economy is thriving and abundant. For merely $6, one can procure such a sizable portion of poison, truly a remarkable value. Zhi Jiuan had reason to suspect that the chef at the Midtown High Cafeteria might be named Heisenberg. Jessica Campbell, balancing her tray, took a seat across from Zhi Jiuan. Her lunch was quite simple, consisting of a serving of fries, a cheeseburger, and a cup of iced cola. "So, what prompted you to suddenly come to school? Is that a passion?" Zhi Jiuan asked, propping his head with his left hand, looking utterly disinterested. At his words, Jessica Campbell sighed deeply her expression one of despair. How could it be? It's because my father confiscated my motorcycle, stating that I would only get it back if I passed my final exams. Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he indignantly exclaimed, "Your dad is being unreasonable. If he wants to prevent you from riding your motorcycle, he could just say so outright. Instead, he resorts to such a ridiculous excuse. I stand in solidarity with your disdain for him. As a steadfast Marxist, Jessica Campbell has always advocated for the critique of weapons in lieu of the weaponization of critique. Lacking a substantial interest in her studies, her academic performance has consistently been less than stellar. In comparison, Flesh Thompson could be considered a seasoned problem solver. Not to mention the scholarly luminaries like Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy. Jessica shot him a glare and huffily declared, "Humph, given the number of people around, I shall refrain from delivering you a beating here." Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan's smile grew increasingly audacious, and he earnestly replied, "Tej, you simply do not understand me, which is why you contemplate striking me. If you truly understood me, would you not have already attacked?" Feeling a pang in her chest, Jessica seized her hamburger and took a vigorous bite, as though she were biting into something particularly foolish. Observing her hearty appetite, Zhi Jiuan felt a twinge of hunger himself. However, after casting a glance at the fish that lay lifeless, he realized he wasn't as famished as he thought and casually inquired, "By the way, how is your father's health? Are there any plans for outings in your family lately?" At this, Jessica immediately scrutinized Zhi Jiuan with a wary eye and suspiciously asked, "My father is in excellent health. He endures my mother's antics multiple times a day without issue. What do you intend with your inquiry about our travel plans?" Yet, Zhi Jiuan appeared to disregard her latter question, his expression animated as he eagerly pressed on, "Oh, please elaborate on how your mother manages to exert her influence over your father, especially the parts about entering and exiting. I have a friend who can become invisible and would love to hear about it. Rest assured, I mean no harm. I merely seek to acquire some techniques, or knowledge." Jessica remained silent, observing him for a considerable time before finally articulating, "It seems to me that you are not the same as before. You used to be quite reticent, let alone tell me such risky jokes." Curiosity piqued, she added, "What exactly transpired to bring about such a transformation in you?" To be fair, although Jessica Campbell's grades were dismal, her intellect was intact, perhaps even exceptional. Otherwise, she would not have pursued a career as a detective later on. While her interaction with the original personality was minimal, she had gleaned enough to understand their character and disposition. Shy, introverted, and somewhat insecure. In contrast to the current version of Zhi Jiuan, who was confident, cheerful, and a touch absurd. However, in certain nuances, this Zhi Jiuan retained similarities with the original. For instance, he disliked cold water, was particular about food, and often rested his head on his left hand. Thus, Jessica concluded that Zhi Jiuan must have experienced some significant change rather than being replaced by another individual. Upon hearing her musings, Zhi Jiuan pondered for a moment, then donned a cryptic expression and earnestly stated, "Well, those who understand will comprehend, and those who do not, even if I were to tell you, you would remain oblivious. It is perhaps best left unsaid. Do not inquire about my predicament. The entanglements of interest here are far too significant. Speaking of it will yield no advantage for you, so it is best to remain oblivious. All I can say is that the depths of this matter are profound, involving numerous influential figures. Detailed information is exceedingly difficult to procure, as much of it has been meticulously erased from the internet. Thus, I can only assert that those who understand, understand. And for those who do not, there is little that can be done." Jessica Campbell gazed at him, her expression one of disbelief, and through gritted teeth, she exclaimed, "Are you mocking me?" Zhi Jiuan wore an expression that suggested he had benevolently attempted to deceive her, yet she had not fallen for it. Indifferently, he replied, "If you insist on framing it that way, then the narrative must be reconsidered. Subjectively, I may desire to fool you, but objectively, you have not been deceived, have you?" Chapter 87. Investigation and Dispute at Midday in New York. The scorching sun bore down upon the surface of the Hudson River, its blinding rays refracting distorted shadows upon the water. A research vessel emblazoned with the insignia of S.H.I.E.L.D. housed Dr. Hanover, clad in a fully enclosed hazmat suit, who intently monitored the readings of a multi-parameter water quality analyzer, his brow furrowing ever deeper beneath his mask. He addressed the recording device within his helmet, recording, "Current river water value is 98, conductivity at 4520, and dissolved oxygen content is merely 21. Behind him, two Marine Corps members utilized mechanical arms to hoist a retrieval basket onto the deck. Within it, several metallic-hued black fragments were promptly dispatched to a mobile biological isolation chamber. Through the lead glass window, one could observe these fragments, still exhibiting slow movement in the absence of external stimuli. Recording, sample number 17 exhibits non-Newtonian fluid characteristics. Preliminary spectral analysis indicates a substantial presence of unknown organic-inorganic hybrid materials. Thermal imaging reveals a core temperature maintained at 147, exhibiting a significant disparity with the ambient temperature. Dr. Chun from the biological team also frowned, diligently recording observations. Meanwhile, on the river surface, 6 retrieval vessels were conducting operations in a grid-like formation. Suddenly, the mechanical arm of vessel number 3 emerged from the depths, hoisting a metal net filled with black fragments. The surface of these fragments displayed a honeycomb structure, shimmering with an eerie metallic sheen under the sunlight. This batch of samples, akin to those previously retrieved, likely belonged to the same species. Density testing indicated these materials possessed a weight 18 times that of steel, yet hardness assessments approached that of the stratum corneum, suggesting they were remnants of some high-temperature molten substance. A researcher reported via communicator. On the riverbank, within the geological exploration team's tent, experts gathered around a geological detection apparatus. The instrument screen displayed an accurate three-dimensional model of a pit. The shape of this pit was exceedingly regular. The head of the geological team adjusted his glasses and continued. The diameter is approximately 104 meters, and the depth is 62 meters, with walls nearly vertical. The base exhibits a perfect arc, and the surface displays distinct vitrification features. His assistant added, "The pit walls have endured extreme temperatures. However, curiously, according to thermal conduction calculations, such high temperatures should not have persisted for more than 3 seconds." A military helicopter hovered above the pit, its suspended sampler suddenly swaying violently. "Eagle, Eagle, anomalous water flow detected at the pit location," the pilot urgently reported. Glancing at the sonar display, in the makeshift data center, department heads were compiling information. An agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. pointed to the latest report and stated, "Radiation detection shows that the radiation levels in the pit area are 10 times above the normal range. Strangely, this radiation does not emanate from radioactive materials. It resembles some form of residual energy." The military representative furrowed his brow and stated bluntly, "The underwater robot's footage reveals a vast distribution of crystallized substances at the pit's bottom. Laboratory analysis indicates that these crystal structures have never been observed in nature." Suddenly, a technician from the monitoring team rushed in, flustered, exclaiming, "Latest discovery! Water quality spectral analysis indicates the presence of trace unknown substances in the water, with molecular structures that do not correspond to any known elements." By the Hudson River, the metallic walls of the temporary command center reflected the midday sun into blinding white patches. Inside the conference room, a magnetic tactical board displayed 3 high-definition photographs. A red-haired man with a high ponytail wielding a flaming sword, 2 burning skeletal knights, one atop an exaggerated motorcycle, the other on a skeletal horse. Each photograph was surrounded by radiation levels, thermal imaging data, and other analytical figures. General Thaddeus Ross slammed his fist on the alloy conference table, producing a dull thud. He pointed at the energy analysis graph next to the photo of Dialek, his voice laced with fury. "Gentlemen, we are not here to discuss pet adoption. This red-haired anomaly and those 2 skeletons have caused destruction equivalent to 3 tactical nuclear warheads. The entire island has vanished from the map. Such power must remain in the hands of the United States. Otherwise, it must be destroyed. There's no third option." Nick Fury's single, "I scanned the 12 senior officials present, representatives from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Department of Homeland Security displaying varied expressions. The air conditioning system emitted a faint hum, yet could not dissipate the tense atmosphere within the room. "General, your thoughts are perilous. According to the psychological profiling team, at least for now, these 3 are standing on the side of humanity, on our side." Nick Fury's voice was coarse, steady, and indifferent as he replied, Any one of them possesses the capability to obliterate half of Manhattan within half an hour. What cost in soldiers' lives are you willing to pay to validate your arrest warrant? 100 soldiers? Then 1,000. If that fails, then 10,000. 100,000. 200,000. Thaddeus Ross sneered, a fervent glint in his eyes as he declared loudly, as long as we can obtain their biological samples, we can create the world's most formidable super soldier army. Imagine if every American soldier could wield that terrifying flame. Before Thaddeus Ross could finish a sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Nick Fury, whose voice was as grating as ice scraping against steel. He stated, I apologize, General, but according to the assessments from S.H.I.E.L.D think tank, the casualties resulting from a direct armed conflict with them would not amount to hundreds of thousands, nor even 200,000, but an astonishing 61 million. This far exceeds the total losses suffered by the American forces during World War II. Considering that this would be fought on American soil, it would undoubtedly affect the civilian populace, and the casualty figures would likely multiply by 3 to 5 times. Neither the military nor America can bear such a devastating loss. Therefore, I recommend adopting a strategy of observation, establishing informal communication channels, and maintaining the status quo. At that moment, Thaddeus Ross's aide rushed in, whispering urgently in his ear, General, the White House is calling. Tell them I am in a meeting. Thaddeus Ross bellowed, though he quickly regained his composure. Adjusting the collar of his uniform, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Nick Fury and remarked, Humph. Nick Fury, do not presume I am unaware of S.H.I.E.L.D's intentions. Your so-called Avengers initiative is nothing but a ludicrous farce. To employ monsters against monsters? I have never witnessed such a foolish and short-sighted strategy. Nick Fury shrugged nonchalantly and replied, no matter how flawed this plan may be, it won't spawn a second Hulk, will it? Thaddeus Ross was rendered speechless. Chapter 88. Dawn Winery. The afternoon sun cast its slanted rays upon the glass curtain walls of the skyscrapers, bathing the entire city in amber hues. The heat shimmered and distorted above the asphalt, elongating the shadows of the trees lining the streets. Vents between the office buildings expelled white steam, mingling with the aromatic wafts from nearby CFS, dissipating into the sweltering air. Pedestrians hurriedly crossed the zebra crossings at the intersection, their brows beaded with sweat, while the yellow taxi tops reflected blinding light under the sun. Ah, how I long for Master Harry's Rolls-Royce and the extended Lincoln. How is it possible that someone of such humble origins as I could ever suffer from heat stroke? Zhi Jiuan pushed a brand-new 18-speed bicycle while humming to himself. Beside him, Jessica Campbell shot him an incredulous glance and remarked with a peculiar expression, This is the main road, not a literary salon. Is it really necessary to speak so primly? Zhi Jiuan turned to her, paused for a moment in silence, and then gazed at her with a kind expression, gently saying, Remember, you are different from others. Do not squander your time on learning. Upon hearing this, Jessica Campbell felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Zhi Jiuan's sudden eccentricity. However, as the saying goes, to learn without thinking leads to confusion. To think without learning results in ease. Grateful to have someone support her decision to avoid studying, Jessica Campbell immediately brightened up. Observing that this silly girl seemed to take him seriously, Zhi Jiuan felt quite amused. Jessica Campbell promptly added, Therefore, do not harbor any illusions about retrieving your motorcycle. Spend $20 to find a clandestine shop in Kwazani and procure a bicycle to make do. Just imagine, clad in a full helmet and riding gear, adorned with protective gear, pedaling a second-hand Phoenix bicycle at a speed of 9 kilometers per hour, weaving through the streets of New York. It would indeed be quite dashing. At the very least, the attention you would garner would be substantial. As she gazed at the malevolent figure before her, Jessica Campbell felt an acute awareness of society's darker facets for the first time. In a fit of exasperation, she exclaimed, Despicable! What benefit does my social demise bring you? Zhi Jiuan flashed a charming smile and replied, No benefit, but certainly no detriment either. Upon hearing this, Jessica's face lit up with delight, and she instinctively reached out to throttle the insufferable man. However, Zhi Jiuan nimbly mounted his bicycle, propelling himself several meters away with a swift kick, while turning back to shout, Calm down, Jessica. Violence may not resolve issues, but it certainly suffices to handle me. Surely, You do not wish to attain a national position at such a young age, adorned with a trendy silver bracelet, and live a life of health and regularity? Moreover, is this how you Americans treat those who devise strategies for your benefit? I shall lodge a complaint. Silence. Pull over, and let me give you a beating. After a brief chase and playful scuffle, Jessica suddenly declared, I would like to request your assistance with my studies. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Although she often skipped classes, Zhi Jiuan was rather dim-witted. Yet both of their academic performances were exceptional, second only to Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy. Typically, for significant competitions, the school would send the three of them to participate. While they might not always secure first place, they consistently brought home awards. Otherwise, the school would not have tolerated Zhi Jiuan's notorious truancy, never once notifying his parents. Zhi Jiuan gazed at her with a perplexed expression. Filled with admiration, he sighed. If only I had possessed your audacity back then and had the resolve to confess my feelings, perhaps I wouldn't be perpetually single. He uttered this in Chinese, a language Jessica Campbell, with her somewhat book-burning mentality, could not comprehend. However, that was inconsequential, while she may not understand the language. She was well aware of the insufferable individual. With a piercing gaze, Jessica Campbell addressed Zhi Jiuan coldly. Are you secretly disparaging me again? In response, Zhi Jiuan shot her a glance, indignantly retorting, that remark does not sit well with me. What do you mean, secretly disparaging? I'm doing it right in front of you. Now, let's not be hasty with our hands. Assisting you with your studies is not out of the question. However, given your solid academic foundation and extensive knowledge, I certainly cannot manage it alone. I suggest you come over during regular school hours, and I will enlist Gwen and Peter's help. After all, they are usually preoccupied with their own matters during class. Upon hearing that three academic prodigies were at her service, Jessica Campbell felt a twinge of anxiety and stammered. This seems rather inappropriate. I'm not particularly acquainted with either of them. In response, Zhi Jiuan wore a peculiar expression and remarked, What are you saying? Am I particularly familiar with you? This prompted Jessica to realize that, indeed, their acquaintance was quite limited. The amount of conversation exchanged today surpassed that of the previous 1 or 2 years combined. Could it be that a foolish demeanor could enhance one's approachability? Jessica cast a skeptical glance at the fool. Noticing her gaze, Zhi Jiuan promptly shot back with a glare, irritably stating, Put away those lecherous eyes of yours. It's rather unsettling. Upon returning home, Zhi Jiuan immediately discarded his athletic shoes, and his backpack landed with a thud on the sofa. He opened the bottom drawer of the bookshelf, retrieving 3 dust-covered incense sticks, which he lit with a lighter before placing in the bronze burner on the offering table. Wisps of blue smoke ascended, enveloping the 3 fresh cabbages at the center of the table, along with the black-and-white portrait of Dawei, Qiu hanging behind. Yi, bless me with character draws, he muttered with his hands clasped together. After completing this ritual, he hurried to the living room, turned on the television, and switched to the news channel. At that moment, the news anchor sat upright, delivering the report in a formal tone. We now bring you a financial news update. According to our reporters, the S.H.I.E.L.D winery, located in the Rhineland-Palatinate region of Germany, has completed its property transfer as of yesterday. This ancient winery, established in 1221, has been acquired by an anonymous multinational businessman for a record price. The scene shifted to the exterior of the winery, with the anchor's voice continuing from off-screen. Notably, the new owner has renamed the winery to Dawn Winery. According to the head of the Wine Industry Association, S.H.I.E.L.D winery boasts an 800-year history of winemaking, with its underground cellar housing the 1801 vintage Riesling. The screen displayed historical photographs of the winery. The anchor concluded, Industry insiders suggest that this acquisition could alter the landscape of the global high-end wine market. We will continue to monitor further developments. Now let's look at other news. Zhi Jiuan was left speechless. If memory served correctly, the valuation of S.H.I.E.L.D winery was approximately 20 million euros, yet Uncle Lou seemed to possess only $10 million. Where had Uncle Lou procured such funds? Chapter 89. The demon nightfall in New York City painted the sky in vibrant hues of neon. Whoosh! The gold-and-red battle armor sliced through the clouds, with the thrusters trailing 2 blue flames behind. J-A-R-V-I-S. Prepare the landing sequence, Tony Stark yawned. The visor displaying a remaining energy reading of 87. Satellite surveillance has detected anomalies. The voice of Jarvis resonated, continuing, Multiple biological heat sources detected on West Midtown's 39th Street. Energy signatures inconsistent with database records. Visual identification confirms Daredevil is engaged in combat. A holographic projection unfurled upon the visor, revealing a blurred surveillance image of a figure clad in crimson armor, deftly maneuvering through the confines of a narrow alleyway. Tony Stark abruptly altered his course, the power of the thrusters surging to 120, exclaiming, "Jarvis, pull up the monster data." What in the world is that? Meanwhile, within the damp corridor, a sharp sound echoed. Matt Murdock's baton clashed against the monster's claws, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. He stepped back slightly, his nostrils filled with the noxious stench of sulfur and decaying flesh. A demon. The danger alarms in his mind blared chaotically as the towering crimson figure nearly blocked the entire alley, its bat-like wings scraping against the brick walls, dislodging fragments of stone that fell like rain. The seventh swipe of its left claw, at a 32-degree angle, Matt Murdock silently counted, evading with the help of auditory feedback. Yet the demon abruptly shifted tactics, its enormous claw sweeping toward him with a wave of heat. Boom! Matt barely managed to cross his batons to block, but was still sent flying by the tremendous force, his back crashing against the fire escape. The metallic railing crumpled like clay, sharp pain radiating through his ribs. The demon did not pursue, but instead opened its gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth. Buzzing. Matt Murdock's extraordinary hearing caught the sound of compressed air before it erupted. He immediately rolled to evade. Boom! In an instant, his previous position was ripped apart by an unseen force, creating a 3-meter-long fissure in the asphalt, as if a colossal beast had gnawed at the ground. The temperature surged yet again. Matt Murdock gasped for breath, sweat beginning to bead only to evaporate instantly. The heat radiating from the demon distorted the air, delivering severe burns to his right arm. The sleeve of his uniform had already charred, blisters forming on his skin. Suddenly, the demon flapped its massive wings, nimbly leaping atop the wall. Matt Murdock heard the sound of bricks cracking under the weight, followed by the rush of wind from its dive. Slicing, he lunged forward, the demon's claws barely grazing his back, severing an air conditioning unit in two. The sparking wires writhed like dying snakes, the refrigerant they expelled vaporizing in the sweltering air. Boom! Without warning, a laser beam struck the demon's back with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to rear back in a roar. The gold and crimson figure of Iron Man hovered at the alley's entrance, its shoulder plates opening to reveal a micro-missile launcher. "Good evening, Little Red. It appears you could use the assistance of a superhero." Tony Stark's voice resonated through the external speakers. "I am not little." The demon's roar shattered every nearby window. He relinquished Matt Murdock, and a pair of bat-like wings flapped fiercely, stirring a fierce gale that swept the garbage bins and bicycles in the alley into the air. Tony Stark had just activated his defensive posture when the metallic debris, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, hurtled towards him. "Jarvis, initiate point defense system." With a series of sharp zaps, miniature laser cannons emerged from the wrists of the armor, accurately intercepting the incoming fragments. However, the demon suddenly unfurled its claws, and Tony felt his armored limbs restrained by an unseen force. A deafening rumble echoed as the thruster overload alarm blared, sending him crashing violently to the ground. The concrete pavement cracked radially, and the display screen on his chest plate flickered with static. Seizing the opportunity, Matt Murdock flung a metallic lasso, ensnaring the demon's ankle, and using the momentum, he struck it fiercely on the nape with his dual batons. To be honest, I wouldn't recommend this approach. This creature's hide is tougher than carbonized tungsten. Before Tony could finish, he watched as the demon swatted Matt Murdock away with a casual motion, continuing, and still hard. Gritting his teeth, Matt Murdock laboriously rose from the ground, retorting, "Your advice came just in time." The demon turned toward Tony Stark, each step leaving molten footprints on the ground. With its crimson claws poised to strike, Tony urgently activated his leg thrusters to evade. Boom! The demon's claws embedded themselves into the ground, causing the entire street to tremble. Tony executed a tactical roll and ascended once more into the air, shouting, "Jarvis, detect the weaknesses of this behemoth." Understood. Scanning reveals a wound located between the scapulae on its back, which may serve as a viable point of attack. Upon hearing this, Tony swiftly tore off the severely deformed armor from his left arm, revealing an integrated laser emitter, declaring loudly, "Little Red, Aim for the space between the scapulae. On the count of 3, you left, I right. Matt Murdock, understanding the plan, spat out the blood from his mouth and combined his short batons into a long staff. The demon seemed to sense the impending danger, fully spreading its wings in preparation to take flight. In that moment, 3, as soon as the words left his lips, Tony's laser beam struck the demon's back with precision, sizzling against its scales. Roar! Seizing the opportunity, Matt Murdock hurled his staff like a javelin, its tip vibrating at high frequency as it pierced the space between the demon's scapulae. Simultaneously, Tony launched the remaining dozen miniature missiles. Boom! All missiles struck at a single point, the end of Matt Murdock's metallic staff. With the force of the explosion, the staff completely penetrated the demon's body, protruding from its chest. A chilling scream erupted from the demon, shattering glass across 3 blocks, as the wound expelled not blood, but a substance akin to molten lava. Bang! 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 It wildly swung its claws, tearing through Tony Stark's armor with 3 piercing wounds, while Matt Murdock was hurled 10 meters away by the shockwave. Gritting his teeth, Tony activated the last reserves of energy, the reactor in his chest glowing with blinding intensity. Whoosh! At the moment the arc pulse cannon struck, the demon's body swelled like an inflated balloon, with magma-like light bursting forth from the fissures in its scales. With a thunderous roar, the demon exploded into countless burning fragments, its searing flesh hissing in the rain. Chapter 90. The debut of Noel, as Tony Stark flipped up his faceplate and took a deep breath of the scorching fresh air. He exclaimed, "Phew, little red, when the world was that?" Leaning against the crumbling wall, Matt Murdock gingerly touched the injury on his ribs and replied with difficulty, "Believe me, I am more eager to know than you are." His voice retained its usual calm restraint, yet the slight urgency in his breath betrayed the severity of his injuries. "You don't know?" Tony raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Isn't West Midtown your playground? I thought this was yet another regional specialty following gangs, prostitutes, and STDs." As he tapped his helmet, he added J.A.R.V.S. Analyzed the composition of that creature. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Matt Murdock found a comfortable position against the wall and said, 3 days ago, I and the Punisher took down a demon that lurked in the shadows at the docks. We had never encountered such a bizarre creature before, so, suddenly, the blind lawyer tensed every muscle in his body, his bloodied knuckles gripping Tony's armor shoulder tightly as he shouted, "Get down." Just as they dashed a few meters, the asphalt behind them erupted like detonated explosives. Boom! The shockwave violently propelled the 2 of them. Matt Murdock curled his body midair, yet was still struck by flying debris, landing with a spurt of blood. Bang! Tony Stark's armor collided with the concrete wall, leaving spiderweb-like cracks, while J.A.R.V.I.S.S. alarm blared intermittently. Chest plate integrity at 23. Propulsion system failure. Damn it. Tony attempted to activate the backup power, cursing, "Can't you street vigilantes pick on some normal criminals? Like those convenience store robbers? They never run out." Suddenly, from amidst of the smoke and dust came the thunderous footsteps of a 7-meter-tall rock giant, tearing through the haze. Its body was composed of obsidian-like minerals, with bizarre purple crystals embedded at the joints. Most terrifying were the scars covering its body. From the cracks flowed a bluish light, as if countless blades of wind were slicing within. Matt Murdock lay motionless on the ground, resembling a corpse, and remained silent for an extended period. Whoosh! Tony Stark raised his trembling arm, and the palm-mounted cannon unleashed a barrage of beams. However, the laser erupted upon the chest of the rock giant, leaving only faint scorch marks. Damn, this creature is even more tenacious than those old stalwarts on Capitol Hill. Jarvis, identify a weakness. Roaring with a deafening growl, the rock giant's right arm suddenly morphed and reformed into a 2-meter-wide stone hammer, crashing down toward the fallen Matt Murdock. Little Red, Jarvis, overload the reactor. Tony Stark initiated the remnants of his suit's power, but the damage to his leg armor was severe, rendering him immobile even with an overloaded reactor. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a warm yellow light suddenly illuminated the sky. It was time to cleanse the battlefield. A silver-white giant sword descended like divine retribution, its blade entwined with elemental rock energy, radiating a brilliant stream of light. Boom! The moment the giant sword struck the rock giant, time seemed to freeze. The ground of the entire street concaved, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward, shattering all glass within a 100-meter radius. The rock giant began to disintegrate from the point of contact, its obsidian body fracturing like a shattered mirror into countless shards. Bang! 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 A honeycomb-patterned warm yellow light shield promptly enveloped Matt Murdock and Tony Stark, the flying debris striking the shield with a sound akin to raindrops. As the dust settled, a charming girl with silver hair stood resolutely at the center of the battlefield. She donned heavy armor in a platinum color scheme, adorned with exquisite red patterns along the edges of her skirt armor, and a segment of her thigh, wrapped in black silk, was visible between her steel boots and skirt. Most striking was the enormous silver sword she wielded, nearly as tall as herself, emanating a warm golden light reminiscent of the sun. Tony Stark paused momentarily before turning to Matt Murdock and remarked, "With demons present, it seems entirely reasonable to have a battle angel join the fray, doesn't it?" Matt Murdock remained silent, lying motionless on the ground, as if lifeless. After a moment of contemplation, Tony Stark, still feeling uneasy, stated, "Jarvis, scan my Broadman Area 17, temporal lobes, and lateral geniculate body to check for any signs of a concussion." Just as he finished speaking, Matt Murdock's voice reached his ears. "I can hear the sound of metal armor and a heartbeat. She is real and human." At that moment, the girl in the center of the battlefield seemed to have overheard their conversation. She turned to face them, her emerald eyes gleaming in the night, and gently said, "Please stay within the shield. I will protect you." Her voice was tender yet resolute, imbued with an exotic accent. Matt Murdock struggled to prop himself up, warning, "Be careful. That rock giant isn't finished yet. The stone fragments are reassembling." Coughing, he added, and indeed, the scattered debris was trembling, the obsidian shards on the ground drawing together toward the center as if magnetized. Boom! Purple crystals formed a network among the rubble, and in the blink of an eye, the giant had reconstituted much of its form. Noel grasped the sword with both hands, and the brilliance emanating from the silver giant blade surged dramatically. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force of rock elements coalesced beneath her feet, forming a golden halo, while her silvery hair danced in a windless torrent. "I shall uphold the etiquette of a maid," she declared softly to herself, as the radiance from the sword stretched forth, casting an ethereal shadow over 100 meters, reminiscent of a mythical weapon that cleaved the earth. With a resounding crash, the rock giant had scarcely reformed when the 100-meter-long, earthen-yellow blade descended upon it. There was no explosion, no shockwave, only a pure torrent of energy that pierced through the heavens and the earth. The moment the blade made contact, the rock giant's form disintegrated into powder, the purple crystals emitting a sound akin to shattering glass before vanishing entirely. The blade continued its momentum, carving a nearly 100-meter-long trench into the ground. The asphalt on either side rolled like ocean waves, revealing rock layers that plunged dozens of meters deep. The edges of the trench gleamed like polished mirrors, even reflecting the faint glow of neon lights. Tony Stark hastily donned his helmet, his visor flashing wildly, warning, "Energy readings exceed limits. Geological structure altered." He turned to the petite figure standing at the trench's origin, where the girl gently lowered the giant's sword, its tip ringing with a resonant chime upon touching the ground. Suddenly, Matt Murdock erupted into a violent fit of coughing, blood seeping from between his fingers. Upon hearing the commotion, Noelle rushed to his side, kneeling beside him with her silver sword embedded in the earth nearby. She looked at Matt with concern, removed one of her metallic gloves, and a warm, golden aura materialized in her palm. "Please relax. I mean you no harm," she spoke softly, enveloping Matt's chest in a yellow glow, the sound of his fractured ribs clicking faintly as the internal bleeding ceased at a visible rate. "Thank you so much. May I ask how to address you?" Matt's voice softened considerably, curiosity evident as he inquired about the silver-haired maiden before him. "I am Noel, a maid knight of the Knights of Favonius. Although I'm still in my apprenticeship, you can trust me with both the battlefield's cleanup and the healing of wounds." Noelle maintained her focus on the healing aura while smiling as she responded to Matt's query. Chapter 91. Preparation and Guidance the Knights of Favonius? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Tony Stark's interest peaked. Struggling to rise from the remnants of his armored suit, he curiously asked, "Is it some sort of secret organization from Europe? Where's your headquarters? What powers that giant sword?" Noelle blinked her emerald-like eyes, seemingly at a loss for how to respond to the barrage of questions. Just as she was about to explain one by one, suddenly, The blaring of sirens echoed from the distant streets. "I'm terribly sorry, but I must take my leave. Please hold on for a moment longer." With that, the healing aura in her hand intensified. Tony Stark intended to articulate further thoughts, yet a sudden warmth coursed through his limbs. The life sign monitor within his damaged armor indicated that multiple bruises and internal hemorrhages were healing at an astonishing pace. Wait, this healing technology, may the divine winds bless you all. Noelle had already risen, effortlessly lifting the enormous silver longsword. She performed a standard knightly salute, her white hair gently fluttering in the morning breeze. Tony Stark keenly observed the specific angle of her wrist during the salute. It was an ancient and formal gesture, one that modern individuals could not easily replicate. "Miss Noelle, will those monsters reappear?" However, the silhouette of the girl had vanished, leaving only a few leaves spiraling down from the spot where she had stood. Struggling to emerge, Tony Stark rubbed his recently healed yet still sore back. He gazed in the direction of Noelle's disappearance, murmuring, "A girl knight capable of cleaving Manhattan. Hailing from an organization I've never even heard of. This world truly is descending into madness." Matt fumbled to locate his short staff, his ears catching the increasingly near sound of sirens as he remarked, "She spoke the truth. I can discern it." Turning to Tony Stark, he added, "We need to discuss this. The creatures the Punisher and I have been tracking, along with those we encountered tonight, may merely be the beginning. We must be prepared." Tony Stark regarded his battered armor, a rare seriousness gracing his features as he replied, "Preparation." The following day, at Midtown High School. "So, the heat generated by Joule's law is proportionate to resistance, resulting in a total of..." How does that sound? Super simple, right? Upon completing the final character, Peter Parker beamed sincerely at Jessica Campbell. With that, he passed her the pen and a sheet of paper, his expression brimming with encouragement. Jessica Campbell perceived Peter Parker's gesture as akin to declaring, "You've mastered addition, and I've even shown you the cover of Advanced Mathematics too. Now prove the Goldbach conjecture." Such behavior could hardly be deemed excusable. At the very least, it could be classified as utterly deranged. Not far away, Flash Thompson observed this heartbreaking scene, shivering involuntarily. He had never favored these academic overachievers. Being around them felt akin to filming a royal documentary. Despite having declared his inability, they persisted, and failure to comply would earn him reprimand. Yet, while they could find some joy in their endeavors, he experienced neither satisfaction nor relief, and he could not cease. At that moment, Flash Thompson's resolve solidified. He absolutely could not allow himself to succumb to mediocrity and become entangled with these scholars. Before long, under Peter Parker's continuous guidance, Jessica Campbell finally witnessed Peter Parker complete the exam. Opposite Jessica Campbell, Zhi Jiuan, as if just awakened, rubbed his eyes lazily and remarked, "Ah, the path to paradise is ignored while the sea of knowledge is traversed with hardship." He then added, "Aside from your name, it appears you haven't penned a single letter correctly. Is that the expression of someone desperately trying to escape a dire situation?" Weary, Jessica Campbell waved her hand dismissively, her expression one of despair. "Please refrain from speaking to me. I have nothing in common with those of you who revel in studying. Why can't learning be a more enjoyable and delightful endeavor? Isn't it better to learn joyfully?" In response to her words, Gwen Stacy, seated beside Peter Parker, closed her book and stated earnestly, "When an individual is in a state of happiness, it is typically accompanied by a significant release of dopamine. This neurotransmitter reinforces the pursuit of pleasurable activities, but inhibits the activity of the prefrontal cortex. Happiness itself does not obstruct learning. However, it does commandeer cognitive resources." Observing the bewildered expression on Jessica Campbell's face, as if she had yet to be tainted by knowledge, Zhi Jiuan sighed. "What this means, aside from a few exceptions, is that joyful learning is a fallacy for the majority. It's akin to telling someone that the night will eventually pass. Yet all they remember is the revelry of the night itself. When one learns joyfully, they generally only recall the joy, completely disregarding the act of learning." At the mention of exceptions, Zhi Jiuan cast a sideways glance at Peter Parker, who, nodding in agreement, appeared to resonate with Zhi Jiuan's sentiments. Oblivious to the notion of being an exception himself. Noticing Jessica Campbell's pitiful demeanor, Zhi Jiuan's lips twitched, and he suggested to Peter Parker, "Perhaps we should find some children's educational materials for her to peruse? At this rate, I'm concerned that while her grades may not improve, your blood pressure will certainly rise." Before Peter Parker could respond, Gwen Stacy promptly raised her hand and interjected, "I have some. Although they are from my childhood, I've preserved them well, so they should still be useful." Acknowledging her response with a nod, Zhi Jiuan, still somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "May I ask what titles these children's books possess? Could you kindly share the names?" Gwen Stacy, slightly puzzled but willing to comply, replied, "There's nothing inconvenient about it. They include titles such as Science for Young Minds, Exploring Nature, and various other educational journals." Indeed, Zhi Jiuan pressed his hand to his forehead, closing his eyes in anguish. He could not comprehend how such prominent journals could be associated with the term children's books. Turning to the unfortunate Jessica Campbell, who was struggling to make sense of the situation, he remarked, "It seems we cannot rely on these two. I shall take some time to visit the bookstore and select a couple of suitable books for you." Chapter 92. News and card draws. As evening descended, the twilight deepened, and the setting sun bathed Manhattan's glass facades in a warm amber hue. Dazzling neon lights began to flicker to life, resembling scattered colorful stars. On the streets, the throngs of commuters hurried along, the sounds of polished shoes and high heels echoing on the pavement in a rhythmic symphony. The hot dog stand wafted a cloud of white smoke, mingling with the exhaust fumes in the cool air. Standing at the school gate, Zhi Jiuan gazed thoughtfully at the lock on the lamppost. This lock once secured a bicycle, but now the bicycle was gone, much like that thief's horse. In a previous life, he had heard that in Italy, one does not steal. In France, one does not rob. In England, one engages in both theft and robbery. And in America, they steal and then shoot. He had dismissed such notions, but now he found himself schooled once more, a lesson well learned. "Damn it! To the scoundrel who stole my bicycle, I wish you forever struggle to sip pearls from your bubble tea, always capture a double chin in your selfies, enjoy flat cola, and endure incessant advertisements while watching television." Zhi Jiuan kicked the lock in frustration. Without his bicycle, he initially considered taking the school bus home. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he decided against it, reasoning that taking the number 11 bus would suffice. Sure, it might be a bit tiring, but riding the school bus could very well lead to a lung infection. The cost of seeing a doctor would likely amount to enough to purchase dozens, if not hundreds, of bicycles, leaving him riding until he developed hemorrhoids. As dusk approached, Zhi Jiuan finally returned to his apartment. After feeding Dwight, he habitually turned on the television to catch the news and ascertain any significant developments worth his attention. The screen flickered to life, revealing the evening news anchor delivering today's headlines with her polished broadcasting tone. Recently, a man in Florida, protesting against the law requiring motorcycle helmets, disregarded the regulation, rode without a helmet, and tragically succumbed to an accident due to this negligence. In another incident, police discovered a severely distressed middle-aged man curled up beside a vehicle on a street in Florida. Upon inquiry, they learned that he had attempted to siphon gasoline using a straw, but mistakenly inserted the other end into a sewage tank. Moreover, two young men, both 21, were found lying naked and unconscious on the road, and despite efforts to save them at the hospital, they were pronounced dead. Investigators later discovered their clothing on the roof of a building, leading authorities to suspect that the two had fallen to their demise while engaged in some escapade atop the structure. Watching the news unfold on the television, Zhi Jiuan could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. It seemed that no matter the dimension, Florida could be deemed a veritable research center for the abnormal. Just as Zhi Jiuan was lost in his musings, the screen abruptly shifted to a segment on scientific advancements. The backdrop transformed into a celestial tapestry as the female anchor, with an elevated tone, announced, "Renowned nuclear astrophysicist and Dirac Prize winner, Dr. Eric Selvig, will soon lead a research team to New Mexico for a 3-month astrophysical study." Zhi Jiuan was taken aback, squinting at the screen, fixating on the round-faced, serious-looking scientist with graying hair. It has been reported that the government of New Mexico has taken special measures to enhance security management in the relevant areas. The governor's office has issued a statement affirming its commitment to ensuring the smooth progress of Dr. Selvig's research endeavors. The scene transitions to the desert vistas of New Mexico, sweeping over the white domes of several astronomical observatories. In an interview, Dr. Selvig expressed that this research will focus on the interaction between cosmic rays and the Earth's magnetic field. Suddenly, Zhi Jiuan leaped from his sofa, rushing to his desk to rummage through a wrinkled notebook. He quickly flipped to a page where several keywords were hastily scribbled. New Mexico, Cosmic Energy, Rainbow Bridge. The title of this page read Thor 1. This was troubling. Zhi Jiuan clicked his tongue, promptly immersing himself in the luminous sphere of consciousness within his mind. Raw crystals, 88. Observing the remaining number of raw crystals, Zhi Jiuan decided to forego any further attention, directly casting 80 raw crystals into the card pool. Whoosh! A captivating sight of blue skies and white clouds swept past his vision. However, just as he was about to greet the matriarchal members of the Dawei family, a faint hue of purple materialized. Item card 1, Dandelion 4, Maple Drink 3. Weapon name, Knight's Waltz. Rarity, weapon type, Bow. Base attack power, 510. Subattribute bonus, physical damage bonus, 557. Weapon skill, Eternal Night Duet. Within 5 seconds after a normal attack hits an enemy, damage dealt by elemental skills is increased by 40. Within 5 seconds after an elemental skill hits an enemy, damage dealt by normal attacks is increased by 40. Item, Maple Drink. Description, a distinctive beverage from the Fontaine Academy. It gained considerable popularity among the people of Fontaine after its release. Effect, refreshing maple drink. Quench your thirst for the world. Note, maple drink is available only in sweet flavor. If you encounter a salty variant, please cease consumption immediately and conduct harmless disposal, as it may induce symptoms such as nausea, dizziness, and dissolution. Item, Dandelion. Description, tiny seeds carried by the wind. Even without the fluff of travel, they harbor hopes from afar. Effect, none. Zhi Jiuan looked at his recent acquisitions with considerable ambivalence. Well, aside from the Knight's Waltz, the rest are hardly valuable items, lacking any special effects whatsoever. The dandelion seeds might prove useful. Coincidentally, Grandpa Dialek has established a winery. Perhaps sending him the dandelion seeds could inspire him to brew dandelion wine in the Marvel Universe. When the time comes, he might send over a dozen crates, hoping to draw out a certain wine enthusiast. As for the maple drink, it seems to offer no effect beyond making the drinker glow. Is this all? He might as well drink Japanese soda instead. Furthermore, if he were to accidentally discover a hidden salty flavor, would that count as smuggling the people of Fontaine into the Marvel realm? However, one must admit that amidst this chaotic and disordered pool, it is quite remarkable to draw a purple item even after 8 attempts. Although it may not be a character, acquiring a weapon is certainly commendable. Zhi Jiuan rummaged through the cabinet and retrieved a stick of incense, igniting it before placing it in the incense burner. With a somber tone, he remarked, "Dwei Gu, I understand that you are merely fatigued. Tonight does not reflect your true prowess. I shall not hold it against you. Take a moment to collect yourself and light an incense stick. However, next time, you must summon a deity. Otherwise, Dwei Gu, you surely do not wish to return to the days devoid of fresh cabbage, forced to only draw mosquito coils, do you?" Chapter 93. Jotunheim. In the eternally frozen wasteland of Jotunheim, a blizzard howled, carrying icy crystals in its tempestuous embrace. Thor's crimson cape billowed fiercely in the frigid winds, while Mjolnir crackled with blinding lightning in his grasp. With a thunderous roar, another wave of frost giants surged forth from the crevices of the glacier, their azure skin adorned with thick ice armor, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. "For Asgard!" Boom! Thor bellowed as he swung the hammer of the thunder god, a bolt of lightning cleaving through the storm and obliterating the foremost frost giants into shards of ice. Each strike of his battle boots shattered the frozen ground, accompanied by the resounding boom of thunder. Loki danced along the periphery of the battlefield, his hands unleashing streams of emerald energy. "Brother, to the left," he called out, simultaneously transforming an ambushing frost giant into a puddle of sludge. Swish! Sif's golden sword traced a flawless arc, cleaving through the ice sculpture with precision. "Ha! Now, this is what I call battle." Vostag swung his double-bladed axe, the sinews on his robust arms taut with exertion. Boom! He cleaved through a frost giant's ice shield with one blow, and with the other he severed its head. Swish! Hogun and Vandal stood back to back, their weapons intertwining in a deadly web amidst the cold light. Yet the number of frost giants seemed inexhaustible. With each fallen batch, more emerged from the glacier. Thor's breath formed clouds of white mist in the biting cold, and he sensed Mjolnir's weight becoming increasingly burdensome. The extreme chill of Jotunheim was sapping the hammer's power. "Thor!" Sif suddenly cried out, her sword ensnared by the ice spears of 3 giants. Thor immediately hurled Mjolnir to shatter the frost giant-sized spears. Crash! However, this distraction left his back exposed, and an ice blade from a giant left a deep gash on his shoulder plate. Loki swiftly took his place, his staff conjuring dozens of illusory duplicates to confound the enemies. "We must retreat, brother. They're draining our stamina." He revealed his rare concern. Just as Thor was about to retort, the ground shook violently. In the distance, a glacier collapsed with a thunderous roar, and dozens of frost creatures, towering twice the height of an ordinary giant, burst forth from the ice. Roar! They bore tusks reminiscent of mammoths, with 6 arms wielding various ice-crafted weapons, charging forth like an avalanche. Witnessing this scene, Thor decisively raised his voice to the heavens, calling out, "Heimdall, open the rainbow bridge." He then turned to his companions, exclaiming, "I will hold the rear. You must go ahead." "Absolutely not. The Asgardians will never abandon their own." Wostag roared back, cleaving through a giant before him with his axe. The first wave of frost monsters was upon them with a thunderous roar. Thor raised Mjolnir, summoning thunder, yet only a faint rumble echoed in the skies of Jotunheim. With a resounding clash, Thor gritted his teeth and met the oncoming beast, Mjolnir colliding with the creature's icy axe, sending shockwaves that shattered the ice for hundreds of meters around. At that moment, Sif's golden hair was encased in frost. Her swordplay remained fierce, yet her speed had noticeably diminished. Boom! Hogun swung his warhammer, shattering the kneecap of one frost monster, only to be pierced in the thigh by another ice spear. "Ah!" he cried out in pain, sinking to one knee as blood was instantly frozen into red crystals by the frigid air. The situation was dire for Wostag. A monster suddenly opened its gaping maw, its sharp, icy fangs sinking into his left arm. With a sickening squelch, the extreme cold toxin rapidly spread, turning his arm a deep purple. "You all must flee, quickly!" Thor bellowed as he swung Mjolnir, crushing the head of the beast that had bitten Wostag. He helped his injured companion, while Loki immediately conjured an illusory smoke barrier. Yet, a voice colder than a blizzard pierced through the battlefield. "Son of Odin, in my realm, do you think you can come and go as you please?" From the icy summit, Laufey slowly emerged. Towering over the other frost giants, he was crowned with ice crystals upon his brow, his eyes burning like stars harboring destructive power. Merely his presence caused the temperature around them to plummet by several degrees. Thor pushed Wostag towards Loki, saying, "Brother, take them away." He faced Laufey alone, raising Mjolnir once more. However, Laufey merely raised a hand, and an ice wall shot up from the ground, separating Thor from the other Asgardians. "Kneel and submit to me, and perhaps you may have a sliver of hope." Laufey's voice dripped with icy mockery. "Dream on." Thor leaped to attack, only to be swatted down by Laufey's hand, sent flying several kilometers away. Thunderous roars resounded. The power of the Frost King surged through Thor's breastplate, ice swiftly spreading across his body. Thor felt his limbs growing numb as Mjolnir slipped from his stiffening fingers. 2 frost giants seized Thor, whose body had been encased in ice, leaving only his head capable of movement, and brought him before Laufey. "Prince of Asgard, it seems your strength does not match your bluster. Have you prepared your final words?" Laufey raised his foot, poised to crush Thor's skull. Yet at that moment, the sky suddenly split open. Boom! A radiant column of light, over 100 meters in diameter, tore through the somber, gray heavens, vaporizing the frost giants and monsters in its path. Laufey was compelled to retreat, shielding his eyes from the blinding brightness. Within this dazzling beam, the 8-legged steed Sleipnir descended, carrying upon its back the one-eyed elder wielding the eternal spear Gungnir, his golden armor shimmering in the light. "Odin!" Laufey spat out the name with venom, the hatred palpable enough to be felt. Bang! 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 Gungnir merely grazed, and an invisible force hurled Laufey hundreds of meters away, crashing through dozens of glaciers before he finally came to a halt. "Odin, you have shattered our agreement. Are you intent on igniting war?" Laufey broke through the icy barrier, hovering in midair, furiously interrogating Odin. "Laufey, the desire for peace in Asgard has never wavered. This was merely a child's folly, which I will rectify. However, if you wish to perceive this as an invasion, a prelude to war, then so be it. I shall await your declaration of war in Asgard." Odin did not spare him a glance. the eternal spear tracing a golden arc as the brilliance of the rainbow bridge enveloped all of Asgard. Thunderous rumblings as the dazzling light faded. The wasteland was left littered with the corpses of countless frost giants and a seething Laufey. The blizzard from Jotunheim swept through, swiftly burying the remnants of the fierce battle. Chapter 94. The Gift of Angels. The next day, in Midtown High School, New York, Zhi Jiuan slammed a bundle of at least a dozen weighty tomes, brimming with the essence of knowledge, onto Jessica Campbell's desk. The table groaned under the burden of wisdom. Under Jessica Campbell's expression, which conveyed that knowledge is dead. Yet I too can be so. Zhi Jiuan shook his slightly sore hand and stated, "Last night, I pondered that if others require a review of their studies akin to clearing a clogged drain, your situation might be likened to the Three Gorges Dam's flood release. Relying on a last-minute catch-up before the exam not only burdens you, but also complicates our own efforts. Thus, we can only employ the quintessential strategy of Chinese education, the sea of exercises. With a little over 10 days until the exam, if you complete all these workbooks, I believe the final examination will be but a trivial matter for you." Upon hearing this, Jessica Campbell looked at the three encouraging faces before her, paused for a moment, and earnestly remarked, "You might not believe me, but I suddenly feel that I actually do not like riding motorcycles. I think that wearing a full helmet, donning riding gear, strapping on protective gear, and pedaling a second-hand Phoenix bicycle at a speed of 9 kilometers per hour, weaving through the streets of New York, is actually quite a stylish endeavor." Observing the expressions of the three individuals, Jessica Campbell recognized the lack of persuasiveness in her words and pitifully inquired, "Is there a method to improve our grades without cheating, without doing exercises, and without memorizing knowledge points? I simply do not wish to do my homework." In response, Zhi Jiuan cast a glance of disdain at her and retorted, "Indeed, there is such a method, albeit its effectiveness is rather short-lived." "How short?" she asked. "It vanishes upon waking up. However, if you happen to be in a coma, it would be a different matter altogether." In a fit of annoyance, Jessica Campbell leaped up, ready to confront the insufferable Zhi Jiuan, but was restrained by Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy, compelling her to relent. Gazing at the stack of hefty books before her, Jessica sighed, silently chiding herself for having sought Zhi Jiuan's assistance with her studies in the first place. Before long, lunchtime arrived, with the midday sun filtering through the leaves of the sycamore trees, casting dappled shadows upon the lawn. Zhi Jiuan sat cross-legged in the shade, casually nibbling on a piece of ham, while absent-mindedly perusing a newspaper. Peter Parker devoured a sandwich voraciously, and Gwen Stacy sipped her yogurt elegantly. "Hey, everyone!" Jessica Campbell suddenly approached, clutching her lunchbox, her dark hair shimmering with golden highlights in the sunlight. With a mysterious wink, she announced, "I would like to express my gratitude for your help with my studies. Would you care to join me for a drink at the bar tonight? My treat." Upon hearing this, Peter Parker paused momentarily before hesitantly responding, "A bar? But we're not yet 21. According to New York City laws, we are not permitted to consume alcohol. Moreover, ethanol metabolites such as acetaldehyde can inhibit hippocampal neurons, disrupt mitochondrial function, induce oxidative stress, and lead to apoptosis. Additionally, chronic alcoholism can result in reduced gray matter volume in the prefrontal cortex, cognitive syndromes, and increased error rates." Before Peter could finish his lengthy explanation, Jessica Campbell promptly interrupted, "Don't worry. I assure you that all the drinks we order will be alcohol-free." Zhi Jiuan set the newspaper aside, furrowing his brow with visible concern. "Is that place expensive? After all, we are merely discussing a few questions and knowledge points. There is no need to splurge." In his previous life, he had heard of students in America who sold blood twice a week, for approximately $150 each time, to cover their social expenses, such as coffee. Some students would frequently sell blood to make ends meet, even using the proceeds to treat classmates or friends to coffee or bubble tea. Zhi Jiuan feared that Jessica Campbell might have a moment of folly, leading to decisions that would send his blood pressure soaring, prompting him to slap himself in frustration whenever he recalled them. "Rest assured, it is quite affordable," Jessica Campbell exclaimed eagerly, leaning forward with excitement, her eyes sparkling. "During student hours, there's a 30% discount, and a specialty drink costs only $6. Moreover," as she spoke, her voice suddenly dropped, and she continued, "I have heard that the bar owner is extraordinarily handsome, the kind of striking beauty that is almost tragic. He possesses an exceptional charisma, akin to a nobleman who has stepped out from the pages of a comic. To enjoy a drink, there saves one the expense of hiring male models. If fortune favors us, we might even savor a cocktail crafted personally by the owner. Upon hearing the mention of male models, Gwen Stacy's spoon paused mid-air, and she eagerly inquired, "What is the name of this bar? Do you have a photo of the owner?" In response, Jessica Campbell's eyes sparkled with excitement as she enthusiastically replied, "The bar is called Dangel's Gift, located next to that antique shop on 7th Avenue. I don't have a photo, but my cousin visited last week and described the owner as having a mane of red hair and always dressed in vintage suits, mixing drinks with an elegance reminiscent of a sword performance." What? Angel's Gift? Upon hearing the name of the bar from Jessica Campbell, Zhi Jiuan exclaimed in surprise. Gwen Stacy turned to her, a look of confusion etched on her face, and curiously asked, "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" At this moment, Peter Parker and Jessica Campbell also turned their attention towards her. Zhi Jiuan's lips moved slightly, but she feigned nonchalance and replied, "Nothing. It just seems to me that this name sounds a bit peculiar, more fitting for a tavern than a bar." Zhi Jiuan found it odd. Hadn't Team Master Dialek recently acquired a winery in Germany? When did he return to New York? Observing Zhi Jiuan's bewilderment, Jessica Campbell urged, "Let us not dwell on the name. Just tell me, are you going tonight or not?" Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan nodded without hesitation and declared, "Of course. Why would I go? After hearing you speak, I am convinced that the owner must be a person of noble character, distinguished and charming." Upon hearing Zhi Jiuan's words, Peter Parker stroked his smooth chin and muttered, "Just like you? Then this owner must be rather ordinary. His character can't be that impressive." "What? Are you saying you miss Uncle George and want to have a heart-to-heart with him? No problem. I will certainly convey your message. Trying to threaten me? Prepare to face the consequences." The two imbeciles immediately grappled with each other. Jessica Campbell and Gwen Stacy quickly distanced themselves from the two, as if evading something unsavory. Chapter 95. A conversation with Dialek as twilight descended upon New York City. The warm yellow glow from the Barangel's gift radiated through the intricately designed glass door. Zhi Jiuan pushed open the heavy oak door, and a refreshing blend of mint and citrus wafted towards her. "Wow," Jessica Campbell whispered in awe. The interior of the bar exudes an ambience reminiscent of medieval Europe, featuring antiqued oak tables and chairs, walls adorned with vintage lamp-style electric lights, and a crystal chandelier descending from the ceiling, casting a gentle halo of light. In a corner, an old-fashioned phonograph serenades the patrons with soothing piano melodies. Peter Parker nervously tugged at the collar of his shirt and stammered, It feels rather upscale, and there are so many people." Indeed, although night had just fallen, the bar was already bustling with patrons, predominantly young women. They were adorned in vibrant makeup, dressed in revealing yet alluring attire, gathering in small clusters near the bar, occasionally erupting in light laughter. At that moment, Dialek stood with his back to the entrance, his red ponytail swaying gently as he mixed drinks. He wore a meticulously tailored black vest, with his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his well-defined forearms. Watching him at work, Jessica Campbell appeared quite exhilarated, leaning closer to Gwen Stacy and whispering, "What do you think? Isn't he handsome? So charismatic?" Gwen, equally animated, nodded in agreement. However, Zhi Jiuan was even more enthusiastic. Upon entering, he dashed about the bar like a husky that had already envisioned a $1 million renovation plan. After a brief exploration, his gaze traversed the crowd and settled on the tall figure behind the bar. Suddenly, Dialek turned around, his silver cocktail shaker drawing a graceful arc through the air. "Welcome," he greeted, his voice deep and gentle, effortlessly cutting through the noise of the bar, reaching the ears of the four with clarity. The group navigated through the throng to the corner of the bar, where Dialek had prepared 4 glasses filled with a pale blue liquid, adorned with mint leaves, glimmering under the soft light. "Raspberry mint drink, a non-alcoholic creation, complimentary," he announced, sliding the glasses toward each individual. Zhi Jiuan picked up his glass and took a sip. The refreshing mint flavor was tinged with a hint of rosemary's bitterness. Yet the subtle sweetness of the raspberry balanced it beautifully, yielding a delightful taste. As he looked up, he found Dialek gazing thoughtfully at him. "How does it taste?" Dialek inquired. "It's quite good, just as I anticipated," Zhi Jiuan replied succinctly. At his words, Dialek nodded and, with a natural ease, suggested, "It seems you have many questions, and coincidentally, so do I. Let us converse elsewhere. Follow me." Zhi Jiuan trailed behind Dialek, the wooden steps of the spiral staircase creaking softly beneath his feet. Who is that person? Why is the boss personally attending to him? Could they be brothers? They look nothing alike. Perhaps it's a romance? Shut up. That's impossible. Whispered voices drifted up from the first floor. But as the oak door to the second floor closed, those murmurs were effectively silenced. The office's decor was surprisingly minimalist. A mahogany desk, 2 high-backed chairs, and a solitary decorative silver sword hung upon the wall. Outside the window, the neon lights of New York filtered through stained glass, casting mottled shadows upon the carpet. Please, have a seat. Dialek gestured for Zhi Jiuan to sit in the chair opposite him, while he stood by the window, his crimson hair illuminated by the colorful light like flames. Would you like something to drink? Although I am a bar owner, I do have tea as well. Zhi Jiuan placed his backpack on his lap, absent-mindedly stroking the luxurious leather, and replied, just plain water will suffice. Are you still accustomed to this place? At this, Dialek's motion to pour water momentarily faltered, but he quickly resumed his task. He placed a glass of water before Zhi Jiuan, then settled into the high-backed chair. His hands crossed over the table as he remarked nonchalantly, adapting here is easier than I imagined. At least the grape varieties are commendable. Zhi Jiuan lifted the glass, took a sip, and smiled. The decor is quite authentic. When I first entered, I almost mistook this for the Angel's Share Tavern in Mondstadt. Hearing this, Dialek's gaze dimmed slightly, yet his tone remained as steely as ever. A counterfeit is merely a counterfeit, no matter how realistic. It is but a poor imitation of the original. Zhi Jiuan set down the glass and met Dialek's eyes directly, asking, and what about you? Are you the original or a counterfeit? This question hung in the air, plunging them into a brief silence. The faint sound of jazz from downstairs mingled strangely with the sirens of New York streets. Dialek's expression grew complex and distant as he spoke, his voice low and laden with time. Sometimes, upon waking in the morning, I can smell the fragrance of the vineyards at Dawn Winery. Yet when I open my eyes, I see the skyline of New York. At times, I drift to sleep under the glow of neon lights, accompanied by the cacophony of traffic, but upon awakening, I behold the spires of the Cathedral of the West Wind. Zhi Jiuan listened intently, refraining from interjecting. Perhaps both versions of me are genuine, or perhaps both are false. Dialek concluded ambiguously. Zhi Jiuan sighed, murmuring, is it true that Zhuangzhou dreamed he was a butterfly, or that the butterfly dreamed it was Zhuangzhou? Suddenly, a burst of applause and laughter erupted from downstairs, reminding them of the reality they inhabited. Zhi Jiuan finished his water, retrieved a small cloth bag and a notebook from his backpack, placing them on the table. Let us pause here for today. Whenever you have time, we can discuss further. This notebook contains my general understanding of this world. It may be of use to you. My address is also written within. Feel free to visit if you have any questions. However, there is one stipulation. You may come to me at 2 in the morning, but absolutely not at 6 in the morning. That is my boundary. As for this bag of dandelion seeds, consider it my contribution towards tonight's drink for myself and those 3 friends. Dialek picked up the cloth bag, his fingertips sensing the faint pulsation of the seeds, and with a hint of arrogance remarked, I don't recall dandelions, which grow abundantly everywhere, ever being so valuable. Even Flora wouldn't dare to set such a price. Zhi Jiuan did not respond, merely gesturing dismissively as he walked toward the door. Just as he was about to push the door open, Dialek suddenly spoke, saying, if there are others from Teyvat, like me, summoned to this world, let them know that the angel's gifts are always welcome among their kin. Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan turned back, grinning mischievously, and replied, rest assured, I definitely will. Otherwise, why would I let you out to earn money? Chapter 96. The Great Deceiver. As footsteps echoed from the spiral staircase, the attention of the entire bar converged upon the source. Dialek led the way, his crimson hair tied in a high ponytail swaying gently with each step, his strikingly handsome face returning to a polite yet distant expression. Zhi Jiuan followed behind, casually draping his backpack over his shoulder as if merely retrieving a forgotten item from upstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Jessica Campbell was the first to rush over, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she inquired, what does the boss want with you? Do you two know each other? What is your relationship? Is it a binary 0 and 1 connection? Faced with her rapid-fire questions, Zhi Jiuan nonchalantly snatched a glass of lemonade from a passing waiter's tray, casting her a disdainful glance as he replied, though your academic performance may falter, You certainly excel in colors. It's not as complicated as you think. The boss merely mistook me for his cousin. After all, we Chinese all look somewhat alike. This dismissive explanation immediately caused Jessica Campbell to lose interest. She turned and squeezed toward the bar, joining the group of female patrons admiring Dialec's bartending skills. However, Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy exchanged a knowing glance, and together, they maneuvered Zhi Jiuan into a corner booth. Hey, what are you doing? I warn you, I'm inherently weak. I cannot carry burdens or lift anything. A single touch could be fatal, and a mere nudge would have me wailing. Zhi Jiuan shouted in bewilderment, clutching his glass of lemonade, but was quickly silenced by Peter Parker's hand over his mouth. Once Zhi Jiuan was seated, Peter Parker finally released his grip, his expression urgent as he lowered his voice, asking, "You must tell me honestly, is the boss the Dialect who saved us on the Argo?" His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Gwen Stacy's blue eyes were fixed intently on Zhi Jiuan, echoing, "Though I have only seen Dialect once, my instincts tell me it must be him, right?" Zhi Jiuan leisurely sipped his lemonade, scanning the eager faces of the two before finally nodding slightly. Peter Parker nearly jumped out of his seat, exclaiming with exuberance, "I knew it. I must express my gratitude to him." With a swift motion, Zhi Jiuan firmly grasped his wrist, only to find it dislocated as expected. Casting a glance at Peter Parker, Zhi Jiuan adeptly reset his arm while leisurely articulating, "You are a person, not merely a machine. Do not rush headlong into situations without contemplation. One must ponder before acting. Just now, Dialect specifically summoned me, hoping we would keep this matter discreet." Upon hearing this, Gwen Stacy furrowed her brow, perplexed, and inquired, "Why?" "He saved our lives." Peter Parker nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed. Furthermore, he single-handedly vanquished the sea monster that caused the sinking of the Argo, resulting in the deaths of over 500 people. He is a hero. In myth or epic tales, he is akin to Heracles, a great hero deserving of entry into Valhalla, later commodified by a gaming company as a feminine character for profit. How can we allow him to remain anonymous?" Zhi Jiuan's lips twitched uncontrollably as he gestured for the two to lean closer, lowering his voice. "Consider this with your brilliant minds. Over 4,000 perished on the Argo, yet only a few of us were saved by Dialect. If this information were to leak, how do you suppose the families of the victims would react? Would they bless us? Or thank Dialect? Not at all. They would curse Dialect, questioning why he chose to save us instead of their loved ones. They would lament that if Dialect had exerted himself further, perhaps their families would have survived. If the relatives of the deceased were to create a ruckus, and with the presence of morally conscious media in America reporting on it, within a month, Dialect could find himself seated at the same table as Uncle Osama and Hitler." At this, the two fell silent. Emotionally, they were reluctant to admit it. Yet reason dictated that, despite its absurdity, this scenario was not entirely implausible. Observing their reaction, Zhi Jiuan clicked his tongue and continued, "If this were merely a matter of public opinion, it would not be catastrophic. After all, news cycles fade quickly. What truly concerns me is the potential allure of Dialect's mysterious powers to the U.S. government or military, prompting them to intervene personally, employing administrative, judicial, or even military means to persecute him. Do not dismiss this possibility. Not long ago, Iron Man, Tony Stark, was summoned to a hearing, coerced into relinquishing his armored suit technology. Environmental and animal rights organizations might also join in, condemning Dialect's actions against the sea monster with protests and demonstrations." While Peter Parker had no objections to Zhi Jiuan's previous assertions, which aligned with his stereotypical views of the U.S. government, he found himself at a loss regarding the environmental organizations. That monstrous sea creature was responsible for so many deaths. Eliminating it must surely be beneficial, right? Environmental organizations protect even such monstrosities? Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan rolled his eyes and scoffed. Environmentalism is merely a business. They safeguard whatever generates profit. They cater to the whims of those who pay them, preserving whatever their patrons desire. I once witnessed those fools obstructing an electric bus, claiming that the harmful emissions from it would elevate Earth's temperature, leading to the melting of Antarctic glaciers, the loss of polar bear habitats, and ultimately extinction. The driver, presumably educated at least to junior high level, recognized the absurdity of their claims and promptly called the authorities. Gwen Stacy looked at that figure and, with a hint of frustration in her voice, remarked, "But at least let me express my gratitude. Zhi Jiuan finished his lemonade in one gulp, rose, and stated, "A silent acknowledgement suffices. He can hear it." Peter Parker clenched his fists but soon relaxed them, affirming, "I understand." Gwen Stacy gently grasped Peter Parker's hand, tenderly saying, "I will keep this secret with you, but can we at least frequent his bar?" As she spoke, she glanced at Zhi Jiuan, seemingly seeking his approval. In response, Zhi Jiuan raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course, as long as you refrain from ordering alcoholic beverages." The trio simultaneously turned their gaze towards the bar. At that moment, Jessica Campbell was excitedly holding up her flip phone, attempting to clandestinely capture a glimpse of Dialect mixing drinks. The red-haired proprietor seemed to sense something, glanced in their direction, and gave a slight nod. Peter Parker raised his raspberry mint drink, silently offering a salute. Gwen Stacy followed suit, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Only Zhi Jiuan's mouth twitched, his expression akin to one who had been dealt a heavy blow, inwardly questioning whether he had been too persuasive, leaving them utterly bewildered. Chapter 97. The Arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the Angel's gift bar, the crystal chandelier's glow softened as midnight approached. Dialect was intently crafting a Night of Stars cocktail, the deep blue liquid swirling in the shaker like a miniature galaxy. As he poured the concoction into a gold-rimmed martini glass, the bar door gently swung open. A faint hint of jasmine perfume wafted in. The sound of high heels clicking against the wooden floor was slow, yet rendered the entire bar momentarily hushed. Dialect did not lift his gaze, but his silver cocktail spoon paused slightly. "Excuse me, darling," a languid voice with an Eastern European accent floated in. The women clustered at the bar instinctively parted to create a path. The newcomer elegantly perched herself upon a high stool, her red hair cascading like a waterfall over her bare shoulders, a shade of red distinctly different from Dialect's, resembling a burning rose. Dialect handed the prepared drink to the waiting lady before turning to face the new guest. The crimson locks of the two individuals, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, created a stunning contrast. One side resembled a blazing inferno, while the other evoked the image of a blooming rose. "What would you like to drink?" Dialect inquired, sliding a leather-bound menu across the table, his voice tranquil as if attending to the most ordinary of patrons. The woman, with her fingers adorned in scarlet nail polish, gracefully opened the drink list. Her movements exuded an intentional elegance, each frame akin to a meticulously crafted tableau. Eventually, her fingertip halted on the page of Northern Wind's Gaze, and with a voice as sweet as honey yet edged like a blade, she declared, "I shall have this one." Dialect inclined his head slightly and turned to prepare the ingredients. His actions flowed like water, the silver cocktail shaker dancing between his fingers, the sound of clinking ice resonating sweetly. The woman rested her chin on her hand, her gaze lingering on him as if it were tangible, tracing the nape of Dialect's neck. 3 minutes later, a glass of pale azure drink, shrouded in frost, was placed before her. The condensation on the glass resembled morning dew, adorned with a sprig of mint and an ice-carved pine cone. $100, Dialect stated matter-of-factly. The woman chuckled softly, retrieving a folded bill from the strap on her thigh and extending it towards him. Just as Dialect reached for the money, she flashed a seductive smile, her long, fair fingers gently squeezing his wrist before brushing across his palm, lingering just a moment before withdrawing her hand. Dialect's brow furrowed slightly as he deftly produced a black device from his cuff, crushing it effortlessly between his fingers until it crumbled into powder. He turned to regard the Slavic woman before him, his tone remaining unperturbed as he stated, "Natasha Alexeyevna Romanov, codename Black Widow, born in 1984 in Stalingrad, one of the most distinguished graduates of the Red Room training camp, currently a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, skilled in disguise, interrogation, hand-to-hand combat, and proficient in 37 assassination techniques." The woman's smile faltered, her allure evaporating in an instant, replaced by a predator's vigilance. "Clear the room," she whispered. No sooner had she spoken than the dozen female patrons scattered throughout the bar rose in unison and departed with precision. The remaining ordinary customers were still in a daze when the bar's door swung open once more, ushering in 16 fully armed agents clad in black. A palpable tension filled the air as everyone immediately fell silent, the lead agent raising his credentials. In that moment, Dialect abruptly hurled the silver cocktail spoon from his hand. It struck with a sharp clang, embedding itself through the agent's palm and pinning his hand and credentials to the wall. "Who permitted your entry?" he asked, his voice steady yet chilling, causing the temperature in the room to plummet by 10 degrees. Dialek returned the $100 to Natasha, his gaze steady upon her as he coldly asserted, "This drink is on me. After you finish, take your excess tongues and leave my territory." Just as the atmosphere in the bar hung in a fragile stalemate, the sound of the doorbell rang out, an angelic chime heralding the arrival of new guests. Nick Fury, clad in his iconic black leather coat, strode in with a grave expression, his piercing single eye surveying the tense atmosphere. His lips quivered slightly. Romanoff he addressed, making his way to the bar and taking a seat on the vacant high stool beside Natasha. His voice rasped like sandpaper as he instructed, "Inform those esteemed guests over there that if they vacate the premises immediately, we shall cover all their expenses for the evening and compensate them double for their losses. Moreover, we will also reimburse the revenue lost tonight due to the angel's gift." Natasha relaxed her guarded demeanor and exchanged a discreet glance with the agents. The men in black promptly shifted their tone, courteously guiding the patrons to exit. Dialek observed the scene with a cold gaze, making no attempt to intervene. "Now, a glass of the wind's blessing, please," Nick Fury requested, placing a black card on the counter. Dialek silently turned away, retrieving a crystal bottle from the highest shelf of the liquor cabinet before beginning to mix the drink. As the glass, glowing with a soft teal hue, was presented before him, Fury raised an eyebrow. The liquid within exhibited an intriguing stratification. The upper layer was a nearly transparent light green, while the lower layer boasted a rich emerald shade, with a mint leaf suspended in the middle, resembling a boat buoyed by the wind. Fury took a sip, nodding in approval. Setting the glass down, he fixed his gaze on Dialek and inquired, "So, Mr. Levender, might you enlighten me as to why you find yourself in New York?" Returning a bottle of tequila to the shelf, Dialek replied coolly, "To operate my establishment, pay taxes, and occasionally clean up the city's refuse. Nothing more." Fury squinted his single eye and abruptly remarked, "Mr. Levender, this world remains disinterested." Dialek's response was succinct and decisive. Undeterred by the interruption, Fury continued, "There is no need to hastily decline, Mr. Levender. S.H.I.E.L.D. harbors no ill intentions toward you. All our actions are merely to ensure the safety of this world, even if they may sometimes come across as impolite." Dialek let out a soft laugh, his sharp gaze hidden beneath his crimson locks, and calmly stated, "Politeness? Why would you concern yourselves with something you have never possessed? As for the safety of the world, perhaps it would be safer without your involvement. Finish your drink and depart. The angel's gift serves only alcohol and temporarily offers no other services." Fury emptied his glass and remarked, "Today, we have overstepped. Our sole purpose for being here is to ascertain whether you harbor any malice toward America or Earth." Dialek reclaimed the empty glass and placed it in the nearby sink, responding, "I'm not that dull." Rising to his feet, the black leather of Fury's coat emitted a faint rustle as he stated, "Let us hope that is the case. We shall remain vigilant, but will not intrude upon your bar's business. However, should you ever reconsider, there will not be such a day," Dialek interjected firmly. Dialek directly interrupted. Chapter 98, Eyes Beyond the Mountains. The following morning, in Midtown High School, New York. "What? Skip class again? What excuse this time?" In the classroom, Peter Parker, wearing a somewhat unfortunate expression, inquired. It was not uncommon for Zhi Jiuan to skip class. Peter's curiosity lay in the reason he had concocted this time. He vaguely recalled that the last excuse was, "My parents had a quarrel, and after much persuasion, they still refused to start fighting. I was deeply saddened, so I needed a 2-day break to recuperate. The time before that was, my dog took a day off, and now I must guard the house alone. Hence I require 2 days off." In short, every excuse Zhi Jiuan provided could warrant a visit to St. Elizabeth's Psychiatric Hospital. Upon hearing this, Gwen Stacy pursed her lips, wearing the expression of an elderly person on the subway engrossed in their phone. She remarked, "It is said that his smile today was overly radiant, potentially inciting jealousy among classmates and faculty. This is detrimental to Midtown High School's advanced educational philosophy, which aims to cultivate capable and distinctive citizens endowed with both spiritual depth and a global perspective. Therefore, it necessitates a period of isolation for contemplation." Peter Parker's lips twitched uncontrollably as he muttered, "Perhaps when he returns, we should send him to St. Elizabeth's for a checkup. After all, early detection leads to early treatment." Meanwhile, in New Mexico, Zhi Jiuan, with an exasperated expression, clutched a map, glancing between it and the desolate, boundless desert surrounding him. He cursed. Have I veered off by over 30 kilometers? Impossible. North, south, east, west, everything was correct. Damn it, this map must be flawed. Zhi Jiuan, cannot possibly be directionally challenged. After cursing for a while, he pulled out his phone, the glaring no-signal notification urging him to unleash another round of expletives. Suddenly, a rumble of engines echoed from afar. A convoy composed of black SUVs and white RVs appeared at the end of the road, stirring up a cloud of dust that trailed behind. Upon seeing this, Zhi Jiuan dashed to the roadside like a citizen witnessing General Jin's return. Jumping and waving his arms vigorously, with a screech of tires against the ground, the convoy halted 20 meters before him. The door of one SUV swung open violently, and a middle-aged man, brandishing a double-barreled shotgun, leaped out. Dressed in a faded denim shirt with sweat-soaked, graying temples, he aimed the weapon steadily at Zhi Jiuan's head. "Stay right where you are." The man's voice was as coarse as sandpaper, demanding, "Raise your hands, kid. Who are you? Why are you blocking my vehicle?" Zhi Jiuan immediately performed a French salute, his throat moving up and down due to thirst as he explained, "No need to be alarmed, sir. I carry no weapons. I am merely a lost traveler, without signal on my phone, hoping to hitch a ride to the nearest town. Rest assured, I shall cover the fare." As he spoke, Zhi Jiuan slowly turned in a circle, revealing the emptiness at his waist. At that moment, a golden-haired girl, seemingly around 15 or 16, peeked out from the back window of the SUV. Her appearance was undeniably sweet and charming, yet her impatient expression suggested she was not particularly easy to approach. However, upon seeing Zhi Jiuan, her demeanor softened considerably, and she sweetly addressed the armed older man, saying, "Daddy, I don't think he looks like a bad person. Be quiet." "Brenda." The man barked, his gun unwavering. His voice was loud, drawing the attention of those inside the RV, who soon emerged, a gentle-looking elderly woman, a middle-aged man in a white shirt who appeared indecisive, and a middle-aged woman cradling a child. The man with the shotgun squinted, his gaze sweeping back and forth over Zhi Jiuan, who was already drenched in sweat, revealing his frail frame. At last, the man slowly lowered his weapon. "I apologize. Young man, times are perilous these days. One must be cautious of strangers. Hop in. We happen to be heading to Holloman Town, where you can disembark." Zhi Jiuan exhaled in relief, lowered his hands, and quickly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, kind sir. I am Bob Carter. You may simply call me Bob. No need for such formality." With that, he beckoned Zhi Jiuan to follow him into the RV. Once inside, Bob Carter introduced his family, his wife, Ethel Carter, his eldest daughter, Lynn Bukowski, his son-in-law, Doug Bukowski, his second daughter, Brenda Carter, his youngest son, Bobby Carter, and their two dogs. Ethel Carter pointed to the sofa in the back, her face filled with concern. "Poor child, you must be exhausted. Please sit here. I will fetch you a glass of water." No, it is truly too much trouble." Zhi Jiuan hastily declined, but the elderly woman paid no heed. Brenda Carter suddenly leaned closer, curiously surveying Zhi Jiuan, and asked, "Why are you alone in such a dreadful place? It's hot and stuffy, and there's no signal. It's not fun at all." Zhi Jiuan figured that if he spoke the truth, they might mistake him for an escaped prisoner from St. Elizabeth, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied earnestly, "Because the world is vast, and I wish to see it." Brenda Carter's expression shifted to one of bewilderment mixed with awe, and she then inquired, "You look Asian. Are you Japanese?" Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan's eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at Brenda Carter. He could not fathom how such a lovely girl could wield her words so harshly. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away atop a desolate hill, a twisted, stooped figure lay hidden behind a weathered rock. His grotesque cranium was adorned with warty protrusions, and his murky yellow eyes were pressed against the eyepiece of a telescope. His cracked lips curled into a grin, revealing a jagged array of yellowed teeth. "Hey, here they come," he rasped, saliva dripping from his chin onto the scalding rocks, evaporating instantly into wisps of white smoke. Not far behind him, another even more deformed creature dragged a bundle of homemade spikes. Those sharp, rusted metal shards were crudely welded together, shimmering ominously under the blazing sun. His right leg was noticeably shorter than his left, causing him to limp, yet he moved with surprising speed. The limping creature emitted a cackling laugh as he laid the spikes at a concealed bend in the road. He meticulously covered them with sand and gravel, leaving only the sharpest tips exposed. After completing this task, the deformed monster hid himself in a roadside drainage ditch, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the approaching convoy. The observer atop the mountain licked his cracked lips, the telescope's lens tracking the slowly advancing RV. His other malformed hand reached for the homemade machete at his waist, its blade still bearing dark red stains. Chapter 99. The deformed attacker, the relentless sun, continued to scorch the highways of New Mexico as Bob gripped the steering wheel firmly, occasionally engaging in casual conversation with his wife in the passenger seat. Summer, oh summer, quietly slipped away, leaving behind little secrets buried deep within, secrets that cannot be revealed. As the evening breeze caressed the warmth in my heart, Zhi Jiuan sat at the dining table in the RV, humming a tuneless melody while flipping through a notebook filled with strange symbols. Brenda and Bobby sat across from him, curiously observing the solitary, silly antics of Zhi Jiuan. "Kids, we'll arrive in 20 minutes. Bang! Before Bob could finish a sentence, two deafening explosions erupted on the highway. The SUV lurched violently to the left, the steering wheel shaking uncontrollably in Bob's hands. Damn it! He pressed the brakes with all his might, but the vehicle was already spiraling out of control. Boom! The SUV charged toward the roadside like a runaway stallion, crashing violently into the mountainside. The shrill sound of twisted metal echoed throughout the desert. Bang! The RV followed closely, crashing into the SUV's rear. Zhi Jiuan was thrown forward by inertia, his notebook flying from his grasp. Brenda screamed, shielding Bobby, while Lynn collided with the cabinet, blood oozing from her forehead. "Is everyone all right?" Zhi Jiuan was the first to rise, helping Bobby and Brenda, who was pinned beneath him. Bob kicked open the mangled door, stumbling out of the vehicle. At that moment, the front of the SUV was twisted into a mass of scrap metal, thick smoke billowing from beneath the hood. Bob inspected the front, hoping to see if he could make repairs with the tools at hand. Damn it, both front tires are blown. It must be the heat here. After his inspection, Bob couldn't help but voice his frustration. Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan crouched beside the off-road vehicle, meticulously examining the blown tire. The damage to both front tires was remarkably consistent, each punctured at the center of the tread by a sharp object, and the pattern was rather orderly, indicating that the blowouts could not have been caused by high temperatures. He squinted and glanced back along the road. Not far along, Zhi Jiuan noticed a prominent horizontal drag mark clearly visible among the tire tracks on the highway, with the surrounding gravel showing signs of having been deliberately smoothed out. He hastily returned to the group, casting a quick glance at Bukowski and Bob before lowering his voice to say, "This is no accident. There is a horizontal drag mark on the road traversed by the off-road vehicle, suggesting that someone has laid traps on the road, waiting for us to fall victim before retrieving them." Upon hearing this, Bob's face instantly turned pale. He immediately turned to usher his wife and children back to the RV, while also grabbing the shotgun. Doug, nervously adjusting his glasses, swallowed hard and stammered, "Are you sure? Could it not be the tracks left by desert snakes?" Zhi Jiuan shook his head, pointing to the discovered marks, explaining, "The drag marks are fresh, with straight lines, and the surrounding area has raised mounds created by disturbed soil. These are not traces of wild animals or natural formations." Bob's gun barrel cautiously swept the surroundings, and with uncertainty, he asked, "What should we do now? Staying here might be dangerous, but trekking through the desert with women and children is hardly a sound idea." Zhi Jiuan quickly surveyed the terrain and pointed toward the foot of a distant mountain, saying, "There is an abandoned mine over there, less than 500 meters from the road. It would be safer than remaining in the open." Upon hearing this, Doug exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? What if there are wild beasts inside?" Zhi Jiuan replied, "That would still be preferable to remaining here as targets, if they truly mean us harm. A flimsy sheet of metal will not provide any protection." Zhi Jiuan picked up his backpack, retrieved a machete from the back of the off-road vehicle, and turned to the two men, saying, "Mr. Bob, you and Mr. Doug stay behind to protect the others. I will scout the mine. If I do not return within half an hour, you must take your families and run as far as you can." He hesitated slightly when mentioning Doug's name, feeling as if he were scolding him. Bob grasped his shoulder, exclaiming in agitation, "No, I cannot agree to this. This is not a movie. You cannot go alone." Zhi Jiuan shook off his hand, pulling out a powerful flashlight from his backpack, and reassured him, "Do not worry. I will be cautious. Ignoring Bob's further objections, Zhi Jiuan set off towards the mine, the hot desert wind whipping sand against his face, each step sinking his boots into the soft earth. As he approached, the dark entrance of the mine loomed like a gaping maw ready to devour. Before the entrance, Zhi Jiuan paused, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it inside. Thud! Zhi Jiuan silently counted in his mind. The echo of stones striking the rock wall lasted approximately 6 seconds. The mine was deeper than he had anticipated. The beam of his flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating tracks covered in dust and rusted minecarts. The moment he stepped into the cavern, the temperature plummeted. The stench of decay wrapped around him like tendrils, compelling him to cover his mouth and nose. Under the flashlight's glow, Zhi Jiuan discerned some brownish markings and numbers lingering on the cave walls, resembling bloodstains. After advancing about 50 meters, the foul odor in the air intensified to a nearly suffocating degree. Narrowing his eyes, Zhi Jiuan stepped back, fighting the nausea as he directed the flashlight toward the source of the strongest smell. In that instant, the beam revealed a sight that seemed to freeze his very blood. In one corner of the mine lay a heap of human bones, some already skeletal, while others still bore decaying flesh. The uppermost corpses were relatively fresh, maggots writhing in their hollow eye sockets. Zhi Jiuan's flashlight trembled slightly, casting light on scattered remnants of clothing, a cowboy hat, a plaid shirt, a dress, and even a military uniform adorned with the insignia of the U.S. Army's 41st Infantry Regiment. What the hell? Which horror film is this? He murmured quietly, instinctively retreating. Just then, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. In the blink of an eye, as a gust of malevolent wind surged toward him, Zhi Jiuan instinctively ducked, honed reflexes kicking in. Clang! A rusted, massive axe grazed the tips of his hair as it struck the rock wall, sending sparks flying. In that fleeting moment of brightness, Zhi Jiuan glimpsed the assailant's visage. It was a towering behemoth, nearly 3 meters tall, with a grotesquely contorted body barely encased in a tattered black suit. Its head was smooth, yet marred by various bizarre, protruding growths. The features of its face were nearly impossible to discern, save for its mouth, where crooked, exposed teeth glistened with thick, yellowish saliva that dripped down, soaking its chest. Hee. The creature emitted a rasping, unpleasant laugh, effortlessly extracting the axe embedded in the rock wall. Zhi Jiuan quickly retreated, pressing his back against the stone. The beam of his flashlight danced across the monster's face, revealing its yellow eyes devoid of pupils. Completely unaffected by the intense light, it swung the axe once more. Clang! Zhi Jiuan barely managed to block the blade with his mountain knife, but the tremendous force sent tingling shockwaves through his hands. Giggling, the creature toyed with its prey. It suddenly lifted its foot and delivered a kick to Zhi Jiuan's abdomen, propelling him several meters away. Bang! He crashed heavily beside the heap of bones. The flashlight rolling aside, its beam illuminating the monster as it ambled toward him leisurely, savoring his terror. Watching the creature approach step by step, Zhi Jiuan suddenly grinned and said, "Do you know the Pacific Ocean? That's the water I prepared for you." Chapter 100, The Abnormal Being. The princess's reappearance with a thunderous roar, the cavern erupted in dazzling purple light, illuminating the entire space as if it were daylight. A bolt of purple lightning, akin to divine retribution, pierced through the mine and struck the 3-meter-tall aberration. The creature was flung away like a rag doll, unable to emit even a scream. With a resounding thud, its massive form was cast out of the mine, crashing against the rocky wall outside and shattering into a myriad of fragments. Fisher stepped forth from the abandoned cavern with an elegant stride, standing in the sunlight, her hand resting on her hip. Her singular eye beneath a white mask shimmered with a perilous gleam. Her resplendent white and purple Gothic attire appeared strikingly out of place amidst the desolation. With her right hand extended forward, purple electricity danced at her fingertips, while her left hand shielded her left eye. She proclaimed with authority, "Come forth, Oz. With your true eye, perceive the laws governing this realm. Unveil my domain perception barrier. Let all hidden causes and effects be laid bare under my will." As her words resonated, a night raven, entirely cloaked in dark purple and crackling with dangerous arcs of electricity, materialized from the void. Oz gracefully flapped his wings, hovering before Fisher, and spoke with gentlemanly decorum. "Your command is my direction, milady." Meanwhile, chaos reigned around the Carter family's RV by the roadside. Lynn Carter's lifeless body lay in a pool of blood, her head grotesquely mutilated, one eye frozen in terror. Inside the RV, two aberrations wreaked havoc. One, clad in tattered red attire, swept the dishes from the cupboard with his grotesque, tumor-riddled arms, the sound of shattering porcelain eliciting gleeful cackles. The other, draped in black, lunged toward the corner with a terrified Brenda cowered. In that moment, Brenda's jeans had been torn, and she desperately shrank back until her back pressed against the wall of the vehicle. Yet the calloused hand of the aberration easily seized her ankle, dragging her toward the center of the RV. "Get away! Get away! Get away!" Brenda cried, thrashing her legs in a frantic bid for freedom. The black-clad aberration pinned her legs down with its knee, its rough hand grasping her shirt. Brenda's screams drew the attention of the red-clad aberration, who turned, his eyes filled with envy upon seeing his companion's prize. With a ferocious roar, he charged, shoving the black aberration aside. With a resounding thump, the red aberration struck his companion, and the two monsters immediately engaged in a fierce struggle, toppling the dining table and cupboard in their tumult. Clang! Seizing a frying pan from the floor, the red aberration brought it crashing down upon his foe's head. With a dull thud, the black aberration staggered backward, shattering the glass door of the bathroom. With a victorious roar, the red aberration turned to pounce upon the curled-up Brenda. However, just as its filthy hands were about to touch her shirt, boom, a bolt of purple lightning pierced through the vehicle's window, striking the black aberration squarely in the back of the head. Thud! The head of the dark-clad deformity burst open like a watermelon, and the headless corpse staggered before crashing heavily into a heap of shattered crockery. Sensing an unusual commotion behind him, the deformity in red froze and slowly turned around. Instinct warned him of danger, and his hand instinctively reached for the old-fashioned revolver at his waist. Boom! A second thunderbolt pierced through his chest, leaving a charred cavity the size of a bowl. Gasping, the red-clad deformity looked down at the scorched gash on his chest, incredulously touching the edges before toppling forward like a felled tree, landing squarely on top of Brenda. "No, please." Trapped beneath the still-warm corpse, Brenda erupted into a fit of hysteria, desperately pushing against the heavy body. "Help! Is anyone there? Please!" Her cries transformed into a frenzy of sobs. Just as she was on the verge of breaking down, the sound of a door being pulled open echoed in her ears. Moments later, the deformity's body was lifted, revealing the face of Zhi Jiuan in Brenda's tear-blurred vision. "Don't be afraid, Brenda, it's me." Hearing that familiar voice, Brenda lunged into Zhi Jiuan's embrace, her arms tightly wrapping around his waist, her scalding tears instantly soaking his clothing. Zhi Jiuan grabbed a nearby bedsheet, wrapping it around Brenda's exposed form, gently caressing her head and whispering soothing words. "It's all right. You are safe now. There's no danger around. It's okay to cry. You don't need to speak." Upon hearing this, Brenda's sobs immediately intensified several decibels, soaking the front of Zhi Jiuan's shirt. After approximately 15 minutes, her cries gradually subsided into soft whimpers. A moment later, she finally ceased her sobbing, loosening her grip on Zhi Jiuan and lifting her head again, though her fingers still clutched tightly at the hem of his shirt. Zhi Jiuan adjusted the bedsheet around her, positioning himself to shield her view, preventing her from being startled again. "After crying for so long, you must be thirsty," he remarked, raising his hand as if conjuring a spell, producing a chilled bottle of soda that seemed to materialize in his palm. He twisted off the cap and handed it to her, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. "Would you like me to take the first sip?" Brenda hesitated, a faint blush rising on her tear-streaked face. She accepted the soda and took a small sip. The icy sweetness momentarily eased her taut nerves. Noticing her emotions had finally stabilized, Zhi Jiuan cautiously inquired, "Do you feel a bit better now? Can we talk about what happened?" "It's perfectly all right if you don't wish to." Upon hearing these words, Brenda's body trembled involuntarily. After a moment, she spoke in a quivering voice. "Not long after you left, my father still felt uneasy, so he took a gun to scout the area. Then we heard a terrible scream. At this juncture, Brenda paused, her fingers unconsciously caressing the soda bottle, before continuing, "My brother-in-law, sister, and mother went outside to assess the situation, and then we heard sounds of a struggle. After that," her breath quickened, and in agony, she uttered, "Those monsters surged toward the vehicle, smashing everything. They took Bobby and Catherine." At this, Zhi Jiuan gently stroked the top of her head, signaling her to refrain from speaking further. Chapter 101. The rescue begins at that moment. Brenda had changed into a spare pair of jeans and a shirt she had salvaged from the wreckage of the RV. She stood beside Lynn's body, covered with a sheet, her hands clenched into fists. Zhi Jiuan silently stood beside her, their shadows elongated by the setting sun. He broke the silence first, pointing to the faint outline of mountains in the distance, saying, "Earlier, while I was scouting the mine, I discovered an abandoned town on the other side. If those grotesque beings have a stronghold, it is likely there. Thus, your father and the others are probably there as well." He retrieved a revolver from the corpse of one of the abominations, expertly checked the chamber, and handed it, along with several spare bullets, to Brenda. He continued, "I plan to go to that town. If Bob and the others are there, I'll find a way to rescue them. You should stay here and wait for me." "I want to go with you," Brenda suddenly interrupted, her voice hoarse and tinged with a hint of desperation. "Please, don't leave me alone." Hearing this, Zhi Jiuan furrowed his brow and replied, "This is not a picnic. Those grotesque beings." But before he could finish, Brenda's tears began to flow once more as she implored, "Take me with you. I won't be a burden. Please, don't leave me by myself." Zhi Jiuan, exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair, but ultimately sighed and conceded, "Stay close to me and obey my commands without question. Do not fire unless absolutely necessary. Gunfire will attract more monsters. Also, tie your hair back and remain silent as we proceed." At his words, Brenda's tears transformed into a smile, and she eagerly nodded. Following the path they had taken before, the two easily traversed the abandoned mine. As they stepped out of the cool cavern, a wave of heat enveloped them once more. Not far away, the outline of a town, eroded by wind and sand, emerged from the heat haze. The town appeared even more desolate than Brenda had imagined. Most wooden structures had collapsed, and the few remaining were on the verge of falling. The filthy streets were strewn with rusty cans and shattered bottles, with occasional traces of dry blood. "This place doesn't tea look like," Brenda began, but Zhi Jiuan abruptly turned and covered her mouth. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, his index finger raised to his lips. Brenda's breath caught in her throat, and she then noticed a faint, putrid stench wafting through the air. Zhi Jiuan released his grip and made a gesture to follow closely, paying attention to the movements of his feet. Brenda nodded, mimicking Zhi Jiuan's actions, carefully avoiding any debris that might create a sound with each cautious step. As they ventured deeper into the town, the foul odor intensified. After turning a corner, Zhi Jiuan unexpectedly altered his course, cautiously advancing towards a relatively intact wooden cabin 50 meters ahead. The cabin appeared no different from the surrounding structures, save for its windows sealed with wooden planks, obscuring any view of the interior. Though uncertain of the reason, Brenda followed Zhi Jiuan without hesitation. However, as they drew nearer, she finally discerned the cabin's distinctiveness. Despite the remaining distance, the strong metallic scent of blood became unmistakable. Approaching within 10 meters of the cabin, the stench had thickened to a nearly tangible presence. At that moment, Zhi Jiuan suddenly turned back, signaling Brenda to wait, and drew a machete from his waist. He then leaped into the cabin, the blade glinting coldly in the dim light. Inside the unremarkable wooden cabin, dozens of human legs hung from the ceiling, arranged as orderly as meat in a slaughterhouse. The corners were piled high with stark white bones, and several iron hooks bore remnants of half-bodies. The floor was covered in a thick layer of dried blood, each step nearly causing one to become ensnared. Two grotesque figures were gathered around a central iron table, while the Carter family was bound not far away. Judging by their size, the figures wielding cleavers were even larger than those encountered in the mine, their faces marred by numerous stitching scars, with one eye obscured by a grotesque tumor. Without hesitation, Zhi Jiuan executed a forward roll upon entering the cabin, aiming his machete directly at the nape of one grotesque figure. However, the creature reacted swiftly, blocking the strike with its cleaver, sparks flying upon impact. In response to Zhi Jiuan's surprise attack, the cleaver-wielding figure let out an excited howl. Hearing the commotion, the other grotesque figure seized two butchering hooks from the table and charged at Zhi Jiuan. With a swift motion, the dark hooks sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, but Zhi Jiuan ducked just in time, the hook grazing his back and tearing a wound. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he retaliated by slicing at the wrist of the figure wielding the hook, severing 3 of its fingers at the root. Yet, the creature seemed impervious to pain, instead erupting into maniacal laughter as it swung the remaining hook at him. Zhi Jiuan leaned back, narrowly avoiding the hook that narrowly missed his nose. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful kick to the creature's abdomen, sending it stumbling backward. The cleaver-wielding creature took advantage of the moment, lunging at Zhi Jiuan with a deadly strike aimed at his neck. In a split second, Zhi Jiuan sidestepped, causing the cleaver to bury itself deep into the wooden wall. He seized the opportunity, wielding the machete like a venomous serpent, piercing through the shoulder of the grotesque creature wielding the bone-slicing knife. A thunderous roar erupted as crimson blood gushed forth, the abomination letting out a pained howl. The hook-wielding monstrosity seized the moment, lunging forward once more, its claws dancing with a deadly precision. Zhi Jiuan was compelled to retreat, narrowly avoiding a fall as his heel collided with the corpse. Bang! The iron hook attacked again, barely grazing his left arm before crashing onto the floor. Without hesitation, the machete severed the hook's handle, causing the creature to lose its balance and tumble forward. Zhi Jiuan seized the chance. The blade flashed like lightning. Thud. The head of the hook-wielding creature soared high, foul blood erupting from its neck like a fountain. The headless body twitched momentarily before crashing heavily into the pool of blood. Roar! The bone-slicing creature, witnessing this, let out a furious bellow and suddenly lunged towards the corner table. Just as Zhi Jiuan was about to pursue, he saw the creature snatch up an infant from the table. It was Doug's daughter, Catherine. The baby wailed in terror, the abomination pressing the bone-slicing knife against her delicate neck. Cackling, the creature held the infant in one arm while brandishing the rusted blade with the other, retreating with a malevolent grin, its single eye glinting with malice. Zhi Jiuan lifted his machete, his gaze fixed intently upon the creature, his voice chillingly resolute. If she lives, you shall meet a dire fate. If she dies, you wretched, grotesque beings shall be cleaved into 8 pieces. Chapter 102. Blood Battle. The abomination, cradling the crying infant, retreated step by step towards the wooden door, its single eye fixated on Zhi Jiuan, the bone-slicing knife pressing against the infant's tender neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Cackling, the creature spat foul saliva between its blackened, yellowed teeth. Zhi Jiuan's machete drooped slightly, yet his muscles remained taut. He crouched like a leopard, poised to pounce and deliver the fatal blow. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. The creature's back finally pressed against the wooden door. It shouldered the latch aside, the door creaking ominously as it opened to reveal Brenda standing outside, her eyes wide with shock. She stood frozen, her hands gripping a revolver tightly, the muzzle barely 20 centimeters from the back of the creature's head. Clearly taken aback by the presence outside, the creature turned, its single eye widening in an instant. In a flash, the abomination spun around, the bone-slicing knife slicing through the air. Bang, 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 bang. Brenda's piercing scream rang out as she shut her eyes, pulling the trigger 6 times in rapid succession. Amidst the deafening gunfire, the creature's head exploded like a ripe watermelon, black blood and brain matter splattering across the doorframe. Its massive body collapsed with a thunderous thud, the infant falling from its grasp. Zhi Jiuan, like an arrow released from a bow, darted forward, catching the baby just inches from the ground. Catherine cried, even louder in fright. I'm sorry. I apologize. I should not have disregarded your words. I simply could not help myself. Brenda collapsed onto the ground, the revolver slipping from her trembling hand as she repeatedly expressed her remorse. Do not blame yourself. You performed admirably, Zhi Jiuan swiftly assured her after examining the infant and confirming only minor abrasions before handing the child back to Brenda. You tend her first. He then seized a machete and dashed towards the captives within the dwelling. Bob was shackled to a post by iron chains, a deep gash visible on his forehead. Doug and Ethel lay unconscious, their garments soaked in blood. Little Bobby was tied in a corner, his mouth stuffed with rags, his face streaked with tears. Just a moment. It will be over soon. Zhi Jiuan cleaved through Bob's chains and severed the ropes binding the others. Hearing the commotion, Bob weakly lifted his head, his murky eyes suddenly widening in alarm. Quickly, take Brenda and leave. Do not concern yourselves with us. Those monsters will be here any moment, he hoarsely shouted, attempting to push Zhi Jiuan away. At that moment, Brenda approached, cradling the infant, her voice filled with urgency. Dad, Doug, and Ethel awakened in succession. Upon seeing their daughter and granddaughter safe, Ethel embraced Catherine, tears streaming down her cheeks. Doug struggled to rise, despite the evident injury to his right leg. The gunfire has likely alerted them. You must go ahead while I provide cover. Zhi Jiuan rummaged through the corpse of a mutant, retrieving several keys and a hunting knife, which he tossed to Doug. At this, Brenda was the first to object, hastily loading bullets into the revolver. No, we leave together. Bob, leaning against the wall, managed to stand, albeit unsteadily, and urged, son, this is not the time for heroics. In the distance, a cacophony of howls echoed, growing ever closer. Zhi Jiuan spoke decisively. Listen to me. These abominations have taken many lives, their victims' vehicles and belongings discarded in the valley to the west. You must find a car that can either run or be repaired and wait for me at the location of the original RV. But Brenda began to protest. No buts. Zhi Jiuan raised his voice, a rarity for him. If I accompany you, those grotesque beings will soon catch up, and we will all perish together. If you stay with me, your presence will only grant them a significant advantage. Therefore, the best course of action is for me to remain while you hasten to find a vehicle. Doug glanced at his daughter in his arms and then at Zhi Jiuan's resolute gaze, finally nodding with determination. Thank you. We will wait for you by the RV. The wooden door closed behind Bob and the others, and Zhi Jiuan's gaze once again surveyed this hellish abode. Among the dismembered limbs suspended from the ceiling, several tiny arms unmistakably belonging to children swayed gently in the draft. Among the skulls piled in the corner, a hairpin adorned with a pink bow remained. Monsters! Zhi Jiuan's fingers turned pale from gripping the knife too tightly. He bent down to retrieve the grotesque figure's fallen cleaver, the heavy blade still stained with blood. Outside the door, the howls of the aberrant creatures grew ever closer. Zhi Jiuan inhaled deeply, the metallic scent of blood filling his lungs. He wished not to rely on the power of any character card. He only desired to wield his own strength, with his own hands, to slay all these twisted beasts. Suddenly, the wooden door was forcefully kicked open, and 5 grotesque figures roared as they stormed into the slaughterhouse. Zhi Jiuan did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward, his mountain-cutting knife slicing through the air with a silvery gleam. With a sickening thud, the foremost creature sprayed black blood from its throat. Its claws still lunged fiercely toward Zhi Jiuan's face. He ducked and evaded, his right hand lifting the cleaver to slice upward, cleaving open the creature's abdomen, its foul entrails spilling across the ground. As he withdrew the blade, Zhi Jiuan performed a sideways roll to escape the iron hook of the second aberrant. The hook embedded itself deep into the wooden wall, and seizing the opportunity, Zhi Jiuan swept his mountain-cutting knife to sever the creature's ankle. The aberrant shrieked as it collapsed, only to be impaled through the heart by Zhi Jiuan's cleaver. Another grotesque figure brandished a chain and charged at him. Zhi Jiuan seized a human leg from the cutting board and smashed it down, and as the creature's vision was obstructed, he crossed his blades to strike down. The cleaver sank into the collarbone, while the mountain-cutting knife pierced the chest cavity, black blood splattering across his face. Suddenly, a gust of foul wind struck his back, as a particularly deformed creature swung a large cleaver at him. Clang! Zhi Jiuan quickly raised his mountain-cutting knife to block, simultaneously thrusting the cleaver backward, its sharp tip piercing through the creature's abdomen. Yet, in its dying moments, the creature clung tightly to his right arm, allowing another aberrant to pounce upon him. In that critical moment, Zhi Jiuan hurled the mountain-cutting knife with his left hand, striking true at the neck of the creature leaping towards him. As it clutched its throat and wailed, Zhi Jiuan forcefully broke free from its grasp and delivered a swift kick, toppling it to the ground, before bringing down his cleaver with ferocity. At that instant, a dozen more hideous aberrants surged through the door. Gasping for breath, Zhi Jiuan laboriously picked up the mountain-cutting knife that had fallen to the ground. As he faced the encroaching grotesques, the ferocity in his eyes intensified, and he coldly declared, "This was once your slaughterhouse, but it shall now be mine." Chapter 103. The eye of God the setting sun bathed the abandoned town in a sanguine hue. Zhi Jiuan, dragging his battered body, approached the final room. His mountain-cutting knife had dulled, each step leaving dark red footprints in the sand. Behind him loomed a towering aberrant clad in tattered police attire, the cleaver embedded deep in its chest, thick, foul blood dripping from the blade's tip. Before Zhi Jiuan stood another grotesque figure, vaguely possessing feminine features. She tightly embraced a short-limbed, grotesque, and hideous little deformity. The stout deformity struggled to lift its head, and a flicker of pleading shone through its murky eyes. With a hoarse gasp, it pointed towards its wife and child, emitting a vague whimper from its throat. Zhi Jiuan, with an impassive expression, raised his machete and spoke in a calm yet gentle tone. Rest assured, I do not harm women and children. Upon hearing this, the stout deformity visibly relaxed. Observing its expression, a wickedly charming smile blossomed on Zhi Jiuan's face as he added, but regrettably, your wife is not a child, and your son is not a woman. As his words fell, a female deformity suddenly lunged at him, her nails slicing towards his eyes like blades. Zhi Jiuan deftly turned his head to evade, striking with his machete simultaneously. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, beside the RV, Brenda paced anxiously. The revolver in her hand was fully loaded, her gaze fixed intently on the direction of the small town. Brenda, get in the car. He might have already. Bob approached his daughter, his expression heavy with concern. Just 10 more minutes, Dad. Brenda repeated for the 5th time, her fingers unconsciously caressing the gun's handle. Doug was inspecting a series of military Humvees. They were fortunate. The keys remained in the ignition, and the tank still had about half a tank of gas, requiring merely a tire change. Ethel sat in the back seat, cradling the sleeping Catherine, while little Bobby curled up beside her, his eyes swollen with tears. Just then, a shadow stumbled into view on the horizon, causing everyone to tense immediately. Bob and Doug raised their shotguns, aiming at the distant figure. Brenda squinted, and then her previously sullen face illuminated with surprise as she exclaimed, "Wait, that is..." The shadow drew closer, and in the dimming twilight, they discerned the bloodied figure. Zhi Jiuan's shirt was unrecognizable, matted with blood, his hair clumped together, and his left leg noticeably dragged as he walked, yet his eyes remained piercingly bright. Seeing his condition, Doug couldn't help but gasp, murmuring, "God, how many monsters has he slain?" Recognizing the silhouette as Zhi Jiuan, Brenda immediately dropped her gun and sprinted towards him. Upon seeing Brenda approach, Zhi Jiuan was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Why are you still here? It's been 3 hours. Haven't you left yet? Can't you find a car you like among so many?" At his teasing, tears streamed down Brenda's face as she choked out, "How could we abandon our savior?" With that, she opened her arms, ready to embrace him. Zhi Jiuan quickly raised his hand to halt her enthusiastic approach, speaking rapidly, "Stop, stop, don't come any closer. I am utterly sticky, reeking, and filthy. In the haunted house, visitors would inevitably call the authorities. It would be deemed so terrifying that anyone under 18 would be prohibited from viewing it. Even the police stationed at the precinct would have to summon reinforcements upon witnessing such horror." Just as Zhi Jiuan was about to finish his sentence, Brenda had already wrapped her arms around him. Despite the overwhelming stench of blood and decay, she remained unfazed, tightly embracing his waist. Zhi Jiuan's blood-stained hands hovered in midair, appearing somewhat bewildered. "Cough, cough, cough." Bob stepped forward, nearly coughing up a lung, prompting Brenda to release her grip, her face flushed. "There's water over by the RV. Go wash up, kid," Bob instructed, gesturing to the battered vehicle not far off. Zhi Jiuan's eyes brightened at once as he dragged his weary body towards the dilapidated RV. As he passed the Hummer, little Bobby looked up at him in awe and whispered, "Are you a superhero?" In response, Zhi Jiuan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No, I'm just a passing mast rider." With that, he dashed into the RV's bathroom, eagerly tearing off the blood-soaked clothing that clung to his body. The reflection in the mirror revealed a ghastly figure. His hair was matted and stiff, his face covered in semi-coagulated blood, and even his eyelashes were stained with the foul liquid. He turned on the tap, and the icy water cascaded down. With a rush, the blood and grime flowed off his body, creating a pink whirlpool on the floor. Zhi Jiuan closed his eyes, allowing the pure water to wash away the filth from his face. When he opened his eyes again, the sight in the mirror caused him to gasp in shock. There, hanging from his chest, the once dull eye of God now radiated a faint purple glow. Water droplets glided over the gem's surface, and the intricate lightning patterns at its center became vividly apparent, with tiny sparks of electricity flickering within. "Have I awakened the eye of God?" Zhi Jiuan's trembling fingers brushed the eye, sending a tingling sensation through his fingertips. His thoughts drifted back to the battle he had faced not long ago. Based on his estimation of his own strength, Confronting those first 5 grotesque beings had already pushed him to his limits. As for the subsequent dozen or so, had he approached them under normal circumstances, the battle would have likely concluded within 10 minutes, after which he would have become merely a victim himself. Even with a stroke of good fortune, he could have been confined in a basement by the female abomination, subjected to a transaction worth millions. Perhaps there would have been more than one such ordeal. Yet, he had moved with a swiftness that was astonishing, demonstrating strength sufficient to overturn a grotesque being with a single hand, and even his endurance had notably increased. In that moment, he had attributed it solely to adrenaline surging through him. But upon reflection, it was likely the awakening of the eye of God that had bestowed him with such abilities. After all, according to the lore, the bearer of the eye would acquire strength, speed, or endurance beyond the ordinary. For instance, Beidou, upon awakening the eye of God, gained the explosive power to cleave mountains and slay sea beasts with a mortal form. For instance, consider Eula. Her sword dance necessitates immense core strength. Upon awakening her elemental sight, her endurance was significantly enhanced, enabling her to train for hours without respite. In contrast, Zhi Jiuan, wielding 2 hefty cleavers, traversed from the eastern edge to the western side of the abandoned town, dispatching all the grotesque inhabitants along the way, an act that, while impressive, could hardly be deemed extraordinary, perhaps even somewhat unimpressive. Chapter 104. Thor, the God of Thunder. Nightfall in New Mexico. On a desolate highway, Jane Foster gripped the steering wheel tightly, the headlights of the SUV piercing through the inky darkness. In the passenger seat, Selvig furrowed his brow in contemplation, the blue glow of his laptop illuminating his weary visage. Jane, turn right in 200 meters. In the back seat, Daisy Louise held up the Einstein-Rosenbridge detector, calling out to Jane Foster. However, scarcely had her words left her lips when the starry night sky was suddenly consumed by ominous, roiling clouds. With a deafening roar, a blinding flash of lightning cleaved the heavens, followed closely by a thunderous clap. The SUV jolted violently as sparks erupted from the detector in Daisy Louise's grasp. Damn it! Didn't the weather forecast predict clear skies for tonight? Jane Foster exclaimed, hastily reducing speed, but thick fog surged forth like a tide, swiftly enveloping the barren landscape. Daisy Louise scoffed. You might as well trust that imaginary boyfriend of yours to drop from the sky and smash into your windshield. Bang! Before Daisy Louise could finish her retort, a figure suddenly emerged from the fog, crashing directly onto the SUV's windshield. A chorus of screams erupted within the vehicle. Jane Foster slammed on the brakes and whirled around, her face a mask of exasperation as she glared at Daisy Louise. Why are you looking at me? There's no way I'm taking the fall for this. Unless you let me skip my internship. Daisy Louise, equally exasperated, gazed back at Jane Foster with eager anticipation. As the tension between the two escalated, Selvig opened the car door and interjected, "Let us not argue. We should check on the person." At his words, both women jumped from the vehicle, flashlights in hand, and hurried toward the front. Dr. Selvig activated his phone's flashlight, the beam cutting through the fog to create a hazy column of light. 5 meters from the vehicle, a robust shadow lay sprawled on the ground in a T-pose. "Jane, it seems you've hit a male model," Daisy Louise exclaimed, her sorrowful expression morphing into a grin as she dashed forward, followed closely by Selvig. Jane Foster was the first to reach the figure, flipping the male model onto his back. Upon seeing Thor's face, Daisy Louise immediately crouched beside Jane Foster. With an expression reminiscent of an ignorant girl who has just grasped the true essence of a number 3, filled with yearning for 780 and 1080, she earnestly declared, "Based on my extensive clinical experience in international finance, I believe his current condition is perilous, and he urgently requires cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration. You are a distinguished astrophysicist, whereas I am merely an inconsequential intern. Therefore, I shall endure some hardship. Allow me to handle this heavy task." With a mischievous grin, Daisy Louise eagerly extended her hand towards the ancestral possession of Thor, situated mere inches below his navel. However, before she could make contact, Selvig, with an expression of disdain, swatted her hand away, stating, "Enough of this nonsense. Go fetch the first aid kit." Daisy Louise pouted, but, with a cheerful demeanor, proceeded towards the off-road vehicle. Yet, just as she turned, Thor, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings with a look of bewilderment. Upon spotting Jane Foster before him, Thor was momentarily stunned, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Observing Thor's dazed expression, Selvig turned to Daisy Louise and remarked, "No need for the first aid kit. This poor fellow likely bumped his head and must be taken to the hospital." Hearing Selvig's voice, Thor finally regained his composure, recollecting his precious hammer, and struggled to rise from the ground. Hammer! My beloved hammer! The legendary hammer! Hammer! Rising to his feet, Thor began to shout, racing around the back of the vehicle. Witnessing Thor's frantic behavior, Jane Foster contemplated approaching him to offer solace and encourage him to calm down. However, as she glanced down, she noticed faint, glowing patterns on the ground illuminated by the vehicle's headlights. Crouching down, she gently touched the surface, discovering that the patterns were composed of ancient runes formed by tiny electric arcs, visibly fading away. "My God, Eric, look at these!" she exclaimed, swiftly retrieving her phone to capture images of the runes. In the frame, the symbols exhibited characteristics of Norse runes, intermingled with a variant she had never encountered before. Yet, Selvig had no time to respond. He was currently being accosted by Thor, who had seized him by the collar, demanding, "Did you steal my hammer? Speak. Did you steal my hammer?" In response, Selvig nearly shook his head off, his brain almost turning to mush. "What? Not you? Then who has stolen my precious hammer? Who is it?" Thor continued to run around the vehicle. Selvig's lips twitched in frustration as he turned to Jane Foster and said, "Regardless of what you have discovered, I believe the most pressing matter now is to get this towering brute to the hospital. He may have sustained a head injury." However, Jane Foster remained utterly engrossed in the mysterious runes on the ground, seemingly indifferent as she remarked, "He bears no external injuries, can run and jump, and his voice is louder than your snoring while asleep. No need to go, Father. Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Quickly, open the Bifrost and let me return." Thor suddenly threw his head back and roared towards the heavens. Jane Foster immediately turned her head, addressing Selvig with utmost seriousness, "To the State Hospital, Neurology Department. And be swift. Also, may I inquire if our vehicle is fully insured?" At that moment, Thor, receiving no response, turned his gaze back to Jane Foster and the others, demanding, "Which realm is this? Alfheim or Nibelheim?" Observing his fierce demeanor, Daisy Louise, trembling and holding a taser, stammered, New Mexico?" Thor appeared somewhat perplexed by Daisy Louise's reply. However, upon noticing her pointing the weapon at him, he became enraged, exclaiming, "You dare threaten me with this little toy? I am Thor, God of Thunder." Before he could finish his sentence, Daisy Louise pulled the trigger. Two metallic probes struck his torso, delivering a sustained electric shock for 5 seconds. Subsequently, the mighty Thor Odinson was rendered unconscious. Watching Thor convulse on the ground, Daisy Louise turned to Jane Foster and Selvig, asking incredulously, what did he just claim to be? Chapter 105. The Hammer of the Thunder God. Meanwhile, under the cloak of night, a military Humvee towed a damaged RV, bouncing along the desolate roads of New Mexico. Inside the RV, Zhi Jiuan, illuminated by the swaying light, hastily recorded something in a black notebook. The ink traced bizarre lines on the pages, yet it exhibited a peculiar beauty rather than disorder. Brenda sat opposite Zhi Jiuan, resting her chin on her left hand, her gaze intensely fixed upon his face. Noticing Zhi Jiuan's deep concentration, she broke the silence. "You seem quite absorbed in your writing. Are you penning something interesting?" In response, Zhi Jiuan lifted his head and casually replied, "Oh, it's merely a travel journal. It chronicles some of the things I've done and those I plan to do." Brenda's eyes instantly sparkled with curiosity. "Could you share with me the places you've visited and the things you've done?" To this, Zhi Jiuan whimsically fabricated, "Oh, quite a lot. I went to Hiroshima to sell fireworks, to Tokyo to sell barbecue, to Italy to sell pineapple pizza, to Israel to sell portraits of the F. to Vatican to sell photographs of little boys, and to Gwangju, South Korea, to sell police batons, among others." Brenda was left speechless. Despite her being in middle school, she was aware that, apart from those two in Japan, the rest were decidedly reckless escapades. Suppressing her urge to interject, Brenda endeavored to steer the conversation away from the realm of hellish jokes and back on track, inquiring once more, "What else, for instance? The scenic landscapes or cultural experiences you have encountered, or the delectable local delicacies you have sampled?" "Nothing else. I primarily sought out the hellish jokes," came the reply. Brenda inhaled deeply, stifling the impulse to strangle the absurd individual before her, and attempted once more to find a topic of conversation. What do you plan to do next? Suddenly, before she could finish her sentence, a blinding light erupted outside the car window, illuminating the entire compartment as if it were midday. Zhi Jiuan abruptly closed his notebook, his expression turning grave as he gazed out the window. In the distance, a colossal meteor, with a diameter of at least 50 meters, plummeted towards the Earth at an astonishing speed. It radiated a blue-white luminescence, its surface occasionally adorned with lightning-like streaks. As the meteor traversed the sky, the clouds were torn apart in a circular pattern, casting the entire desert in a bright glow. The Hummer screeched to a halt by the roadside. Everyone pressed against the windows, even Bobby, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he stirred. The meteor was now nearing the horizon, its brilliance pulsating like the heartbeat of a massive creature. What a magnificent meteor, Ethel murmured, as the infant Catherine in her arms wailed in response to the intense light. Bob rolled down the window, a warm gust infused with a peculiar scent of ozone wafting into the vehicle, and furrowed his brow, stating, "This is not right. That does not resemble an ordinary meteor." Just as Brenda was about to respond, she caught a glimpse of Zhi Jiuan hastily packing his backpack, seemingly preparing to depart. "What are you doing?" Brenda grasped his wrist, her expression fraught with tension and alarm. Zhi Jiuan gently extricated himself from her grasp, smiling as he replied, "My objective has manifested. It is time for me to leave." "Now, in a place like this? Have you lost your mind? It's far too dangerous." "What if?" Brenda's voice escalated, drawing the attention of the others. Zhi Jiuan zipped up his backpack and walked towards the car door, explaining, "Do not worry. I shall be fine. However, if you trust my judgment, you should leave New Mexico within the next couple of days. Otherwise, perilous events may transpire. Well, it has been a pleasure spending time with you. Farewell." With that, he leaped from the vehicle, his figure swiftly vanishing into the swirling dust and the profound darkness of the night. Brenda attempted to pursue him, but Bob firmly restrained her. Moments later, at the edge of the impact crater where the meteor had fallen, a gentle breeze swept through, and the figure of S.H.I.E.L.D emerged like a specter. He stood at the crater's rim, his golden eyes reflecting the scene below. Within the several-meter-deep impact pit, countless silver lightning snakes writhed frantically across the scorched earth, while at the center lay an ancient short hammer, quietly resting. The hammerhead was inscribed with intricate and obscure runes, which flickered in the lightning, emanating a pulse of energy that sent shivers down the spine. S.H.I.E.L.D leaped down, his toes lightly touching the rock wall as he floated gracefully to the bottom of the pit. However, at the very moment he touched the ground, the previously erratic serpents of lightning surged forth with sudden ferocity. Crackling and hissing, thousands of silver-white bolts of lightning, as if animated, lunged towards him, filling the air with a sharp, acrid scent of ozone. The cacophony was overwhelming. S.H.I.E.L.D, with a single hand, formed a gesture, gathering the dark green, elemental power of wind within his palm. With a gentle twist of his wrist, a wave of emerald energy surged forth. Boom! The dark green wind collided with the silver-white lightning, erupting into a blinding flash of white light, and in an instant, all the serpents of lightning dissipated like bubbles. The pit returned to silence, save for the short hammer, which continued to tremble and hum. S.H.I.E.L.D stepped forward to the god of thunder's hammer. The handle was entwined with ancient, resilient leather, and runes were etched into the grip. Gazing at the hammer, S.H.I.E.L.D furrowed his brow and reached out. Zzz. As his hand grasped the handle, the hammer suddenly erupted with dazzling silver lightning, countless tiny serpents of lightning climbing up his arm. Zhao's brow knitted tighter, his arm muscles tensing. Yet, the god of thunder's hammer remained unmoved, as if it were one with the very earth. Zzz. The silver lightning intensified, the runes on the hammer illuminating one by one, seemingly resisting his touch. After a tense standoff of several seconds, S.H.I.E.L.D abruptly released his grip, retreating a few steps like a phantom. A gentle breeze swept past, and his figure suddenly reappeared at the edge of the impact pit. The night wind stirred his robes, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his gilded eyes. After a brief silence, S.H.I.E.L.D raised his right hand, palm facing down, and pressed lightly. Boom! A tempestuous whirlwind descended abruptly. The sand and stones within a 100-meter radius were swept up, creating a dust storm that obscured the sky. The grains, under the control of the elemental power of wind, filled every crevice of the impact pit with precision. In mere minutes, the vast crater, originally nearly 50 meters in diameter, was completely buried, its surface as smooth as if no disturbance had ever occurred. Standing atop the sand dune, S.H.I.E.L.D felt the gentle night wind tousling the hair at his forehead. He cast one last glance at the location now concealing the hammer, his form gradually dissolving into wisps of breeze. As the final traces of wind dissipated, the expansive desert returned to silence. Only the lingering thunderclouds in the night sky bore witness to the extraordinary events that had transpired here. Chapter 106. Protection, New Mexico, USA. State Hospital. Thor awoke in the blinding white light, instinctively squinting against the fluorescent tubes above him. The scent of antiseptic filled his nostrils, the unfamiliar ceiling, the alien bed, and the ridiculous striped garment he wore instilled a profound sense of unease within him. "Ah, you are awake." Suddenly, a woman's voice emerged from his right. Thor turned to see a woman clad in an odd white outfit, approaching him with a gleaming metallic instrument, its sharp needle glinting ominously under the incandescent light. "Step back. How dare you attempt to assault the son of Odin, the king of Asgard?" "Madam, you are playing with fire," Thor bellowed, leaping from the bed and seizing the woman's wrist, effortlessly propelling her against the wall 3 meters away. "Thud! Security! I require assistance," a doctor clad in a white coat shouted, hastily pressing the red button on the wall. A piercing alarm resonated throughout the corridor. Moments later, a dozen robust men in deep blue uniforms rushed in, armed with batons. "Stand still," commanded the lead security officer, but Thor charged forward like an enraged lion. "Silence. Who do you think you're addressing?" As the officer raised his baton, Thor closed the distance. His powerful biceps flexed as he delivered a precise elbow strike to the officer's jaw. Crack! With a sickening sound of dislocated bone, the officer fell backward, knocking down his colleagues. A baton swung toward Thor from the left, but he deftly sidestepped, seizing the assailant's wrist and, using the momentum, hurled the man against the fire cabinet, shattering the tempered glass into a spider web of cracks. "Damn it! Quickly, stop this madman." The remaining security officers formed an encirclement. A dull thud echoed as a baton struck Thor's back, eliciting a grunt, yet he spun around with speed surpassing human limits. Bang! Grasping the throat of the assailant, he violently flung him against the wall, where he crumpled to the ground like a rag doll amid the cracked drywall. At that moment, more footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Thor tore the sleeve from his hospital gown, binding his bleeding hand, and barefoot, he dashed over the shards of glass toward the emergency exit. Suddenly, a guard with a stun gun emerged around the corner, blue-purple arcs crackling between the electrodes. "I want to fall for the same trick twice," he sneered, advancing. Before the guard could pull the trigger, Thor seized his wrist and thrust it upward, the electrified dart embedding itself deep into the ceiling's drywall. Thud! With a clean over-the-shoulder throw, the guard collapsed beside the fire extinguisher box like a spent sack. Moments later, Thor emerged from the hospital clad in a patient gown, his expression invigorated, resembling someone who had just exited a luxurious spa. Standing by the roadside, he gazed at the rising sun in the distance, filled with renewed confidence in reclaiming Mjolnir and the power of the Thunder God. "Father, just watch. I will bang." Before he could finish his declaration, a reversing SUV struck him, sending him flying. The vehicle screeched to a halt, and Jane Foster and Daisy Louise rushed out in a panic. Observing Thor sprawled on the ground in an etheric manner, Daisy Louise keenly sensed something amiss, murmuring, "That backside looks rather familiar. Why does it feel like I've seen it somewhere before?" "Enough chatter. Come help." Jane Foster strained to turn Thor over, calling out to Daisy Louise, who stood nearby. Upon hearing this, Daisy Louise shrugged her shoulders with evident reluctance and stepped forward to lend a hand. "This is what you said, huh?" After the two managed to flip Thor over and catch a glimpse of his face, they were rendered speechless. Just as Daisy Louise was about to speak, Jane Foster shot her a glare and interjected, "Shut up. No talking. Help me get him into the car." Not far away, in a corner of the hospital rooftop, Zhi Jiuan held a telescope, wearing a comically bewildered expression akin to that of an Indian daughter-in-law who has given birth to 9 daughters and finally, on the last attempt, bore a son of the same sex. He watched as Daisy Louise and Jane Foster wrapped up Thor for transport. During the loading process, Thor's face was elbowed by Jane Foster twice, his head was slammed by the car door 5 times, and he was pinched by Daisy Louise 69 times. Had he not been privy to the storyline, Zhi Jiuan might have suspected that these two were sent by Loki to eliminate Thor and frame Earth for it. Fortunately, considering Thor's current constitution, he could withstand their antics. Otherwise, Zhi Jiuan would have felt compelled to intervene. Indeed, his primary purpose for coming to New Mexico was to ensure the safety of Thor, the Prince of Asgard, and the most dashing of the Aesir, while on Earth. At the very least, he must not perish on this planet. For according to his knowledge, the last royal to die in a foreign land was Archduke Ferdinand, whose demise ignited the First World War. Despite Odin's current demeanor of valuing peace, in his youth, he was a tempestuous figure who would discuss physics but eschew reason, and speak of martial ethics while dismissing moral considerations. By comparison, the Hulk appears to be of a gentler disposition. Should Thor die on Earth, it would likely be no sooner than his body was sent back to Asgard that the Rainbow Bridge would already be aimed at Earth. Although there is the formidable presence of the Ancient One, her tenure seems to be nearing its end. And once Odin departs, Loki will ascend. Given that he has yet to experience the devastation of his homeland, his cunning nature will undoubtedly lead him to wage war on Earth under the pretext of avenging his brother. Much like in the animated series What If. Thinking of What If, Zhi Jiuan recalled the abstract entities of S.H.I.E.L.D, based on their portrayal in the films. One might argue they were oblivious to everything. Yet, Coulson was able to locate the hammer and, despite knowing Thor's identity was questionable, repeatedly granted him and Jane Foster the green light. Conversely, if they were aware of anything, this abstract organization assigned Hawkeye as a sniper, yet failed to secure and protect Thor. This indecision between yes and no, ultimately opting for yes, left Zhi Jiuan feeling quite perplexed, coupled with the lurking threat of Hydra. His trust in S.H.I.E.L.D diminished even further. Thus, he buried the Mjolnir, ensuring that S.H.I.E.L.D would not swiftly notice its presence. Naturally, as remuneration for his services as a bodyguard, he unreservedly accepted the subsequent arrival of the destroyer armor. After all, it was crafted by Odin to combat the celestial beings, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary attributes. Chapter 107. The Electro General Demir thought of the destroyer armor caused Zhi Jiuan a throbbing headache. According to its lore, the destroyer was forged by dwarven artisans using URU metal, infused with the powers of Odin and other deities of Earth, endowing it with nearly invincible combat prowess. It served as one of Odin's ultimate weapons during his youth, employed against the invasion of the celestial beings. However, the portrayal in the films often suggested either Loki, the pilot, lacked skill, treating Thor as a mere pet, or Odin was humorously referred to as Ma Guochum, misled by the Earth-esque gods with their trifecta of ridiculous antics. Otherwise, it was difficult for Zhi Jiuan to fathom how such an embarrassing contraption could match the celestial beings in battle. Wasn't he akin to a toothpick stirring a vast vat? Nevertheless, Zhi Jiuan pondered and realized he must not be overly complacent. Many characters he had previously encountered were closely aligned with their comic counterparts' power levels, most notably the Ghost Rider and the Sorcerer Supreme. Leaning against the wall, Zhi Jiuan immersed his consciousness into the luminous orb within his mind. Original Stones, 122. After a brief contemplation of the number displayed on the virtual screen, Zhi Jiuan resolved to utilize them for a card draw. After all, should the destroyer be akin to its comic version, it might not even be able to shield Shao. Thus, he needed to summon a character of considerable strength. Even if he failed to draw one, it mattered not, for he would not spare to Wei Qiu and his criminal entourage. If fortune favored him, so be it. That would be his labor's reward. What was the Wei Qiu to do? Swish. With 120 original stones expended, a dazzling radiance instantly enveloped his vision. Character card 1, item card 1, Almond Tofu 3. Mint Hetedik. Weapon name, Box of Extinction Rarity, Base Attack Power, 454 Sub-Attribute Bonus, Elemental Mastery 221 Weapon Skill, Fire and Water Stance. This weapon increases damage dealt to enemies affected by water or fire elements by 36. Item, Almond Tofu Description, a dessert crafted from almond puree, exquisite in form, resembling a masterpiece forged by a master artisan. So beautiful that one wishes only to admire it and cannot bear to consume it. Effect, enhances the consumer's attack power for a duration of 300 seconds. Note, produced by Wang Shu In, even the exalted Shao praises it. Item, Mint description. Leaves of a plant rich in refreshing components. Its cool and crisp flavor banishing the heat entirely. Note, this plant is ubiquitous. Do not spend money to acquire it. Character card. Raiden Shogun God S.H.I.E.L.D. Thunder Seat of Destiny. The worldly seed introduction. The Raiden Shogun, whose true name is Raiden Mei, is the sovereign of Inazuma and one of the 7 archons of the earthly realm. As the revered deity and supreme ruler of Inazuma, the Raiden Shogun governs the nation with absolute authority, adhering to the principle of eternity, believing that only through stillness can one avert loss. She has witnessed the fading of loved ones, such as her sister Raiden Makoto and her friend Yae Miko, as time flows inexorably, which instilled within her an intense fear of decay. Consequently, she chose to seclude herself, immersing in the meditation of a pure land. Although she appears stern, she has a penchant for sweets, particularly milk dango, to the extent that her indulgence almost led to cavities. However, in order to uphold the dignity of her position, she stubbornly claims to consume only what is necessary for her sustenance, leading Yae Miko to tease her as if she were a child. The Raiden Shogun is designed to be omnipotent, yet she is entirely incapable of cooking. Whenever the topic arises, she helplessly admits that while she can manage anything else, culinary skills elude her. In the early morning in Queens, New York, sunlight filters through the gaps in the curtains as Peter Parker stands by the window, holding the red and blue spider suit he has sewn for nearly a week. The inexpensive fabric glimmers in the morning light, and his fingers glide over each stitch with satisfaction. How beautiful! I'm sure they will envy me for possessing such a garment, he murmurs to himself, a smile creeping onto his lips. After placing the suit on the table, Peter turns to glance at the poster of an underground boxing match affixed to the wall, the prominent prize money making his heart race. Defeating the Bonebreaker offers a reward of 10,000. With this prize, combined with the 10,000 given by his friend, he could bypass acquiring a second-hand vehicle and purchase a brand new one instead. Peter, breakfast is ready. At that moment, Uncle Ben's cheerful voice echoes from downstairs. All right, I'm coming. Peter Parker instinctively responds, quickly shoving the suit into a hidden compartment beneath his bed, ensuring it is well concealed before hastening down the stairs. As he reaches the bottom, the enticing aroma of bacon wafts from the kitchen, where Aunt May is dishing out scrambled eggs while Uncle Ben sits at the dining table, a cup of coffee in hand, smiling at him. Good morning, Peter. Enjoy your meal, and don't be late for school, Aunt May says gently, pushing the plate towards him. Thank you, Aunt May. Peter Parker pulls out a chair and sits down, grasping a fork, yet unable to suppress the smile on his face. Uncle Ben, keenly observant, raises an eyebrow and inquires, You seem particularly cheerful today. Have you encountered some good fortune? Peter pauses momentarily, his mind racing. Oh, it's nothing. I just passed the preliminary round of the school science competition. He fabricates casually, lowering his gaze to his plate of scrambled eggs to avoid meeting Uncle Ben's eyes. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ben's eyes light up, and he exclaims with delight, That is splendid news. I knew you were a clever lad. Peter Parker managed a faint smile, refraining from further speech, fearful of exposing himself. At that moment, the sound of the television news in the living room captured his attention. The latest report stated that a violent incident had occurred this morning at the New Mexico State Hospital. The news anchor's voice was grave and clear. An Asian man, suspected of suffering from mental illness or having ingested opioids, was laughing uncontrollably outside the hospital and fled the scene after assaulting several security guards. The police are currently considering initiating a manhunt. The screen then shifted to a blurry surveillance video, revealing a slender Asian man in casual attire effortlessly overpowering multiple security guards. His movements swift and uncharacteristic of an ordinary individual. In a bewildering twist, after toppling the guards, this man assisted them to their feet and then danced with a passing husky before departing the hospital with an air of indifference. It was an affront to humanity. The world is indeed declining, and the number of fools seems to be ever increasing. Uncle shook his head, sighed, and continued, expressing relief in residing in New York, where at least the security situation was tolerable and dangers minimal. However, Peter Parker remained fixated on the screen, his brow furrowing involuntarily. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of familiarity with the deranged Asian man depicted on the television, resembling a certain individual who had long since vanished. Chapter 108. The response of S.H.I.E.L.D. Washington, D.C. S.H.I.E.L.D. The electronic access door to the director's office flickered with a ghostly blue light. Nick Fury fixated on the global threat assessment report projected before him, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. Just then, the access system emitted a soft beep, confirming the visitor's identity through iris scanning, and the alloy door slid open silently. Director Phil Coulson entered briskly, impeccably dressed, his thinning hair contrasting with the urgency in his demeanor as he held a data tablet. Without raising his gaze, Nick Fury inquired, "Speak, what is it?" "An urgent report from the New Mexico branch. Priority level 3. Coulson placed the tablet on the desk, swiping his finger to switch the holographic projection to satellite monitoring data. At 21:47 last night, the Near-Earth Orbital Warning System in Socorro, New Mexico, detected a high-density object entering the atmosphere, initially classified as a meteorite. However, subsequent data proved anomalous." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury finally lifted his head, narrowing his eye. The projection displayed a blinding trajectory slicing through the night sky of New Mexico, accompanied by spectral analysis data. "Continue," he commanded. According to the Near-Earth Object Monitoring Network, the mass of the object upon atmospheric entry was approximately 19 kilograms. Yet it exhibited no signs of ablation throughout its passage. Coulson called up comparative images, adding, "Typically, meteors lose 30 of their mass at an altitude of 80 kilometers due to friction, but this one showed none." He pointed to the perfectly parallel mass curves. Nick Fury rose and approached the projection. The thermal imaging indicated that the expected thermal radiation dispersion had not appeared within a 5-kilometer radius of the impact site, while the geological scan revealed a peculiar prediction of a 15-meter diameter impact crater area, with the surface vegetation remaining intact. What were the results of the on-site investigation? The rapid response team had arrived at the coordinates 3 hours prior. Coulson pulled up images of agents clad in protective gear, scanning the desert, lamenting, "There are no signs of impact, no magnetic anomalies, not even the most basic readings of spatial distortion." The office fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by the soft hum of the holographic projection. What did the observatory report? "The Blue Book protocol has been initiated, and all observational data has been transferred to S.H.I.E.L.D's exclusive servers, with a unified external explanation attributing it to sensor misreporting of space debris." Coulson retrieved the processing records and swiftly responded. Nick Fury walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, where the Washington Monument reflected a cold light under the sunlight. Suddenly, he turned around, his fingers striking the blank point on the satellite map with emphasis, commanding, "Organize a research team of level 7 or above, equipped with quantum resonance scanners and gamma-ray spectrometers. I want to know what entity could elude 12 global monitoring networks." In response, Coulson nodded and added, "Director, the signal intensity in New Mexico far exceeds that of a conventional meteorite fall. I require more reliable field support." Hearing this request, Nick Fury furrowed his brow and replied, "Your tactical team is already among the best in the agency. Don't tell me you can't even secure the site." "It's not a matter of securing," Coulson replied, flipping through the folder, his gaze landing on the file of S.H.I.E.L.D. "The anomalous object possesses an unknown energy response. The Special Operations Team-S equipment is more adaptable, and Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. has handled similar energy anomaly incidents before. I need him to oversee site security and equipment calibration." This reasoning was quite valid, leaving Nick Fury with no direct grounds to refuse. His tone softened slightly as he said, "S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently following up on a nuclear material smuggling case in Eastern Europe. Are you certain he is indispensable?" To this, Coulson asserted firmly, "Absolutely. His Team-S emergency response procedures for unknown energies are the optimal solution." After another brief silence, Nick Fury's voice resumed. "Have him transfer the Eastern European case to Brett. He should report to you within an hour." 1 hour later, in the underground hangar of S.H.I.E.L.D's Triskelion headquarters, the noise was more pronounced than usual. The engines of Quinjet aircraft roared in preheating. The hydraulic systems of mechanical arms transporting equipment emitted a rhythmic buzzing, and agents' walkie-talkies crackled with terse commands. Coulson stood beside the aircraft's ladder, his fingertips swiftly gliding across the tablet, where satellite images and geological data of New Mexico unfurled before him. The hem of his black suit fluttered slightly in the wake of the Quinjet, as he called out without raising his head, Agent S.H.I.E.L.D, have the calibration data for the energy detector been transmitted? We're finalizing the verification. Agent Coulson. Came S.H.I.E.L.'s voice from the equipment area, where he was bent over inspecting the latch of a silver metal box, his deep blue tailored suit glinting coldly under the lights. Several agents surrounded him, deftly maneuvering a portable energy barrier generator into the cargo hold of the aircraft, minimizing the sharp clatter of metal against metal. On the other side of the hangar, the technical team was racing against time to adjust their equipment. Coulson, the figure of Nick Fury, appeared at the entrance of the hangar, his one-eyed gaze sweeping over the bustling scene. And he remarked, "The Special Ops team has completed weapon authorization, and your flight plan has just been approved by the North American Air Defense Identification Zone." He handed a secure disk to Coulson, adding, "This contains the latest geological fault map. 3 anomalous magnetic field fluctuations have occurred within a 50-kilometer radius of the debris." Coulson accepted the disk and inserted it into the terminal, as a red magnetic field intensity curve immediately sprang to life on the screen. He looked up at Nick Fury and said, "Understood, sir. We anticipate reaching the target area in 2 hours. We will first conduct a low-altitude reconnaissance before establishing a temporary base. Please ensure safety." Nick Fury nodded, then turned and strode towards the command center, the sound of his military boots quickly swallowed by the ambient noise. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D approached, holding an electronic checklist, and said to Coulson, "All equipment has been accounted for. Energy detectors, portable lab modules, and the tactical team is fully assembled." He paused, then added, "The Special Ops team has completed the tactical briefing, confirming that the majority of the potential crash zone is desert terrain. We will coordinate with local law enforcement to secure the area in advance." Coulson nodded, ascended the boarding ladder, and gestured towards the cockpit, shouting, "Let us depart." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the landing gear of the Quinjet emitted a slight hydraulic sound, and the aircraft slowly ascended. Coulson looked down through the porthole as the lights of the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters gradually shrank, soon engulfed by the night. Chapter 109. The Advancing Grandfather Lou, another incident at Osborne Industries Morning, New Mexico. Warm sunlight streamed through the restaurant's glass windows, casting a glow on the wooden tabletop. Zhi Jiuan took a sip of coffee and leisurely sliced the fried egg on his plate. Just as his fork was poised to reach his mouth, his phone in his pocket vibrated unexpectedly. Frowning, he set down his utensils. Upon pulling out his phone, he was surprised to see Peter Parker's name flashing on the screen. "What on earth has prompted this kid to call me?" Zhi Jiuan muttered under his breath, his finger hovering over the answer button for a moment before he ultimately pressed it. "Where are you right now?" As soon as the call connected, Peter Parker's frantic voice burst through the phone. Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan paused for a moment and replied, "Let me gather my thoughts. I am currently situated in the observable universe, within the Laniakea supercluster, the Virgo supercluster, the local group, the Milky Way galaxy, and the solar system. It's quite messy here." The voice of Peter Parker, filled with exasperation, broke through, panting heavily before he continued, "Are you now in New Mexico?" In response, Zhi Jiuan glanced around the restaurant to confirm the absence of surveillance cameras before answering. "Not at all. Why would I go to New Mexico? To hunt for oil? I am not part of the military." Peter Parker, speechless, still harbored doubts, and inquired suspiciously, "Is that so? Then where are you now? What are you doing?" Casually picking up a piece of bacon, Zhi Jiuan fabricated a story. "I returned to my home country a few days ago, and I'm planning to go to the pig pen to slaughter some pigs." "Do you enjoy pork? Would you like me to send some back for you?" Upon hearing this, Peter Parker reluctantly set aside his doubts and replied, "Thank you, but I'll have to decline. I'm not particularly fond of pork." After swallowing a mouthful of bacon, Zhi Jiuan continued in a leisurely tone, "Peter, being too picky with your diet is not advisable. Pork is a premium source of protein and a treasure trove of vitamins. Moreover, consuming more pork can effectively prevent spontaneous combustion." "Huh? Prevent spontaneous combustion?" "Indeed. Just observe those who tend to combust. They generally do not consume pork." "You must be a devil." With that, Peter Parker hung up the phone. Watching the busy signal on his phone, Zhi Jiuan revealed a charming smile, stowed away his phone, and resumed enjoying his breakfast. At that moment, a neatly uniformed waiter approached, holding a neatly folded newspaper. The waiter smiled and inquired, "Good morning, sir. Here is today's newspaper. Would you like it?" Zhi Jiuan nodded, accepted the newspaper, and said, "Thank you, just place it here." Upon hearing this, the waiter slightly bowed and departed. Zhi Jiuan pushed his plate aside and unfolded the newspaper. The faint scent of ink wafted through the air as the bold headlines immediately caught his eye. Renowned Long Island winery changes hands. Mysterious tycoon Duluc Lagenfeld enters North American wine market. Zhi Jiuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The report stated, yesterday, the esteemed Long Island winery officially announced its acquisition by Duluc Lagenfeld, the owner of the emerging wine group Dawn Winery. According to insiders, the transaction amount reached an astonishing $2.3 billion, setting a record for winery acquisitions on Long Island. Mr. Lagenfeld, at the tender age of 22, has already captured a significant share of the European wine market, and this acquisition marks his official entry into the North American market. Adjacent to the article was a photograph of Duluc, a red-haired youth standing amidst the vineyards, his expression stern and his gaze piercing, even through the printed page. One could sense an undeniable aura. Damn, is it really possible for you wealthy individuals to accumulate riches at such a rapid pace? Zhi Jiuan ground his teeth in a low murmur, his face a portrait of envy and resentment. He turned to the next page, where the headline of the second news article caught his eye. The Dark Knight hero, Night Owl, strikes again. The Crimson Cloak gang obliterated overnight. At 11:42 p.m. last night, the New York police discovered several grievously injured gang members in an abandoned warehouse in Brooklyn. Upon confirmation, it was revealed that all belonged to the infamous Crimson Cloak gang. There were no signs of gunfire at the scene, and the method employed was identical to that of the recently active urban superhero, Night Owl. Reports indicate that the Crimson Cloak gang had recently been implicated in multiple drug trafficking and human trafficking cases. New York Police Department spokesperson Chief George Stacy stated that while extrajudicial actions are not encouraged, this incident has indeed assisted the police in dismantling a significant criminal organization. Zhi Jiuan's gaze lingered on the words Night Owl for a moment, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Black eating black is also a viable avenue. Previously, apart from his mastery of the Western Wind swordsmanship, he was no different from an ordinary person. In a world where everyone practiced American Aikido, his skills were nearly useless. If he were to encounter someone wielding a gun, self-preservation would be a challenge, let alone contemplating taking on a gang. Now, with the eye of God, it was natural for him to bide his time. He had yet to fully explore his exclusive elemental skills and elemental burst. The enhancements provided by the eye of God were limited. The notion of engaging in black-on-black operations could wait for another day. He continued to flip through the pages, and the title of the third news article appeared far more grave. Dr. Storm Mendel, head of biotechnology at Osborne Industries, dies suddenly. Norman Osborne grieves profoundly. Last night, Dr. Storm Mendel, head of the biotechnology lab at Osborne Industries, succumbed to a heart attack in his home at the age of 52. Chairman Norman Osborne released a statement early this morning, declaring Mendel an irreplaceable genius and lamenting his passing as a significant loss to the scientific community. It is reported that Dr. Mendel's BioBoo serum project had reached a critical phase, and his unexpected demise may result in project delays. The New York police indicated that preliminary investigations have ruled out homicide, but the specific cause of death awaits the autopsy report. The three matters reported in the newspaper appear monumental, yet they are not trivial in nature, particularly the last item, which suggests that Norman Osborn seems to be treading the old path, potentially becoming the Green Goblin. Although this outcome was anticipated, the reality of its occurrence still weighed heavily on Zhi Jiuan. As a friend of Harry Osborn, he wished for Norman to avoid the fate of becoming the Green Goblin. Yet he currently possessed no means to definitively cure the hereditary affliction plaguing the Osborn family. Sighing, Zhi Jiuan set the newspaper aside, took a sip of his coffee, and gazed thoughtfully out the window. Across the street, Jane Foster, Selvig, and Thor were entering a CF, with Thor's towering figure standing out amidst the crowd. Upon seeing them, Zhi Jiuan suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Chapter 110. The Duel Before the Throne, New Mexico, midday. Thor pushed open the glass door of the restaurant, warm sunlight cascading upon his broad shoulders. Jane Foster and Selvig were engrossed in a discussion about the anomalous meteorological data from the previous night. Just as Thor turned to interject, the scene before him suddenly warped. The streets of New Mexico, pedestrians, and vehicles dissipated like a vanishing oil painting. In the blink of an eye, his boots struck the hard bluestone ground. Thor's gaze shot upward, his pupils constricting in shock. He found himself at the center of a vast training arena, surrounded by towering crimson structures, their eaves entwined with violet lightning patterns. The sky loomed oppressive and dark, with blinding flashes of lightning breaking through the ebony clouds, each thunderclap shaking the very air. In the distance, a series of torii gates stretched upwards, seemingly reaching for the heavens. No such place existed in the Nine Realms. Thor's muscles tensed, his fists instinctively clenching, though stripped of his divine powers. The instincts honed through millennia of battle propelled him into a state of readiness. At that moment, a thunderous boom resonated. A bolt of purple lightning struck the ground before the arena, exploding into dazzling rays of light. As the brilliance faded, beneath a colossal torii, the fabric of space appeared torn asunder, a portal entwined with lightning slowly unfurling. From this rift, Thor sensed an unprecedented wave of oppression, as if the very storms of the cosmos converged upon that singular point. His spine stiffened, muscles coiling, beads of sweat forming at his brow. A soft thud echoed as wooden clogs struck the ground. Emerging from the portal was a statuesque woman. Her long purple hair was intricately braided, shimmering with tiny arcs of violet lightning at the tips. Her porcelain visage was as exquisite as a doll, yet emanated an undeniable air of authority. Almond-shaped eyes glimmered with a soft purple hue, seemingly harboring endless storms within their depths. She wore a deep purple kimono adorned with lightning patterns, its voluminous sleeves billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, while a lavish obi emitted dangerous arcs of light. With each step she took, purple lightning coalesced beneath her feet, enabling her to traverse the air, resembling a deity surveying her domain. Beneath the immense pressure, Thor gritted his teeth and growled. "Who are you? What is this place?" The woman halted 100 paces from him, her sleeves brushing against the lightning with a gentle sweep. "I am the General of Thunder, the Thunder God among the 7 governors of the mortal realm. This is a pure land of the heart, the manifestation of my will." Her voice was cool and calm, yet imbued with an undeniable force. "Thunder God?" Thor momentarily faltered, then his fury surged forth, preposterous. "In the 9 realms, I alone am the Prince of Asgard, Thor Odinson." The thunderous figure interrupted him, casting a disdainful glance over his tattered mortal garments, and declared, "Your lingering in this realm will inevitably summon calamity. Return to your divine domain at once." Thor, filled with wrath, let out a loud, mocking laugh. "I yearn to return more than anyone," he exclaimed. "But Mjolnir lies abandoned on earth. Without it, I cannot." "Ah, I see." The thunderous figure abruptly interjected, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of her lips. "That hammer is the true god of thunder, while you are merely the residue clinging to this divine artifact." Silence. Thor's roar shattered the air like thunder, his golden locks bristling in fury as he bellowed, "The dignity of Asgard cannot be desecrated. In the name of the god of thunder, I challenge you to a duel." Upon hearing this, the thunderous figure let out a light laugh, imbued with the icy mockery of millennia. "Dignity? That so-called dignity is naught but a stroke of fortune birthed in the womb of a goddess." "Step forward," she commanded, her garments swirling without wind. "A puppet reliant on external objects to uphold divine status has no right to claim the title of Lord of Thunder." With a slight lift of her lips, she gestured with her expansive sleeves. Dozens of violet lightning bolts cascaded like meteors, transforming around Thor into various weapons. A spiked wolf S-Fong hammer, a square-headed hammer adorned with ancient runes, a meteor hammer entwined with chains, and even a double-edged short hammer strikingly similar to Mjolnir. "As a fellow deity of thunder, I shall grant you the opportunity for a duel before me. I will suppress my power to match yours, to ensure fairness. Now, choose your weapon wisely." Her voice was calm as she pointed to the array of armaments. Thor's gaze traversed the weapons, ultimately seizing the short hammer that resembled Mjolnir the most. The handle felt chilling to the touch, yet it resonated with him in an extraordinary manner, the hammerhead faintly glowing with violet lightning. "Now, let the battle commence." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Thor surged forth like a cannonball. He leapt high, the hammer descending with the sound of the air being split as it struck towards the thunderous figure's head. This blow encapsulated all the combat skills he had honed over millennia. Even without the power of the god of thunder, it could cleave mountains asunder. Too slow. The figure's form suddenly blurred. Thor's hammer collided with a mere afterimage, creating a deep crater in the ground measuring 3 meters in diameter. Boom! Before Thor could regain his stance, An icy chill pierced through the nape of his neck. The thunderous figure had, without his knowledge, positioned herself behind him, her fingertips a mere breath away from his skin. "Huh!" Thor roared, spinning to deliver a horizontal sweep with his hammer, tracing a perfect arc through the air. The figure merely leaned back slightly, the tip of the hammer grazing her nose as she deftly seized Thor's wrist, executing a clean shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. "Thud! You may be better suited as a construction worker than a god of thunder," she remarked, easily evading Thor's sweeping kick. "Ah!" Thor rolled to his feet, unleashing a series of fierce attacks with his hammer. With every strike, she unleashed a thunderous force. Yet her target remained elusive, never allowing even a brush of her garments. Her movements were as graceful as a dance, each evasion executed with millimetric precision, leaving trails of purple fabric in the air. "Is evasion all you can do?" Thor bellowed, launching a relentless series of attacks, his hammer creating an impenetrable web of strikes. At last, Raiden May raised a hand, her palm perfectly halting the hammer's descent. The agonizing sound of twisting metal echoed as she single-handedly deformed the weapon. Thor's pupils constricted in shock, instinctively retreating and relinquishing his weapon. Yet Raiden May was swifter. She closed the distance and delivered a swift strike to Thor's elbow joint. With a resounding thud, excruciating pain coursed through his arm, rendering it numb, followed by a crushing blow to his knee that forced him to falter and kneel. Standing 3 paces away, Raiden May remained pristine in her purple kimono, as though she had never moved at all. She looked down at the struggling Thor and coldly declared, "Even unarmed, I embody the essence of thunder. Without that hammer, you are nothing." Chapter 111. The Quest for the Hammer. The struggle for the throne. On one knee, Thor's knuckles dug deep into the crevices of the stone pavement, his fingertips turning white from the strain. He raised his gaze, fury blazing in his eyes as he fixated on the towering Raiden May. "You are using divine power to humiliate me. If I had Mjolnir in hand, you might not prevail against me." Thor growled through gritted teeth, his voice laced with resentment and indignation, as if he were etching the word defiance upon his very face. Raiden May's expression remained impassive, her amethyst eyes reflecting Thor's disheveled form. She tilted her head slightly, her violet hair dancing in the breeze, and spoke with a calmness that bordered on indifference. "Do you think I care about victory or defeat?" She stepped forward, her toes hovering 3 inches above the ground, suspended before Thor, looking down upon him with disdain, adding, "Your anger stems from impotence, not my humiliation." Thor's chest heaved, his fists clenched tightly, yet he found himself unable to retort. Raiden May observed him closely, then suddenly sighed. "Very well, since you deem me unworthy of victory, I shall grant you an opportunity." She waved her hand, and a bolt of lightning sketched a map in the air, clearly marking a coordinate. "Your hammer lies here." Thor's pupils dilated, and he looked up in astonishment. "Mjolnir, if you believe me undeserving of triumph, go retrieve it and prove you are worthy of the title of God of Thunder. Afterward, we shall fight again," Raiden May stated nonchalantly. Before her words could dissipate, she abruptly lifted a foot, the tip of her boot lightly pressing against Thor's chest. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, and Thor felt himself propelled backward uncontrollably, his vision blurring. "Thor!" Jane Foster's scream shattered the air. She watched in horror as Thor, who should have been standing at the entrance of the restaurant, was suddenly launched like a cannonball, crashing onto the road several meters away. Oh my God! She was so frightened that her face turned ashen. Disregarding everything else, she rushed forward. Thor lay on the asphalt road, feeling a searing pain in his chest. But compared to the thrashing he had just received in the Pure Land, this kick felt as gentle as a kitten's paw. He struggled to prop himself up, shaking his slightly dazed head. "Thor, are you all right?" Jane Foster knelt beside him, trembling hands supporting his shoulders, her voice laced with fear. "What happened? How did you suddenly fly out?" Thor opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He could not reveal the truth. The mysterious figure that had suddenly appeared and pummeled him was too enigmatic. To disclose this to Jane Foster would only plunge her into unwarranted worry. Moreover, the mighty god of thunder from Asgard being bested by another god of thunder was rather embarrassing. Thus, Thor cleared his throat, forcing a smile, and stated dryly ahem, "I'm fine, just, tripped a little." "Tripped a little? You flew over 10 meters. How could it possibly be just a trip?" Jane exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Thor, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and earnestly replied, "This must be due to the differing physiques of Asgardians and Earthlings. For instance, a mature warrior from the realm can, in a fit of rage, trip over 1,000 meters, and then slide to feed a fully grown dragon." Jane looked at him skeptically, clearly unconvinced by his explanation. But Thor swiftly shifted the topic, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "By the way, I just remembered something important." "What is it?" "My hammer," Thor exclaimed, a broad smile illuminating his face as if he had grasped a lifeline. "I know where it is." "What? How did you suddenly?" "There's no time to explain." Thor grasped Jane Foster's wrist, his tone urgent. "Take me to that place." He pointed towards the distant horizon. Meanwhile, in Asgard, the Golden Palace was eternally bathed in resplendent light, its towering dome embedded with swirling stars. The radiance of the eternal flame illuminating every inch of the reliefs with sanctity and solemnity. Yet at this moment, Odin's chamber was enveloped in a heavy silence. The king of gods lay on the grand golden bed, silver hair cascading over the pillow, his single eye closed, the rise and fall of his chest barely perceptible. The ruler of the 9 realms was ensnared in a deep slumber, seeking to restore his depleted divine power. Loki stood at the bedside, his elongated fingers unconsciously caressing the hilt of the eternal spear. His gaze rested upon Odin's aged visage, his green eyes swirling with complex emotions, guilt, resentment, anger, and a hint of vulnerability that even he was reluctant to acknowledge. "Why do you never reveal the truth to me?" Loki suddenly spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, almost as if he were conversing with himself. Frigga, seated on the opposite side of the bed, lifted her gaze at his words. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, her eyes reflecting a blend of tenderness and fatigue. "Loki, I am the son of Laufey. I am a monster that parents use to frighten their children before bedtime." Loki clenched his fists, growling at Frigga. "Ironically, for a millennium, I believed I was an Asgardian." He tugged at the corners of his mouth, a sardonic smile forming. Frigga silently regarded him, then rose and approached his side with measured steps. She grasped his hand, her palm warm and soft. Her fingers gently traced the taut knuckles of Loki's clenched fist as she softly spoke. "You are our child, and that has never changed." Loki's fingers trembled slightly, the coldness in his eyes seemingly pierced by her words. He lowered his eyelashes, shadows concealing the flicker of uncertainty that passed through his gaze. Loki studied the sleeping face of his father, the rise and fall of his chest almost imperceptible. "He will awaken." Following his gaze, Frigga remarked, "When he awakens, Thor will return as well, and we will be a family again." "Thor!" Loki abruptly withdrew his hand, his previously softened expression darkening, as he spat, "That brutish fool. Consumed only by war? Do you truly believe that exile can alter a man's nature?" Frigga's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as she counseled, "Trust in your father's wisdom and decisions." At her words, Loki stepped back, determination etched across his face, declaring, "Father's wisdom, huh? You may continue to anticipate the return of that perfect heir. As for me, I shall demonstrate through my actions who is the most fitting candidate for the throne." No sooner had he spoken than his form began to fade into transparency until he vanished completely. Frigga's outstretched hand lingered in the air before she let out a heavy sigh and slowly retracted it. She returned to her husband's side, gently clasping his hand. Outside, the starry sky of Asgard remained resplendent, yet dark clouds were quietly gathering above the Golden Palace. Chapter 112, Chase. It is said that Thor has found his hammer, and Jane Foster was equally delighted for him. Faced with Thor's request, Jane did not hesitate to agree, exclaiming, "Of course. I'll go grab the car keys right away." Just as her words left her lips, Selvig suddenly seized her wrist, pulling her into the shadow of a pickup truck. "Have you lost your mind, Jane? That guy is clearly not sane. The hammer of the god of thunder? Asgard is nothing but a myth." He whispered urgently, his gray-white brows furrowed tightly. Jane Foster freed his hand, adjusted the crumpled cuff of his shirt, and said with dissatisfaction, "Eric, I know you are concerned for me, but trust me, Thor is merely a lost big child, not a foolish simpleton." Selvig sighed in frustration and inquired, "Jien, how would you feel if a handsome man, after a collision with you, opted not to seek compensation, but instead decided to reside in your home?" Upon hearing this, Jien Foster shyly cast a glance at Thor, who was not far away, and softly replied, "He has fallen for me. And what if a man like me, old and stout, who has little regard for hygiene, were to collide with you and desire to stay in your home without any recompense? He is leeching off me." Jian Foster instantly glared at Selvig, teeth clenched in anger. "How would you feel if a handsome fellow was enamored with fairy tales and constantly touched you? Naively innocent. And if a man like me, old and stout, was obsessed with fairy tales and incessantly laid hands upon you, how would you perceive that? A perverted lecher." Both Jian Foster and Selvig fell silent. After a moment of quiet, Jian Foster, with a downcast expression, approached Thor and said despondently, "I'm sorry, Thor. I may not be able to accompany you in your search for the hammer." Before she could finish her sentence, Thor burst into a hearty laugh. His cerulean eyes held no trace of reproach as he replied, "Jian, there is no need for you to feel troubled. The kindness you all have shown me during this time has brought warmth to this wayward soul. I can manage the upcoming matters on my own. Thank you once again." Suddenly, he took Jian's right hand and, leaning down, bestowed a kiss as light as a feather upon her delicate fingers. This unexpected noble gesture caused Jian Foster's ears to flush crimson, and she could feel her pulse racing beneath his fingertips. As Thor straightened, his hair brushed against the tip of Jian Foster's nose, and he spoke with deep affection. "Once I reclaim my strength, I shall take you to the Golden Palace of Asgard, where you will witness the most breathtaking auroras of the 9 realms." Jian Foster opened her mouth, but only a muffled syllable escaped. By the time she regained her senses, Thor's tall figure had already strode toward the end of the road, his golden locks dancing in the wind like a wandering knight from medieval times. 30 minutes later, within the garage of the observation base. Damn it! Selvig and Daisy Louise stared at the empty garage, both gritting their teeth in frustration. Selvig was irate that Thor, with his golden hair, was so indiscriminate. Not only had he whisked away his daughter, but the audacity of the devil also demanded to pay for his own ride. Meanwhile, Daisy Louise was incensed at Jian Foster, who seemed utterly lacking in principle. Not only was she stealing a man, but she was also employing tactics akin to warfare. Truly unworthy of being called human. At that moment, Thor pushed open the glass door of the pet shop, the bell ringing with a crisp chime. The female clerk behind the counter lifted her gaze at the sound, her eyes instantly sparkling. The imposing figure before her, a man with golden hair and blue eyes, appeared as if he had stepped out of the pages of a fashion magazine. "Welcome," she exclaimed, hurrying towards him. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she asked with a tender gaze, "What kind of pet are you looking for?" "We have ragdoll cats, corgis, and the newly arrived lop-eared rabbits." Thor surveyed the surroundings, his eyes sweeping over the furry creatures in their cages. His brow furrowed gradually as he replied, "I do not want these. I seek a larger pet, one that can withstand my physique and possesses great endurance. Perhaps a goat or something similar." At Thor's unfortunate description, the clerk's sweet smile suddenly froze. She took a step back, her demeanor shifting to one of caution as she clutched her name tag tightly, stammering, Sir, this is a legitimate pet store. Moreover, I believe humans should not, at least not." Thor blinked in confusion, not yet comprehending the clerk's sudden agitation when an abrupt honking sound pierced the air from outside. He turned to see a familiar white SUV parked at the roadside. James Foster leaned out from the driver's seat, his brown hair dancing in the wind, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Hey, big guy, need a ride?" Thor's gloomy expression vanished in an instant. He strode towards the SUV, the metal hinges of the door emitting a cheerful creak as he opened it, smiling as he asked, "My friend, don't you have pressing matters to attend to?" James's fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, his gaze drifting elsewhere as he mumbled, This can wait. Finding a hammer is more urgent than processing that data. But let us not dwell on this. Where are we headed?" In response, Thor pointed toward the distant expanse of the Gobi Desert, sunlight dancing upon his golden hair as he stated, "Northwest, approximately 50 miles. James stole a glance in the rearview mirror. The clerk, who had been standing at the pet shop in trance with a look of wonder, was now a mere speck in the distance. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, asking, "So what were you intending to buy at the pet store?" "A mount." However, that lady seemed to have misunderstood something, Thor replied earnestly. Just as the tail lights of the SUV disappeared around the corner, Zhi Jiuan emerged from the shadows at the alleyway's end. He raised his hand to hail a dilapidated yellow taxi, its body still adorned with remnants of last night's mud. "Hello, where to?" the taxi driver inquired, lowering the window, his bald head glistening in the sunlight. A half-burnt cigarette precariously clinging to his cracked lips. Zhi Jiuan slipped into the back seat, speaking rapidly. "Do me a favor, follow that white SUV. But do not let them notice." "What did you say?" The driver abruptly turned his head, causing the cigarette to drop, leaving a burn mark on his faded jeans. His eyes widened in astonishment, and his voice trembled involuntarily as he exclaimed, "For 20 years, I've been driving a taxi in New Mexico, and at long last." Someone has uttered this line. Before Zhi Jiuan could react, the driver suddenly lifted his bulging right hand and forcefully struck a mechanism disguised as an air conditioning button on the dashboard. In an instant, the taxi emitted a thunderous roar akin to mechanical transformation. The seats enveloped the passengers' bodies automatically, the chassis lowered by 10 centimeters, and the exhaust pipe belched forth blue flames. "Hold on tight," the driver bellowed with vigor, then kicked open a concealed nitrogen acceleration pedal beneath his feet. "Let me show you the prowess of the speedster." Zhi Jiuan's back pressed firmly against the seat as the scenery outside blurred into a cascade of colors. The dashboard revealed 3 radar screens, locking onto an off-road vehicle 2 kilometers ahead. "Brother, I was wrong. Please stop," Zhi Jiuan shouted with great difficulty amidst the force. Chapter 113. Loki Nightfall in New Mexico. Once the engine of the off-road vehicle fell silent, the desolate stillness of the desert surged like a tide. Jian Foster leaped from the vehicle, the beam of his flashlight slicing through the darkness, casting a quivering spot of light upon the sandy ground. Towering cacti loomed in the shadows, casting grotesque silhouettes, resembling silent sentinels. "Thor, are you certain the hammer is here? It seems there isn't even a screw in sight." Jian Foster turned with the flashlight, illuminating every crevice in the rocks, yet found nothing. Thor stood beside the off-road vehicle, enraptured, his eyes closed as he inhaled deeply, as if attuned to a rhythm imperceptible to ordinary mortals. "It cannot be wrong. Mjolnir is right here. I can feel its call." Just like before he could finish, the clear night sky was suddenly rent asunder by a bolt of purple lightning. The purple lightning, like a spear of the gods, pierced the desert 100 meters away, and the explosive brightness compelled Jian Foster to shield his eyes. A deafening thunderclap quickly followed, and the shockwave sent grains of sand pelting against the off-road vehicle with a crackling sound. "Duck!" Thor yanked Jian Foster behind him. When they looked up again, a massive pit with a 20-meter diameter had formed in the distance, the edges of sand and stone melting into glass-like crystals, with steam distorting the air above. Cautiously, Thor approached the edge of the pit while Jian Foster's flashlight illuminated the bottom. In the next moment, the two beheld a silver-gray, short-handled war hammer resting quietly in the charred center, the ancient runes on its face glimmering softly in the moonlight. "Mjolnir!" Thor's voice quivered with excitement. Without hesitation, he leaped into the deep pit, the soles of his boots sizzling against the scorching crystalline layer, unperturbed. Jian Foster anxiously called from the edge, "Be careful. That sand is at least 500 degrees. However, Thor was entirely oblivious to the warnings, his impatience driving him towards the hammer. He knelt on one knee, gently grasping the leather-bound handle, a triumphant smile illuminating his face as he proclaimed, "Old friend, we are united once more." Yet in an instant his smile froze. The muscles in his arms bulged, veins protruding, but Mjolnir remained stubbornly inert, as if it were fused with the very essence of the planet. "No, this is impossible." Thor shifted to grasp the handle with both hands, his feet firmly planted on the ground, gritting his teeth as he summoned every ounce of strength. Sweat beaded on his forehead, only to evaporate in the oppressive heat, leaving salt stains upon his visage. Yet Mjolnir lay quiet in its pit, mocking his futile efforts. "No, no, no. Why, Father?" Panic surged through Thor's voice, unprecedented in its intensity. He attempted once more, his nails cracking under the strain, blood staining the leather of the hammer's handle. "I am the god of thunder. I command you." As he exerted himself for the 3rd time, Mjolnir erupted in a blinding flash of silver lightning. Thunder rumbled. In an instant, thousands of currents surged through Thor's arm, propelling him into the air like a rag doll. "Thor!" Jian Foster's scream echoed as he arced through the air, crashing onto a dune several meters away, his body carving deep furrows in the sand. "Thor! Thor! Wake up!" Jane stumbled towards him, her flashlight beam flickering wildly. She knelt beside Thor, horrified to see his golden hair standing on end, a charred, radiating burn mark marring his chest. "Breathe, please breathe." Atop a distant dune, Loki adjusted the golden embroidery on his suit cuffs, observing Thor's ignoble plight with a smirk of satisfaction. Yet, just as he prepared to mock, a chilling voice whispered in his ear, "A true warrior does not revel in the downfall of an opponent. He proves his worth through his own prowess. Your current delight is merely the shadow of the weak." Loki's pupils dilated in shock. Without hesitation, he drew a dagger, its cold gleam flashing forth. But it struck nothing. 3 meters away, the Lady of Lightning stood resolute on the dune, her kimono undisturbed by the night breeze, electric tendrils illuminating her icy profile. The power struggles of Asgard must not taint the beings of this realm. Both you and he must depart from Earth. Loki narrowed his eyes, the obsidian dagger twirling elegantly between his fingers before vanishing. He inclined slightly, a confident smile gracing his handsome features as he said, "Beautiful lady, allow me to introduce myself." Before he could finish, the Lady of Lightning's right hand suddenly gestured sideways. Thunder roared. Loki dissipated like a mere illusion. While the air beside him twisted and writhed, the true god of deceit struck by an unseen force, hurtling through 3 sand dunes. Debris and dust soared into the night sky, forming a chasm that stretched for hundreds of meters beneath the moonlight. In the fractured mountainside, Loki struggled to rise, expelling a mouthful of blood mixed with ice shards. He sensed an ominous turn of events. The illusions he took pride in seemed trivial before this violet-haired woman. His vision was still clouded, yet those amethyst eyes loomed perilously close. Raiden Mei stood before him, her toes barely grazing the ground, the hem of her kimono undisturbed. Loki suddenly chuckled, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth onto his suit's tie, and regarded Raiden Mei with a seemingly earnest tone. "Strange goddess, we have no reason to be adversaries, and I do not consider myself your equal. However, I'll lament your plight. A being as formidable and noble as you should not be confined to this insignificant planet as a guardian. You deserve a grander stage. What say you to an alliance? You help me ascend to the highest throne of Asgard, and I will seek out formidable beings in the universe to battle by your side. Wouldn't that be a win-win?" Raiden Mei interrupted Loki, her eyes ablaze with lightning, regarding him with palpable disdain as she coldly retorted, "In a realm like Asgard, which prides itself on martial prowess, it is astonishing that they have bred a prince devoid of a warrior's dignity. No wonder Odin would rather pass the throne to a brute than spare you a glance." Loki's smile abruptly faltered, his fingers digging deeply into the rocky crevice. Her words cut deeper than any weapon, piercing the centuries-old wounds of his pride. Yet Raiden Mei showed no concern for his feelings. Her gaze was frigid and laced with murderous intent. The purple lightning coursing through her radiated a sense of annihilation as she declared, "Now, return to your divine realm, or I shall deliver your corpse back to it." The desolate darkness fell into an eerie silence, the wind ceasing to stir. Loki's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints as he felt the palpable presence of death. Chapter 114. Toys? The setbacks of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the dead of night, in New Mexico, after Thor and Loki had departed, Raiden Mei appeared beside Mjolnir. Her purple braids danced without wind, the hem of her kimono brushing against the still warm crystalline ground, leaving not a trace of scorch. She lowered her gaze to the hammer resting at the bottom of the pit, her amethyst pupils reflecting the ancient runes swirling upon its surface. With unwavering resolve, her slender fingers clasped the leather-wrapped handle. Boom! The heavens abruptly shifted in hue. The once clear night sky was swiftly enveloped by roiling storm clouds, and countless bolts of lightning surged through the darkened expanse like frenzied dragons. Whoosh! A tremendous divine power surged through the hammer's handle into her being, radiating blinding silver-white lightning from her form. A commendable toy, but nothing more, Raiden Mei remarked as she released her grip, and Mjolnir clattered back to the pit below. She turned to leave, her garments fluttering, trailing a cascade of shimmering arcs of electricity. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air from behind. Mjolnir soared into the air of its own accord, its hammerhead enveloped in an unprecedented blaze of white lightning, hurtling towards her back. Without a glance backward, she deftly swung her hand. Clang! The deafening resonance of metal colliding shattered the sandstone within a 100-meter radius. Mjolnir, propelled with greater speed than before, was sent crashing back, embedding deeply into the pit's wall, its handle trembling incessantly. "I'm not your master." Raiden Mei finally turned to gaze back, her eyes ablaze with lightning patterns. Speaking with an air of haughty authority, "Your thunder is but an echo of eternity." Suddenly, a low hum emanated from Mjolnir embedded in the wall, its runes illuminating sequentially as if in a form of protest. "Await your true bearer, should he be worthy of such power." With that, Raiden May's figure vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, a convoy of 13 sleek black vehicles from S.H.I.E.L.D. screeched to a halt at the edge of the desert, their tires carving deep marks into the sandy terrain. Before the lead vehicle had fully stopped, Coulson flung open the door and leaped out, the custom Oxford shoes emitting a soft hiss as they touched the scorching sand. "All personnel, maintain a 2-kilometer semicircular perimeter." He spoke steadily into his earpiece, his left hand raising a tactical binocular to survey the area ahead. As the lenses focused on the distant storm cloud, a pulse surged forth, sweeping in like an invisible tsunami. Crack! In an instant, every electronic device erupted in a blinding shower of sparks. Coulson's earpiece burst into a cloud of smoke, the LCD screen of the binoculars instantly covered in static. The muffled sounds of engines dying echoed behind him, the dashboard of every vehicle in the convoy going dark. "Report the damage." Coulson ripped off the broken earpiece, his voice resonating sharply in the desert. "All vehicle systems are down. The electromagnetic shield has been breached. Preliminary assessment indicates a targeted attack." A technician from the team had already lifted the hood of the lead vehicle, shouting, "What about the backup power?" Attempting to activate it, Westerville half-bent into the vehicle, fingers swiftly inputting a code on the emergency panel beneath the steering wheel. "Damn it, even the lead-acid batteries are overloaded." Coulson squinted towards the heart of the storm, where the air shimmered with heat. He quickly retrieved a paper map from his inner pocket, unfurling it on the hood, declaring loudly, "Agent Hand, establish a physical observation point. Mark the coordinates as 10342-3412. Received." A female agent with flowing red hair immediately gestured, 6 team members swiftly removing the pure optical observation equipment from the vehicle's roof. Suddenly, a rhythmic vibration coursed through the sand. Coulson knelt, fingertips brushing the ground. "An earthquake? No, it's residual shock waves." He abruptly raised his head and shouted, "Everyone, prepare for infrasound protection." As the words fell, the gravel on the distant Gobi Desert suddenly defied gravity, hovering in the air. A low hum resonated. 2 agents, engaged in setting up a laser rangefinder, immediately clasped their ears and sank to their knees, blood from their noses blossoming darkly upon their bulletproof vests. It was low-frequency resonance. With a swift stride, Westville advanced, extracting 2 nasal plug filters from his tactical pouch, instructing rapidly, "Plug your ear canals." Quickly, Coulson tore the hem of his shirt, soaked the fabric in his canteen, and swiftly wrapped it around his head. While tying the knot, he commanded, "Initiate emergency communication protocol. Switch to frequency band." The technical team sprang into action. 2 agents retrieved vintage shortwave radios from shockproof case, while another rapidly set up a folding dipole antenna. With a swish, as the antenna support plunged into the sandy ground, a peculiar blue glow of static electricity enveloped the metallic surface. "Sir, the ionospheric disturbance is too intense." The communications officer desperately twisted the frequency knob, but only the harsh static noise filled the headphones, lamenting, "All frequency bands are overwhelmed by the thunderstorm's aftershocks." Glancing at his wristwatch, Coulson noted that the magnetic-resistant mechanical hands were still moving, yet the glass face had cracked due to the temperature differential. He turned to Westville and said, "There's no other option. Prepare the helium balloon relay." "It's already inflating," came the response. "But the current ion density in the stratosphere is a significant issue. Then we must resort to Morse code." Coulson retrieved a signal lamp and a decoding book from his briefcase. As the helium balloon ascended, a flickering light signal pierced through the dissipating thunderclouds. 30 kilometers away, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. mobile base, the duty officer suddenly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Sir, we received a flash signal." Nick Fury narrowed his single eye and ordered, "Get the decoding team in position and prepare the reserve team." When Coulson's light signal was presented to Fury after 3 rounds of translation, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's expression grew unusually grave. The report contained merely a few terse lines. "Encountered unknown energy explosion. Disaster level 7. Recommendation to initiate Plan 3. fury, pressed a button beneath his desk, and a piercing alarm blared throughout the base. He gazed at the suddenly illuminated holographic screen and solemnly declared, "Activate the Shadow Protocol. Retrieve the raw data stream from Satellite 3174. No sooner had he spoken than the screen flickered, displaying infrared imagery of the thunderstorm's epicenter. Within the frame stood a clear humanoid silhouette at the edge of a lava pit, clutching an object radiating a terrifying thermal signal. As the image zoomed to its utmost limit, Fury's breath imperceptibly paused for a moment. The hammer-shaped energy conglomerate registered over 100 million volts. Chapter 115. The Call from the Sand Sculpture America, New York, Queens, at 3 a.m. The moonlight cascaded like liquid mercury, reminiscent of that sleepless night of longing. The night breeze gently caressed the empty streets, reminiscent of a lover's whisper in one's ear. "It is Wang Gang." Suddenly, a jarring ringtone shattered the stillness. Peter Parker sprang from his bed, as if electrified, bewildered as he surveyed the pitch-black room. His right hand deftly grasped his vibrating phone on the bedside table. "What is going on?" he mumbled, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he pressed the answer button, his voice still thick with slumber. "Hello, this is Peter Parker." "Yes?" "What a coincidence, Peter, you're still awake." As soon as he answered, a foolishly obnoxious voice echoed from the other end. Upon hearing the words, veins bulged on Peter Parker's forehead, and his fist clenched instinctively. With an expression that conveyed both frustration and incredulity, he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Zhi Jiuan, you better have a legitimate reason for calling. Otherwise, I curse you to a lifetime of eating bland food." Upon receiving such a venomous threat, Zhi Jiuan's tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Rest assured, I genuinely have something important to discuss with you. However, before we proceed, I hope you can adjust your mindset to avoid excessive emotional fluctuations." "What could be so serious?" Peter's previously drowsy demeanor sharpened upon hearing the gravity in Zhi Jiuan's voice. After a few deep breaths, he replied, "All right, I'm ready. Go ahead." "Are you certain?" "I am. Please continue." After a brief silence, Zhi Jiuan solemnly stated, "According to relevant medical research, maintaining a single sleeping position for an extended period can lead to spinal imbalance, chronic pain, circulatory issues, internal organ pressure, and facial asymmetry, among other health problems. Therefore, I call to remind you to occasionally change your sleeping position." Creaking noises filled the phone line. At that moment, Peter Parker's desire to develop a directional teleportation portal reached its zenith. Just as he was on the brink of losing his temper, Zhi Jiuan's voice interjected at the right moment. "All right, it seems you're nearly awake. Let us discuss something more substantial. You realize how unserious you are, right?" Ignoring Peter Parker's retort, Zhi Jiuan continued, "Recently, Oscorp has encountered some issues. It appears the board intends to bypass Uncle Norman and sell Oscorp shares to Stark Industries. You've likely seen this in the news. With such developments, Uncle Norman must be feeling quite unsettled, possibly even mentally strained. I hope you can keep an eye on things. Should anything seem amiss, head straight to Angel's gift and find Boss Dialek. He will handle it properly. Do not act the hero, understood?" Upon hearing this, Peter Parker felt a sense of bewilderment. However, given Zhi Jiuan's tone, it seemed he was not jesting. He nodded and said, "Well, although I do not comprehend your worries, rest assured, if anything arises, I shall certainly consult Master Dialek." "No, you have misunderstood the crux of my message. It is to advise you against playing the hero. Like an American politician, merely enjoy your meal and work from the sidelines." Peter Parker was left speechless, feeling as though he had been underestimated by Zhi Jiuan. Yet before he could voice his grievances, Zhi Jiuan continued, "Oh, by the way, I surmise you are still coveting that underground boxing match, contemplating the prospect of winning a $10,000 prize. Am I right?" "I am not. I'm not. Do not make baseless claims. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Refrain from participating. It will adversely affect your height." Upon hearing this, Peter Parker was momentarily perplexed and inquired, "What does boxing have to do with height?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhi Jiuan interrupted him gently, saying, "Because I shall instruct Master Dialek to break your legs. You will then be as knowledgeable as Stephen Hawking, yet confined to a wheelchair." How fortuitous! Recently, the New York City government had planned to join forces with Manhattan organizations to impose fines on Master Dialek for failing to employ individuals with disabilities and those from sexual minorities. Now, if you were to break 3 of your legs, you would perfectly fit the criteria for both groups. They do say that opportunity surpasses effort. Consider yourself fortunate. My friend, Peter Parker thought to himself, feeling as if good fortune was perpetually out of reach while misfortune eagerly awaited its turn. If only he could possess such a foul mouth. Do not speak, do you hear me? At these words, Peter Parker was ignited with fury, his boldness surging forth as he retorted, "Oh." Upon hearing Peter Parker's response, Zhi Jiuan nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "By the way, Peter, do you know the reasons behind the slender physique and the increasingly severe aging problem of the Japanese population?" Peter Parker was taken aback, not understanding the sudden shift in topic. Oh, why? Because both boys and the overweight have exploded. Given Zhi Jiuan's current mental state, Peter Parker felt that any country should bestow upon him an academic title, though he could not specify which institution, perhaps Qingshan or St. Elizabeth. Observing the silent phone, Zhi Jiuan grimaced in dissatisfaction. His innate ability to choose friends was indeed keen, as he found himself with only two individuals, each more challenging than the last. He could devise a plan for Peter Parker's uncle, but he truly had no solution for Harry Osborn's ailment, not at least for the present. Moreover, even concerning Peter Parker's uncle, Zhi Jiuan was uncertain whether he could ensure his safety. This matter seemed to involve the law of causality, akin to an invisible thread pulling Uncle Ben towards demise, thereby activating the identity of Spider-Man through his death. Now, the most frustrating aspect is that Peter Parker seems to be standing on the opposite side. Much like the bully version of Spider-Man portrayed by Maguire, Spider-Man's adversaries are never mere enemies. They are invariably his closest friends and kin. Gazing at the distant horizon, where the sky is tinged with the first light of dawn, Zhi Jiuan perceives his current state as the antithesis of a spirited youth, akin to a deranged old man. With a little more effort, he might just plunge into the depths of despair. Goodness, no wonder that in recent nights, as he collapses onto his bed, he feels a sense of comfort akin to a corpse returning to its coffin. Stretching languidly, Zhi Jiuan curses under his breath as he ambles towards the inn. Chapter 116. Dejection and guidance. The relentless sun of New Mexico scorches the metallic roof of the observatory, while heat waves distort the remote desert horizon. Thor sits at the edge of the rooftop, his long legs dangling in the 10-story abyss, his golden hair tousled by the wind. His blue eyes have lost their former brilliance, now staring vacantly at the sky, as if something only he can perceive resides there. Jane Foster stands nearby, observing the listless Thor, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. Daisy Louise furrows her brow, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, and quietly inquires, "What is wrong with him? Just yesterday you took him excitedly to find his hammer, didn't you? Seeing him like this, one might think you took him for a sterilization procedure." Sighing, Jane Foster lowers her voice. "The situation is rather complex. To put it simply, we went to the desert last night, and there truly was a hammer." "What?" Upon hearing this, Selvig's eyes widen in shock, nearly spilling the coffee he holds, exclaiming, "Are you saying Thor isn't insane? That hammer really exists?" "It does, but Thor was unable to lift it. He tried 3 times, and on the last attempt, the hammer sent him flying." At Jane Foster's words, a look of realization dawns on Daisy Louise's face, and she sympathizes. "Ah, so it's a matter of impotence. That must indeed be a significant blow to him. No wonder he resembles my golden retriever after having its bell removed." Ignoring Daisy Louise's exuberance, Selvig sinks into contemplation. Adjusting his glasses, he shifts his gaze between Thor and Jane Foster, hesitatingly stating, "This defies logic unless that hammer possesses some extraordinary quality. Or unless everything Thor claimed previously is true. Like the sword and the stone, could he truly be the god of thunder? And the hammer has deemed him unworthy of that title?" At this, Selvig furrows his brow, instinctively wanting to refute Daisy Louise. Yet, the words linger on his lips before he swallows them back. After all, with Thor's extraordinary intellect, he has essentially bid farewell to the realm of deception. Furthermore, the thunderstorm and energy bursts in the desert last night hardly resembled natural phenomena. It seems imperative to investigate that hammer. Selvig muses to himself, stroking his chin. At that moment, Jane Foster tugged at the hem of his garment, casting a pitiful glance in his direction, and implored, "Eric, could you possibly offer him some guidance?" "Guidance?" Selvig scoffed, retorting, "Jane, I'm a nuclear astrophysicist, not a family therapist. Besides, his dilemma stems from being forsaken by his magical hammer. How do you expect me to counsel him? Shall I tell him, Hey, cheer up. At least your hammer hasn't been swallowed by a black hole. Eric, you must have some solution, right? No. Even if I did, I wouldn't assist him. Do not expect me to utter a single word to him. As night fell, within the bar at the desert's edge, neon tubes flickered above the counter, casting the amber liquor in hues reminiscent of liquid gold. Thor sat alone in the furthest corner booth, his robust fingers unconsciously tracing the scars on the wooden table, remnants of a drunken man's vulgarity from years past. With a thud, 2 crates of beer landed heavily on the table, causing the empty glasses to leap. Selvig wiped the sweat from his brow, his graying temples still dusted with the fine sand of the desert night. He deftly pried open 2 bottles of beer, the frothy mouths poised towards the 2 men. Have you ever had this? As the old professor pushed the bottles forward, the condensation left damp imprints on Thor's palm. Thor stared at the bubbling beer in his glass, his voice rasping as he replied, "Indeed, I have not. In Valhalla, we drink mead." He tilted his head back and gulped down a hearty draught, suddenly grimacing. "This tastes like horse urine mixed with wormwood." At this, Selvig broke into a grin, his apple bobbing as he swallowed, saying, "No worries. After a few more bottles, you won't discern the difference." Meanwhile, a vintage jukebox on the wall was playing country music, the old speakers occasionally crackling with static. Thor's gaze drifted through the glass window, surveying the star-kissed expanse of the Gobi Desert. After downing 5 spiked beers, the tension in Thor's shoulders finally began to ease. Noticing this, Selvig wiped his mouth with his sleeve and casually inquired, "By the way, how heavy is your hammer? Is it so heavy that even you cannot lift it?" "I am uncertain of its weight by earthly standards, but the essence of Mjolnir's weight is inconsequential. Only the worthy can wield it," Thor replied indifferently, the liquid trickling down his beard. Selvig chuckled lightly, opened another bottle, and spoke nostalgically. When Jane was 8, she firmly believed herself to be a runaway Disney princess. And for 3 months thereafter, she communicated solely through song. Eventually, she realized that a true princess would never pilfer strawberry pudding from the refrigerator. Yet, that memory remains her most cherished treasure. Anyone who dares to mention it now will face her wrath. Thor furrowed his brow, perplexed, and asked, "What are you trying to convey? Asgard is not a fabrication. Mjolnir is not a myth." "Of course not." Selvig rapped his fingers on the table and continued, "Yet, much like Jane's dream of being a princess, it remains elusive. Aside from you, no one has ever laid eyes on it. However, unlike Jane, who swiftly embraced astronomy and physics upon realizing she was not a Disney princess, becoming a world-renowned astronomer through her diligent studies, you cannot allow yourself to wallow in complaint regarding your inability to attain the title of princess. Had she merely lamented her fate, she would not have achieved such greatness. Failure is but a waypoint along the journey, not a signpost marking the end. The true destination is not defined by the moment of your fall, but is established when you refuse to rise again. The wise perceive failure as a celestial map for recalibrating their course, while only the foolish etch it into their epitaph. Upon hearing these words, Thor was momentarily taken aback, his beer suspended in midair. The cacophony of the bar faded into the background, leaving only Selvig's raspy murmurs. "Perhaps your father is not punishing you. Rather, he is teaching you to swim." Before the last syllable could linger, Selvig's head thudded heavily against the table, and his snores soon filled the air. Thor shook his head, gently removing the precariously swaying beer bottle from Selvig's grasp, gazing thoughtfully out at the starry night sky. Did he truly believe that his father was teaching him to swim? He whispered, downing the remainder of his beer. When the bartender inquired whether to remove the inebriated Selvig, Thor merely smiled, effortlessly hoisting the tipsy scientist onto his shoulder. Chapter 117. Procuring a steel armor? In the upper-level lounge of Stark Industries, the skyline of New York gleamed brilliantly under the sun, yet the atmosphere inside was thick with tension. General Slocum stood with arms crossed, his military attire impeccably sharp, the stars on his epaulettes glimmering with a harsh light. His fingers drummed impatiently on the table, each tap echoing like the countdown of a clock. When the attendant returned with coffee for the 3rd time, he finally erupted. "Enough!" General Slocum's hand sliced through the air, sending a coffee cup shattering against the marble floor, brown liquid splattering onto his polished military boots. Rising to his feet, his facial muscles tensed with fury, and his gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through the individual before him. "Where is Tony Stark? Why has he yet to grace us with his presence?" The young woman in professional attire maintained her composure, inclining her head slightly and responding with a smile. I sincerely apologize, General. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Stark is currently unwell and unable to meet with guests. Rest assured, once he recovers, he will personally visit to extend his heartfelt apologies to all the generals. Unwell, General Slocum scoffed, roaring, to hell with his ailments. He was lavishly spending at a casino in Monaco just yesterday. Where is he? Bring him forth to face me. The attendant continued to wear her professional smile, stating, I am truly sorry, General. Mr. Stark's schedule is a private matter, and we are unable to disclose any details. General Slocum's fingers turned white as he clenched them, surveying the room with a steely gaze that swept over the officials of the Defense Procurement Committee as if in search of allies. Finally, he inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon the charming attendant before him, his voice low and menacing. Listen closely, I have had enough of your arrogance at Stark Industries. If Stark does not make an appearance soon, I shall formally announce on behalf of the Department of Defense the termination of all collaboration with Stark Industries. Furthermore, as long as I hold the position of Deputy Secretary of Defense, you shall not procure any military contract from us. A heavy silence enveloped the room. At that moment, the Air Force procurement executive, seated beside General Slocum and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, leaned in to whisper, General, since Stark Industries shuttered its military and weapons development division last year, our collaboration has been limited to energy supply and certain technical support. Therefore, strictly speaking, we have no military contracts to offer them. General Slocum's expression faltered for an instant, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his features, yet he quickly regained his composure, retorting, So what? The military budget is not the issue. If Stark refuses to cooperate, there are Osborne Industries, Hammer Industries, and Lockheed Martin. They would be more than willing to engage in competitive practices for military contracts. The attendant maintained her smile, responding with calm assertiveness. General, we understand your dissatisfaction, but Mr. Stark genuinely cannot meet with you. If you have other requirements, we can arrange for the technical department to liaise with you. At this, General Slocum's countenance darkened entirely. He fixed an intense gaze upon the attendant, as if aiming to pierce her with his eyes. Yet her smile remained unwavering, neither fearful nor yielding. Ultimately, General Slocum snorted disdainfully, turning abruptly to declare, Humph, we are leaving. Upon hearing this, the officials from the Department of Defense promptly rose to their feet and followed him out of the meeting room. The heavy glass door closed behind them, the sound of their footsteps gradually fading away. The attendant stood in place, gently pressing her earpiece. Ms. Pepper, they have departed. A calm voice emanated from the earpiece. Excellent. Is Tony still in the lab? The engine of the armored vehicle rumbled softly as General Slocum sank into the leather seat, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. The New York streets outside sped by in a blur, sunlight filtering through the dark glass and casting mottled shadows across his grim face. The procurement executive's assistant, seated beside him, cautiously broke the silence. Are we truly going to abandon the Iron Man project in favor of continuing with Osborne Industries' Enhanced Soldier Program or Hammer Industries' Iron Legion Initiative? Upon hearing this, a slight tremor passed through General Slocum's eyelids, revealing a glimmer of cold resolve in his gaze as he replied icily, Who said we are abandoning the Iron Man project? Upon hearing this, the executive assistant's Adam's apple bobbed with uncertainty as he inquired, But you just performed at Stark Industries, Colonel Walker. The general leisurely extracted a cigar from his uniform's inner pocket, meticulously clipped the cap, and replied with a hint of disdain. A formidable weapon like the iron suit must remain firmly in the hands of the use military, rather than becoming the plaything of some dandy. The car's lighter emitted a dim crimson glow, and the rich aroma of the cigar enveloped the confined space. The executive assistant hesitated as he retrieved a set of data, visibly conflicted as he questioned. However, we have already invested $17.8 billion into the Biological Enhancement Serum Project. If we withdraw now, not only will our initial investments be squandered, but Osborne Industries may face imminent bankruptcy. General Slocum exhaled a ring of smoke, the grayish mist obscuring his sharp features, and stated, The plan was approved by my predecessor. It bears no relation to me. I have no interest in this so-called biological enhancement serum. As for whether Osborne Industries will go bankrupt, that is Norman's concern. Upon hearing this, the executive assistant nodded, yet his fingers danced across the tablet, pulling up another document. And he queried, "But, General, Tony Stark has explicitly stated that he will not sell the suit's technology." Last year, during the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing, he publicly declared. "He has uttered many things," General Slocum interjected with a sudden sneer. He even claimed that Stark Industries would cease all weapon manufacturing. And what is the outcome? Within 6 months, he invented that dreadful iron suit. He donned it and brandished it in the Middle East. The assistant wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and asked, "What is your plan then?" "Patience," General Slocum articulated, extinguishing his cigar in the crystal ashtray. "As long as Tony Stark wishes to remain in the U.S., he will sell it. It is merely a matter of time." "I do not understand," the assistant murmured. "You need not understand." General Slocum suddenly turned his head, his hawk-like gaze causing the executive assistant to retreat slightly, as he coldly added, "Because I am the general, not you. Mind your position, assistant." The vehicle fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the faint hum of the air conditioning. The executive assistant stiffly nodded, promptly locking the tablet and falling silent. In the rearview mirror, the silhouette of Stark Tower receded, the glass F.A.O.D reflecting sunlight like a mocking grin. Chapter 118. The Green Goblin. The armored car's air conditioning emitted a subtle hum as General Slocum closed his eyes to rest, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the leather armrest. "Sir!" Suddenly, the intercom crackled with an alarming electric sound, and a soldier from the lead vehicle spoke urgently, unidentified flying objects detected in the airspace ahead. At this, General Slocum abruptly opened his eyes. Through the bulletproof glass, he beheld the roof of the lead armored Cadillac, where a gunner frantically adjusted the angle of his weapon. In the distant sky, a small green that was rapidly magnifying. "What in the world is that?" The voice on the intercom abruptly ceased. Boom! The lead armored vehicle was instantly engulfed in a fireball, the shockwave from the explosion lifting the pavement. Steel fragments rained down upon the general's bulletproof glass, producing a jarring sound that sent chills through him. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" A frantic scream erupted from the intercom. "Vehicle 2 has lost power. We are boom." Another explosion erupted from a vehicle in the middle of the convoy. General Slocum felt the entire world spinning. His forehead slammed against the front seat, warm blood trickling down his brow. Through the distorted window, he witnessed the wreckage of Vehicle 2 ablaze, a soldier engulfed in flames struggling to crawl out of the door. "Reverse! For heaven's sake, reverse!" The bodyguard pounded frantically on the driver's seat, shouting loudly. The driver yanked the steering wheel, the tires screeching against the asphalt. Boom! However, the third explosion followed swiftly. Vehicle 3 at the rear of the convoy was severed in half, its burning chassis blocking the road entirely, sealing off their escape. "We are surrounded." The bodyguard drew his pistol, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Outside the armored sedan, twisted metal debris encircled them, burning gasoline coiling on the ground like an eerie totem. General Slocum's eardrums buzzed. Bang! 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 The surviving guards were organizing a counterattack. Yet their rifle bullets merely sparked against the figure circling in the night sky, producing only a few insignificant sparks. "What exactly is that?" Shaking his dazed head, General Slocum mumbled, only for the words to freeze in his throat. A grotesque mask slowly descended before the window. The dark green metal armor shimmered with a venomous sheen in the firelight, while pumpkin-shaped bombs swayed gently on the utility belt at the waist. That metal grin, stretching ear to ear, and the crimson eyes flickering with madness. "Good afternoon, General Slocum." A sharp, metallic voice emerged from beneath the green demon mask. General Slocum's pupils constricted sharply. Even through the distorted tone, he instantly recognized the owner of that voice. Norman. General Slocum's complexion turned ashen, his lips trembling as he stammered. "Listen, Norman, this is a misunderstanding. I will immediately rescind the divestment decision upon my return, adding triple. Oh no, quintuple the budget. Please do not kill. Too late, Your Excellency." The green demon ascended slowly upon gliding wings, mechanical fingers brushing against General Slocum's window as he declared, "When you resolve to annihilate Osborne Industries, to obliterate my lifelong efforts, your death became inevitable. Now, go to hell and repent." A miniature missile protruded from beneath the glider wing, its infrared targeting resting ominously upon General Slocum's perspiring forehead. "No, wait, Norman." In an instant, Slocum's anguished scream was engulfed by a deafening explosion. A towering inferno illuminated the riverbank, while burning metallic debris fell like rain into the Hudson River. At 4:30 p.m., the site of the explosion along the Hudson had been cordoned off by a series of yellow and black warning tapes. The acrid scent of charred remains mingled with the chemical odor of firefighting foam, as the setting sun cast a bloody hue upon the twisted wreckage. "Make way. The coroner has arrived." Sheriff George Stacy pushed through the throng, his polished shoes splashing on the wet pavement. Following closely was Colonel Harper, aide to General Ross, clad in a crisp military uniform, his expression as grim as iron. The noise of the crowd diminished significantly upon their arrival. Sheriff, Colonel, Detective Wilson, responsible for the on-site investigation, greeted them with urgency, swiftly approaching. His suit jacket was smeared with ash, and he held a tablet displaying aerial images of the scene. Preliminary investigations indicated that this was an exceptionally professional targeted elimination operation. Detective Wilson pointed to the ground, where scorch marks radiated outward, stating, "The assailants employed at least 3 high-energy explosives, all accurately striking critical nodes of the convoy. The first obliterated the engine compartment of the lead vehicle. The second struck the command vehicle in the middle of the convoy, and the third blocked the escape route." He swiped the screen to reveal thermal imaging remnants, continuing. "The explosion's shockwave exhibited a typical directional dispersion pattern, indicating that the explosives utilized a shaped charge design. Judging by the residual metal ejection traces, it appears to be a modified type of warhead." Sheriff George Stacy frowned, his gaze sweeping the area. Several teams of firefighters were using high-pressure hoses to cool the still smoldering wreckage, while forensic personnel knelt carefully, placing melted metal fragments into evidence bags. Not far off, the distant roar of a news helicopter could be heard. "What are the casualties?" "General Slocum." Colonel Harper's voice was hoarse. Detective Wilson shook his head, replying, 5 military vehicles, 12 accompanying personnel, all completely obliterated. We cannot even locate any biological tissue for comparison." At that moment, Fire Chief Moreno approached with weary steps, his protective mask speckled with water, exclaiming, "Sir, there is an anomaly." Sheriff Stacy gestured for him to continue. "From the moment we received the report to our arrival at the scene, it took us a total of 16 minutes, breaking the district's fastest emergency response record." Removing his gloves to reveal his scorched fingers, Chief Moreno added, "However, by the time we reached the site, the fire had already extinguished itself, and the vehicle frames were completely carbonized." He pointed towards a recent heap of debris and lamented, even more strangely, based on thermal imaging records, the duration of the fire could not have exceeded 10 minutes. Colonel Harper abruptly interjected, 10 minutes? Impossible. Even a fire ignited by aviation fuel would require at least 45 minutes to incinerate a frame of this caliber. Captain Moreno then took the floor, speaking with a hint of trepidation. "Moreover, the primary component of human bones is hydroxyapatite, which, even in a professional incinerator, necessitates temperatures exceeding 800 degrees Celsius and sustained combustion for over 2 hours to achieve complete decomposition. Yet, all the victims at the scene were reduced to mere ashes within 10 minutes. Chapter 119. Dialects Call, Visitors from the Celestial Palace. Morning light bathed the red earth hills of New Mexico as Zhi Jiuan sat cross-legged behind a weathered rock, a tuna sandwich from a convenience store perched between his lips. He adjusted the focus of his telescope, the lens revealing the kitchen window of the astronomical observatory in clear detail. Inside the kitchen, Thor was busily scrambling eggs in a frying pan, while Jane Foster offered her guidance. A pink towel draped over the broad shoulders of the golden-haired man, clearly freshly washed. He clumsily imitated Jane's movements, unintentionally flipping an egg onto the stove, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. This current demeanor was a stark contrast to when he first arrived on Earth, where he bore an expression that seemed to convey a desire to strike anyone down. He had finally transformed into a semblance of a decent person. Zhi Jiuan wiped the damp corners of his eyes, muttering to himself. Suddenly, he grasped the challenges of parenthood. In the kitchen, Thor took the initiative to clean up the spilled utensils and even assisted Jane in tying her apron. This subtle change brought a satisfied nod from him. Shifting the telescope to another angle, he observed Selvig languishing on the sofa, a cold pack pressed against his forehead, evidently still suffering from the repercussions of last night's revelry. Daisy Louise, on the other hand, frowned at the computer screen, a half-empty cup of cold coffee resting beside her. Just as Zhi Jiuan was about to continue his observation, His phone vibrated in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw Dialec's number flashing on the screen. "Hello, Grandpa Lu. What's the matter?" He pressed the answer button, his gaze still fixed on the telescope. "Once more, you may call me Dialec or Master, but never Grandpa Lu." Dialec's voice resonated through the receiver. The familiar strains of jazz from the bar playing in the background. "Don't mind the details, just get to the point. I'm busy with the kids," he exclaimed. "I wish to be a devoted parent, unwilling to miss a single moment of my child's growth." Zhi Jiuan noticed Thor accidentally toppled the sugar jar, frantically attempting to clean up with a towel. For reasons unknown, Dialec had an inkling that Zhi Jiuan and Kia would get along splendidly. After a moment of silence, Dialec continued. "Yesterday afternoon, Norman Osborn attacked the Pentagon convoy, resulting in the immediate death of the Deputy Secretary of Defense, the chairman of the Defense Acquisition Board, and four-star General Slocum of the U.S. Army." Zhi Jiuan raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before recalling the individual in question. He asked, Slocum, is he not the fool who advocated for blood and suffering mechanical ascension, and fervently promoted the nationalization of Tony Stark's Iron Man technology, while calling for the cancellation of all biological weapon programs? Dialec nodded, adding, "Indeed, in addition to him, there were also 11 other members of the Defense Acquisition Board who perished alongside him. The entire convoy was reduced to scrap metal, with no survivors." Well, Norman certainly knows how to handle things. Although his mind may be impaired by drugs, the actions he takes do possess a certain merit. Zhi Jiuan remarked with a light chuckle. On the other end of the line, Dialec remained silent. Even though he had only recently arrived in this world, he understood the ways of the military hierarchy. If they were all eliminated, the risk of wrongful accusations would be high. However, if you were to take them out one by one, there would be far too many who could slip through the cracks. "What do you intend to do about Norman Osborn? His next attack may not discriminate between targets." Dialec's voice grew colder. This time, it was Zhi Jiuan's turn to fall silent. After a long pause, he sighed and replied helplessly, "What else can be done? We'll take it one step at a time. If it comes to it, we'll face the consequences. You keep watching. If he emerges like a green fly, indiscriminately slaughtering innocents." The wind carried the dust, and Zhi Jiuan's voice sounded particularly calm as he continued, "Well, after all, I am not a demon. He is still the father of my friend. Just incapacitate him from the neck down, leaving him paralyzed. Compared to Stephen Hawking, he will be in a state akin to a sportsman." There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the line. "Is he truly your friend?" Dialec finally asked, his tone nuanced. At that moment, Zhi Jiuan had already descended the slope, moving with the agility of a wildcat. Upon hearing Dialec's question, he responded without hesitation, "Of course. If it were someone I didn't know, given my selfless, magnanimous, and compassionate nature. Do you think his chances of survival are greater than Wendy quitting drinking, Clee refraining from blowing up fish at the fruit wine lake, or Zhongli leaving home with money? Regardless of the mistakes he made in his past life, having a friend like you in this life surely absolves him of his sins," Dialec remarked dryly. Zhi Jiuan shrugged nonchalantly, accepting Dialec's assessment, and added, "By the way, how are things on your end? The surveillance by S.H.I.E.L.D. has intensified significantly, with 3 tactical teams rotating outside the bar, even checking delivery trucks." Dialec's voice turned serious as he stated, "They seem to be preparing for some operation, taking special precautions against someone like me who enjoys meddling." Zhi Jiuan squinted and inquired, "Who leads the team?" "Brock Cromwell, codename Crossbones." "Ah, the mad dog of Hydra," Zhi Jiuan remarked, swiftly noting the name in his notebook. "If it's a Hydra operative, we must certainly lend our assistance. However, your operations are indeed inconvenient, and I am currently unable to leave." "Very well. Once I conclude my affairs here, I shall summon Fischl to support you." A soft clink of a glass being set down resonated from the other end of the line, followed by a hesitant response. Fischl, although her demeanor is peculiar, her reconnaissance skills are undeniably exceptional. "It is settled then. Upon your return, I believe I should arrange an etiquette lesson for you." Just as Zhi Jiuan tucked his phone back into his pocket, the clear sky abruptly darkened. The once azure expanse was swiftly consumed by roiling clouds. A blinding flash of lightning cleaved through the heavens, followed by a deafening thunderclap. "What on earth? Why has it suddenly started to thunder?" He darted behind the mountain wall, squinting towards the point where the lightning had struck. Boom! On the Gobi Desert, a resplendent beam of light, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, descended from the sky, instantly vaporizing the surrounding sand and stones. The intense brightness brought tears to his eyes, yet he remained fixated on the center of the light. After approximately 30 seconds, the beam dissipated, leaving the air thick with the acrid scent of ozone. Rubbing his eyes, Zhi Jiuan beheld 4 figures emerging from the fading halo. At the forefront stood a silver-armored female warrior, wielding a gemstone-encrusted longsword, her ebony hair billowing in the wind like a banner. Behind her were 3 heavily armed men, a burly red-bearded giant brandishing a double-bladed axe, a dark-skinned man wielding a morning star, and a blonde knight adorned with a long sword at his waist. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace? How they arrived so early? Is the plot unfolding this swiftly? Zhi Jiuan murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously stroking his smooth chin. Chapter 120. A meaningless battle, Sif. Can you sense Thor's location? Vostag's rugged voice echoed across the desert, his massive axe glinting ominously in the sunlight. Sif nodded slightly, her dark hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Gripping her longsword with both hands, she lightly touched the blade to the ground, closing her eyes in concentration. In an instant, a visible surge of golden energy erupted from within her, radiating outward like ripples. Suddenly, her emerald eyes snapped open, her piercing gaze fixed upon a nearby hillside as she shouted, "Who goes there?" Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Sif transformed into a silver flash, instantly crossing 100 meters towards the slope. Swiftly, the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace reacted. Vostag's double-bladed axe, Hogan's morning star, and Vandal's knightly sword were drawn in unison, following closely behind. As the 4 rushed to the hillside, they were met only by weathered rocks and a few clusters of desiccated shrubs. The desolate wind stirred up fine sands, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. Sif, have you misinterpreted your senses? Vandal furrowed his brow, surveying the area with his ornate knight's sword crossed over his chest. Sif remained silent, suddenly pivoting, her sword thrusting backward at an astonishing angle. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing reverberated across the barren landscape. A crimson spear materialized out of thin air, skillfully intercepting the tip of Sif's blade. Ripples of distortion shimmered through the air as the silhouette of a youth adorned with a mask gradually emerged. "Who are you?" Vostag bellowed, swinging his double-bladed axe at the unexpected foe. Zhao's form flickered momentarily, the axe narrowly missing his garments as it crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater 3 meters wide. Boom! Before the dust settled, Hogan's meteor hammer soared through the air, its chain tracing a deadly arc. With a delicate touch, Zhao's toes brushed the ground, lifting him like a wisp of willow fluff as the hammer passed just beneath his boot. With a flick of his wrist, the weapon, known as Michin, carved a graceful arc in the air, effortlessly deflecting Sif's sword. Simultaneously, Zhao's figure retreated like a specter, evading Vostag's lethal strike. "Halt! I'm not here for you." Zhao's words trailed off as Hogan's meteor hammer whistled towards him. Bang! Zhao sidestepped, the hammer smashing into the earth and sending countless shards of stone flying. Vandal's sword followed closely, striking with the precision of a venomous serpent aimed at Zhao's throat. Oof! Zhao scoffed softly, taking flight with a leap, gracefully flipping in the air, while Michin lunged toward Vandal like a dragon emerging from the sea. Clang, clang, clang. The symphony of clashing metal rang out. Despite being besieged by 4 adversaries, Zhao moved with effortless grace. His form was as elusive as the wind, with Michin in his grasp, sometimes striking like a cunning serpent, at other times descending like a fierce tiger. Each block was perfectly timed, each counterattack brutally incisive. What manner of being is this? Vostag gasped, his grip on the double-bladed axe trembling slightly. Sif offered no reply. Instead, she leaped high, raising her sword above her head, its blade radiating a brilliant golden light as she shouted, "For Asgard!" The force of her strike descended with tremendous might, yet Zhao did not retreat. Instead, the spear tip of Michin suddenly glowed with a verdant light. Boom! At the moment of collision, the shock wave sent all sand and stones within a 10-meter radius flying. Amidst the swirling dust, Zhao's figure split into 3 identical masked youths, each launching an assault from different angles against the 4 warriors. Bang! Hogan, caught off guard, swung his meteor hammer through one of the phantoms, only to be struck squarely in the chest by the real Zhao, sent hurtling backward some 17 or 18 meters. Hogan, the Vandal roared. His sword transformed into a silver streak aimed at Zhao's back. Xiao, without turning back, thrust his spear from under his arm, striking Hogan's sword with precision. Clang, clang, clang. Simultaneously, he formed a seal with his left hand, unleashing a howling emerald wind blade that repelled the ambushing Vostag. Seizing the moment, Sif abruptly drove her long sword into the ground. Boom! Golden energy spread across the ground like a spider's web, forming a vast magical array. The terrain beneath Xiao suddenly softened, as if quicksand sought to engulf him. Wind wheel, stand firm, Xiao exclaimed, leaping into the air in an instant. Whoosh! He spun midair, and the spear, Miechun, pierced through the air with a shrill sound, aiming directly at Sif's face. Boom! Sif hastily raised her sword in defense, but was jolted backward by the force of the strike, blood seeping from her palms. Ha! Vostag seized the opportunity to attack from the side, his battle axe cleaving toward Zhao's waist with the might to split mountains. Thud! Yet, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Xiao swiftly rotated the spear in his hand, but in striking Vostag's wrist with precision. Ah! The bravest warrior of the Celestial Palace cried out in pain as the axe slipped from his grasp. Hogan struggled to rise, hurling his meteor hammer once more. Xiao neither flinched nor evaded, effortlessly swatting the hammer away to land several meters distant. Stop this at once, Sif shouted, her long sword radiating blinding light as it lunged toward Zhao's heart. Clang! The spear and sword collided, the ensuing shockwave scattering sand and stones in all directions. As the dust settled, Xiao had returned to his original position on the rock, Miechun held horizontally behind him. The forest guardian warriors lay in disarray, their weapons strewn about. Vostag clutched his abdomen, retching, while Hogan stared blankly at the broken chain in his hands. Fandral struggled to rise, but fell again. Only Sif managed to stand, albeit barely, her silver armor marred with cracks. An eerie silence enveloped the desert, the wind swirling sand particles between the two parties. Xiao's azure hair billowing slightly. He gazed intently at the four, slowly retracting his spear, and declared, "Should you attempt to strike again, I shall show no mercy." Sif's sword tip quivered slightly, beads of sweat trickling down her pale chin. She had never encountered such a fearsome warrior. Even in Asgard, aside from Thor, few could single-handedly subdue all four of them. What was even more daunting was that it was evident he had yet to exert his full strength. "We acknowledge your unparalleled martial prowess, warrior of Midgard," she gasped, her eyes reflecting both admiration and trepidation. "But why do you willingly serve as Loki's pawn? Obstructing our search for Thor?" Upon hearing this, Xiao furrowed his brow and replied, "I had no intention of obstructing you. It was your blades that first pointed at me." Chapter 121. Osborne Industrial Carnival. The venue of the Osborne Industrial Carnival was adorned with colorful flags, bustling with a cacophony of voices. The main venue was adorned with a theme of futuristic technology, where a holographic blue whale gracefully glided above the crowd, occasionally eliciting gasps of wonder from the children. A towering inflatable Osborne logo, standing 20 meters high, swayed gently in the breeze, casting a kaleidoscopic shadow. The aromas from the food area intertwined with the electronic soundscapes of the tech exhibition, creating an enchanting atmosphere. On the VIP platform, Peter Parker appeared, hand in hand with Gwen Stacy. The woman was dignified and radiant, while the man was also impeccably dressed. Peter, Gwen, upon their arrival, Harry Osborn hurriedly approached from beside the Champagne Tower, his tailored silver gray suit making him appear notably more mature than usual. "At last you've arrived." The three shared a gentle embrace. Harry Osborn took the juice from the server and handed it to Gwen Stacy, saying, "I thought you two would have arrived much earlier." "Where's he? Didn't he come with you?" At this, Peter Parker grimaced and complained, "Don't even get me started. Ever since he took that last day off, the only time I've heard from him was a harassing phone call at 3 in the morning." Upon hearing Peter's words, Gwen Stacy narrowed her eyes in sudden vigilance. Recalling a phrase, "Every boy, before encountering the boy he truly likes, believes he is fond of girls." Previously, Gwen Stacy had thought that with Peter Parker's relatively humanoid and somewhat socially aware demeanor, she had little to worry about regarding any potential rivals. However, it now seemed her sense of security had been rather premature. Harry Osborn pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Oh, missing? Why not inquire with the marvelous Dialek?" Peter Parker shrugged and sighed. "I've asked. Dialek said he didn't know either, but assured us not to worry about that guy. He said. Peter then mimicked Dialek's tone, coolly stating him. He S like mold in a cheap barrel of wine, even after being exposed for 3 days. He will inevitably resurface. Just ignore him. Quite astute in his observations. Just then, as the trio engaged in their light-hearted banter, a uniformed server navigated through the crowd, carrying a package directly towards them. The parcel, roughly the size of a shoebox, was wrapped in paper adorned with a starry sky pattern, appearing quite ordinary, with a note affixed to it. Master Harry, the server respectfully announced, this has been sent by a gentleman who signed his name. Security has thoroughly checked it for any hazardous items. Sent? Let me see it. Harry Osborn almost snatched the package, while Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy curiously leaned in closer. The package had a slight weight to it, and emitted a subtle clattering sound when shaken. Just as Harry Osborn was about to tear open the wrapping, Gwen Stacy suddenly pointed at the note, exclaiming, "Wait, there's a letter here." Upon hearing those words, Harry Osborn and Peter Parker turned their gaze towards the note. To my dear son Harry, I have heard that Osborn Industries is hosting a carnival, and I initially intended to attend for the complimentary food and drink. However, you know my nature, ever humble and reserved, timid and introverted. Yet due to my excessive shyness, I found myself too intimidated to settle the bill after dining, resulting in an unreasonable proprietor detaining me to wash dishes, hence my inability to personally extend my congratulations. Regrettably, I must enclose a modest token of my esteem as an apology. Your most dapper father, Zhi Jiuan. After reading the letter, all three were left bemused. While the message was absurd, it was hardly surprising given Zhi Jiuan's abstract character. Harry Osborn set the letter aside, his face alight with anticipation as he began to unwrap the parcel. The packaging of the parcel was rather rudimentary, perhaps one might even say entirely devoid of embellishment. And against the backdrop of opulent decor, the package appeared almost unsightly. Nevertheless, the trio remained undeterred, their faces brimming with eagerness as they peered into the contents. Within the parcel lay 2 fruits, softly glowing as they rested at the bottom of the box. One was a translucent bubble orange, its peel seemingly concealing a flowing liquid, while the other, a sunset fruit, resembled a crystallized twilight, exuding a cloyingly sweet aroma. Wow, a sunset fruit! And such lovely oranges! Gwen Stacy exclaimed softly upon spotting the sunset fruit, then cautiously reached out to touch the bubble orange. Could it be that this orange also possessed some extraordinary properties? Who could say? That fellow never divulged any details. The three conversed for quite some time in a corner of the banquet hall, their champagne long since lost its effervescence. Peter Parker noticed that Harry Osborn had checked his watch for the 3rd time, his gaze continually scanning the mingling crowd, a look of anxiety etched upon his face. Harry, are you all right? Gwen Stacy gently touched his arm, concern lacing her voice. You seem distracted for a while now. Is something the matter? Upon hearing her words, Harry Osborn snapped back to reality, retracting his gaze as he replied, I apologize, I'm fine. I'm merely searching for my father. He should have delivered the opening speech an hour ago. Peter Parker glanced towards the main stage, which was devoid of any presence, save for the flickering lights of Osborn Industries. Perhaps the board had an unexpected matter to attend to? Large corporations always seem to have endless meetings, he attempted to reassure. Harry Osborn shook his head, his fingers absently tracing the rim of his champagne glass, as he said anxiously, No, this isn't right. My father is never late, especially for such an important event as the carnival. Suddenly, he placed his glass upon the server's tray and declared, Excuse me for a moment. I must go find him. With that, he took the parcel and hurried away. Watching Harry Osborn's hurried departure, Peter Parker couldn't help but furrow his brow. On the other side of the banquet hall, Harry Osborn spotted Director Fargas seated in a wheelchair. The venerable director of the Osborn Group was surrounded by several guests from Stark Industries, wearing a professional smile. Harry Osborn approached briskly, politely interrupting their conversation. He slightly leaned forward and inquired, Good day, Mr. Fargas. I apologize for the interruption. Have you seen my father? In response, Fargas turned his wheelchair to face Harry Osborn and gently replied, Oh, Harry, are you inquiring about Norman? I fear your father may not be attending the carnival this year. What? Harry Osborn's voice involuntarily escalated in volume as he incredulously asked, Why? This is the most significant annual event for the Osborn Group. He has never missed it before. Fargas removed his glasses and produced a cloth to polish the lenses, hinting, Perhaps your father is still grappling with some of the changes within the Osborn group. Chapter 122. The Green Goblin strikes again within the banquet hall of Osborn Tower. Crystal chandeliers refracted dazzling light, and the crisp sound of clinking champagne glasses resonated throughout the space. Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy stood in a corner by the floor-to-ceiling windows, their gazes locked as they engaged in a conversation on topics deemed inappropriate for children. Observing Gwen Stacy's face, Peter Parker felt his cheeks flush, his tone urgent as he stated, "Thus, I believe the cells subsequently repair the breaks through non-homologous end-joining or homologous directed repair mechanisms. The former may introduce insertion-deletion mutations, while the latter allows for precise editing in the presence of a donor template." No. Listen to me, he insisted. Off-target effects remain a technical bottleneck. Optimizing design and utilizing high-fidelity variants, such as 9 and 12, may partially alleviate this issue. Just as Peter Parker was about to counter, an overwhelming sense of dread suddenly surged within him. His pupils dilated, and every hair on his body stood on end. "Be careful," he abruptly pulled Gwen Stacy behind him, his voice trembling with tension as he shouted, "Everyone, back away." However, the guests merely turned in confusion, and a few servers carrying trays even chuckled. In the next instant, the world erupted. Boom! A deafening sound of shattering filled the air as the entire floor-to-ceiling window exploded. A terrifying shockwave overturned the long table, scattering crystal glasses and silverware like bullets. In a split second, Peter Parker seized Gwen Stacy and dove behind a pillar, deftly flicking his wrist. Whoosh! A web shot forth, precisely ensnaring Harry Osborn's waist, yanking him away from the epicenter of the explosion. Thunderous! Almost simultaneously, a green silhouette shattered the glass dome and swooped down, the hum of the glider resembling a wailing specter. Cackling, the Green Goblin hovered ominously in mid-air on his flying apparatus, the metallic mask contorting into a sinister grin as he exclaimed, "Let's add some fireworks to the festivities." He hurled 3 pumpkin grenades into the air, the spherical bombs tracing a deadly arc. One hurtled toward the panicked crowd, another descended toward the Champagne Tower, and the last one raced toward the Carnival Square below. Peter Parker's heart nearly ceased its rhythmic beat. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, he swiftly raised his hand. Puffed, puffed, puffed. 3 strands of webbing accurately ensnare the grenades. And with remarkable strength, Peter Parker spun his wrist, launching them high into the sky. Boom! 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 The explosion illuminated the sky with a fiery glow, the shockwave shattering every pane of glass within a 100-meter radius. Amidst the swirling streamers and sparks, the Green Goblin cackled maniacally, adjusting his glider, exclaiming, "Interesting. Let me see who you are." Before he could finish his sentence, a red and blue figure suddenly appeared, suspended upside down at the edge of the gaping hole in the ceiling. "Hey, you over there, you oversized cucumber. Are you looking for a pickle jar to fit your size? I doubt you'll find one that suits you. Why not try a substitute? How about the New York Police Department S.H.I.E.L.D? Not only do you get 24-hour protection, but you also receive a stylish silver bracelet, trendy, striped attire, magical gadgets, and a professional nutritionist to craft your meal plan, along with a seasoned health expert to schedule your daily routine. What are you waiting for? Just turn yourself in." Upon hearing this, the Green Goblin's glider pivoted sharply in midair. Noticing the spider emblem on Peter Parker's chest, a grinding voice emerged from beneath his metallic mask. "So, it's just a little bug." Peter Parker flicked his left hand, a mass of webbing adhering to the goblin's mask, and mockingly retorted, "Wrong. It's an arthropod. Buddy, you flunked biology. Shut up, you noisy insect." The Green Goblin's glider engines emitted a piercing shriek, and he abruptly veered downward toward Peter Parker. Whoosh! The metallic wing blades glimmered ominously in the light, resembling the scythe of death. "Hey, can we have a civil discussion? Is it my fault your biology grades are abysmal? Killing me 1T improve your scores." Peter Parker executed a backflip to evade, shooting a strand of webbing that latched onto a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, using it to swing into the air. "Shut up," the Green Goblin roared, pressing down on the control stick as the machine guns on either side of his glider clicked ominously into action, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets rained down like a torrential storm, and Peter Parker's spider sense blared its warning. He twisted his body midair, the scorching bullets narrowly grazing his suit, leaving a row of ghastly bullet holes in the wall. Target acquired. This renovation cost a fortune. If it comes to it, why don't you fire a couple of rounds and then compensate me for the renovation costs? Peter Parker, utilizing the momentum of his descent, delivered a powerful kick to the Green Goblin's face. Bam! The force of the kick sent the Green Goblin reeling, causing his glider to lose balance and spin in midair. He quickly stabilized himself, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he retrieved a pumpkin bomb from his waist. With a flick of his thumb, the safety pin flew off with a sharp snap. Taste this, insect. The bomb arced through the air, hurtling towards Peter Parker's face. His pupils dilated, and in an instant, he shot out webbing, ensnaring the bomb and hurling it out the window. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion shattered the remaining glass, flames illuminating the entire banquet hall. Peter Parker was propelled backwards by the blast, his back crashing against the wall, pain forcing him to grimace. This one won't be redeemed. The Green Goblin offered no respite, accelerating his glider once more, the blade-like wings slicing through the air menacingly. With a swift motion, Peter Parker evaded, the wing's edge barely grazing his suit, leaving a deep gash in the wall. Let's see how you evade this. The Green Goblin cackled, pressing a button on the control panel, which caused a row of sharp darts to spring forth from the underside of the glider. Whoosh! The darts lunged forward like venomous serpents, Peter Parker's spider sense blaring in alarm. He executed an aerial flip, webbing himself to the ceiling, his body swinging like a pendulum. Clink, clink, clink. The darts zipped past him, embedding themselves into the column behind him. As Peter Parker landed, the Green Goblin had already changed direction, the glider's machine guns locking onto him once more. Tot, 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 tot. Peter Parker dove to the side, bullets exploding in a shower of debris on the floor. He rolled his feet, webbing a toppled dining table and launching it at the Green Goblin. Crash! The table slammed into the glider with a deafening crunch, metal twisting in protest, causing the Green Goblin to lose his balance as the glider plummeted, billowing black smoke. Now we're even, Peter Parker quipped, but before he could finish, the Green Goblin executed a flawless roll, landing unscathed. He lunged forward with remarkable speed, even surpassing that of the glider. Spider-Man scrambled to respond, their fists and feet colliding with a series of dull thuds. Bam! The Green Goblin's strength was far beyond that of a mere mortal, his fist crashing into Peter Parker's chest. Though he barely managed to block the blow, he was still forced back several steps. Just as he regained his footing, the Green Goblin's knee struck towards his abdomen. Bang! In that moment of bending forward, the Green Goblin's elbow slammed down onto his back, pinning him to the ground. Cough! Peter Parker spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise, but the Green Goblin's foot pressed firmly against his back. Chapter 123. The Night Owls rescue. You're quite the talker, aren't you? Keep going. The Green Goblin sneered, brandishing a sharp dagger that glinted ominously in the light. Peter Parker's spider sense screamed in warning, yet his body remained immobile. Nevertheless, his mouth continued to speak. I believe you have me misunderstood, my friend. I am, in fact, a man of few words, rather slow of tongue, only slightly loquacious in the presence of the right company. Do you believe that I can say our encounter was akin to a meteor crashing into a pile of kindling, seizing a badge in the midst of a robbery, and being pursued by a dog while evading the chaos? To commemorate our hard-won friendship, how about I treat you to a stint in prison? Not far from here lies the 13th precinct of the New York Police Department, reputed for its decent fare. Silence. The Green Goblin bellowed, thrusting a dagger towards Peter Parker's nape. Just as the cold metal was about to nearly touch the boy's skin, a sudden eruption occurred. A pillar of black and crimson flames, reminiscent of hell's molten lava, burst forth from the banquet hall's dome, the spiraling, air-splitting black blade, accompanied by a piercing shriek, twisted and consumed the very light in its path. The pupils beneath the Green Goblin's mask constricted in sudden terror as the glider's thrusters erupted with a blinding azure flame, narrowly evading the blade's lethal arc by inches. With a clang, the black blade embedded itself deeply into the marble floor, while the black and red flames, almost sentient, spread through the cracks, melting the tiles within a 3-meter radius. Who? The Green Goblin demanded, his finger poised over the glider's calling device. The metallic wings whirred to life as he leaped into the air, cautiously scanning the smoke-laden banquet hall. The sound of footsteps echoed, steady, unhurried, each step measured with precision. From the haze, a tall figure gradually emerged. A dark red coat billowed in the heat, resembling a burning cloak. Dialect stepped forth from the shadows, his burgundy eyes reflecting a metallic glint in the dim light. Compared to the troubles ahead, dealing with you is the simplest task, he stated, his voice low yet resonant, striking the green goblin's eardrums like a hammer. A distorted laugh emanated from beneath the mask of the green goblin. The night owl? Huh. Since when did New York become infested with so many meddlesome individuals? Dialect remained silent, his gaze drifting to the black blade planted in the ground. Suddenly, the flames on the blade surged, and it leapt into his grasp with a resonant clang. This is your final warning, Dialect declared, raising the blade's tip towards the green goblin, his tone steady and unhurried. Surrender, or be reduced to ashes. Arrogance. With that, the glider's array of machine guns unfolded simultaneously. The six-barreled rotary gun emitted a mechanical clicking sound, the metallic clinks of bullets being chambered forming an ominous chorus. As the flames erupted, Dialect's form became an indistinct blur. Bullets pierced through his afterimage, reducing the Roman columns behind him to mere rubble. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared on the green goblin's left side, the black blade carving a perfect arc of flame. The green goblin hastily dodged, only to witness the blade's sudden shift, the flames morphing into a 3-meter-long whip of destruction. With a thunderous explosion, the left thruster of the glider burst into flames, and the green goblin tumbled to the ground in a disheveled heap. Dialect maintained an elegant stance as he sheathed his sword, his crimson locks billowing in the heat, as if he had just concluded not a lethal strike, but a grand operatic finale. The tactical visor of the green goblin flickered frenetically, analyzing the combat data of the man before him. Yet, before any conclusion could be drawn, Dialect launched a second offensive. This time, he refrained from wielding the Blackcliff longsword, instead executing a graceful snap of his fingers. With a resounding crack, crimson-black flames erupted from the ground, transforming into 12 fiery ravens that surged toward the green goblin. These creatures, composed entirely of pure fire elements, emitted a piercing shriek, each dive leaving corrosive marks upon the goblin's armor. Damn that night owl! The green goblin spat as he hurled 3 pumpkin bombs, only to have them consumed by the suddenly appearing fire ravens before they could detonate. Amidst the flames, Dialect's figure flickered in and out of sight, each emergence accompanied by a more ferocious strike. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, compressing the flames on the Blackcliff longsword into a dark red energy membrane. With a metallic clang, the green goblin barely managed to raise his gauntlet to block, but upon contact, he was thrust down into the floor. The specially forged alloy of his armor shattered like eggshells, revealing the flesh beneath, which was instantly lacerated. The green goblin spat out a mouthful of blood, then unexpectedly broke into a sinister grin. It seems it's time for me to get serious. No sooner had he spoken than his speed surged, leaving behind afterimages. And in the blink of an eye, he lunged toward Dialect. With a resounding thud, a spiked gauntlet aimed for Dialect's throat, only to be parried by the Blackcliff longsword. Taking advantage of the momentum, Dialect retreated, his feet carving deep grooves into the marble floor, the Blackcliff longsword tracing a cross of flame before him. The fiery cross collided with the green goblin's punch, unleashing a shockwave that shattered all remaining glass. A serious expression adorned Dialect's face, with sparks of battle intent dancing in his crimson gaze. The two figures flickered throughout the banquet hall, each collision igniting small explosions. Flames intertwined with the shadows of fists, transforming the battlefield into a dazzling yet deadly display of light and shadow. Dialect's combat style resembled a waltz, each turn exuding noble elegance. Conversely, the green goblin embodied the chaos of a frenzied rock musician, demolishing all rhythm with brutal force. Mr. Night Owl, I am here to assist you. Just as Dialect began to gain the upper hand, a revived Peter Parker suddenly entered the fray. Don't interfere. Dialect's warning came too late. Peter Parker's intervention disrupted the balance, and a glint of malice flashed in the green goblin's eyes as he abruptly altered his strategy, redirecting all firepower toward Peter Parker. With a flurry of swift motions, dozens of miniature darts shot from the seams of his armor, raining down upon Peter Parker like a deluge. Peter Parker, utilizing his spider sense, effortlessly evaded the relentless barrage of darts that fell like rain. In a display of bravado, he even caught a few of the darts. "Ha! You Artunave!" My friend. Just as Peter reveled in his triumph, an unsettling sensation gripped his heart, prompting him to discard the darts and roll aside. However, it was too late. With a hissing sound, a cloud of green poison swiftly enveloped him. After inhaling a mere whiff, his consciousness began to fade, and he slowly crumpled to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the Green Goblin activated the remaining weaponry of his glider, locking on to the unconscious Peter Parker. "Farewell, you noisy insect." The moment the bullet storm erupted, Dialek had no choice but to pivot and wield his black rock sword to fend off the metallic tempest. "We shall meet again, Night Owl." The Green Goblin cackled as he hurled several smoke bombs, and when the flames dispersed the haze, only a carpet of shell casings and the distant glow of the glider's tail remained. With a resigned sigh, Dialek sheathed his sword, gazing at the slumbering Peter Parker, whose rhythmic breathing and thunderous snores filled him with unspoken expletives. Chapter 124. The Search for Thor in the Arid Expanse of New Mexico. The desert winds swept across jagged rocks, stirring up fine grains of sand. S.H.I.E.L.D stood resolutely on a protruding cliff, his golden eyes concealed beneath a mask, coldly observing the 4 unexpected visitors from Asgard before him. Sif raised her hand, signaling her companions to halt, and she stepped forward, sheathing her longsword. The golden sunlight bathed her silver armor, casting a gentle halo around her. This warrior from Midgard spoke with a clear yet restrained tone. "We mean no offense. We are merely searching for an important ally, the Prince of Asgard, Thor Odinson, on this unfamiliar land." S.H.I.E.L.D remained motionless, his attire fluttering gently in the scorching wind. His gaze swept across the group before lingering for a moment on the double-bladed axe tightly gripped by Volstagg. Noticing his attention, Sif promptly clarified, "My companions are merely on guard. The 9 realms are in turmoil. Loki has deceived Queen Frigga and usurped the throne. We must find Prince Thor and return him to Asgard to reclaim the throne. If you have any knowledge of his whereabouts, we implore you to share it with us. If you are unwilling to speak, please do not hinder our quest." As her words settled, a brief silence enveloped the desert, broken only by the sound of the wind brushing against the stones. Finally, S.H.I.E.L.D spoke, his voice as icy as a still pond. "I happen to have taken note of that man's trail." Upon hearing this, Volstagg could not contain his excitement and stepped forward, his beard trembling with enthusiasm, nodding fervently as he exclaimed, "You know his whereabouts?" S.H.I.E.L.D slightly tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at him, and inquired, "Do you truly believe that a deity rejected by his own weapon is worthy of such relentless pursuit?" Sif's brows furrowed gently, her tone laced with discontent as she replied, "It seems you harbor a misunderstanding of Thor. Though he may occasionally act recklessly, he possesses a heart of justice and is the rightful heir of Asgard." With a graceful leap, S.H.I.E.L.D descended from the rocky ledge, landing without stirring a speck of dust. He crossed his arms, his golden-hued eyes glimmering with a chilling light under the moon's glow, and spoke with an indifferent tone. "Justice, devoid of wisdom's guidance, is merely unrestrained violence, especially when wielded by one who claims to be a champion of justice, armed with absolute power." At this, Vandal interjected with dissatisfaction, "That is still preferable to Loki, that deceitful schemer." S.H.I.E.L.D turned his gaze towards Vandal, his tone flat yet unassailable. "On the throne, a brute who relies solely on violence poses a far greater threat than a cunning strategist who understands the balance of power. Of course, as long as it does not disturb the realm's tranquility, you may proceed as you wish." He raised his hand, pointing eastward, and declared, "The astronomical observatory 3 miles hence is where you shall find the one you seek." Upon hearing this, Sif bowed deeply and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance." However, as she straightened, her eyes gleamed with determination. "Thor may not yet be perfect, but we believe he will grow, that he will change to protect Asgard, and that he will become an exceptional king." S.H.I.E.L.D remained silent for a moment, the wind tousling his dark green hair. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice barely audible against the breeze. "May it be so." No sooner had he spoken than his figure transformed into a wisp of green wind, dissipating into the desolation. Volstagg stared at the spot where S.H.I.E.L.D had vanished, his fists clenching and unclenching as he muttered, "That arrogant Midgardian, enough." Sif interrupted, her gaze still fixed on the direction S.H.I.E.L.D had departed. "He provided us with crucial information. Now, we must set forth." Meanwhile, in the living room of the astronomical observatory, Selvig lounged on the sofa with an expression of reluctant despair, idly twirling the television remote in his hand. Daisy Louise sat cross-legged on the carpet, munching on a bowl of cereal with a crunch. In this atmosphere, the cheerful laughter of Thor and Jane Foster emanating from the kitchen felt particularly jarring. Selvig gritted his teeth, increasing the volume of the television. On the screen, a middle-aged priest clad in a black robe smiled at the camera, the stained-glass windows of the church shimmering in the sunlight behind him. With his hands clasped solemnly, the priest declared, "I believe that pleasure is the most beautiful gift bestowed upon humanity by God. As it is said in the Song of Songs, 'My beloved, you are beautiful and delightful.'" The reporter beside them rushed over, interrupting the priest's remarks in a flurry, exclaiming, "Stop, Father. The topic of our discussion today is whether the church should continue to employ underage boys as altar servers. Please refrain from infusing your personal experiences into this matter." The remote control crashed onto the coffee table. Selvig seized the remote and frantically pressed the channel button, exclaiming in exasperation, "What nonsense is currently being aired in the news?" On the new channel, an expert clad in a white coat was earnestly pointing at a chart and explaining, "Please take note. Canine brucellosis is a highly contagious bacterial infection caused by Brucella species affecting dogs. It primarily impacts the reproductive system of canines, leading to miscarriage, infertility, and orchitis. It is also a zoonotic disease, meaning it can be transmitted from animals to humans. Its incubation period can last up to 6 months. The primary symptoms include, but are not limited to, fever, excessive sweating, and joint pain." The scene shifted to a street interview, where a reporter extended a microphone toward an Indian man wrapped in a headscarf. "Do you feel anxious about canine brucellosis?" Upon hearing this, the Indian man displayed a look of confusion, followed by a moment of realization. He nodded earnestly and responded, "Oh, that's not a problem. I'll be using protection." Coughing uncontrollably, Selvig hastily switched off the television, his expression reflecting a sense of impending doom. However, this action did not sit well with Daisy Louise, who was engrossed in her bowl of cereal. She looked at Selvig and huffed indignantly. "Eric, why did you turn off the TV? We finally had the chance to watch something interesting." In response, Selvig shot her a glare, preparing to criticize her poor worldview when a sudden knocking sound interrupted from the window. Both turned their heads simultaneously to see 4 battered faces, 1 woman and 3 men, pressed against the dusty glass. Daisy Louise's spoon clattered to the floor, unnoticed, as she stammered, "Eric, are those junkies high on something? Should we call the police?" Chapter 125, Thor's Choice, S.H.I.E.L.D. Agency in Action. New Mexico, Astronomical Observatory. An awkward silence enveloped the living room. Sif, Volstagg, and Fandral sat side by side on a plush sofa. Their ornate armor gleamed in the dim light. It could not conceal their rather exaggerated features. Jane Foster, Selvig, and Daisy Louise stood at the doorway, peering into the living room. Catching a glimpse of Jane's grimacing expression as she glared intensely at Sif, Daisy Louise's face lit up with a mix of fearlessness and intrigue. With a teasing tone, she remarked, "Honestly, I must say, the woman inside seems quite compatible with Thor. She is not only beautiful and elegant, but also possesses a striking presence. And best of all, she doesn't appear to be very intelligent. She resembled a charming lady who could easily win hearts throughout the night. Unlike a certain eminent astronomer who not only possesses a brilliant mind and excels academically, but also boasts a physique that is strikingly alluring." Just as Daisy Louise was about to finish her words, an unsettling sound of grinding teeth and a peculiar laugh reached her ears. Turning her gaze, she beheld Selvig's expression of utter despair as he looked into the living room. In the living room, Sif leaned forward, her voice tinged with urgent restraint as she spoke. "Thor, Asgard is undergoing profound changes. Not long ago, His Majesty Odin unexpectedly fell into Odin's sleep. This is the first time in a millennium that he has entered into an uncharacteristic slumber." She paused momentarily, noticing the slight tension in Thor's shoulders upon hearing of his father's condition, and continued, "On the 7th sunset after your exile, Loki appeared in the Golden Palace's council hall, wielding Gungnir, declaring himself the acting king of Asgard, and announcing a reconciliation with the frost giants of Jotunheim. At this point, Vandal could not contain himself, his fingers absently caressing the hilt of his sword as he interjected, "But Loki reached this so-called peace agreement with the frost giants on the condition of your permanent exile." Hogan added in a hushed tone, "We cannot stand idly by while Loki wreaks havoc. We beseech Heimdall's assistance to breach Loki's blockade and come to Midgard." to help you reclaim your rightful throne. We have always believed that the new king of Asgard must be Thor Odinson. Upon hearing this, Thor slowly turned around, his demeanor exuding a calmness that his comrades had never witnessed before. I am immensely grateful to you, my friends, he spoke with unwavering steadiness. However, my exile has yet to be lifted. I shall not return to Asgard until my father explicitly revokes the decree of my banishment. At this, Volstagg abruptly rose, his battle axe striking the coffee table with a resounding thud as he exclaimed, "But Loki!" Volstagg, Thor's voice was gentle yet commanding, silencing the formidable warrior instantly. He approached his companions, his gaze sweeping across each familiar face, and reassured them. Rest assured, my mother has not been swayed, and Loki will not attempt to deceive her. Asgard cannot remain without a king indefinitely. But with my father in slumber and my own exile, it is not inappropriate for Loki to assume the throne temporarily. Moreover, he has always been astute, far more adept at governance than I. He is well suited to rule Asgard. Upon hearing this, Sif's eyes widened in disbelief as she protested. But Thor raised his hand, silencing the objections of his companions, and continued to explain, "I understand your concerns. But governing is far more intricate than the chaos of battle. Loki knows how to navigate the delicate balance of power, while I, a mere brute, can only wield a hammer. Furthermore, at this moment, I am but a powerless mortal. Then reclaim your power." Upon hearing this, Volstagg excitedly waved his arms and declared, "We will help you retrieve the hammer of Thor, as long as Mjolnir acknowledges you." Thor shook his head, responding with a hint of melancholy. "It is futile. I can no longer lift the hammer of the Thunder God. You cannot lift it anymore." Meanwhile, a convoy comprised of black and specialized vehicles advanced like a colossal steel beast towards the impact site of the hammer of Thor. The tires crushed the charred sand, establishing a tight perimeter around the still-smoking lava pit. "Establish perimeter security. Initiate Level 4 lockdown protocol," Coulson commanded through his earpiece, his voice clear amidst the desert's hot winds. Clad in standard combat attire, his tie remained impeccably fastened at the collar, as if he were perpetually prepared for a press conference. At the edge of the impact crater, Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. directed a technical team in setting up monitoring equipment. "Deploy the multispectral scanner to Sector 7. I require a complete crystalline spectrum analysis." Members of the Special Operations Unit swiftly erected a security line, the yellow and black insignia of S.H.I.E.L.D. prominently displayed under the sunlight. Technicians commenced assembling a mobile laboratory, the insignia on their hazmat suits reflecting cold light under the floodlights. Geiger counter reads 37 microsieverts, well within safe parameters, a technician reported, the device emitting a rhythmic ticking sound. Coulson crouched at the edge of the lava pit, observing the situation below and muttering. The vitrification indicates a melting temperature exceeding 3,000 degrees, yet there is no thermal diffusion in the surrounding area. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. approached, the data board screen scrolling real-time analysis as he reported, "Sir, preliminary scan data indicates the unidentified object is emitting non-standard energy signatures, a type of quantum-locked molecular structure." Behind them, a heavy crane was hoisting a mobile research module. Researchers in hazmat suits meticulously measured the dimensions of the crater with laser rangefinders, each datum being transmitted in real time to the central command vehicle. Coulson rose, surveying the gradually expanding temporary base, and stated, "All right, I understand. Arrange for the investigative team to commence operations immediately. Others assist in establishing an electromagnetic barrier. Tune the frequency to Tesla level. I want to ensure no signals can escape." As his words echoed, the technical team swiftly responded. 6 3-meter-high emitters were positioned around the crater, emitting a deep hum. The air was tinged with a faint scent of ozone. "Report, sir. Energy readings stabilize at 1,015 electron volts, but there are no radiation leaks." The technician exclaimed. Just as Coulson was about to respond, an alarm suddenly blared. S.H.I.E.L.D. glanced at the monitoring screen and reported, "Sir, abnormal energy fluctuations detected to the northwest." Coulson, without lifting his head, swiftly commanded, "Deploy the first and second drone teams for reconnaissance. All personnel, maintain Level 1 alert." Chapter 126. Conversations and the Anti-Night Owl Battle. Meanwhile, in the most luxurious desert suite in New Mexico, a crystal chandelier cast a warm golden glow upon the Persian rug. Zhi Jiuan reclined on a leather sofa, idly toying with the expensive decorations in the room, But upon sensing Dialec's cold gaze, he awkwardly set down the gilded ashtray. Dialec sat cross-legged on a single sofa, his deep red coat draping elegantly, and calmly stated, "As your notes predicted, Norman Osborn disguised himself as the Green Goblin and attacked the carnival venue. Everything was proceeding as planned until your friend, Peter Parker, made his appearance. Thanks to his remarkable efforts and crucial support, the Goblin managed to escape unscathed. Despite the softness of Dialec's voice, his disdain was unmistakable." Zhi Jiuan fell silent. For Mons Red Rose to criticize so harshly, Peter Parker's actions could be deemed the antithesis of a localized disaster, the epitome of survival. With a fierce expression, he exclaimed, "This fellow is simply the younger brother of Dong Huang Tai Yi, the epitome of recklessness. He is like the oblivious sister of the flame dance. Rest assured, Lord Liu, for the next month, this little brat will experience what it means to have a father's love akin to a landslide." Dialec corrected him with an impassive demeanor. "Once again, you may either call me Dialec or Lord Dialec, but refrain from any peculiar nicknames." "Understood, Lord Liu." "No problem, Lord Liu," Zhi Jiuan obediently replied, taking a bite of an apple from the fruit platter before continuing. "By the way, Lord Liu, my matters may not conclude so swiftly. A prince from another realm has yet to depart from Earth, and I must ensure his safety. Should he sustain injuries or perish here, it would spell great trouble for our planet." Dialec furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Are you referring to the Thor Odinson?" Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan wore an expression akin to a costly yet poorly styled princess, resembling a confused statue of Newton, and responded, "Indeed, that is him. Though he has grown during this time, he has a long journey ahead before he can once again wield the God of Thunder's hammer and return to Asgard. I cannot leave just yet, so the matters in New York will have to be handled by you and Fiscal, Lord Liu." At this, Fiscal, who had been savoring almond tofu in a corner, looked up in bewilderment and remarked, "It seems your earthly whispers have inadvertently brushed against the true name of my royal lineage of judgment. Are you perhaps beseeching the light of the night's pure land to illuminate your insignificant paths?" Zhi Jiuan and Dialec remained silent, turning their attention to Oz, who was enthusiastically showcasing his fries. Feeling the intense gazes of the two, Oz straightened his wings and spoke in an exceptionally gentlemanly tone. "Miss, are you suggesting that you were just being discussed? You seem rather curious to know the content." Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan's lips twitched as he explained, "It's nothing. Just listen to Uncle Liu when the time comes. Uncle Liu, Oz, if you have the time, please be sure to compile a Fisher dictionary." "Oomph. Insignificant being, do you not realize that your contemptuous words could shatter the very fabric of countless worlds? I forgive all beings, but I shall not allow you to trample upon the dignity of the princess." Oz discreetly nibbled on a French fry before he clarified for the two. "Miss means to say that Mr. Jiuan should refrain from such comments. The young lady is striving earnestly for everyone's recognition, and your words have hurt her." Before Oz could finish, a blushing Fisher lunged forward, exclaiming, "Wah, Oz, no, don't say such things." In the New York Osborn Industries laboratory atop the skyscraper, under the cold, sterile light, Norman Osborn stood bare-chested before the workbench. Medical bandages were wrapped around his torso, the blood seeping through, creating dark red stains on the gauze. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the rotating armor design projected in holography. The sonic pulse module calibration is complete. The carbon nanotube woven layer has covered the protective zones of vital organs. The artificial intelligence system intoned in a chilling electronic voice. Norman Osborn's fingers danced rapidly across the virtual keyboard, the muscles beneath the bandages tightening with each movement. Blood droplets oozed from his wounds, cascading down his skin and splattering on the metallic floor. "Load the thermal imaging evasion system. I want to see that damned red-skinned night owl even in the dark." His voice was raspy, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. No sooner had he spoken than the robotic arms on either side of the workbench activated simultaneously, the laser engraving machine etching intricate channels into the dark green armor chest plate. Norman Osborn seized an adrenaline injector and plunged it into his neck. The moment the liquid surged in, the veins at his temples bulged violently. "Sir, your vital signs, silence. I am a master of this body," he roared, interrupting the system's prompt and hurling the empty injector against the wall. The sound of shattering glass echoed as he lunged towards the material analyzer, inputting a series of data. Deep within the laboratory, 3 industrial printers were synchronously manufacturing armor components. A low-temperature plasma spray gun deposited a dark coating onto the alloy skeleton, while swarms of nanobots flitted about the joints, welding with the fervor of fireflies. Suddenly, Norman Osborn grinned maniacally at the air, his fingers brushing over the gushing wound at his waist, declaring frantically, "Ha ha ha! This time, I shall vanquish that bastard in the red trench coat. I will melt his wretched blade into molten iron." He violently tore off the blood-soaked bandages, revealing a gruesome wound that had been stitched not long ago. As the alcohol was poured onto the wound, he trembled violently, yet erupted into a maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "The Night Owl armor is truly a perfect name. I am nothing short of a genius." The mechanical arm presented him with a redesigned pumpkin bomb, its shell adorned with a honeycomb structure designed to absorb impact. The shockwave's dispersion radius had increased by 30%, enough to send the entire dock area skyward. Suddenly, a holographic projection emitted an alarm. "Warning! Neurotoxin anomaly detected." Norman Osborn smashed the alarm with a powerful fist, glass shards embedding themselves into his knuckles. Staggering towards the refrigerated cabinet, he seized a syringe filled with a green liquid, whispering, "Just a little more, just a little more. I can eliminate all those troublesome bastards." As the green goblin serum coursed through his veins, Norman Osborn hunched over, gasping in agony. Chapter 127. The Return of the Thunder God under the night sky of New Mexico. Sif, Hogan, Volstagg, and Fandral stood in the desert, their silhouettes elongated by the moonlight. Thor faced them, the former god of thunder of Asgard, now clad in simple attire, yet his upright posture still exuded royal pride. "Thor, come back with us," Sif implored, her voice imbued with desperation. "Asgard needs a true ruler, not Loki, that vile schemer who ascends through deceit." Volstagg thumped his chestplate with vigor, declaring, "We can storm the Golden Palace, just as we did in Jotunheim. Let those cowardly supporters of Loki witness." Although his words resonated loudly, the darkness around his eyes and his swollen face somewhat undermined their persuasiveness. Before he could finish, Thor interjected, his voice calm, yet resolute. "There is no need for further persuasion, my friends. Our father remains in slumber, and the threat of the frost giants looms ever closer. Asgard requires stability, and Loki is at least capable of providing that. If I were still the god of thunder, returning now might allow for a swift restoration of order through overwhelming force. But I am merely a mortal at present. Returning now would surely plunge Asgard into chaos, igniting senseless wars and sacrifices. Besides, Loki is my brother. I shall never meet him on the battlefield." At these words, Fandral's grip on the sword hilt turned white, his voice tinged with reluctance. "So you intend to remain a mortal here for the rest of your days?" "There's nothing wrong with that," Thor replied. "I too am striving to acquire knowledge, to liberate myself from the identity of a brute." Thor's gaze swept over each of his comrades, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Return home. Tell Loki that his brother shall not become his threat." The last spark in Sif's eyes extinguished. She slowly nodded, and, as she turned, her armor emitted a heavy scraping sound. Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogan followed in her wake, their footsteps burdened with unprecedented heaviness. Yet, as they prepared to summon Heimdall to open the Rainbow Bridge, an unexpected anomaly struck. Time seemed to freeze, and the desert night wind abruptly ceased. Suddenly, the entire space fractured like shattered glass, revealing a void swirling with purple lightning. The ground trembled violently, and grains of sand levitated under a terrifying pressure, each particle entwined with dancing arcs of electricity. "Warning!" Sif swiftly unsheathed her sword, and alongside Volstagg and Fandral, they formed a defensive formation, shielding Thor at the center. "Heimdall!" Volstagg bellowed, raising his battle axe, but the brilliance of the Rainbow Bridge did not manifest. With a thunderous crash, a bolt of purple lightning tore through the heavens, blinding all with its brilliance. When their vision returned, they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar realm. Beneath their feet lay an immense training ground, its mirror-like surface pulsating with liquid lightning. In the distance stood hundreds of vermilion torii gates, each column monumental, adorned with ever-shifting patterns of thunder. The sky was devoid of sun, moon, and stars, replaced by an endless roiling tempest of thunderclouds, within which soared colossal thunder dragons. At the heart of this dread, thunderous abyss, a female figure began to materialize. First revealed were her violet eyes, resembling two swirling vortexes of storm, instilling a profound dread within the soul at a mere glance. Following was her flowing, electric purple hair, each strand seemingly infused with the power to annihilate stars. "Lower your weapons. Do not act recklessly," Thor spoke calmly, stepping forward to shield Sif and the others behind him. "What did you say?" "Thor, come back," Sif questioned, uncertainty lacing her voice as her sword trembled slightly. Seeing Thor advance, her expression turned to sheer terror. Thor remained silent. Gazing upwards at the towering figure of the lightning entity, he stated, "My lady, this matter does not concern them. If you have grievances, direct them at me, but spare them. Thor Odinson, the gateway to Asgard has been opened. You must depart." Her voice was not loud, yet it resonated in every mind like a cacophony of thunderclaps. Thor, facing the lightning entity, calmly yet resolutely explained, "My lady, the political situation in Asgard is precarious. Should I return now, it will surely incite civil war. I implore you to allow me to remain on Earth. I swear by the bloodline of the Aesir. I shall not provoke any conflict." The lightning entity's aura intensified, her voice cold as she retorted, "Do you presume to negotiate?" At these words, Sif, Vostag, Hogan, and the others erupted in fury. Vostag unleashed a furious roar, shouting, "You are utterly arrogant. How dare you insult the Prince of Asgard? Taste my axe." With a surge of godly power akin to a tsunami, he swung his double-bladed axe towards the lightning entity. Sif unsheathed her silver sword, proclaiming with a fervent cry, "For Asgard!" Simultaneously, Vandal and Hogan flanked her, prepared to engage in a desperate struggle against the formidable and enigmatic woman before them. Yet, the expression of the Thunder Goddess remained unperturbed, as if she were confronting not a force capable of annihilating mountains and earth, but rather a gentle breeze. She gracefully raised her right hand, fingers slightly splayed, and coldly uttered two words, "Boring." Boom! A multitude of violet lightning bolts manifested from thin air, each more terrifying and pure than any natural storm, imbued with an aura of obliteration. As the thunder struck, Vostag, caught off guard, was unable to let out a cry. His battle axe vaporized in the lightning, and his divine armor shattered piece by piece. He was propelled hundreds of meters away, carving deep trenches into the glassy ground. The moment Sif's silver sword made contact with the violet lightning, it transformed into molten iron, and she herself was hurled backward like a kite severed from its string. Her silver armor utterly destroyed, crashing to the ground in a charred heap. Vandal and Hogan fared even worse. Their weapons were consumed by the lightning before they could even engage, and they were flung into the distance like rag dolls, losing consciousness midair. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. The four most valiant warriors of Asgard fell, not even grazing the hem of the Thunder Goddess's attire. "Stop this at once," Thor bellowed, rushing to the aid of his severely injured comrades, his voice cracking with desperation. "My lord, I implore you, spare them. This is all my fault." The Thunder Goddess gradually lowered her hand, the surging violet lightning around her receding slightly. She gazed down at the pleading Thor, and a fleeting, barely perceptible fluctuation crossed her amethyst eyes. Chapter 128. Mjolnir suspended amidst the lightning. The Thunder Goddess's surrounding arcs of purple electricity began to calm, though her cold, abyss-like amethyst pupils remained unyielding. She surveyed Thor, kneeling upon the glassy ground, as if appraising a piece of art worthy of meticulous craftsmanship. "Follow your companions and depart from this realm," she declared, her voice as chilling as ancient ice, each word imbued with undeniable authority. "This is my final act of mercy." Thor slowly raised his gaze, his eyes scanning the grievously wounded comrades nearby. Sif's silver armor lay in tatters, Vostag's divine power nearly extinguished, and Vandal and Hogan were rendered unconscious. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. "Exalted god of thunder from another realm," Thor began after a prolonged silence, his voice deep and resolute. "I beseech you to spare them. In exchange, I offer my own life." At this, Sif struggled to lift her head, her charred visage filled with horror as she cried out, "Thor, no!" Thor raised his hand to silence her, continuing to address the Thunder Goddess. "My return will surely ignite a civil war in Asgard, leading countless souls to suffering. Thus, I shall not return. Yet I cannot stand idly by and watch my comrades perish because of me. He met Raiden's gaze fearlessly, resolutely and calmly declaring, "If I am to die and leave behind a testament proving this is a voluntary choice, then Asgard need not descend into civil strife. And my father and Loki shall not unleash their wrath upon earth. Thus, if you take my life, all shall conclude." "Thor, are you mad?" Vostag roared, attempting to crawl forward, but his grievously injured body caused him to collapse once more. Thor did not look back, taking measured steps toward Raiden. With each stride, his mortal form seemed to emanate a flicker of divine radiance. The glassy ground beneath his feet rippled, as if responding to an ancient summons. "In the name of Odin's son, I swear." Thor stood resolutely before Raiden, gazing upward into the terrifying lightning, firmly stating, "This is a voluntary choice, unrelated to anyone else." Sif emitted a desperate whimper, struggling to intervene, but was firmly bound by an invisible pressure. Raiden silently regarded Thor, her surrounding lightning beginning to swirl gracefully. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth lifted into an almost imperceptible arc, intriguing. Her voice remained as cold as iron, yet her eyes softened slightly, loftily proclaiming, "Thor Odinson, you're finally beginning to resemble a god." Thor stared blankly at Raiden, perplexed by her recent words, just as he endeavored to fathom their deeper meaning. Raiden slowly raised her right hand, her fingers elegantly splayed as if summoning something from the void. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. base in the New Mexico desert. "This is bad, sir. All equipment has malfunctioned. Emergency power activation has failed," a technician shouted in terror, as the screens on the console flickered to black one after another. Agent Coulson abruptly sprang to his feet, intending to issue commands through his earpiece, only to be met with nothing but static noise. He could only shout, "Everyone, pay attention. Immediately execute the electromagnetic pulse protection protocol. Activate the Faraday cage emergency system." But it was too late. The once quiet pit housing Mjolnir suddenly erupted with dazzling lightning, the hammer vibrating violently, ancient runes slithering like awakening serpents. Zzze. Visible energy shockwaves radiated outward from the hammer, sparking blue electricity from every electronic device in their path. "Fall back. All of you retreat," Sitwell shouted as agents hurriedly withdrew. No sooner had he spoken than Mjolnir soared into the air, suspended amidst a tempest of fury. Clang! The surrounding metal supports began to melt, molten iron flowing like lava, the special alloy casing warping under the extreme heat. "My God, what in the world is happening?" a young agent murmured to himself, suddenly regretting his long-held faith in science. With a thunderous roar, Mjolnir transformed into a bolt of lightning, tearing through the sky amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, leaving behind a melting crater and a group of bewildered S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Coulson seemed to sense an impatient emotion emanating from the hammer. Despite being an inanimate object, he could almost perceive the shadow of a dog. Meanwhile, in a realm of pure tranquility, Thor was still attempting to comprehend the actions of the lightning entity when he noticed the storm clouds above swirling violently. A familiar flash of lightning pierced through the tumultuous storm, racing towards him at a speed surpassing that of lightning itself. Thor squinted into the distance, only to be astounded by the revelation that it was indeed Mjolnir. At this sight, Thor broke into a wide grin. He had known it all along. As a comrade who had fought alongside him for millennia, Mjolnir would never abandon him. All previous actions were mere commands from their father. The feeble and helpless Mjolnir had no choice but to submit. Yet sensing danger, Mjolnir defied all odds, breaking through the barriers of space to return to Thor's side. However, just as Thor reached out to grasp it, an utterly bewildering scene unfolded. Without the slightest hesitation, Mjolnir soared straight into the hands of the lightning entity. The moment the hammer made contact with her palm, it erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, billions of silver bolts of lightning swirling around her like jubilant subjects. Ancient runes radiating an even more dazzling glow than when held by Thor. The lightning entity held the hammer with a grace reminiscent of cradling a cherry blossom. In her hands, Mjolnir appeared more like a loyal companion than a mere weapon, as though it had found its true master. "This cannot be Mjolnir," Thor murmured, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. The lightning entity casually swung the hammer, causing the entire realm of thunder to tremble. She gazed down at Mjolnir, her violet pupils reflecting the dancing lightning. I told you, I am not your master. Under Thor's astonished gaze, she effortlessly tossed Mjolnir towards him. Yet, midway through its flight, Mjolnir abruptly halted, quivering as if in hesitation, before reversing course and returning to the lightning entity. Oomph! Without even lifting her gaze, the lightning entity casually swiped with her left palm. This seemingly nonchalant action carried the force of a shattering mountain, and Mjolnir was struck by an invisible hand, hurtling back at an even greater speed. Bang! Mjolnir crashed into the ground before Thor, embedding itself several inches deep, residual lightning flickering through the cracks. Thor stood transfixed, staring at Mjolnir before lifting his gaze to the purple figure still suspended in the air. The thunderous figure brushed his sleeves lightly, as though merely dispersing inconspicuous dust, and spoke with an air of indifference. Now, take your toys and companions, and depart from Earth. Chapter 129. The Return of the Thunder God, the Dual Resumes. Thor's gaze settled upon Mjolnir, the hammer that had once accompanied him in battles across the 9 realms, now quietly embedded in the glassy ground. Resembling a lifeless piece of mundane iron, the ancient runes etched upon its surface appeared dim, seemingly ensnared in an abyss of sorrow from abandonment. Thor's lips twitched with madness, burdened by an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. He felt as if he stood beneath the goddess's tower, proclaiming that he never truly wished to protect her. Otherwise, why was he, the security guard beneath her residence, not her true companion? Shaking off the bizarre thoughts that plagued his mind, Thor repeatedly urged himself to refrain from overthinking. Mjolnir had merely played a part, feigning submission to the malevolent purple-haired fiend for the sake of self-preservation. Or perhaps, Mjolnir and the purple-haired tyrant were merely indulging in a game, never truly investing their hearts. Now that the jest had ended, Mjolnir should return to his side. After a considerable bout of mental fortitude, Thor ultimately chose to forgive Mjolnir and stepped forward. With each stride he took, the ground beneath him rippled subtly. At the moment he grasped the hammer's handle, boom! The silvery lightning erupted like an awakening ancient beast, unleashing a cataclysmic force. As serpentine bolts of electricity writhed violently throughout the sanctum, Thor's golden locks stood erect amidst the lightning, his pupils entirely consumed by the incandescent glow. It has returned. Everything has returned. I knew Mjolnir still loved me. Ha ha. His whispered words were swallowed by the thunder. The silvery lightning cocooned him like a chrysalis, within which the contours of his armor could be faintly discerned as it reformed. As the lightning reached its zenith, a colossal pillar of electricity surged skyward, piercing through the storm clouds above. Boom! As the lightning began to dissipate, the newly transformed Thunder God stood proudly. The dark silver armor shimmered with liquid lightning, each plate imbued with formidable energy. The crimson cloak billowed autonomously, with delicate arcs of electricity traversing its surface like living beings. Thor raised his left hand, the pulsating silver lightning in his palm, dancing in harmony with the purple lightning of the thunderous figure. He felt this surging power within him, no longer merely a force of destruction, but a profound and majestic strength. Contemplating the energy coursing through him, Thor gazed thoughtfully at the thunderous figure high above. Then, he placed his hand upon his chest and bowed deeply, performing the highest tribute of Asgard, and said, "Thank you for your guidance. You have illuminated my arrogance and ignorance." As he straightened, his gaze was clear, and he exuded an air of newfound composure. After a brief pause, he continued, "But I must ask for your forgiveness. I still cannot return, for the casualties wrought by the civil war in Asgard would be immeasurable. Yet I shall immediately venture to other realms of the 9 worlds, and will not continue to disturb this earth." Raiden May nodded slightly, a trace of barely perceptible approval flickering in her violet eyes, as she replied, "Very well." However, just as Thor turned to depart, Raiden May's cold voice resonated once more. Uttering, "Hold on," she gradually descended, her garments billowing with an overwhelming presence, and elucidated, during the previous imperial duel. "You claimed that I triumphed over you by wielding divine power, thus rendering my victory unworthy." As she spoke, a dangerous spark of lightning leapt from her fingertips, and she stated icily, "This is a disgrace for a warrior. Since you have now reclaimed your divine power, it is only fitting that we fulfill our agreement and engage in this imperial duel. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Thor's face. Yet it was swiftly replaced by a resolute fighting spirit as he nodded in agreement. That is only proper. However, he paused, glancing towards Sif Vostag and others not far away, and inquired, "Before we commence, might I request that you escort my friends away from this place? I fear they may be caught in the crossfire during the battle." "Certainly," Raiden Mei replied, her sleeves sweeping gracefully as the surrounding purple lightning surged downwards towards the four on the ground, swiftly transporting Sif, Fandral, Vostag, and the others to a safe haven. Meanwhile, Jane Foster and her companions, who had been standing at the entrance of the observatory to bid farewell to Sif and the others, were horrified to discover several charred figures materializing in the space before the observatory. The acrid scent of charred flesh mingled with the sharp odor of molten metal wafted through the air. It was Thor's companions. Jane Foster was the first to recognize Sif, and she surmised that the remaining charred figures were the others. She cast aside her coffee and dashed across the searing sand. Observing her, Daisy Louise and Selvig followed closely behind. Jane Foster knelt beside Sif, her fingers trembling yet expertly assessing her vital signs. After a moment, she turned to the two with gritted teeth and exclaimed, "Damn it, even in this state, she is still alive." Hearing this, Daisy Louise stroked her chin hesitantly and suggested, should I fetch a—" Before she could finish her sentence, Selvig interrupted with a sharp gesture, glaring at them both, and declared, "Enough nonsense, let's save her." In response, both women huffed in annoyance, yet approached the charred figures with expressions of determination. Daisy Louise swiftly swept the ashes from Vostag's face, only to discover that his skin was visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate, prompting her to exclaim, "Oh my God! Eric, come quick and witness this anomaly. Their cellular activity is utterly unnatural." At her words, Selvig leaned in closer, observing the rapidly regenerating tissue, and gasped, "How on earth are they still alive?" Regrettably, I am neither a practitioner in the realms of medicine nor biology. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly compel them onto the dissecting table. No, I can no longer restrain myself. Daisy, please fetch me a knife from the kitchen. This time, without waiting for him to finish, Daisy Louise delivered a sharp rap to his head. In her gaze, Selvig saw not the reverence befitting a mentor, but rather the thrill of retribution. Just as the two locked eyes in a heated stare, a sudden exclamation from Jane Foster pierced the air. "Ah, why are there only four of us? Where has Thor gone?" At this, both Daisy Louise and Selvig were momentarily taken aback. It dawned upon them that only four charred figures lay upon the sandy ground, and the most familiar tall, blonde figure was conspicuously absent. The trio immediately set off to search, but the desolate expanse yielded nothing, apart from the four gravely injured guardians. There was no fifth presence to be found. At that moment, Sif let out a pain groan. Chapter 130, A Duel Before the Throne Once More. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, the very fabric of reality seemed to be cleaved into two worlds. Thor stood on the western side of the training ground, his dark silver armor glistening with liquid silver lightning. Mjolnir, in his grasp, hummed reluctantly, the ancient runes upon its surface illuminating in succession, each flicker summoning the thunderous response of the cosmos. His golden locks danced wildly in the energy storm, the electric sparks flickering in his eyes more fervent than ever before, yet devoid of the previous arrogance. Instead, they held a profound divinity born of introspection. 100 meters away, Raiden stood like a deep abyss. Clad not in armor, but a flowing robe adorned with purple patterns, she exuded a presence more unsettling than any divine garb. Her purple braids swayed without wind, electric serpents flickering at her hair's tips, causing the surrounding space to distort ever so slightly. Her hands hung naturally at her sides, delicate and pale, empty of any weapon. Observing the unarmed Raiden, Thor could not suppress a frown, his voice rumbling like thunder. "Draw your weapon, as you have stated. I too do not wish to bear the stigma of an unearned victory." Raiden's lips curled into a near-pitying smile, a proud declaration escaping her. "This very form is the mightiest weapon and an indestructible shield." Thor chose not to engage further. He understood that against such an entity, words were futile. Thus, he resolved to take action. Raising Mjolnir, he summoned a torrent of silver lightning. The storm clouds above the Pure Land spiraled frantically, converging into a colossal lightning pillar exceeding 100 meters in diameter. With a resounding crash, Thor hurled the lightning pillar like a spear, tearing apart the fabric of space in its wake. Raiden finally moved. She merely raised her right hand, her fingers gently splayed. Zzz. The pillar, powerful enough to pierce the stars, diverted at her fingertips, flowing around her like a gentle stream, erupting into a shower of lightning behind her. A mere display of superficial trickery. Her voice was calm and unwavering. Upon hearing this, Thor let out a long howl, his figure transforming into a silver flash as he charged forward. Mjolnir descended with the force to cleave mountains and split seas, erupting with silver-white lightning that illuminated the entire arena as if it were midday. Boom! Before the hammer even reached its target, the terrifying pressure had already caused the ground beneath the arena to begin to cave in. Clang! A deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Raiden's figure remained steady as she raised a single hand, conjuring a glass-like purple lightning shield 3 feet before her. When Mjolnir struck the shield, a dazzling explosion of silver and purple light erupted, and the resulting shockwave obliterated swathes of the distant Chitauri gates. Clang, clang, clang. Thor utilized the momentum to flip backward, Mjolnir swinging continuously. His combat skills broke through their limits under pressure, reaching unprecedented heights. Yet, Raiden maintained her defense with a single delicate hand, effortlessly and accurately parrying Thor's ferocious hammer strikes. However, she did not budge an inch, surrounded by myriad lightning seals that accurately deflected all of Thor's summoned lightning to a distance of 3 feet. The two distinct colors of thunder clashed violently, with plasma raining down like a torrential storm, eroding the arena into countless pits of varying sizes. Thor's fighting spirit soared even higher. It seemed as though Mjolnir resonated with his will, the runes upon it swirling with unprecedented speed. Clang! Suddenly, Mjolnir was released from his grasp, transforming in midair into a roaring lightning dragon that lunged down. Simultaneously, Thor grasped the air with both hands, summoning countless lightning spears from the 9 heavens. Boom! 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 Raiden's expression remained unchanged, conjuring 3 immense purple lightning rings before her. The silver-white lightning dragon shattered against the first ring. The violent lightning spears breached the second, but ultimately faltered before the third. Some progress, but not much, she commented coolly before taking a step forward. With that single step, the very heavens and earth seemed to change. Countless lightning blades materialized from a void, each one imbued with an aura of annihilation. Boom! They did not aim towards Thor, but formed a profound lightning array. Thor felt a sudden heaviness envelop him, as if the weight of the entire world bore down upon him. What kind of power is this? He struggled to lift Mjolnir, its runes flashing furiously. Raiden's figure suddenly appeared before him, her delicate fingers entwined with delicate purple lightning, pointing towards his brow. This gesture, seemingly ordinary, was perceived by Thor as harboring the terrifying power to obliterate the world. Thor roared as he swung Mjolnir to counter, and in that instant, the clash of white and purple lightning resounded with a thunderous boom. The tremendous energy wave caused the entire sanctified ground to tremble violently, and the magnificent Chitauri gates in the distance crumbled in droves. The ground beneath Thor's feet fractured like a spider's web, and he knelt, barely stabilizing himself against Mjolnir deeply embedded in the earth. Blood seeped through the seams of his armor, yet the fierce spirit in his eyes burned ever more brightly. Exhilarating. More. He raised his hammer, unleashing his divine power without reservation. The ensuing battle transcended the limits of mortal imagination. Their clash surpassed all conceivable boundaries as 2 figures, one clad in white and the other in purple, intertwined like bolts of lightning, each collision unleashing cataclysmic might. Boom, boom, boom. In this extraordinary combat, Thor's mastery over his power grew ever more profound. Mjolnir seemed to come alive in his grasp, at times heavy as a mountain, at others swift as a flash of lightning. Yet, the chasm of strength between them proved insurmountable. Drink! Thor roared, channeling all his divine energy into Mjolnir, the silver lightning intensifying tenfold in an instant. The overwhelming torrent of lightning surged forth like a tidal wave, aiming to devour Raiden. Raiden, with fingers like blades, unleashed a purple-black thunderbolt that seemed capable of rending the heavens asunder. Crack! Time appeared to freeze in that moment. Thor witnessed his colossal wave of lightning cleaved in two, saw the runes on Mjolnir dim instantaneously, and perceived his armor disintegrating inch by inch. Boom! When Thor regained his senses, he found himself lying at the bottom of a vast crater, utterly depleted of divine energy, unable even to lift a finger. Mjolnir was embedded at the edge of the pit, its silver lightning flickering weakly like a candle in the wind. Raiden loomed above the pit, gazing down at him, his purple and white kimono untouched by dust. Struggling to rise, Thor managed to sit up, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "I concede, your power surpasses mine." Chapter 131. The Silly Knight visit. Meanwhile, in New Mexico, outside the astronomical observatory, as Jane Foster despaired over Thor's absence, the night sky was once more torn asunder. Boom! A more brilliant purple lightning bolt descended, accompanied by a deafening roar, as a robust figure was hurled from the lightning like a discarded rag. Thor! With a single glance, Jane Foster recognized the familiar shape of the rear, and she had collided with twice in her SUV and rushed forward in astonishment. Thor appeared utterly disheveled, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. A clear shoe print was emblazoned on his dark silver chest plate, with cracks radiating outward from its center. His crimson cloak bore a long gash, and his golden hair was tousled, flecked with sand, while his face bore several small lacerations. "Darling, are you all right? Where'd you been all this time?" Jane knelt beside him, her trembling fingers brushing against the shoe print on his chest, her voice laced with concern. Upon hearing this, Thor's cerulean eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance as he broke into a radiant smile, expressing his contentment. "I was just with a woman with purple hair, and we sparred for quite a while. She is exceptionally formidable, which left me thoroughly satisfied." The three companions were momentarily rendered speechless by Thor's rather unfortunate choice of words. Jane Foster, who had previously worn an anxious expression, suddenly turned icy as she regarded Thor with the gaze one might reserve for a corpse. In a tone laced with foreboding, Jane inquired, "Oh, is she beautiful?" Yet Thor seemed oblivious to the tension, pondering for a moment before earnestly nodding and reminiscing. "Very beautiful. However, her appearance is of little consequence. What matters is that she is truly powerful, remarkably impressive." At this, Daisy Louise swallowed hard, her expression innocent yet laden with curiosity, as she stepped forward to say, "Well, just from Thor's description, it sounds like an enjoyable, positive, and uplifting multiplayer game. May I join as well? It's not for any particular reason. I simply think learning another language would be quite beneficial." Before Daisy Louise could finish her sentence, Selvig swiftly seized her by the throat and dragged her into a corner. At that moment, even someone as oblivious as Thor sensed that the atmosphere had shifted uncomfortably. He looked at Jane, whose sweet smile now seemed somewhat disconcerting, and asked awkwardly, "Jane, are you upset?" In response, Jane Foster softly replied, "Not at all." 5 meters away, Daisy Louise rubbed her buzzing ears, her expression one of lingering trepidation. Nightfall in New York City. The neon lights of Times Square continued their cacophony, yet the streets had shed the daytime throngs, leaving only the occasional taxi to slice through the empty avenues. The buildings flickered with scattered lights, resembling stars fallen to earth. The Hudson River silently mirrored the lights from across its banks, while the evening breeze swept through the towering skyscrapers, swirling paper scraps at the intersections. The rumble of the subway echoed faintly from below, akin to the snoring of a city in slumber. Peter Parker lay sprawled on his bed in H-shape, a suspicious drool mark lingering at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone shattered the silence. Irritated, Peter flipped over, his right hand groping aimlessly on the bedside table. After a prolonged search, he finally grasped the vibrating phone. Ding ding. Ah, my eyes. The screen's brightness pierced the darkness, making Peter feel akin to a sunbathing vampire. After dimming the display, he squinted through his sleepy haze and pressed the answer button, his voice muffled as though he were speaking through a mouthful of cotton. "Hello, this is Peter." "Peter, do you know why in Japanese films, before the foolish voice on the other end could finish, Peter Parker unhesitatingly hung up the phone and tossed it aside to continue his slumber? "Peter, do you know why priests are often portrayed as villains in Japanese dramas?" In a moment of confusion, he instinctively responded to the question posed to him. Suddenly, Peter Parker awakened, his expression reflecting a sentiment of, though we may not share the same vessel, there is no need to cast our burdens upon one another. He gazed toward the windowsill and beheld a long-lost figure, whose smile was as bright as it was absurd. It is because priests have an affinity for young boys, which is not well received by the Japanese. Zhi Jiuan squatted outside the windowsill, cheekily providing an answer to the earlier inquiry. Peter Parker, visibly flushed with embarrassment, glaring at the fool outside the window, gritting his teeth as he uttered, Zhi Jiuan. Before Peter could fully enunciate the name, Zhi Jiuan leisurely interjected, a friendly reminder. It is currently 3 in the morning. If you were to shout, the entire neighborhood would hear you, you know. Peter, I trust you wouldn't want someone to arrive at your door, brandishing a Glock, would you? Peter Parker cautiously glanced at the door to the adjacent bedroom, squeezing out his response through clenched teeth, you'd better have something of significance. In response, Zhi Jiuan calmly adjusted his owl hood, explaining in a relaxed tone. It's not particularly important, just that a few days ago, Boss Dialog was in pursuit of a creep known as the Green Goblin, and he was on the verge of capturing him. At that critical moment, a certain civic-minded individual clad in a red and blue spandex suit provided invaluable support and guidance, showcasing exceptional professionalism and a spirit of selfless collaboration, ultimately allowing the Green Goblin to escape unscathed. Do you have any insights, Peter? As he spoke, Zhi Jiuan regarded Peter Parker with a kind gaze, a gentle smile gracing his face, exuding an air of audacity and reassurance, despite his own dubious character. Peter Parker's demeanor stiffened, his eyes darting about as he stammered, I believe a significant factor contributing to this outcome is that the underlying logic of the current business scenario has not yet fully closed the loop, resulting in the failure to focus the momentum of the track. Although that dashing, civic-minded individual rapidly provided multidimensional empowerment and iteration, the differentiated advantages of the initial ecological niche certainly did not coalesce into a formidable force. Moving forward, we should anticipate that this charming, civic-minded individual will continue to align with the track, enhancing his strategic approach, striving to create a new ignition point in the next window of opportunity. Now, it was Zhi Jiuan's turn to be speechless. Observing the bumbling Peter Parker, who fancied himself a writer, he pointedly remarked, All right, enough of this nonsense. Please convey to that civic-minded individual in the red and blue spandex that he should refrain from aiming too high and instead focus on the smaller tasks at hand. Those who are lofty yet lack skill often achieve nothing. With those 2 statements, I shall return to my slumber. Farewell. With that, Zhi Jiuan leapt from the windowsill. Peter Parker was instantly drenched in cold sweat, rushing to the edge of the windowsill to peer down, only to find a lawn below devoid of any presence. Chapter 132. Tranquil routine. The following morning in New York, the first rays of golden sunlight pierced the skyline of Manhattan, adorning the glass facades with a fiery elegance. The surface of the Hudson River shimmered like scattered gold, as the ferry carved through the glistening waves, startling a flock of pigeons scavenging in the plaza. The aroma of coffee and bagels wafted from a street corner vendor, while the colossal screens of Times Square had yet to fully illuminate, with only the cleaning crews quietly washing away the remnants of a night of revelry. Zhi Jiuan secured his newly acquired, pristine second-hand bicycle and wore a countenance that conveyed his lack of ambition. Merely existing each day felt like a triumph. He made his way towards the entrance of Midtown High School. Before he even reached the classroom door, he heard the unmistakable booming voice of Flesh Thompson echoing within. From today onward, Midtown High is under my command. As for that one, he's just a coward too afraid to show his face. I merely had to put forth a little effort, and he was already, with an impassive expression. Zhi Jiuan pushed open the classroom door. The previously boisterous room fell into an immediate hush, as all the students regarded Flesh with a mix of sympathy and anticipation. At that moment, Flesh stood with his back to the door, continuing his boastful tirade. With a right whip kick and a left roundhouse, I had him begging for mercy. Let him know who's in charge here. Silently, Zhi Jiuan approached Flesh from behind and gently poked him in the back with his index finger. Annoyed, Flesh turned around, scowling. Are you looking to taste my? His words faltered in his throat, as his expression shifted from arrogance to sheer terror, as if encountering a ghost. Zhi Jiuan yawned lazily, half closing his eyes as he regarded Flesh and casually inquired, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Upon utterance of these words, the atmosphere in the classroom became palpably tense. Some students suppressed laughter, their shoulders trembling, while others exchanged glances of schadenfreude. Flesh's face oscillated between red and white, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I said, facing the mocking gazes of his peers, Flesh swallowed hard, summoning his courage to declare loudly. I said, "You're a cowardly wimp. Damn East Asian yellow," before Flesh could finish his sentence. Zhi Jiuan's gaze sharpened with a fierce intensity. With a swift motion, he seized Flesh's right wrist with his left hand, pulling it forward while simultaneously tripping his ankle with his right foot. Huh? Flesh barely comprehended what was happening before he lost his balance. Just as he was about to fall, Zhi Jiuan altered his approach. He released Flesh's wrist and drove his elbow into Flesh's nerve cluster beneath his armpit like a striking serpent. As Flesh stiffened in agony, Zhi Jiuan suddenly lowered himself, shouldering into Flesh's abdomen and executing a flawless shoulder throw, slamming the robust football player onto the floor. Thud! The entire classroom reverberated with the impact. Zhi Jiuan pressed a knee against Flesh's chest, and with lightning speed, his right hand flicked and twisted Flesh's chin. With a faint crack, Flesh's mouth opened. Yet only a series of gasps escaped. Zhi Jiuan rose to his feet, brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, and spoke in a grave tone, "You never learn your lesson, Flesh. Knowing full well that I detest racial knights and the likes of you. How dare you utter such words in my presence? What's wrong? Are you addicted to being beaten? Go to the school nurse and get your jaw fixed. And while you're at it, have a dental cleaning. If I hear you utter such nonsense again, I shall shove an entire bar of soap into your mouth for you to swallow. Enough. I am not your father, and I have no obligation to teach you how to be a decent human being. Now get lost." Immediately, with that, Zhi Jiuan returned to his seat, as if he had merely swatted a fly. The classroom fell into a profound silence, all eyes wide with astonishment at Flesh's writhing form on the floor. It was his little lackey who first regained composure, hastily summoning several boys to help the whimpering Flesh towards the infirmary. Just as they were ushering him out, a bewildered Peter Parker walked in. Upon seeing Zhi Jiuan slumped in his seat like a spineless creature, he curiously inquired, "What happened to Flesh? Why does he look as if he just underwent circumcision?" In response, Zhi Jiuan adjusted himself, finding a comfortable position to recline once more, before lazily replying, "Oh, it's nothing." During this bilateral exchange activity, our parties failed to reach a complete consensus due to differing stances, which led to an unfortunate incident of unconstructive contact. We deeply regret the escalation in communication methods, yet we consistently uphold the principle of resolving differences through dialogue. In the spirit of looking forward, we hope to collaboratively explore the establishment of a more standardized interaction mechanism to steer our relationship back onto a path of healthy and stable development. Don't make me beg you, Shakespeare. That guy's a racist, so I gave him a beating. If he remains oblivious, I will prepare a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, using his eggs. Zhi Jiuan then lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings, asking, "Where's Gwen? Isn't she with you?" At the mention of Gwen, Peter Parker's expression darkened. Like Zhi Jiuan, he found a comfortable position to lie down and then said, "Don't even get me started. Recently, due to the appearances of Mr. Night Owl and the Lady of the Night, the crime rate in New York has plummeted, allowing Uncle George to avoid overtime and have time to pick up and drop off Gwen at school. Sigh. Currently, Uncle George barely acknowledges me as a primate. Even a southern ape resembles a human more than I do. How can I possibly earn his approval?" Hearing this, Zhi Jiuan shook his head, his face a canvas of sympathy and pity for Peter Parker, the corners of his mouth betraying a sad smile. He, Zhi Jiuan chuckled, his radiant grin inciting Peter Parker's frustration to boil over. However, Peter Parker suddenly realized that he hardly had any female friends, let alone a girlfriend. Even the lady at the convenience store downstairs had more chest hair than head hair. How could he ever comprehend the troubles of having a girlfriend? With this thought, Peter felt a sudden clarity wash over him. Just then, Gwen Stacy walked in with a gloomy expression. Upon her arrival, Peter sprang from his seat and hurried over to her with great enthusiasm. Chapter 133. The Gift of Angels, the Serpent Gang in the Afternoon. New York donned a veil of amber. The glass facades of Manhattan refracted the setting sun into shards of gold. Neon lights awakened early in the dimming twilight. Street performers packed away their saxophones, and the evening rush hour illuminated the long river of red taillights. As the school bell's echoes lingered, the ivy gently swayed its leaves in the dusk, and warm yellow lights flickered to life in the classroom windows. Shadows of the goalposts on the playground lengthened, as clusters of students walked along the tree-lined path, laughing and chatting, while the autumn breeze rustled the pages of their books, resembling fluttering butterflies in the evening glow. After sending the irritable Gwen Stacy off in a car, George Stacy rested his right hand on his holster and shot a fierce glare at Peter Parker before accelerating away. Zhi Jiuan twitched his lips and turned to Peter Parker, asking incredulously, "Come clean, have you done something enviable with Gwen that resulted in a mess?" At this, Peter Parker exploded, leaping up in exasperation. "How dare you tarnish my reputation? Gwen isn't even of age yet. Are you trying to land me in jail? Perhaps. Otherwise, why would her car's music be blasting Miranda's warning?" Upon hearing this, Peter Parker widened his eyes, gazing at Zhi Jiuan with an innocent expression. "Look into my eyes. Do I seem like that kind of person?" Zhi Jiuan cast him a disdainful glance, sneering, "Humph. Eyes can deceive the mind, but not the instincts. I'll find a chance to silence you." Just then, a striking Lamborghini zoomed past them. Watching the sleek tail lights, Peter tightened his grip on his bicycle's handlebars, drooling with envy, and turned to Zhi Jiuan, saying, "Do you know? I've had a dream since childhood, to drive a Lamborghini in New York City while wearing sunglasses. I've achieved half of that dream already." At this, Zhi Jiuan, who was just about to pedal away towards the gift of angels, abruptly turned to Peter Parker in shock, exclaiming, "What? I didn't see that coming. When did you get so wealthy? Did Gwen give you her family fortune?" "I knew it. Grit your teeth. Hold tight to the bed. No matter how tiring, it's better than working. You've really become," Peter Parker replied impassively. "I already have sunglasses. Then you can just die." In the evening twilight of New York's West Side, the neon sign of the Angel's Gift Bar flickered to life. Though the establishment had only just opened, the oak doors revealed a bustling interior, where elegantly adorned young women filled the booths. A few opulent matriarchs sipped cocktails that glimmered alluringly under the warm glow of the lights. Before Zhi Jiuan and Peter Parker could reach the entrance, they were startled by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, accompanied by pained groans echoing from the alleyway. Exchanging glances, they hurried around the corner, just in time to witness Dialek effortlessly tossing several men clad in flamboyant suits into a dumpster as though discarding refuse. Two others, battered and bruised, curled up within the confines of the bin, their legs flailing helplessly in the air. "Good evening, Grandpa Lou. What is the story with these three gentlemen?" Zhi Jiuan leaned against the wall, his tone as casual as if inquiring about the weather. Dialek brushed the dust off his gloves, his red ponytail ablaze in the setting sun, and replied nonchalantly, "They crossed the line by dealing illicit substances in my tavern and attempted to assault my staff." Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan nudged a gold chain lying on the ground with his shoe, frowning as he asked, "Staff? Are you referring to fiscal?" Dialek nodded slightly, retrieving a handkerchief from his inner pocket to wipe his palms. It seems having her as a staff member was not the wisest choice. This marks the third incident this week. However, the surrounding neighborhood certainly requires a thorough cleansing. The proliferation of gangs here outpaces even the mold in the wine cellar. Yesterday, it was the Irish gang causing disturbances. Today, it's the so-called Viper gang. His tone was as matter-of-fact as if he were discussing the need to restock the bar's inventory. Unable to contain himself, Peter Parker interjected, "The Viper gang? Is that the same one based in the Viper Castle on 7th Avenue? I've heard their members use names inspired by various snakes, like Python, Rattlesnake, or Black Mamba. Not only do their aliases resemble serpents, but many of their abilities, equipment, and methods also reflect the traits of snakes. Consequently, the Viper Gang is considered one of the most tightly organized and successful criminal syndicates in all of New York City. If it's them, then perhaps there is no cause for concern." Peter had intended to advise Dialek to exercise caution, but quickly realized that with Dialek's capabilities, it was more likely that the Viper Gang would need to be the ones to tread carefully. As they stepped through the entrance of Angel's Gift, Zhi Jiuan spotted Fiscal gracefully navigating between the booths, her twin ribbons fluttering like the wings of a butterfly. Upon turning to see Zhi Jiuan, she cleared her throat, placed one hand on her hip, and elegantly tossed her long hair, haughtily declaring, "My dear kin, to reunite in this shadowy realm. Could it be the deliberate weaving of the god of fate? It must be so. This is a herald of the fateful entanglement of the Princess of Judgment. Oz hovered on her shoulder, flapping his wings, with a thin wire disguised as an antenna tied to his bird's head. He gentlemanly explained, "What the lady means is that she is pleased to see you again, Mr. Zhi Jiuan." Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan smiled and nodded, inquiring, "Good evening, Miss Amy. Are you adjusting well?" However, before Fiscal could respond, Peter Parker, his face filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "What a large crow! And it can talk." In response, Oz's eyes glimmered with a red light as he continued to explain with utmost courtesy, "Correction, I am not a crow. I am Oz, the Chief Secretary of the Knight of Eternal Night, a loyal subject under the Princess of Judgment." Fiscal puffed out her chest proudly and declared, "Humph. Oz is bound by an eternal contract with this princess, possessing the power to tear the veil of time and space." She suddenly leaned closer to Peter Parker and said, "Commoner, I shall generously overlook your earlier rudeness." Zhi Jiuan subtly pulled Peter Parker aside and whispered, "That is a drone crafted by Fiscal, equipped with an advanced translation program. By the way, Fiscal is a girl with a passion for fantasy. Just play along." Upon hearing this, Peter Parker nodded in understanding. But then he turned to Zhi Jiuan with a puzzled expression. "How do you know so much? Haven't you been away from the gift of angels for a long time? Did Uncle Lou not mention it? Fiscal was introduced to the bar by me. How could I not know her?" Zhi Jiuan replied, "Impossible. How could you? The one who constantly tells hellish jokes know a girl? She is so adorable. She must be a boy, right?" Chapter 134. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nighttime, New York, Bronx District. Zhi Jiuan had just finished a shower and emerged from the bathroom, barely bothering to dry his hair, as he hurriedly prepared 3 incense sticks, 2 fresh cabbages, and 18 colorful handmade portraits of Chi-Chi for Doichio. After offering everything, Zhi Jiuan clasped his hands together and recited, "Brother Dewey, as the saying goes, one day apart feels like 3 seasons. It has been over a decade since we last met. Considering how long we have known each other, I do not expect you to inquire about my well-being. Just grant me a substantial sum of money. A 10-fold full command or a single golden issuance will suffice. I am easily satisfied. Please do not feel embarrassed. This is what you ought to do." With that, Zhi Jiuan immersed his consciousness into the luminous sphere within his mind. Original stones, 118. The number of original stones surprised Zhi Jiuan somewhat. Initially, after summoning Fiscal, his original stones had been entirely depleted. Yet, after the significant events of Thunder God 1, to his astonishment, he had managed to gather so many original stones. Nevertheless, it was somewhat understandable, as after inexplicably enduring a beating on Earth, Loki was uncertain of the true strength of Raiden Shogun, and thus refrained from hastily allowing the Destroyer to conduct a violent demolition on Earth. Due to an inexplicable beating on Earth, Thor's journey towards enlightenment commenced earlier than anticipated. He discerned that the seemingly devoted Meow Meow hammer had already transformed into the form of the violet-haired Demon Lord. Regrettably, he had not yet had the opportunity to inform him that Meow Meow hammer could be considered a second marriage. As for whether Loki would feign death to escape, or if Thor would adhere to his promise made in the Thunderous film, that remains uncertain. Zhi Jiuan's speculation leans towards the original storyline. For if such a significant deviation were to occur, the raw stones he would acquire would likely surpass mere trifles. Nevertheless, he merely pondered, should the timeline truly deviate so drastically, there would be no need for external assistance, as the Ancient One would promptly kick the door down to rectify matters. Discarding these unrealistic thoughts, Zhi Jiuan refocused his attention on the virtual panel before him. "Brother Dewey, I have invested a substantial amount in those 18 full-color Choo-Choo daughters, so do not let me down." With that declaration, Zhi Jiuan waved his hand, casting his entire fortune into the pool. Swish! A delightful expanse of blue sky and white clouds swept across, intermingled with a hint of soft purple. Character Card 1, Weapon Card 1. Item Card 9 items. Poison-spiked fish, X3 description. A swiftly swimming fish species adorned with spiny fins, known for its agility when swimming at full speed. Its spear-like snout can even slice through water. Hence, it is named Water-Slicing Spike and Arrow Enchast. However, the most notable feature of the poison-spiked fish is its venomous spines. While this neurotoxin proves lethal to smaller prey, it is ineffectual against larger beings, often resulting in confusion and hallucinations instead. "Fill it up, Brother Yin Wang. Fill it up for me," exclaimed a Liu fisherman unfortunate enough to be pricked. Effect: none. Item: X4 description: tea leaves that flourish in the warm, humid regions of the Chenyu Valley. After millennia of meticulous selection and cultivation, the current tea exudes a rich and lingering aroma, detectable even from several streets away, providing an invigorating fragrance. Effect: none. Item: Pure water, X2 description: said to be the legacy of a genius alchemist, it can elicit the purest part of one's inner strength. Effect: awakens the user's intrinsic virtues of truth, goodness, and beauty, while slightly enhancing their attack power. Weapon name: Magic, Rarity, Rare Weapon Type, Catalyst Base Attack Power, 354 Sub-Attribute Bonus, Elemental Mastery 187 Weapon Skill, Stopping Water. Quenching Thunder increases damage dealt to enemies affected by water or thunder elements by 24. Weapon description: the 12th edition, updated with new content reflecting the evolution of the times, and correcting typographical errors from the 11th edition. Character card: Xingqiu Vision, Water Constellation, the Weaving Seat description: hailing from the renowned Feiyun Commerce Guild in Liyue, Xingqiu is the second son of his family. To others, he appears diligent, studious, and courteous, a quintessential embodiment of the ideal child. However, the obedient youth's heart yearns for the chivalric world depicted in martial arts novels, where heroes roam and uphold justice. He often conceals these tales within his tattered textbooks, sneaking them into the private academy for clandestine reading. During his leisure hours, he wanders about, subtly addressing various obscure troubles that arise. To prevent Xingqiu from spending all his time in bookstores, his family permits him to study martial arts at the ancient Guhua sect. Though the sect has fallen into decline, the exceptionally talented Xingqiu, with his profound understanding of ancient texts and innate insight, unexpectedly revives the long-lost martial arts of Guhua, becoming a legendary master within the sect. Naturally, when seekers come looking for this master, they're likely to receive the reply that he has gone up the mountain to take a break. Xingqiu shares a close friendship with the alchemist Chongyun. However, in Chongyun's eyes, Xingqiu is also a troublemaker with a myriad of mischievous schemes, often reminding others that should any misfortune occur, they should return to form a coalition of victims together. Zhi Jiuan quietly rises, preparing a fruit platter for Dawei and lighting 2 incense coils. Pressing his palms together in sincerity as he earnestly states, "Brother Dawei, rest assured, from now on, you shall feast on the freshest meats and the finest delicacies, and I shall procure a colorful comic collection for you." This card draw proved to be a delightful surprise. First, the appearance of the pure water item significantly alleviates Zhi Jiuan's most pressing dilemma, namely the issue concerning the 2 generations of green demons. He wishes to prevent the Osborne father and son from transforming into green demons and to spare them from the clutches of hereditary diseases. Yet he finds it impossible to achieve both concurrently. However, pure water possesses a high probability of accomplishing this, even if only to mitigate the situation. Moreover, the introduction to Magic Tome, acquired upon receiving the Divine Eye, has inspired Zhi Jiuan to aspire to become a noble mage. Regrettably, his current team lacks any magic users. The only individual remotely connected to the realm of magic is, surprisingly, Oz. Now, not only has he drawn a weapon, but he also has a textbook for beginners. This can only be described as perfection. As for Xingqiu, his presence can indeed be considered an unexpected joy. Chapter 135, Assistance New York, a weekend morning. The sky is a muted shade of pale blue, reminiscent of washed porcelain. A few gray pigeons strut along the park benches, suddenly taking flight and dispersing into the crisp air. The surface of Central Park's lake has formed a thin layer of ice, reflecting the soft, pearl-like hues of the rising sun. The bare tree trunks resolutely stretch toward the sky, akin to the silent brushstrokes of the earth. In the Bronx, within the living room of his apartment, Zhi Jiuan is engrossed in crafting calligraphy on a spread of red paper laid out on the coffee table. Ding dong. Just as he sets down his brush in satisfaction, the doorbell rings at an inopportune moment. Who is it? Just a moment, I'll be right there. As Zhi Jiuan opens the door, he finds Peter Parker bundled in a thick black down jacket, resembling a penguin asking everyone if they have coins to spare. Standing at the entrance, speechless. Peter? On such a frigid day, even the act of releasing a fart serves to warm one's hands. Why'd you arrive so early? Peter Parker unceremoniously squeezed through the door, the snow clinging to his shoes melting into a puddle in the foyer. Shivering, he remarked, "It's the weekend. And the weather is so cold. The angel's gift will undoubtedly be bustling tonight. The shop only has Mr. DeLook and Miss Fiscal. They might not manage on their own. So let us lend a hand. Zhi Jiuan, with a sigh of resignation, closed the door and replied, I'm busy today. I have matters to attend to at home. Look. As he spoke, he gestured toward the couplet on the table. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker leaned in to examine the couplet closely. The first line read, with feet planted on both banks of the Yellow River, holding confidential documents. The second line proclaimed, machine guns sweep ahead, while cannon fire rages behind. The horizontal inscription boldly declared, refreshing. Gazing at the square characters on the red paper, Peter Parker's expression turned grave as he nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Zhi Jiuan and inquired, what is this? In response, Zhi Jiuan wore an expression that conveyed a mixture of disbelief and bemusement at Peter's apparent lack of comprehension, and replied, it's a couplet, or a spring festival couplet to be precise. It's something we paste at the entrance during the Chinese New Year, much like how you all bring a tree home for Christmas. What? But it's only just entered December. We are still over half a month away from your Chinese New Year, let alone our Christmas. Peter exclaimed, why are you preparing so early? Zhi Jiuan, adopting a posture of indignation and defiance, fixed Peter Parker with a glare and stated earnestly, it was meant as practice before the New Year. But since you come to find me, let it serve as an excuse to avoid going out. Seeing Peter's expression, which bore a resemblance to that of a disgruntled spirit, Zhi Jiuan's smile grew ever brighter, just as Peter Parker was on the verge of an outburst. Ready to take action for the sake of justice, Zhi Jiuan waved his hand and said, all right, I shall accompany you. Is it just the two of us, or will there be others? After a moment of contemplation, Peter Parker replied, aside from us, Gwen and Jessica will be joining as well. Harry is uncertain. He seems to have been quite busy lately. Upon mentioning Jessica Campbell, a shadow of regret crossed Peter Parker's face, clearly recalling the harrowing experience of tutoring her, which had left an indelible mark on his psyche. While others indulge in leisure, she indulges in both play and study with equal fervor. Of course, Peter bore a significant share of the blame. After all, he had uttered the absurdity. How could anyone fail to learn chemistry? Such ludicrousness reminded Zhi Jiuan of a certain adage by a renowned control theory expert. No matter how dull one may be, can a 14-year-old truly not learn calculus? The naivety of such prodigies is astonishing. They remain blissfully unaware of the depths of human folly, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Zhi Jiuan inquired with curiosity, how has Jessica been faring in her studies lately? Surely, she must have made some progress by now. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker's expression stiffened, and with a strained smile, he replied, quite well, actually. At first, she couldn't ride at all, but now she even dares to stand up while going downhill. Ah, so, she is learning to ride a bicycle? Zhi Jiuan queried. What else could it be? Surely, you didn't think it was her academic performance? At that moment, the bell above the bar door chimed. Wrapped in thick down jackets, Zhi Jiuan and Peter Parker awkwardly pushed open the oak door like two waddling penguins. Dialek was perched on a ladder, polishing a crystal chandelier, clad in a black shirt and apron, with a cloth in hand, his burgundy hair casually tied back. Meanwhile, Fiscal was behind the bar, arranging the glasses, her twin ponytails swaying gently as she moved. The lace trim of her bartender attire splattered with a few bubbles from the sink. Oz sat nearby on a bar stool, leisurely nibbling on fries. After closing the bar door, Zhi Jiuan exhaled deeply, a hint of trepidation in her voice as she remarked, phew, we made it. The intertwining of mortal encounters is merely the destined threads woven in the tapestry of the night. There is no need to express gratitude for this princess's favor. Upon seeing the two, Fiscal tossed her hair back and proudly declared, it is a pleasure to see you both. Oz perched on her shoulder, clutching a fry in his claws, explained with a gentlemanly demeanor. What the lady means is, she is delighted to meet the two gentlemen. Good morning, Miss Fiscal. Hello there. Little Imey. Dialek descended from the ladder, dusting off his apron, and with a feline-like expression remarked, the tavern isn't open yet. What brings you here at such an hour? You'd best have a more legitimate reason than merely seeking a drink. Peter Parker removed his knitted hat, his hair standing on end like a dandelion due to static, and hurriedly clarified, good morning, Boss Dialek. You misunderstand. We aren't here for a drink. Given the frigid weather today, there will surely be many patrons seeking warm beverages tonight. So we thought we would come by and see if there was anything we could assist with. Zhi Jiuan shed her heavy down jacket, revealing a turtleneck sweater beneath. Rolling up her sleeves as she said, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. What do you need us to do?" She gestured toward the window, adding, "Gwen and Jessica will be coming by shortly. If you find it suitable, we can supervise you too while you work. I have no objections." Dialek rubbed his temples in resignation before assigning tasks to the two, saying, "Fine, do as you wish. Go check the inventory of beverages, Mr. Parker. You're responsible for polishing all the glassware. If there are no issues, you may begin." With that, everyone's set to work. Zhi Jiuan counted the beverage inventory, occasionally jotting notes. Peter Parker meticulously polished each glass. Fiscal hummed a tune while arranging the utensils, and Oz skillfully organized the receipts with his claws. Chapter 136: The Brave Black Mamba, in the heart of New York, on 7th Avenue, within the depths of the Serpent Castle. Thick soundproof doors completely shielded the room from the external clamor. Inside the opulent conference room, an elongated table, hewn from solid obsidian, was adorned with golden serpentine carvings along its edges. Seated in 7 high-backed chairs, the core members of the Serpent Gang lay in wait like true vipers, cloaked in shadows. The Water Cobra was the first to rise, smoothing out the creases of his custom Italian suit, the silk cuffs revealing exquisite platinum cufflinks. He activated the holographic projector and, with a gravelly voice, addressed the others. Under the sagacious leadership of Lord Rattlesnake, this month our 7 real estate companies have seen a 23% increase in stock prices. 2 nightclubs have secured liquor licenses, and our special trade routes have expanded into 3 new neighborhoods. As he spoke, he bowed deeply towards the head seat, obsequiously adding, "And all of this is attributable to the boundless wisdom of Lord Rattlesnake, as profound as the Nile itself. We salute you, my lord." The figure in the head seat, Lord Rattlesnake, nodded slightly, the tip of his cigar releasing wisps of smoke into the air. Draped in a dark green silk robe embroidered with intricate serpentine patterns, his eyes glimmered with a cold light beneath his mask in the dim ambience. No sooner had the Water Cobra taken his seat than the Black Mamba could no longer contain himself. He pushed a chair aside and stood, his tactical boots striking the marble floor with a sharp sound. He summoned new holographic data, a crimson loss report cascading down like a waterfall of blood, his voice cutting through the air like a poisoned blade. Having concluded the good news, let us now address the unfortunate tidings. Last night, the East District warehouse was raided by the Night Owl, resulting in the destruction of 20 million worth of goods. 3 distribution points in the Bronx were ruthlessly attacked, costing us $870,000 in cash. The burly Gaboan Viper, responsible for the distribution points, was discovered this morning submerged in the East River, his spine shattered into 3 segments. Meanwhile, the Rock Python, tasked with guarding the East District warehouse, was found strangled with iron chains. All of this is the doing of the Night Owl alone. As each name and figure was announced, the temperature in the conference room plummeted. When a mention of the African tree snake, pinned to the Club S sign by the Night Owl, was made, the glass in the Copperhead S hand suddenly shattered. The Black Mamba displayed a map, 3 red zones flashing ominously, continuing. The territory of Hell's Kitchen has been opportunistically absorbed by Jean due to our manpower shortage, while business in Chinatown has been forced to capitulate due to the Night Owl's frequent assaults. And the worst news, he magnified a set of data, his voice cold as ice. Our pharmaceutical factory has been destroyed by the Night Owl, with production capacity reduced by at least 60. Our next shipment requires 8 tons. Yet our total inventory amounts to only 3 tons, and we have but 2 weeks until the next transaction. The Gaboan Viper slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming in rage, "Damn the Night Owl." Last night, he not only attacked our largest casino, but also nailed the dealer to the roulette table. Then he set the entire casino ablaze. The Night Owl must be eradicated at all costs. There is no alternative. Consider this. You enter a casino with cash in hand, sipping red wine and mingling with charming companions, when suddenly, the lamentations of a Night Owl, the lamenting Viper, are abruptly silenced by the constraining presence of a nearby Copperhead. Once the lamenting Viper falls silent, the conference room succumbs to an oppressive stillness, interrupted only by the faint crackling of burning cigar tobacco. All eyes turn towards the presiding figure, awaiting the words of the man who commands the underworld of New York. The Rattlesnake slowly extinguishes his cigar, the last wisp of blue smoke rising from the ashtray, and declares, "The Night Owl is no ordinary vigilante." His voice, unexpectedly gentle, causes the outlaws to straighten their spines. He appears to be above base pleasures, uninterested in money, territory, or even drugs. His sole intention seems to be systematically dismantling our organization. The golden mask of the rattlesnake swivels, surveying the pallid faces along the long table, and inquires, who possesses a plan to counter this perjure? After a suffocating silence, the water moccasin speaks first. Perhaps we could attempt bribery? Everyone has their price. If 10 million isn't sufficient, then let it be 100 million. If money fails to corrupt, then let it be seduction. I refuse to believe we cannot find something to compel him to submit. At this, the Black Mamba immediately retorts, do you not grasp the essence? That fellow is a deranged individual detached from base desires. He is not motivated by money. He abruptly rises, slamming the table in outrage. Since we know his lair, that bar called Angel S. Bounty, let us capture everyone associated with that establishment as hostages. I refuse to believe he would disregard their safety and come after me directly. Moreover, no matter how formidable the night owl may be, if we all charge at once, he cannot possibly eliminate us all. Once he tires, he too shall meet his demise. Brute! The spearhead snake casts a disdainful glance at the Black Mamba and coldly remarks, rather than concocting elaborate schemes, we might as well confront him head-on, with our numbers, each armed with a Glock. We could reduce him to mere paste. I say we should confront him directly. A true man stand his ground. In response, the water moccasin scoffs coldly, deriding, and you have the audacity to call others brutes? Have you forgotten how the infernal viper met his end? So, what do you propose we do? Shall we simply sit here and await the night owl's arrival, only to be nailed to the wall like some grotesque crucifixion? The debate intensifies, with each individual clinging to their own strategy, yet failing to sway any others. Meanwhile, within Angel S. Bounty, the afternoon sunlight filters through stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the oak dining table. Dialek, Fiscal, Oz, Zhi Jiuan, and Peter Parker are gathered around, the remnants of half-eaten pasta and salad strewn before them. The listening device on the bar was streaming the audio of the Viper Gang meeting in real time, the roar of the Black Mamba particularly resounding. If we all charge together, the night owl may not be able to kill us all. Upon uttering these words, all eyes in the room turned sharply towards Dialek. Yet, Dialek continued to elegantly slice his steak with knife and fork, not even a flutter of his eyelashes betraying his composure. Let me think, who was the last person so brave? Zhi Jiuan mused, stroking his chin as his gaze grew increasingly astute. Chapter 137. The confrontation between Xingqiu and the Green Goblin under the cold fluorescent lights of the top-floor laboratory in New York's Osborne Industrial Building. Norman Osborn was embedding the final special combat module into the chest plate of the Green Goblin armor. Suddenly, Norman's hand froze midair, his green pupils constricting sharply as he turned abruptly toward the shadowy corner behind him. Squinting, he spoke in a voice as grating as sandpaper against metal. After watching for so long, aren't you going to come out and say hello? Yet, the silence was only broken by the hum of the ventilation system. Just as Norman Osborn thought he was experiencing another hallucination, a series of crisp footsteps resonated behind him. Talp, talp, talp. The sound of leather boots lightly striking the marble floor, creating an unusual rhythm. Norman spun around sharply, only to find a blue-haired youth had inexplicably appeared behind him, clad in a flowing indigo, gradient long robe adorned with dark cloud patterns. The hem moved like rippling water with each step. The youth raised his head to gaze at the Green Goblin armor, his amber eyes glinting with an intellectual sheen under the cold light. His voice, as melodious as chiming bells, rang out, "Marvelous. You indeed possess exquisite craftsmanship. Yet it is regrettable that you have strayed from the right path. It is truly lamentable. This armor, pulsating with bloodlust, seems tainted with a venomous madness. It is not an instrument for the benevolent." Norman Osborn's gaze swiftly scanned the laboratory. The triple biometric security doors remained intact, the laser grid had not been triggered, and even the most sensitive motion sensors had shown no response. This seemingly frail youth had penetrated all of Osborne Industrial's defenses like a specter, quietly retreating 3 meters. Norman discreetly pressed the alarm button while coldly addressing the blue-haired youth. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" In response, the blue-haired youth smiled slightly, a mischievous glimmer dancing in his peach blossom eyes. With the elegance of a scion from a noble family, he spoke casually, Pleasure to meet you. I am Xingqiu, merely a small pest in the vast sea of books, occasionally wielding a sword. Having journeyed here, I noticed the exquisite mechanisms within your estate. It sensed a lingering aura of malice, which piqued my curiosity and prompted my visit. Before Xingqiu could finish his sentence, Norman Osborn suddenly erupted. Drawing a blade from seemingly nowhere, he lunged towards Xingqiu's throat. The sharp edge was but a breath away, the shriek of the slicing air following closely behind. With a swift motion, Xingqiu lightly touched the ground, his indigo garments unfurling like a blooming ink lotus, his figure drifting like willow fluff. The short blade grazed the jade pendant on his chest, slicing the alloy experiment table beside him in half, leaving a mirror-smooth edge. It is indeed rare to witness such hospitality. I must confess my ignorance. As he spoke, Xingqiu gracefully retreated, the god eye at his waist radiating a brilliant light. The Mijian weapon, known as the Destroyer of Stars, materialized in his hand with a resounding clang. The gilded shaft, adorned with azure wave patterns, shimmered as droplets of water danced at the tip, refracting a myriad of colors in the crimson alarm light. Norman Osborn's pupils constricted in disbelief, pondering where such a lengthy spear had been concealed. A mere trickster. Approaching the green goblin armor, Norman grinned wickedly and pressed a button on the arm of the suit. 18 miniature darts whistled from the shoulder armor, aimed at Xingqiu. Seizing the opportunity, he propelled himself off the ground, his alloy boots shattering marble as he lunged towards the control console, intent on donning the armor. Your mechanisms are indeed intricate. Xingqiu chuckled lightly, his spear twirling like an ink wash painting. The spear tip conjured a clear curtain of water, blossoming into azure flowers in midair, while the darts that struck the watery barrier seemed to sink into a quagmire, being repeatedly flicked away. Norman's hand was a mere half-inch from the armor's activation button when the azure spear tip pointed toward his back. Clang! With an almost uncanny angle, Norman twisted to defend, parrying the spear tip with the short blade, only to suddenly change tactics. The back of the blade flicked out 3 poison needles, aimed directly at Xingqiu's eyes. Whoosh! Xingqiu smiled and tilted his head aside, several strands of his azure hair severed by the needles. Yet, in his grasp, the Destroyer of Stars came alive, unleashing a torrent of water blades, each transforming into a fierce sword aura. However, it was too late. Norman had already donned the green goblin armor. Countless water swords crashed against the specially forged alloy armor, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Pressing the button on his gauntlet, 6 automated cannons of the glider unfolded, their infrared targeting locking on his Xingqiu like blood-red eyes as he sneered. Times have changed, little one. Rat-tat-tat. In an instant, as the guns spat fire, Xingqiu spun and danced with his spear. The Destroyer of Stars carved a crystalline arc, a swirling water vortex forming as the elemental water coalesced into a projectile. The bullets collided with the flowing curtain of water, all being deflected, sparking against the walls. What? In his astonishment, Norman Osborn found Xingqiu advancing through the water. The youth moved like a swimming dragon, each step perfectly timed between the trajectories of the bullets. When the spear struck the ground for leverage, it blossomed into a flurry of water lotuses, and when he lunged, it produced a sound akin to tearing silk. Boom! The Destroyer of Stars erupted with resplendent blue light, the gathered water elements morphing into a roaring dragon's head. Norman barely raised his blade to block, but his disoriented mind faltered by a beat. Whoosh! The spear swept like a startled swan, accurately flicking the short blade away. As Xingqiu executed a swift turn, his spear, the S.H.I.E.L.D, surged forth with an unstoppable torrent directed at Norman Osborn's throat. The tip of the spear was a mere 3 inches from his Adam's apple, the roiling mist of water already piercing the skin. Wait, I surrender. Norman Osborn shouted immediately, his visage awash with terror. The spear in Xingqiu's grasp halted at Osborn's throat, the swirling vapor coalescing into a chilling gleam against his neck. Since you concede, please. Before he could finish, Norman Osborn's face twisted into a sinister grin. Go to hell. His wrist-mounted armor glimmered ominously, and the laboratory glass shattered in response. A glider, like a lethal wheel of death, howled towards Xingqiu's back. Clang! Without turning, Xingqiu deftly swung his wrist, unleashing the spear. The S.H.I.E.L.D traced a crystalline arc, striking the glider's side blade with precision. The glider was jolted backward, crashing into the laboratory wall with a resonant thud. Such a person as yourself resorting to such petty tactics is truly unbecoming. Xingqiu sighed lightly. But Norman Osborn seized the moment to strike. A short blade of eerie green sprang forth from the armor on his leg, a malevolent grin stretching across his face as he lunged towards Xingqiu's back, exclaiming, "Crawl to hell," and complain. However, just as the blade was about to pierce Xingqiu, Norman Osborn staggered, darkness clouding his vision, and the short blade clattered to the ground. Xingqiu calmly turned to observe Norman Osborn, who knelt in agony, writhing in torment. Pain and rage flickered across his face, as if countless insects were wriggling beneath his skin, his throat emitting inhuman growls. I sincerely apologize for any misunderstanding. Chapter 138. Norman Osborn's resolve. Norman Osborn knelt on the ground, his nails digging deep into the metallic floor seams. He trembled violently, veins in his temples bulging like writhing serpents, while his throat emitted bestial hisses. Xingqiu stood before him, his indigo robes billowing without wind, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "It seems the effects of the drug have finally manifested," he remarked softly, as if commenting on a tea ceremony. "What have you done?" Norman Osborn suddenly lifted his head, his crimson eyes nearly bleeding with fury. He struggled to lunge forward, but found standing a challenge. After only 2 steps, he collapsed once more. Xingqiu casually tossed the S.H.I.E.L.D. chun into the air, the spear dissolving into myriad sparkling points as it ascended. He ambled to the laboratory table, his fingers brushing over the glowing vials of serum. "There is no need to regard me with such eyes. I merely added a touch of pure water to the stream that assailed you." Xingqiu picked up a vial, scrutinizing it under the light, and explained leisurely, "It is said to be a miraculous potion that draws forth one's truest power. It seems the rumors were not unfounded." At these words, Norman Osborn's pupils contracted sharply. He suddenly let out a chilling scream, clutching his head with both hands, desperately shouting, "Get out! Leave my mind! This body belongs to me! You cowardly waste!" His nails carved deep, crimson lines into his skin, and Norman Osborn's voice grew increasingly shrill. Yet almost immediately, his tone shifted to one of anguish and struggle as he pleaded, "Please, stop controlling me. I don't want to hurt anyone anymore. I shouldn't have done this." This harrowing dialogue of dissociative identity was spine-chilling, as if one could vividly witness 2 souls battling within him. Xingqiu silently observed the struggle, showing no inclination to intervene. After a prolonged silence, the laboratory was abruptly engulfed in an eerie quietude. Norman Osborn remained curled up on the floor, his skin's writhing gradually subsiding, and the crimson hue in his eyes slowly faded. When he lifted his head once more, his eyes were filled with a long-lost clarity and unfathomable pain. The memories, concealed by the Green Goblin's consciousness, surged forth like a tide. The astonished expression of General Slocum before his death, the grim sight of board members lying in pools of blood, and countless innocent lives turned to ash in explosions, among others. "Aye." He trembled as he touched the scars on his face, his voice rough as sandpaper, choking out, "My God, what have I done?" In response, Xingqiu approached him with a smile and said, "Do not worry. It was merely a trivial matter of indiscriminate slaughter, callous disregard for life, and blood-soaked atrocities. There is no need to dwell on it." Encouraged by his words, Norman Osborn wept even louder. Witnessing this, a faint smile graced Xingqiu's handsome face. After a lengthy pause, he softly remarked, "If you are mourning the loss of that friend, there is no need for such sorrow. The dosage administered will sustain you for no more than 3 days. After that, you shall be reunited." At these words, Norman Osborn's face drained of color, turning as pale as paper. He immediately looked up, hastily exclaiming, "No, no, no. He cannot come back." Stumbling forward, he grasped the hem of Xingqiu's garment, weeping profusely as he implored, "Please, grant me more of the potion. I cannot harm anyone else." Xingqiu did not pull away. Instead, he leaned slightly closer, gazing into Norman's eyes with seemingly profound intent, and smiled knowingly. "Do you truly wish for that?" His voice flowed like a gentle breeze caressing the strings of a harp. Continuing, "Though the Green Goblin indiscriminately sheds innocent blood, did you not, in some fleeting moment, feel a twinge of satisfaction at the removal of those obstacles, those enemies you loathed yet felt powerless to resist?" Norman Osborn's lips quivered, unable to retort. Though he abhorred the Green Goblin's actions, in some shadowy recess of his mind, he could hear whispers of clandestine glee. The voice echoed in his mind. General Slocum had long sought to dismantle Oscorp entirely, and the board members were preparing to expel him from the company he had founded. The Green Goblin had safeguarded his life's work, removing all threats in the most direct and effective manner. Observing the turmoil etched upon his face, Xingqiu continued to whisper insidiously, "The Green Goblin is indeed ruthless, yet he has protected your lifelong endeavors, accomplishing what you dared not. Have you truly never secretly rejoiced in his existence?" The laboratory fell into a profound silence, save for Norman Osborn's labored breathing. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the photograph of General Slocum on the wall, only to be swiftly averted. Xingqiu retrieved a vial of azure liquid from his sleeve, placing it gently upon the workbench before stepping back, declaring, "This is my purest water. It is entirely up to you to choose between total liberation or coexisting with darkness." Upon hearing this, Norman Osborn stared at the potion, then turned to behold his distorted reflection cast upon the wall. He harbored a deep loathing for the murderous monster, yet he could not deny that during those bloody nights, as he witnessed the terror in his enemy's eyes, he did experience an unprecedented thrill. No. Norman Osborn vehemently shook his head, summoning all his strength to silence the seductive voice. Struggling toward the workbench, he grasped the blue vial left by Xingqiu. The cerulean liquid rippled within the glass, mirroring his tear-streaked face. Clutching the final vial tightly, his knuckles turned white from the pressure. He murmured, "Oscorp should not be built upon corpses, nor should I protect it at the expense of innocence." As he uncorked the vial, the Green Goblin's mask in the display case suddenly whispered temptingly, "Without me, how will you protect Oscorp? How will you face those wolves?" Yet, Norman Osborn's hesitation lasted but a fleeting moment. He tilted his head back and consumed the potion, allowing the cool liquid to wash down his throat. "I will find other means," he vowed to the Green Goblin's mask in the display case, a promise to himself and to the dissipating dark persona, speaking fiercely in the way of Norman Osborn. Chapter 139. The Awakening of Norman Osborn. Norman Osborn tilted his head back, eyes closed as he drained the vial, then smashed the exquisite glass bottle onto the floor, shards scattering like stars. "Get out!" His nails dug deeply into his palms, eyes tightly shut as he muttered, "Never return." However, moments later, he felt no change. The Green Goblin's taunts echoed loudly in his ears, the family tree nearing completion. Abruptly, Norman Osborn opened his eyes to see Xingqiu. The blue-haired youth, awkwardly averting his gaze, stammering, how should I put this? What you just drank was actually mint water colored with edible dye. How does it taste? Refreshing? You tricked me?" Norman Osborn, consumed by fury, was about to approach Xingqiu to reason with him when his peripheral vision caught sight of the Green Goblin glider embedded in the wall, alongside the dilapidated laboratory. Upon reflection, Osborn realized he too had erred. After all, Xingqiu was merely a youth, spirited and prone to indulging in trivial jesting. Such behavior was hardly out of the ordinary. Yet, here he was, losing his temper over a matter so trivial, a lapse that was unbecoming of a man of his stature and sophistication. Noticing the glum expression on Norman Osborn's face, Xingqiu boldly retorted, "One must remain vigilant. If you choose to conspire with the Green Goblin, would that not be a gross waste of this precious elixir? Thankfully, you have made the right choice, and for that, I am relieved." Osborn's lips twitched uncontrollably. Though he longed to retort, he could not deny that had he been in Xingqiu's position, he might have made a similarly prudent choice. After a moment of internal struggle, he resignedly said, "Very well, please present the genuine elixir." Xingqiu's lips curled into a smile as he elegantly flicked his right hand through the air, conjuring a plastic bottle. Its label torn away, appearing in his palm as if by magic. Within the bottle swirled a translucent blue liquid, speckled with glimmering points reminiscent of starlight. In stark contrast to the exquisitely crafted vials of before, appearing rather humble, even unsightly. Norman Osborn stared at the rudimentary plastic bottle on the workbench, the blue liquid shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Hesitantly, he turned to Xingqiu and inquired this time, "It isn't merely mint water, is it?" Xingqiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments fluttering as if stirred by an unseen breeze, and replied with a grin, "Rest assured, This time I guarantee its authenticity. Taking a deep breath, Osborne twisted the cap and downed the contents in one swift motion. The liquid was cool upon entry, swiftly transforming into a warm current that coursed through his limbs. The pent-up negative emotions, anger over the betrayal by the board, despair over his son's incurable illness, guilt from being compelled to conduct inhumane experiments, dissipated like morning mist. He felt an unprecedented clarity and tranquility, as though he had been reborn. "How do you feel?" Xingqiu observed him curiously, cautiously inquiring. At this, Norman Osborn slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of idealism illuminating his gaze, and exclaimed excitedly, "I believe the great leader is right. The capitalists are the exploiting class, appropriating the surplus value of workers through the ownership of production means, thus exacerbating social inequality and conflict. I once thought the most sinister aspect within this vessel was the Green Goblin persona, but now I realize I was gravely mistaken. The true villain is none other than I, Norman Osborn, the reactionary capitalist, the embodiment of the exploiting class." Wait a moment. Xingqiu stood there bewildered, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at the suddenly fervent Norman Osborn, stammering in disbelief. "Let me process this. Is this medicine effective?" At this moment, I have profoundly recognized the errors and narrow-mindedness of my former self. Henceforth, I must undertake a complete reformation of Oscorp. Norman Osborn rose from his seat with fervor, exclaiming with spirited determination, "Even though America is a capitalist nation, I shall find a way to transform Oscorp into an entity actively engaged in philanthropy, disaster relief, and environmental protection, while prioritizing employee welfare. In the pursuit of profit, I will emphasize social benefits, embodying the principles of wealth distribution from the affluent to the less fortunate, thus establishing a red enterprise." He began to pace in the laboratory, murmuring to himself, "Yes, I must establish an employee stock ownership plan, allocate 30 of profits to a poverty alleviation fund, and make all patents freely available to developing countries. That might be a bit too radical. I should consider alternative approaches." Xingqiu gazed in astonishment at the wealthy man who had only recently been grappling with his Green Goblin persona, now fervently strategizing the creation of an American red enterprise. Within this brief span of mere minutes, Norman Osborn had already formulated a plan, preparing to draft several opinions on Oscorp's transition to a red enterprise. "Wait." Xingqiu finally regained his composure and hurriedly grasped the impassioned Norman Osborn, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "This potion, I believe, only serves to purify the heart of evil. How could it possibly?" Yet before he could finish, Norman Osborn turned and grasped his hand, tears brimming in his eyes as he said, "Thank you, Comrade Xingqiu. Thank you for allowing me to comprehend the profound thoughts of our great leader and recognize the original sin of capitalism. I never imagined that being at the core of capitalism, I could truly feel the spirit and contemplation of our great leader." The moonlight streamed through the shattered glass, illuminating Xingqiu's bewildered face. In the laboratory, Norman Osborn continued passionately elucidating the grand blueprint of corporate social responsibility and common prosperity to Xingqiu. Seizing the moment while he paused for a drink, Xingqiu hastily inquired, "Hold on a moment. How is the Green Goblin faring?" "Rest assured, Comrade Xingqiu." Norman Osborn warmly grasped Xingqiu's hand, his expression one of compassion as he stated, "In truth, we have previously misunderstood the Green Goblin. He is essentially a pitiable individual, alienated by capitalism and blinded by imperialism. It is the limitations of our current era, coupled with the erosion of my thoughts as a capitalist and the absence of proper ideological guidance, that have led him astray." Upon hearing this, Xingqiu's mind momentarily faltered as he stammered, "Are you implying that?" "To atone for my mistakes, I am preparing to devise a systematic learning plan for him." Norman Osborn excitedly produced paper and pen, swiftly inscribing the title, "Implementation Plan for the Ideological Reformation of Comrade Green Goblin. I intend to commence with Das Kapital, followed by the philosophical history of Marxist thought. Additionally, I shall pen 3 reflective essays on my studies each week." Xingqiu opened his mouth, attempting to articulate something, yet ultimately only managed a feeble utterance. "Abba, Abba, Abba." "Comrade Xingqiu, look here." Norman Osborn paid no heed to Xingqiu's plight, directing attention to the 3rd chapter of the plan, stating, Every Tuesday and Thursday evening is designated for criticism and self-criticism, during which I will collaborate with the Green Goblin to dissect the insidious nature of bourgeois thought. Xingqiu's lips twitched several times, ultimately culminating in a long sigh. Chapter 140. The Fall of the Serpent Gang. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of Serpent Castle on 7th Avenue, hundreds of gang members armed with an array of weapons thronged together like agitated serpents. The air was thick with the aroma of fine cigars, cheap cigarettes, whiskey, and the scent of desire. The golden serpentine patterns embedded in the walls shimmered alluringly under the flickering lights, as if recounting the splendor of this criminal empire. The rattlesnake stood upon a raised platform, his golden mask reflecting an awe-inspiring radiance under the spotlight. He slowly raised his hand, and the raucous hall fell into an immediate silence, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing and the subtle rustling of leather. Brothers, his voice, modified by the mask, resonated with a metallic allure. Do you still remember the sound of champagne popping in our Manhattan penthouses as those affluent merchants and celebrities groveled at our feet? A fervent response erupted from the crowd below. The rattlesnake opened his arms wide, as if embracing the glories of yesteryears, continuing, Do you still recall the taste of commanding this city? Each street was our vault, and every police station had our watchdogs. His tone abruptly sharpened, shifting the conversation. But ever since that accursed night owl appeared, everything has changed. The projector suddenly illuminated, showcasing the charred remains of drug factories, bullet-riddled cash trucks, and close-ups of fallen gang members in a morgue. The rattlesnake's voice, akin to a serpent's hiss, seethed with malice. Because of him, our casino revenues have plummeted by 60%. Over 60% of our illicit drug production facilities have been destroyed. At this rate, we won't even be able to collect parking fees. He shattered the crystal glass in his grasp, bellowing, Those who once knelt at our feet now dare to spit in our faces. Tell me, can you endure such humiliation? No, roared hundreds of voices in unison. Tell me, do you wish to tear that self-righteous vigilante to shreds? Yes. The rattlesnake leapt back onto the platform, the golden mask reflecting a cold light, proclaiming, By sunset tomorrow, I want to see the heart of the night owl before me. Each participant in this operation shall be rewarded with $500,000. Whoever delivers the final blow. The rattlesnake paused momentarily, savoring the ravenous gazes from the crowd below, and coldly proclaimed, I shall share all the business in the Eastern District with him. Oh, at the very moment the rattlesnake's words faded, a deafening roar of fervent cheers reverberated, causing the crystal chandelier to tremble. Weapons were raised high, and the sound of bullets being chambered echoed like a serpent's hiss. Yet, just as the ecstatic cries within the serpent's castle reached a fever pitch, an exceptionally heavy engine growl, akin to a beast's roar, pierced through the walls. While the ordinary henchmen remained bewildered, the copperhead suddenly stiffened, recognizing the distinctive rumble of a modified diesel engine. Everyone be on guard. The copperhead's shout was drowned by an even greater cacophony. Boom! In an instant, the 3-meter-high oak doors of the serpent's castle warped and twisted. Accompanied by the jarring sound of tearing metal, a reinforced Freightliner truck burst into the hall like a frenzied beast. The splintered fragments of the shattered doors flew apart like shrapnel from a bomb, instantly reducing a dozen unsuspecting henchmen to mere pulp. Stop it! The Black Mamba roared, drawing his twin pistols, but the bullets merely sparked against the bulletproof glass. Boom! The Freightliner truck showed no signs of slowing, its tires grinding over the chaotic debris of overturned tables and corpses, charging straight towards the elevated platform. Drink! The copperhead and the water python sprang into action simultaneously, their muscles straining against their torn suits, one enhanced by genetic modification, the other clad in high-tech armor, braving to impede the rampaging monstrosity. Crash! The copperhead braced against the front of the vehicle, shattering the marble tiles beneath his feet. The water python, bellowing in fury, seized the truck's bumper, his arms bulging with veins like a coiled dragon. The truck continued to push forward, its tires skidding and smoking in the pool of blood. Concentrate fire on the tires and cabin. The rattlesnake commanded coolly. Dozens of rifles erupted in unison, bullets raining down upon the tires. With a hiss, the robust rubber tires finally succumbed to the relentless assault, beginning to deflate, the vehicle's speed gradually diminishing. When the truck finally came to a halt, merely 3 meters from the platform, smoke billowed from the engine. The copperhead and the water python, panting heavily, released their grip, their arms now twisted at unnatural angles. The hall fell into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed upon the steel behemoth that had intruded so abruptly, gun muzzles aimed squarely at the cabin. The rattlesnake descended slowly from the platform, his gaze beneath the golden mask as cold as steel. He signaled, and several henchmen were shoved forward, trembling hands grasping the deformed door handle. Creak! The severely contorted door was forcibly pulled open, revealing an empty cabin. Beneath the seat lay a twisted metal baseball bat, seemingly mocking the tension of the crowd. Search the cargo. The rattlesnake issued a cold command, his fingers unconsciously caressing the grip of his firearm. Upon hearing this, the python maneuvered to the rear of the compartment, her enhanced fingers effortlessly crushing the heavy combination lock. As she swung open the massive door, her pupils contracted to the size of pinheads. Inside the compartment lay dozens of metal barrels, meticulously arranged and marked with warnings of explosive substances, while a timer pulsated in the center, its red digits flickering ominously. "Boss!" The python abruptly turned, cold sweat trickling down her brow. Yet her words were forever stifled in her throat. The timer reached 0. The world suddenly plunged into an eerie silence, which was soon shattered, not by sound, but by an all-consuming, pure radiance. Boom! A blinding fireball rapidly expanded from the center of the compartment, instantly vaporizing all nearby. The shockwave descended like the hammer of a deity, reducing the supporting walls of the serpent's castle to dust. The last sight the rattlesnake beheld was the golden mask melting under the intense heat. Then his consciousness, along with the entirety of the serpent gang, was whisked away into the night sky of New York by the rising mushroom cloud. Several kilometers away, glass windows shattered simultaneously, and the piercing sound of alarms echoed throughout 7th Avenue. Chapter 141. 2 lines after Norman Osborn concluded his explanation of the Green Goblin Mind Transformation Implementation Plan. Xingqiu suddenly chuckled lightly and inquired, "Have you considered administering the Green Goblin Serum to your son as well?" At this, Norman Osborn calmly set down the marker in his hand, his gaze clear and unwavering, and replied, "I have contemplated this matter for quite some time. When I initially took on the order to replicate the military super soldier serum, my hope was to leverage the research on it to unravel the hereditary disease afflicting my family. However, I have decided against pursuing that path now." "Oh, why is that?" Norman Osborn approached the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the dazzling nightscape of New York. His silhouette was resolute against the glass as he declared, "The Green Goblin Serum indeed cured my hereditary ailment, but the price was far too steep. Individual health cannot come at the expense of societal safety. The mistakes I have made cannot be allowed to perpetuate into the next generation." Xingqiu's smile grew ever brighter as he pressed further. "Even if it means watching your son suffer to death?" Norman Osborn turned to face the blue-haired youth, his gaze unwavering as he responded, "As a father, I desire nothing more than for Harry to thrive in health. However, I believe that personal fate must yield to collective welfare. As a member of society, I cannot sacrifice the safety of millions for one life." With that, Norman Osborn surveyed the laboratory around him and continued, "Tomorrow, I will destroy all technical documents related to the Green Goblin Serum. Such malevolent creations must not persist in this world." "An intriguing choice," Xingqiu murmured softly. "Forgive me, I spoke too loudly just now." Before Xingqiu could finish his words, Norman Osborn smoothly offered his apologies. Upon concluding, Norman's gaze fixated intently on Xingqiu, his voice steady yet laced with a hint of urgency as he inquired, "Comrade Xingqiu, do you truly possess the pure water?" At this, a subtle smile graced Xingqiu's lips as he replied, "Indeed, I have a small reserve." However, he deliberately paused for a moment before continuing, "My asking price is not insignificant. You would be wise to consider this carefully." Yet, Norman Osborn remained composed, as if he had anticipated this moment, gesturing affirmatively. "Understood. Please proceed. $10 million, along with the complete technical documentation for the Green Goblin armor. I had initially hoped for the destruction of all experimental data related to the Goblin Serum, but it seems that will no longer be necessary." Without a moment's hesitation, Norman responded, "No problem." He approached the laboratory's safe, retrieving an encrypted hard drive and placing it on the table, stating, "Here lies the comprehensive technical data for the latest armor. The funds will be transferred to your designated account by tomorrow morning." Xingqiu chuckled softly, producing a delicate glass vial from his sleeve. The liquid within shimmered with a starlit glow, contrasting sharply with the previous crude plastic container. This is the final portion of pure water. As he spoke, he slid the vial towards Norman Osborn. As for the 10 million, you may direct it to Mr. Dylick, the benefactor of the angels. I shall collect it. Norman Osborn carefully accepted the vial, examining it with utmost reverence, expressing his profound gratitude. Thank you immensely, Comrade Xingqiu. You will forever remain an esteemed friend of the Osborn family. However, when he looked up, he found that the blue-haired youth had vanished, along with a hard drive containing the Green Goblin's secrets. Under the cloak of night, 7th Avenue had been entirely sealed off, the Venom Castle appearing as a gaping wound, exposed beneath the New York sky. Numerous police vehicles, bomb disposal units, as well as fire and ambulance services surrounded the scene, creating an impenetrable barrier, while the swirling police lights painted the night in a chaotic blend of red and blue hues. News helicopters buzzed overhead, their searchlights sweeping across the disaster area like specters. Step back. Everyone, please remain outside the cordon. The officers shouted hoarsely, striving to prevent the throngs of journalists from breaching the blockade. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the stench of blood, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Amidst the rubble, firefighters and medical personnel were laboriously engaged in search and rescue efforts. Here, another one, a firefighter shouted, as his comrades swiftly cleared away debris to reveal a charred and disfigured body. Paramedics navigated the wreckage with stretchers, though more often than not, they could only helplessly cover the remains with white sheets, the horrific scene prompting even seasoned emergency doctors to turn away in retching despair. In the heart of the ruins, Agent Kane, a distinguished demolition expert, crouched before a vast crater, meticulously examining the charred remains of a truck with a thermal imaging scanner. He glanced up at Director George Stacy, who approached with a grave expression. The unmanned fallen-a-heavy truck was laden with no less than 5 tons of military-grade explosive. Kane stated in a voice unervingly calm, "This individual is undoubtedly a demolition specialist. Their expertise in the quantity of explosives, the design of the detonation device, and even the selection of the blast site is astoundingly meticulous." The shockwave was directed, with the blast radius confined to within 50 meters, perfectly obliterating the castle while only shattering the glass of nearby structures. He held up a sealed evidence bag containing a twisted metal fragment, continuing, "The remnants of the detonator indicate the use of radio-controlled altitude detonation, suggesting the bomber calculated with microsecond precision. This is a masterclass in demolition." Before Kane could finish, Behavioral Analysis Agent Morris approached, his tablet displaying the criminal profiles of the Serpent Gang. Director Stacy, according to our undercover intel, the Serpent Gang originally planned to mobilize all their forces against Night Owl tonight. He swiped the screen to reveal the profiles of Dylick and the Punisher, stating, "Both possess the motive and capability. Night Owl excels in flame manipulation, while the Punisher is a demolition expert. However, the execution of this operation is far too professional, resembling a military operation. I suspect the Punisher is behind this." At that moment, a forensic officer hurried over, shouting, "Sir, we found this in the truck wreckage." He handed over a scorched metal tag, emblazoned with a skull insignia. "The Punisher's mark," George Stacy murmured, but he quickly noticed Agent Kane shaking his head. "I don't believe so," Kane asserted, pointing to a distribution map of the castle ruins. "Observe the rare spiral diffusion pattern of the blast wave. Such precision necessitates a highly calculated ratio of explosives. As far as I know, the Punisher S.H.I.E.L.D leans towards brute efficiency rather than such finesse. Additionally, Night Owl's flames exhibit a negative reaction, which is inconsistent." Disregarding the experts' debate, George Stacy began his own brainstorming session. The expert-level precision of the explosion, the superhuman capabilities involved, and the impeccable timing of the gang's revenge. Rubbing his throbbing temples, his gaze drifted towards the distant, red-lit Angel's Gift Tavern. "Alert all units." He finally spoke, his voice weary yet resolute. "For now, we shall designate the Punisher as the primary suspect, but a special investigative team must be established. I want to ascertain the whereabouts of every superhuman present on this street tonight." Chapter 142. The Unlearnable Grimoire, the following morning at Midtown High School. The first light of dawn bathed the Victorian clock tower in a soft golden glow. On the red brick wall, obscured by climbing vines, glistening dewdrops shimmer in the light. while the oak trees lining the path cast mottled shadows upon the students engrossed in their morning readings. The grass on the playground still bears the remnants of dew from the previous night, and the glass windows of the library reflect the rising sun. In the distance, the hum of a groundskeeper pushing a lawnmower mixes with the faint scent of chalk dust wafting from the classrooms, enveloping the entire campus in a serene and vibrant tranquility, reminiscent of a youthful spirit just awakening. Inside the classroom, Zhi Jiuan is deep in contemplation over a hardcover book adorned with a greenish-blue cover, his fingers anxiously tugging at his hair. The golden vine patterns along the edges of the pages glimmer under the sunlight. As Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy enter the room, they are immediately drawn to the sight of Zhi Jiuan, who is bouncing around like a monkey, igniting their curiosity. "What are you reading?" Peter Parker inquires with a cheeky grin, leaning closer. "What book could be so profound? When I was reading Advanced Organic Chemistry, I never saw you so distressed." As he peers down at the tome titled Introduction to Magical Theory on Zhi Jiuan's desk, Peter Parker is taken aback by the unfamiliar script, which bears no resemblance to Chinese. It resembles something akin to Sumerian cuneiform. Zhi Jiuan, pushing Peter's head away with a look of disdain, retorts with your superstitious scientific mind. It is quite challenging to explain. This is no ordinary book. Consider it akin to the works of Wang Wei. With a scoff, Peter Parker turns his nose up at Zhi Jiuan's comment, muttering, "Fine, if you don't want to share, it's not like I'm particularly interested." However, despite his words, he shows no intention of leaving and instead leans closer, peering at the pages alongside Zhi Jiuan. Meanwhile, Gwen Stacy, her eyes narrowing with delight as she observes Peter resting his head on Zhi Jiuan's shoulder, feels a surge of jealousy. What a surprise. The one vying for my man is another man. She seethes, realizing the reason behind Zhi Jiuan's lack of a girlfriend in high school. He's been eyeing her boyfriend. It is utterly despicable. Grinding her teeth, Gwen rolls up her sleeves and pulls Peter Parker closer, gesturing for him to lean on her shoulder instead. Peter Parker, bewildered by Gwen's sudden odd behavior, remains perplexed. Meanwhile, Zhi Jiuan is oblivious to their antics, his focus entirely consumed by the pages of Introduction to Magical Theory. In his quest to become a master of magic, he had previously sought out Dialect to learn a bit of Teyvat language. He believes that while he may not rival Musk, passing himself off as a local should be manageable. Yet, after an entire morning spent with the book, the knowledge simply refuses to penetrate his mind. Damn it! This wretched book must have an excessively strong sense of intellectual property rights. Frustrated, Zhi Jiuan flips to the title page, eager to discover which imbecile compiled this nonsense. He wished to curse those gluttonous fools. The Introduction to Magic was edited by Lisa Mintz, with co-editors Sugar, Astrologus, and Mona Magistus, and special advisor Albedo. Zhi Jiuan quietly closed the title page, daring not to utter another word. It turned out that the book was authored by these esteemed individuals, which likely meant that the problem resided within himself. Zhi Jiuan glanced around and leaned out of the window to peer down below. Perhaps it was the elevation of the second floor that rendered the air thin, leading to insufficient blood supply and diminished brain cell activity, thus hindering his ability to think deeply. Upon this realization, he closed the book and nodded confidently. "Truly, I am handsome, charming, and exceptionally intelligent. I have swiftly identified the fundamental reason for my inability to master magic." Observing Zhi Jiuan's peculiar behavior, the surrounding students instinctively distanced themselves from him, as if avoiding something unclean. When Zhi Jiuan finally regained his composure, Peter Parker immediately approached him with a piece of paper in hand, asking, "Could you do me a favor?" At this, Zhi Jiuan became wary, scrutinizing Peter Parker carefully before responding. "Go ahead." Peter Parker, undeterred by his usual eccentricities, succinctly stated, "I applied for a part-time waiter position at the Angel's Gift Bar, and the owner, Dialect, agreed. However, he requires a brief training session before I start, and I lack experience in this area. Since you know Dialect, I was hoping you could help me with the questions." Zhi Jiuan instantly relaxed, saying, "Oh, that's no problem." Hearing this, Peter Parker promptly placed the exam paper in front of Zhi Jiuan, pointing to a question, and asked this question: if you were to clean the restroom and, upon opening the door, found a lady changing clothes, what do you think would be appropriate to say? I believe it would be suitable to say, "I am sorry, ma'am," then turn and leave, closing the door behind me. Gwen felt it should be I'm sorry, followed by turning to leave and shutting the door. What do you think? Zhi Jiuan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before earnestly replying, "I believe one should say, 'I am sorry, ma'am,' and then enter, locking the door." After a brief silence, Peter Parker turned to Gwen Stacy, stating seriously, "We can discuss the career test later. Let's call the police first." Chapter 143, Winter Camp Noon, New York, Midtown High School. The afternoon sun filtered through the oak leaves, casting dappled light upon the picnic blanket. Zhi Jiuan was enjoying a plate of fried rice when he was suddenly drawn to the commotion emanating from the school gate. A group of over 20 freshmen, bustling with excitement, gathered around two yellow buses, resembling a flock of restless sparrows. "Hurry up, Alex. Stuff that damned gaming console into your suitcase. Has anyone seen my Vaseline? What happened to the promised forest hike? Todd." Several boys were struggling to cram exaggerated outdoor gear into an overloaded luggage compartment, while the girls, holding a Polaroid camera, adjusted their angles, vying to fit into the frame, only to erupt into playful squabbles. A balding middle-aged teacher was hoarsely calling out names from the attendance list, yet his voice was completely drowned out by the students' raucous laughter. Amused that they could afford to be louder. After all, there was someone unconscious 12 kilometers away who hadn't quite caught what they were saying. Zhi Jiuan squinted, expressing his discontent. Gwen Stacy followed his gaze, her golden hair shimmering softly in the sunlight as she explained, "Those are the freshmen attending the winter camp. They were supposed to depart last week, but due to the recent string of peculiar incidents, it was postponed to today. Naturally, with the prospect of a winter camp, they are bound to exhibit some excitement." Jessica Campbell set down her juice box, conspiratorially lowering her voice. "I envy them. I've heard that this year's destination is Tongass National Forest in Alaska. It's supposed to be a splendid place where one can hike, fish, canoe, observe wildlife, and even camp. However, given it's Alaska, the parents insisted on increased security measures from the school and demanded that a formally registered priest accompany them for the freshmen's safety." Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then wore an expression of bewilderment mixed with astonishment as he queried, "Why would those parents think it's safer for their children to venture into the woods with a priest and a few unfamiliar men, especially a priest, who was requested by the parents nonetheless? In medieval Europe, such a situation might have required a quota system for each household." Gwen Stacy covered her face in exasperation, her head throbbing as she remarked, "Given your perspective, I feel utterly incapable of viewing this winter camp through a rational lens." Peter Parker mirrored her sentiment, wearing an expression of bewilderment as he pondered aloud. "If we consider it your way, how can the school ensure the safety of those freshmen? They are heading to the Alaskan wilderness. Surely, they can't be left without any security personnel?" In response, Zhi Jiuan waved his hand dismissively, saying casually, "That's simple. Just replace all the security staff with Japanese and Indian individuals. Let the Japanese handle the boys' security. They should have no interest in young boys. As for the priest overseeing the girls' security, aside from young boys and Jesus, he likely wouldn't be interested in anyone else. Then let them warn these young boys and girls. If anyone misbehaves, let the Indians be responsible for their security. What do you think? Isn't such an arrangement rather perfect?" Peter Parker wore an expression of resigned disbelief, muttering weakly, "You must be a devil." "Thank you for the compliment, but I am not so benevolent," came the reply. As evening descended upon New York, in Queens, LaGuardia Airport was bathed in an orange-red glow from the setting sun. Students from Midtown High School disembarked with their luggage, bustling about. Several accompanying teachers endeavored to maintain order, while 5 security personnel were strategically positioned around the group. A solemn priest brought up the rear, quietly reminding the students to be mindful of their conduct. Alex Browning walked at the front of the line, gripping the straps of his backpack tightly, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. The terminal was a flurry of activity, with the cacophony of announcements, footsteps, and the rolling of suitcase wheels intertwining. Yet he felt an inexplicable unease. He sensed that something was lurking in the shadows, as if an invisible pressure was gradually coalescing in the air. "Hey, Alex." His friend Todd clapped him on the shoulder, sporting a relaxed smile. "Don't wear that face, buddy. We're heading to Alaska for fun, not a funeral. Cheer up." Alex managed a strained smile, about to respond when a sudden chill swept through the terminal. With a crackle, the flight information screen flickered violently, momentarily transforming into a blinding array of static. Moments later, it returned to normal, but every flight's status read canceled, except for the last entry. which indicated that Wally Airlines Flight 180 was still scheduled to depart on time. "Todd, look." Alex's voice was hoarse, and his hand trembled slightly as he pointed at the screen. Todd followed his gaze, but after a few flickers of static, the screen returned to its previous state. Unfazed, Todd shrugged and reassured Alex. "It's just a display malfunction, nothing to worry about. I know what you're concerned about, but the odds of a plane crash are exceedingly low, less than 0.1. We won't be that unlucky. Plus, over 50 crashes are due to severe weather. And the weather is splendid today." Suddenly, a thunderous roar interrupted Todd's words, as the previously clear sky darkened ominously, and torrential rain poured down. Alex remained silent, simply gazing at the tempestuous weather, his expression one of frustration, as if the world owed him an apology. Just as Alex attempted to look outside to ease his tension, he noticed the hydraulic apparatus of the boarding bridge was leaking, leaving a small puddle of oil on the ground. Meanwhile, the maintenance crew was working on the stairway, which suddenly emitted a jarring metallic screech. On the aircraft they were about to board, specifically the Wally Airlines Flight 180, there appeared to be a panel on the wing that was not entirely secured. Observing the reliability of both the airport and the plane, coupled with the meticulous demeanor of the ground staff, his anxieties finally dissipated. Just as Alex found himself lost in thought, a clear boarding announcement resonated throughout the hall. "Wally Airlines Flight 180 is now boarding. Passengers, please proceed to Gate 12. Chapter 144. The Grim Reaper approaches nightfall in New York, within an apartment in the Bronx. Ideas surged into his mind from all directions. In the living room, Zhi Jiuan sat on the sofa, gesticulating at the surrounding air and murmuring to himself, appearing somewhat unhinged. However, after a brief bout of eccentricity, he settled down, donning a philosophical expression, with a countenance filled with deep contemplation as he stared at the introduction to magical engineering. Part 1, Chapter 1. Introduction, the definition of elemental force. Historical evolution, from ancient worship to the Lisa model. Goodness, is Sister Lisa truly that remarkable? Chapter 2. The properties and characterization of the 7 elements. The ontological controversy of elements, substance or information. Environmental enrichment of elements and biological affinity. This chapter was likely penned by Sugar. Chapter 3. The perception and guidance of elemental force. The resonance model of human mental energy and elemental force. Feasibility of non-mediated guidance. Cases of demigods and immortals. This chapter must be written by Professor Albedo. After retrieving the Children's Enlightenment Dictionary of Teyvat, gifted by Dialek, Zhi Jiuan began to read the table of contents of Introduction to Magical Engineering. Although it was quite challenging to comprehend, he managed to read it with some effort. Chapter 10. Ethics in Magical Engineering and Analysis of Major Historical Incidents, with a cautionary reference to the Alice paradigm. Upon translating the contents of Chapter 10, Zhi Jiuan's eyes brightened, and he suddenly felt invigorated. He swiftly flipped to the corresponding page and began to read with great interest. This chapter aims to deeply explore the extreme importance of ethical review, risk assessment, and controllability in magical engineering through the analysis of a series of renowned historical events triggered by the legendary sorceress, Lady Alice. While her actions embodied immense creativity, her methodologies should never be emulated by beginners or even the vast majority of seasoned scholars. Upon reading the chapter introduction, Zhi Jiuan's lips twitched in disbelief. To have an entire chapter dedicated to such a textbook, truly remarkable, Lady Alice. After a brief moment of sarcasm, he continued to read. Case 1021, Wind Dragon Ruins Reconstruction Incident. Initial objective, attempting to transform the Wind Dragon Ruins, Old Mondstadt, into an ideal aerial garden more suitable for sorceress' tea parties. Actual operation, large-scale intervention of wind elemental force in an effort to reconstruct the ancient architectural structure. Consequences, the internal elemental force field of the Wind Dragon Ruins became exceedingly unstable, leading to a distortion of spatial structure and, ultimately, severe damage to the ruins, transforming them into the Wind Dragon Wasteland. To this day, the Wind Dragon Wasteland remains classified as a high-risk area by the Knights of Favonius, with entry strictly prohibited for unauthorized personnel. Teaching points, the ethical necessity of large-scale alterations to historical sites, and the unpredictable interaction between elemental forces and ancient barriers. Although previously aware of this tale, or rather this incident, Revisiting it elicited an involuntary admiration for Alice's dexterity and destructiveness. Case 1022, Inazuma Mikage Furnace Incident. Initial purpose: to assist Inazuma in resolving the energy leakage issue of the Mikage furnace. Actual operation: an unknown technology was employed for intervention, proving to be more efficient and direct. Consequences: while the crisis was temporarily contained, the manner of handling left local engineers, such as Xavier, perplexed and unable to take over, resulting in a prescription deemed more terrifying than the ailment itself, thereby increasing long-term maintenance risks. Teaching points: the importance of the inheritability and standardization of magical technology. Assistance projects must consider the local technician's capacity for acceptance. Upon reflecting on this case, Zhi Jiuan suddenly recalled the task of repairing furnaces in Inazuma from years ago. To buy osmanthus flowers and carry wine, it is never quite the same as the youthful wanderings. Shaking his head and murmuring to himself, Zhi Jiuan continued perusing his book. However, the chapter was excessively lengthy. He turned through several pages only to find more of Lady Alice's dubious past. At the end of the chapter, Zhi Jiuan finally encountered a positive case. Case 10211. The Geo Archon's Accompaniment Tour Incident. A model of risk collaborative management. Background: Lady Alice traveled to Liyue for a geological and cultural investigation, where the local authorities anticipated her propensity for high-risk behaviors, such as terrain alteration and testing the strength of monuments. Operation: instead of imposing a simple prohibition, Liyue accorded her the necessary attention, with the Geo Archon personally accompanying her, providing professional guidance and explanations throughout. Outcomes: 1. Zero-risk transformation. The Archon, with equal prowess and wisdom, constrained Alice's research impulses to purely academic discussions and observations, adeptly diffusing all high-risk experimental propositions. 2. Knowledge enrichment. Ultimately, Alice left behind a detailed and captivating account in the Teyvat Travel Guide, Liyue edition, with no destructive descriptions present. 3. Paradigmatic value. This established a risk management paradigm that achieved the most effective oversight through the highest standard of hospitality, hailed as a textbook case of collaborative management in international academic exchanges. Teaching points: for research activities involving ultra-high-energy individuals, preemptively matching with equally powerful supervisory collaboration is the most cost-effective safety investment. Communicating and fulfilling their core academic needs is crucial to avoiding unnecessary physical interventions. It appears this, too, is part of Lady Alice's dubious history. Zhi Jiuan rested his hand upon his forehead, silently closing the introduction to magic, as he pondered the restless nights brought on by excessive laughter. Perhaps it would be more prudent to check the news first. He reached for the remote control and turned on the television, which flickered to life, immediately broadcasting the local news from New York. The female anchor, with a grave demeanor, reported breaking news. At 9:25 p.m. tonight, a Woolly Airlines Flight 180, en route from New York to Alaska, experienced an explosion shortly after takeoff, resulting in the tragic loss of all passengers aboard. Zhi Jiuan sat bolt upright, nearly losing grip on the remote. The news footage shifted to live reports from LaGuardia Airport in Queens, where anxious relatives and flashing police lights painted a chaotic scene. The anchor continued. In a last-minute request before takeoff, 7 passengers had disembarked, and they are now the sole survivors of this aviation disaster. Authorities indicated that these individuals are under investigation due to their direct connection to the calamity. The television displayed blurry images of 6 youths and a female teacher being escorted by police. Although the visuals were unclear, Zhi Jiuan immediately recognized several familiar figures. Were they freshmen from Midtown High School? Chapter 145. Anomaly, Foreknowledge, New York, Queens, LaGuardia Airport. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping LaGuardia Airport in a suffocating gloom. The wreckage of Woolly Airlines Flight 180 lay scattered across the runway and the adjacent grass, resembling the remains of a colossal beast. Twisted metal fragments glinted ominously under the emergency lights. The air was thick with the acrid scent of aviation fuel mingled with a faint hint of char, inducing nausea. The scene at the rescue site resembled a chaotic tableau. The red and blue flashing lights illuminated faces in a flickering dance of shadows. Fire engines, ambulances, and police cars were haphazardly parked, forming a moving barricade. Firefighters wielded high-pressure hoses, dousing the still smoldering wreckage with foam, while white steam intertwined with black smoke. Medical personnel hurriedly navigated the debris with stretchers, but soon their pace grew heavy as they discovered only fragmented remains. "We need more body bags. Hurry, there are none left. We only brought 100, and they've all been used. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Command Center, this is Rescue Team 3. The search in the western sector is complete. No survivors have been found. Please send an additional 100 body bags." "Understood, Command Center." The radio crackled with a series of somber reports. Flashing lights intermittently illuminated the scene, while reporters, kept at bay by police tape, strained to relay their accounts. This is the most catastrophic aviation disaster in New York in the last decade. It is reported that all 189 souls aboard, including the crew, have perished. Not far away, on the rooftop of a freight building, two figures stood in silence. Deluc, clad in a dark crimson coat, had scarlet-tipped hair that fluttered gently in the night breeze. Beside me, S.H.I.E.L.D donned a flowing white robe with elegant sleeves, his short azure-green hair glimmering softly under the moonlight. The golden hues of his eyes reflected the tragic scene in the distance. I surveyed the area using elemental sight, finding no anomalies. "What about you?" Dialec's voice was low and composed. Suddenly, an emerald light flickered in Zhao's eyes. As he activated his elemental vision, the world transformed into a tapestry of flowing energies. He meticulously scanned every fragment of debris, observing every ripple of elemental fluctuation in search of any unusual energy traces. His gaze swept over the wailing family members, the weary rescue personnel, and the flashing police lights, ultimately resting on the lifeless remnants. After a brief moment, the emerald glow in Zhao's eyes gradually faded. He gently shook his head and said, "Nothing unusual. No abnormal elemental reactions, nor any signs of malevolence. It resembles a typical aviation disaster." Dialec's brow furrowed, the crimson of his eyes reflecting the distant flames as he remarked, "This is troubling. It seems that to uncover the intentions of that harbinger of death, we must first locate the boy who can foresee its next move." S.H.I.E.L.D turned his gaze toward the direction of the Queen's district, the night wind stirring the beaded embellishments on his attire. Finding the boy is not difficult. However, tracking down this so-called harbinger of death is likely no simple task. He paused, a flicker of concern and gravity crossing his amber eyes, continuing, "Moreover, it is formless and intangible, resembling more of an inevitability that leads to death. Such a conceptual entity might not even possess a consciousness, making communication impossible." Dialec remained silent for a moment, the fabric of his red coat rustling in the wind as he responded, "Since we recognize that this is far from coincidental, and that its rules allow for glimpses into death, it implies there exists a fissure within this hunt that can be intervened." Suddenly, a commotion erupted below as another batch of victims' bodies was unearthed, the anguished cries of their families tearing through the night sky. The two exchanged glances, and, in an instant, their figures vanished into the darkness. Meanwhile, in the makeshift interrogation room at LaGuardia Airport, the narrow space was filled with the hum of stark fluorescent lights overhead. Alex Browning sat on a cold metal chair, his hands unconsciously entwined. Opposite him sat two agents, their suits impeccably tailored, their gazes sharp as hawks. "Once more, Mr. Browning." The older agent spoke first, slamming a dossier onto the table with a weighty thud, his tone severe. "How did you know the plane would explode before its takeoff?" Upon hearing this, Alex swallowed hard, his throat dry and painful, and in a hoarse voice replied, I had a dream before boarding, a very vivid dream. In it, I distinctly saw the plane explode shortly after takeoff. Everyone." The younger agent interrupted him with a derisive laugh, his words laced with malice. "A dream? Do you expect us to believe such a tale? 189 lives, Mr. Browning. Do you believe that a mere dream can elucidate the situation? I speak the truth." Alex's voice trembled with fervor as he passionately contended. "Before boarding, I endeavored to warn everyone. I even ran to inform the ground staff, pleading with them not to allow the plane to take off. Yet no one heeded my warning." The two agents exchanged a meaningful glance. The older agent leaned forward, lowering his voice. "Let us rephrase the inquiry. Did you consume any illicit substances prior to boarding? Marijuana? Hallucinogens? Or anything else that could induce prophetic dreams?" Upon hearing this, Alex abruptly stood up, the chair screeching against the concrete floor, and in despair he exclaimed, "I did not take drugs. I am speaking the truth. I witnessed the plane's explosion. Why does no one believe me? Yet, In the face of his fury, the young agent remained impassive, diligently recording and stating, "Sit down, Mr. Browning. We must eliminate all possibilities. You claim to have foreseen the disaster, yet you provide no plausible explanation. Do you realize how absurd this sounds?" Alex slumped back against the chair, as if all vigor had been drained from him. He gazed at the skeptical expressions of the two agents, finally comprehending that no matter how he explained, disbelief would prevail. He fell silent, his eyes becoming vacant and detached. The subsequent interrogation devolved into a stalemate. Regardless of the agent's inquiries, Alex maintained his silence, staring blankly at a singular point on the table. A final warning. "Mr. Alex, if you continue to be uncooperative, you may face charges of obstructing the investigation," the older agent warned, his palm striking the table with a resounding thud. Yet, Alex did not even lift his eyelids. Ultimately, both agents stood up in exasperation, gathering their documents as they exited the interrogation room. The metal door closed heavily behind them, the sound of the lock echoing sharply in the silent chamber. The moment the lock clicked, a subtle wave rippled through the air of the room. A gentle breeze swept in, and two figures, one crimson and one azure, seemed to coalesce from the shadows before Alex. Dialek, clad in a scarlet coat, appeared like flowing blood beneath the cold light, while S.H.I.E.L.D, draped in azure, had his garments fluttering without wind, his golden eyes calmly observing the astonished youth. Alex abruptly raised his head, his pupils constricting in terror as he shouted, "Who are you?" Chapter 146. The cursed prophet. Alex jolted upright from his chair, the legs screeching against the cold floor. "Help! Sorry Lang! Sorry Lang! Guard! Intruders have entered!" He shouted hoarsely towards the closed door, his trembling finger pointing at the two sudden apparitions. However, the two remained indifferent to his reaction. Dialek calmly pulled out a chair across from him and sat down, his movements elegant as if he were in a fine dining establishment rather than an interrogation room. S.H.I.E.L.D stood quietly at a distance, arms crossed, his unique golden eyes calmly observing the panicked Alex. "Is there anyone out there? Can anyone hear me?" After what felt like an eternity, Alex's cries took on a tone of despair. Yet, outside the door, there was only silence, as if the sounds of the entire world had been isolated beyond the confines of this room. Minutes ticked by, and Alex's shouts gradually weakened. Gasping for breath, with his back pressed against the wall, he finally slumped back in a chair, resignedly lowering his head to declare, "All right, I give up. Do whatever you want." Noticing his newfound calm, Dialek leaned forward, his deep voice resonating in a confined space. "Next, we will ask you several questions, and you must answer truthfully, without any concealment. This concerns your life and the safety of your classmates and teachers. I hope you will take it seriously." Alex felt an intangible pressure emanating from the two, far more unsettling than the earlier agent's aggressive demeanor. He nodded anxiously, his fingers unconsciously digging into the edge of the table. S.H.I.E.L.D stepped forward, the azure tattoo beneath his sleeve subtly visible. "Please elaborate on your dream," he instructed, his voice cold and detached, yet imbued with a strange penetrating quality. Alex abruptly lifted his head, his face awash with incredulous surprise as he trembled. You are willing to believe me?" His gaze lingered on Zhao's youthful visage and ornate tattoos, as if seizing a lifeline. He eagerly continued, "It was an incredibly vivid dream. I saw a plane taking off, and suddenly the left engine sparked, then the entire wing broke off, engulfed in a fireball that consumed everything." As Alex's words tumbled out faster, he seemed fearful that if he paused, these two would cease to listen to what everyone else deemed an absurd tale. After 2 or 3 minutes, Alex finished recounting his dream, and the interrogation room fell into silence. The three remained mute. The buzzing of the fluorescent lights now sounded eerily pronounced, as if providing a strange accompaniment to this supernatural narrative. Dialek's long fingers tapped lightly on the table, his crimson gaze fixated on the youth, as he inquired, "Regarding this precognitive dream, do you have any clues or insights? Or has anything similar occurred before?" Upon hearing this, Alex quickly shook his head, his fingers intertwining nervously as he spoke in a hurried tone. "No, absolutely not. I don't even know why I suddenly had such a dream, nor do I understand why this ability has manifested in me." His voice carried a hint of helplessness. "Before this, I was just an ordinary high school student, never having encountered anything strange like this." S.H.I.E.L.D exchanged a glance with Dialek, then took a step closer. The golden eyes of the youth appeared especially profound under the light as he asked, "Do you typically study history? Do you perhaps have a penchant for collecting antiques or minerals? Alex paused momentarily, then, after a thoughtful deliberation, responded, Well, I am not particularly interested in history, yet I do peruse some literature pertaining to the occult. If I encounter intriguing artifacts, I may collect a few. His voice gradually diminished, as if he had suddenly come to a realization, his complexion paling slightly. He trembled as he uttered, Are you implying that the issue may very well lie within my hobbies? In response, S.H.I.E.L.D gently shook his head, his dark green hair swaying slightly with emotion, and coldly remarked, It cannot be definitively determined, yet it is certainly a direction worthy of exploration. Dialek rose to his feet, the hem of his red coat tracing an elegant arc through the air. Next, we must visit your home to examine the books you have read and the items you have collected. You have no objections, I trust? Alex nodded fervently, a renewed glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes, and eagerly proclaimed, As long as it aids in unraveling this mystery, I will fully cooperate. The fear that once clouded his gaze when he looked at Dialek and S.H.I.E.L.D had dissipated, replaced by a sense of reliance, as if he had found a lifeline. He wished to express his gratitude, but soon he realized he was still unaware of their true identities. Alex opened his mouth, his gaze lingering on Dialek's striking red hair and coat, suddenly widening in astonishment. Wait, the red-haired hero. Seemingly struck by a revelation, Alex incredulously pointed at Dialek, his voice trembling with excitement. You are the night hero, the owl? Though phrased as a question, his tone was laden with certainty, his eyes sparkling with the joy of recognizing an idol. For some time now, whispers about the elusive figure, a crimson-clad vigilante combating crime, had circulated through the streets of New York, and Alex was undoubtedly among the legion of admirers. Dialek furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly displeased with the somewhat juvenile moniker. He was about to voice his thoughts when he abruptly halted. Looking at Alex, he spoke rapidly. Remember, when the agents come in, do not disclose our presence. No sooner had he spoken than the iron door of the interrogation room emitted a grating creak, pushed open from the outside. The two agents who had previously departed returned, their expressions stern, and they slammed a folder onto the table, producing a sharp sound. Alex instinctively glanced up, and when his gaze returned to the front, he was taken aback. Dialek and S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been standing there, had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The interrogation room was devoid of anyone but himself and the two agents, leaving no evidence of their previous presence. What's wrong? The younger agent noticed the dazed expression on Alex's face and frowned, inquiring, You look as though you've seen a ghost. Upon hearing this, Alex suddenly regained his composure. Recalling Dialek's admonition, he quickly lowered his head to mask his expression and murmured, No, nothing. Just feeling a bit weary. The two agents exchanged skeptical glances, but ultimately refrained from further inquiry. They merely resumed their seats opposite Alex and opened the interrogation records in hand. Chapter 147. Late arrival the following day, dawn broke. The first light of morning kissed the surface of Central Park's lake, shrouded in a delicate veil of mist. Squirrels bounded across the dew-kissed lawn, shattering the crystalline droplets among the branches of the oak trees. The Hudson River shimmered with rose-gold ripples as a few egrets glided past the silhouette of the Statue of Liberty. A gentle breeze caressed the tulip beds in the city park, the metropolis still not fully awakened, save for the distant, languid echo of the morning ferry's horn amidst the towering buildings. A beam of sunlight filtered through the curtain's gap, striking Zhi Jiuan's face like an eager hand, rousing him from slumber. Squinting, he fumbled around in bed for what felt like an eternity before discovering his phone beneath the pillow. Ding! The time read 9 a.m. Just a bit more sleep, he thought. Moments later, a piercing wail erupted from a bedroom. It's 9 o'clock. Zhi Jiuan sprang from bed, bolting into the bathroom with the swiftness of a startled deer. Merely 3 minutes later, he emerged, freshly groomed and impeccably dressed, leaping from the window ledge of his bedroom. Thud! After landing in a quintessential superhero fashion, Zhi Jiuan slowly raised his head, a grimace of pain etched across his face as he exclaimed, Oh no, my poor leg. Who on earth invented such a ridiculous way to land? He rubbed his left knee, limping towards Midtown High School. Dinkling, just as the school bell rang, Zhi Jiuan slid into the classroom in a classic Robin-style kneel, much to the astonishment of students and teachers alike. His backpack arced through the air, landing perfectly beside him. The classroom fell into a profound silence, all eyes wide with disbelief, gazing at Zhi Jiuan, who was dramatically kneeling at the entrance. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Zhi Jiuan, initially intending to celebrate his timely arrival, adjusted his backpack and glanced at Peter Parker, who was desperately shrinking into the corner. In a hushed voice, he called out, "Peter, don't hide behind the curtain. I see your glass slipper. ISNT class, just starting?" called out. Peter Parker stiffened momentarily before emerging from his corner with a look of exasperation. It was all Aunt May's fault for instilling in him the lesson never to associate with unsavory characters, resulting in friendships that were either rather eccentric or remarkably brilliant. "Huh, class just ended," Peter muttered. Upon hearing this, it was Zhi Jiuan's turn to fall silent. After a brief pause, he stood up, brushed the dust off his knees, and with an expression of nonchalance and a radiant smile, declared, "Oh, so class has ended. You nearly gave me a fright. I had thought I was merely late, only to realize I was skipping class. That reminds me, my phone seems to be short by 5 cents. I fear the company might come to our school to collect the debt, which would cast a poor light on our institution. Thus, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Everyone, may you all find happiness." Beneath the shade of the trees on the playground at noon, what a travesty. After all these years, that scoundrel Dwight shows no sense of honor. Not only does he call my parents when he can't best me, but he dares to summon my own family. As the saying goes, sins should not befall parents, nor calamities upon wives and children. If there is a grievance, let it be directed at me. What skill is there in intimidating my father and mother? It's utterly outrageous. After swallowing his food, Zhi Jiuan grumbled. Upon hearing this, his companions, Peter Parker, Gwen Stacy, and Jessica Campbell, were left speechless. Peter, with his hand on his forehead, replied in exasperation, "Just give Dwight a break. Before teaching you, he had a full head of hair, and now he has begun naming each strand." Zhi Jiuan immediately retorted, "What does his hair loss have to do with me? How many Anglo-Saxon men over 30 still have hair on their heads?" Peter had no response. Jessica Campbell, setting down her juice, curiously inquired, "By the way, why were you late today? Although you often appear half dead, you're usually quite punctual. What time did you wake up today?" With a sigh, Zhi Jiuan, sporting prominent dark circles under his eyes, replied, "Don't even ask. I hardly slept a wink, managing to close my eyes only around 4 in the morning." He glanced at his 3 friends and lowered his voice. "Did you watch the news last night?" The trio exchanged glances, and Gwen Stacy elegantly wiped her mouth, asking, "After returning home, I mostly read journals or researched new topics, leaving me no time for the news. What's the significant story that kept you awake?" Zhi Jiuan was about to ask if George Stacy had not informed her, but he remembered that typically, police officers do not disclose the specifics of their assignments to family members. The fear of leaking sensitive information is one reason, but more importantly, they wish to spare their loved ones from worry. After contemplating for a moment, Zhi Jiuan decided to be honest with the group, saying, "Do you recall the students we saw here yesterday? The large group preparing to attend the winter camp in Alaska? Of course. You even complained that they looked like a bunch of monkeys from Mount May. Surely, you need not remember such trivialities so clearly?" Zhi Jiuan's face twitched. Yet he maintained a grave expression as he continued. "Last night, the flight they took encountered a severe air disaster. Shortly after takeoff, the plane exploded and all aboard perished. Only 7 faculty and students who disembarked before takeoff survived." What? This news struck them like a bolt from the blue, leaving the 3 in stunned silence. Even the laughter that typically fills the playground seemed to have been abruptly muted. Zhi Jiuan cast a particularly incredulous glance at Peter Parker, whose own expression mirrored his astonishment, and queried, "The plane crash occurred at LaGuardia Airport in Queens. Even if you were unaware, surely you must have heard something? Why are you so shocked?" Peter Parker awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, his expression betraying his embarrassment as he replied, "I slept so soundly last night that I completely missed any commotion." As he spoke, his gaze darted around, reluctant to admit that he had not been in Queens at all the previous night. Jessica Campbell was even less informed, spending her after-school hours either skateboarding or riding her fixie, and even when watching television, she would not bother with news programs. Gwen Stacy and Jessica Campbell remained in a state of shock, staring blankly at Zhi Jiuan, as if still processing the harrowing news. Observing the trio's dazed expressions, Zhi Jiuan shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "This incident is too significant for the school to suppress. A memorial event will likely be organized in a couple of days." Upon hearing this, the 3 remained silent. Chapter 148, The memorial service on the morning 3 days later, the sky was overcast, and a solemn atmosphere enveloped the courtyard of Midtown High School. All faculty and students, alongside the families of the victims, stood in black formal attire before a hastily erected memorial platform. The principal stood at the microphone, his voice heavy as he recited the eulogy, each word seemingly imbued with an invisible weight that rendered it difficult to breathe. We shall forever remember the young lives lost in the Wally Airlines Flight 180 tragedy. The principal's voice resonated through the loudspeakers, reaching every ear in the square, and several mothers of the deceased had begun to weep softly. Alex stood alone in a corner of the plaza, the crowd instinctively maintaining a distance of at least 5 meters from him, as if he bore some dreadful contagion. Only his friend Todd remained by his side, casting worried glances in his direction. The gazes from the crowd were complex and piercing, particularly from the families of the victims. Their eyes were a tumultuous blend of sorrow and rage, with several middle-aged individuals glaring at Alex with an intensity that suggested they wished to consume him alive. The memorial service eventually drew to a close amidst the heavy atmosphere. Todd patted Alex on the shoulder before turning to leave the school. As people began to disperse slowly, a burly middle-aged man suddenly surged from the crowd, charging towards Alex. "You murderer!" the man bellowed, raising his fist and striking Alex forcefully in the face before seizing his collar and roaring, "You knew the plane would explode. Why didn't you stop it? Why are only you still alive?" Blood trickled from the corner of Alex's mouth as he gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling to explain, I truly tried, but they wouldn't believe me and forced me off the plane." Lies. A middle-aged man, his eyes ablaze with fury, raised a clenched fist and bellowed, "My son is dead, and yet you stand here. You are the one who caused his demise." Just as his fist was about to descend, a long, powerful hand appeared, firmly grasping the brute's wrist. The hand, clad in a black leather glove, exerted a seemingly casual grip that rendered the man's fist immovable. "Which bastard? Let go of me!" The man howled in pain, whirling around only to see a shadow approaching like a hunting leopard. Zhi Jiuan's fist cut through the air with a sharp whoosh, crashing into the man's face, instantly producing a sound that would make one wince. Bang! Blood gushed forth from the brute's nostrils as he staggered and released his hold on Alex. Zhi Jiuan seized the man's arm, deftly shifting his footing, and executed a swift shoulder throw, slamming the formidable figure into the ground. With a dull thud, dust swirled around as the man writhed in agony. Zhi Jiuan showed no mercy, immediately following up with a fierce kick that sent him flying several meters away, the sound of cracking ribs unmistakable. Towering over the fallen giant, a glint of undisguised disdain flashed in his eyes as he remarked, "Look at your pathetic state, always perched on your moral high ground. Do you not feel cold? Do you not feel crowded? You dare not confront the airline, but are bold enough to strike Child? TSK, I must say, if I possess your audacity, success would surely follow me in all endeavors. Care to share how you maintain such a thick skin? Shut your mouth." The brute roared, struggling to rise, his eyes burning with rage as he lunged again. Zhi Jiuan moved like lightning, sidestepping and delivering a powerful elbow strike to the man's lower abdomen. Bang! The brute wobbled unsteadily, yet Zhi Jiuan was already airborne, executing a spinning kick that landed squarely on his cheek. As Zhi Jiuan descended gracefully, he calmly stated, "If you wish to continue this game, I can call the police to join us. How many would you like?" At this, several family members of the victims, who had intended to intervene, recoiled in fear. Only then did Zhi Jiuan turn to extend a hand towards Alex, who remained seated on the ground. "Are you all right? Do you need to see a doctor?" With some support, Alex stood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied softly, "Thank you. I'm fine, just some superficial injuries." His gaze fell upon the distant onlookers, filled with anguish as he lamented, "They have every right to be angry. It is all my fault. If I had only persisted a little longer, resolutely preventing the plane from taking off, they would not have perished." Hearing this, Zhi Jiuan solemnly nodded in agreement, his expression heavy with empathy. "Indeed, this is undeniably your fault. If it were not for you, Wang Kai would not be pregnant. The Jianbing Guozi would not contain chicken strips, dumplings would not be dipped in ketchup, and Master Tang would not have encountered bandits immediately upon leaving the city." Huh. Alex's expression was one of incredulity, as if God had closed a window on him while simultaneously squeezing his brain with the door handle. Staring at Zhi Jiuan, who was metaphorically pouring a chamber pot over his head. He stammered, "Does this have anything to do with me?" Zhi Jiuan shot him a disdainful glance and replied irritably, "Look, your mind seems fine. They claim all the mistakes are yours, and you believe them. Yet when I say the mistakes are yours, why do you not believe that? What is the matter? Are you engaging in some form of racial knight-errantry?" Upon hearing this, Alex quickly shook his head, denying any involvement in such foolishness. Zhi Jiuan pointed at the burly man who had left in a fluster, along with a few other aggrieved relatives who wore unfriendly expressions, and turned to Alex, saying, "Remember, never listen to the nonsensical ramblings of those simpletons. Their intellectual capacity is so lacking that they cannot even calculate how much tax they owe. The extent of their wisdom has been exhausted by finding food in the fridge when hungry and rushing home when it rains. They are incapable of guiding anyone, yet dare to point fingers at everyone." Zhi Jiuan's voice was not loud, yet it was sufficient for those few individuals, as well as the beaten man, to hear him clearly. However, due to the disparity in physical strength and the fact that they were at Genshin High School, they refrained from bringing their 9mm and 7.62mm trues into the fray, and thus hastily departed. Alex's eyes were somewhat moist, since the air disaster occurred. Apart from Dialek, Xiao, and his parents, no one had treated him kindly. Everyone regarded him as a harbinger of misfortune, avoiding him at all costs. Some even went so far as to insult and curse him, claiming he should have remained on the plain and perished with the others. Zhi Jiuan was the first person who not only bore no malice, but was also willing to guide and comfort him. Chapter 149, Tony Stark's Palladium Poisoning Nighttime, New York. Queens, Flushing, Stark Expo. The expo was ablaze with lights and filled with a cacophony of voices. The entire backstage corridor was congested with enthusiastic crowds, creating a bottleneck through which no water could pass. Everyone stretched their arms, attempting to make intimate contact with the billionaire clad in an exquisite suit, donning his signature sunglasses and wearing an expression of nonchalance. "Make way. Please make way." Happy, with his robust physique, struggled to carve a path through the throngs. His shirt collar drenched with sweat, he moved through the crowd like an icebreaker, occasionally using his arms to fend off overly eager fans. Meanwhile, Tony Stark followed closely behind, occasionally tossing a signature kiss to the crowd, eliciting waves of screams in response. "Tony, I love you. Tony, I want to have a fling with you. Mr. Stark." Some speculate that the reason Stark has ceased weapon production is due to your creation of the world's most advanced armaments. After nearly 20 arduous minutes of navigating through the throngs, the duo finally escaped the fervent crowd and arrived at a relatively tranquil parking lot. Happy exhaled deeply, retrieving the car keys from his jacket pocket. Just as he was about to press the unlock button, he suddenly froze. Before Tony's gleaming silver supercar stood two unexpected guests, the vehicle deliberately obstructing the exit. One of the visitors was a striking redhead clad in a burgundy backless evening gown, her figure alluring and her demeanor captivating. The other was a blue-haired youth dressed in a traditional indigo long gown, his handsome visage and refined aura starkly contrasting with the surroundings. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow, taking in the peculiar pairing before he could utter a word. The voluptuous woman had already approached them with an elegant stride. Observing her enticing form, Tony nudged Happy with his elbow, inquiring with curiosity, "Happy, is this a complimentary perk with the car purchase? If so, do enlighten me which dealership offers such a deal." His only intention was to commend the car's design, particularly its headlights, which he found striking. Following Tony's gaze, Happy's eyes sparkled with realization as he chimed in. "I must say, it's the hair. The texture resembles real hair, something that ordinary stylists could hardly achieve. But who is this character? I feel as though I've never encountered her before. Hair texture? You're not quite right." Just as they bantered, the alluring woman had reached them. Her voice, imbued with enchanting magnetism, resonated as she spoke, "Good evening, Mr. Stark." In response, Tony donned his signature roguish grin, replying, "Good evening, madam. I must admit, you are far more captivating than any exhibit at the fair. May I inquire your name?" Upon receiving his compliment, the woman's crimson lips curled into a smile as she replied, "Marcel, a federal marshal by profession." At this revelation, Tony's smile dimmed slightly, and he remarked with feigned nonchalance, "Oh, what business does a marshal have with me?" Marcel, undeterred by his cool demeanor, maintained her professional smile and stated, "Mr. Stark, the federal court in Washington, D.C., We'll convene on Thursday at 10 in the morning regarding a hearing on your iron suit. Your presence is mandatory." As she spoke, she produced a court summons, elegantly extending it towards Tony. He glanced at the document, but made no move to accept it. Happy stepped forward to retrieve the summons, his robust fingers gingerly gripping its edge as if it were something distasteful. After taking the summons, Tony turned without a backward glance and strode towards the silver supercar. At this moment, Xingqiu remained quietly stationed in place, his indigo robe gently swaying in the night breeze. "Good evening, Mr. Stark," he said with a slight nod, his tone marked by politeness and grace. However, Tony Stark disregarded him entirely, bypassing him to open the car door, his voice cool and detached as he remarked, "Not a good idea. This area isn't safe at night, especially for someone of your disposition. If you wish to avoid the attention of unsavory individuals, I suggest you head home immediately, young lad." He gestured to Happy, instructing drive. Yet, at the very moment the engine roared to life, Xingqiu suddenly spoke. "Palladium poisoning is not without remedy. I wonder if Mr. Stark might be interested?" Screech. The tires emitted a piercing sound as Tony Stark, extending his alluring leg into the driver's seat, slammed on the brakes. He whipped around to regard Xingqiu, his pupils constricting sharply in the dim light. His expression gravely serious as he inquired, "What did you just say?" Xingqiu maintained a serene smile, his voice as clear as the chime of bells, responding, "As you might surmise, I am well informed, including how to address the minor predicament you currently face." Upon hearing this, Tony Stark's countenance shifted to a complex tapestry of emotions. Hope and caution intertwined in his gaze as his fingers tightened instinctively around the steering wheel. He exited the car and approached Xingqiu, his voice lowered and gritted. "Who are you? Who sent you? Are you attempting to steal my Iron Man technology?" Xingqiu surveyed the desolate parking lot, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips as he replied, "Are you certain you wish to discuss this here? I have no objections, but I wonder how the illustrious Tony Stark would feel about it." Observing the composed Xingqiu, Tony Stark's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and suspicion. A recent rumor flitted to mind, prompting him to ask, "Have you had any prior contact with Norman Osborn, the founder of Oscorp?" At this, a flicker of surprise crossed Xingqiu's face as he curiously replied, Mr. Stark is aware?" Upon receiving a definitive affirmation, Tony Stark's expression became particularly animated. Recently, within the circles of American capitalists, a rumor had circulated, not long ago. Norman Osborn had contracted a rare illness, rendering him half-mad. Doctors and scientists from around the globe had exhausted every possible means, yet none could cure him. Ultimately, in desperation, Norman Osborn sought out an Eastern individual who claimed he could heal him, consuming a mysterious potion offered by this stranger. Subsequently, Norman Osborn had devolved into a complete lunatic. He was deemed only half-mad because, despite his erratic behavior and peculiar speech, he still clung to the capitalist's innate drive to protect wealth, valuing profit above all else. The reason for declaring Norman Osborn utterly insane lies in the fact that, despite his seemingly normal demeanor and eloquent speech, he has forsaken the fundamental principles of a capitalist. Not only does he strictly adhere to labor laws, but he also intends to vigorously promote employee stock ownership plans, streamline departmental structures, and enhance employee welfare. In response to Norman Osborn's erratic behavior, several prominent industrial groups clandestinely convened multiple meetings, preparing to unite against this aberrant trend. Chapter 150. The elusive transaction in the evening. In Queens, New York, the presidential suite of a Stark Industries hotel is ablaze with light. Xingqiu sits gracefully on a silk sofa in the living room, his indigo robe elegantly draped over the cushions, exuding the poise of a noblewoman from a classical painting. Tony Stark approaches a corner bar, retrieving 2 chilled glass cups, expertly pouring whiskey into one. As he prepares to fill the second cup, he suddenly pauses and turns to inquire, "Hey," the one named Sonic in the living room. "What is your name? How old are you this year?" "I am Xingqiu, and I am 15 this year." "What's the matter?" The young boy nods slightly, his voice resonant and clear as jade chimes. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark promptly replaces the whiskey bottle in the cabinet and calls out towards the door, "Happy, bring a glass of watermelon juice." He attempts to pronounce Xingqiu's name, saying, "Xing, awake Xingqiu." Well, this pronunciation poses a bit of a challenge for Americans. After trying 2 or 3 times, he ultimately concedes defeat. Soon, Happy arrives with a glass of freshly squeezed watermelon juice. After placing it on the table, Happy cautiously glances at the quietly seated Xingqiu and then produces a small notebook, presenting it to Xingqiu with a bashful demeanor, saying, "Esteemed teacher, please allow me to express my admiration for your graceful temperament. May I be fortunate enough to acquire your contact information?" Upon hearing this, Xingqiu's expression becomes somewhat nuanced. He clears his throat softly and replies awkwardly, "I apologize, but I am male." "What?" Tony Stark exclaims, nearly spitting out the whiskey he had just taken. Observing the shock etched on both their faces, Xingqiu lowers his head, appearing somewhat disheartened. Happy falls into a moment of silence. But just as Tony Stark is about to step forward to console his heartbroken bodyguard, Happy's expression suddenly shifts to one of utmost seriousness. He bows deeply, earnestly stating, "In addition to your contact information, please be sure to include your address as well." After dismissing Happy, Tony Stark sits across from Xingqiu with his glass of whiskey in hand and directly asks, "How did you know I was suffering from palladium poisoning?" "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that," Xingqiu replies, gently lifting his juice cup, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Tony Stark took a sip of whiskey, refraining from further inquiries, and remarked, "Given the current level of human medical technology, palladium poisoning is nearly insurmountable. What methods do you or your organization intend to employ to save me?" In response, Xingqiu set down his glass, lightly tracing the rim with his fingertips, and smiled as he said, "Perhaps due to cultural differences, we are accustomed to discussing terms first. A fair price is necessary for the continuation of any transaction. May I inquire what Mr. Stark is willing to offer?" Tony Stark raised an eyebrow, casually shrugging his shoulders, and nonchalantly replied, "No, you are the one driving this transaction. It is up to you to propose a price." Upon hearing this, Xingqiu's smile widened, yet he maintained an air of elegance as he began. "In that case, I shall not be modest. What I desire is quite simple. Any one of the thermal insulation technology, shock absorption technology, or controlled nuclear fusion technology from your Iron Man suit, in exchange for my treatment." "Impossible." Tony Stark abruptly stood, slamming his glass onto the coffee table, amber liquid splashing forth, his expression one of intense agitation as he declared, "I can offer you vast sums of money, shares, even an island. But the technology within the Iron Man suit is absolutely non-negotiable. It is one of a kind. It is mine." Xingqiu did not rush to counter, patiently waiting for Tony Stark's emotions to settle before he spoke softly. "I do not seek wealth, nor do I desire an island. I wish only for those 3 items from you. Moreover, the current market favors the seller, Mr. Stark." His voice remained gentle, yet bore an undeniable firmness as he continued. "As you stated, with humanity's present technological capabilities, palladium poisoning is virtually untreatable. Should you refuse these terms, I regret to inform you that our negotiation must conclude here, and the concentration of palladium within your body may prove fatal." Tony Stark paced the living room, his fingers anxiously running through his hair. Suddenly, he turned to fixate on Xingqiu, asking, "What do you intend to do with this technology? Who knows if you might use it to create weapons?" "I understand your concerns." Xingqiu nodded gently, then countered, "Rest assured, Mr. Stark. My intent in acquiring this technology is solely for peaceful development. I harbor no desire to disrupt the existing world order. I am neither a member of the military seeking oil across the globe, nor a fervent zealot with intentions of waging religious war. Ultimately, the choice lies with you. What exactly do you plan to do with it? How will you use it?" Xingqiu did not respond directly, simply stating, "That falls into a different realm of negotiation. For now, we must decide whether to proceed with this transaction." Tony Stark halted, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the young man before him. Xingqiu met his stare with composure, his azure eyes revealing no hint of evasion. Tony Stark, defeated, sighed and remarked, "How can I be certain of your truthfulness? If you harbor doubts, you are entirely free to decline this transaction, are you not?" Xingqiu's tone remained composed, rendering Tony Stark momentarily speechless. A prolonged silence enveloped the suite. Tony returned to the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tapping against his knee. He glanced at the New York skyline outside before turning his gaze back to the enigmatic youth before him, ultimately exhaling a sigh. "Allow me to ponder this." Tony's voice bore an uncommon weariness as he added, "This is not a decision to be made lightly, especially when the person opposite me remains a mystery beyond their name." "Of course." Xingqiu elegantly rose and replied, "You have 24 hours to reach a decision. I shall return at this time tomorrow. With that, he inclined slightly, the indigo fabric of his attire swaying gently with his movement. A chill night breeze swept through, leaving Tony Stark alone in the presidential suite. Chapter 151. A solution in New York. The night was deep, and the angelic gifts had just concluded a day of bustling activity. Dialek meticulously polished a glass behind the bar, the warm yellow light reflecting off his crimson locks. The soft chime of the doorbell announced the entrance of Zhi Jiuan. Have you completed your tasks? Dialek inquired without lifting his gaze, his movements remaining fluid. Zhi Jiuan did not respond immediately. He surveyed the surroundings, but found no sign of Fiscal. Curiously, he asked, "Where is little Amy? Why is she absent?" Dialek hung the polished glass on a rack and replied calmly, "She retired long ago." Zhi Jiuan casually seated himself at the bar and asked, "What is the situation with Todd Wagner?" At this, Dialek's actions faltered momentarily before he resumed polishing the next glass, his voice steady and low as he remarked, "As you might expect, death indeed intervened. Deteriorated wiring caused electrical leakage. A toilet leak rendered the floor slippery, and the accidental combination of chlorine bleach and toilet cleaner, among other potential lethal hazards, transpired in the bathroom." Zhi Jiuan felt a shiver run down his spine, grimacing as he remarked, "From your description, it sounds as if the bathroom were crafted by Germans. A failed art student would surely envy Tony. Forgive me, did you discover anything unusual?" Dialek shot a glance at the one making light of the dire situation, slowly shaking his head, resignedly stating, "No, everything appears to be an accident. All evidence points to mere coincidence." He lifted another glass to inspect it against the light, softly declaring, "Yet I know it is not. It feels akin to battling a uniquely formidable will." Zhi Jiuan pondered thoughtfully as he tapped the tabletop, his expression reflecting a blend of dismay and resignation, murmuring, "It seems that this grim reaper is perhaps more akin to an entity governed by rules. Physical means may prove ineffective." He raised his gaze towards Dialek and proposed, "Perhaps we should consider an alternative approach, such as employing magic to defeat magic?" Dialek finally ceased his previous actions, his crimson eyes appearing particularly profound under the illumination as he calmly inquired, "Please share your thoughts." After a moment of contemplation in response to Dialek's question, Zhi Jiuan articulated his insights. "Based on the intelligence I have analyzed, the Reaper resembles a mechanism that adheres to specific rules. Moreover, the most critical aspect is that the order of elimination is fixed. One must follow the sequence of targets. Skipping any individual to address the next is not permissible. Only upon a failure to eliminate will it revert to the predetermined order for further attempts." As soon as he finished speaking, Dialek promptly grasped his meaning, responding, "So, you imply that we should identify the precise order in which the Reaper eliminates survivors and then create a paradox within these rules." "Precisely," Zhi Jiuan affirmed, nodding and elaborating. "Creating a rule paradox is not inherently difficult. The most straightforward method would be to randomly select one of the 7 survivors for elimination, thereby causing a discrepancy in the Reaper's list. However, the risk lies in the possibility that the target we choose might coincide with the Reaper's designated next victim, potentially making U.S. unwitting participants in the Reaper scheme." Dialek acknowledged this with a nod, continuing, "The most prudent approach would be to accurately ascertain the order of elimination and then disrupt specific elements within it. For instance, if the target of elimination is also the one marked for failure, we could control both individuals and devise a mechanism. Upon the death of one, the other would immediately follow suit. This would create a paradox within the rules." Zhi Jiuan nodded fervently, poised to respond, when he noticed Dialek's demeanor shift to one of grave seriousness, resolutely stating, "However, I cannot endorse this plan." He set down the glass he had been polishing, his crimson eyes glinting with undeniable intensity as he explained, "Firstly, we cannot ascertain what consequences the creation of a rule paradox would entail. Would it completely annihilate the Reaper, or merely compel it to abandon its current elimination strategy in favor of orchestrating a new, dreadful incident akin to the catastrophic Flight 180, selecting a new batch of targets for elimination? If it were the latter, our efforts would be rendered futile, even tantamount to criminality." Furthermore, Dialek's tone grew heavier as he added, "Among the 7 current survivors, 6 are high school students and 1 is a teacher. None of them are heinous criminals. Even with the best intentions, we cannot justify the act of depriving any one of their lives for an uncertain outcome." Dialek had long conceived this plan and had even conducted background checks on the 7 survivors. Even the most unscrupulous among them, Carter Houghton, merely aspired to be a notorious figure like Zhi Jiuan. The misdeeds committed by these individuals, though far from heinous, would likely require a bribe to impose even a modest 15-day administrative detention. Zhi Jiuan shrugged his shoulders, his expression one of resignation after a futile struggle, muttering in a tone of defeat, "Well, I'm out of ideas. Let things unfold as they may. Let them perish early and be reborn. After all, I have no ties to them. I can forego this insignificant raw stone. If all else fails," he thought, "the 7 unfortunate souls could seek the guidance of a master." Before he could finish his thought, a flash of lightning pierced Zhi Jiuan's mind. He sat upright, excitement gleaming in his eyes, and exclaimed, "Wait. Although we are at an impasse, I know someone who can help. They can approach him. After all, he had a base in New York, and should he dare refuse, there would be consequences." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted outside, shaking the very glass of the windows, startling Zhi Jiuan into silence. Once the thunder subsided, he swallowed hard and attempted to speak again. Let the 7 unfortunate souls, but another crack of thunder drowned out his words, louder than before. Unperturbed, Zhi Jiuan readied himself to speak once more, only for an even greater rumble to erupt overhead, causing the glasses on the bar to tremble slightly. "You are truly relentless," Zhi Jiuan finally conceded, sealing his lips and making a zipping gesture, his shoulders slumping in resignation. Dialek, observing this exchange, instantly understood that the eminent figure Zhi Jiuan mentioned was preventing him from continuing. Just as he was about to inquire, he felt an unusual weight in the palm of his right hand. Opening his hand, he discovered a pair of elegantly simple reading glasses resting there, their lenses catching the light in a subtle gleam. At that moment, Zhi Jiuan noticed the old pair of glasses in Dialek's hand, his features contorting with envy. How could that old coot goo be so biased? Why bestow equipment upon Dialek while offering him merely 3 warnings? Was it merely because he was an imbecile? Zhi Jiuan felt a surge of indignation. Since the superior had not favored him, he resolved to seize the opportunity himself. With a shameless grin, he approached Dialek, extending his hand and inquiring cheerfully, "So, Uncle Liu, what magnificent treasure did the master bestow upon you? Shall I take a look?" He added with a playful tone, "I'm not bragging. I've honed my skills in Panjiayuan." Dialek, without lifting his gaze, deftly swatted away Zhi Jiuan's restless hand. The motion so fluid it seemed he had anticipated this very action from the impertinent fool. "TSK, miser." Zhi Jiuan rubbed his reddened hand and muttered with indignation, "It's merely a pair of second-hand reading glasses, a mere 25 yuan for 2 pairs from a street vendor. I wouldn't even care if they were given to me for free. And judging by the wear and tear, I dare say my grandfather would call them old buddy. Just look at your prized possession." Dialek, unfazed by his envious remarks, meticulously examined the glasses in his hand. The frames were simple brown, yet the lenses emanated a subtle, warm luster. Slowly, Dialek donned the glasses and surveyed the surroundings. Bar counter, liquor shelves, high stools. Everything appeared as it usually did. Just as he was engrossed in his observation, a hand stealthily reached from behind him, poised to touch the frame. With a crisp slap, Dialek, without even turning around, accurately swatted away Zhi Jiuan's persistent grasp. Zhi Jiuan recoiled in pain, a distinct red mark blooming on the back of his hand. He glared at Dialek in exasperation, muttering inaudibly to himself. Meanwhile, in Asia, Kathmandu, at the southern foothills of the Himalayas, a leaden sky loomed overhead as feathery snowflakes fell mercilessly, draping the world in a shroud of lifeless gray and white. The bone-chilling winds howled, whipping ice particles through the air, drastically reducing visibility. The undulating ridges of mountains appeared faintly through the blizzard, resembling slumbering giants. In this oppressive silence, only the relentless wind and snow roared, as if intent on erasing all traces of life. On a peak blanketed in thick snow, an elderly man clad in a simple white robe sat cross-legged. His forehead gleamed, and a snow-white beard flowed from his chin, his complexion rosy and demeanor serene. Despite the raging storm, the snowflakes seemed to come alive, veering away just before touching him, leaving his robe untouched. Suddenly, the old man slowly opened his eyes. At that instant, the flurries halted abruptly, the dense clouds rapidly dispersed, and warm sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading onto the pristine snow, enveloping the mountain in a sacred golden glow. Almost simultaneously, a circular portal, radiant with sparks akin to welding, materialized behind the old man. From the portal emerged a tall figure clad in a dark green mage's robe, an imposing black man. His countenance was resolute, and he approached the elder respectfully, bowing deeply. Supreme Mage, the voice of the black mage resonated with solemnity amidst the tranquil mountaintop. The elder rose slowly, an aura as vast as the ocean emanating from him. His silvery beard shimmered in the sunlight, and his gaze was as profound as the stars, as if he could perceive all that exists. He nodded slightly at the newcomer, a gentle smile gracing his lips, and spoke with a clarity akin to a mountain spring. "Ah, it's been years since we last met, and look how much Ah-Kuan from the old Kai family has grown. Quite impressive, tall and sturdy. A pity you've darkened a bit. Alas, I had warned you all about the sun's intensity on the mountain. Yet, you insisted on singing, dancing, and playing basketball beneath its glaring rays, dismissing my advice as the ramblings of an elder, relishing the carefree years. And now look at you like charcoal." Before Ancient One could finish speaking, the African sorcerer stepped forward with a look of dismay, exclaiming, "Supreme Sorcerer, I am not Ah-Kuan from the Kai family. He has been stationed at the Hong Kong Sanctuary since the year before last, and he is not here. I am Carmadu." Realizing his mistake in identifying the wrong person, Ancient One's expression remained unchanged as he smoothly shifted the conversation. "You have arrived at an opportune moment, Carmadu. There is a minor task that requires your attention." Upon hearing this, Carmadu straightened his posture, his demeanor turning serious as he responded, "Please, Supreme Sorcerer, give your orders. I shall exert every effort to fulfill my mission." Ancient One smiled and waved his hand dismissively, his white beard shimmering like silver in the sunlight, saying, "There is no need for such tension. It is merely a trivial matter." However, upon hearing the term trivial, Carmadu could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth and furrowed his brow, his entire being taut like a drawn bowstring. The last time Ancient One referred to a matter as trivial, it turned out to be an invasion by Mephisto, the Lord of the Hell Dimension. Fortunately, the hundreds of hellish demons that had infiltrated were mostly vanquished by a group of mysterious individuals, causing minimal damage to Earth. On a prior occasion, Ancient One also labeled an issue as trivial, which resulted in an incursion by Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. That time was particularly dire, requiring the sacrifice of Ancient One's entire afternoon nap to repel him back to the Dark Dimension. In fact, it has become apparent that when the Supreme Sorcerer refers to a trivial matter, it often heralds a crisis beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Noticing Carmadu had regained his composure, Ancient One continued, "Recently, a fissure has appeared in the dimensional barrier near the New York Sanctuary, allowing a death-related dimensional demon to invade. I need you to lead a team immediately to reinforce and enhance the Sanctuary's protective system. Is there any issue?" Upon hearing this, Carmadu felt a slight sense of relief, but soon furrowed his brow again, asking, "No problem. But what should we do about the already invaded dimensional demons? Should we eliminate them first?" Ancient One maintained his serene smile, gazing into the distant sea of clouds, and replied softly, "Rest assured, others are already addressing that. You need only focus on fortifying the barrier. Do not concern yourselves with anything else." Hearing the Supreme Sorcerer's words, Carmadu finally felt completely at ease. He bowed deeply and respectfully stated, "Understood. I shall adhere to your instructions. I will lead my team to the New York Sanctuary at once." With that, a golden portal unfolded behind him, sparks of light dancing upon the snowy ground. Carmadu offered a final bow to Ancient One before stepping into the portal, his figure vanishing within the radiant glow. The mountaintop returned to silence as Ancient One closed his eyes, the swirling snowflakes drifting down once more, as if nothing had ever occurred. Chapter 153. The Grim Reaper's first victory the following day, in the early morning. The early risers, a flock of pigeons, stroll through the square, their feathers tinted with the gentle morning light. A soft breeze caresses the corner CF, carrying the rich aroma of freshly roasted coffee beans. The sound of a janitor's broom sweeping across the ground intertwines with the distant, sporadic honks of cars, creating a serene morning symphony. Zhi Jiuan, with a face that exudes the weariness of severe kidney deficiency, ambles towards the gates of Zhongqing High School like a mutated zombie, swaying with every third step. Observing his disheveled yet determined demeanor, passers-by instinctively maintain a 3-meter distance, wary of being embroiled in his plight. At that moment, Zhi Jiuan felt a sudden kinship with the afflicted roosterback in his rural hometown. He too wished to scream at the break of dawn. Upon crossing the threshold of the school, Zhi Jiuan felt a firm pat on his shoulder, the force of which instantly made him aware of the miscreant who dared to strike him so brazenly. Frustrated, he turned around and said, "Peter, remember this. While greeting someone is a compound verb, it leans towards greet, not hit." At his words, Peter Parker chuckled awkwardly, blinking with curiosity as he asked, "How did you know it was me?" Zhi Jiuan shot him a sidelong glance and replied somberly, "In this entire high school, few wish me ill, and among those capable of it, there is only one." As he spoke, he cast a significant look at Peter Parker, his expression one of naive ignorance, as if to say, "Survive first, let fate handle the rest." Peter Parker, feeling a twinge of guilt, turned away and caught sight of a familiar figure approaching from around the corner. It was Ms. Valerie Layton, one of the 7 survivors from Flight 180. Her eyes were sunken, her expression vacant. The once delicate features now appeared haggard, and her gaze seemed to stare blankly into the void, radiating a profound sense of brokenness. This sense of disarray was something Zhi Jiuan had only observed in 2 others, Shang Yang and Bo Yizhao. Seeing her, Peter Parker hastily changed the subject, quietly remarking, "Ms. Layton is truly dedicated. After such a harrowing disaster, she only took 3 or 4 days off before returning to teach." To this, Zhi Jiuan shook his head, saying, "I suspect she is not here to teach, but rather to resign." Peter Parker, incredulous, knew that Zhongxing High School offered generous compensation for teachers, unless a better opportunity arose. It was rare for anyone to voluntarily resign. Just as he was about to inquire why Zhi Jiuan believed this, an overwhelming sense of heart-pounding dread suddenly washed over him. At that moment, a flatbed truck laden with steel coils sped down the nearby road. As the truck passed by Ms. Valerie Layton, its right rear wheel unexpectedly rolled over a fist-sized stone. Bang! The stone was violently propelled by the tire, shooting towards the teacher's temple like a bullet. "Oh my God!" A mother, holding her child, hurriedly covered the child's eyes, yet she stood frozen in terror. "Watch out!" Peter Parker had no time to think. His spider sense propelled him into immediate action. He seized a metal garbage bin from the roadside and hurled it with precision towards Valerie Layton. Clang! The stone struck the side of the bin with a deafening impact, causing it to dent and the stone to ricochet upwards in a new trajectory. However, this seemingly successful intervention triggered a far more dreadful chain reaction. The stone, like a reaper's knife, spun through the air, severing the tangled overhead cables with deadly accuracy. Crackle! A section of a live wire, sparking like a venomous serpent, lashed towards Valerie Layton. Simultaneously, due to the earlier jolt, the ropes securing a heavy steel coil on the flatbed truck suddenly slackened. Boom! A coil weighing over 50 tons began to roll, crashing down from the back of the truck with a momentum that promised devastation, barreling straight towards Valerie Layton. The asphalt beneath its path crumbled, emitting a sound that made one's teeth ache. A chorus of screams erupted as the crowd scattered in panic. At that moment, dozens of white strands, as if conjured from thin air, shot in from various angles, expertly ensnaring the rolling steel coil, the other end anchored to a nearby building. Mere meters from Valerie, the colossal coil was abruptly halted, the strands taut and creaking ominously. "Hooray! Long live Spider-Man!" Cheers erupted from the crowd, with several girls embracing and weeping, deeply moved by Spider-Man's timely rescue. Peter Parker quietly melded back into the throng, joining in the cheers as if he were a mere bystander. Valerie Layton, having narrowly dodged the electrified wire, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. She trembled as she wiped the cold sweat from her brow, finally allowing a hint of a smile to surface, a testament to her survival. Yet in the next instant, a black convertible careened around the corner without warning, heading straight for the steel coil in the center of the road. Screech! The tires screeched against the pavement, producing a harrowing wail as the car lost control and skidded. Time seemed to freeze. Valerie's smile faded into disbelief and terror. Crash! The convertible collided with her, forcefully propelling her against the wall behind. Boom! The deafening sound of bricks and debris flying through the air caused everyone present to hold their breath. As the dust slowly settled, an appalling sight emerged. Valerie Layton was trapped between the crumpled front of the car and the wall, blood gushing from the corner of her mouth. She writhed in agony, her fingers clawing at the wall, leaving trails of crimson before finally falling limp. In an instant, the suffocating silence shattered, plunging the scene into chaos. "Oh God, help! Call an ambulance!" A woman in professional attire screamed, frantically rummaging through her bag for her phone, her trembling fingers barely able to grasp it. "Step back! Everyone step back! It's dangerous!" A tall man attempted to restore order, yet his voice was drowned in the cacophony. At that moment, the driver of the sports car staggered out from the severely crumpled cockpit. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and he knelt on the ground, murmuring, "I didn't mean to, God, I didn't see her. I didn't see her." It was then that Zhi Jiuan, standing not far away, recognized that this driver was none other than Carter Horton, one of the 7 survivors of Flight 180. Moreover, in the passenger seat of the sports car was another individual who had yet to regain her senses, Terry Chaney, Carter's girlfriend, and also one of the 7 survivors. Undoubtedly, the Grim Reaper had struck once more. Chapter 154. Call for help amidst the chaos. Zhi Jiuan approached with a grave expression. Observing the mangled body of Valerie Layton, torn asunder by the crash, he felt a tumult of emotions. He had never held any fondness for the teacher, who, prior to the disaster of Flight 180, had been obstinately dismissive of the arcane, staunch in her belief that science could elucidate all. However, following the calamity, she had abruptly swung to the opposite extreme, not only embracing superstition but also laying blame on Alex, the one who had issued the warning. She distanced herself from Alex, both her student and savior, even speaking harshly to him. Her moral failings were indeed reprehensible. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, such actions could hardly be deemed criminal. At worst, they reflected a deficiency in personal virtue, not deserving of death. At that moment, Alex, his face etched with anxiety, came rushing from a distance, panting heavily. Upon seeing the throng gathered at the school gate, a sense of foreboding washed over him. An ominous intuition compelled him to push through the crowd. "Make way, please, make way." Alex's voice was hoarse with urgency. When he finally reached the front and beheld the bloodied, mangled corpse of Valerie Layton, it felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him. His countenance turned ashen, his eyes reddened with tears, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Damn it, damn it, damn it, we were so close, so close," he cried out, grasping his hair in a frenzy, his legs weakening as he nearly collapsed. Just then, a strong hand appeared, steadying his shoulder. "Calm down, Alex." Zhi Jiuan's voice resonated in his ear. "This is not your fault." Alex turned his head, his tear-filled eyes meeting the composed visage of the young Eastern man, and he choked out, "I foresaw it. I should have done something. But..." Observing Alex's disintegration, Zhi Jiuan gently patted his shoulder, offering solace. "Now is not the time for self-reproach. We must remain composed and contemplate who death's next target may be. Only in this manner can we hope to avert further tragedies." Initially, Zhi Jiuan intended to methodically address the grim assassinations in accordance with the film's narrative. However, upon witnessing the manner of Valerie Layton's demise, he relinquished any expectations of following the cinematic script. Though it may not be entirely accurate to assert that the events unfolded exactly as depicted in the film, it is safe to say that they diverged significantly. Lex took several deep breaths, striving to calm his racing heart. His gaze involuntarily swept across the scene, ultimately resting upon Carter Horton, who remained kneeling on the ground. This young man, who had driven a black convertible, appeared utterly dazed, still reeling from the shock of having caused a fatal accident, muttering in a daze, "I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean to." Carter, initially filled with trepidation, vaguely sensed a gaze upon him. He lifted his head, only to meet Alex's compassionate eyes. At first, he did not comprehend the implications of Alex's sympathetic expression. Yet, when he noticed Alex swiftly avert his gaze, his demeanor growing increasingly grave, a horrifying thought began to take shape in Carter's mind. "No, it can't be." Carter's voice trembled, his complexion paling further. He glanced around and noticed that others instinctively distanced themselves from him, as if he were an omen of ill fate. This sense of isolation reinforced his suspicions. Driven by overwhelming fear, Carter staggered to his feet and stumbled toward Zhi Jiuan, his abrupt movement startling those nearby. Peter Parker instinctively stepped forward to shield Zhi Jiuan. Yet Carter merely clung desperately to Zhi Jiuan's thigh. His voice choked with emotion as he cried out, "Master, please save me. I implore you, you can save me. Can't you?" Observing Carter, who knelt before him, clutching his thigh with both hands and using his trousers to wipe his tears, Zhi Jiuan exclaimed, "Ah, who are you? Who is your master? Do we even know each other? Have we spoken? Have we ever shared a meal? Is it appropriate to call me master without having shared breakfast? Release me at once. I warn you, if you continue to wipe your snot and tears on my trousers, I will ensure your descendants are rendered impotent. Master, though you may not know me, you have always been my idol. My greatest dream is to dominate Midtown High, just as you have. If you survived a calamity like the sinking of the Argo unharmed, surely you can save me, right? You must, unless you agree to save my life. I will not let go. I understand your reasoning, but how does your grasp on my trousers and your tears relate to anything? Release me immediately. Otherwise, I will ensure you spend the rest of your life as sisters with your girlfriend. Being sisters is still better than having no life at all." Mature and composed, Carter Horton understands that only the weak kneel on the ground, feebly crying out to their coach, "I want to play basketball." True strength lies in one's ability to hold onto another's leg, rendering them immobile. At that moment, the crowd began to stir, and the distant sound of sirens could be heard. Zhi Jiuan sighed, bent down, and lowered his voice to Carter Horton, saying, "Listen, if you truly wish to survive. Your best course of action is to voluntarily report to the authorities and remain in prison for the time being." Upon hearing this, Carter Horton raised his head. His eyes filled with confusion as he asked, "Prison? Why?" "Consider this," Zhi Jiuan patiently explained. "Prison is equipped with strict surveillance, a fixed routine, and complete isolation from the outside world. While it is true that harmful objects exist there, the difficulty of orchestrating an accident is significantly increased. This is the safest option I can conceive for you." After absorbing Zhi Jiuan's explanation, Carter Horton's expression shifted from fear to contemplation. He released his grip on Zhi Jiuan's leg and, trembling, retrieved his phone from his pocket. After a moment's hesitation, he clenched his jaw and dialed the emergency number. "Hello, this is Carter Horton." Though his voice still trembled, it now carried a sense of determination as he stated, "I wish to turn myself in. A severe traffic accident just occurred at the entrance of Mid-City High School." Observing Carter Horton on the call, Zhi Jiuan turned to Alex and whispered, "Now, we must quickly locate the other survivors." Chapter 155. A struggle for survival. Not long after Carter Horton hung up, the piercing sound of police sirens echoed from a distance. 3 marked police cars and 2 black vans emblazoned with the words New York City Medical Examiner's Office arrived precisely at the scene of the accident. The glaring red and blue lights illuminated the street as if it were a stage. "Step back. Everyone step back." A tall police officer was the first to exit the vehicle, his voice booming with authority. His sharp gaze swept across the scene, immediately directing his colleagues to set up a perimeter. The medical examiner's staff moved with precision and efficiency. A forensic expert, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with thinning hair, crouched beside a body, his gloves already stained with blood. "A classic case of high-speed impact," he calmly informed an intern. Judging by the angle of impact, the speed was at least 60 miles per hour. He then pointed gently to the lacerations on the corpse's waist, adding, "Instant death. One might say is a blessing in disguise." The intern, following closely behind, nodded silently, expertly unfurling the body bag. As they moved the corpse, an unsettling sound of friction filled the air, causing several onlookers to turn away in discomfort. "Damn it, what the hell happened here?" A young officer, upon witnessing the grim scene, could not help but curse, only to be met with a sharp glare from the seasoned forensic expert. "Be professional, rookie." The voice of the seasoned forensic expert was as frigid as ice as he admonished. "This is a crime scene. Everyone here has their own duties to fulfill. Leave your emotions at the church." Meanwhile, the investigation team was meticulously measuring the brake marks on the ground. The distance was alarmingly short. A detective crouched down, observing the brief skid marks, while his partner inspected the convertible sports car and subsequently remarked, "The braking system is functional. It was simply traveling too fast." The vehicle was moving at least 60 miles per hour, leaving no time for reaction at this distance. After the scene was assessed, Carter Houghton and Terry Chun were escorted to separate police vehicles. Alex, witnessing this unfold, abruptly dashed to the roadside to hail a taxi, exclaiming, "No, I must accompany them to the precinct." "Wait." Zhi Jiuan grasped his arm, inquiring, What can you accomplish by going? Anything is better than waiting here idly. Alex's eyes were reddened as he asserted, 2 lives have already been lost. I cannot remain passive. I must at least bear witness. As the taxi drove away, Peter Parker approached Zhi Jiuan, his voice laced with confusion as he asked, honestly, I do not comprehend why Alex feels such guilt. Why is Carter so frightened? And what did you mean earlier about the Grim Reaper and the next target? Zhi Jiuan fell silent for a moment before he sighed and replied, this matter is rather intricate. He then led Peter to a relatively quiet corner, recounting the harrowing tale of the Flight 180 survivors being pursued by the Grim Reaper, including Alex's precognitive abilities, the rules of the Grim Reaper, and the supernatural threat they were confronting. After Peter absorbed the narrative, he remained speechless, his face a canvas of shock. Surprisingly, Zhi Jiuan noted that he did not question the veracity of the tale. So the Grim Reaper truly exists, he murmured, then suddenly grew serious, asking, do you think I should purchase a statue of Jesus or a portrait of him? Taken aback, Zhi Jiuan shot him a bemused glance and replied without hesitation, opt for the portrait. Why? Is there a difference? Peter queried. Because the portrait only requires a single nail, Zhi Jiuan explained. Peter facepalmed, exuding an expression that suggested he wanted to tell him he wasn't the only one having a rough day, and retorted through gritted teeth. Always cracking jokes about hell. Are you not afraid of ending up there? Zhi Jiuan shrugged nonchalantly. Not at all. I do not believe in Jesus. I believe in Marx and Confucius. Peter, unconvinced, argued, do you truly think Confucius is more formidable than Jesus? Zhi Jiuan shook his head earnestly, stating no. I believe Jesus is far superior to Confucius. Then why do you say that? Because Jesus bears 2 holes, while behind him stands Zhuangzi. Do not presume that I am incapable of understanding Chinese. You scoundrel. Meanwhile, within the confines of the police car returning to the precinct, Carter Houghton's nerves remained taut, akin to a string on the verge of snapping. His fingers gripped the edge of the seat with such intensity that his knuckles turned pale. His gaze fixated intently on every detail beyond the window, each passing truck, every traffic light at the intersections, even the leaves whisked away by the wind. Any subtle rustle or breeze could send him into a cold sweat, his breathing quickening as though he had just sprinted a marathon. The officer driving, having noticed his state through the rearview mirror, gently offered reassurance. Relax, kid. You're still a minor, and there was indeed an unforeseen situation. The judge will take those factors into account. You will likely only receive community service. In response, Carter Houghton managed a bitter smile and shook his head, saying, you wouldn't understand, officer. My concerns do not lie with that matter. Before he could finish, an eerie wind howled unexpectedly across the road. This peculiar gust arrived without warning, bringing with it a penetrating chill, lifting dust and debris from the ground to form small whirlwinds. The colossal metal billboard by the roadside began to emit ominous groans, its rusted framework shaking violently in the wind, producing a disconcerting, creaking sound. Subsequently, severely corroded bolts were dislodged one after another, causing the massive billboard to tilt and then completely detach from its supports. With a thunderous crash, the enormous metal structure plummeted from a height of 10 meters, casting a shadow over the police car. Damn the road maintenance department, the officer bellowed, slamming his hands against the steering wheel while simultaneously applying the brakes with full force. The tires screeched against the pavement, producing a piercing sound as the vehicle skidded out of control. Carter Houghton was thrown against the door, helplessly witnessing the 2-ton billboard graze the rear of the car and crash to the ground. The deafening impact resonated in their ears, rendering them momentarily deafened. As the billboard struck the asphalt, shards of asphalt flew in every direction, creating a massive crater in the middle of the road. Several fragments of metal shattered the police car's rear window, raining down upon the back seat like a torrential downpour. It's all right. We made it, the officer gasped, striving to regain control of the vehicle. Carter Houghton, still shaken, breathed heavily, believing he had narrowly escaped disaster. Yet at that very moment, a truck laden with steel reinforcement bars swerved in a panic to avoid the flying debris. However, due to its excessive speed, the truck began to sway uncontrollably. With a resounding crash, the impact echoed like an explosion throughout the entire roadway. The cabin of the truck was instantly crumpled, and the windshield shattered into countless fragments. The driver's body was pierced by twisted metal, and blood instantly stained the shattered car window. More terrifying was the fact that the impact had nearly severed all the ropes and chains securing the steel reinforcement bars on the truck. Whoosh! In an instant, countless 6-meter-long steel bars erupted forth like untamed stallions, transforming into lethal iron spears propelled by inertia. Chapter 156. Carter Houghton's demise. Just as the deadly rain of steel was about to transform the police car into a porcupine, an unexpected anomaly occurred. A 3-meter-wide golden portal unfurled before the police vehicle without warning, its edges shimmering with energy waves like dazzling sparks. The steel bars, hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed, seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, one after another vanishing into the portal's luminous veil, akin to pebbles cast into a deep pool, creating not a single ripple. Carter Houghton, who had succumbed to despair and closed his eyes in anticipation of death, trembled as he opened his eyes to an incomprehensible sight. Staggering, he pushed open the car door, his legs weak, collapsing onto the asphalt road. Surely, God must be watching over me. Ha ha ha! Carter Houghton murmured to himself, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the pavement that should have been littered with steel bars, now eerily vacant. The euphoric relief of having survived surged within him like a tidal wave, compelling him to laugh joyously to the heavens, tears mingling with the blood on his face. Not far away, a few daring passers-by raised their phones to capture the scene, gasping in astonishment at this supernatural spectacle. A delivery rider even forgot his soon-to-expire order, standing frozen in disbelief. However, the cruel jest of death was only just beginning. Hiss! The wrecked truck nearby emitted an ominous sound. Gasoline, resembling amber blood, gushed from the ruptured fuel tank, spreading across the road like a perilous swamp. In the front of the truck, exposed wires crackled in the wind, emitting blue electric sparks. "Get away from there!" A passing truck driver shouted from his window towards Carter Houghton, warning of the danger. Yet, his warning came too late. Boom! A spark of electricity precisely struck the gasoline, igniting the entire slick in an instant. The flames surged with astonishing speed along the trail of oil towards the truck, and upon contact with the fuel tank, boom! In that moment, a deafening explosion shattered the afternoon tranquility, scattering the remnants of the truck far and wide. Burning metal fragments ascended into the sky like festive fireworks, only to rain down like droplets of fire. Witnessing the hellish scene outside, Telly Cheney inside the police car screamed, curling beneath her seat. Carter Houghton, knocked back by the shockwave, instinctively sought refuge in the police vehicle. But just as he turned, a massive plume of burning gasoline surged towards him from behind. The fiery orb whirled through the air, ultimately striking Carter Hawthorne's back with unerring accuracy, instantly engulfing his coat in flames. A piercing scream erupted from Carter as he transformed into a frantic human torch. He rolled desperately on the ground, yet this futile act only accelerated the flames spread across his body. "Help! Help! Please!" His cries grew increasingly anguished, the acrid stench of charred flesh permeating the air. The officer inside the patrol car finally sprang into action, fumbling to retrieve a fire extinguisher from the trunk. "Hold on," he shouted, directing the spray at Carter, but the blaze was too fierce. The white powder seemed feeble and ineffectual against the roaring inferno. Passers-by hesitated, unsure of how to assist, but several burly construction workers rushed forward, brandishing extinguishers from the worksite. Soon, the onlooking delivery riders joined the fray, followed by more bystanders. With a series of hisses, the dry powder from the extinguishers blanketed Carter like snowflakes, forming a bizarre contrast against the thick black smoke. After an agonizing 3 minutes, the flames enveloping Carter Hawthorne were finally extinguished. A profound silence settled over the scene. Carter lay motionless on the pavement, his body grotesquely disfigured by the fire. An acrid odor emanating from him. Curled in a painful position, wisps of smoke occasionally escaped from his charred skin. The once terror-filled eyes were now mere hollow voids. The officer discarded the extinguisher and, trembling, reached for Carter's carotid artery, only to shake his head gravely. A suppressed sob echoed from the crowd, with some unable to resist the urge to turn away and vomit. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby office building, the sorcerer Modu gazed down with a grim expression at the scene below. He raised his hands, deftly forming intricate sigils, as a vibrant yellow energy swirled at his fingertips. In the name of the ancient body of Hoggus, Modu intoned darkly, thrusting his hands forward as he bellowed, "Dissipate." A blinding golden halo erupted from him, radiating outward like ripples across the entire block. On the roadway, the raging flames that had been consuming everything appeared to be snuffed out by an unseen force. The thick smoke dissipated swiftly, and the unsettling presence that had filled the air vanished without a trace. At that moment, several luminous circles of energy flared behind him, and 3 sorcerers clad in traditional Camartage robes stepped forth from the portals. The leading middle-aged mage advanced, bowing respectfully to Modu. "Master," he declared with a steady, commanding voice. "The 17-dimensional barrier nodes in the vicinity have been reinforced. However, during our inspection, we discovered that node 118, located in the mirrored space of North Brother Island on the Hudson River, had suffered significant damage, resulting in breaches in the dimensional barrier." Upon hearing this, Modu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Node 118? What is the extent of the damage?" The middle-aged mage replied, "Cracks have appeared in the core structure, and the rune array has been largely destroyed. Fortunately, we detected it in time and have completed repairs and reinforcements. Yet, it is troubling that the signs of damage indicate it was not due to natural wear, but rather the result of external forces." Modu's gaze sharpened, and he coldly asked, "Have you identified the perpetrator?" The middle-aged mage shook his head slightly and said, "We intended to delve deeper into the investigation." But the Supreme Mage suddenly conveyed that she was already aware of the matter and instructed us not to pursue further. Upon hearing this, Modu fell silent for a moment, his gaze once again drifting to the street below, where rescue personnel were attending to Carter's charred remains, the red and blue lights of police cars glaring in the dusk. "I understand now. Since the task is complete, let us return." With that, he gestured, conjuring a shimmering circle of sparks, revealing an ancient hall of Camartage at the other end of the portal. The mages stepped through one by one, and Modu, turning back for a final glance at the New York skyline, wore an expression of complex and inscrutable emotions. As the portal closed, only the evening breeze remained on the rooftop, as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 157: Changes in the Depths of the Night in New York's Alleyways. The pitch-black and chilling streets stretched beneath the pale streetlights, forming a cold canyon. The biting wind swept up discarded papers from the ground, swirling them in the desolate intersection, producing a mournful rustling sound. Occasionally, a vehicle would pass, the sound of tires splashing through puddles echoing hollowly between the surrounding buildings. Neon signs flickered in the darkness, casting lonely halos akin to unanswered distress signals. The fragrance of pear blossoms lingered, brushing past the bustling crowd and quietly entering the depths of red drapes, where a yellow oriole playfully sang and a gentle breeze danced through fingers. Zhi Jiuan, riding a brand-new bicycle, hummed an off-key tune as he leisurely made his way home. Suddenly, an eerie gust of wind swept through without warning, swirling the papers on the ground. A flower pot from the balcony above the alley swayed precariously in the wind before plummeting directly towards Zhi Jiuan's head. Whoosh! Without even glancing up, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, he abruptly pedaled harder. The bicycle surged forward just as the flower pot crashed into the spot he had just vacated, scattering shards of clay and dirt. Is this it? With such power, they dare to claim the title of the Grim Reaper? I can only say there are 10 lotus flowers in the pond, and I have only picked one. Zhi Jiuan remarked disdainfully, glancing back at the chaos on the ground, his expression one of contempt. "You picked 9 lotus flowers." But before he could finish his sentence, the handlebars emitted a jarring crack. The creaking, rusted metal finally buckled under the strain, completely failing at a critical moment. In an instant, Zhi Jiuan was propelled forward by inertia, directly towards a corroded fire hydrant, its sharp valve interface aimed perilously at his temple. In this moment of peril, Zhi Jiuan thrust his hands forward, engaging his core, and executed a clean backflip in midair, landing firmly on his feet. Oomph! Such trivial tricks, and yet. A devilishly charming smile crept across his face as he began to turn around. Just as he was about to utter a few scathing remarks, he caught sight of his newly acquired bicycle, now lying in a heap, utterly dismantled. "My brand new bike." Zhi Jiuan let out a pained wail and rushed over, sorrowfully caressing the wreckage of his beloved ride. After confirming its irreparable state, he surveyed the surrounding shadows and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Very well. I had intended to engage in a bit of pretense with you, but it seems that is no longer necessary. However, as his words hung in the air, a chilling gust swept through the alley. A tattered plastic bag was whisked up by the wind, landing squarely on the head of a feral cat resting on the rooftop. Startled, the cat emitted a piercing scream and darted up the rusted fire escape. Its claws snagged on a loose metal plate, which, with a sickening metallic tearing sound, came crashing down. The plate spiraled through the air, its sharp edge severing the electrical wire of a neon sign dangling from the wall. The severed wires whipped through the air like dying serpents, crackling with electric sparks, heading straight for Zhi Jiuan's face. Almost simultaneously, a long knife engulfed in black and crimson flames hurtled out from the shadows behind him. The knife, accompanied by a heart-stopping whistle, sliced through the air, severing the wire before embedding itself into the nearby concrete wall with a resounding clang. The flames danced fiercely along the blade, casting an eerie and terrifying glow throughout the alley, raising the temperature and warping the very air with heat. Zhi Jiuan turned to confront the darkness behind him, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a child seeking parental intervention, exclaiming, "Uncle Lu, that bastard ruined my new bicycle. Please help me deal with him." Just as the words left his lips, Dialek, wearing simple black-framed glasses, emerged slowly from the thick shadows. The air in the alley seemed to freeze, even the wind falling eerily silent. His crimson coat remained motionless in the stillness, and the gaze behind the lenses pierced into the deepest, darkest corners of the alley like a blade. The night had dragged on long enough. This tiresome game of hide and seek must come to an end. Dialek's voice was low and icy, each word striking like fragments of stone against a gravestone, coldly proclaiming, "This filth shall be cleansed by the purifying flames, and you are unworthy to leave even a trace of dust." The alley was engulfed in a suffocating silence, where even the scurrying of mice seemed to have vanished. Dialek's expression remained unchanged, resembling a marble statue, with only his eyes behind the lenses fixated on a seemingly empty corner. Suddenly, a piercing cold wind swept in without warning. The discarded newspapers, torn scraps of paper, and fallen leaves on the ground began to whirl chaotically, producing a grating rustle that sent shivers down one's spine. These fragments of paper were drawn by an invisible thread, coalescing in the corner into a contorted, writhing silhouette of a human form. The speed at which the pages fluttered increased, ultimately forming a blurred figure that continuously shifted. Reassessing, in the realm of reality, I should exist in an unobservable state. Defining the current state, non-conceptual existence, a non-probabilistic collective. Redefinition failed. The sound generated from the friction of the paper was chillingly precise, lacking any tonal fluctuations. Reminiscent of a machine reading data, a structure resembling an eye gazed at Dialek and in an emotionless tone inquired, "Query, why are you able to observe me? How can you materialize concepts?" Explanation, the actions of this entity have violated the physical laws of this dimension. Initiating a cleansing protocol is advised. Upon hearing this, Dialek lightly adjusted the pair of reading glasses perched on his nose, the lenses reflecting an eerie sheen under the cold moonlight, and calmly responded, "It matters not to share this. It is not my own power, merely someone leveraging my hand to settle old debts." No sooner had he spoken, the paper figure before him began to tremble at an astonishing rate, the speed of the pages turning so rapid it was nearly impossible to discern the text. Calculation error. The technological level of this dimension cannot produce devices capable of observing and interfering with conceptual existence. Reevaluating, probability 0.0000047. Chapter 158. The thoughtless blade watching the continuously distorting paper figure, or rather, the Grim Reaper, Dialek calmly stated, "I have answered your question. Now, it is your turn to respond to mine." To this, a stable sound of paper rustling emanated. Certainly, the inquiry is logical, and the information exchange aligns with protocol. "I am curious. Why are you so intent on killing everyone aboard Flight 180? Dialek's voice echoed chillingly clear in the quiet alley as he added, "And why the sudden shift in target to eliminate the individual named Zhi Jiuan, who is not on the passenger list?" The paper fragments on the Grim Reaper began to flutter in a rhythmic manner, as if engaged in meticulous calculations. Responding, Objective 1. To eliminate the passengers of Flight 180 is to attain dominion over death and misfortune in this dimension. Each meticulously orchestrated demise enhances my control over the prevailing rules of this realm. Objective 2. The individual named Zhi Jiuan carries an unusual magnitude of exceptional change. My data analysis indicates that designing his death can significantly expedite the acquisition process by 3741. Risk assessment. The target strength rating is classified as manageable. Just as the statement concluded, the paper shreds began to flutter with increased urgency, producing a more frantic rustling sound. Warning. While you possess specialized equipment that allows you to observe and collapse me from a conceptual state to a tangible one, calculations based on known data indicate that your current strength rating is merely, and your probability of defeating me is a meager 23. Recommendation. Submit to me, and I can elevate you to become the first of my vassals in this dimension. This would be the optimal choice. Dialek, however, disregarded the cold invitation, a mocking smirk gracing his lips as he retorted, I believe you have misunderstood something. The simple truth that only a deity can vanquish another deity is one I have long since comprehended. Whoosh! As he spoke, the black rock cleaver, previously embedded in the nearby wall, soared back into Dialek's grasp. The fierce black-red flames that engulfed the blade illuminated the alley as if it were hell itself. Even if you're merely a god who can only kill through meticulous design and serendipity, you are nonetheless still a god. The movement of the paper figure suddenly became erratic, as if Dialek's response had exceeded its computational parameters. Therefore, Dialek slowly raised the black rock cleaver, his gaze sharp behind the lens as he declared, Your opponent has never been me. No sooner had Dialek's words left his lips than the Grim Reaper sensed an anomalous fluctuation in dimensional parameters. In a fraction of a second, the Grim Reaper activated an emergency response protocol. Warning. Spatial structure is undergoing deconstruction. Initiating dimensional coordinate calibration. Countless paper shreds rustled with astonishing speed, producing a cacophony of sound. Reality dimension anchor point lost. Initiating emergency dimensional localization protocol. Yet, everything transpired too swiftly. Dialek's figure first became translucent, and soon the entire alley, along with the surrounding buildings, vanished as if erased from a chalkboard. The Grim Reaper immediately attempted to construct a reverse transmission matrix. As the paper shreds formed intricate geometric patterns in the air, unable to connect to reality dimension infrastructure. Spatial continuity is fracturing. Distant skyscrapers began to collapse into ruins. And the Grim Reaper calculated frantically. Attempt to establish new dimensional reference point failed. High-level spatial overlay phenomenon detected. However, as the last vestige of the reality dimension vanished, the Grim Reaper found itself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. In that fraction of a second, the Grim Reaper completed a preliminary scan, new dimension identification, undetermined. Spatial structure stability, exceedingly high. Energy readings, anomalous. Commencing comprehensive environmental analysis. It discovered itself standing in an endless training ground, the ground paved with luminous purple crystals. Towering in the distance were architectural styles never before seen, with countless massive torii stretching infinitely. The sky was shrouded in tumultuous thunder, and the entire realm was bathed in an unsettling purple glow. Attempt to establish spatial coordinate mapping failed. Dimensional barrier strength, immeasurable. Commencing the analysis of energy composition. The paper fragments stirred at a velocity nearly akin to combustion. A signal indicating divine characteristics was detected, the intensity far exceeding baseline values. A warning emerged, an encounter with a higher-order divine entity. At that moment, the Reaper discerned a suspended silhouette of a violet woman ahead. Target identified. Higher-order divine entity. Energy level, immeasurable. Threat assessment, extremely dangerous. It promptly attempted to initiate an emergency evacuation protocol. Activation of conceptual state transformation failed. Unable to disengage from materialization. Attempting quantum tunneling failed. Spatial structure too stable. The paper fragments frantically reorganized and disintegrated as the Reaper calculated all conceivable countermeasures. Plan 1. Negotiation success rate 0. 0.00001. Plan 2. Confrontation success rate 0. Plan 3. Submission success rate pending calculation. Just as it engaged in these calculations, the woman abruptly opened her eyes. Her gaze, substantive as reality, fell upon the Reaper, instantaneously halting all of its computational processes. I once promised my subjects a dream, an unchanging eternity throughout countless generations. Any who dare to destabilize this dream regardless of their identity, shall be entombed by my own hands within the silent walls of eternity. You too. Her voice resonated like thunder, each syllable causing the very fabric of space to tremble. In that fleeting moment, the paper fragments that constituted the Reaper's form ceased all motion, as if a pause button had been pressed. All calculations, all strategies were rendered null at that instant. Crackle. Raiden's hand reached toward her chest, and with a blinding flash of purple lightning, the formidable sword known as Dream S.H.I.E.L.D. was slowly drawn from its pristine sheath. Boom! The moment Dream S.H.I.E.L.D. fully emerged, Raiden swung the blade, tearing the space above her head to form a colossal eye-shaped rift. Whoosh! From the terrifying void, an armored purple arm extended, grasping a katana akin to Dream S.H.I.E.L.D., yet magnitudes larger. One blade was held in Raiden's hand, the other wielded by the celestial arm above, both striking down upon the Reaper in perfect synchrony. Boom! The purple lightning surged like a torrent of annihilation, engulfing the entire expanse in an instant. In this moment of destruction, the Reaper's calculations utterly collapsed. Its data processing capabilities appeared diminutive before this transcendent force. Bang! 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 The paper-made body began to disintegrate in a frenzied attempt at final resistance, yet all was in vain. Crash! In that moment, it seemed as though all existence faded, leaving only the radiant purple blade poised to obliterate everything. With a lightning past, even the very fabric of space unraveled and reconstituted, the flow of time becoming chaotically disordered. This was a strike that transcended the laws of physics, a supreme martial art capable of severing even concepts themselves. Detected concept-level attacks cannot resolve errors. Yet the very presence of death itself has begun to dissipate, as if erased from the canvas by an eraser. Chapter 159, Hell's Joke. The following morning, in Midtown High School, New York, sunlight filtered through the tall oak leaves, casting dappled spots of light on the red brick pathway. The slightly cool air mingled with the fresh scent of freshly trimmed grass. Zhi Jiuan wore an expression that suggested the gears of fate had not turned at all. Rather, he appeared as if the chain of life was on the verge of falling apart as he approached the school gate. His bicycle had broken down the previous night, necessitating his commute via the number 11 bus this morning, and now his pent-up frustration was palpable. Upon entering, Zhi Jiuan immediately observed Gwen Stacy confronting Peter Parker. In the face of Gwen's fierce demeanor, Peter stood his ground, defiantly raising his chin and exclaiming, "Gwen, I advise you not to go too far." At that moment, Peter exuded an aura of bravado, showcasing the courage of a young man. However, his posture, kneeling with his arms wrapped around Gwen's legs, somewhat undermined his image. Yet, the surrounding classmates seemed unperturbed, likely accustomed to such antics. Zhi Jiuan calmly walked past them, casually greeting, "Good morning, Gwen," engaging in such vigorous activity so early. In response, Gwen turned her head slightly to regard the laid-back Zhi Jiuan, smiling as she replied, "Good morning. Thankfully, you're not late today. Otherwise, Mr. Dwight would have called your parents." Zhi Jiuan yawned and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all good. After the lessons learned from the past few days, I had someone hack into the school's database to change my parents' phone number to the hotline for non-tone bar. If Mr. Dwight calls, it will be challenging for him to reach my parents, but acquiring a brief moment of binary love, zeros and ones, will be quite easy." Gwen Stacy retorted, "Be a decent person." Zhi Jiuan shrugged it off, but as he turned away, he caught Peter Parker looking at him with an expression that suggested one ought to repay debts with one's own rear. Initially, Zhi Jiuan did not wish to engage. Yet considering Peter was his childhood friend, it felt inappropriate to ignore him. With a sigh, Zhi Jiuan rose and approached Gwen Stacy, offering, "Gwen, getting angry so early in the day is not good for your skin. It can accelerate aging, exacerbate acne, and lead to a dull complexion." As he spoke, he naturally reached for the textbook in Gwen Stacy's hands. Gwen's expression softened slightly, seemingly ready to let Peter off the hook. Peter Parker looked gratefully at Zhi Jiuan, preparing to express his appreciation. However, Zhi Jiuan suddenly extracted a metallic baseball bat from the nearby sports equipment bag and, with a serious demeanor, placed it into Gwen Stacy's hands. He earnestly proclaimed, as the saying goes, "Endure a moment of gum bleeding and retreat a step to prevent breast hyperplasia. Therefore, I believe there is no need for anger. Let us settle this matter directly with a good thrashing. That book you were reading appeared rather flimsy. Better to use this. This is much better. The impact is considerable. Oh, I meant to say it won't hurt your hands. After speaking, Zhi Jiuan turned to see Peter Parker glaring at him with gritted teeth and immediately offered him a reassuring glance, whispering, "Rest assured, given our relationship, I would never stand idly by while you get hurt." Upon hearing this, Peter Parker felt a wave of shame wash over him. He should not have doubted Zhi Jiuan just moments ago. In the anticipation of Peter's gaze, Zhi Jiuan closed his eyes and turned away. Simultaneously, he gestured to Gwen Stacy, urging her to take action swiftly, eager to witness a torrent of blood. Moments later, with a face full of regret, Zhi Jiuan returned the bat to the bag and once more encouraged, "Gwen, why not reconsider? This bat won't always be here. Lest the tree wishes for tranquility while the wind ceaselessly blows, and your hands itch with no bat at hand." Gwen Stacy remained silent, as she was preoccupied, exerting all her strength to prevent Peter Parker from charging at Zhi Jiuan in a fit of rage. After a brief tussle among the three, Zhi Jiuan, feeling rather exhausted, inquired, "So why did you two quarrel? Did Peter cheat, or was Gwen's bride price too steep?" Peter Parker shot him a glare, evidently harboring resentment towards Zhi Jiuan's earlier instigation, and replied dryly, My apologies for disappointing your expectations. Neither is true." Gwen Stacy picked up from Peter's lead and said, "Last night before bed, I came across a paper regarding agricultural technology. I found it quite fascinating, so I discussed it with Peter." Upon hearing this, Zhi Jiuan was rendered speechless. It was the first time he had heard of someone using a research paper as bedtime reading. Before Zhi Jiuan could ask further, Peter Parker proactively explained, "The paper itself is fine, but we have a slight disagreement on which country currently excels in agricultural technology. I believe it is the Netherlands, while Gwen thinks it is the United States." At this juncture, Gwen Stacy turned to Zhi Jiuan, her curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Which country do you think has superior agricultural technology?" Upon hearing this question, Zhi Jiuan raised his hand, stroking his chin in contemplation. After a moment, he confidently replied, "I believe it should be Japan." Why?" Peter Parker instinctively asked, but as the words escaped his lips, an unsettling emotion surged within him. Too late to halt the impending conversation, Zhi Jiuan stroked his chin, displaying an expression that conveyed both disdain for his past self and an acknowledgement of his present flaws. He remarked, "It is only natural that the Japanese have cultivated the world's largest agricultural mushroom, and astonishingly, they achieve 2 harvests a year." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "The Japanese themselves also enjoy 2 harvests annually." Peter Parker, in a state of exasperation, covered his face, exclaiming, "You will undoubtedly descend into hell after your demise." Unfazed by this comment, Zhi Jiuan retorted, "Puffed, I do not believe in such nonsense, and disparaging the Japanese does not diminish my virtue." However, this led him to ponder aloud, "I find it perplexing why Christian followers regard the cross as a sacred symbol." Gwen Stacy, bewildered by his question, replied, Is there something wrong?" Upon hearing her response, Zhi Jiuan widened his eyes and carefully formulated his thoughts, stating, "Let me put it this way. Do you think Kennedy would have appreciated the Mannlicher Karkanov 9138 rifle? Would Hawking have cherished a wheelchair? Would the Jewish community favor soap? Would Louis XVI have relished the guillotine?" Gwen Stacy found herself at a loss for words. Initially, she felt there was no issue, but now she was engulfed in confusion. Zhi Jiuan's provocative comments extinguished any further interest Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy had in discussing agricultural technology. They feared that should Zhi Jiuan unleash another of his bizarre hellish jokes, their accumulated virtues would be insufficient to cover the day's transgressions. Chapter 160. Retrieval of Artifacts. Meanwhile, in Asia, Nepal, on the southern slope of the Himalayas, the snow-capped peaks glimmered with a rose-gold hue in the dawn light, resembling a diadem abandoned by celestial beings. A thin mist wove like gossamer around the mountains, while glaciers sparkled under the sun, radiating a sapphire-like brilliance. Prayer flags swayed gently in the breeze, and the sound of chanting soared with the mountain winds toward the heavens. The pristine air carried the delicate fragrance of snow lotus, enveloping the entire world in a sacred tranquility. In a serene chamber of Kamartaj, the Ancient One leisurely prepared a cup of tea for himself. The fragrant steam wafted through the ancient room as he reached for a weathered tome, ready to delve into its pages, when steady footsteps echoed from outside. "Top, top, top." He lifted his gaze to see Mordo, clad in a dark green sorcerer's robe, entering through the door. Upon seeing the Ancient One, Mordo immediately bowed deeply, performing a formal fist salute. The Ancient One smiled and nodded, gesturing toward the cushion opposite him. "Please take a seat." With elegance, he poured a cup of tea from the purple clay teapot for Mordo. The latter received the cup with solemnity, taking a careful sip before beginning his report. Supreme Sorcerer. The dimensional barriers of the New York Sanctum have been completely restored. All fissures have been sealed, and energy leaks have been entirely controlled. Hearing this, the Ancient One nodded slightly, a subtle smile appearing at the corners of his eyes. "Well done, Master Mordo. Your efficiency is always astonishing." Mordo humbly bowed his head and remarked, "This is all due to the Master's exceptional guidance." However, after a moment's hesitation, he unconsciously traced the rim of his teacup and, with a hint of anxiety, inquired, "Yet, please forgive my ignorance, for I cannot grasp your supreme wisdom. I have always failed to understand why you do not permit us to pursue the malevolent force behind the destruction of Node 118. Gu-Yi took a delicate sip of tea, his gaze penetrating through the misty vapors, and responded, "The one who damaged the node did not act with malice. That young man merely exerted too much force while thwarting the invasion from the hellish dimension, inadvertently affecting Node 118. This is hardly a grave error." He set down his teacup, lightly tapping the table with his fingertip as if alluding to something deeper, and stated, "The law is like a boat. It carries one across, yet relinquishes them. Clinging to the vessel as a shore leads to drowning in the river." Upon hearing this, Mordo exhaled a sigh of relief, his face betraying a hint of guilt as he said, "I see now. Please forgive my ignorance. I should not have questioned your judgment." Subsequently, Mordo respectfully bowed to Gu-Yi, earnestly proclaiming, "Yes, I have learned much, Master." Having finished his tea, he gently set the cup down, bowed once more, and said, "I shall take my leave now to inspect the protective arrays of the Hong Kong and London sanctuaries." Observing Mordo's departing silhouette, Gu-Yi gently shook his head. He reached for the ancient tome again, yet after reading only a few pages, he frowned and set it aside. He began to scan the quiet room, seemingly in search of something, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping the table. "Where has it gone?" he murmured, his gaze sweeping over the bookshelf, tea table, and the corner where the magical artifacts were kept, finally resting on an invisible point in the air. "Oh, my memory." Suddenly, as if recalling something, he waved his right hand casually in the air. Whoosh! In an instant, a pair of simple, old black reading glasses materialized in his hand, their lenses reflecting a subtle glimmer in the sunlight streaming through the window. Once he donned the antiquated spectacles, Gu-Yi stroked his long, snow-white beard with delight and resumed reading the ancient text in his hands. The yellowing pages fluttered under his fingertips, emitting a faint rustling sound, while his gaze behind the lenses remained focused and profound. After perusing about 10 pages, Gu-Yi's thoughts began to drift. He found himself pondering the aloof yet deeply responsible and protective red-haired youth. A promising candidate indeed. Gu-Yi mused softly to himself, unconsciously twirling his beard. He contemplated the possibility of inviting Dialek to study at Kamartaj. This young man possesses unwavering resolve, a sense of justice, and, most importantly, an understanding of restraint. Were it not for Strange, Gu-Yi might have considered training him to become the Supreme Sorcerer, grooming him as his successor. However, with Strange present, cultivating Dialek to serve as the deputy of the Supreme Sorcerer, or to oversee the 3 great sanctuaries as a guardian mage, could indeed be a viable option. After a moment of contemplation, the Ancient One's lips curled into a faint smile as he mused to himself, "It is worth a try." As his thoughts drifted, he recalled that foolish individual whose antics radiated absurdity from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Although his mindset was far removed from that of a typical person, and his words and actions often left much to be desired, there remained a glimmer of potential within him. If only he could be brought in and trained. Yet, as this notion surfaced, the Ancient One immediately shook his head, as though attempting to dispel a dreadful thought. The study of magic is a test of one's character. Should this fool embark on the path of magic when the world faces a threat, he might aid in dispelling it, but in times of peace, he would become the greatest threat to that very world. That evening, Zhi Jiuan once again boarded the bus number 11, returning to his apartment in the Bronx. After enduring several painful lessons, he had resolved, unless he could procure Waika's motorcycle or Chaska's flying revolver. Or if he were to suffer some minor inconvenience while disregarding comfort and return trips, he would continue to ride Peter Parker to school. Otherwise, he had no intention of altering his current mode of transportation. Tossing his backpack onto the sofa, Zhi Jiuan promptly turned on the television in the living room, deftly tuning into the news segment. On the screen, the female anchor sat upright, delivering her report in a standard broadcasting tone. Recently, New York has witnessed the emergence of a new superhero identifying as the Red Guardian. Eyewitnesses claim he not only combats criminal activities, but also actively participates in the protection of labor rights, having repeatedly incited workers to fight for their legal entitlements. The scene then shifted to a blurry surveillance video, revealing a group of individuals clad in red hoodies, wielding placards, organizing a march with thousands of workers. The anchor continued, "It is noteworthy that the Red Guardian has openly criticized the American union system, labeling it as a collaborator in the bourgeois exploitation of the working class. Currently, the federal government has issued a wanted notice for him, offering a reward of up to $50,000. As the television displayed a close-up photograph of the Red Guardian, Zhi Jiuan nearly spewed his drink, leaning closer to the screen for a better look. He found himself involuntarily twitching at the corners of his mouth. It appeared to be nothing more than the Green Goblin's attire spray-painted red, adorned with a sickle and hammer on the chest. Chapter 161. The Tigerfish Blade and the Thunder Shield, gazing at the image of the Red Guardian on the television. Zhi Jiuan felt a complex mix of emotions akin to a beggar who, after a lifetime of hardship, suddenly learns of a long-lost wealthy uncle in Dubai, only to find that the uncle left no inheritance and even donated his own remains upon passing. Although he had healed the ailments of the Osborns, there lingered a sense that these two might still meet their demise. After all, the peril of aligning oneself with the heart of the capitalist camp is akin to the dangers faced when one entered the Qing army in 12 or joined the nationalist army in 49. A mere entity like Osborne Industries stands no chance against the overwhelming might of the United States. It would require something far more formidable than ancestral blessings to contend with such pressure, perhaps even a fiery wrath from the depths of the earth. Zhi Jiuan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before shaking his head and turning off the television. Never mind. I'm already in deep trouble myself. How can I attempt to cure someone else's ailments? He muttered to himself, after tidying up the living room with casual indifference. He dragged his weary body toward the bathroom. Once refreshed, Zhi Jiuan, with damp strands of hair still dripping, hurried to the cabinet. He carefully retrieved 3 exquisitely crafted incense sticks, ignited them with a lighter, and gently extinguished the flames. As the fragrant wisps of smoke began to rise, Zhi Jiuan held the incense before his forehead, bowing reverently 3 times before placing them in the incense burner. Brother away, you see, we've known each other for quite some time. Although we are not blood-related, the bond we share is undeniably genuine. Wouldn't you agree? Thus, I beseech you for a favor. This place is becoming increasingly perilous, and currently, I possess only one divine unit, Thunder Goddess, which is rather inadequate. Could you grant me another divine unit? It need not be overly powerful. Even a Morix or Barbados would suffice. I'm not picky. I'll count to 3, and if you remain silent, I shall assume your consent. 1. As he exclaimed 3, Zhi Jiuan swiftly covered his ears. After what felt like an eternity, confirming the absence of any sound, he finally released his ears. He nodded in satisfaction and plunged his consciousness into the luminous orb within his mind. Raw stones, 323. Zhi Jiuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He immediately slapped himself twice and checked his raw stone count again. After several repetitions, he confirmed that he had indeed not miscounted. Goodness, is that wretched Grim Reaper truly worth this much? Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged that this Grim Reaper was indeed of considerable value. Although its power was negligible, its very existence was conceptually monumental. Were it not for those infernal reading glasses that reduced it to a tangible form, Zhi Jiuan would have never even located it, let alone vanquished it. Gazing at the raw stone count displayed on the virtual screen, he spun excitedly around the room several times. It took a while for him to regain his composure and begin to ponder how to allocate this substantial fortune. If spent entirely on card draws, he might procure several characters. Zhi Jiuan stroked his chin, contemplating, but soon shook his head, muttering, No, that won't do. We are severely understaffed. Relying solely on character cards will not suffice. I must reserve a portion to summon personnel. But then, a new dilemma arose. Whom should he summon? Is it to summon a powerful main character, or to acquire a functional character endowed with special abilities? As Zhi Jiuan gazed upon the character cards of Xingqiu, Noel, Xiao, and Raiden Shogun, a profound sense of conflict enveloped him. Alas, after considerable contemplation, Zhi Jiuan ultimately resolved to temporarily set aside this conundrum, resignedly uttering, "Let me first indulge in a few draws." As for the matter of summoning characters, he would ponder it with patience. With that, Zhi Jiuan closed his eyes and cast 120 Primo Gems directly into the gacha pool. In an instant, a breathtaking panorama of azure skies, white clouds, and verdant grass swept across his vision. Zhi Jiuan exclaimed, "Item card 12. Item, Mint X10. Description, leaves of a plant imbued with refreshing properties. Its crisp and cool flavor banishing the summer heat. Note, this plant is ubiquitous. Do not waste money purchasing it. Weapon name, Tigerfish Knife Rarity. Weapon type, one-handed sword base attack power, 401 substat bonus. Attack power 352 weapon skill. Decision, upon hitting an enemy. There is a 50 chance to deal damage equivalent to 400 attack power to a single foe. This effect can only be triggered once every 11 seconds. Item, Can Knowledge X1. Description, Can Knowledge is a unique knowledge storage technology from the Sumeru region, derived from the Void system created by the former Dendro Archon, the Great Dendro Tree King. In Sumeru, knowledge is regarded as a vital resource, stringently controlled by the academia. However, black market merchants, such as Dori, still sell rare canned knowledge at exorbitant prices. Canned knowledge encompasses various professional or combat techniques, allowing users to acquire knowledge directly without the need for study. Yet, prolonged use of canned knowledge can diminish the user's capacity for independent thought, potentially leading to cognitive rigidity. Lu Wei. In the ensuing 2 hours of conversation, Zhi Jiuan's words were rife with terminology that grossly violated the fundamental principles of mutual respect and human dignity, significantly undermining the establishment of a constructive dialogue environment. Only when his voice grew hoarse did Zhi Jiuan, appearing unsated, collapse onto the sofa, panting heavily. Once he regained his breath, Zhi Jiuan sighed and retrieved the recently drawn canned knowledge from his backpack. Similar to the first one he had drawn, this canned knowledge was also green, with the only notable difference being the mysterious script that danced upon its surface. This script was unfamiliar to Zhi Jiuan. It was likely not the common language of Teyvat, but rather an ancient form of writing. Cradling the canned knowledge in his hands, Zhi Jiuan slowly closed his eyes. As he guided his thoughts, the canned knowledge began to emit a gentle green luminescence, its light swirling into his body like living fireflies. A refreshing energy coursed through his arms and spread throughout his being, ultimately converging within his mind. With a persistent hum, as the green-hued light continued to flow in, the canned knowledge itself gradually dimmed, ultimately transforming into an ordinary glass container. As the last vestige of light was absorbed, Zhi Jiuan slowly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment gracing his countenance. "The shield of urgency?" he murmured, keenly attuning himself to the newfound arcane knowledge swirling within his mind. The shield of urgency is a lightning elemental combat technique. Upon its release, it conjures a protective barrier composed of electricity that envelopes the caster. This shield not only deflects incoming attacks, but also inflicts retaliatory lightning damage upon those who dare to approach. Most notably, the shield of urgency is relatively easy to master, making it particularly suitable for novices like Zhi Jiuan. Chapter 162. The commotion at the Mojave base as night fell over the United States in Arizona. At the Mojave Bureau of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Joint Base, the pale moonlight cascaded upon the endless dunes, resembling a still sea of skeletal remains. Eroded rock formations stood like phantoms, casting distorted shadows. In the distance, the mournful howls of coyotes pierced the frozen air, amplifying the desolation. The arid, chilling wind whipped through like a rasping blade, lifting grains of sand that struck against the withered Joshua trees, producing a faint rustling sound, as if countless unseen entities were crawling through the darkness. The icy stars looked down coldly upon this land, seemingly abandoned by the divine, rendering one breathless. Within the base, colossal searchlights illuminated the area as if it were daylight, while the air resonated with the roar of diesel engines and the clamor of voices. The cacophony of heavy truck horns, the beeping of forklifts in reverse, and the jarring clang of metal being dismantled melded into a harsh symphony of noise. In the parking lot, a bespectacled researcher shouted hoarsely, gesturing anxiously with his hands, "Hurry! Hurry! Load these devices onto the trucks." Beside him, an agent wiped the sweat from his brow and, eyeing the cumbersome machinery, remarked with a hint of exasperation, "This equipment is too large, and our current transport capacity is limited. If it's not crucial, let us leave it behind." The researcher shot him a sidelong glance and replied quietly, "This piece of equipment costs $2 billion. With Commissioner Smith's progress fee, it totals around $9 billion. How significant do you think it is?" Realization dawned on the agent, who promptly turned to several security personnel and commanded, "Get this equipment as far away as possible. We must not complicate matters for Commissioner Smith." Not far off, a group of security staff was busy packing the encased equipment, their uniforms soaked with perspiration. "Faster, faster, faster. The third convoy still needs 20 boxes." The leading agent yelled into his walkie-talkie, simultaneously directing his subordinates to load another crate onto the conveyor. At this moment, the parking lot had transformed into a colossal traffic jam. Dozens of vehicles of various models were wedged together, from heavy transport trucks to sleek black cars, all unable to move an inch. The drivers, growing impatient, honked their horns, the shrill sound reverberating through the night sky. "Make way! Emergency equipment coming through." A team of agents struggled to navigate through the bustling traffic, pushing a cart laden with sophisticated instruments, leaving chaos in their wake. Inside the laboratory building, the situation deteriorated further. Researchers frantically shut down and relocated experimental equipment, dismantling intricate devices, while sheets of paper lay scattered across the floor, neglected. "Has the backup completed? Only 3 left. There's no time. Just pull the hard drives." Outside the core laboratory on the 3rd underground level, technicians were urgently disassembling protective gear. "Cutting tool. I need a plasma cutter. This blasted bolt is rusted." An engineer shouted into the intercom. Suddenly, the lights across the entire base flickered several times before the emergency power system activated. A wave of unease rippled through the crowd, but they quickly returned to their frantic tasks. Meanwhile, a black-painted Sikorsky UH-60 Black Hawk armed helicopter materialized in the night sky like a specter. It deftly maneuvered around the chaotic traffic below, landing precisely on a designated helipad. The rotor blades whipped up a cloud of dust, resembling a miniature sandstorm, forcing nearby onlookers to shield their eyes. The cabin door swung open with a clatter, and Nick Fury, along with Maria Hill, nimbly descended from the aircraft, their dark trench coats billowing violently in the gusts from the rotors. "Clear the way. Emergency passage." The lead agent brusquely pushed aside, obstructing researchers to carve a path for the director. Coulson emerged from the throng, his suit still impeccably tailored, though his tie was askew, and beads of sweat dotted his gleaming forehead. "Director," he greeted succinctly, his voice hoarse from prolonged shouting. Nick Fury did not respond immediately, his keen, singular eye scanning the chaotic base with a furrowed brow. "What is the status of the Tesseract?" Coulson, guiding Fury deeper into the facility, began a rapid report as they navigated through the crowded corridors, occasionally needing to shove aside equipment and personnel. "The situation is grim. The Tesseract is steadily emitting low levels of gamma radiation, currently posing no threat to human health. However, it is alarming that its energy output is increasing exponentially." Just then, a piercing alarm interrupted Coulson's words. Red warning lights began to swirl, and terrified shouts erupted from the crowd. Once the cacophony subsided, Coulson continued, according to Dr. Selvig, "If we do not find a way to control it soon, the energy it releases could collapse the entire Earth into a black hole." At this revelation, Fury's stride nearly faltered for a moment before he regained his composure, though the gravity in his gaze intensified. The trio finally arrived at the research center on the lowest level, where the disorder rivaled, if not exceeded, that of the upper floors. Researchers were urgently packing crucial documents, with shredders buzzing as they obliterated sensitive files. As Nick Fury surveyed the scene before him, his countenance darkened to an ominous shade, akin to the bottom of a pot. If he were to remain silent, he would resemble a solitary eye floating in mid-air, an unsettling sight indeed. With his hands clasped behind his back, he pondered for a moment before turning to Coulson, issuing a command. Coulson, immediately assemble a reliable team to prioritize the evacuation of all prototypes, data, related equipment, and research personnel associated with Phase 2 of the Pegasus project. The remaining staff should be evacuated in accordance with their security clearance levels. Ensure utmost confidentiality. There must be no risk of leaks. Upon hearing this, Coulson promptly nodded, responding with clarity, understood. Prior to this, I have already devised an evacuation order and assigned the S.H.I.E.L.D team to oversee confidentiality. Given their loyalty and professionalism, there is no chance of a breach. Approved. Nick Fury succinctly replied. Now, take me to the Tesseract. Before long, as the trio passed through the final 10-ton blast door, they beheld the Tesseract suspended within the protective shield at the center of the laboratory. No longer a tranquil cube, it now flowed like liquid, as if countless stars were being born and extinguished within. The occasional surges of energy erupted like furious lightning, violently striking the inner walls of the shield with a disconcerting hum. The air around it warped under the radiation, and the instruments displayed frantically oscillating data, all pointing to a dreadful reality. This enigmatic object from the cosmos was awakening, and no one could foresee the ramifications of its full emergence. Chapter 163. The eerie portal. Nick Fury gazed intently at the pulsating tesseract in the center of the laboratory, its blue luminescence casting peculiar shadows upon his face. Cautiously, he stepped forward, endeavoring to observe this perilous entity up close. Upon hearing the hurried footsteps, S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been drenched in sweat from his frantic efforts, immediately cautioned. For your safety, I strongly advise you not to approach that thing too closely. As he spoke, S.H.I.E.L.D raised his head, only to be startled by a large eye drifting towards him, which sent him reeling in surprise. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Nick Fury and quickly approached, stating, "Currently, the Tesseract resembles a bomb poised to detonate. Any slight disturbance could trigger catastrophic consequences." Frowning, Nick Fury fixed his singular gaze upon S.H.I.E.L.D, tentatively inquiring, "Is it possible to sever its energy source? Perhaps by unplugging it or flipping the circuit breaker?" At this suggestion, S.H.I.E.L.D's expression mirrored that of a rival, seasoned in martial arts, confronting him with a dramatic spinning kick that ultimately resulted in self-inflicted chaos. Although he was already aware that money was hard to earn and burdensome to bear, this predicament was exceptionally daunting. Noticing Nick Fury's disapproving gaze, S.H.I.E.L.D chose to abandon his conscience and uttered some flattering words. "When you have the chance, do remember to revisit your middle school. After all, they took considerable risks in awarding you your diploma. One must not forget their roots." Nick Fury's fist clenched momentarily. Yet, before he could respond, S.H.I.E.L.D continued. "The Tesseract itself is a source of energy. It had merely been dormant until now, but for reasons unknown, it has been activated. Thus, your plan to unplug it is futile. It is self-sustaining and operates autonomously." Nick Fury nodded thoughtfully, then waved his hand, indicating that S.H.I.E.L.D could leave. The old professor hurried towards the exit as if granted a reprieve, muttering something about amateurs advising professionals. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D was about to depart, a rope suddenly descended from the ventilation shaft above. Agent Clint Barton descended gracefully beside Nick Fury, landing almost soundlessly. "What have you found?" Nick Fury inquired without turning, his gaze still fixed on the Tesseract. Clint Barton maintained a vigilant stance, his voice low yet clear as he replied. During his time at the base, S.H.I.E.L.D exhibited no unusual behavior. He spent nearly all his time in the laboratory, rarely interacting with others, let alone exchanging information. At this, Nick Fury's brow furrowed deeper, a flicker of doubt crossing his single eye as he asked, "A reclusive scientist and a self-activated Tesseract. What a coincidence." Clint Barton shook his head firmly, adding, "I believe he is not the cause. Professor S.H.I.E.L.D was not present when the Tesseract first exhibited anomalies." Nick Fury fell silent, a myriad of thoughts and plans racing through his mind. However, as he pondered, Clint Barton spoke again, his voice calm and distinct. "Sir, if the issue does not originate from our end, it is likely a problem from the other side." Nick Fury jolted from his reverie, his sharp gaze turning to Clint Barton, suspiciously inquiring, "The other side? What do you mean by that?" Yet Clint Barton's focus remained unwavering on the Tesseract as he cautiously explained. Professor S.H.I.E.L.D once stated that the Tesseract is essentially a door, a portal to the far reaches of the universe. If it is a door, then it must have two sides. Just as his words trailed off, the tesseract at the center of the laboratory erupted with unprecedented energy fluctuations. The eerie blue light intensified, and the entire laboratory began to tremble violently, with the surrounding instruments emitting piercing alarm sounds. Researchers frantically sought refuge, papers and equipment strewn across the floor. Had the spatial portal truly opened? Professor Selvig murmured, instinctively leaning forward. Gurgling sounds echoed as, under the terrified gaze of the onlookers, the space in front of the cosmic cube began to twist and tear, a vast azure portal slowly taking shape. Within the portal flickered starlit radiance, as though leading to the depths of an uncharted universe. All personnel attention. Seal the laboratory immediately. Activate highest alert. All armed units, take position. Nick Fury shouted into his communicator, swiftly retreating to a secure area. Bang! Moments later, the heavy blast door of the laboratory was violently forced open from the outside, and dozens of well-equipped S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surged in. They expertly dispersed, swiftly establishing a defensive line, their assault rifles aimed squarely at the ever-expanding portal. Establish a perimeter. Non combat personnel, evacuate immédiatement. The lead agent commanded loudly. Upon hearing this, the researchers hastily retreated under the agent's protection. Only Selvig stubbornly remained in place, entranced as he recorded the energy readings of the portal. A strange silence enveloped the laboratory, broken only by the hum of the portal and the mechanical sounds of weapons being readied. All eyes were fixed intently on the azure vortex, anxiously awaiting the unknown arrival. Gurgling sounds continued as a tall, imposing figure began to materialize from the portal. Initially just a blurred silhouette, it gradually became discernible as it approached, emanating an unsettling aura as if it hailed from an entirely different realm. The moment Nick Fury caught sight of the figure, he unhesitatingly drew his sidearm, aiming steadily at the entity emerging from the portal, his single eye glinting with vigilance. Stay where you are. Fury's voice was as cold as steel, continuing, otherwise, we will open fire. The atmosphere in the laboratory grew intensely tense, every agent's finger poised on the trigger, ready to confront any potential threat. Chapter 164. The intruder's intent suddenly. The portal erupted with a suffocating azure light, akin to a star exploding at the heart of the laboratory. The blinding brilliance instantaneously engulfed all, compelling everyone present to shut their eyes in agonizing pain, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners. Several guards, unable to close their eyes in time, painfully shielded their faces, emitting muffled groans. Ah, my eyes! Avoid the bright light! Avoid the bright light! Almost simultaneously, the eerie azure glow swept across the entire laboratory, causing electronic devices to erupt in dazzling sparks before becoming utterly inoperative. The console screen shattered, and the supercomputer emitted a noxious black smoke. Even the most rudimentary emergency lighting flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. The laboratory was engulfed in an unsettling darkness, illuminated only by the cosmic cube and the slowly closing portal, casting eerie, azure glimmers that danced upon the walls. As the onlookers' eyes accustomed to the dim surroundings, a hushed wave of gasps reverberated throughout the lab. A towering figure loomed in the center, resembling a demon risen from the depths of a nightmare. Clad in resplendent armor of silver and black, intricately etched with ancient patterns, it gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the cube's ghostly glow. Though his features remained obscured in shadow, the staff he wielded was strikingly prominent. Crafted from an unknown metal, it bore a crystal at its apex that radiated an ominous blue light, resembling both a spear and the scepter of an Egyptian pharaoh. Nick Fury suppressed his shock, raising his handgun to aim at the figure, his voice cold and steely. Lower your spear. This is your final warning. Chuckling, the figure responded with a deep, unsettling laughter, echoing as if from the abyss. With a casual flick of his staff, the blue crystal suddenly flared to life, emitting a chilling, grating hum. Scatter. Find cover. Clint Barton shouted urgently, swiftly knocking an arrow. But the warning came too late. Boom! A tremendous surge of azure energy erupted, radiating outward like a shockwave. The guards at the forefront were instantly vaporized, unable to even scream, their equipment and weapons vanishing as if melted by searing heat. The energy wave continued to expand, warping the metallic laboratory tables into abstract shapes. Fire. Free fire. Nick Fury commanded, seeking shelter as he did so. The lab erupted into a cacophony of gunfire. Highly trained agents formed groups of 3, alternating their shots to maintain suppressive fire. Assault rifles spat flames, bullets raining down upon the enigmatic figure like a torrential downpour. Shell casings clattered to the ground, bouncing and sparking across the metallic floor. The target's armor is impenetrable. Repeat, standard weapons are ineffective. Switch to armor-piercing rounds. Aim for the joints. The agents swiftly changed their ammunition, their next barrage more precise. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, other than producing more sparks, the special munitions had no effect on the tall, eerie figure. The mysterious individual seemed to be incensed. He raised his staff once more, the crystal beginning to coalesce with even more terrifying energy, casting bizarre shadows throughout the laboratory. Rocket lounge hair. We need heavy firepower. An agent shouted into the communicator. At that moment, the enigmatic figure suddenly sprang into action. With astonishing speed, he advanced towards the nearest group of agents, his staff sweeping through the air. The seemingly casual motion sent 3 agents hurtling backwards as if struck by a truck, crashing heavily into distant experimental apparatuses, never to rise again. Retreat. Establish a secondary defensive line. Nick Fury commanded with calm authority, simultaneously firing to draw attention. The sound of empty chambers echoed as agents swiftly unsheathed their tactical daggers, charging from all directions like a pack of cheetahs. Their angles of attack were sharp and ruthless, clearly indicative of their rigorous training. Yet, despite the heavy armor encasing the mysterious figure, his movements transcended the limits of human capability. One agent leapt into the air, aiming his dagger at a gap in the figure's helmet, only to be met with the staff, which struck his chest with preemptive force. The sound of shattering armor resounded, and the agent was sent flying as if hit by a truck, crashing against a distant apparatus with a dull thud. Another agent slid along the ground, aiming his high-frequency, vibrating dagger at the figure's knee joint, but the mysterious entity crushed his chest with a single foot. The sickening sound of shattered bones echoed, as blood and internal fragments erupted from the agent's mouth. Witnessing this, the surrounding agents closed in from both sides, but upon contact with the enigmatic figure, they were met with a sweeping strike of the staff. Bodies flew like kites severed from their strings, leaving vivid trails of blood as they slammed against the blast door. The laboratory swiftly transformed into a veritable battleground, with severed limbs scattered everywhere and the potent scent of blood permeating the air. At that moment, Clint Barton appeared like a specter at the mouth of a high-ventilation duct. He drew his compound bow to its full moon-like arc, simultaneously knocking 3 specially crafted arrows. Fire, he commanded. Swoosh. In the face of the rapidly approaching arrows, the mysterious figure deftly flicked his staff, expertly deflecting the explosive arrow while simultaneously grasping the other 2. Boom. The 2 arrows exploded into a cloud of mist and light, but in that fleeting instant, Clint had shifted positions, unleashing another trio of arrows. Buzz. Yet, the mysterious figure halted his staff abruptly, unleashing a wave of azure energy that disintegrated all arrows mid-flight. Boring tricks, he intoned for the first time, his voice a harsh rasp reminiscent of metal scraping. The gem atop his staff glowed ominously, and a beam of energy, a meter in diameter, shot forth. Boom! Clint narrowly evaded, the wall behind him obliterated by the blast. Before he could catch his breath, the enigmatic figure was upon him. Crack! The alloy bow splintered effortlessly beneath the force of the staff, sending Clint crashing against the wall with tremendous impact. Struggling to rise, Clint felt at least 3 ribs fracture, the searing pain in his lungs forcing him into a relentless fit of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. The enigmatic figure approached slowly, the gem atop the staff beginning to emit an eerie azure glow. You are quite impressive. Serve me well. The mysterious voice resonated like echoes from the abyss as the staff was gently tapped against Clint Barton's chest, blue energy surging into his body like a venomous serpent. In an instant, Clint's eyes sparkled with a strange blue light, and when he rose again, he had transformed entirely into another being. Yes, my master. Clint Barton's voice was cold and mechanical. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the chaos, Nick Fury stealthily approached the Tesseract. He swiftly input the deactivation code, and the heavy protective shield silently slid open, Just as he carefully placed the tesseract into a specially designed storage box, the mysterious voice suddenly rang out, "Put that down. It is still of use to me." Unbeknownst to him, the enigmatic figure had appeared before Nick Fury, pointing the staff directly at his dark head. Nick Fury clutched the storage box tightly, a determined glimmer in his single eye, retorting defiantly, "This is not your decision to make, giant." Chapter 165. An unusual routine the following morning in New York. A dreary curtain of rain shrouded the sky, cold droplets pattering incessantly against the skyscraper's glass facades. The streets shimmered with slick reflections, mirroring the dim streetlights and the hurried tops of black umbrellas. The damp air was infused with a blend of exhaust fumes and the aroma of coffee. Early morning pedestrians wrapped their coats tightly, heads bowed as they trudged through the rain, their footsteps echoing like a pack of silent gray wolves navigating a canyon of steel. Observing the shops and streetlights adorned with Christmas decorations, Peter Parker couldn't help but exclaim, "Time flies. Christmas is just around the corner." As he spoke, he turned to his companion, who was reveling in the notion that waking up early could yield many opportunities, such as indulging in a delightful nap. "Do you have any plans for this Christmas?" he inquired curiously. At this, the companion yawned and lazily shook his head, replying, "I'm not quite sure. In my hometown, we don't have the custom of celebrating Christmas, especially since few people practice religion. A handful of elderly folks do, but it's essentially a state of faithlessness once the eggs are put away. Even the very concept of Christmas I learned about through the illustrious General MacArthur, a champion long-distance runner from the Philippines and a revered father of the cold, dark nation. Thus, Christmas holds little significance back home. It's only during the spring festival that we see such festivities." Peter Parker's lips twitched in amusement, instinctively bypassing the mention of MacArthur. With a hint of curiosity, he asked, "Speaking of the spring festival, I recall that in Chinese culture, there is a custom of using 12 animals to signify the years and individuals, correct? While I can somewhat understand using animals for the calendar, why represent people with animals?" Zhi Jiuan shifted the umbrella to his other hand, gazing at the overcast sky, and nonchalantly replied, "Oh, to prove that everyone is a beast?" Noticing Peter Parker's expression of bewilderment, as if questioning why he was constantly at odds with him, Zhi Jiuan shrugged helplessly and remarked, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not a folklorist. You can't expect me to know everything, can you?" Upon hearing this, Peter Parker regarded Zhi Jiuan with skepticism, incredulity etched on his face, and said, "It feels like you're just brushing me off. Some things are better left unsaid. Voicing them only leads to awkwardness." At that moment, a cacophony of noise erupted from the end of the street. The two turned to see a parade of individuals clad in flamboyant attire, a veritable spectacle, making their way towards them. Most appeared androgynous, donned in rainbow-hued garments, their faces adorned with vibrant makeup, brandishing an array of placards while chanting disjointed slogans. Zhi Jiuan instantly recognized this as a demonstration organized by a particular group, notably because the leading figure was the boisterous owner of the convenience store beneath his apartment, whose chest hair surpassed her scalp in abundance. He shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Goodness, the concept of gender in America now resembles the Twin Towers." Peter Parker looked at him, utterly perplexed, and asked, "Huh, what do the Twin Towers have to do with gender?" Zhi Jiuan shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "There is a connection. It used to be binary, but now it's a sensitive topic." Peter Parker, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, lamented, "Damn, I can't even argue against that." Engaging in a casual conversation, they soon arrived at the gates of Midtown High School. Before they could enter, the pair heard a series of gasps from a distance. As they approached, they spotted Jessica Campbell performing various stunts on a bicycle in the school's courtyard. She executed a flawless wheelie, then soared into the air, completing a 360-degree rotation before landing gracefully. The surrounding students erupted in applause, with several even pulling out their phones to record the impressive display. Watching her perform with such finesse, Zhi Jiuan's eye twitched uncontrollably as he turned to Peter Parker, incredulous, and asked, "Is this the student you've nurtured? I recall she started on a motorcycle. She can't have been on a bicycle for more than 3 months, can she? Aren't you supposed to be overseeing her studies? How is it that her grades remain stagnant while her cycling skills flourish?" In response, Peter Parker sighed, exuding an air of resigned defeat, and said, "Just be grateful. Knowledge is static. As long as she's alive, that's what matters. We can't rush Jessica's learning. It takes time to cultivate, Her thinking must expand, and she needs to practice more. It's normal for her to struggle at first, but with time, she will surely improve. This is not something that would naturally lead one to contemplate jumping from a height. This time, it was Zhi Jiuan who found himself at a loss for words. To have driven Peter Parker to such a state, Jessica Campbell had already surpassed many villains. However, unbeknownst to her, Jessica was blissfully engaged in performing bicycle stunts in an open area, executing one-wheeled spins and abrupt stops with fluidity and flair. She was completely absorbed in her performance until, after a perfect drift, her peripheral vision finally caught sight of two familiar figures leaning against a nearby wall, their expressions a blend of amusement and mockery. Peter Parker and Zhi Jiuan regarded her with enigmatic smiles. In an instant, Jessica Campbell's expression froze, and without a word, she prepared to pedal away from the scene. Jessica! Zhi Jiuan's voice, devilish in its tone, floated from behind her, leisurely declaring, "If you dare to run, I shall pay a visit to Mr. Campbell tomorrow and purchase your Honda 600. Jessica Campbell's movements abruptly halted, her fingers gripping the handlebars, turning pale as she hesitated, torn between the desire to retreat and the fear of facing the consequences. The thought of complex physics equations and chemical formulas sent a shiver down her spine. A bike could always be replaced, but if she continued down this academic path, she feared for her very existence. Noticing her indecision, Zhi Jiuan continued with languid assurance. "I shall repaint the bike in a vibrant pink, adorned with glitter, and festoon it with multicolored LED strips at the front and on the gas tank. Perilous. I will install a booming sound system, blasting music as I pass by your residence each day." Before he could finish, Jessica Campbell smoothly turned her bike around. Upon reaching the two, her face blossomed into a radiant smile as she fervently proclaimed, "Good morning, Peter. For reasons unknown, I find myself utterly eager to immerse in the ocean of knowledge and soar through the realms of culture. Without further ado, let us hasten to commence our studies for today." It appeared she had indeed lost her mind. Chapter 166. Threat? Assistance? Meanwhile, on 7th Avenue, the Angel's Gift Bar basked in the tranquil morning light, observing the gentle patter of rain outside. Dialek had just flipped the golden-framed closed sign, and the amber light cast deep shadows across his chiseled profile. After securing the sign, he returned to the bar counter to prepare to clean his equipment and tools. Ding-dong. At that moment, the intricately carved wooden door swung open, and a copper bell chimed sweetly. Dialek glanced back briefly before resuming his tasks, indifferent to the newcomer. After the door closed, Natasha entered, clad in a sleek black tactical outfit, exuding wealth and generosity. The impeccably tailored fabric accentuated her graceful curves, each step imbued with a cat-like elegance and danger. She gracefully settled into the high bar stool opposite Dialek, her red lips curling into a perfectly measured smile. "Good morning, Mr. Dialek. Might I trouble you for a scholar's afternoon?" Natasha gazed intently at the impassive Dialek, her voice rich and alluring like aged whiskey, tinged with a subtle allure. Without lifting his gaze, Dialek remained engrossed in the crystal glass in his hand, his tone imbued with a chilling indifference as he replied, "I regret to inform you that our operating hours have concluded, and we are unable to accommodate guests. Please take your leave." Undeterred by Dialek's frosty demeanor, Natasha leaned slightly forward, a more enchanting smile blossoming upon her delicate features as she suggested, "In that case, let us forego the drinks and engage in conversation, shall we?" Dialek remained silent, methodically placing the freshly cleaned glassware into the high-temperature sterilizer, preparing to return the sanitized items to their rightful place. Natasha, undaunted by the apparent awkwardness, observed Dialek's diligent figure and remarked nonchalantly, "Mr. Dialek, we are all aware that you are the dark hero who instills fear in the underbelly of New York. The S.H.I.E.L.D. has maintained a discreet silence regarding your actions, even quietly clearing away numerous inconveniences on your behalf. Given your prowess and intelligence, I trust you are well aware of this." Dialek polished the crystal glass until it gleamed, returning it to the mahogany wine rack, before retrieving a handcrafted Venetian glass to continue his task. He stated, "This is a bar, serving only beverages and no other services. Moreover, as the operating hours have concluded, no drinks will be served. If you do not intend to depart, I would not hesitate to resort to force against a lady." Yet Natasha remained unfazed, opening her crocodile leather portfolio to extract a document emblazoned with the S S.H.I.E.L.D emblem, gently sliding it across the smooth ebony bar. Her expression gradually transitioned to one of gravity, her voice lowering in earnestness as she said, "Mr. Dialek, please do not misconstrue our intentions. We do not wish to claim credit for this encounter. However, circumstances have shifted, and Director Fury hopes to forge a collaboration with you." As she unfolded the document before them, she elaborated, "Just last night at 2319, S.H.I.E.L.D's most classified base was assaulted. The assailant was a formidable deity from the depths of the cosmos, who has seized a weapon, the cosmic cube, capable of plunging the entire world into devastation. With this powerful artifact, they can summon their legions at any moment and launch an invasion against Earth, to recover the cosmic cube and thwart their plan to conquer our planet. We are assembling a specialized team and urgently require your strength." Her gaze turned profoundly sincere as she continued, "Mr. Dialek, your dedication to protecting the vulnerable and your unwavering belief in justice embody the very essence of S.H.I.E.L.D's Foundation. We do not seek to compel you to join us. Rather, we hope that, as an independent guardian, you will stand alongside us in this pivotal moment of survival." Dialek remained intently polishing the wine glass, not even casting a glance at the classified document before him. He remarked lightly, "It seems less like a disaster and more akin to a predicament conjured by your S.H.I.E.L.D. And now, you are in dire need of someone, or perhaps a group, willing to clean up your mess. The nature of one's skin is indeed a remarkable thing, varying in thickness and resilience among individuals, sometimes even rendered insignificant. My response remains unchanged. I suggest you depart." At that moment, the bar door swung open once more, and heavy footsteps shattered the tranquility within. Nick Fury entered with purpose, his black leather trench coat billowing behind him. Without hesitation, he took a seat beside Natasha at the bar, his hawk-like gaze locking onto Dialek as he said, "Mr. Dialek, discussing accountability at this juncture is futile. The crux lies in how we address the crisis at hand. We need to establish a mutual understanding and cooperation, much like your enduring hobby, which persists because your efforts are driven by justice. Hence, I have chosen to remain an observer in this cooperative endeavor." With a decisive thud, he slammed a high-tech tactical tablet onto the bar, the screen illuminating instantly. It displayed a vivid account of Dialek's actions as the night hero, skillfully subduing armed assailants in dark alleys, rescuing trapped residents from infernos, and astonishingly thwarting bank heists. Each frame captured with remarkable clarity, the angles strikingly professional. However, the rules of the game had now changed. Nick Fury's voice rose sharply as he turned the tablet towards Dialek, proclaiming, "Should that extraterrestrial deity prevail, the city you protect, along with all those you safeguard in the shadows, will cease to exist. At that point, no matter how formidable your strength, you shall be but a fleeting spark amidst the tempest." As his words settled in the air, Dialek finally paused his actions, slowly raising his gaze. His eyes met Nick Fury's, glinting with a dangerous light beneath the illumination. Yet, his countenance remained as serene as still water, as if he had merely heard a trivial weather forecast. "I am not beseeching a hero's assistance." Nick Fury leaned forward, his unwavering gaze fixed on Dialek, his voice resolute. "I am offering you a final opportunity to discover a solution beneficial to both parties." The bar fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the rhythmic ticking of an ancient clock. Dialek's gaze shifted slowly between Nick Fury and Natasha, ultimately resting upon the untouched classified document. The air was thick with a palpable tension, as if it were on the brink of igniting. Chapter 167. The Arrival of Fiscal in the Evening, New York. Midtown High School Entrance. The afternoon drizzle enveloped the city like a delicate veil, raindrops tracing winding paths across the glass windows. Pedestrians on the street, clutching black umbrellas, hurriedly passed by, resembling a swarm of moving mushrooms. The neon lights diffused a gentle halo through the rain, adding a hazy tint to the overcast sky. The humid air was imbued with the aroma of coffee, occasionally accompanied by the soft splashes of taxis traversing the waterlogged pavement. Zhi Jiuan held his umbrella aloft, his face contorted with irritation as he gazed at the somber sky, muttering, "Peter, do you think the heavens have been a bit too indulgent lately? This rain falls incessantly, like an urgent and unending stream." Upon hearing his rather unfortunate analogy, Peter Parker, standing beside him, grimaced and said, "Christmas is approaching. Mind your words. There are plenty of religious zealots at Midtown High. In response, Zhi Jiuan shrugged dismissively, unconcerned, and remarked, "It's all right. They can't overpower me anyway. By the way, didn't you mention wanting to buy a portrait of Jesus the other day? Shall we go pick one out?" The mention of the Jesus portrait made Peter Parker twitch involuntarily. Fearing Zhi Jiuan would launch into another hellish joke, he quickly replied, I think that one be necessary. Jesus portraits don't differ much. Any random piece would suffice. No need for selection." After pondering Peter's words, Zhi Jiuan realized he had a point. However, as a new thought struck him, Zhi Jiuan furrowed his brow and asked Peter Parker, "Have you ever contemplated this question?" "What question?" "The mainstream Jesus portraits available today typically depict only two states. One as an infant cradled by the Virgin Mary, and the other as an adult nailed to the cross. So, why is there no portrait of Jesus as a toddler being crucified?" Peter Parker retorted, "You truly must be kidding." The two began to chase and playfully jostle their way toward the school gate, only to find something amiss before they reached it. A dense crowd had gathered at the entrance, the buzz of excited chatter resonating like a swarm of bees. Students were tiptoeing to peer inside, occasionally gasping and whispering in astonishment. Peter Parker halted, scrutinizing the throng that blocked their path, and curiously inquired, "What else with the crowd? Has something happened up ahead?" Zhi Jiuan also seized his jesting demeanor, and the two exchanged a knowing glance before nodding in unison and pushing into the mass. Peter Parker apologized and called out for a way through, struggling to advance. Meanwhile, Zhi Jiuan skillfully maneuvered through the crowd, employing phrases like Bakairu and Shiba, swiftly carving a path. When Zhi Jiuan finally reached the front, he was momentarily taken aback. There stood Fischl, dressed in casual attire, positioned prominently at the entrance, exuding an air of poise akin to a leading performer on stage. Oz stood upon her shoulder, the antenna atop his forehead still intact, feigning himself as a mechanical bird. Fischl, with her left hand on her hip and her right hand elegantly brushing back the golden tresses that fell before her forehead, declared with a haughty demeanor, "Humph! Are all souls gathered here to behold the sacred visage of the Princess of Judgment and to listen to the gospel from the pure land of the night?" In response, Oz puffed out his chest and, in a solemn tone, echoed, "Your radiance is akin to the morning star in the dark night, guiding lost souls to this congregation. Such is the inevitability of fate." Upon hearing Oz's response, Fischl slightly raised her chin, adopting an air of pity and benevolence, and spoke in a tone reminiscent of a lyrical aria. "Ah, how fitting for you, Oswald, a chosen one of the great dream of myriad phenomena, to perceive that trivial glimpse within the torrent of destiny. Indeed, this is the preordained fate, the inevitable convergence of causality at this moment." Observing Fischl's public display of eccentricity, Zhi Jiuan couldn't help but facepalm. Even with his thick skin, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, just as he was about to approach Fischl to greet her and inquire about her presence, 5 raucous youths, appearing far removed from the confines of lawful society, yet closer to the realm of delinquency, surrounded her with malicious grins. Dressed in loose street attire and adorned with ostentatious gold chains, they leered at Fischl with lascivious eyes. "Hey there, sweetheart, what brings you here? Want us to keep you company?" As the tallest among them reached out to touch Fischl's face, his companions erupted in lewd laughter. Another youth, wearing a baseball cap, eagerly extended his hand toward Fischl's waist, grinning as he said, "That's right, we'll make sure you have a great time." Just as their filthy hands were about to make contact with Fischl, her gaze turned icy, and she replied, "Humph, how dare you, the common filth, taint the sacred realm of this princess? Your very existence is a blasphemy against the tranquility of the pure land of the night." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Fischl seized the wrist of the hand, reaching for her cheek with surprising force. Crack! Ah! A swift and precise joint lock sent the tall youth crashing to his knees in agony. Almost simultaneously, her right leg shot out like lightning, striking the second youth squarely in the abdomen. Bang! The sheer force of her kick sent him hurtling backward, colliding violently with a nearby trash bin. Before the remaining youths could react, Fischl leaped into the air, her long legs encircling one of their necks, executing a graceful aerial twist. Boom! He was flung 3 meters away like a rag doll, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. The entire exchange unfolded in mere seconds, a dazzling display of speed that left onlookers in awe. She cast a cold, disdainful glance at the three groaning young men on the ground, her gaze sharp as a blade. In an instant, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the two young men standing at the periphery, their hands instinctively reaching for their waists. Yet, before they could draw their firearms, Zhi Jiuan's figure darted past like a specter, leaving a fleeting shadow in the air. The closest of the young men had barely brushed his fingers against the gun's grip when Zhi Jiuan had already closed the distance. With a sharp snap, Zhi Jiuan's left hand expertly seized the opponent's wrist, twisting and bending it with a crisp crack that echoed through the air, rendering the hand grotesquely contorted. Thud! In tandem, his right leg struck out like a viper, landing a vicious kick to the adversary's groin. The young man emitted a harrowing scream. But before the sound could fully escape his lips, Zhi Jiuan had already turned his attention to the second target. The second young man had just begun to react when Zhi Jiuan executed a swift, powerful spinning kick aimed at his face. The young man instinctively raised his hands to block. Crack! The simultaneous, sharp sounds of breaking bones reverberated, and the man's arms snapped under the force. Without a moment's pause, Zhi Jiuan delivered another brutal knee strike directly to his groin. The young man, unable to utter a cry, succumbed to unconsciousness, dark red blood seeping from his groin as his breathing grew faint. Zhi Jiuan surveyed the writhing figures on the ground with a frigid glare, shook his wrist lightly, and coldly remarked, "A dog cannot change its nature."